Transmigrated into a trash young master with a shattered dantian, kicked out of a brothel by the madam at the very start, and she even wants to take my personal maid as payment? What a joke! Bound to the level up once a day system, getting stronger just by staying alive, comprehending god-tier techniques while sleeping. Others train bitterly for 50 years. I just need to lie flat for 50 days. Fiancé coming to break off the engagement? Sorry, I'm the one divorcing you. Think I'm not worthy of fighting you? Come here, sweeping maid, actually a peerless expert I trained. Go play with this heaven's proud daughter. Remember to go easy, don't kill her with one slap. Throw this guy out. No money but you still dared to order 8 girls? Good body, but your brain is broken. Beat him every time you see him from now on. The madam's shrill screaming rang in my ears as my body was dragged along the ground like a dead dog. I groggily opened my eyes. The headache from the hangover hadn't faded yet when a tide of unfamiliar memories flooded into my mind. I had transmigrated. Lin Feng, the eldest young master of the Lin family in Yen City. The title sounded prominent, but in reality he was a piece of trash that everyone despised. His dantian was destroyed, making cultivation impossible. He had given up on himself, spending his days in brothels, finally ending up being thrown out by the madam because he couldn't pay the bill. What a disastrous start. I smiled bitterly to myself. Just then, a cold mechanical voice exploded in my mind. System binding successful. System introduction, level up once a day. Get stronger just by living. Initial reward, repaired dantian, instant level up by 10 stages. As soon as the voice faded, I felt a warmth in my abdomen. My dantian, originally shattered like dead ash, instantly reformed. A majestic power was born out of thin air, rushing madly through my meridians. Chi refining level 1, level 2, level 8, level 9, level 10. In just the blink of an eye, I went from a cripple to a peak chi refining expert. This feeling was like racing a Ferrari on the highway, so thrilling my scalp went numb. Boo-hoo! Young master. The sound of weeping interrupted my experience. I opened my eyes to see my personal maid, Xiaozi, being blocked by 2 bouncers, while the madam stared at her greedily. Young Master Lin has no money to pay. You are his maid, so stay behind to pay off the debt. The madam stood with hands on her hips, calculating. You look quite pretty. Take guests for a few days, and the money will be settled. Xiaozi's face went pale with fright, and she shook her head desperately. No, I am a member of the Lin family. The Lin family? Even the Lin family doesn't care about that trash young master anymore. You think they care about you? The madam sneered and waved for the bouncers to act. Take her inside. Watching those dirty hands reaching for Xiaozi, the drunkenness in my eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. I wanted to keep a low profile, but since you were looking for death, don't blame me. Who gave you the guts to touch my person? I stood up abruptly, the power I had just gained exploding outward. Boom! An invisible wave of air blasted out with me at the center. The bouncers who were dragging me felt like they were hit by a giant hammer. They flew backward screaming and smashed heavily into the wall, passing out on the spot. The madam was flipped over by the airwave, sitting on the ground in a sorry state, looking at me in horror. How is this possible? Ignoring the shocked gazes around me, I took a step forward, my figure appearing before the madam like a ghost. Smack! A loud slap sent the madam spinning twice in place. Half of her face instantly swelling into a pig's head. This slap is to teach you how to behave. I looked down at her, my voice icy. Is my maid someone you can touch? The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everyone's mouths hung open, looking at this scene in disbelief. Was this still the waste Lin Feng who only knew how to drink and die? That terrifying speed and strength was at least a high-level chi refining cultivator. Young master? Xiaozi stared at me blankly, her eyes full of worship and shock. I took Xiaozi's hand, swept a glance at the terrified thugs around us, and said coldly, remember, this young master freeloading here is giving your Spring Fullness Pavilion face. With that, I led Xiaozi out of the Spring Fullness Pavilion under everyone's awestruck gaze. Back at the Lin family's main gate, 2 guards were leaning against a pillar chatting. Seeing me return, their faces immediately showed contempt. Yo, isn't this the trash young master? Where did you go to embarrass yourself this time? One of them said sarcastically, not even intending to make way. I didn't stop walking. I raised my hand and delivered 2 slaps. Smack! Smack! The 2 chi refining level 5 guards didn't even have a chance to react before they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with mouths full of blood. If you dare speak to me in that tone again, you won't need your tongues anymore. Leaving behind a cold warning, I took the stun-numb Xiaozi straight back to my remote little courtyard. Back at my residence, I lay comfortably on the lounge chair in the yard. Although this courtyard was remote, it was kept organized by Xiaozi and planted with various flowers and plants. Watching these flowers sway in the wind, the notification sound rang in my mind again. Ding! Host observed flowers and gained insight. Epiphany, Earth rank technique, heavenly flower art. I couldn't help but laugh. I comprehended it just like that? Is this the joy of max level comprehension? With a slight circulation of energy, the spiritual power in my body became endless like blooming flowers, countless times stronger than the Lin family's ancestral technique. Young master, did you really recover your cultivation? Xiao Zi brought over some tea and asked carefully, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. I looked at this loyal little girl and had a thought. In this world where the strong eat the weak, pretending to be cool alone is too tiring. I need to train the people around me too. Xiao Zi, do you want to cultivate? I asked. Xiao Zi was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. Young master, the family rules are strict. Maids cannot steal the family techniques. Who said it was that trash family technique? I waved my hand dismissively and tapped her forehead with my finger. This is created by your young master, called the heavenly flower art. It's 100 times stronger than the Lin family's garbage. As my finger landed, a massive amount of information flooded into Xiao Zi's mind. She opened her eyes wide in shock. This young master really created this? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and practice. Xiao Zi's talent was surprisingly good, and this technique was extremely compatible with her. In just one afternoon, the spiritual energy in the courtyard rushed madly towards her. By evening, she opened her eyes and jumped up excitedly. Young master, I broke through to Qi refining level 1. I nodded calmly. Basic operation, don't be surprised. This leveling speed might seem shocking to others, but for a cheater like me, it was just passing grade. For the next few days, we holed up in the small courtyard. My daily tasks were eating, sleeping, and sunbathing. Every morning when I woke up, the system broadcasted on time. Ding! Host survived 1 day. Reward, level 1. Current realm, body tempering level 1. Ding! Host's sleeping posture was handsome. Epiphany, heaven rank technique, yin yang rotation art. I just lay there, listening to my bones crackle and my strength climb steadily. Xiao Zi was even more diligent. Under my guidance, her cultivation soared like a rocket. She refining level 5, level 8, level 10. In just 5 short days, I reached the peak of body tempering level 5. Xiao Zi reached the great perfection of Qi refining level 10. This strength combination, placed in any family in Yen City, was enough to walk sideways. On the morning of the 5th day, just as I stretched, the courtyard gate was pushed open. The visitor was a middle-aged man with a worried face. Me Boda's father, Lin Yuanbai. Chainer, the people from the Yulan family are coming tonight. Lin Yuanbai sighed. Your grandfather insists you attend the banquet. That girl Yulan Ruo is now a heaven's proud daughter. And the Yulan family's power is rising like the midday sun. Keep a low profile tonight. Even if you have to marry into their family, as long as you can keep this marriage, you will have someone to rely on in the future. Hearing these humble words, I felt sick inside. In the original plot, Lin Feng did indeed go to grovel, only to be humiliated and publicly dumped by Yulan Ruo, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Yen City. But now, the script needs a change. Don't worry, Dad. I will handle this marriage properly. I patted Lin Yuanbai on the shoulder, my tone calm. Lin Yuanbai thought I had agreed to swallow my pride and left with a sigh of relief. I turned to look at Xiao Zi, who was watering the flowers, and the corner of my mouth hooked up. Xiao Zi, stop watering. Change your clothes. Tonight I'm taking you to crash a party. At dusk, the Lin family residence was brightly lit. Xiao Zi and I strolled toward the banquet hall. To avoid the noise, we deliberately took a detour through the back garden. Enemies walk a narrow road. A group of people walked toward us, surrounding a young girl like stars around the moon. The girl wore martial attire, had a tall figure and a cold, beautiful face. It was my fiancé, Yulan Ruo. Seeing me, she paused, a flash of disgust and disdain crossing her eyes. Lin Feng? She raised her chin, looking at an ant. What a coincidence, I was just looking for you. I raised an eyebrow. Looking to break the engagement? Yulan Ruo froze, clearly not expecting me to beat her to the punch. The speech she had prepared was instantly choked in her throat, her expression becoming quite colorful. You know? She frowned. Since you have self-awareness, that's for the best. I am now a body tempering level 3 martial artist. My future husband is destined to be a dragon among men, while you. She looked me up and down and sneered. A waste without even a dantian. We are already people from 2 different worlds. I yawned and waved my hand in boredom. Alright, stop talking nonsense. You want to break the engagement, right? I agree. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Happy now? After speaking, I pulled Xiao Zi to leave. Looking at this self-righteous woman for even one more second felt like a waste of time. Stop. Yulan Ruo's exasperated voice came from behind. She walked quickly to block my path, staring at me dead on, her chest heaving violently. Originally, she imagined I would cry and beg her not to abandon me upon hearing about the broken engagement, allowing her to arrogantly reject me and enjoy the pleasure of trampling someone underfoot. But now, my attitude of throwing away the engagement like trash was a huge insult to her fragile self-esteem. What is this attitude? Yulan Ruo gritted her teeth. Are you playing hard to get? I'm telling you, it's useless. At the banquet tonight, I will officially announce the annulment in front of everyone, letting all of Yen City know that I, Yulan Ruo, am the one dumping you. I looked at her like she was mentally challenged. Are you sick? I already agreed, and you still want to hold a press conference? Fine, do whatever you want. I walked around her, heading straight for the banquet hall. Behind me, Yulan Ruo stomped her foot in anger, her eyes venomous. Lin Feng, I originally wanted to leave you some face. Since you don't know what's good for you, tonight I will ruin your reputation completely. Inside the banquet hall, guests filled the seats. In the main seat, my grandfather, Lin Jintian, was exchanging pleasantries with the Yulan family. The Yulan family had brought many people this time, all with their noses in the air, clearly here to demonstrate power. Especially that middle-aged man named Yulan Keming. His true essence realm level 2 cultivation was unhidden, suppressing the Lin family members until they barely dared to breathe. I took Xiao Zi and found a corner to sit down. Before my seat was even warm, a piercing sneer came from the side. Yo, isn't this the trash cousin? Bringing a lowly maid to this kind of occasion, you really have no manners. Aren't you afraid of dirtying Miss Yulan's eyes? The speaker was my eldest uncle's son, Lin Shaoguang. He usually liked to step on me to feel superior. Although the banquet hall was noisy, he deliberately raised his voice, causing many people around to look over, pointing fingers at Xiao Zi and me. Xiao Zi lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. I took a sip from my teacup, my eyes turning cold. Did I let you speak? Before the words landed, I gave a backhanded slap. Smack! The crisp sound exploded in the banquet hall like thunder. Lin Shaoguang flew out like a spinning top, knocking over 2 tables. Half his face bloody and teeth scattered on the floor. The originally lively banquet hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Lin Zhenqian's hand shook, almost dropping his wine glass. Eldest uncle Lin Jingrong stood up abruptly, roaring, "You little beast! You dare to commit violence!" I slowly stood up, my gaze sweeping the room before landing on Lin Jingrong. I said calmly, "Just a noisy fly. I swatted it, so what? If uncle can't discipline his son well, I don't mind doing it for you." You! Lin Jingrong trembled with rage, about to attack. Enough! Lin Jintian shouted. Although he didn't like me, his trash grandson, internal fighting in front of outsiders was losing face. He looked at me deeply, his eyes full of confusion. Where did a piece of trash get such strength and guts? At this moment, Yulan Ruo, changed into grand attire, walked into the hall surrounded by a crowd. Seeing this scene, she sneered. Rotten wood really cannot be carved. You only know how to bully your own people. She walked straight to the center of the hall, looked around, and her arrogant voice spread throughout the venue. Taking advantage of the Lin family banquet today, I have something to announce. Her gaze locked onto me, eyes full of vengeful pleasure. I, Yulan Ruo, want to, with Lin Feng. I am divorcing you. My calm voice interrupted her. The voice wasn't loud, but it drilled clearly into everyone's ears. Yulan Ruo's words got stuck in her throat and her face turned the color of pig liver. What did you say? I pulled a piece of paper I had just scribbled on from my robe and threw it on the table. I said, the engagement is void. From now on, whether you Yulan Ruo live or die, marry a cat or a dog, it has nothing to do with my Lin family. I looked at her, a hint of mockery on my lips. Do you understand? You are being repudiated. The whole audience was in an uproar. The Yulan family members slammed their tables and stood up. Presumptuous. Yulan Keming's aura exploded, the pressure of the true essence realm rushing straight at me. A waste with no cultivation dares to humiliate the eldest miss of my Yulan family? Clearly, we came to break the engagement and you deserve to mention repudiating a wife? Lin Jintian couldn't sit still anymore. Although shocked by my boldness, I was still a Lin. He braced himself and blocked part of the pressure. Brother Keming, the junior is ignorant. I am ignorant? I pushed Lin Jintian aside and took a step forward against Yulan Keming's pressure. Not only did I not kneel, but I also straightened my spine. It's clearly your Yulan family that climbed a high branch and wants to dump me, this burden, yet you insist on setting up a memorial arch to advertise your virtue to everyone. Since you are shameless, why should I give you face? Good. What a sharp-tongued brat. Yulan Ruo laughed in extreme anger, killing intent filling her eyes. This world ultimately respects the strong. Lin Feng, since you are dissatisfied, do you dare to take one palm from me? If you can take it, I will accept this letter of repudiation. If you can't, kneel and kowtow to admit your mistake, admitting you aren't worthy of me. The dagger was revealed. This woman wanted to publicly cripple me, maybe even kill me. The Lin family disciples around shook their heads, thinking I was dead meat. Yulan Ruo was a body tempering level 3 expert. Beating trash like me would be child's play. I looked at the murderous Yulan Ruo and suddenly laughed. Fight you? I shook my head with a face full of disgust. You aren't worthy. Yulan Ruo looked as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Am not worthy? A piece of trash like you says am not worthy? I turned to look at Xiao Zi, who had been silent behind me. Xiao Zi, go. Keep this Miss Yulan company and play with her on behalf of your young master. I paused, then added, remember to go easy. Don't kill her with one slap, it's bad luck. What? Letting a maid fight? Is Lin Feng crazy? Sending that weak little girl to die? This is simply an insult to Miss Yulan. Mockery flooded in like a tide. Xiao Zi nervously twisted her fingers and looked at me timidly. Young master, I'm scared. Scared of what? I patted her head. With your current strength, hitting her is like hitting a baby. Go, don't embarrass your young master. Encouraged, Xiao Zi took a deep breath and walked to the center of the hall. She bowed to Yulan Ruo and said seriously, Miss Yulan, please teach me. Young master told me to go easy, so I will be careful. This honest truth sounded like the most vicious mockery to Yulan Ruo. She, maid, since you want to die for your master, I will fulfill your wish. Yulan Ruo shouted in anger. Her body tempering level 3 aura exploded fully, red light surrounding her body as she slapped toward Xiaozi's face with a fierce wind. If this palm hit, an ordinary person's head would blossom. Lin Jintian exclaimed, show mercy. But he was too far away to save her in time. Just when everyone thought Xiao Zi was dead without a doubt, Xiao Zi moved. Watching Yulan Ruo rush over, she was instinctively flustered. Subconsciously following the heavenly flower art I taught her, she circulated her spiritual power, closed her eyes, and slapped out. Eek! Don't come over! Boom! The two palms collided. There was no stalemate, only a dull explosion. The originally imposing Yulan Ruo looked like she had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. With a miserable scream, she flew backward faster than she had come. She traced a tragic arc in the air and smashed ruthlessly into the Yulan family's banquet table. With a crash of shattering dishes, soup and food splashed all over her, instantly turning her noble attire into a mess. Put! Yulan Ruo struggled to lift her head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her eyes were filled with horror and confusion. Who am I? Where am I? I, a body tempering level 3 expert, was slapped flying by a maid who had her eyes closed? Silence. Dead silence. Lin Zenshin's mouth was wide open, his jaw almost hitting the floor. The wine glass in Yulan Kemming's hand crushed with a crack. Everyone stared at the bewildered little girl in the center of the field as if they had seen a ghost. Xiao Zi opened her eyes and jumped in fright when she saw the miserable state in the distance. She hurriedly ran over, looking apologetically at the blood-spitting Yulan Ruo. So, sorry, Miss Yulan. It was my first time fighting. I didn't control my strength well. Young master told me to go easy, but I still used too much force. She blinked sincerely and asked, can you stand up and take another palm? This time I promise to only use 10% of my strength. Put. Hearing these heart-killing words, blood rushed to Yulan Ruo's heart. She sprayed another huge mouthful of old blood, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted directly from anger. I sat in the corner watching this scene, nodding with satisfaction. She refining level 10 beating body tempering level 3, although it was bullying the weak, it sure looked satisfying. I stood up, walked in front of the dumbstruck Yulan Kemming, and pointed at the letter of repudiation on the table. Carry the person out and take this paper. I looked down at this formerly arrogant Yulan family expert and said lightly, go back and tell your family head, although the Lin family has declined. We aren't someone any random cat or dog can step on. This is a warning. If you dare offend us again. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from my body, the pressure of peak body tempering level 5. Although it flashed by in an instant, it made the hair on Yulan Kemming's body stand on end, as if he were being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Get lost. The Yulan family fled with their tails between their legs, not daring to say a single harsh word. In the banquet hall, the gazes of the Lin family members turned from shock to fanaticism, especially when looking at Xiao Zi was like looking at a peerless treasure. Lin Jintian was so excited his beard trembled. He walked quickly to me. Chainer, this young lady. Her name is Xiao Zi. My person. I put my arm around Xiao Zi's shoulder, declaring sovereignty. Good. Lin Jintian said good 3 times, the wrinkles on his face blooming with a smile. As expected of my, Lin Zenshin's, grandson. You hit it deep. I smiled and didn't explain much. After this battle, the Lin family's crisis was resolved, and I went from trash to a mysterious genius. But for Xiao Zi and me, this was just the beginning. After all, my system was still tirelessly notifying me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful posturing. Mood, joyful. Epiphany, God rank footwork shrinking the earth to an inch. Time until next level up, 3 hours. This damned invincible life is truly as lonely as snow. The whole person trembled while pointing at Xiaozi, but could not utter a word. Yulan Kuming, seeing this, immediately came to Yulan Rua's back and began to channel his energy towards her, allowing Yulan Rua to recover significantly. Her complexion gradually returned to normal. She stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said to Yulan Kuming in a low voice, "Uncle Lu, help me kill her, and Lin Feng too." Yulan Rua, having reached the 3rd level of body refinement and practiced a high-grade Shin level technique, was defeated by a maid from the Lin family who was only at the 10th level of Qi refining. If this matter were to spread, she would have no face to go out and meet people in the future. The only solution was to make this person disappear forever. Moreover, Xiaozi was also Lin Feng's maid, which made Yulan Rua harbor resentment towards her as well. With new grudges and old grievances combined, Yulan Rua did not want to see the two of them alive. When Yulan Rua spoke, there was almost a hint of command in her tone, but Yulan Kuming felt it was only natural. He knew that Yulan Rua was the hope of the Yulan family. The Yulan family's current status relied entirely on the relationship between Yulan Rua and Jun Wuchun. Even his breakthrough to the true Yuan realm was not without Yulan Rua's help. Naturally, he did not regard Yulan Rua as an ordinary junior. Moreover, Xiaozi's performance was truly astonishing. If what she said before was true, she had broken through to the 10th level of Qi refining in just 5 days. That was simply something beyond human capability. A talent of this level had exceeded his imagination. Now that the Yulan family's relationship with the Lin family had become this way, reconciliation was impossible. The best solution was to nip such a talent in the bud. Otherwise, Xiaozi would surely become a great threat to the Yulan family in the future. As the saying goes, one can be both joyful and worried. The Yulan family harbored murderous intent towards Xiaozi, while the Lin family, on the other hand, was filled with endless joy and shock. With such a genius in the Lin family, they would undoubtedly lead the Lin family to glory in the future. They were Lin family members, so they could naturally share in the benefits. At this point, everyone looked at Lin Feng differently, their eyes filled with flattery. Who didn't know about the relationship between Xiaozi and Lin Feng? Even those who were previously unaware now understood clearly. From now on, as long as one maintained a good relationship with Lin Feng, it was equivalent to having a good relationship with Xiaozi. So what if he was a waste? As long as he could cling to a powerful figure, he was a remarkable waste. Moreover, it was this powerful figure who was supporting him. Lin Yuanbai was also stunned, looking at Xiaozi in disbelief. This mate of his son, who had always shown him great respect and even seemed somewhat submissive, was actually such a person? Thinking back to how Xiaozi had greeted him earlier made Lin Yuanbai's face flush. How could he bear such a talented person's respectful greeting? Such a genius deserved to enjoy treatment akin to that of the family head in the Lin family, or even a status stronger than the family head. One could see this from Yulan Rua. As for Lin Jintian, he was trembling with excitement at this moment. If it weren't for his identity and the relationship between Xiaozi and Lin Feng, he would have wanted to rush over and hug Xiaozi to express his excitement. It had been many years since the Lin family had produced such a genius. He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. At this moment, Yulan Kuming had quietly approached not far from Xiaozi, planning to act quickly to eliminate her. The reason he was doing this was that he was worried Lin Jintian would intervene, which would complicate matters. There might be unexpected changes. If Xiaozi managed to escape, it would be troublesome. However, how could Lin Jintian not notice? All his attention was now focused on Xiaozi. He quickly detected Yulan Kuming's movements and rushed to Xiaozi's side, looking at Yulan Kuming, who was about to strike, and said lightly, "I admit that your cultivation should surpass mine, but I am not to be trifled with. If I am not mistaken, you should already be at the 2nd level of the true Yuan realm, but I have also been in the 1st level of the true Yuan realm for many years, just a hair's breadth away from the 2nd level. As long as I am here today, you better keep your thoughts to yourself." Although Lin Jintian believed he might not be Yulan Kuming's opponent, but if he were to confront him head-on, Yulan Kuming would not come out unscathed. Now that he knew Xiaozi was such a genius, Lin Jintian naturally had to risk everything to protect her. Without looking back, Lin Jintian said to Xiaozi, "Go to Chen Er's side, he'll handle this guy." Xiaozi nodded immediately. She hadn't expected to really be able to fight above her level. Moreover, she had defeated Yulan Rua, who was at the 3rd level of body refinement, with her cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement. But she was also self-aware. It was impossible to fight above her level against Yulan Kuming, who was already at the true essence realm. Obediently, she came to Lin Feng's side, holding his arm a bit nervously, feeling as if she had made a huge mistake. Lin Feng smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." That damned sense of security. Lin Feng's words were so reassuring that Xiaozi instantly relaxed. For the first time, it felt as if nothing terrifying could happen while she was by Lin Feng's side. He was so domineeringly confident, making one feel an extreme sense of safety. However, this scene also made the younger generation of the Lin family envious. They wished to have such a talented maid. Unfortunately, she only belonged to Lin Feng. Upon hearing Lin Jintian's words, Yulan Ming sneered disdainfully. "Huh, is that so? Then let's see you try." With that, Yulan Ming launched an attack. In an instant, he clashed palms with Lin Jintian. In that moment, a powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing many nearby to retreat hastily. Even some of the less powerful Lin family members were directly knocked to the ground, looking quite disheveled. However, it also left many in shock as they looked at Lin Feng, who stood there unmoving, even protecting Xiaozi in front of him. The battle at the True Essence realm, with such intense energy fluctuations, made even those at the body refinement realm hesitate to stand there. Many were left in a daze. But more people's attention was still focused on the battle between Lin Jintian and Yulan Ming. After all, this was a battle at the True Essence realm. In the entire Yen city, it might not be seen even once in many years. But soon, an unacceptable situation arose for the Lin family. Lin Jintian's figure rapidly retreated, quickly losing ground, his expression one of panic. He exclaimed, "True Essence Realm 3rd level. You're actually at the True Essence Realm 3rd level." Lin Jintian never expected that he had underestimated Yulan Ming. He thought he was only at the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. If that were the case, he would still have a fighting chance. But the current situation left him unable to cope. Although there was only one realm of difference, a small difference could lead to a huge gap. The disparity in strength was not ordinary. Moreover, strictly speaking, the two were separated by 2 realms. This was a gap he could not bridge. The Lin family members were also shocked, filled with fear. The 3rd level of the True Essence realm was a top-tier powerhouse in Yen City. It was an existence they could not comprehend. Usually, they were the heads of the family or the supreme elders, rarely showing themselves. Yet Yulan Ming, in the Yulan family, was merely an insignificant 6th elder. Yet he rendered the Lin family so powerless. Lin Jintian was filled with despair, knowing he might not be able to protect Xiaozi, or even the Lin family. At that moment, Yulan Ming did not delay. He quickly attacked Lin Jintian while coldly saying, "I never intended to wipe out your Lin family completely, but since you are so ungrateful, today I will make your Lin family disappear from this world." Lin Jintian could not block it at all. From any angle, he found he could not withstand this blow. He simply closed his eyes, until a faint voice rang out. "Is that so? You might not have that opportunity." No one expected Lin Feng, the so-called waste in everyone's eyes, to step forward. He actually stood out, and even more incomprehensible was that he stood right in front of Lin Jintian. With just one hand, he blocked the overwhelming killing blow from Yulan Ming, as if it were a trivial matter. At the peak of the body refinement realm, he was simultaneously cultivating 2 unknown techniques he had created. Lin Feng did not know how many levels he could fight beyond, but he did not think it would be difficult to deal with Yulan Ming, because he knew from the moment Yulan Ming made his move that his strength was far inferior to his own, even if his cultivation was higher. The Lin family members were stunned. Many couldn't help but rub their eyes, fearing they were seeing things. But the reality unfolded before everyone. Lin Yuanbai seemed numb today. Suddenly, he recalled many of Lin Feng's strange words from before, which now seemed to have explanations. It turned out that his son was not a waste. He might have just been pretending all along. Perhaps he was low-key, or maybe he feared that others would eliminate him while he was still weak. But there was no doubt that Lin Feng was nothing like he had imagined. "Shaner, you even hid this from me. How could you make me suffer so much in ignorance?" Lin Yuanbai lamented, both complaining and feeling excited. He was proud of his son. But little did he know, he was completely mistaken. The world of the extraordinary was beyond his comprehension. The moment he tried to understand an extraordinary person, he was already wrong. Lin Jintian had opened his eyes at this moment, stepping back in shock. Is this really Lin Feng? A waste? Ha, it turns out he was the real waste. Everyone in the Lin family had misjudged Lin Feng. As Lin Jintian sighed, his heart trembled. A little Z had already made him feel favored by the heavens. It even felt like a dream. Now, with the emergence of an even more terrifying genius, Lin Feng, Lin Jintian wondered what was happening to the Lin family. Had they stumbled upon a den of geniuses? Peak of the body refinement realm. Lin Jintian could see at a glance Lin Feng's cultivation. Yet he could block a full-force attack from Yulan Ming, which even he could not handle. Can this still be described as genius? The term monster might be more fitting. Peak of the body refinement realm, capable of contending with the 3rd level of the True Essence realm. Lin Feng was only in his early 20s. Would he not stand at the pinnacle of this Tianlong continent in the future? That would make the Lin family. This was far more exaggerated than Xiaozi defeating Yulan at the 3rd level of body refinement with her 10th level of qi refinement. It was simply a difference in magnitude. Chainer, well done. In the end, Lin Jintian could only muster this one sentence to express his shock. Yulan had been watching, her face initially filled with confidence and cruelty. After being expelled from the Lin family today, no one would ever know that she lost to a maid at the 10th level of qi refinement. She would still be that favored daughter of heaven. But the situation before her was too shocking. Lin Feng, he was actually this strong. This kind of talent is far superior to Jun Buchan. Could it be that everything I did was wrong? At this moment, a hint of regret suddenly rose in Yulan's heart. If she had maintained a relationship with Lin Feng or even cared for him more often, and then married him, she would probably have truly stood at the top of this world. This was a genius far stronger than Jun Wuchen. But it was all too late. Yulan realized. The situation had escalated beyond her control. She knew that if Lin Feng did not die, it would be her Yulan family that would suffer. Thinking of this, Yulan shouted to Yulankming, "Uncle Lu, you must kill him." At this moment, Yulankming couldn't help but swallow hard. He had never anticipated this situation. But he quickly reacted, stepping back immediately. He hid his somewhat numb palm behind his back, feeling a surge of fear in his heart. A young man at the body refinement realm had actually blocked his full-force attack at the 3rd level of the true essence realm? This could no longer be described as terrifying. This person must die, even more so than Xiaozi. If he were allowed to live for even a day, the Yulan family would be at risk of annihilation at any moment. There would be no peaceful days to come. Yulan Keming also regretted it. He originally thought this was just a casual engagement withdrawal. He never expected to provoke two monstrous geniuses, offending the wrong people. He must die. I must kill him, while he is still weak and hasn't broken through to the true origin realm. With this thought, Yulan Keming went mad. He exerted all his power. Instantly, 2 tangible sword energies formed in his hands, rapidly attacking Lin Feng. Just at that moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sensing the sword energy fluctuations, creating the technique Heavenly Sword Supreme Decision. Another technique was created. It instantly operated within Lin Feng's body. It was no weaker than the previous 2 techniques. At this moment, Lin Feng was equivalent to operating 3 techniques simultaneously, becoming even more powerful. Looking at the rapidly approaching Yulan Keming, Lin Feng's eyes held a hint of disdain. He said lightly, "You dare to call this sword energy? Today, I'll let you feel it properly." All swords returned to the sect. The moment Lin Feng activated the Heavenly Sword Supreme Decision, he had already reached the maximum level. At this moment, it was naturally unleashed, instantly generating waves of tangible sword energy around him. Just a glance made one feel the terror within. No, Yulan Keming shouted in horror. It was too late to retreat. He charged directly into Lin Feng's. All swords returned to the sect. Screams of agony erupted. It didn't last long. The next moment, Yulan Keming's flesh and clothes were all reduced to fragments. When the sword energy around Lin Feng dissipated, only remnants of Yulan Keming remained. Instant kill. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. The True Origin Realm's 3rd-level expert Yulan Keming was directly killed by Lin Feng in one blow. The shock was unimaginable. All swords returned to the sect? What level of technique can unleash such a method? Just a glance at that sword energy sends chills down one's spine. Excited whispers of discussion arose within the Lin family. In an instant, countless members of the Lin family looked at Lin Feng with admiration. In the Lin family, or rather throughout the entire Tianlong continent, it was that straightforward. If you are strong, you will be respected. If you are weak, you will be despised. Quick! Stop them! Lin Jintian shouted loudly. At this moment, as Lin Feng killed Yulan Keming, Yulan had already led the Yulan family members in a desperate flight. They dared not stop for a moment. They needed to return to the Yulan family and inform them of this news. Then, they would mobilize the entire Yulan family to kill Lin Feng while he was still in the body refinement realm. This strike looked impressive. It was also very powerful. However, the energy consumed was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Just this strike of all swords returned to the sect had drained all his spiritual power. At this moment, he couldn't pursue Yulan and the others. However, the Lin family was not lacking in experts who rushed over to try to temporarily block them. Lin Jintian ordered. He noticed that Lin Feng had used too much power in this strike. Quickly, he tossed a recovery pill to Lin Feng and said, "Chainer, take this recovery pill first, and we'll hold them off." Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly tossed the recovery pill into his mouth. The recovery pill was precious, and not many in the Lin family possessed it. but it could help one quickly restore spiritual power. After taking it, Lin Feng instantly felt his spiritual power rapidly recovering. Lin Zhentian was not foolish. At this moment his eyes were fierce. Leading many experts from the Lin family, he was determined to stop them before Lin Feng could recover his spiritual power. Otherwise, these people would definitely inform the Yulan family. By then, if the entire Yulan family mobilized, even if Lin Feng was powerful, he would likely be unable to resist. With Lin Feng's monstrous talent, all he needed was time. Lin Zhentian understood this well. He couldn't let these people return to report. But Lin Zhentian didn't know that the time Lin Feng needed was far too short. Short enough that he couldn't even imagine. Even if these people returned to report, by the time they came back, they would no longer be Lin Feng's opponents. Returning from the Lin family to the Yulan family and then reporting back would take at least a few days. At that time, Lin Feng had no idea how strong he had become. Right now, Lin Feng was focused on recovering the spiritual energy within his body while keeping an eye on the fleeing Yulan family members. As his spiritual energy gradually restored, he began to chase after the Yulan family. Since a grudge had already been formed, Lin Feng naturally would not let them go. The Yulan family members were taken aback upon seeing this and ran even faster. But soon, they were intercepted by the Lin family members. Although they were no match for the Yulan family, they had the advantage of being on their home turf, with many people around. Realizing they couldn't escape, the Yulan family members immediately began to fight back. Some Lin family members were sent flying as a result. However, this delay allowed Lin Zhentian and the others to catch up. Among the Yulan family members who came this time, there were quite a few strong practitioners at the True Essence realm. At this moment, without any hesitation, they unleashed their powerful attacks. Lin Zhentian was also forced back, but it was much better than facing Yulan Kuming. These 5 True Essence realm practitioners were no match for a single Ouyang Kuming. Lin Zhentian was not afraid of those at his level. At this time, Lin Feng also caught up, having restored about half of his spiritual energy. With a single palm strike, he directly killed another True Essence realm practitioner from the Yulan family. Another instant kill. This left the Yulan family members trembling with fear. They immediately scattered. Under Yulan Ruo's command, they began to attack towards Xiaozi. They could tell that Lin Feng had a good relationship with Xiaozi. Since that was the case, as long as they captured Xiaozi, Lin Feng would surely hesitate to act. 2 of them went to ambush Xiaozi, while the rest surrounded Lin Feng to attack. After all, he had only just recovered half of his spiritual energy. Although Lin Feng was not in danger, he was momentarily hindered by the overwhelming assault. Moreover, Xiaozi was no match for a True Essence realm opponent. Lin Feng had no intention of fighting. He kicked 2 True Essence realm practitioners from the Yulan family flying and swiftly moved towards Xiaozi. With the speed of 2 True Essence realm practitioners, they were incredibly fast. They wore smiles on their faces, reaching out as if they could already see themselves capturing Xiaozi. After that, they would have a way out. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Feng's speed. While simultaneously operating 3 supreme techniques, Lin Feng's speed exceeded their imagination. The other Yulan family members couldn't even keep up with his aftershock. Just as these 2 were feeling triumphant, about to touch Xiaozi, they were shocked to find that Xiaozi not only showed no fear but instead wore a delighted smile. Xiaozi had seen Lin Feng, who was right behind them at that moment. In the next instant, the heads of the 2 were crushed under Lin Feng's feet, their brains splattering everywhere. They lost their breath instantly. Another instant kill. They died without ever understanding what had happened. "Young master, thank you," Xiaozi sweetly called out. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, startling Lin Feng. He looked over to see Lin Yuanbai, pale as a sheet, spitting blood, and collapsed on the ground. He had been severely injured by Yulan Ruo with a single palm strike. Lin Yuanbai was only at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Despite Yulan Ruo appearing like a small grasshopper in front of Lin Feng, she didn't need a second strike to deal with Lin Yuanbai. No one expected that while everyone's attention was on Xiaozi, Yulan Ruo would suddenly attack Lin Yuanbai. Yulan Ruo knew she couldn't escape now, but she didn't want to see Lin Feng triumphant either. In her rage, she acted recklessly, aiming to kill Lin Yuanbai and make Lin Feng regret it for a lifetime. Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. His body vanished in an instant. Moving at incredible speed, he appeared right in front of Yulan Ruo. Without any mercy, he struck her with a palm. Yulan Ruo was sent flying, continuously spitting blood in midair. When she landed, she closed her eyes. People around hurried over to check. Dead, dead. Yulan Ruo is dead. Attacking Lin Yuanbai right in front of him naturally ignited Lin Feng's fury. He showed no mercy in his retaliation. It's normal to die. After that, Lin Zhentian also brought people to deal with the remaining members of the Yulan family. He hurried over. When he saw that Yulan Ruo had died, he didn't say much. His expression changed when he looked at Lin Yuanbai. Lin Yuanbai was his son. Although he was disappointing, they were still blood relatives. Moreover, with Lin Feng's extraordinary talent now, if Lin Yuanbai died, Lin Feng would most likely not stay in the Lin family. From any perspective, Lin Zhentian could not allow anything to happen to Lin Yuanbai. He quickly went over to check. Afterward, he used his energy. After a long while of busy work, Lin Zhentian finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he sighed and shook his head as he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Shaner, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not protecting your father well. Although I temporarily safeguarded his heart veins to prevent him from dying, waking him up will be extremely difficult." Lin Yuanbai's injuries were severe enough that Lin Zhentian had no way to help, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. At least his life was temporarily saved. As long as life was preserved, there would always be a way. Lin Feng naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Zhentian's words. He asked, "Is there still hope?" Lin Zhentian nodded. "There is a way to treat him. But it requires several very precious medicinal materials that our Lin family does not have, and they are hard to buy. Only the Sunglong Valley outside the city has these few herbs. But rest assured, Shaner, no matter the cost, no matter how much money it takes, even if I have to hire someone, I will definitely save your father." Lin Zhentian assured Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now the hope of the Lin family. If something really happened to Lin Yuanbai, Lin Feng would have no more ties to the Lin family. At that time, Xiaozi would also leave with him. He did not want this hope to be shattered. Even if it meant exhausting the family fortune, Lin Zhentian would find a way to heal Lin Yuanbai. After hearing this, Lin Feng silently nodded. As long as there was a way to save him, there was no problem. He looked at Lin Zhentian and asked, "What are the medicinal materials? I can't just sit here, I'll look for them too." Lin Zhentian did not hide anything and answered directly. "The other medicinal materials are easy to find, but 3 of them are exceptionally rare, only found in Sanglong Valley, which is extremely dangerous. They are Qixing grass, Bishue lotus, and Bayulingji. Why don't you not worry about this matter, Shaner? Just focus on your cultivation, leave these trivial matters to the rest of us." Although Lin Zhentian told the truth, he still did not want Lin Feng to be entangled in these trivialities. With such an extraordinary talent, he should focus on cultivating during this great time, not running around looking for herbs. Lin Zhentian had already planned to take out all the rare treasures of the Lin family, exhausting resources, allowing Lin Feng and Xiaozi to use them as they wished. He aimed to stimulate Lin Feng's potential in the shortest time possible, making him a top powerhouse in a short period. Lin Zhentian was a very decisive person, knowing when to do what. At such times, it was best to keep Lin Feng from being distracted. With this in mind, Lin Zhentian looked at Xiaozi and smiled, saying, "Xiaozi, from now on, you are no longer a maid. From now on, you are an official member of the Lin family, and I will give you the Lin surname. You will be a Lin family member, do you agree?" Many of the servants and maids in the Lin family did not have surnames. Many were sold as children or were orphans. Hearing that she could become a member of the Lin family, Xiaozi was naturally overjoyed and excited. She had always dreamed of becoming a family with Lin Feng. Without a second thought, she nodded in agreement. "Thank you, old patriarch. I will be called Lin Zi from now on." Hearing Xiaozi's agreement, Lin Zhentian was overjoyed. A huge stone in his heart had finally settled. But just then, Xiaozi glanced at Lin Feng and spoke to Lin Zhentian, "Old patriarch, although I have become a member of the Lin family, I still want to serve by the young master's side." After saying this, hope shone in her eyes. She had long been accustomed to being with Lin Feng and serving him. Even the reason why she was so valued by Lin Zhentian was because of Lin Feng. These people had no idea just how powerful Lin Feng truly was. A casual technique he gave her turned her into a genius far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. She could even fight above her level. Xiaozi wasn't foolish either. Following Lin Feng was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Zhentian couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng, feeling that he had previously overlooked him too much. He never expected Lin Feng to have such great charm. With Xiaozi's current talent, she could easily become a direct disciple in any major power. In the Lin family, it was a waste of her abilities. Yet, knowing her situation, she still clung to Lin Feng. It was truly incomprehensible. However, Lin Zhentian naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, the better Xiaozi's relationship with Lin Feng, the better it reflected on the Lin family. They were all members of the Lin family. Lin Zhentian immediately nodded. "All right, of course, you can do as you wish. How about this, starting tomorrow, you two will move to the Lingyan Pavilion. I will send people to deliver all the rare materials from our Lin family over there. Just focus on your cultivation and don't worry about anything else." Hiss! The people around them immediately gasped in shock and envy as they looked at Lin Feng and Xiaozi. What an incredible treatment! What kind of place was the Lingyan Pavilion? it was usually off-limits. Even Lin Jintian only went there occasionally for a short time. The Lingyan Pavilion had a small spirit-gathering array, and every time it was activated, it consumed a large amount of rare materials. From Lin Zenshin's words, it seemed he intended to keep that spirit-gathering array running all day, allowing the two to enjoy the ultimate cultivation experience. It was clear to everyone that Lin Jintian was going all in, betting all the accumulated resources of the Lin family over the years on these two. But no one dared to say more. Their talents deserved such treatment. They could only feel envy and jealousy. At the same time, they had already decided that no matter what, they had to build a good relationship with Lin Feng and Xiao Zi. They would find ways to curry favor with them. In the future, wouldn't they rise with the tide in the Lin family? Hearing Lin Zenshin's words, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "No need, we're used to living in our place. Moving to the Lingyan Pavilion would be too much trouble, but you can send the rare materials over." Lin Feng preferred the quiet place they had before. Moreover, he didn't need to cultivate at all. Xiao Zi, on the other hand, needed to cultivate, and those rare materials would be useful to her, helping her to cultivate faster. He actually refused? The people from the Lin family around them were stunned, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. This was just too infuriating. The place they dreamed of going to was simply rejected by Lin Feng? If they weren't afraid of losing, some would have wanted to confront Lin Feng, but they only dared to think about it. They feared that as soon as they approached, Lin Jintian would crush them to dust. For the sake of the family's interests, Lin Jintian wouldn't care about an ordinary Lin family member. Not to mention others. Even Lin Zenshin's eyes widened, unable to suppress his swallowing. He had thought of many things, but he never expected to be rejected by Lin Feng. After all, the Lingyan Pavilion was a place he was reluctant to visit often. Just as Lin Jintian was about to persuade Lin Feng to focus on cultivation, Lin Feng spoke up again. "All right. It's settled then. Tomorrow we'll go to Tsanglong Valley to find those herbs. Remember to send all the rare materials over." After saying that, Lin Feng turned around. Xiao Zi quickly followed, looking at Lin Feng with admiration. So domineering. Even in front of Lin Jintian, the family head, he was so unyielding. Lin Jintian silently watched Lin Feng's departing figure, his lips moving slightly. "This kid, why is he so domineering now? He just scared me a bit." Indeed, in the past, Chun Er must have been deliberately hiding it. "I always said my grandson Lin Feng couldn't be a waste. Ha ha ha." Lin Jintian was not angry at all. In fact, he felt a sense of comfort. This was the confidence that only a strong person could possess. Lin Jintian did not like timid and useless people. He preferred this kind of strong and proud demeanor. Once Lin Feng had walked far away, Lin Jintian looked at the bodies of the Yulan family members. With a cold glint in his eyes, he said, "Throw these bodies into the back mountain of the Lin family and bury them. This matter must not be leaked to anyone. If anyone dares to reveal any information, don't blame me for not treating them as family." Although he said this, Lin Jintian knew that this matter couldn't be kept secret for long. Many people were aware of the Yulan family coming here. Soon, someone would investigate. In the end, there would still be a fallout with the Yulan family. He was just stalling for time, giving Lin Feng as much time as possible. After Lin Jintian finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone from the Lin family to shudder. Who dared to speak against him? They all nodded in agreement. Although Lin Jintian appeared somewhat humble in front of Lin Feng and Xiao Zi, that was only towards the two of them. Usually, the old patriarch would show no mercy. He wouldn't hesitate to kill when necessary. Soon, the Lin family members began to deal with the bodies of the Yulan family, throwing them all into the back mountain and digging a pit to bury them. It wasn't until late at night that the ground began to stir. Yulan Ruo crawled out from among the dirt, her eyes filled with hatred. She muttered, "If it weren't for the life-saving pill that Jun Wuchan gave me, I might have really died this time. This life-saving pill is extremely precious. I begged Jun Wuchan for a long time and flattered him countless times to get it, and now I have to use it here. How infuriating. Lin Feng, you wait for me. I want let you and the Lin family off." After saying this, Yulan Ruo took advantage of the night to leave the Lin family and quickly headed back to the Yulan family. The next morning, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the next level. Another day full of laziness. A mechanical system prompt sounded. Lin Feng had successfully broken through to the true essence realm. Feeling a power that was significantly stronger than the body refinement realm, Lin Feng felt refreshed. "Young master, you're awake. Are we really going to Tsanglong Valley today? Should I go help too?" Xiao Zi gently sat up and asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Xiao Zi, my situation is different from yours. You still need to practice more regularly to become stronger. Take this time to cultivate well. I can handle the matter of finding herbs by myself. I'll be back by night. It's not like him going and not coming back." Hearing this, Xiao Zi nodded gently. Alright, I won't go with you then. Xiaozi must cultivate well so that she can help the young master in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled, saying, the young master doesn't need your help. Just focus on your cultivation and protect yourself. Lin Feng didn't need Xiaozi's assistance. His leveling speed would be very fast. No matter how hard Xiaozi tried, she couldn't catch up to him. However, he didn't say this to avoid dampening her enthusiasm for cultivation. Xiaozi nodded gently and didn't say much more. As long as she listened to Lin Feng, that was enough. Afterward, Xiaozi helped Lin Feng get dressed and then stood up, saying, young master, they'll go make breakfast now. You can have some tea and rest for a while. As usual, Xiaozi didn't treat Lin Feng any differently due to her elevated status in the Lin family. In no time, Xiaozi prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The two of them began to eat simply. Just after finishing their meal, they heard a commotion outside. Lin Zhenqian's voice came through. You all be careful, this is the foundation of my Lin family. Lin Zhentian had rushed over early in the morning, bringing along a large number of Lin family members, over 100 people dragging big boxes with them. Inside were various treasures that were helpful for cultivation, nearly emptying the Lin family's treasury. Usually, he would sneak in to look at them but never dared to use them. This time, for Lin Feng and Xiaozi, he had truly spent a lot at any cost. He needed to quickly elevate Lin Feng and Xiaozi's cultivation. Otherwise, the Lin family might be in danger. He was still unaware that Yulan Ruo was not dead. He believed that even if the Yulan family knew about this, it would be a matter of months. Otherwise, he would have definitely held Lin Feng down, forcing him to train day and night. Or perhaps he would have simply taken the entire Lin family and fled. They could return after Lin Feng and Xiaozi had risen to power. Despite saying not to mess it up, Lin Zhenqian's smile was unshakable. He was overjoyed. He had never imagined that the Lin family would flourish under his leadership, especially with such two talented prodigies as his descendants. You bunch of rascals, slow down. Our Lin family only has this one gathering spirit array. If you break it, it'll beat you to death. Just as Lin Zhentian was speaking, he was startled again. At that moment, more than a dozen people were dragging a large piece of land, and on that land was the Lin family's small gathering spirit array. Just a little shake from these people had made Lin Zhenqian's heart race. Although it was just a small gathering spirit array, it could be said to be the Lin family's most treasured possession. Even in the entire Yan city, families that owned such small gathering spirit arrays were extremely rare. It was something the Lin family had inherited for hundreds of years. If it were damaged even slightly, Lin Zhentian would ensure he followed through on his threats. The reason for bringing it over was simple. Lin Feng from Lingyan Pavilion was unwilling to go, but Lin Zhentian was uneasy about not using the gathering spirit array, so he simply had it moved over entirely. In the future, Lin Feng could also use it at his residence. One could say the service was exceptionally thoughtful. Yes, we will be careful. The people moving the gathering spirit array were all direct members of the Lin family. There were even elders of Lin Feng. Lin Zhentian wasn't too reassured about having the servants move it. At that moment, these people were agreeing while feeling envious in their hearts. This was a gathering spirit array. They had directly moved it for Lin Feng and Xiaozi. With such treatment, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it. And at that moment, hearing the commotion, Lin Feng and Xiaozi also came out. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Zhentian to be so generous, moving the gathering spirit array as if it were a house move. He didn't need to cultivate. With the techniques he provided and Xiaozi's talent, the difference without this mediocre gathering spirit array was minimal. He only needed those rare materials, which still had some effect. He had indeed spoken the truth before, he just didn't expect Lin Zhentian could go this far. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Since it had already been moved over, he naturally couldn't refuse it again. He didn't say much more. When Lin Zhentian saw Lin Feng appear, his eyes nearly blossomed with joy, filled with utmost kindness. He walked over with a smile and said, Shaner, you're awake. We agreed yesterday to bring you the rare materials. Look, I couldn't sleep early this morning, so I had people prepare it for you. And the gathering spirit array, which will help your cultivation. I had them move it over too. Are you satisfied? At that moment, his uncles, cousins, and other Lin family members had already placed the gathering spirit array in the corner of the small courtyard. They had even buried it in a way that made it look like it had always been there. The gathering spirit array resembled a precision instrument covered in many runes. It was crafted by professionals and could be considered extremely precious. There was also an entrance. One only needed to throw various rare materials into it, and the gathering spirit array would activate, allowing the entire courtyard to gather a large amount of spiritual energy. Generally, people cultivating here would significantly speed up their progress. It would also be somewhat helpful for Xiaozi, though not much. However, Lin Feng still nodded, quite satisfied. Just leave it there. Seeing that Lin Feng did not refuse any further, Lin Jintian was overjoyed. Then someone remembered something and said, by the way, Chainer, you must have some trivial matters living here every day. I've had someone select a few hundred efficient servants, and they'll be coming over later. If there's anything you need, just let them handle it. A few hundred? Lin Feng fell silent again. He looked at his small courtyard. Could it even accommodate that many people? Lin Jintian noticed Lin Feng's gaze and understood his thoughts. He immediately slapped his forehead and said, you see, I didn't explain fully. The truth is, your place is indeed a bit small, but since you're used to living here, I won't force you to move elsewhere. I plan to build a few more houses a bit farther from your courtyard, so that daily noise won't disturb you. Those servants will live there and take turns looking after your daily needs. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded gently. He thought this was more reasonable. Otherwise, if a few hundred servants squeezed in, he wouldn't even have a place to bask in the sun. Xiao Zi had been with him for so long. Naturally, he couldn't let her handle everything. After enduring hardships for so long, it was time for her to enjoy some comfort with him. He nodded. From now on, all the servants will listen to Xiao Zi. Of course, Lin Jintian said with a smile, then suddenly looked at Lin Feng in shock. He was so astonished that he staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. Chainer, you've reached the true essence realm? Others couldn't tell, but as someone also in the true essence realm, Lin Jintian, being so close to Lin Feng, finally noticed this detail. Realizing it almost scared him to death. It had only been one night. Even a prodigy couldn't be this extraordinary. The others, including Lin Feng's uncles, cousins, and brothers, were also so shocked that their legs went weak, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng nodded gently. Yeah. I just broke through this morning. It's just the first level of the true essence realm, no need to make such a fuss. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. In a few days, the true essence realm would be a thing of the past for him. Just being at the first level of the true essence realm, and these people were making such a big deal out of it. Just wait a few days, and they would probably go crazy. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Feng's acknowledgement, everyone simultaneously gasped. This was the true essence realm. Yet Lin Feng spoke of it so casually. In the entire Lin family, only Lin Jintian was a true essence realm expert. But in Yen City, he was already among the prominent families. One can imagine how rare the true essence realm was. And now, the Lin family had produced another new true essence realm expert. Lin Feng, at just over 20 years of age, had achieved what many could only dream of in a lifetime. In the future, he would be the pillar of the Lin family. The accomplishments they could only dare to imagine. They could only bow down in reverence. Everyone was extremely excited. This was their Lin family's treasure. As long as they built a good relationship with Lin Feng, they would surely rise with him in the future. Those families that had looked down on them before would come rushing to curry favor. Even the city lord of Yen City would be nothing in front of them in the future. This was the terrifying aspect of a super genius. He could completely lead a family to glory. Those uncles and cousins who had previously not cared much about Lin Feng were now secretly regretting it. When Lin Feng was down and out, why hadn't they thought to build a good relationship with him? But at the same time, they were also secretly relieved. Although they had often looked down on him, they hadn't said too many harsh words out of respect for the Lin family. At this moment, they all suddenly smiled and began to flatter Lin Feng. Chainer, I knew you were no ordinary person. Once you encounter wind and clouds, you will transform into a dragon. Your future achievements are limitless, just as I thought. You are truly a good son of the Lin family. Yes, Chainer, I may not have cared for you much before, but I promise I will from now on. Xiaoling admires you a lot, they'll have her come to talk to you more often. Xiaoling was this uncle's daughter, she is also Lin Feng's cousin, and at this moment, in order to curry favor with Lin Feng, he has already decided to have his daughter spend more time with him. Alright, enough of the nonsense, from now on in the Lin family, whatever Chainer says is equivalent to what I say. Lin Jintian waved his sleeve, unable to tolerate these people. They had never treated Lin Feng this well before. After saying that, Lin Jintian looked at Lin Feng with excitement and eagerness. Lin Feng was already stronger than him in the body refinement realm. Now in the true essence realm, Lin Jintian couldn't even imagine. Even if Lin Feng wanted his position as the family head, it would just take a word from him. He wouldn't even think twice before agreeing. His voice became more benevolent as he said, Chainer, why don't you just stay home and cultivate instead of going to the Tsunlong Valley? It's quite dangerous there, and if anything happens to you, our Lin family would be finished. Lin Jintian, who had initially agreed to Lin Feng going to the Tsunlong Valley, was now having second thoughts. He really didn't want Lin Feng wandering around. He was afraid of any unexpected incidents. That was something he could never accept. Lin Feng waved his hand, no need to say more, with others being so weak, who knows how long it will take to find those herbs. I happen to have nothing to do. so I might as well stretch my legs. Come on, he couldn't just stay in the courtyard all day. That would be so boring. Moreover, with these people's weak abilities, by the time they found those herbs, Lin Yuanbai would probably be dead. This statement immediately left Lin Jintian and the uncles speechless, their faces turning awkward. They had never expected to be looked down upon by a junior one day. But what this junior said was the plain truth. Their strength was not considered weak in the entire Yen city. To be called weak was quite a blow. If it were someone else, they would have long since chopped him up. Alright then, Chainer, since you've made up your mind, I won't say much more. But still, let your second and third uncles accompany you. I just can't rest easy otherwise. Let them assist you. Second and third, come here, follow Chainer, and do whatever Chainer says from now on. The second and third heads of the Lin family became Lin Feng's attendants with just a casual word from Lin Jintian. The two had no objections and happily stepped forward. This was an opportunity to build a good relationship with Lin Feng, making the other uncles envious. Lin Feng's second uncle and third uncle were one robust and one lean and tall. The robust one was second uncle Lin Hu, who was bald with a particularly shiny head. Third uncle Lin Changfeng looked tall and lean, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness that gave off an unapproachable vibe. At this moment, they both looked at Lin Feng with smiles on their faces. Third uncle Lin Changfeng said, Chainer, if you have any instructions in the future, just let us know, we will listen to you. The Lin family respected the strong. There was no doubt that Lin Feng's strength was far above theirs. However, they didn't dare treat Lin Feng as a junior. Second uncle Lin Hu also nodded with a smile. Yes, Chainer, when do you plan to set off? Just say it, we will be at your service. Lin Feng glanced at the two and didn't refuse again, to spare Lin Jintian from endless persuasion. Right now is fine, the sooner we find it, the better. Anyway, I have nothing else to do. Both uncles nodded. Just then, a sudden noise erupted. Everyone present were experts, even though it came from Xiaozi's body, they could hear it clearly. They were all shocked and looked towards Xiaozi. Body refinement realm. Lin Jintian stuttered as he spoke. She broke through right in front of them. It was enough to make their hearts nearly leap out of their chests. Those direct descendants of the Lin family who couldn't follow Lin Feng were suddenly bright-eyed. Since Lin Feng was going out and couldn't be flattered, wasn't Xiaozi at home? As long as they helped Xiaozi more, it would count as building a good relationship with Lin Feng. Moreover, she was also a prodigy. It was just that under Lin Feng's cover, she didn't seem so dazzling. Lin Feng's eyes also lit up. Xiaozi's talent was indeed impressive. Lin Feng patted Xiaozi's head and said, Alright, I'm leaving now. You should practice well at home. Young master, come back early. With that, Lin Feng turned and set off. His second uncle, Lin Hu, and third uncle, Lin Changfeng, quickly followed. Lin Jintian also brought people to see Lin Feng off to the Lin family gate. Once Lin Feng had walked far away, they reluctantly returned. The Lin family still needed him to hold the fort, otherwise he would have wanted to follow Lin Feng as well. Sanglong Valley legend has it that a divine dragon once appeared here, which is how Sanglong Valley got its name. However, no one has ever seen it with their own eyes, it's just a legend. Sanglong Valley is exceptionally dangerous, and usually, the elders of the family take the younger generation to train on the outskirts. The three types of herbs Lin Feng was looking for were all located deeper within Sanglong Valley. That's why Lin Jintian was worried. Even entering the deeper parts of Sanglong Valley is extremely dangerous, even for those in the true essence realm. Lin Feng and the others were already inside Sanglong Valley. Just after entering the outskirts, they encountered some low-level demon beasts. The beasts attacked them, but there was no need for Lin Feng to take action. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who were following him, handled it naturally. Lin Jintian was worried that these small fry would affect Lin Feng, which is why he sent the two to assist. At this moment, they were fulfilling that role perfectly. After dealing with those low-level demon beasts, the two couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. They were both the second-in-command of the Lin family, and now they had become mere enforcers. But it was alright. They were with Lin Feng. After easily handling those low-level demon beasts, they returned to Lin Feng's side. As they walked, Lin Hu curiously asked, Chainer, I have a question that's been on my mind. Since we're out here, I might as well ask, what was that 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique you used before? What level of martial skill is that? It felt so powerful. And it seemed like the power emanating from your body at that time wasn't like our Lin family's techniques. Lin Changfeng, standing nearby, perked up at this. He was also quite curious. To be precise, many people in the Lin family were curious about it. But no one dared to ask too much. After all, Lin Feng's status was different now. He was even more esteemed than Lin Jintian in the Lin family. If he were to get upset, it would truly be troublesome. Only Lin Hu, the bold one, dared to ask. Lin Changfeng thought to himself. Feeling a bit envious of Lin Hu, he could ask any question. As for matters as secretive as martial techniques, even if he had doubts, he wouldn't dare to voice them. But Lin Feng didn't care about these things. He casually replied, "Well, it's indeed not a technique from the Lin family. As for 10,000 swords returning to the sect, it has no level, it's something I created myself. Do you want to learn it? If you do, I can teach you." Lin Feng wasn't boasting. Any technique he practiced reached max level in an instant. After mastering a technique, any move he casually used was an advanced martial skill that others couldn't comprehend. He could trigger top-tier techniques at will. Lin Feng was wealthy and carefree, not concerned at all. Others could only practice one technique. Even if everyone learned the same technique as him, they still couldn't defeat him, because he practiced 3 techniques simultaneously, and could even learn more in the future. So he simply didn't care. This was the powerful confidence that came from strength. Don't ask, just know he was strong. Invincible. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were momentarily stunned. Self-created techniques? The two doubted their ears. Even though Lin Feng was impressive and currently in the true essence realm, claiming to have self-created a technique was too exaggerated. What kind of powerful being could accomplish such a feat? At this moment, it made the two wonder if Lin Feng was just boasting. Perhaps he had found a technique somewhere and claimed it as his own. But then again, Lin Feng had no need to deceive them. They were left in a state of confusion, thinking that this might just be the extraordinary talent of a genius. They didn't dare to question it further. Soon, they came back to their senses, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Teach them? Does that mean Lin Feng could actually teach them this technique? Last time, they witnessed that astonishing power. It was breathtaking. Now that they learned it was indeed not the Lin family's technique, they speculated it must at least be a high-grade Xian level technique. Even though they were the second and third heads of the Lin family, they were merely practicing the Lin family's strongest low-grade Xian level technique. If their speculation was correct, it would be terrifying. Lin Feng could actually create a high-grade Xian level technique. If this got out, those legendary forces would probably come to snatch Lin Feng away. After all, such a thing was unheard of. With that thought, without any hesitation, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded repeatedly. Of course we are willing. Chainer, are you really planning to pass it on to us? Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm too lazy to say empty words. Since you want to learn, just listen carefully. After that, Lin Feng passed the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique to the two of them. Once they received it, they were immediately shocked. The operation route of this technique was so obscure that just hearing it made them feel confused. They awkwardly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Changfeng spoke up. Chainer, you truly are a onsen 1,000 years genius of our Lin family. You have already mastered such a technique to the point of passing it on to others, yet we still have so much we don't understand. We hope you can guide us. After saying that, both of them blushed. However, they were even more amazed inside. Not to mention the creation of a technique, to be able to pass it on to others, one must be incredibly proficient in that technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. Lin Feng didn't expect these two to have such poor talent. But then again, if they had good talent, they wouldn't still be stuck at the true essence realm. As he walked, he gave them a brief guidance, which greatly benefited them. They had originally been practicing the Lin family's low-grade Xian level technique, flowing heart technique. To practice the technique Lin Feng provided, they had to abandon their original technique and start operating the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique anew. However, both of them had a foundation, so it wasn't difficult for them. Soon, they began to awkwardly operate the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique. From the initial slow and uncomfortable operation to the later rapid flow, they quickly felt the benefits of this technique. They all sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't urge them. The Heavenly Sword Supreme technique was an incredibly powerful technique, and the spiritual energy it could absorb during operation was far beyond that of the flowing heart technique. Moreover, long-term practice could also improve their physical constitution. Since Lin Feng didn't need to practice, he didn't feel this at all. But for Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, the sensation was profound. In an instant, both felt their bodies filled with powerful energy. The Heavenly Sword Supreme technique was inherently an offensive technique. When spiritual energy entered their bodies, it would transform into sword energy, merging with the practitioner. Thus, they would be able to unleash sword energy in the future. It could be said that those with slightly weaker constitutions might even explode from the pressure. Fortunately, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were both at the peak of the body refinement realm, just a step away from breaking through to the true essence realm. Their constitutions were naturally not a problem. Although it felt uncomfortable, they couldn't suppress their inner excitement. At this moment, they just wanted to shout wildly, "We hit the jackpot! We hit the jackpot!" Unlike Lin Feng, they had lived longer and had seen more. Although they were shocked inside, they had to admit one thing: the technique Lin Feng gave them far exceeded high-grade Xian level. It was at least an Earth-level technique, and it might even be a Heaven-level technique. However, they had never seen such a technique in their lives, so they could only speculate. They couldn't understand how Lin Feng created such a technique. Wasn't Lin Feng a god? But that didn't hinder their inner shock and ecstasy. They knew that coming out with Lin Feng this time was a huge gain. This stroke of luck must mean they had burned incense on their ancestors' graves in their past lives. Boom! Boom! Two muffled explosions sounded in succession. Uncle Lin Hu and Uncle Lin Changfeng's hair stood on end as if blown by an invisible wind, their clothes swelling with energy. In the next moment, both let out long howls simultaneously. The surrounding low-level demon beasts, previously drawn close, scattered in fear. They had broken through. At this moment, both had reached the first level of the true essence realm. Just by practicing the technique Lin Feng had given them, they had achieved this significant breakthrough. If it weren't for Lin Feng's technique, even if they had a lifetime, they wouldn't have had the confidence to reach the true essence realm. Yet now, they had done it so easily. Shock. Ecstasy. Lin Feng was not surprised. He knew the technique he provided was powerful. With such a strong technique, even a pig could take flight. In the Tianlong continent, some factions could even pass down their legacies for thousands of years. This was because they possessed super powerful techniques. Coupled with countless talented disciples, they were far beyond what Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng could compare to. Techniques, resources, and talent created their brilliance. For ordinary people, turning their fortunes around was undoubtedly much more difficult. The technique Lin Feng provided was akin to giving two beggars wealth that could rival nations. It instantly made them the richest. With such a level of generosity, Lin Feng could ask them to do anything now, and they wouldn't even frown. In fact, if Lin Feng suggested they send their daughters to sleep with him, they would do so without hesitation. After all, being able to follow Lin Feng was a blessing earned from their past lives. In the future, Lin Feng would undoubtedly be the man at the top of this continent. If they didn't seize this opportunity to cling tightly to his leg, they would probably struggle to even catch up to his exhaust fumes later. The two stood up, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Lin Feng. They had dreamed of breaking through to the true essence realm one day. They never expected to achieve it with a technique given so casually by Lin Feng. Chainer, from now on, whatever you want your second uncle to do, I will do it. I will listen to you completely. You are my heaven. Lin Hu declared first. That's right. As long as you give the order, Chainer, your third uncle would go through fire and water without a second thought. Lin Changfeng also patted his chest in assurance. Lin Feng didn't expect them to be this excited. He nodded lightly. All right, we'll talk about this later. Since you're both fine now, let's go. Yes, we need to find the herbs to save your father first. They both nodded repeatedly. Then Lin Hu said, but Chainer, don't hold too high hopes. This might not be a matter of a day or two. The Canglong Valley is vast, and these three types of herbs are only rumored to be inside. They rarely leak out. But don't worry, we will do our best to find them, and the old man has already sent people to search from other locations. You can't be too anxious. Lin Feng nodded. Just then, as the two had taken only a few steps, a voice filled with a hint of anger and sarcasm came from behind. Oh, who do we have here? It turns out to be the Lin family. I thought some treasure had appeared with all that commotion just now. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the others turned to look at the source of the voice. A man with a somewhat effeminate face stood beside a middle-aged man dressed in a python robe. There were a few others nearby, all looking at the three with disdain. Upon hearing this person's words, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng's expressions darkened, but upon seeing who it was, they showed slight surprise. Lin Feng also looked over, slightly taken aback. At this moment, it seemed the group had just arrived, their power still palpable. One could clearly sense their cultivation levels. There were 5 at the True Essence realm. The effeminate man who had spoken was also at the True Essence realm, but only at the first level. The most formidable was the man in the python robe at the front, whose cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the True Essence realm. Such terrifying strength belonged to a top family in Yen City. Lin Feng recognized this person. He was from the Wang family in Yen City. The leader was the current head of the Wang family Wang Sihai. The effeminate man was the third heir of the Wang family Wang Yenyun. Aside from the two of them, there were 3 other strong practitioners at the True Essence realm. One was at the 3rd level of True Essence, and 2 were at the 2nd level. Only Wang Yenyun was the weakest among them at the True Essence realm. However, in the face of the Lin family, he still had the capital to show off. At least in the past, the Lin family was not even in the Wang family's eyes. With 5 strong practitioners at the True Essence realm, the Lin family couldn't even catch up. In the past, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng wouldn't have dared to show any displeasure. They would have directly apologized and left in embarrassment. But now it was different. They were also at the True Essence realm. And with Lin Feng around, things had changed. When Lin Feng was at the body refinement realm, he could easily kill the third-level True Essence practitioner, Yulan Meng. Now that he was at the True Essence realm, the Wang family was nothing to worry about. Perhaps it was the influence of Lin Feng's dominance that had inflated their egos. The two of them felt extremely proud, even without realizing it. Hearing Wang Yanyan's words, Lin Changfeng smiled faintly, his expression not quite matching his words. Hee, it seems you made a wasted trip, my apologies. It sounded like an apology, but it carried the same sarcastic tone as Wang Yanyan's words. Put. Lin Hu, who was a bit naive, couldn't help but laugh out loud. This immediately made the faces of the Wang family members turn sour. Wang Sihai, the head of the Wang family, narrowed his eyes. When did the Lin family become so bold? Not only did they not greet him, but they also dared to confront him directly. He looked at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, slightly taken aback. The two had just broken through, and their energy was still surging. Wang Sihai quickly realized that they were already at the True Essence realm. Coupled with the earlier commotion, he instantly guessed that they had just recently broken through. If Wang Sihai could see it, the others in the Wang family could too, and they were all taken aback. Although the Lin family was considered a significant family in Yanqing, they had previously been seen as nothing more than a bunch of insignificant chickens and dogs in the eyes of the Wang family. Now, suddenly, two practitioners at the True Essence realm had emerged. Adding Lin Jintian to the mix, that made three at the True Essence realm. They could barely meet the threshold of a top family in Yanqing. But was that their courage? How ridiculous. They probably didn't understand the strength of the old top families. They also didn't know how great the gap was between each level of the True Essence realm. Wang Yanyan laughed outright, a mocking smile on his face. Ha ha ha, I was wondering why you were so tough. Turns out you just broke through to the True Essence realm, and both of you at once. I really don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon. After saying that, his expression turned cold. Do you really think this is enough to show off in front of our Wang family? Hee, not at all. We just broke through and are in a good mood. If we have offended you in any way, please bear with us. If there's nothing else, we have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Lin Changfeng said this, having calmed down, knowing that Lin Feng was looking for the 7-star grass, blood lotus, and white jade Ganoderma. He didn't want to delay Lin Feng's time because of a dispute with the Wang family. His tone softened a bit. However, what Wang Yanyan said next made Lin Feng and the others' eyes light up. Hee, I know what you came for. Did someone from your Lin family get seriously injured? You've been spreading the word since early morning, willing to pay any price to acquire the 7-star grass, blood lotus, and white jade Ganoderma. Well, that's quite unfortunate for you, as we are also looking for the 7-star grass and we know its location. The Lin family's search for these herbs was not kept a secret. They hoped that the more people knew, the better. After all, no one knew who was injured, but it was easy to guess. After all, these herbs were only needed by someone who had sustained serious injuries. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng didn't wait for Lin Changfeng to speak and said first, you know the location of the 7-star grass? If that's the case, tell me, and I'll give you a cultivation method as a reward. Although Lin Feng didn't particularly like the tone of the Wang family members, however, thinking about it, Lin Yuanbai still needed saving and was willing to pay for the location of the 7-star grass. The Wang family had no idea how terrifying the technique Lin Feng provided was. After a moment of surprise, they all revealed disdainful laughter, including the head of the Wang family, Wang Sihai. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yanyan burst into unrestrained laughter. A technique? You actually said you would give me a technique as a reward? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Ha! This looks somewhat familiar. Isn't this the genius junior from the Lin family? I heard his dantian was ruined, and he became a waste. I didn't expect him to talk so arrogantly. Wang Yanyan laughed until tears streamed down her face. It felt like she hadn't come out for nothing today. Wang Yanyan recognized Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had long been labeled as a waste 5 years ago, he was indeed the boy who claimed to be the #1 genius in Yanqing. Back then, Lin Feng was still dazzling, leaving a strong impression on many in Yanqing. Even after all this time, it was still fresh in people's memories. However, it didn't matter to Wang Yanyan at all. In fact, when she heard that Lin Feng wanted to give him a technique, she almost laughed herself to the point of wetting her pants. The techniques of your Lin family are merely of the low-grade Xian level. Do you know what level of techniques our Wang family cultivates? I'm not afraid to tell you, it's the upper-grade Xian level, Wang Yanyan said, revealing a sense of pride. It was precisely because they had such high-level techniques that they could produce 5 True Essence realm experts. And Lin Feng actually wanted to offer them a technique? To him, that was truly a huge joke. Not just Wang Yanyan, but the others from the Wang family, including the head of the Wang family, Wang Sihai, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking their heads. They never expected the Lin family to have so many big fools. Having produced two true essence realm experts, did they think their family was invincible?
Meanwhile, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, standing beside Lin Feng, looked at the Wang family members as if they were fools. These people had no idea how impressive the technique Lin Feng offered was.
It was a tremendous opportunity for the Wang family.
Unfortunately, they had perfectly missed it. Even if given the chance, they would be useless.
Wang Yenyun continued to mock, saying, "Are all of you from the Lin family so disrespectful? Allowing a junior to boast in front of us, does your Lin family really let him speak for you?" After saying this, Wang Yenyun looked at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. With Lin Feng being so disrespectful, the two of them should at least scold him a bit, right? The others from the Wang family thought the same.
But soon, something that left them dumbfounded happened. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng actually nodded. Lin Changfeng smiled and said, "Congratulations, you got it right.
Our Lin family really does listen to Chainer now."
The old man said, "Whatever he says goes."
What? The Wang family members were taken aback, some utterly shocked. Two true essence realm experts, including the entire Lin family, actually listened to such a waste. Not to mention Wang Yenyun, even Wang Sihai looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Soon, Wang Sihai revealed a look of shock. Although Lin Feng did not show any energy fluctuations during the battle, his perception was extremely keen, and upon closer inspection, he could see that Lin Feng's cultivation level was indeed at the first level of the true essence realm. This meant that the Lin family now had 4 first-level true essence realm experts. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that Lin Feng was still so young. Since he had such cultivation, it indicated that Lin Feng's dantian had recovered. He was now able to cultivate again, returning to that dazzling genius. With that in mind, it was understandable that the Lin family would listen to a junior. Wang Yenyun couldn't see all this and thought Lin Changfeng was saying it on purpose. Realizing this, she continued to mock, "Hee, you want the location of the 7-star grass, right? The map is with me. If you have the ability, come and get it. I'm just afraid you."
"Shut up." Wang Yenyun wanted to say she was afraid they wouldn't dare, but before she could finish, she was stopped by Wang Sihai. Wang Yenyun was confused. Wang Sihai looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression and said, "I didn't expect that the so-called waste of the Lin family was all an act, and your cultivation level has actually reached the true origin realm. Such a young true origin realm, it's truly impressive, and even more impressive is how deep you've hidden it."
"What? How is this possible?"
As soon as Wang Sihai finished speaking, Wang Yenyun and several other true origin realm members of the Wang family, along with some younger members, were stunned.
True origin realm?
Lin Feng, at such a young age, had actually reached the true origin realm.
Wang Yenyun felt a wave of terror.
When he was Lin Feng's age, he had just begun body tempering. Although he didn't believe Lin Feng could produce any techniques, since Wang Sihai said it, it must be true. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock.
Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't hidden anything and was too lazy to do so. However, he didn't need to explain himself to Wang Sihai. He looked towards Wang Yenyun and said, "So, are you not planning to negotiate properly? As long as I kill you, I can get the location of the 7-star grass, right?"
Lin Feng originally just wanted to negotiate peacefully, obtain the location of the 7-star grass, and then give them a technique as a reward.
These people seemed ungrateful. Then he had no choice. "Ha ha ha.
I admit you're impressive, reaching the true origin realm at such a young age, but no one expected Lin Feng's speed to be so fast."
Even Wang Sihai didn't react in time.
He only saw Lin Feng's body flash and then a hand pierced through Wang Yenyun's heart. Wang Yenyun barely had time to let out a scream before he completely lost his breath. After that, Lin Feng didn't waste any words. In front of the shocked members of the Wang family, he directly retrieved the map from Wang Yenyun's body. It clearly marked the location of the 7-star grass.
Wang Yenyun hadn't lied about that. "Ah, Yenyun."
Wang Sihai let out a piercing roar of anger.
Wang Yenyun was his own brother.
Now he was dying right in front of him.
Reacting quickly, he immediately struck towards Lin Feng with a palm. A full-powered palm strike from the 4th level of the true origin realm. Its power was immense. But the next moment, it was blocked by Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who had quickly followed. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng staggered back a few steps before stabilizing themselves. Wang Sihai also retreated a few steps.
The two of them working together actually matched Wang Sihai's strength.
That was quite terrifying.
The two had a cultivation level 3 ranks lower than Wang Sihai, which meant they now possessed the ability to challenge beyond their rank. It should be noted that two true origin realm 3rd levels might not even be able to withstand Wang Sihai's full-powered palm strike in anger.
But they did it.
Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were first shocked, then filled with wild joy.
Was this the thrill of being able to challenge beyond their rank?
They had cultivated the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique that Lin Feng had given them, and before, they had felt their physical strength was much more robust.
They thought the true origin realm itself was so powerful.
Only now did they realize that it wasn't the first level of the true origin realm that possessed such strength, but rather that it was the result of cultivating the heavenly sword supreme technique. Looking at Lin Feng, their gazes were once again filled with admiration and gratitude. They felt increasingly confident. After steadying themselves, Lin Hu disdainfully said, "A mere fourth level of the true origin realm dares to fight Lin Feng? You have to get past us first. How is this possible? What is wrong with your techniques? They are definitely not from the Lin family, at least they are earth-level techniques." Wang Sihai was also a knowledgeable person. He immediately noticed something was off with the techniques of the two. Hearing this, Lin Changfeng sneered, "Nonsense. Of course, it's not the original high-grade Xian-level technique of the Lin family, but the technique that Chainer gave us. We were originally going to exchange it for the location of the 7-star grass, allowing your Wang family to make a fortune. But your Wang family is ungrateful and mocks us, truly blind to greatness." After saying this, Lin Changfeng felt a wave of satisfaction. These people had looked down on them so much before. Seeing the stunned expression from this martial art made him feel a rush of pleasure. Lin Feng actually gave such a high-level martial art. In an instant everyone from the Wang family, including Wang Sihai, regretted it deeply. They understood better than anyone what a ground-level martial art meant for a family. It was enough to allow a family to rise rapidly, even saving them hundreds of years of struggle. This was beyond mere revenge. Wang Sihai cursed himself for previously looking down on the Lin family. He wanted to slap himself hard. If he could soften his stance now to exchange for this ground-level martial art, he could immediately forget about Lin Yanyan's death. But he knew it was already irreversible. Lin Feng was clearly angry. The others from the Wang family shared this thought at that moment. They all secretly cursed Wang Yanyun for being a loudmouth. She truly deserved to die. A ground-level martial art, as the Wang family saw it, had them in such a state. If they knew that Lin Feng was offering a martial art far beyond ground level, who knew if these people would go mad? They might even kneel before Lin Feng without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, however, Wang Sihai had other thoughts. He was at the 4th level of the true essence realm. With one Wang Yanyun dead, there were still 3 true essence experts left. Moreover, Wang Yanyun was the weakest among them. He could also achieve a quick kill. He was not without the strength to fight back. As long as he could kill Lin Feng and the others, not only could he obtain this ground-level martial art, but he could also crush the genius Lin Feng in the cradle. It was truly a two-for-one deal. With this in mind, Wang Sihai said to all the Wang family members behind him, "You all hold back Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng together, and I will deal with this Lin Feng. We have a great chance of winning." After he finished speaking, the Wang family members immediately sprang into action. But what no one expected was that as soon as Wang Sihai rushed in front of Lin Feng, a terrified scream rang out. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. Sword energy radiated from around Lin Feng's body. At a distance, it was unnoticeable, but up close, the terrifying sensation of death filled him with dread. No, Wang Sihai could only manage a desperate shout. His entire body was instantly shredded by the sword energy. The remaining members of the Wang family trembled in shock, filled with terror. Wang Sihai's plan had barely begun before it was declared a failure. This left them with no desire to fight. But Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng knew they could not leave any future troubles. They directly blocked these people and began a massacre. In just a moment, they had eliminated all the remaining members of the Wang family. Aside from Wang Sihai, none of the others were their match. And Wang Sihai had been easily dealt with by Lin Feng. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were also shocked. Clearly, Lin Feng was also practicing the supreme sword of heaven. Even his cultivation was on par with theirs. But the combat power he displayed was far beyond what they could compare to. At this moment, they could even feel that perhaps a peak 5th level true essence expert would not be a match for Lin Feng. Indeed, there was no comparison. In front of Lin Feng, they were just ordinary people. Monster! The two of them had the same thought as Lin Jintian. Thus, the Wang family was completely eradicated, and all the famous experts of the Wang family were buried here. If the outside world found out, the Lin family would likely have their threshold trampled. They already possessed the strength of a top family in Yancheng. In the entire Yancheng, there were only 5 top families. Now, one had directly vanished. In the past, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng would have eagerly wished for the Lin family to become the top family in Yancheng. But now, they looked down on it entirely. With Lin Feng around, what was Yancheng worth in the future? At this moment, there was no sense of excitement. Instead, they silently followed Lin Feng like 2 juniors. Lin Feng was now deep in thought. He had memorized the location on the map and put it away. After pondering, he said, "It's just a matter of finding a 7-star grass, yet all the experts of the Wang family have come out in full force. There must be other motives. Uncle, you two go search the others." Wang Sihai had been shredded by Lin Feng's sword energy earlier. There wasn't anything important left behind. If there had been, Lin Feng would have already discovered it. Wang Sihai had a habit of not keeping important things on himself. He wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He also trusted his brothers greatly.
Previously, the map of the 7-star grass was kept on Wang Yenyun.
Lin Feng didn't know this, but he felt that it wouldn't be so simple.
Alright, Chainer. Just wait a moment.
Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng responded and proceeded to do as Lin Feng suggested. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng had thought, the two quickly found many pieces of the map on the bodies of those who had died in the Wang family. Altogether, there were 7 pieces.
Each piece was incomplete.
Besides the 3 True Essence Realm experts from the Wang family, they surprisingly found 4 pieces on the ordinary Wang family disciples as well. Wang Sihai was afraid that keeping it on one person would lead to trouble, and even keeping it on himself made him uneasy.
So he divided the map into many pieces.
When put together, it formed a complete treasure map. After Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng pieced the map together, Lin Changfeng exclaimed, "Wow, this Wang Sihai really has some skills, managing to get a treasure map like this." Since he was so cautious, it must be a very important treasure map, one that could mobilize all the experts of the Wang family,
including Wang Sihai. This treasure must be extraordinary. Chainer, you are truly clever. We almost missed it before. I really admire you, third uncle.
Lin Changfeng praised Lin Feng sincerely. Lin Hu nodded in agreement, feeling excited. A treasure map that even the Wang family valued so highly was undoubtedly precious. This was great. Coming out here might just yield some good stuff. Lin Feng also nodded with a smile.
Who wouldn't love a treasure map?
After all, it might hide some great treasures. He lacked some personal treasures despite having no shortage of martial arts skills.
If he could get some, it might be useful. After all, it was something he could get for free. Who would refuse?
Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Uncles, keep it safe.
Let's find those herbs first and then we'll go take a look."
Lin Feng raised the map indicating the location of the 7-star grass. And both Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded in agreement.
The 3 then set off again.
Deep within the Tsanglong Valley, in a hidden dense forest, there was a clearing covered by abundant vegetation, now filled with 7-star grass.
Surrounding the 7-star grass, dozens of third-tier demon beasts red lotus spiders had been reduced to just 2, struggling to hold on.
They had already been severely injured by Lin Feng, and Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were finishing them off. These 2 were high-level third-tier demon beasts, their strength comparable to the 4th level of the True Essence realm.
Generally, anyone who encountered them would only have the option to flee.
Lin Hu's boisterous laughter was filled with joy. "Ha! I thought there were just a few 7-star grasses, but it turns out to be a whole patch. The Wang family really has some skills to obtain such a map." Lin Changfeng also laughed and said, "Only these last 2 left, Chainer.
Just watch from the side. Leave this small matter to us. This 7-star grass is extremely rare and precious.
If we bring it all back, it could be worth the entire Lin family's fortune. The old man will surely be so excited he might faint." The 7-star grass was incredibly valuable. Some alchemists could use it to create pills that could even heal life-threatening injuries. Just one could sell for a sky-high price.
And there were so many here. Lin Changfeng was not exaggerating at all.
It could easily match the heavenly materials and earthly treasures accumulated by the Lin family over hundreds of years. It was like discovering a great treasure vault. In the past, even if the Lin family knew there was a treasure vault here,
they wouldn't have been able to take it down with everyone mobilized.
Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were always guarded by powerful demon beasts. This place was essentially protected by over 30 True Essence realm experts.
Lin Feng and the others finally understood why the Wang family had mobilized so many experts before.
It turned out it wasn't just for that treasure. Just this cluster of 7-star grasses is worth their efforts. They might even have to pay a great price to obtain some. Lin Feng and the others were not wrong in their thinking. The Wang family had long since investigated the situation here. They never intended to acquire all the 7-star grasses from the start. They only planned to rely on the strength of everyone in the Wang family to find a way to steal a few and then escape. Even so, they would definitely lose some important members of their family. But they felt it was worth it.
Unfortunately, before they could arrive here,
they ran into Lin Feng and his group by chance. They insisted on courting death, which led to their complete annihilation in the end. What excited Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng even more was that after eliminating these dozens of third-tier red lotus spiders, they were all laden with treasures. Upon counting, there were more than 30 of them. More than 30 third-tier demon beasts at the True Essence realm.
What a fortune that is! Even the Lord of Yenching might not be this wealthy.
Bringing all of this back would instantly make the Lin family the richest in Yencheng. Certain parts of the demon beasts' bodies can not only be used for medicine and alchemy but can also be forged into weapons, making them incredibly useful. The higher the tier of the demon beast, the greater the utility.
These third-tier demon beasts are absolute treasures in Yencheng.
Thud. With the last two muffled sounds, the two red lotus spiders that had been struggling also fell to the ground,
unable to rise.
They were completely dealt with by Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. At the same time, they wiped the sweat from their foreheads.
They had thought Lin Feng was handling them so easily that they would be easy to deal with. Now they realized just how great the gap was between them and Lin Feng.
Previously, Lin Feng had only casually made a move, and those two leading red lotus spiders were severely injured. Yet they had expended so much effort to kill them, leaving them panting and their faces slightly flushed.
It was truly embarrassing. Demon beasts are inherently stronger than humans.
The attack and defense of the red lotus spiders surpass many other third-tier demon beasts. Even a human at the fourth level of the true essence realm would find it very difficult to deal with them, and they would likely end up defeated. If the two of them had not practiced the Heavenly Sword Supreme decision given by Lin Feng, even these two injured red lotus spiders could have easily killed them. They were content, realizing this, and quickly moved to Lin Feng's side. Lin Changfeng said, "Chainer, the night is long and dreams are many. These things are treasures, and the three of us can't carry them all. One of us must go back to the Lin family to bring more people to help move them. Since there's no news about the other two herbs for now, and the location of the treasure map is quite far, and no one else knows about it, why don't I go back first to bring people?" Lin Changfeng understood that with so many third-tier demon beast corpses in 7 star grasses, if discovered by others, it would cause a huge uproar. It was best to move everything back to the Lin family as soon as possible. Lin Feng naturally understood as well.
He nodded and said, "Then you go back and bring people.
I'll wait here with Uncle Air for a while.
Come back quickly." This was just a slightly deeper location in the Tsanglong Valley. The distance from Tsanglong Valley to Yencheng was not too far.
Even if he rushed back to bring people, it wouldn't take long. There was no need to rush at this moment.
Lin Feng agreed. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Changfeng was instantly overjoyed.
He was genuinely afraid Lin Feng would disagree, and then he would have no other options.
"Alright, then I'll head back first. Don't worry, I'm very fast."
Lin Changfeng was quite confident in his speed. Being tall and slender, he was naturally good at speed. After entering the true essence realm, his speed had become even more incredible.
The time to rush back would be even shorter.
After that, Lin Changfeng quickly disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Hu did not remain idle either. He immediately began to toss aside the grass, along with the 7 star grasses,
breaking them into chunks.
Although Lin Hu could be a bit reckless at times, he was not foolish. If he pulled them out directly, it would cause the medicinal properties of the 7 star grasses to be lost. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled slightly, quite satisfied. The first of the 3 herbs, the 7 star grass, was found smoothly, and they had gathered so many that there was no need to worry about running out. Lin Hu happily dug into the soil, and Lin Feng, seeing this, lent a hand as well, gathering the corpses of the third-tier demon beasts together. Just as he finished, he heard a noise that made his ears perk up.
He parted his lips and said, "Someone's coming."
Although Lin Hu was a bit slow to react to the sound, he quickly caught on. He stood up in surprise and said, "It seems there's more than one person. Someone is being chased."
Both of them were true essence realm experts, and their hearing naturally surpassed that of ordinary people.
Although they hadn't arrived yet, they were already very close. Lin Hu discerned the situation of those people. A few were chasing after a woman, and the heavy breathing of the woman was crystal clear to both of them. There were also the hurried footsteps filled with panic.
"Here they come,"
Lin Feng said calmly. A woman rushed in directly. Dressed in a blue dress, her face was flustered, pale as jade, with delicate features. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Lin Hu, she froze for a moment. Then, noticing the 7 star grass and the numerous corpses of third-tier demon beasts behind them, she was shocked despite the dangerous situation, and her steps faltered. She was Du Guan Qing, the daughter of the city lord Du Gutan Hai.
It seemed she was being pursued.
Lin Feng and Lin Hu never expected that the city lord's daughter was also being hunted. The ones chasing her were a group of masked men in black who had just arrived at this location. At that moment, a system notification rang in Lin Feng's mind.
Ding!
Element celestial body detected. Host successfully created a technique starry profound Yuan formula. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Successfully take the element celestial body as a disciple. Reward 1 resurrection talisman upon completion.
A resurrection talisman? Lin Feng was taken aback.
He didn't expect that after encountering Du Guan Qing, he would trigger his hidden mission. He immediately checked the function of the resurrection talisman. Although he had his suspicions, he was still delighted upon learning its effect. The function of the resurrection talisman was simple. It could bring a person back to life. With this resurrection talisman, it could be said that he had an extra life. Even if he couldn't find the remaining 2 medicinal materials, as long as he killed Lin Yuan Bai and then used this resurrection talisman to revive, he would become lively and vigorous again. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't waste it like that. He still needed to try to find the remaining 2 medicinal materials. Otherwise, using the resurrection talisman like that would be too wasteful. The task wasn't difficult, he just needed to take Du Gu Wanqing as his disciple. And right now, there was a great opportunity. As long as he saved the city lord's daughter, Du Gu Wanqing, and then made her his disciple, it shouldn't be too hard. With that thought, Lin Feng pulled Du Gu Wanqing behind him and looked at the masked men in black.
Run! Go ahead and run! Let's see where you can escape to.
There were 5 black-clad men, all at the True Essence realm. The lowest among them was at the 3rd level of True Essence realm, while the highest was actually at the 5th level. The one speaking was the leader, a 5th level True Essence realm expert. Although his face was covered, one could still sense his arrogance.
At this moment,
Du Gu Wanqing was like a turtle in a jar. No one could save her. At least, that was how he thought. He didn't care about Lin Feng and Lin Hu at all. Both of them were at the 1st level of True Essence realm. How could he not see that? The 1st level of True Essence realm was no different from a child in front of a 5th level True Essence realm expert. He couldn't be bothered to look at them twice. Seeing Lin Feng standing in front of Du Gu Wanqing, the black-clad man disdainfully said, "Where did this brat come from?
Scram! I can't be bothered to deal with you. If you don't leave, you'll end up in pieces."
Scram! Was the only response he got, a single word spoken lightly by Lin Feng. They didn't care about Lin Feng, and Lin Feng didn't care about them either. So what if he was at the 5th level of True Essence realm?
Now, the starry profound Yuan formula was already operating within him.
With 4 super techniques, a mere 5th level True Essence realm expert was like a chicken in front of him.
What?
The 5 black-clad men were all taken aback at the same time. That he thought to himself, could it be that he had encountered a big fool?
Among so many strong practitioners at the True Essence realm, which one was not more powerful than the young man before him? How dare he say such a thing? Not only them, but even Du Gu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, she had seen many True Essence realm experts during her long time at the City Lord's mansion. Naturally, she knew that Lin Feng was merely at the 1st level of the True Essence realm. She thought to herself that this time it was over. Unable to help herself, she glanced back at the bodies of the Red Lotus spiders. She was puzzled. Who had killed these Red Lotus spiders? The Red Lotus spider was a 3rd-tier demon beast, comparable to the True Essence realm. There must have been a master who had fought here before, and then these two had picked up the spoils? Du Gu Wanqing could only think along these lines. Clearly, such good luck has been ruined by me. Why would he actively protect me? I shouldn't harm them anymore. Just as Du Gu Wanqing was about to step forward and ask them to spare Lin Feng and Lin Hu, the leader of the black-clad men was already laughing so hard that he bent over. Ha ha, a 1st-level True Essence realm, and he dares to tell us to roll? Truly. Before he could finish the word ridiculous, the leader, a 5th-level True Essence realm expert, let out a scream as his head was severed from his body. No one even saw when Lin Feng made his move. They only felt as if a sword chi had swept past them, and the 5th-level True Essence realm expert's head was sliced off by Lin Feng's sword chi. Since you won't roll, then die.
Lin Feng's voice was calm.
Like the king of hell.
This was the effect of the Starry Sky Profound Yuan technique he had just acquired, allowing his body to temporarily elementalize. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that his techniques could merge and release together. The Starry Sky Profound Yuan technique, combined with the Supreme Sword technique, could elementalize while transforming into a sword chi. The speed was naturally beyond words.
It was so fast that one couldn't react in time. Even if that 5th-level True Essence realm expert could react, he wouldn't be able to block it. He had no idea how vast the gap between him and Lin Feng was. It was an irreparable difference. What made Lin Feng even happier was knowing this fact. Since these two techniques could merge, then his other techniques could also merge for attacks. The power would increase exponentially. Now, even if more 5th-level True Essence realm experts came, they would be as insignificant as chickens and dogs in front of him. And this was just the power exhibited by his 1st-level True Essence realm cultivation. Such terrifying divine might. Even Lin Hu, who had long known about Lin Feng's terror, couldn't help but swallow hard. His neck involuntarily shrank. He muttered, "Clearly, we practice the same technique. Why is Chen so much stronger than me and Changfeng? This is just too terrifying." Lin Hu couldn't fathom why Lin Feng was so absurdly strong. He had no idea that Lin Feng was currently operating 4 techniques simultaneously within him. In his mind, he couldn't even imagine such a thing. He had never even heard of it. Even Lin Hu, who understood Lin Feng, was so shocked, let alone the remaining 4 black-clad men and Du Gu Wanqing.
Du Guanxing was better off, although shocked, she was, after all, the one being saved. At this moment, she could only stare blankly at Lin Feng's back. The four black-clad men, however, were in a dire situation. They were trembling, their legs shaking uncontrollably. For the first time, they felt such fear from a young man at the first level of the True Essence realm. This had exceeded their understanding. A first-level True Essence realm expert could kill a fifth-level True Essence realm expert? No one would believe such nonsense if it were said. And yet they had witnessed it with their own eyes. They didn't feel this was a stroke of luck. In fact, this news might not even get out. Run! One of the black-clad men shouted with a voice that was almost trembling. The four of them almost simultaneously forced themselves to stand firm against their fear, their feet suddenly pushing off the ground, trying to scatter and escape. But just as their bodies moved, they felt a chill run through them. Lin Feng made his move again, they were utterly defenseless. With one last glance at this world and at the bodies of her teammates split in half, they completely lost their breath. Another instant kill. Du Guanxing's breathing quickened? After a moment, she realized, looking at the four black-clad corpses, her face turned pale. In fact, she had already recognized Lin Feng. It was just that at this moment, she was even more astonished. Lin Feng had once been the pride of Yin City, to the extent that even his father, the city lord, had considered marrying her off to him. It was only after his dantian was destroyed, rendering him a complete waste, that he gradually fell off everyone's radar. Du Guanxing had been shocked to see Lin Feng's cultivation at the first level of the True Essence realm. How much more so now? In a mere instant, he had killed 5 True Essence realm experts, one of whom was at the 5th level, just like his father. What does that mean? It meant that Lin Feng was now stronger than his father. It was simply unbelievable. If Lin Feng wanted, he could easily take the position of the city lord of Yin City. After all, in this world, strength is paramount. What the strong say is law. No one dares to disobey. Just because someone is the city lord today doesn't mean they will be forever. As soon as they are defeated or killed, the city lord's mansion will change hands immediately. Du Guanxing, living in this world, deeply understood these cruel rules. Looking at Lin Feng, her expression was complex. If her father knew this news, she wondered what his reaction would be. Back then, she had been taken by her father to propose to the Lin family. Upon suddenly learning that Lin Feng's dantian had been destroyed, they had turned back home. If he saw the current Lin Feng, he would probably regret it deeply. Du Guanxing's face flushed at this thought. Why was she thinking about this out of the blue? However, admiring the strong is the main theme of this world, and she was no exception. Moreover, Lin Feng was her savior. At this moment, looking at Lin Feng, Du Guanxing also showed an expression of admiration. For the first time, she realized that this man was completely different from the legends. Lin Feng noticed her gaze and thought, well, this is how you gain a fan. But he also needed to take Du Guanxing as his disciple, which would make things easier. Du Guanxing spoke first. Thank you, Lin Feng. I will have no way to repay your kindness in the future. Her words were sincere, and Lin Feng could tell. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. You don't have to wait for the future. You can repay me now by becoming my disciple. You'll have everything you want in the future. What Lin Feng said was the truth. If she became his disciple, in this world, if she couldn't thrive, it would be an insult to him as her master. She would have everything she desired. Even Lin Hu, who was listening nearby, felt a pang of envy. If he weren't Lin Feng's uncle, he would want to become Lin Feng's disciple. After all, although the uncle relationship seemed close, the bond between master and disciple was even deeper. However, Lin Hu was still puzzled. Why would Lin Feng take a liking to this little girl, Du Guanxing? Even though she was very beautiful, there was no need to take her as a disciple first and then claim her for himself. He could just go directly to the city lord, Ouyang Tonghai, and he wouldn't refuse. Moreover, with Lin Feng's current status in the Lin family, he could choose from all the beautiful women there. There were plenty who were just as good-looking as Du Guanxing. Even if the Lin family didn't have them, as long as Lin Feng said the word, Lin Jintian would spend all his wealth to help him find one. It was simple, as long as Lin Feng was happy. As long as he was happy, he could change partners every day, keeping warm in bed, and never repeating for a whole year. With Lin Feng's current strength, he could easily ride on the city lord Du Gutanghai's head and do as he pleased. Lin Hu saw it all clearly. When he returned, just telling Lin Jintian would be enough for Lin Jintian to boldly go to the city lord's mansion and call out to Du Gutanghai, "Little Hai." This was the confidence that came from strength. But Du Guanxing was still stunned. While she was confused inside, she was also shocked. After all, Lin Feng was about the same age as her. Even if she were to make a request, she thought it would be something like offering herself in return. She even considered that agreeing would be fine. But she never expected Lin Feng would want to take her as a disciple. You, Lin Feng, are you serious? Du Guanxing couldn't help but ask.
Lin Feng silently rolled his eyes. Was it really that surprising for him to take on a disciple? However, he still nodded seriously. Yes. I'm serious. Do you want to?
Seeing that Lin Feng was indeed serious,
Du Gu Wanqing began to ponder.
Lin Feng had just saved her life, and now he was making this request, which made it hard for her to refuse.
Aside from being a bit younger, his strength was undoubtedly impressive. Everything met the standards of a master.
He was far more capable than the mentor her father, Ouyang Tonghai, had found for her. However, she still said with a somewhat gloomy expression, I'm very happy that you want to take me as a disciple, but my talent is too poor. After practicing for so long, I've only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement.
I'm afraid I would tarnish your reputation. Du Gu Wanqing wasn't foolish?
Lin Feng was already at such a level at his age, even able to easily defeat someone at the 5th level of true essence. The achievements he would reach in the future were beyond her imagination. A waste like her would only bring shame to Lin Feng.
Would the elemental immortal body be weak?
Lin Feng almost laughed out loud.
Du Gu Wanqing really underestimated herself?
He glanced at her and realized that Du Gu Wanqing probably hadn't awakened her immortal body yet, which was why she had such thoughts. After all, in a place like Yen City, even though Du Gu Tonghai was the city lord, he couldn't perceive such an immortal body. Naturally, he wouldn't know that this constitution could still awaken. He only thought that Du Gu Wanqing truly had poor cultivation talent, which was why he wanted to find her a good family. Lin Feng was undoubtedly a suitable candidate back then, but he had given up on that idea after it fell through.
Lin Feng looked at Du Gu Wanqing and shook his head with a smile. Don't say that, your constitution is far stronger than you think. Extend your arm, and I'll check it for you.
Hearing this, Du Gu Wanqing was slightly taken aback and shyly extended her arm. Lin Feng smiled as he placed his hand on it.
As his spiritual power entered Du Gu Wanqing's body, he quickly understood everything.
Just as he thought, her immortal body had indeed not yet awakened. Moreover, the starry profound Yuan technique seemed to be a cultivation method specifically tailored for this type of elemental immortal body. Releasing Du Gu Wanqing's hand, Lin Feng smiled and said, I'll tell you the truth, your constitution is an elemental immortal body, just not awakened yet. When we find some time later, I'll help you awaken it and you'll truly understand the power of this immortal body. By then, your strength will exceed your imagination. The system panel indicated there was a method to awaken the elemental immortal body. It required a quiet place and some medicinal materials, which couldn't be completed in a short time.
Immortal body? Du Gu Wanqing was a bit confused.
It was the first time she had heard of such a constitution, but without a doubt, once it was related to immortals. It was definitely a powerful constitution. Lin Feng had no reason to deceive her.
This immediately brought her joy. Is my constitution really that powerful? I didn't even know. I thought I was a waste all along. How did Lin Feng know? Forget it, it doesn't matter, he definitely won't harm me. Du Gu Wanqing felt very reassured about Lin Feng.
After all, he had just saved her. How could someone like him possibly harm her? Lin Hu, on the side, was also confused, but he could sense Lin Feng's admiration for this constitution.
He finally understood why Lin Feng wanted to take Du Gu Wanqing as a disciple. Now, do you want to be my disciple? Lin Feng asked again.
Du Gu Wanqing no longer hesitated, nodded solemnly, and then cupped her hands in a bow. Master, I bow to you. After saying this, Du Gu Wanqing performed a bowing ceremony to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently raised his hand to support her. After it was done, Du Gu Wanqing felt a bit strange. Lin Feng was so young, yet he had become her master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple collecting task, successfully taking the elemental immortal body as a disciple. Reward, 1 resurrection talisman. The system space was not large, about the size of a box for clothes. At this moment, a mysterious resurrection talisman quietly appeared inside. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant an extra life.
An absolutely good thing.
Better than any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. After taking a glance, Lin Feng said to Du Gu Wanqing, no need for formalities, those elaborate rituals don't apply to us.
From now on, you are my disciple.
I will now pass on a cultivation method to you. Practice it first and later find a quiet place and I will help you awaken your immortal body.
After that, Lin Feng transmitted the starry profound Yuan technique to Du Gu Wanqing.
Du Gu Wanqing had originally been practicing a top-tier Xian level technique. Naturally the one cultivated by Du Gu Tonghai.
Its power was undeniable.
This was also the reason Du Gu Wanqing had always felt like a failure. Clearly practicing such a powerful technique, yet she was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. She had brought great shame to her father, Du Gu Tonghai.
At first, she was somewhat reluctant about the technique Lin Feng was teaching her.
After all, the Lin family's techniques couldn't possibly be as good as the one she had cultivated herself. However, since she had entered the sect, she naturally had to listen to Lin Feng. She set aside her previous technique and began to practice the one taught by Lin Feng. Initially, she didn't pay much attention, but once she started to operate it, she was completely stunned, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. The technique she had been practicing was already a top-tier Xian-level technique. Yet she could clearly feel that this technique far surpassed the one her father, Duge Tonghai, had passed on to her. It was simply not in the same league or level. Wasn't this at least an Earth-level technique? And not even a low-grade Earth-level technique. Could it be that I am now practicing a high-grade Earth-level technique? Or even higher? I really am lucky. If my father knew I was fortunate enough to practice such a technique, he would probably be so happy he wouldn't be able to sleep. Thinking of this, Duge Wanqing felt a wave of excitement. Before she could react, a surge of power suddenly rushed through her body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, she broke through continuously. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation level had surged 3 levels, directly reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Duge Wanqing had been the daughter of the city lord since she was little, so her cultivation resources were naturally abundant. She had started cultivating a long time ago, and after all these years, she had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet, just by practicing the technique Lin Feng had given her, she had directly broken through 3 levels. How terrifying was this technique? Master, has my elemental immortal body awakened? Duge Wanqing asked excitedly, looking at Lin Feng. However, the sudden change in address still made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She felt that the technique was one aspect, but perhaps it was also the awakening of the immortal body that Lin Feng mentioned. Lin Feng looked at Duge Wanqing and shook his head. Not yet, this doesn't count as awakening the immortal body. Once the immortal body awakens, there will be phenomena of heaven and earth. This is merely a slight activation of your constitution. The starry profound Yuan technique was originally very suitable for Duge Wanqing's elemental immortal body. Now, because she practiced the starry profound Yuan technique given by Lin Feng, it had triggered some seals of her immortal body, allowing her to break through 3 levels at once. The true awakening of the immortal body far exceeded Duge Wanqing's imagination. If this is still not the awakening, then how terrifying would my awakening be? Duge Wanqing couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. At this moment, she finally understood Lin Feng's earlier words. Her constitution probably exceeded her own imagination. Even Lin Hu, who had been silently watching, was also shocked. If it was this terrifying without awakening, then once she awakened, it was likely that another prodigy would be born. Indeed, only prodigies could mingle with prodigies. At the same time, Lin Hu felt a sense of shock. It was clear that the technique Lin Feng passed to Duge Wanqing was not the same as the one given to him and Lin Changfeng, thinking to herself, how many of these advanced techniques does Chun have? Could they all be self-created? Lin Hu felt a tremor in his heart. What kind of luck had the Lin family stumbled upon? They had encountered Lin Feng, a freak who shouldn't belong to the common sense of this world. How many good deeds had he done in his past life? Duge Wanqing couldn't help but voice her curiosity, looking at Lin Feng and asking, by the way, Master, what level of technique did you pass on to me? It feels so powerful, much stronger than the techniques my father gave me. My father's technique is a top-grade Xian level. Lin Feng was taken aback. He really didn't know. After all, the techniques were all self-created. He hadn't come into contact with the top techniques of this world, so it was hard to judge. However, he had a rough guess and said, it's either earth level or heaven level, I don't know, but it's definitely very powerful, so just focus on your cultivation and don't worry about safety. Heaven level? Duge Wanqing murmured in a daze. What concept was a heaven level technique? It was probably only possessed by those super terrifying forces. It couldn't possibly appear in a place like this. Moreover, her master was really strange, not even knowing the level of the technique. But she didn't ask further, thinking that she had indeed found the right master this time. Plus, this master was so young, handsome, and tall, which made Duge Wanqing feel quite good. Just then, Lin Changfeng arrived with a large group from the Lin family. Upon arriving, he was taken aback. He recognized the city lord's daughter, Duge Wanqing, and the several corpses on the ground, unable to help but ask in surprise, did I miss something? What happened earlier? Lin Hu immediately explained everything to Lin Changfeng, including how Lin Feng had taken Duge Wanqing as his disciple. After hearing this, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but click his tongue. Just in these 2 days, it felt like a century had passed. The changes in the Lin family because of Lin Feng were too numerous to count. It was simply earth-shattering. Even the city lord's daughter could be taken as a disciple. This was bound to be extraordinary. However, upon learning that Lin Feng could easily kill someone at the 5th level of the true essence realm, Lin Changfeng felt a swell of pride. It seemed entirely like Duge Wanqing was climbing high. Who could be Lin Feng's disciple? That was truly a blessing. He also had the same thought as Lin Hu, feeling a bit envious of Du Gu Wanqing. Without their connections with Lin Feng, they knew that the Lin family was about to rise. All because of this young man in front of them. As long as they stayed well in the Lin family, they would surely rise along with it. Even just sipping a bowl of soup would be excellent. The Lin family members were busy, and after the excitement, Du Gu Wanqing looked at the distant woods with a somewhat anxious and worried expression. Lin Feng curiously asked, "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" Upon hearing this, Du Gu Wanqing came to her senses and explained with some concern, "I was secretly following Uncle Fu here. Uncle Fu is the steward of our city lord's mansion, sent by my father to bring some people to Sanglong Valley to find the blood lotus. Then I felt bored and secretly asked Uncle Fu to bring me along. Who would have thought that although the blood lotus was found, I would run into that group of people? I don't even know who they are, and they wanted to capture me as soon as we met. Then Uncle Fu brought people to block them, telling me to run first and that he would come to find me later. But it's been so long and Uncle Fu still hasn't come. I'm worried something might have happened to him." At this point, Du Gu Wanqing's face was filled with worry and concern. She had a very good relationship with Uncle Fu, feeling as if he were a kind grandfather to her. If something happened to Uncle Fu, she would feel guilty. At this moment, Lin Feng, Lin Hu, and Lin Changfeng all brightened at her words. Among the 3 types of herbs they were looking for, one was the blood lotus. They had thought it would take a lot of effort to find it, perhaps not even in a day or two. They didn't expect to receive news so quickly. "Shaner, since you have already taken Miss Wanqing as your disciple, you should take care of her matters, and we also need to find the blood lotus, so it's just on the way," Lin Hu said at this moment. Lin Changfeng also nodded silently. Lin Feng naturally thought the same. He looked at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng and said, "Then, second uncle and third uncle, you take care of these things and head back with the others. I'll take Wanqing to look for it." The corpses of the red lotus spider and the 7-star grass were extremely precious. Without the 2 of them accompanying and guarding, there would inevitably be risks on the way. Lin Feng didn't care much about the beast corpses. However, the 7-star grass must not be lost. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng understood this deeply and did not decline further. After all, Lin Feng was strong enough that they didn't need to protect him. It didn't make much difference whether they followed or not. They could help with some trivial matters later when there was an opportunity. It wouldn't matter if they took a little longer. After that, Lin Feng didn't concern himself with the 7-star grass and beast corpses anymore. He left with Du Gu Wanqing, searching for Uncle Fu while also looking for the blood lotus. With Du Gu Wanqing, the 2 moved quickly. Although Du Gu Wanqing was a bit slower, with Lin Feng holding her hand, she was able to speed up quite a bit. As they moved, Du Gu Wanqing said, "Before, Uncle Fu and I found the blood lotus at a pond, and we parted ways there. It's not far from here. It's possible that Uncle Fu got injured and couldn't come to find me." Du Gu Wanqing thought of the best possibility. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Uncle Fu. As they spoke, it wasn't long before they arrived at the location of the pond. Lin Feng looked into the water and noticed a plant with its roots and stems plucked. He turned to Du Gu Wanqing and asked, "Was the blood lotus taken by you before?" "Yes, Uncle Fu was the one who picked it, but just after he picked the blood lotus, that group of people found us." Lin Feng nodded. He immediately closed his eyes, using the yin-yang rotation technique within his body to begin listening to the sounds around him. Each technique has its strengths. The most powerful aspect of the yin-yang rotation technique is that it can reverse the chaos of yin and yang and turn day into night at advanced levels. Although he couldn't achieve that yet due to his cultivation limitations, he could still search for auras using this technique. Every person has yin and yang energy within them, but it consumes a lot of cultivation. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far. Soon, he opened his eyes and pointed in a direction, saying, "Over there, follow me." After saying that, he quickly led her away again. At this moment, Uncle Fu was in danger. "Ha ha ha, old man, why don't you run? I want to see where you can escape to. I didn't expect to have such good luck this time finding 3 blood lotuses. As long as we kill you, the blood lotuses will be ours too." The leader should have already captured Du Gu Wanqing by now. There were 2 of them, both at the 4th level of the True Essence realm, the same as Uncle Fu's cultivation. 5 at the True Essence realm and 1 at the 5th level of the True Essence realm were chasing after Du Gu Wanqing, and they didn't think they would fail. Uncle Fu was already old and facing 2 people. He had sustained serious injuries. His face was wrinkled and his white hair was disheveled. Uncle Fu was no longer young, but at this moment he showed great spirit and disdainfully looked at the 2, saying, "You little rascals, unable to deal with our lord of the city, so you resort to threatening his daughter. How shameless. Don't think that just because you're masked, I don't know who you are. You're from Thundercloud Fortress, right?" Although the 2 were masked, Uncle Fu guessed their identities immediately, startling them. However, they soon lost interest in hiding and directly removed their masks. One of them smiled and said, "We never intended to hide, we were just afraid you would be on guard."
It's too late to say anything now. Who told your lord not to hand over that half of the low-grade Earth-level technique?
We have no choice but to resort to this underhanded tactic.
As long as we obtain the remaining half of the low-grade Earth-level technique,
our fortress master will surely break through to the true essence realm, and we will benefit from it as well, rising with the tide.
A complete Earth-level technique holds such power and allure.
Uncle Fu knew these people were after this. He had been involved in this matter before. Not long ago, he traveled with the city lord, Duga Tonghai, to explore a relic left by a powerful being. People from Thundercloud Fortress were also involved. In the end, the fortress master, Ouyang Yunqua, and Duga Tonghai each seized half of the Earth-level technique during the struggle. Now, neither could cultivate this technique.
That's why they attempted to capture Duga Wanqing.
Everyone knew Duga Tonghai was fond of his daughter. If he found out she was captured, he would likely trade that half of the Earth-level technique for her. After all, the city lord's mansion was filled with experts. Although Duga Tonghai was injured in this conflict and needed the blood lotus to heal, the city lord's mansion was still a den of dragons and tigers. Directly snatching it would undoubtedly result in heavy losses. This method would greatly reduce the risks. You can kill or torture me as you wish, but don't get too pleased with yourselves. The city lord will not let you off.
Uncle Fu snorted coldly, closing his eyes and pretending to seek death. He knew he was unlikely to escape.
Looking at the 3 blood lotuses in his hand, he couldn't help but worry for Duga Wanqing in the end. He cursed himself for bringing Duga Wanqing out, which led to the spies from Thundercloud Fortress getting the news and sending these people to capture her.
Ha ha ha.
I'm afraid your city lord won't have that chance.
As long as our fortress master successfully cultivates the Earth-level technique, what is Duga Tonghai? Die, you old fool.
The two attacked Uncle Fu simultaneously, but it was they who met their end. They barely had time to scream and glance back at Lin Feng. Their expressions filled with confusion and shock as they fell to the ground.
Uncle Fu opened his eyes in shock, staring at Lin Feng. So young, he killed 2 experts of the true essence realm in an instant? Terrifying. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? He's Lin Feng, isn't he? Uncle Fu finally remembered this once genius youth.
In an instant, he connected many dots, believing Lin Feng was merely in disguise.
He also noticed Duga Wanqing beside Lin Feng,
and his eyes lit up with joy. His mood was extremely excited. He thought Duga Wanqing had fallen into the hands of those from Thundercloud Fortress, but unexpectedly, she was safe and sound.
Uncle Fu! Duga Wanqing exclaimed, rushing over to support him.
At this moment, Uncle Fu was bleeding from his abdomen, and his injuries were quite serious. However, Uncle Fu had healing pills on him. Since he had survived, he quickly took one, and the bleeding soon stopped.
He looked at Duga Wanqing excitedly. Miss, it's great that you're okay. Your cultivation level. Uncle Fu's eyes widened. After so many years of cultivation, Duga Wanqing was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. How could it be that in such a short time, she had reached the 6th level of the true essence realm? He couldn't help but be astonished.
Duga Wanqing also realized this was somewhat shocking, but she still gave a brief explanation. Uncle Fu, it was my master who saved me and taught me the techniques, at least in Earth Level 1, which is why I could reach the 6th level of qi refinement so quickly.
Master? At least an Earth Level technique? After listening to Duga Wanqing's explanation, Uncle Fu stared blankly at Lin Feng.
For a moment, he struggled to digest this information.
It was too exaggerated and terrifying.
Their city lord had suffered serious injuries just for half a low-grade Earth-level technique.
And Lin Feng casually gave a complete one to Duga Wanqing? It sounded both infuriating and unreal.
At this moment, Lin Feng paid no attention to Uncle Fu's shock. He picked up the blood lotus that Uncle Fu had placed on the ground to treat his injuries and said, I want 2 of these blood lotuses. You can take the remaining one back as a service fee for saving your life. The blood lotus, with its blood-red color, looked extremely enchanting.
Alright. Uncle Fu quickly came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Although the blood lotus was precious, one was enough for Duga Tonghai. More importantly, the information he received from Duga Wanqing was too shocking. The Lin Feng in front of him was completely different from the Lin Feng he knew. He casually gave away an Earth-level technique. Moreover, from Duga Wanqing's words, it seemed it wasn't just an ordinary Earth-level technique. At least it was a high-grade Earth-level one. That was quite exaggerated. A high-grade Earth-level technique could be considered priceless. If the Lord of Thundercloud Fortress knew, he would probably kneel before Lin Feng begging for the technique. And yet, their city lord's mansion got it for free? Anyone would feel like they were floating on air. Let alone just 2 blood lotuses. Even if Lin Feng wanted this old man to dedicate himself, he would do so without hesitation. Of course, he believed Lin Feng wouldn't have such a preference. Lin Feng indeed had no such preference.
He nodded and casually tucked the blood lotus into his waist. At this moment, Uncle Fu's injuries were almost healed. He had only sustained external injuries. For a cultivator, mere external wounds were hardly worth mentioning. Now standing up, he hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young Master Lin Feng, for helping my young lady. Earlier, she was chased by 5 True Essence Realm experts, and it was thanks to whom?" Uncle Fu paused here, his eyes widening as he looked at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now, upon reflection, Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the 1st level of True Essence Realm, yet he had just killed 2 at the 4th level. Could it be that the previous 5 were also eliminated by Lin Feng? Unable to help himself, he glanced at Dugu Wanqing, revealing a questioning expression. Dugu Wanqing gently nodded. "Uncle Fu, my master directly killed those 5 people and then saved me, so I became his disciple." This. Uncle Fu was stunned. Completely stunned. He had used up a lifetime's worth of shock in this moment. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying talent could achieve such a feat at the same time. He felt a wave of inferiority. At his age, he was only at the 4th level of True Essence Realm. In fact, he couldn't even defeat a previous 4th level True Essence Realm expert. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a waste. But soon, he calmed down a bit, looking at Lin Feng with even more caution. His body bent slightly as he stammered, Young Master Lin Feng, such great kindness cannot go unthanked. The sky is already getting late. Why not follow us back to the City Lord's mansion? The Lord will surely welcome you personally." With Lin Feng's strength, his monstrous talent, and the favor of saving Dugu Wanqing, plus the ability to casually produce an Earth-level technique, even Dugu Tonghai would be eager to curry favor. Uncle Fu had been following Dugu Tonghai for a long time and naturally didn't want his city lord to miss this opportunity to befriend Lin Feng. He knew this was also an opportunity for Dugu Tonghai. After all, Dugu Tonghai was still young, merely middle-aged. If he could gain Lin Feng's assistance, he would surely rise to greater heights in the future. Lin Feng looked at the sky. It was indeed getting late. Soon the sun would begin to set. Having obtained 2 types of herbs in one day already made him very satisfied. Moreover, because he obtained the resurrection talisman, Lin Yuanbai would not be in any danger. Awakening the elemental immortal body requires a very quiet environment, and according to the hints on the system panel, many auxiliary herbs are also needed. It was just right to let Dugu Tonghai and the others prepare for a bit. He nodded slightly. "Alright, let's go then." Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Uncle Fu immediately became breathless. He had only asked out of curiosity, not expecting to actually receive consent. He knew Lin Feng must have agreed for Dugu Wanqing's sake. After all, the two were now in a master-disciple relationship. Dugu Wanqing was also very happy. She didn't expect Lin Feng to agree to go to the city lord's mansion. She immediately linked her arm with Lin Feng's and said, "Then master, let's go together." As she became more familiar with Lin Feng, Dugu Wanqing also relaxed. It was evident that although Lin Feng was indifferent to enemies, he was gentle and kind to his own people. Uncle Fu was pleased to see this. The better the relationship between Dugu Wanqing and Lin Feng, the more solid their position in the city lord's mansion would be in the future. When they passed the open space where they had obtained the 7 star grass, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had already left with their people. Everything had been moved away. Lin Feng didn't pay it any mind. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. When the guards at the city lord's mansion saw Dugu Wanqing affectionately linking arms with Lin Feng, and Uncle Fu nodding and bowing beside them, they couldn't help but rub their eyes. Am I seeing things? Is that really our young lady? Why is Uncle Fu so respectful to a young man? And that person seems a bit familiar, but I can't quite place it. Nonsense. Of course, he looks familiar. That's Lin Feng from the Lin family. Someone recognized Lin Feng, and their heart was in turmoil. The most famous waste in Yen City was receiving such treatment? It was astonishing. How is this possible? One guard couldn't believe it. What's impossible about it? Just a couple of days ago, I heard that young Master Lin Feng displayed great prowess at Chunman Tower, and it seems his Dantian might have recovered. Now he's a genius. But even so, Uncle Fu was a true Essence Realm expert. He shouldn't be so subservient, right? That's really, who knows what's going on. Anyway, just be polite when you see young Master Lin Feng from now on. Right. We must never offend him in the future. The guards' discussions were lost on Lin Feng, who naturally wouldn't pay attention. At this moment, he was being led inside the city lord's mansion by Dugu Wanqing and Uncle Fu. One must say, the city lord's mansion was truly vast. It was far beyond what the Lin family could compare to. Even though the Lin family was already quite large, compared to the city lord's mansion, it was like a small witch meeting a great witch. Along the way, many people who saw Lin Feng and the others displayed the same shocked expressions as the guards. Many had seen Lin Feng before. After all, when he was a genius, many had come to watch. He had even been an idol for many at that time. But since he had become a waste, interest had waned and he had lost that brilliance. Yet now, that radiance had returned. After Lin Feng and the others passed by, almost the entire city lord's mansion was discussing this matter. Even many people, after learning some basic information, had quietly gone to the Lin family to build good relations with some of the Lin family's servants. If they couldn't cling to Lin Feng's thigh, they would cling to his family's thigh. After all, they were all thighs. They had been walking for a while when they reached the hall of the city lord's mansion crash. The sound of a cup shattering was accompanied by the furious roar of City Lord Dugutonghai. Who is it? Investigate thoroughly for me who stole that half of the earth-level cultivation method? If I can't find out, everyone who has entered my room will die. Dugutonghai did not expect that the half of the earth-level cultivation method he had fought so hard to retrieve would be stolen. This made him furious. At this moment, the servants standing in the hall were all trembling in fear. The servants who had previously entered Dugutonghai's room were even shaking uncontrollably, thinking to themselves that it was over, even if they weren't the ones who did it. This matter is still related to them. Big brother, calm down. You can rest assured that I will investigate this matter thoroughly and guarantee that I will find out who did it. Dugutonghai nodded, just about to speak. A voice interrupted, no need to investigate, I know who did it. Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. He had the original storyline in mind. Although he didn't participate in this matter, he was aware of the developments. That half of the cultivation method was stolen by the person who just called Dugutonghai Big Brother. Dugutonghai's younger brother Dugu Minglang. Although Lin Feng had altered the original plot, the others remained the same. According to the normal storyline, this time Dugu Minglang's theft of the cultivation method went unnoticed. Dugu Wanqing, lacking the exchange for that half of the method, would ultimately be killed in a fit of rage by the Lord of Thundercloud Fortress. In the future, Dugu Minglang would even incite Dugutonghai to fight to the death with the people of Thundercloud Fortress, leading to a great battle between Yanqing and Thundercloud Fortress, resulting in mutual destruction. Dugu Minglang would steal the peaches and obtain the complete cultivation method. Later, he would become even more ambitious, killing his own brother Dugutonghai. One could say he was a person without any bottom line or limits. Lin Feng found him extremely detestable. He wouldn't even spare his own family. Truly despicable. Ha! Dugutonghai was taken aback. Upon realizing it was Lin Feng speaking, he was momentarily stunned, and when he saw his daughter hugging Lin Feng's arm, he was even more shocked. Especially when he noticed Uncle Fu following Lin Feng, his eyes fell into complete confusion. He couldn't make sense of this scene at all. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't use any of his cultivation. The others wouldn't observe closely, making it difficult to detect any clues. Dugutonghai was puzzled but didn't ask about that first. Instead, he was intrigued by Lin Feng's claim that he knew who stole the cultivation method. Just as he was about to inquire, Dugu Minglang jumped in first. You know? What are you? A mere waste from the Lin family. Who let you come to my lord's mansion? Wanqing, you are becoming more and more disrespectful, casually bringing people in and acting so intimately. Dugu Minglang was well aware that he was the one behind this. Although he was puzzled by the actions of the few, upon seeing Lin Feng, he wore a face full of disdain. He wanted to quickly drive this guy away to avoid complications. As long as he was in charge of the investigation, he naturally had ways to clear all his connections. Heh, what am I? I'll let you know right now. With that, Lin Feng didn't even move his body. With one hand outstretched, the next moment, Dugu Minglang's body was directly propelled towards Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high, his body twisting in the air, his face turning red. He was horrified to discover that he couldn't make any counterattack at all. He was truly at the 5th level of the true essence realm, on par with Dugutonghai's cultivation. Yet, he was utterly defenseless in front of this young man. This was terrifying. Too frightening. The power of the yin-yang rotation divine skill was the same. It could even directly absorb the cultivation of others. Although Lin Feng didn't need it, this kind of suction made Dugu Minglang feel like a useless person in front of Lin Feng, like a little chick. While everyone else was in a daze, bang, crack. The sound of a violent impact against the ground, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, was followed by a very intense scream. Dugu Minglang spat out blood, already breathing more out than in. What are you doing? Dugutonghai, still unaware of Dugu Minglang's treachery, was furious and pointed at Lin Feng. Although he was shocked by Lin Feng's terrifying strength, this was still his younger brother. Little did he know that if it weren't for Lin Feng considering Dugu Wanqing's feelings, Dugu Minglang would already be dead. He only left him with a breath, letting them handle it within their family. Father, no! Dugu Wanqing reacted. Although she didn't know why Lin Feng was doing this, she knew there must be a reason. Quickly stopping the furious Duga Tonghai, she knew very well that although Lin Feng seemed to have a lower cultivation level than them, his strength far exceeded theirs. He was not even in the same league. If Duga Tonghai angered Lin Feng, it would likely end badly. At the same time, Duga Wanqing looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but ask, "Master, why are you doing this?" "Master?" Duga Tonghai was taken aback, looking at Duga Wanqing in confusion and shock. His own daughter had actually recognized Lin Feng as her master? This was absurd. However, the strength Lin Feng had just displayed was definitely stronger than his own. He could be sure of that. At this moment he was also becoming more clear-headed, realizing that Lin Feng might not be acting without reason. Lin Feng also revealed a slight smile. "Didn't I just say? I know who stole that half of the earth level technique. It was done by your own brother. You can search him now. You should still be able to find it." Upon hearing this, Duga Tonghai looked incredulously at his younger brother on the ground. He exchanged a glance with Uncle Fu, who immediately went over to search. Eventually, they found the technique hidden in Duga Minglang's clothing. They tore open his clothes, and sure enough, there was that half of the low-grade earth-level technique. At this moment, everything became clear. It was indeed Duga Minglang who had done this. Lin Feng's actions also had an explanation. What puzzled everyone was how Lin Feng knew. Before anyone could ask, Lin Feng continued, "Don't ask me how I know, I just do, and in the near future, all of you will be harmed by him. Since Wanqing is now my disciple, I will take care of her matters. However, this is ultimately your family matter, so I will leave him a breath, allowing you to handle it yourselves. But I must say in advance, do not treat his injuries. Even if he doesn't die, he must be left crippled." Lin Feng did not want these people to show mercy, which could endanger Duga Wanqing in the future. It could even lead this guy to seek revenge on his Lin family. He would not allow such a thing to happen. I believe you." Duga Tonghai looked closely at Lin Feng and finally nodded silently. He was not a wishy-washy person. He just had never thought that his own brother would harm him. With Lin Feng being so powerful, there was no need for him to lie to them. Moreover, the facts were right in front of them. But after all, there was family affection involved. Duga Tonghai glanced at Duga Minglang, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes before he returned to indifference. Since this brother was so ruthless, he didn't need to be so polite anymore. He exchanged another glance with Uncle Fu. Ultimately, he still couldn't bring himself to act personally. "No, don't, big brother." Duga Minglang managed to utter, his eyes filled with extreme terror and regret. But it was all too late. Uncle Fu had done such things many times before. In the Tianlong continent, the greatest taboo was to show mercy. Dragging Duga Minglang out, a commotion ensued, and then silence returned. Uncle Fu wiped his hands and came back in, respectfully handing the half-technique to Duga Tonghai. "Lord City Master." "The technique." Duga Tonghai raised his head and slightly closed his eyes. Only then did he take the technique, looking at the half-technique and couldn't help but shake his head. Earth-level techniques were too precious, even his own brother wanted to harm him. But it was also an opportunity for his breakthrough. Although it was only half, it was a priceless treasure. He was about to put it away when Lin Feng's words almost made him jump. "You want this kind of trash technique? Just throw it away." His tone was flat, and his face bore a look of disdain. When the technique was found by Uncle Fu, he had also seen this so-called earth-level technique. It was simply trash. He finally understood how good his own technique was. If he couldn't be sure before, he could now confirm that his technique was at least heaven-level. And he had 4 such techniques. To call this half of the low-grade earth-level technique trash was to elevate its status. Trash. Duga Tonghai was stunned. The guards and servants of the city lord's mansion were also taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. Earth-level martial arts, even if it's just half a volume, is still a supreme treasure. How many people have fought desperately to seize it? But Lin Feng, on the other hand, casually dismissed it as garbage, which sounded particularly ironic to everyone present. "Your tone is a bit too arrogant, isn't it?" Before Duga Tonghai could finish his sentence, he was swiftly pulled by Uncle Fu, who silently shook his head at him, giving a somewhat anxious look. Uncle Fu had been with Duga Tonghai for so long that he was, apart from Duga Wanqing, the closest person to him. Just a glance made Duga Tonghai understand what was going on. At that moment he was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Lin Feng wasn't just bragging? Was this earth-level martial arts really garbage? Duga Wanqing had also come over and whispered something to Duga Tonghai. After hearing it, Duga Tonghai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "What did you say? Lin, your master gave you at least an earth-level upper-grade martial art?" Duga Tonghai's voice was loud, unable to conceal his inner shock, and only after speaking did he realize the implications. With so many people here, if this were true and it got out, it could even bring disaster to the city lord's mansion. Even half a volume of Earth-level lower-grade martial arts had caused a fierce struggle with a major force like Thundercloud Fortress. An Earth-level upper-grade martial art would surely make even more powerful forces envious. Immediately, Duga Tonghai looked at all the guards and servants and said, "You all get out. Not a single word of what you've heard here can be leaked. Otherwise, not only will you lose your lives, but your families will also suffer." The guards and servants had naturally heard his previous words. Upon hearing this, they all shuddered, regretting why they had such ears. If this matter were to leak and they were mistakenly killed, it would be a wrongful death. No one would doubt Duga Tonghai's words. He would definitely follow through. Yes, yes, yes. Thinking of this, the group of guards and servants nodded repeatedly and quickly fled the hall. Once everyone had left, Duga Tonghai turned to his daughter and asked, "Wanqing, this matter is serious, don't say anything reckless." His expression was very serious. At this moment, Duga Tonghai was completely bewildered. He knew Lin Feng's situation all too well. In fact, he had even checked Lin Feng's body to confirm this matter. He could be certain that Lin Feng's dantian had definitely been destroyed. It was the kind that couldn't be repaired. At least, he had never heard of anyone whose dantian was destroyed being able to recover. He had long since given up on any thoughts regarding Lin Feng. But now, not only did Lin Feng appear to have restored his dantian, but his cultivation had astonishingly reached the first level of the true essence realm. Even if his dantian hadn't been destroyed, reaching this level would still be surprising. And he had even taken his daughter as a disciple? That made it even more incomprehensible. Duga Wanqing remained silent upon hearing this. She also knew that such a thing was too hard to believe. She didn't know how to explain it well, so she simply cast a pleading look at Lin Feng. Duga Tonghai followed her gaze to Lin Feng. Perhaps only he could clarify this matter. Lin Feng sneered and said, "If I previously thought that the martial arts I gave Wanqing might be at least an earth-level upper-grade martial art, after seeing the garbage martial art you were holding just now, I can assure you that what I gave Wanqing to cultivate is at least a heaven-level martial art." What? Heaven-level martial art? Everyone in the room, except for Lin Feng, was shaken. Even Uncle Fu and Duga Wanqing, who had initially known that this martial art was impressive, were completely stunned. What concept is a heaven-level martial art? Once it gets out, the entire Yin City might be plunged into chaos. Countless major forces would come to wipe out Yin City, and it would be impossible to stop them. This is the power of a heaven-level martial art. Just a hint of news could lead to such a result. There was no surprise at all. Duga Tonghai was still somewhat unwilling to believe it. But soon, Lin Feng's words struck like a heavy bomb, forcing Duga Tonghai and the others to accept the truth that I am only at the first level of the true Yuan realm, yet I can easily defeat Duga Minglang, including you, the city lord. If I want, I can make you see your own brain matter in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng said this calmly. However, it made everyone recall the earlier events, realizing that Lin Feng had no hint of boasting. He had already proven it with his strength. Duga Tonghai understood this well. His brother's strength was not much different from his own. If Lin Feng could easily incapacitate Duga Minglang, he could just as easily kill any one of them. At this moment, Duga Tonghai finally reacted. The person standing before him was not an ordinary genius repairing his dantian, but a true expert far beyond him. And aside from heavenly level techniques, what else could achieve this? Duga Tonghai dared not ask further. He only knew what he should do at this moment. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face as he respectfully gestured to Lin Feng. "Young Master Lin, please take a seat." Duga Tonghai did not dare to call Lin Feng by name directly. Today was different from the past. Lin Feng was not polite. He stepped forward and sat in the highest position, crossing his legs. No one dared to say anything more. After that, Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu were even more cautious, not daring to breathe too loudly. Only Duga Wanqing was still treating Lin Feng as a young master. After all, Lin Feng was willing to pass on heavenly level techniques to her, filling her heart with immense joy. What a trust this was! Lin Feng had no idea that his status in Duga Wanqing's heart had deepened further. After inviting Lin Feng to take a seat, Duga Tonghai quickly inquired about the situation. When he learned what had happened and that Thundercloud Fortress was actually planning to abduct Duga Wanqing for exchange, Duga Tonghai's eyes were filled with killing intent. The sympathy he had felt for Duga Minglang was completely gone. If it weren't for Lin Feng's intervention, Duga Wanqing might have really been harmed by Duga Minglang. This brother deserved to die. At the same time, he felt even more grateful to Lin Feng. This was equivalent to saving his city lord's mansion twice. Coupled with the heavenly level technique given to Duga Wanqing, this great favor was enough to make him feel that even bowing down in gratitude was insufficient. He also noticed that Duga Wanqing's cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi refining. Although surprised, compared to the heavenly level technique, this matter seemed only natural. "Young Master Lin, this great kindness is unforgettable.
In the future, if you have any requests of me, Dugu Tonghai, please feel free to ask. I would not hesitate to give my life. Dugu Tonghai patted his chest in assurance. Lin Feng nodded. There's no need for such formality, City Lord. Since Wanqing is my disciple, we are family now, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. I have many things to do. Bring me paper and a pen. Lin Feng naturally wanted to write down the auxiliary herbs needed for Dugu Wanqing to awaken her immortal body. This was also the purpose of his visit. Dugu Wanqing was delighted to hear this and looked forward to what she would be like after awakening her immortal body. Such a trivial matter, Dugu Tonghai naturally did not ask any questions and personally fetched paper and brush for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not polite. With a wave of his hand, he wrote down a long list of herbs, all of which Dugu Tonghai could find. Once finished, Lin Feng handed the list to Dugu Tonghai and said, "Gather these herbs as soon as possible. I will come tomorrow afternoon to personally awaken Wanqing's immortal body with these herbs." Immortal body? Dugu Tonghai was momentarily stunned. Although confused, he did not ask further to waste Lin Feng's time. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, young Master Lin, please rest assured. I will send someone to gather them overnight, ensuring that these herbs are ready in the shortest time possible so as not to delay young Master Lin." Dugu Tonghai realized that this was likely for his daughter's matter. It must be another great opportunity. Moreover, now that Lin Feng was in his eyes, he was like a pillar of support. If he didn't hold on tightly now, he would regret it later. He had lost all semblance of a city lord's demeanor. Well, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Remember what I said. Lin Feng stood up, not intending to stay any longer. "Young Master Lin, please wait. Allow me to escort young Master Lin back," Dugu Tonghai quickly interjected. "Our city lord's mansion has special carriages. Walking back would dirty young Master Lin's shoes. Let me do my small part." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng did not refuse again and nodded. Dugu Tonghai then summoned people, bringing along Dugu Wancheng and Uncle Fu to see Lin Feng off. A grand procession formed, looking to have over 100 people. 2 open-air carriages, each carried by 10 people, requiring no horses at all. The space above was vast and extremely luxurious. This was the highest courtesy from the city lord's mansion, typically reserved only for Dugu Tonghai himself. Yet now, Dugu Tonghai felt it was somewhat unworthy for Lin Feng, but this was already the best he could offer. Personally escorting Lin Feng to the carriage left everyone in the city lord's mansion dumbfounded, unsure of what had transpired. The dignified city lord was serving the young master of the Lin family, Lin Feng, in such a humble manner. But who would dare to ask? They didn't even dare to look too closely. Once Lin Feng was in the carriage, Dugu Tonghai quickly turned to Dugu Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, hurry and sit in the same carriage as your master and build a good relationship with him." Dugu Wanqing's face flushed red, and she nodded happily. She climbed into the carriage and sat beside Lin Feng, gently massaging his shoulders. This treatment made the people of the city lord's mansion envious. Many young men from the mansion wished they could strangle Lin Feng out of jealousy. It was simply too enviable. But they didn't have the guts. Although they didn't know what had happened, even a fool could see Lin Feng's status in the city lord's eyes. After Dugu Tonghai boarded another carriage, Uncle Fu waved his hand. "Let's go." To the Lin family, such a grand procession drew attention as soon as it left the city lord's mansion. Along the way, discussions erupted. Heavens! Isn't that young Master Lin Feng? He's actually in the same carriage as the city lord and leading the way. Am I seeing things? It's terrifying. I heard last time that Lin Feng suddenly showed his prowess at Chunman Tower, as if he could cultivate. Has he become that dazzling genius of Yin City again? But even if he's a genius, how could he sit in a carriage ahead of the city lord? And look who's beside him. Hiss! Countless people gasped. It's actually the city lord's daughter, Miss Wancheng. She's actually massaging Lin Feng's shoulders. Damn it! Miss Wancheng is my dream girl. Everyone was stunned, standing dumbly on either side of the road, unable to approach the carriage. The people brought along were there to block anyone from getting too close to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Dugu Tonghai really knew how to enjoy life? Sitting high in the carriage, he could overlook the surrounding scenery, creating a feeling of being above it all. As the carriage moved forward, the crowd continued to grow. The entire city was discussing Lin Feng. The Lin family is about to rise. Even the city lord is so close to Lin Feng. It seems we need to curry favor with the Lin family more in the future. Many of the top families in Yen City began to discuss this as well. They all knew that the Lin family's status in Yen City would likely change. By the way, the Lu family went to the Lin family looking for trouble. It seems they're in for a rough time. Chunman Tower was the Lu family's property. According to the original plot, Lin Feng had previously been powerless, losing Xiaozi and ultimately having no way out. But that day, Lin Feng had struck the brothel keeper.
Naturally, she ran to the Lu family to complain. The Lu family was also one of the top families in Yen City, even stronger than the Wang family that Lin Feng had previously defeated. The family had two powerful cultivators at the fourth level of the True Essence realm. The family head Lu Chengyuan and the second-in-command Lu Chengzhou it was an existence that the Lin family had never dared to provoke before. Today, Lu Qingshou, the second-in-command of the Lu family, brought people to the Lin family to demand an explanation. At this moment, they were at the Lin family. Lin Feng was unaware of this matter, but he would soon find out. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Lin family. Just as they reached there, a figure flew out. It was a member of the Lin family who fell to the ground with a wail. Lin Feng immediately frowned. His body floated down from the carriage. Duge Tonghai, seeing this, hurriedly followed. What happened? Lin Feng asked the Lin family member on the ground. Lin Feng. Great. You're back. You should go take a look. The Lu family has come to cause trouble, and the second master and third master are no match for them. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's figure flashed and he entered the Lin family gate. Dugu Tonghai quickly followed. Soon after, Dugu Wanqing and Uncle Fu also brought people from the city lord's mansion in. They looked at the Lin family members who had been thrown out, trembling in shock. Just now, that seemed to be the city lord. How could he be with Lin Feng? While the Lin family members were still pondering this, another large group of people followed. They were all heads of major families from Yancheng. The heads of the other two top families in Yancheng, along with many other family heads, had come with a few people. They were naturally not there to watch the excitement. Instead, they wanted to understand why the city lord Dugu Tonghai would treat Lin Feng this way. Only then would they know how to deal with the Lin family. The Lin family members who had been thrown out stared blankly as a continuous stream of people entered the Lin family. They felt that something significant was about to happen today. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive sounds of impact. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were knocked to the ground, spitting blood. Lin Zhenshen's originally joyful expression suddenly froze. Earlier, when Lu Qingshou brought people to pick a fight, Lin Zhentian was worried. But soon, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng worked together and surprisingly managed to hold off Lu Qingshou, a 4th-level True Essence Realm expert, which delighted him. However, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Lu Qingshou directly signaled for Lu Chengyuan, the head of the Lu family, who was nearby, to come over. 2 4th-level True Essence Realm experts. Even though Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng practiced the techniques Lin Feng had given them and could fight above their level, they still could not contend with these two. At this moment, they were severely injured. Lu Qingshou looked at Lu Chengyuan, who was shocked, and said, "Elder brother, did you see that? Do you know why I signaled for you to come over? Just a day ago, I saw them at the 5th level of body refinement, and in just one day, they broke through to the 1st level of True Essence Realm. Not only that, but the two of them together couldn't even handle me. If I'm not mistaken, they must be practicing a technique of extremely high quality, at least of the Earth level. If we could obtain it." Ha ha ha. Lu Chengshou laughed triumphantly. It was as if this technique had already become his possession. How could he not be pleased? The old brothel keeper was one of theirs. Chunman Lu was their property. If an old brothel keeper was wrong, he didn't even need to come to the Lin family to demand an explanation. He could just send someone over. But in fact, many people did not know that the Lu family had a very good relationship with the Yulan family. In reality, they were secretly a subsidiary family of the Yulan family. This was a little-known matter, and it had only been the case for the past 2 years. It was said to be due to the Yulan family, but it was mainly because of Jun Wuchen. No one knew what kind of luck Yulan Ruo had stumbled upon to get involved with Jun Wuchen. They feared Jun Wuchen, which was why they agreed to become a subsidiary of the Yulan family. Not long ago, they received a pigeon message from the Yulan family, informing them about Lin Feng and instructing them to deal with him. The Yulan family would also arrive soon. After Lu Chengyuan learned of this, he thought that it was just a Lin family, and the Yulan family was making too much fuss. However, he still gave face to the Yulan family, allowing Lu Qingshou to handle the Lin family under the pretext of the old brothel keeper. At that time, he could still continue to mix in Yen City without anyone knowing their relationship with the Yulan family. But what he never expected was that these two, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who he regarded as mere grasshoppers, could actually join forces to confront him, a 4th-level True Essence Realm cultivator. It was simply absurd. In an instant, he thought through the connections and realized that the two must have cultivated top-tier techniques. It was likely a ground-level technique. Without hesitation, he immediately sent a signal to summon his elder brother, Lu Chengyuan, along with many True Essence Realm experts from the Lu family. They had to seize this ground-level technique. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Chengshu's words, Lu Chengyuan understood what was happening, his eyes shining with excitement. Even the city lord of Yen City, Duge Tonghai, did not possess a ground-level technique. Once they obtained it, they would surpass Duga Tonghai in a short time. At that point, the position of City Lord would undoubtedly be theirs. They might even be able to compete with Jun Wuqing in the future. After all, they did not wish to remain in a subordinate position forever. Good. Destroy the Lin family. This news must not leak out, and then interrogate these two about the technique. If they refuse to speak, let them experience a fate worse than death. Lu Chengyuan's eyes gleamed with greed and cruelty. They had come to annihilate the Lin family, and now they could use this opportunity to hide the fact that they had obtained a ground-level technique. They would quietly cultivate and then astonish everyone. Lin Jintian also heard the brothers' discussion, feeling an immense shock in his heart. A ground-level technique? He could hardly imagine how Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had obtained it. Did these two brothers lose their minds? But upon reflecting on their earlier behavior, even he began to have doubts. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, wanting to ask them what was going on. However, at this moment, it was clearly not the time to inquire. Looking at Lu Chengyuan and Lu Qingshou, Lin Jintian knew that the Lin family was likely in danger today. Lin Feng had not returned yet, and it was uncertain when he would come back. With a look of someone ready to face death, he snorted coldly, "Humph! Do you really think my Lin family is easy to bully? Today, even if every member of my Lin family dies, we will still peel a layer of skin off your Lu family. Ha ha, how ridiculous. Do you think this will be of any use? With your meager strength, do you really think there's a chance for rescue? I really can't understand why the Yulan family is so afraid of you. I see them as timid as mice." Lu Chengyuan scoffed. Yulan family? Lin Jintian was taken aback. He immediately asked in surprise, "You mean the Yulan family? What is your relationship with them? Did the Yulan family send you here?" Lu Chengyuan quickly realized he had let something slip. However, he didn't care at all. Because after today, the Lin family would be erased. What did it matter if a bunch of dead people knew this? Lu Chengyuan nodded lightly. "That's right, we are actually an affiliated family of the Yulan family. They sent us to take action. I wasn't planning to say this, but it doesn't hurt to tell you. This, how is that possible? How did the news get out? Everyone should have died." Lin Zhenqian's eyes showed a hint of panic. According to the plan, it would take a long time for the Yulan family to learn about this matter. Moreover, he was certain that no one from the Yulan family who came to the Lin family that day survived. How did they notify Lu Chengyuan? He couldn't figure it out. Lu Chengyuan might have gotten carried away and simply revealed everything to Lin Jintian. Yulan Ruo is not dead, she is alive and well, and the Yulan family will arrive in the next couple of days. But I feel there is no need at all. By the time they arrive, we will have already dealt with the bodies of your Lin family. Instantly, Lin Zhenqian's body shook violently. If it were just the Lu family, they could try to hold on until Lin Feng returned. But now, with the Yulan family arriving in just a couple of days, there was no time for the Lin family to evacuate. And any attempt to retreat would create a huge commotion. The people of the Yulan family could easily find them. This was to force the Lin family into a dead end. Damn it! If only we could give Chainer a bit more time, the Yulan family would surely not be afraid, but now there is no way out. Lin Jintian felt a wave of despair. But looking at the Lu brothers, Lu Chengyuan and Lu Qingshou, he felt slightly reassured. Putting aside the Yulan family for now, he had to hold off these two people first. Looking at Lu Chengyuan, Lin Jintian continued to feign asking questions. "So what did Yulan Ruo say to you?" She sent a message via carrier pigeon, saying, "Your Lin family's Lin Feng has actually been able to cultivate, and he has exceptional talent, very impressive, and there's also someone named Xiao Zi who must be killed." Wait, you're stalling for time. Lu Chengyuan suddenly realized. He saw that Lin Jintian was deliberately dragging things out. Upon being discovered, Lin Zhenqian's expression changed. "Humph, enough nonsense. Prepare to die. I'll deal with you first. Second brother, it's up to you." Lu Chengyuan waved his hand immediately. Lu Qingshou grinned wickedly and lunged at Lin Jintian. Lin Jintian couldn't even handle the third level of the true essence realm from Yulan Kemming, let alone face Lu Qingshou, who was at the fourth level. In an instant, Lin Jintian couldn't even counterattack, his aura completely sealed off. Bang! After a scream, blood mist filled the air. Lu Qingshou was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, exploded by a kick from Lin Feng. Duga Tonghai was shocked by this scene. He asked himself if he could do it, but still stood by Lin Feng's side at the first moment, looking at Lu Chengyuan, whose pupils were wide and trembling. You are Lin Feng, and the city lord." Lu Chengyuan was stunned. He couldn't comprehend how the city lord could be with Lin Feng, and why Lin Feng could launch such an attack with only the first level of the true essence realm. Lu Qingshou had no power to resist at all. Lin Jintian was also stunned. Although he knew Lin Feng was powerful, he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Kicking someone at the fourth level of the true essence realm to death?
That was a huge difference from just killing them. It could only be done when the gap in strength was insurmountable.
Lin Feng casually shook off his shoes, not even glancing at Lu Changyuan. Looking at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who were severely injured, he instructed the Lin family disciples first help second uncle and third uncle up. Lin Jintian had long instructed everyone in the Lin family. In the Lin family, Lin Feng's words were equivalent to his. It could be said that although many people were of the same generation as Lin Feng, no one dared to compare their status with him. Even hearing his orders felt completely natural.
Immediately,
several young disciples of the Lin family followed his instructions and helped Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng up. After the two stood up and saw Lin Feng, their eyes lit up with joy. Previously, both of them had felt a wave of despair.
Now it was fine.
As long as Lin Feng was back, everything would be fine. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng wore excited smiles. They understood Lin Feng's strength too well.
The Lu family was nothing.
Even the fifth level of the true essence realm was like a pile of dirt in front of Lin Feng, a mere existence.
Thinking of this, the two were also taken aback.
As elders, they unexpectedly felt an extreme sense of security from Lin Feng, which made them blush.
But they quickly composed themselves.
Now, Lin Feng was the backbone of their Lin family.
Everyone had various emotions, all shocked by Lin Feng's arrival. Second brother.
Lu Changyuan cried out in despair. His hands stretched out towards the sky.
But he could not see Lu Chengsha's figure.
Then his eyes turned blood red as he stared at Lin Feng.
Each word was pronounced slowly. Lin Feng, I'll fight you to the death.
At this moment, Lu Changyuan realized the situation. With Lin Feng's strength, it was no surprise he could befriend the city lord.
He knew he wouldn't survive.
He felt immense regret for agreeing to the Yulan family's demands, but it was too late now. They had come in full force, injured Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, and informed the Lin family about the Yulan family's matters. The Lin family would never let him go.
It was better to die with some backbone. He died quite resolutely. There was even no need for Lin Feng to take action. The city lord, Duge Tonghai, flashed forward and struck Lu Changyuan on the forehead with a palm. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Changyuan was directly killed by Duge Tonghai's blow, causing the remaining members of the Lu family to involuntarily take a step back. The old madam was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Lu Qingshu intended to use the old madam as a reason to destroy the Lin family, and naturally, he had brought her along. The old madam herself thought this was an easy task. Lu Chengsha's support made her feel quite pleased. But at this moment, the old madam was filled with regret. She had never imagined that the once useless Lin Feng would one day rise to such an unassailable height. That level of power was simply astonishing. The city lord Duge Tonghai even acted on his behalf. What a face this was! The old madam knew she was finished. Such petty characters do not require young Master Lin to take action personally. Duge Tonghai said to Lin Feng with a slight bow after dealing with Lu Changyuan. This scene was just witnessed by the heads of various families who had rushed over. Even Lin Jintian was shaken. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. The dignified city lord Duge Tonghai actually showed such respect to Lin Feng, even bowing. It was clearly a sign of deference, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What exactly happened? It seems the city lord personally killed Lu Changyuan, and to say such things, clearly acting on behalf of Lin Feng. Why would Lin Feng command such respect from the city lord? Just as everyone was confused and shocked, Duge Tonghai continued to speak. From today onwards, the Lu family is expelled from Yancheng, and no one is allowed to claim to be a member of the Lu family. A bombshell. As soon as these words were spoken, the heads of the various families in Yancheng gasped in shock. One bolder head of a family couldn't help but cautiously ask, "City Lord, may I ask why? What has the Lu family done to anger you?" The Lu family was one of the 4 top families in Yancheng. Just before, the bodies of the Wang family's strongmen had been discovered in Sanglong Valley, leading to lamentations over the loss of one of the 4 top families, and before they could figure out what was happening, now another Lu family was expelled from Yancheng. These were all families with 100 years of heritage. To have 2 disappear in a single day was enough to make anyone feel as if the sky was falling. Duge Tonghai did not hide the truth and directly stated, "The Lu family is ambitious and has colluded with the Yulan family to deal with the Lin family. I have a deep relationship with young Master Lin, so I naturally cannot stand by and watch. Now that young Master Lin is my daughter's master, from now on we will be on equal terms. Today I declare that anyone who offends the Lin family will be offending me, Duge Tonghai." What Yulan family? Everyone could tell that the collusion with the Yulan family was secondary. The important thing was the deep relationship with Lin Feng. Not just deep, it was even somewhat humble. And the even more explosive news was that the dignified city lord's daughter had actually become Lin Feng's disciple. Their feelings could not be described as being struck by lightning. They were not foolish. At this moment, how could they not understand that this was not just a change for the Lin family? This was a change for the entire Yancheng. The future Lin family would undoubtedly hold a status even higher than that of the city lord's residence. One could see this from Duge Tonghai's attitude. And those surviving members of the Lu family were now terrified to the point of being shattered. They had thought this was just a simple cleanup operation. Besides the four top families, there were too many other families in Yancheng. Losing one was insignificant. But given the situation before them, if they didn't say something soon, they might even lose their lives. Immediately, the leader of the Lu family, the chief steward Wu Zhangming, quickly spoke up. Please spare us, city lord. We are willing to submit to the Lin family and from now on follow the Lin family. Not all the members of the Lu family bore the Lu surname. Wu Zhengming, due to his decent talent, was now a true Essence Realm third-level expert, second only to Lu Chengyuan and Lu Qingshou, making him an important figure in the Lu family. The trouble caused by the Lu brothers, in his view, should not be his burden to bear. Over the years he had done many things for the Lu family. There was no psychological pressure from betrayal. After saying this, he cautiously looked at Duge Tonghai. However, Duge Tonghai was looking at Lin Zhentian, asking with a friendly smile, Old Master Lin, what do you think about this matter? Lin Zhentian's body trembled. Once upon a time, he couldn't even have a conversation with the city lord Duge Tonghai. But now, due to Lin Feng, this dignified city lord was being polite, like a neighborly younger brother. He had become the elder brother. However, Lin Zhentian also knew that he deserved such treatment now, thanks to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so formidable that even the city lord Duge Tonghai had to curry favor. Lin Zhentian gradually adapted to his identity and did not become overly arrogant. He smiled and nodded at Duge Tonghai, saying, there are still many innocent people in the Lu family, they can stay, but those with the surname Lu must die. Lin Zhentian could not leave hidden dangers for his own family. He also dared not take in people from the Lu family. Moreover, Lu Chengyuan had no intention of letting the Lin family off this time. But those with different surnames did not have such high loyalty to the Lu family. If they were taken in, they would undoubtedly become a great asset to the Lin family in the future. For example, Wu Zhangming. His cultivation at the third level of the True Essence realm was even higher than Lin Zhentian's. Upon hearing this, Duge Tonghai instantly understood. He glanced at Uncle Fu and waved his hand slightly. Immediately, Uncle Fu and a group of experts from the city lord's mansion decisively took action. Cries of agony erupted among the Lu family members. All those with the surname Lu were slaughtered. After doing this, Wu Zhangming also trembled. Fortunately, he had spoken, otherwise he might have been dealt with as well. Not to mention the others from different families, who were all silent and dared not speak. The handling was too decisive. No one expected that the dignified city lord Duge Tonghai would go to such lengths. Clearly, it was to build a good relationship with Lin Feng, and he was able to go this far. The people from various families could not understand why, but it did not hinder their caution towards Lin Feng. Even a fool could see that Lin Feng was extraordinary. Many had not witnessed the scene where Lin Feng kicked Lu Qingshou to pieces before coming here. But at this moment, they were quietly and politely inquiring with the Lin family members who had been here earlier. The Lin family members were all proudly recounting what had just happened, causing the heads of the various families to gasp in shock. It was terrifying. What does it mean to kick someone at the fourth level of the True Essence realm to pieces? They understood all too well. At this moment, they finally realized why Duge Tonghai acted this way. They looked at Lin Feng with fiery eyes, already considering which of their beautiful daughters to marry off to him. As long as Lin Feng agreed, they would let him choose freely. Achieving this at such a young age, he would surely have a place in the Tianlong continent in the future. Everyone was acutely aware of this. After Wu Zhangming trembled, he immediately knelt before Lin Feng to pledge his loyalty. He was not foolish, he knew that Lin Feng was now the backbone of the Lin family, and his words held weight. After kneeling, Wu Zhangming shouted, from now on, I, Wu Zhangming, vow to serve the Lin family with my life. If I have any second thoughts, may heaven strike me down. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Zhangming and nodded, well, since you are so sensible, I will let you understand that following my Lin family is far better than being with the Lu family. There's a problem with the cultivation method you're using. If you follow the path I guide you on, you will achieve results with half the effort. After saying this, Lin Feng pointed at Wu Zhangming from a distance, indicating the path of the cultivation method. He was simultaneously cultivating 4 super cultivation methods, and even the top experts in the Tianlong continent might not be stronger than him in the way of cultivation. Seeing that Wu Zhangming had issues with his cultivation method, Wu Zhangming's body shook. He was practicing a top-tier cultivation method, but it was a fragmented version.
Although he had relied on his decent talent to grow step by step to the third level of the true essence realm, his body had indeed encountered many problems. Unable to change cultivation methods like others, his Boda's strength would immediately fall into chaos. He wouldn't even know how he died. This had always been his heartache. As Lin Feng's fingers tapped in the air, he felt his body tremble violently. Realizing that his great opportunity had arrived, following the cultivation route guided by Lin Feng, his strength began to flow smoothly. His dantian felt a surge of heat. Boom! A strong wave of energy erupted, spreading outwards. Everyone felt it vividly, their eyes filled with astonishment. He broke through. Wu Zhangming actually broke through just because of Lin Feng's casual guidance. The fourth level of True Yuan realm. No one expected this. Although everyone already knew Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, even capable of fighting above his level, no one anticipated that he would be so monstrous. Even the Lin family members were caught off guard. Only Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng showed expressions of understanding. After all, they knew best. Lin Feng could create powerful techniques like the Heavenly Sword Supreme Decision. Casually pointing out something to Wu Zhangming was a piece of cake. Completing a cultivation method was trivial. Breaking through a minor realm. What was there to be surprised about? They had directly broken through major realms before. The gap between these two was immense. Duga Tonghai was also taken aback, his heart trembling. Duga Wonking felt a surge of joy in her heart. Her master was truly unexpected. He was a bit too strong. The little stars in her eyes shone even brighter. My cultivation method has been completed? No. It has been upgraded. This is an Earth-level cultivation method. My cultivation method has actually upgraded to an Earth-level method. Wu Zhangming never expected this. Not only was his cultivation issue resolved, but he was also fortunate enough to cultivate an Earth-level method in this lifetime. In his surprise, he blurted out these words, causing everyone who heard them to shine with excitement. They stared intently at Wu Zhangming, as if wanting to pin him down and rub him into the ground countless times. Wu Zhangming quickly reacted, his body tensing up. This was an Earth-level method. Enough to drive many people mad with desire to snatch it away. But soon, Wu Zhangming straightened up, looking disdainfully at the people around him. Now he was with the Lin family, following Lin Feng. Did these people dare to act against him? Even Duga Tonghai, the city lord, was just a henchman of Lin Feng. Given these people 100 times the courage, would they dare? As the saying goes, a dog relies on its master. This was the most accurate portrayal of Wu Zhangming at this moment, but he felt no shame at all. Others wanted this kind of backing but couldn't even get it. Indeed, as Wu Zhangming thought, although these people were tempted, they dared not make a move at this moment. They could only look at Wu Zhangming with envy, their gazes towards Lin Feng growing even hotter. This was no longer a prodigy, he was a divine being. They had heard of divine beings they had never encountered before. With a casual gesture, he could help someone upgrade their cultivation method? This seemed to have transcended human limits. Thud. Wu Zhangming understood this even more clearly. He directly knelt before Lin Feng again. Young master, from now on, I, Wu Zhangming, will be your loyal dog, doing whatever you command. Lin Feng not only helped him but also saved his life. His cultivation issues were becoming increasingly severe. If not resolved soon, a violent death was only a matter of time. This was something the Lu family had never given him. At this moment, Wu Zhangming's loyalty was heartfelt. Lin Feng nodded gently. Good, from now on, you are a member of the Lin family. Get up. Yes. Young master. Wu Zhangming then stood up, silently standing beside Lin Feng, regaining the demeanor of a strong person, disdainfully glancing at the members of various families around him. From now on, the Lin family would be his home. Lin Zhentian was also filled with excitement. He knew that the Lin family was truly about to rise. With Wu Zhangming directly at the fourth level of True Yuan realm, now incredibly loyal to the Lin family, who would dare to provoke them in the future? Ha ha ha! Congratulations! Congratulations! From then on, the Lin family became one of the top families in Yancheng. Brother Lin Zhentian, we should keep in touch more often. A hearty laugh echoed. The head of the Huang family, one of the four top families, Huang Wangfei, looked at Lin Zhentian with a friendly smile, directly elevating the Lin family to the status of a top family in Yancheng. At that moment, naturally, no one dared to voice any objections. Everyone nodded and smiled in agreement, while secretly cursing Huang Wangfei for being so quick to flatter them. What were they supposed to do? Ha, good, we should indeed keep in touch more. Lin Zhentian also laughed heartily. In the past, Huang Wangfei wouldn't even spare a glance at the Lin family. Lin Zhentian knew it was all because of Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with endless emotions. Such a grand scene, such an atmosphere. I think we should hold a banquet at the Lin family to celebrate young master Lin Feng's return to genius status. How about that? I'll have someone bring over what we need for the banquet right away. Today, I'll host. The head of the Sima family, another top family in Yanqing, Sima Baichuan, was also patting his chest, looking at the Lin family with a flattering expression. This suggestion instantly received a chorus of agreement. That's right, young Master Lin Feng is so impressive, we all admire him greatly. I'll have my family send some things over. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. This kind of thing can't be left out from my family. I'll have someone send over. I'll join in too. I'll have my family send things over. I want to participate too. The heads of the major families in Yanqing were all acting as if they had gone mad, eager to send their best items over. They didn't give the Lin family a chance to refuse at all. They all knew clearly that if the Lin family held a banquet to celebrate, they wouldn't know how long it would take to prepare. If they wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lin Feng, the best way was to prepare their own items. Once one person spoke up, everyone followed suit, not wanting to miss this excellent opportunity. They directly saved the Lin family a lot of preparation time. Lin Jintian watched in a daze. Just as the heads of the families were sending messages for items to be brought over, Du Tonghai also approached Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. Holding a bottle of elixir, he said, "Brothers, this is the Shuechan Dan unique to the city lord's mansion. It is quite effective for healing injuries. I'm giving it to you too for your recovery." Hiss. This made Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng gasp in surprise, feeling overwhelmed. The city lord, who had previously never even glanced at them, was now giving them such a precious item. The Shuechan Dan was incredibly valuable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was worth its weight in gold. Just taking it out could easily attract the attention of true Essence Realm experts. Such a precious item was casually given to them. They quickly accepted it, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, knowing it was all because of Lin Feng. They felt no psychological burden at all. After all, anyone who could build a good relationship with Lin Feng was considered to have hit the jackpot. It was something many people envied. They felt honored to be part of it. Just then, Uncle Fu approached with the old brothel keeper and asked, "City Lord, young Master Lin Feng, how should we deal with this person?" This matter was closely related to the old brothel keeper. Uncle Fu was meticulous in his work. He had caught her when he saw her trying to sneak away. Du Tonghai glanced at Lin Feng's expression and, seeing that Lin Feng didn't care at all, casually waved his hand and said, "Just deal with her like you did with the Lu family." Understood. Uncle Fu took the person away. Since the Lin family was in a celebratory mood, they naturally couldn't let this place be sullied. The families that had said they would send items for the banquet were indeed efficient. In just a short time, various delicacies and rare pastries from famous restaurants were brought over. The fine wines that had been treasured for many years were also generously packed and brought over. They didn't treat the Lin family as outsiders at all. Du Tonghai originally planned to send Lin Feng off and then leave. At this moment, seeing that other families had gone to such lengths, he quickly instructed Uncle Fu to go back and fetch the treasured tiger whip wine he had collected for many years. In an instant, the Lin family was bustling with activity. The entire Yan city was discussing this matter. But those who could participate were all figures like the heads of various families. Ordinary people simply couldn't get in. Lin Jintian was also at a loss. There were too many people. If everyone came, the Lin family wouldn't be able to accommodate so many. This banquet continued all the way into the evening. Lin Feng was the center of attention, and everyone was trying to get close to him, which made Lin Feng somewhat annoyed. He simply told Lin Jintian and left with Xiaozi. Xiaozi had been there all along, but she just quietly watched Lin Feng shine. She knew how powerful her young master was now. All she needed to do was be a good little fan. As they walked, Xiaozi finally spoke up. "Young master, you are getting more and more impressive. Now in Yan City, everyone knows you, and I am really proud of you." Lin Feng smiled at her words and said, "Xiaozi, you are also very good. Don't compare yourself to me, we are different. With your talent, you will have your day, and you might even shine brighter. Believe in yourself. The cultivation method I gave you is enough for you to look down on this Tianlong continent in the future." Thank you, young master." Xiaozi nodded happily, linking her arm with Lin Feng's and bouncing along. After the banquet, the city lord Du Tonghai was not idle either. He quickly dispatched everyone from the city lord's mansion to collect the various medicinal herbs Lin Feng had written down before. He issued a stern order: every herbal shop must be searched, not a single one should be missed. If it's not found in Yan City, go to other cities. In any case, everything must be gathered by tomorrow afternoon, or else heads will roll. If Du Tonghai hadn't been so anxious before, after attending the banquet, he completely understood. Now in Yan City, he was nothing but a city lord. As long as Lin Feng wanted, he could kick him down at any moment. He had to maintain a solid relationship with Lin Feng, and the only way to achieve that was through the master-disciple relationship between Du Wanqing and Lin Feng. He had gotten ahead of countless envious and jealous people. There could be no mistakes in finding the herbs.
Dugu Wanqing was the future of his city lord's mansion. After giving all the orders, Dugu Tonghai looked at Dugu Wanqing with great excitement. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously asked, Wanqing, tell me the truth, is the cultivation method your master gave you really that powerful, a heavenly level technique? Dugu Tonghai still found it hard to believe. It was too terrifying. Dugu Wanqing rolled her eyes silently at this question. She nodded and said, what my master says is definitely true. If he says it is, then it is. And father, I should correct you. My master said this technique is at least a heavenly level technique. He doesn't even know the specific grade. Dugu Wanqing clearly remembered Lin Feng's words. At this moment, she reminded Dugu Tonghai. Dugu Tonghai found it hard to imagine. Could there be a technique more terrifying than a heavenly level technique in this world? He couldn't help but shake his head, not daring to think about that question. This was already difficult for him to understand and accept. After that, Dugu Tonghai looked at Dugu Wanqing somewhat shyly and asked, good daughter, quickly tell me what exactly happened between you and your master? Be detailed. Previously, when Lin Feng was around, Dugu Tonghai had no chance to learn more. Now he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Dugu Wanqing did not hide anything. She recounted everything in detail. There was no concealment, nor was there any need to hide anything. Dugu Tonghai showed a look of realization, along with a wave of shame. He had not noticed that Dugu Wanqing was a celestial body at all. In his heart, he felt an infinite gratitude towards Lin Feng. This was simply the greatest favor to his city lord's mansion. Afterward, Dugu Tonghai eased up a bit and asked hesitantly, my dear daughter, can your father cultivate this technique? Will your master be angry? A heavenly level technique. Who wouldn't be tempted? Dugu Tonghai didn't care about his old face anymore. After all, she was his daughter. It was fine to ask. He was just worried that this was the technique Lin Feng had given to Dugu Wanqing, and would Lin Feng be angry if he found out? Upon hearing this, Dugu Wanqing really thought it over carefully. Then she shook her head and said, he shouldn't be. Didn't my master say that you should throw away the trash earth level technique? This shows he doesn't care about you cultivating the technique he gave me at all. But I just started cultivating. So it will take a long time to pass everything on to you. There are many parts one don't quite understand yet, and I'll need to consult my master more. As soon as Dugu Tonghai heard that he could cultivate, he didn't care about these details anymore. He nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. No problem, no problem. From now on, you'll be my master, and I'll listen to everything you say. Quickly tell me about this heavenly level technique. Dugu Wanqing nodded happily, feeling useful for the first time at home. By the way, Uncle Fu, you should come and listen too. Seeing Uncle Fu trying to slip away to avoid suspicion, Dugu Wanqing suddenly said. Dugu Wanqing's mother passed away early. Usually, in the city lord's mansion, her father Dugu Tonghai was very busy. It was Uncle Fu who had taken care of her like a grandfather. How could Dugu Wanqing forget Uncle Fu when something good happened? Can I join too? Uncle Fu was suddenly a bit excited and stammered. This was a heavenly level technique, a super technique that many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Now, it seemed from Dugu Wanqing's words that he could cultivate it too. Fu, you've been in my city lord's mansion for so long. Since Wanqing said you can stay and listen, then come over quickly, don't waste time. Dugu Tonghai shared the same thought as his daughter and was a bit impatient at this moment. Oh, all right. Uncle Fu hurriedly scurried over. After that, Dugu Wanqing didn't hold back and informed the two of them about the operation route of the technique. The two quickly discarded their previous techniques and immediately began to cultivate according to the new one. Soon, they felt the impressive power of the starry profound Yuan technique. The techniques they had practiced before were completely like dung in a garbage heap. Compared to this technique, the difference was enormous. Although Dugu Wanqing still had many things she didn't understand, such as the application of more powerful techniques, she had no problem with the simplest operation route. After all, she was an elemental immortal body with undeniable talent. Boom! Boom! Two powerful energies spread out in succession. In an instant, both felt filled with immense power. They actually broke through one after the other. We broke through. Dugu Wanqing stared blankly at this scene. She didn't expect this technique to be so against the heavens. The two of them actually broke through one after the other. Uncle Fu didn't need to be mentioned. He had gone from the 4th level of the true Yuan realm to the 5th level. He looked much younger. In the Tianlong continent, the stronger one was, the longer their lifespan. Some ancient monsters had lived for 10,000 years and looked like 17 or 18-year-old youths. Originally, with Uncle Fu's talent, he had no hope of breaking through to the 5th level of the true Yuan realm in this lifetime with his original technique. But because of Lin Feng's starry profound Yuan technique, he had now undergone a baptism. His future cultivation would continue to break through, welcoming a second spring in his life. As for Dugu Tonghai, there was even less to say.
He was already at the peak of the 5th level of the true Yuan realm. Even among the 5th level he was considered a strong figure. But now he had actually broken through again. City Lord, could it be that you've broken through to the innate realm? Uncle Fu's eyes were filled with surprise. After the 3 major realms of the acquired, there was the innate realm. It was a realm that many people dreamed of, akin to a terrestrial immortal, free and unfettered in the world. If Dugu Tonghai really broke through, it would completely transcend the realm of humans. Dugu Wanqing also looked at Dugu Tonghai in surprise, but Dugu Tonghai shook his head. It's not innate, it's half a step to innate, still a bit lacking, but it won't take long. Dugu Tonghai was too excited. The innate realm. This was his lifelong dream. Now it was so easily realized just because he had just practiced this technique. As long as he was given a little more time, not long at all, he would truly step into the innate realm. With a joyful smile on his face, Dugu Tonghai looked seriously at Dugu Wanqing and said, "My dear daughter, do you know what kind of master you have just taken as your teacher? It probably exceeds our imagination. Although I can't understand why young Master Lin would be like this, you must remember, never provoke your master in the future." It was terrifying. Just thinking about it made Dugu Tonghai shudder. He even suspected that Lin Feng was possessed by an unparalleled strongman. He had heard of this legend, but he wouldn't voice his speculation. Otherwise, once it got out, it could lead to disaster. Lin Feng had no idea how much Dugu Tonghai was overthinking. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely remember your words, and since my master is so good, why would I want to provoke him? Alright, Dad, I'm going back to rest now. After Dugu Wanqing finished speaking, she happily turned and left. It seemed she had taken on an extremely terrifying master beyond imagination. Dugu Tonghai smiled and shook his head at the sight. The next morning Xiaozi was helping Lin Feng get dressed while also noticing Lin Feng's cultivation level. "Ah, young master, you've broken through again. This is too fast." Xiaozi looked in disbelief at Lin Feng, who had already reached the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. Just yesterday, he had broken through to the 1st level of the True Essence realm, and now after a night's sleep, he had broken through again. The speed was simply incomprehensible. It's hard to understand someone so outstanding. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Isn't it good for the young master to be a bit stronger?" "Yes, of course it's good. The stronger the young master, the better. But if the old family head sees this, his eyes might pop out." Xiaozi could completely imagine it. She couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth at the thought of Lin Zhenqian's expression when he saw Lin Feng. "Young master, I'm going to cook now. Those family members sent a lot of rare ingredients yesterday, and I'm going to make you bird's nest." Xiaozi ran off excitedly. For someone who loved to cook, those ingredients made her ecstatic. In fact, compared to cultivating to become an unparalleled strongman, Xiaozi still preferred cooking and taking care of Lin Feng, even though her future was destined to be that of an unparalleled strongman. Afterward, Lin Feng got up and went to the yard to look at the flowers and plants. He lounged in a chair, leisurely waiting for a while. Once Xiaozi's bird's nest was ready, they ate together. Just after finishing, Lin Zhenqian really came. He came alone just to check on his 2 precious treasures in the Lin family. If he didn't see them for a day, Lin Zhenqian would feel anxious inside. After the banquet yesterday, Lin Zhenqian felt a wave of unreality. In Yanqing, to have a banquet of such scale, with various families coming to congratulate, even the city lord's mansion probably couldn't achieve that. At first glance, Lin Zhenqian noticed Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through. Just as Xiaozi had said, his eyes nearly popped out. Breathing heavily, he pointed at Lin Feng, unable to speak for a long time. After finally catching his breath, he felt that his old life would eventually be stimulated to death by Lin Feng. "Chainer, have you broken through again?" Lin Zhenqian doubted this was his illusion. He had never heard of anyone breaking through a level in a day on the Tianlong continent. Yet Lin Feng had done it. The most important thing was that Lin Feng had been busy all day yesterday and hadn't practiced at all. Whether he believed it or not, Lin Feng just nodded. He gently nodded and said, "I just broke through to the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. What's so surprising about that?" To this, Lin Feng really didn't care much. The more it went on, the more shocking it would be. Because no matter what realm, he would break through a level in a day in the future. While others might take hundreds of years to break through a level, he achieved it in just one day. How shocking that would be. Perhaps even those ancient monsters who have lived for 10,000 years would be wide-eyed in disbelief. And this is just in the near future. Lin Zhenqian naturally couldn't comprehend this. He could only chuckle and say, "Good. As expected of my Lin family's good son, you should have such pride. Young people, after all, are prodigies. What's wrong with a bit of arrogance?" Lin Zhenqian thought to himself. He then decided not to continue on that topic. Looking at Lin Feng, he asked, "By the way, Chainer, are you still going to Sanlong Valley?
I heard you've already found 2 types of medicinal herbs, just one more to go?
Lin Jintian had already received reports from Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng.
Currently, the blood lotus was lying in Lin Feng's room.
Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I need to go to the city lord's mansion this afternoon. I want to use the morning to find the last medicinal herb.
Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian immediately fell into thought,
his brows furrowing with a hint of worry.
Since last night he hadn't slept well, constantly pondering one matter.
Lin Feng noticed and said, if there's something, just say it.
Lin Jintian sighed and voiced his concerns.
Chainer, you must have heard that the Lu family came yesterday. They were sent by the Yulan family. Moreover, a group of experts from the Yulan family is heading towards our Lin family.
Last night, I dispatched a hawk to send word to the spies in Fengyun City. According to the travel time, those from the Yulan family will probably arrive tomorrow.
Lin Feng thought it was something serious, seeing how troubled Lin Jintian was.
He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, let them come. What's the big deal? Are you really worried about this? This matter? Lin Jintian nearly choked on his words. Although he admitted that Lin Feng was formidable, even capable of fighting above his level, and his cultivation was rising like a rocket, he felt he was underestimating the Yulan family. A bit of pride is good, but too much can lead to trouble. Unable to help but shake his head and sigh, he said, Chainer, you might not fully understand the strength of the Yulan family. It absolutely exceeds your imagination. There are more than one true Essence Realm 5th level experts among them, and their city lord of Fengyun City is on good terms with them. According to the information from the spies, the city lord is coming along this time. Plus, with a group of experts from the Yulan family, even if you are strong, you might still be outnumbered. No matter how strong one is, facing so many experts could lead to defeat. The original strength of the Lin family was utterly lacking. Lin Jintian knew this himself. If it weren't for Lin Feng, usually, not many would pay attention to them, let alone the city lord being so courteous. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand again. All right, let's talk about it when they arrive. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain. Should he tell Lin Jintian that dealing with innate experts was effortless for him now? Saying that would even sound a bit far-fetched to him. Lin Jintian would definitely not believe it. He would just think he was bragging. No one else, no matter how talented, would dare to say such things. Defeating innate experts with True Essence Realm strength, especially when he was only at the 2nd level of True Essence Realm. But Lin Feng was different. He was cultivating 4 top-tier techniques simultaneously. Even innate experts were no longer in his eyes. After saying this, Lin Feng glanced at Xiaozi and said, Xiaozi, focus on your cultivation. I might be back a bit late.
Young master.
Be careful on the way. Xiaozi quickly replied with a smile. Chainer. Lin Jintian felt that Lin Feng was becoming too inflated.
Only he knew how terrifying the Yulan family truly was. He had even heard that the head of the Yulan family, who was originally only at the 5th level of True Essence Realm, might now be half a step into the innate realm.
What a terrifying level that was. There wasn't a single such expert in the entire Yen city.
Even if it was just half a step, as long as one was involved, it would mean a leap in combat power. They are not beings they can understand. Just a bunch of country bumpkins. Let them come if they dare, but I'm afraid they won't return. Lin Feng didn't even turn his body, walking as his domineering voice reached Lin Jintian and Xiaozi's ears. His figure gradually faded into the distance, causing both of them to shudder.
Xiaozi felt more admiration, while Lin Jintian was shocked. So domineering. Lin Feng's arrogance even intimidated him.
The old patriarch who had lived for so many years.
Forget it. Anyway, my Lin family will advance and retreat with Chainer. Lin Jintian also became resolute.
At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, there was no way out. With such a large family business, it was impossible to abandon everyone to save himself.
Lin Jintian couldn't do that.
His whole life had been dedicated to the prosperity of the Lin family. Even if it meant death, he could never give up. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. If Lin Feng didn't care, why should he be so conflicted? In an instant, Lin Jintian was also influenced by Lin Feng, no longer pondering this issue. He murmured, Chainer is leaving too hastily. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng are injured.
I was thinking of sending a few more people to assist Chainer. Lin Jintian shook his head. He couldn't even manage to show off.
Lin Feng didn't care whether to bring 2 more people or not.
Bringing more people would only help deal with some low-level demon beasts.
It wouldn't help him find the last type of medicinal herb, the Baiyulingji.
It might even become a burden.
According to what Lin Feng knew, the Baiyulingji was deep within the Tsanlong Valley. That place was fraught with danger, home to 4th-tier demon beasts comparable to innate realms.
There were even higher-level demon beasts.
It was not a place that ordinary people dared to enter. If it weren't for the resurrection talisman being too precious, just this one, Lin Feng wouldn't be willing to expend the effort to go in. Usually, the people of Yanqing wouldn't dare to venture deep, they would go around it. Puff, 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 puff. Waves of sword energy crisscrossed. Groups of unicorn ants fell down. The unicorn ant was a second-tier demon beast, each comparable to the body refinement realm. They appeared in droves in some areas deeper within that Sanglong Valley, numbering in the hundreds. But at this moment, Lin Feng exterminated them as easily as chopping vegetables with his sword energy. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would surely be shocked to death. Even innate experts would probably have their eyes bulging in fear. Simultaneously cultivating 4 sets of techniques, even though Lin Feng was only at the second level of the true essence realm, the depth of his cultivation far exceeded others' imagination. Moreover, the 4 techniques complemented each other, allowing Lin Feng's cultivation to be nearly inexhaustible. It was not like when he was in the body refinement realm. Now, using the 10,000 swords returning to the sect was no trouble at all. He didn't even need to use the large number of recovery pills he carried. Ever since Lin Feng was regarded as a monstrous genius and fully cultivated by Lin Jintian, all kinds of resources were piled onto him. He had so many recovery pills that they could be eaten like candy. Whatever he wanted, Lin Jintian would provide, even without him asking. Lin Jintian would stuff them into his hands, fearing he might encounter any trouble. If it wasn't enough, Lin Jintian would spend a fortune to buy more. This was Lin Feng's status in the Lin family. Lin Feng freely unleashed the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The unicorn ants were instantly killed in droves. And at this moment, Lin Feng was unaware that he was being watched by an old man in Taoist robes. The old man was flying in the air. Despite being severely injured, he was astonished, his eyes wide open. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fierce person! I didn't expect such a strong expert to exist in this small Yanqing area. He looks very young, he might be an old monster. It's better for me to keep my distance. Even at my peak, I might not be his match. If discovered, I might be robbed." Zhang Changdao was a late-stage innate expert who had passed through Yanqing more than once and knew this small place. The strongest here was only at the 5th level of the true essence realm. Now, seeing such a strong expert made him dare not approach. After all, in the Tianlong continent, there was no such thing as martial ethics. Taking advantage of someone's illness to take their life was the norm. If he were seen in this state, he would probably be robbed clean. It would be fine if his things were plundered. I am just afraid that this strong person might take my life as well. Bang bang. Zhang Changdao was thinking this as he was about to leave. Suddenly, a series of dull sounds came from within his body. His face changed drastically. Not good. I've sustained such severe injuries that my cultivation technique is going awry. If I continue to fly, I might die right here. What terrible luck to encounter such a strong person at this moment. Forget it, they'll just go down. As long as this strong person doesn't see me, I'll be fine. Zhang Changdao could no longer hold on. He tried his best to control his body and land in a place where Lin Feng couldn't see him. At this moment, Lin Feng was busy exterminating the unicorn ants and truly hadn't noticed Zhang Changdao. Zhang Changdao landed behind a large tree not far from Lin Feng. The closer he got, the more he could feel Lin Feng's terror. Especially when he saw Lin Feng effortlessly executing the terrifying technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. He couldn't help but marvel at how strong he was. Zhang Changdao knew he couldn't keep up with such power. This senior must at least be at the peak of the innate realm, otherwise how could he achieve such feats? I should recover a bit and then leave quickly. With this thought, Zhang Changdao immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to begin his recovery. But soon, his expression changed. Anger and resentment filled his face. Damn it, that bastard from the Xinghua sect relied on some mid-grade earth-level technique he got from who knows where to injure me so severely, causing my technique to go haywire. I'm afraid there's no saving me now. Zhang Changdao felt extremely unwilling. At this moment, after circulating his energy, he realized just how badly he was hurt. It was the kind of injury that was utterly hopeless. He could only wait quietly for death. After a moment, Zhang Changdao came to terms with it. Everyone has to die eventually. Since it couldn't be avoided, he simply looked towards Lin Feng, who was still making his moves. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No, my previous guess was wrong. This senior has probably surpassed the innate realm." Zhang Changdao felt he had misjudged earlier. Now that he was closer, he could feel Lin Feng's terror even more. To unleash such powerful attacks without restraint was beyond what someone in the innate realm could do. To see such a powerful senior before I die is somewhat worth it. I just don't know what kind of technique this senior is practicing to be so terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Changdao also realized that Lin Feng's technique was absolutely beyond imagination. Just the aura emitted while executing 10,000 swords returning to the sect made him tremble. The more Zhang Changdao watched, the more fascinated he became. Initially, he was merely admiring it with longing. Gradually, it felt as if he had entered a state of enlightenment.
completely immersed in the techniques and moves Lin Feng was executing.
Unbeknownst to him, the technique within his body was being rapidly activated. The originally chaotic technique began to rapidly become orderly and even more profound. The injured meridians were also quickly healing. And through all this, he remained completely unaware. It wasn't until Lin Feng had dealt with all the unicorn ants, with no beasts blocking his way, and came to a stop that Zhang Chengdao finally reacted. He felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. But then, his heart shook violently, followed by overwhelming joy. My technique seems to have leveled up. Who is this senior? Just by watching him execute his moves, it feels as if I've entered a state of enlightenment and my technique has leveled up. I was originally practicing a low-grade earth-level technique, and now, it's a mid-grade earth-level technique. Zhang Chengdao was completely stunned. This was a situation he had never encountered in his life. Just by watching Lin Feng execute his techniques and moves, his own technique had upgraded from low-grade to mid-grade earth-level. This was beyond exaggeration, it was simply a miracle.
A great opportunity. I never expected that I, an old Taoist, would end up here injured and instead stumble upon such a chance. This kind of senior is probably a top-tier powerhouse of the Tianlong continent, and I just happened to run into him while he was out for a stroll. Turning misfortune into fortune. Turning misfortune into fortune.
Zhang Chengdao's heart was in a frenzy. He even felt a bit grateful towards the opponent who had severely injured him earlier.
If it weren't for the severe injury, how could he have such an opportunity? If that opponent found out, they would probably be so furious they would spit blood. Just a mid-grade earth-level cultivation technique made that opponent so proud. Yet here he was, directly upgrading his original technique to a high-grade earth-level one. He didn't even need to change his cultivation method. Moreover, the gap between each level of techniques was immensely vast.
It might seem like just one level difference, but the increase in strength was simply earth-shattering. Zhang Chengdao was ecstatic, but he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Lin Feng had just finished off the unicorn ant and was continuing to walk forward.
Zhang Chengdao was immediately taken aback.
He hurriedly flew out and shouted, "Senior, please wait." Such a great opportunity, and with such a senior who had helped him, how could Zhang Chengdao miss the chance to express his gratitude and form a connection?
Once he latched onto such a senior's leg, wouldn't he soar to great heights in the future?
Just being by Lin Feng's side and watching him fight would upgrade his own technique.
If he could follow such a senior, wouldn't that be a huge profit? This was the real opportunity.
Zhang Chengdao was not foolish. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by the noise. He turned around lightly and was slightly surprised to see Zhang Chengdao flying towards him. Flying in the air was standard for innate experts, indicating that this person's cultivation was at least at the innate level.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do that. Senior? Is he calling me?
Lin Feng murmured to himself.
If he wasn't mistaken, there were no other people around.
It was highly likely that this old man was calling him. However, the title of senior still left him a bit dazed. He was just a young lad, and this old man really wasn't afraid of making him feel old. At the same time, he could tell that Zhang Chengdao had no ill intentions. In fact, he wore a flattering expression.
Otherwise,
he would have directly attacked with 1,000 swords returning to their source. With a loud crash, Zhang Chengdao flew in the air and knelt before Lin Feng.
"Senior, I, Zhang Chengdao, will never forget your great kindness. Please accept me as your disciple. In the future, I will definitely serve you like a horse or an ox."
Zhang Chengdao shouted excitedly, his heart surging. As long as he could bow to such a senior as his master, he would be set for life. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. A person who was at least an innate expert suddenly knelt before him, expressing gratitude and calling to be his disciple. With his gray beard, the age difference alone made it hard for Lin Feng to accept. He was too old.
Moreover, he had no idea what was happening. It was all so inexplicable. Who wouldn't be confused in such a situation?
Looking closely at Zhang Chengdao, he saw that the man was nervously lowering his head, afraid of being rejected by Lin Feng.
"Wait a moment. Can you tell me who you are? Why are you thanking me?"
Zhang Chengdao instantly realized. He had been so excited and anxious to see Lin Feng leave that he had forgotten one thing. He had been secretly watching. Lin Feng had no idea about this. Realizing this, Zhang Chengdao remained kneeling on the ground and explained what had just happened. After finishing, he looked at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. Lin Feng listened and finally understood what was going on. Goodness, he had been spied on during the battle. Hearing that Zhang Chengdao had upgraded his technique because he watched him fight was enough to show that this person had quite a good comprehension.
They indeed had a connection.
However, with such an age difference, Lin Feng really couldn't accept such an old disciple. He immediately waved his hand and said, "I'm only in my early 20s, you're so much older than me.
Do you think it's appropriate for me to take you as a disciple?"
Lin Feng was sure that this old man was definitely older than Lin Jintian. And indeed, Zhang Chengdao was over 200 years old. Innate experts lived longer than ordinary people. He could practically be Lin Zhenqian's grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengdao was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. He instinctively smiled and said, "In your early 20s? Senior, don't joke around, how could that be? Wait, you're at the second level of the true essence realm." Zhang Chengdao suddenly reacted, unable to even utter a word. At this moment, Lin Feng's cultivation was also clear to see. If he wasn't mistaken, it was only the second level of the true essence realm. Zhang Chengdao was instantly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Just now, Lin Feng had unleashed such a powerful move that even made him feel as if he had entered the Tao. How could he be just a young man in his early 20s? Although reaching the true essence realm in one's early 20s was already an extraordinary talent, Zhang Chengdao had seen such individuals before. He just believed in what he had seen and felt. That kind of immense power, he questioned whether he could even achieve it himself. This left him quite perplexed. He was yet another person trying to understand a genius. How could he possibly comprehend it? Lin Feng noticed this scene and smiled, saying, "You saw it too, and just at the true essence realm, not as old as you think." Lin Feng was well aware of the old man's thoughts. He must have imagined him as some kind of ancient monster, but he was far from it. Although having a congenital expert as a disciple would indeed carry some weight, Lin Feng looked down on using deceitful means to achieve it. "Say, Senior, please don't joke. You must be intentionally hiding your cultivation." Just now, the junior had witnessed with his own eyes that every move and technique you executed was filled with charm and boundless power. Even though the junior was already at the late stage of the congenital realm, he questioned whether he could achieve it. How could it be as you say? Zhang Chengdao simply could not believe such a thing. It was too exaggerated. A young man in his early 20s at the second level of the true essence realm was one thing, but to think that just by watching him execute an attack, his own cultivation could rise 2 levels. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone had pressed him to the ground and rubbed him in it, then told him about it. However, Lin Feng had no intention of explaining further to Zhang Chengdao. He waved his hand and said, "Believe it or not, I have things to do, so we'll be leaving now." Lin Feng turned around directly. But the next moment, Zhang Chengdao knelt down in front of Lin Feng. "Say, young master, please wait." Although Zhang Chengdao still found it hard to believe, since Lin Feng had said so, he naturally went along with it. Just by watching a few more times, he had upgraded his cultivation. This great opportunity was something Zhang Chengdao would never miss. Even if he couldn't become Lin Feng's disciple, he would be willing to be a servant. Looking at Lin Feng, Zhang Chengdao said seriously, "Since you say you're only in your early 20s, I naturally wish to believe you. If you don't want to take me as a disciple, then so be it. However, I still wish to follow you, young master, and hope you will grant me this." Thud, thud, thud. As he spoke, Zhang Chengdao repeatedly knocked his head on the ground in front of Lin Feng, startling Lin Feng. He thought to himself that a strong expert at the late stage of the congenital realm was being a bit too persistent. Everyone has a heart of compassion, and moreover, this old man had a look that said if you don't take me in, they'll cling to you, which gave him a headache. Besides, the two indeed had a connection. Lin Feng raised his hand and helped Zhang Chengdao up from the air, saying, "Alright, you don't need to kneel anymore. Since you're willing to follow me, I naturally won't treat you poorly in the future. You can stay by my side as a steward." After all, he was also a congenital expert. Being a servant was somewhat of a grievance. Returning to the Lin family with the title of steward was not treating him poorly. Hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Zhang Chengdao was instantly overjoyed. He was so excited that he almost fainted. He knew he had grasped this opportunity. Regardless of whether Lin Feng was an ancient monster or truly in his early 20s, just based on the fact that he had upgraded his cultivation earlier, he vowed to follow Lin Feng to the death. Thinking of this, Zhang Chengdao shook his head and said, "Young master, you flatter me. As long as I can follow you, it is my fortune. In the future, I will be your servant, following you closely." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng did not try to persuade him further. After all, it was all the same. As long as he followed him, it would be hard not to become impressive in the future. Zhang Chengdao was not wrong about this point. Moreover, having a strong expert at the late stage of the congenital realm by his side would make handling matters much more convenient without him having to exert too much effort. However, he still had matters to attend to and didn't have time to pass the cultivation method to Zhang Chengdao. In the afternoon, he also needed to go to the city lord's mansion to help Duga Wanqing awaken her celestial body. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Chengdao and said, "I need to take care of some things. If you have other matters, you can leave first. Just come find me at the Lin family in Yen City later." Lin Feng could tell that Zhang Chengdao originally belonged to a certain power. There were definitely many follow-up matters to handle. Indeed, that was the case. Zhang Chengdao was originally the second sect master of the Qingyun sect, and now that he was out, if he didn't return for a long time, his senior brother would naturally worry. Zhang Chengdao was initially a bit hesitant to bring this up, fearing it might upset Lin Feng. But he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so open-minded. With gratitude in his eyes, he casually asked, "Thank you, young master, for your understanding.
I wonder what urgent matters you have."
The old servant does have some trivial matters to attend to, but it's not so urgent to return. If needed, the old servant is willing to lend a helping hand to the young master. Zhang Chengdao instantly changed his form of address,
adapting to his new identity. The dignified second sect master of Qingyun sect, who was regarded as a terrestrial immortal by countless people, was now so humbly following a young man as a servant? If this got out, it would surely astonish many. However, Zhang Chengdao felt nothing, only he knew how much he was gaining. Lin Feng did not hide anything and directly stated, "I need to find the Baiyu Lingji, I need to save someone. Do you have any clues?"
Lin Feng asked casually, not holding out much hope. But to his surprise, Zhang Chengdao's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. The old servant indeed knows. "I saw it when I passed by that Sanlong Valley before." Zhang Chengdao was also delighted.
He didn't expect that just following Lin Feng would allow him to play a role.
Lin Feng's eyes brightened as well.
He didn't expect this servant to be of real use. He actually knew the location of the Baiyu Lingji.
He had been worried that he wouldn't find it today.
Now, it seemed he had a guide.
"Since you know, then lead the way," Lin Feng said. Zhang Chengdao nodded but still reminded him, "Young master, I did see the Baiyu Lingji before, but generally, such heavenly materials and earthly treasures are guarded by demon beasts. At that time, I saw 3 4th-tier demon beasts guarding it, and they were not ordinary 4th-tier demon beasts. They were high-level 4th-tier demon beasts, and even I couldn't deal with them. I thought that although the Baiyu Lingji was precious, it wasn't worth the risk, so I just took a glance and left."
Zhang Chengdao spoke honestly.
Although the Baiyu Lingji was precious, 3 high-level 4th-tier demon beasts, each of which had strength comparable to a latest innate expert, were formidable.
Moreover, demon beasts were inherently stronger than humans of the same level, making them extremely difficult to deal with.
Zhang Chengdao didn't even dare to entertain thoughts about the Baiyu Lingji. The combined strength of those 3 high-level 4th-tier demon beasts could contend with a perfected innate expert. It would be a loss to pursue a single Baiyu Lingji. However, Zhang Chengdao quickly added, "Of course, if the young master personally takes action, those 3 4th-tier demon beasts would be nothing more than small grasshoppers.
I am willing to lead the way for the young master." Zhang Chengdao had witnessed Lin Feng's terrifying abilities before.
He had only been explaining the situation to Lin Feng. With Lin Feng around, those 3 4th-tier demon beasts wouldn't stand a chance.
"All right, then let's go," Lin Feng nodded.
After that, Zhang Chengdao led the way. Soon, he was surprised to find that Lin Feng really couldn't fly. He moved quickly on the ground like a true Yuan realm practitioner. But his speed was not at all slower than that of Zhang Chengdao, who was a latest innate expert.
In fact, he even seemed to surpass it.
Zhang Chengdao felt exhausted trying to chase him in the air. He was flying, yet he couldn't match Lin Feng's leisurely pace with his hands behind his back.
He had said Lin Feng was just a true Yuan realm practitioner, which made Zhang Chengdao suspect again that Lin Feng was intentionally hiding his cultivation level.
But Lin Feng had no need to deceive him. At that moment, Lin Feng had his hands behind his back, and each step he took was as if he were shrinking the distance. This is the result of the Heavenly Flower Divine Skill. The Heavenly Flower Divine Skill is inherently a technique that brings one closer to nature. When cultivated to a profound level, it can even create a large number of plants out of thin air, harnessing the power of the earth. He appeared to be strolling leisurely, but in reality,
he was consuming a significant amount of spiritual energy.
However, his spiritual energy was so abundant that this level of consumption would be negligible for others at the second level of the true essence realm. For him, it was merely a drop in the ocean, a trivial matter. In fact, if he wanted, he could go even faster, leaving Zhang Chengdao behind to the point where he wouldn't even be able to catch a breath. But he deliberately slowed down a bit, wanting to see Zhang Chengdao tire from the chase, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Zhang Chengdao was flying with all his might, and the amount of spiritual energy he was consuming was terrifying. After just a short while, he could hardly bear it, feeling his spiritual energy was about to run out, yet he couldn't even speak. The speed of a congenital expert on the move was astonishing, especially at full throttle. The scenery around him was rushing past rapidly.
If he stopped for even a moment,
he would immediately fall far behind Lin Feng, making it difficult to catch up again. Without hesitation, Zhang Chengdao took out a bottle of pills while flying and poured a handful into his mouth. As a congenital expert, all he had were precious spirit origin pills. These were far superior to the recovery pills that Lin Jintian had. It could be said that even before the Lin family obtained the 7-star grass and the corpses of those third-tier demon beasts, they might not have been able to acquire a single spirit origin pill even if they emptied their coffers. Yet, Zhang Chengdao had plenty of such pills. This was the resource that a late-stage congenital expert possessed. The Qingyun sect was an incredibly powerful force. Even in a city like Yanqing, there were hundreds of families that would offer tributes to the Qingyun sect every year, hoping to send their own disciples there one day, which would lead to the family's rise. Although Zhang Chengdao appeared extremely humble in front of Lin Feng, in the eyes of someone like Duge Tonghai, he was akin to a celestial being, a master of the world. He stuffed the spirit origin pills into his mouth without a second thought, purely to catch up with Lin Feng and not let him down. Otherwise, if he didn't allow him to be his servant, he would regret it immensely. Lin Feng was unaware of all this and did not recognize the spirit origin pills. At that moment, seeing Zhang Chengdao, who was exhausted yet still forcefully stuffing pills into his mouth, he couldn't help but shake his head. Are latest-stage congenital experts really this weak? I'm going this slow, and he still can't keep up. Fortunately, Lin Feng's words were only audible to himself. Otherwise, Zhang Chengdao might have fallen straight from the sky. Just because he was impressive didn't mean he could disregard others' feelings, right? Thus, the two of them continued their rapid journey. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Zhang Chengdao landed beside Lin Feng, panting heavily, and said, Young master, it's right here. I was curious about this cave when I passed by last time, so I went in to take a look. When I saw those 3 4th-tier demon beasts, I left. Zhang Chengdao spoke while catching his breath, constantly marveling at how incredible his young master was. Traveling at such a fast pace for so long, he seemed completely unfazed. Not only did he not appear flushed or out of breath, but his hands had never left his back. He had been carrying his hands behind him as if he were taking a stroll. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening, making him, a late-stage congenital expert, feel inferior. He was beginning to question life itself. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng gently nodded and said, you should rest for a bit. After that, come with me to take a look. The white jade Ganoderma is finally within reach. Since they had already arrived at their destination and there was still time, Lin Feng was no longer in a hurry and allowed Zhang Chengdao some time to rest. Zhang Chengdao immediately showed a grateful expression and quickly took out another bottle of spirit origin pills, pouring them all into his mouth. He didn't dare to rest too long and waste Lin Feng's time. Seeing Zhang Chengdao continuously consuming pills, Lin Feng, curious, asked, What kind of pills are those? You keep eating them, are they really that cheap? After Zhang Chengdao gulped down all the elixirs with a crunch, he quickly replied, It's just some basic spirit essence pills, really not worth mentioning. Please don't laugh at me, young master. Your strength is unprecedented, and your speed is something this old servant cannot even hope to match. I feel so ashamed. Zhang Chengdao said sincerely, his old face slightly reddening. He truly felt like a useless person. Noticing that Lin Feng had deliberately slowed down significantly, he was still struggling to keep up, not knowing how many spirit essence pills he had consumed. But upon hearing this, Lin Feng really wanted to slap Zhang Chengdao dead. Although he didn't need to consume such pills, he was aware of their rarity. The Lin family didn't even have a single one. While he didn't need them, his little Z did. Moreover, after taking Duge Wancheng as his disciple, he felt that aside from his cultivation methods, he had nothing of value to offer. The system panel showed that after reaching a 100 affinity with his disciple, he would also receive special rewards. But just now, this old man had gulped down who knows how many from a single bottle. It was truly wasteful. Had he known this, he would have slowed down even more to wait for him. Wastefulness is shameful. Looking at Zhang Chengdao, Lin Feng directly said, Since these pills are so worthless, just give some to me. I might need them in the future. Once you finish your business and return, they'll teach you a cultivation method, and then you can throw away your trash method. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't intend to take Zhang Chengdao's things for free. Compared to his own cultivation method, Zhang Chengdao was the one who struck it rich. Since he was following him, he felt no need to be polite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengdao was instantly overjoyed and excited. If someone else had called his cultivation method trash, he might have scoffed at them or even gone to teach them a lesson. But since it was Lin Feng who said it, he believed it without a doubt. What puzzled him was that Lin Feng actually asked him for these worthless spirit essence pills. Such things were completely insignificant to him. He had plenty of pills that were far better than spirit essence pills. He felt embarrassed to even take them out when Lin Feng personally asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chengdao took out the spatial bag from his waist and handed it to Lin Feng with both hands, saying, Since the young master has spoken, this old servant's things are naturally the young master's. This is some extraneous stuff I have, all for the young master. At the same time, he thought, the young master must have too many good things, sometimes encountering some trash cultivators and wanting to reward them but having nothing suitable to give. Zhang Chengdao imagined a scene where Lin Feng encountered some weak trash cultivators or wanted to give a tip while visiting a brothel, but was in a difficult position because he only had super cultivation methods and top-tier treasures. Spirit techniques are a level above martial techniques. Lin Feng was also surprised to see the spatial bag. This was a good item. The system space was very small and could only hold items obtained from system tasks. Zhang Chengdao was at least a late-stage innate expert, so the space in his bag probably wasn't small. He really needed this. Moreover, Zhang Chengdao had more than one spatial bag. Lin Feng noticed that there was another one at Zhang Chengdao's waist. Zhang Chengdao also noticed Lin Feng's gaze and explained, "This spatial bag contains some of my daily change of clothes, so I won't embarrass the young master in front of him." Lin Feng naturally had no interest in those. He took the spatial bag and nodded, saying, "Consider these things borrowed for now. I will return them to you double in the future." Lin Feng had no intention of taking his servants' things for free. He just genuinely lacked some of these items at the moment. They would be just right for little Z and Duge Wanqing. Upon opening it, he was also taken aback by Zhang Chengdao's wealth. No wonder he was a late-stage innate expert who had lived for 200 years. There were indeed a lot of good items. Various pills were piled everywhere. There were also many talismans and weapons. Just one item taken out and placed in Yanqing would cause various families to fight over it. But here with Zhang Chengdao, it was as if they were worthless. The space in the spatial bag was as large as a room. Zhang Chengdao looked at Lin Feng with some nervousness, fearing that Lin Feng would be dissatisfied with these items and find them too shabby. But he really couldn't produce anything better. He firmly believed in the cultivation method Lin Feng mentioned he would pass on to him. He knew it would definitely be an extraordinary technique, one that could rejuvenate his life once more. His lifespan was already limited at most 20 years. It seemed long, but for a late-stage innate expert like him, it was already the twilight of his years. Compared to these, his possessions were entirely extraneous. He watched Lin Feng anxiously until he saw a smile appear on Lin Feng's face, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect you to have quite a few good things. Once we've rested, let's go in." "Alright, young master." After taking so many spirit origin pills, Zhang Chengdao had already recovered quite a bit in this short time. He immediately stood up straight and silently followed Lin Feng into the cave. They first passed through a dimly lit passage. However, for the two of them, their cultivation allowed them to see everything clearly. The passage was quite long. After walking for a while, they saw the passage widen and heard the sounds of fighting, along with some voices. Damn! These 3 4th-tier demon beasts are terrifying. With 1 innate grand completion and 3 latest-stage innate experts working together, we still can't take them down. Niece, stay back a bit and observe our battle. It will be a good experience for you. But remember, don't get too close, or we won't have time to protect you. I understand, Master Uncle. A pleasant female voice responded at that moment. Lin Feng and Zhang Chengdao also exited the passage, arriving in a spacious cave area. 3 4th-tier demon beasts of varying sizes exuded a powerful aura, capable of simultaneously blocking 1 innate grand completion and 3 latest-stage innate experts. It was no wonder Zhang Chengdao had run away after just one glance. At this moment, Zhang Chengdao was astonished. These 3 4th-tier demon beasts were too formidable. Especially when he noticed that one of the 4th-tier demon beasts had leveled up, evolving into a top-tier 4th-tier demon beast. No wonder these people couldn't take it down. Just as Zhang Chengdao finished his exclamation, he was quickly drawn to the clothing worn by these individuals. A white robe bore the emblem of an alchemy furnace. They are from the Medicine King Valley. Zhang Chengdao's expression turned to one of shock. The Medicine King Valley was no ordinary force. It was much stronger than his Qingyun sect. Not only in terms of strength but also due to the unique nature of the Medicine King Valley. They were experts in alchemy and in the Tianlong continent. Aside from cultivation techniques and spiritual skills, the most scarce resource was pills. Thus, the Medicine King Valley became highly sought after, maintaining connections with various major forces. Even the people from Qingyun's sect often needed to purchase pills from the Medicine King Valley. There was an unwritten rule in the Tianlong continent: try not to offend any alchemy forces. Otherwise, you might face not just the Medicine King Valley but also the encirclement of various major forces. Among the 4 innate experts from the Medicine King Valley, there was also an innate grand completion expert, whose cultivation was even higher than Zhang Chengdao's. But he knew this person was not the Medicine King. In every aspect, it was unwise to offend these individuals. If Lin Feng was truly only at the 2nd level of the true origin realm, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be a match for the Medicine King Valley. Thinking of this, Zhang Chengdao looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young master, these are people from the Medicine King Valley. They must also be eyeing that white jade spirit mushroom." Zhang Chengdao explained the terrifying aspects of the Medicine King Valley to Lin Feng. Then he continued, the people from the Medicine King Valley are very formidable.
Is the person you want to save really that important? If there's still time, we can look elsewhere if necessary. It's better to avoid offending the people from the Medicine King Valley.
At this moment, Lin Feng's gaze was also fixed on the white jade spirit mushroom, which was located in a corner of the spacious area. The white jade spirit mushroom was resting on a withered tree, radiating a soft white light. 3 4th-tier demon beasts were cultivating by absorbing the rich spiritual energy emitted by the white jade spirit mushroom day after day.
At this moment, they absolutely would not allow anyone to approach.
They stood guard around it, causing quite a headache for the people of the Medicine King Valley. Hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand lightly. They're too slow. I have my sights set on this white jade spirit mushroom, and no one can take it from me.
Lin Feng would not let these people interfere. Moreover, watching them struggle so hard in battle made him impatient.
Who knows how long it would take them to resolve this? Lin Feng didn't want to wait even a moment longer to reap the benefits. After saying that, before Zhang Chengdao could continue to persuade him, Lin Feng's figure flashed and appeared beside the 3 4th-tier demon beasts with his hands behind his back. It was too fast. Utilizing the speed formed by 4 different techniques, even the innate perfection expert Morong Feng from the Medicine King Valley couldn't see clearly, revealing a shocked expression. Not to mention the 3 late innate experts from the Medicine King Valley, they stared at Lin Feng as if they had seen a ghost.
And on the side,
watching the battle, was the daughter of the Medicine King Shangguan Yuyan. She was also surprised, covering her mouth in disbelief. Unable to help but rub her eyes, she had been focused on the battle, and Lin Feng seemed to have suddenly appeared there, making her feel like she must be seeing things. However, the reality proved that her eyes were not deceiving her. Lin Feng stood there, perfectly positioned between the 3 4th-tier demon beasts and the 4 innate experts. Just as the people from the Medicine King Valley were beginning to react and say something, an even more astonishing event occurred.
Lin Feng directly attacked the 3 4th-tier demon beasts. They only saw countless sword energies swirling around Lin Feng, engulfing him entirely.
In the next moment, all the sword energies surged towards the 3 4th-tier demon beasts, instantly overwhelming them.
10,000 swords return to origin. 10,000 swords return to origin. 10,000 swords return to origin.
Lin Feng rapidly executed the 10,000 swords return to origin technique more than a dozen times in quick succession. It looked as if he had only used one move, but in reality, he had forcefully and rapidly executed it many times with his immense power. The effect was astonishingly explosive. The 4 innate experts, including 1 innate perfection expert from the Medicine King Valley who had been entangled with the 3 4th-tier demon beasts for a long time without success, were directly obliterated by Lin Feng. When the sword energy dissipated, there was not even a bone fragment left of the 3 4th-tier demon beasts.
The shock it caused everyone was unimaginable.
The young master even said he was only at the 2nd level of the true essence realm. Zhang Chengdao began to doubt himself again. Who would believe that such a feat could be accomplished by someone claiming to be at the 2nd level of the true essence realm? Not to mention him, even the people from the Medicine King Valley were completely dumbfounded. Even though they had entered the innate realm for a long time and had lived for many years, their mental state was already incredibly stable. At this moment, their bodies trembled together.
It was too terrifying.
Shangguan Yuyan was even more so, her eyes wide open, covering her mouth in disbelief as she watched the scene.
He looks so young, yet he's so powerful. This was the first time Shangguan Yuyan had seen someone so formidable besides her father.
The 3 4th-tier demon beasts that had previously stumped several of her uncles were easily killed by Lin Feng.
Who wouldn't be amazed?
After that, Lin Feng paid no attention to the shocked and trembling crowd and walked directly towards the white jade spirit mushroom. He reached out and plucked the white jade spirit mushroom from its place. With this, he had gathered enough of the 3 medicinal materials.
Upon witnessing this scene,
the innate perfection expert Morong Feng also reacted. Although he was wary of Lin Feng, he still spoke up to stop him. Senior, we saw the white jade spirit mushroom first, so you probably can't just take it. Please give the Medicine King Valley some face.
Morong Feng couldn't gauge Lin Feng's strength,
but seeing how young he looked, he knew that Lin Feng must have entered the innate realm relatively early to maintain such a youthful appearance. At this moment, Lin Feng had just executed the 10,000 swords return to origin technique multiple times, and the sword energies still swirled around him, making it difficult for others to see his true cultivation level. The IT made people think that his cultivation was absolutely high.
It was impossible to guess.
Although Morong Feng couldn't figure it out either, the Medicine King Valley had been around for many years.
Which force wouldn't give them some face?
He hoped to use the reputation of the Medicine King Valley to obtain the white jade Lingji.
Are you threatening me?
Lin Feng swept his gaze over Morong Feng and the other 3 latest-stage innate members of the Medicine King Valley.
Instantly, they were all startled, their bodies trembling.
Morong Fong was also afraid, and quickly stood up straighter, hurriedly explaining, "Senior, please don't misunderstand. It's just that this white jade Lingji is of great use to my Medicine King Valley. One of my senior brothers has been seriously injured and urgently needs this white jade Lingji. As long as the senior is willing to part with it, my Medicine King Valley is willing to pay any price. These are the treasures we have on us, and we can offer them as a deposit to the senior. When the senior has time, you can visit my Medicine King Valley, and we will compensate you then." As Morong Fong spoke, he quickly reached out and pulled off the spatial bags from several junior brothers. Along with his own, he respectfully presented them to Lin Fong. He was afraid that Lin Fong would misunderstand and think he was dissatisfied in trying to pressure him with the Medicine King Valley. Such a strong expert. Even if the Medicine King Valley was usually overbearing, they wouldn't easily offend him. He just hoped to use the reputation of the Medicine King Valley, along with compensation, to obtain this white jade Lingji. Morong Fong even wanted to befriend him. This way, not only would there be no disaster, but it could also turn misfortune into fortune, gaining a strong ally for the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression softened a bit. If these people really dared to threaten him, he wouldn't mind taking action again to eliminate them. He had needs. And it was normal for others to have needs as well. These people probably thought he was purely after the white jade Lingji. They had no idea he was also trying to save someone. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond to this question, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected the flame soul immortal body. Creating technique dragon flame wave technique. Ding! Triggering hidden task. Take the flame soul immortal body as a disciple. Upon success will receive Kinjianzas brocade. Lin Feng suddenly heard this. After that, his body automatically began to operate the dragon flame wave technique. Unlike the previous 4 techniques, in an instant, Lin Feng felt a wave of heat throughout his body. Streams of warm spiritual power were operating in an orderly manner within him. If he wanted, he could release this spiritual power to produce effects similar to dragon flames. It was extremely terrifying. The moment the technique was created, he had already reached the maximum level automatically. At this moment, he was completely familiar with everything about this technique. Operating 5 techniques simultaneously, Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't changed, but he had become significantly stronger. If he were to deal with those 3 4th-tier demon beasts again, it would be much easier. Suddenly, the people around him felt a wave of heart palpitations. Although they didn't know why, they instinctively felt it was coming from Lin Feng. This made them tremble in their hearts. But at this moment, Lin Feng was stunned. His gaze searched and quickly landed on Shangguan Yunyao. Without a doubt, the owner of the Flame Soul immortal body was this Shangguan Yunyao. He didn't expect to encounter another immortal body. Moreover, the rewards for completing this task would also be different. Although he didn't know what the Kinjianzas brocade was, the items given by the system would definitely not be inferior. It was bound to be at least on par with the Resurrection Talisman. There was no reason not to complete this task. Noticing Lin Feng's intense gaze, Shangguan Yunyao was startled and quickly protected her body with both hands, retreating a bit. She felt a little flustered. Her cultivation was only at the 2nd level of body refinement. She was leagues away from these senior uncles. If it weren't for her father, the Medicine King, sending her to accompany a few senior uncles to gain experience while looking for the white jade Lingji, she wouldn't have dared to enter such a place. Although this person in front of her was handsome and powerful, they were meeting for the first time. Surely this man didn't intend to force himself on her, right? This thought made Shangguan Yunyao a bit worried. She wasn't the only one thinking this. Morong Fong and the others thought the same way. Shangguan Yunyao was the precious daughter of the Medicine King Valley. Even if something happened to them, they couldn't let anything happen to Shangguan Yunyao. But Lin Feng's formidable strength was right there. Morong Fong immediately advised cautiously, "Senior, you can have whatever you want, but this young lady is the biological daughter of our Medicine King. If you have any ideas, the Medicine King won't let it go easily." At this moment, Morong Fong couldn't care about much else. Even if his words carried a hint of threat, he couldn't allow anything to happen to Shangguan Yunyao. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He just wanted to take on a disciple. These people were overthinking it, making him seem like a lecher. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply looked at Shangguan Yunyao and asked, "Do you want to be my disciple?" Ah! Shangguan Yunyao was taken aback. Then her face flushed red as she finally understood. It turned out that Lin Feng had been looking at her because he valued her talent. But did she have talent? Like Donggu Wanqing, Shangguan Yunyao had no idea that she possessed a celestial body. The reason she had such high cultivation, reaching the 2nd level of body refinement at her age, was entirely because her father was the Medicine King. Growing up in a place like the Medicine King Valley, with a father like the Medicine King, she had been raised on various elixirs that others could only dream of.
She was a complete second-generation alchemist. Yet even so, she had only reached the second level of body refinement. If it were anyone else, they would have already reached a point of no return in their cultivation. At the very least, they would be at the true essence realm. Those with better talent would likely have already reached the innate realm. Thus, Shangguan Yunyo had always known she was a waste. She had no idea that a celestial body needed to be awakened. This left Shangguan Yunyo puzzled, wondering if Lin Feng had poor eyesight. How could he choose her as a disciple? Looking closely at Lin Feng, although he was a bit younger, she shared the same thought as Morong Feng. She believed Lin Feng must have entered the innate realm early, which was why he looked so young. However, Shangguan Yunyo still decided to speak honestly. If the senior is willing to take me as a disciple, I would naturally be immensely grateful. But did you perhaps make a mistake? My talent is quite average, and you might regret it later. Shangguan Yunyo spoke her mind. Morong Feng and the other three latest-stage innate experts also reacted at this moment. Their eyes lit up. After all, Shangguan Yunyo was the daughter of the Medicine King. Therefore, she didn't need a master in the Medicine King Valley. She had always been cared for by the Medicine King and various uncles. If she wanted to learn something, it was just a matter of a word. Moreover, there had never been a suitable person to be Shangguan Yunyo's master. At this moment, Lin Feng, whether in demeanor or strength, was very fitting. Once Shangguan Yunyo became Lin Feng's disciple, it would create a very close relationship with the Medicine King Valley. Being connected to such a powerful figure would be extremely beneficial for the Medicine King Valley. And if Shangguan Yunyo refused, there was no telling if this person would become furious and kill them all. The people from the Medicine King Valley were not present, and they believed they could not be Lin Feng's match. Upon hearing Shangguan Yunyo's words, Morong Feng and the others immediately became anxious, frantically signaling to Shangguan Yunyo. Shangguan Yunyo saw this and considered that aspect. However, she felt that Lin Feng shouldn't be that kind of person. Still, she cautiously asked, "If I refuse, will you kill us?" Lin Feng nodded, "I will." Shangguan Yunyo. She had guessed wrong, Lin Feng really intended to do that. Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Yunyo and continued, "And I won't be mistaken, your talent is excellent. I truly hope you will be my disciple, and in the future, your achievements will exceed your imagination." Shangguan Yunyo was stunned. It felt like Lin Feng's words were a bit hard to believe, yet he appeared very sincere. Shangguan Yunyo had no choice but to start contemplating. Once she rejected Lin Feng, this man was very likely to follow through on his words. Moreover, she noticed that the old Taoist who had come with Lin Feng was now looking at her with an envious expression. How could Zhang Chengdao not be envious? It was precisely because of his age that he had knelt on the ground to beg Lin Feng to take him as a disciple, but Lin Feng had refused. Now, Lin Feng was taking on disciples voluntarily, and yet Shangguan Yunyo was still hesitating to agree. After taking a closer look at Lin Feng, Shangguan Yunyo felt that being this man's disciple might not be a bad idea. However, she felt a slight reluctance at the thought of leaving the Medicine King Valley. But given the current situation, she had no choice but to think less about it. Finally, she nodded and said, "All right, I agree to be your disciple, but you must give us the white jade spirit mushroom so we can take it back to save our master." Shangguan Yunyo also put forth her own condition. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I can't give you all of it. I need to save someone too. How about this, I'll give you half." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunyo let out a sigh of relief. Half was actually enough. They had been too anxious earlier and hadn't considered this point. It turned out that Lin Feng wasn't just interested in the white jade spirit mushroom for himself. He also needed it to save someone. With that, it was easier to negotiate. "Alright, disciple pays respects to the master. However, master, I still need to return to the Medicine King Valley to inform my father about the situation." Shangguan Yunyo bowed to Lin Feng. "Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting Yen Han Xian Ti as a disciple, receiving task reward Kenjianza's brocade robe." As the system notification sounded, a set of clothes appeared in Lin Feng's system space. It looked blue with some mysterious patterns. Lin Feng didn't rush to put it on. He looked at Shangguan Yunyo and nodded, "Alright, you can go back first, then come to find me at the Lin family in Yencheng." Thank you, master." After becoming a disciple, Shangguan Yunyo didn't dwell on it any longer. Although she felt a bit reluctant about separating from her family, she was also curious about what it felt like to be someone's disciple. Lin Feng temporarily didn't mention the awakening of the immortal body to Shangguan Yunyo. It would be fine to help her awaken it directly when she came to find him later. At this moment, Morong Feng and his several junior brothers from the Medicine King Valley also let out a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with joy. Not only had they successfully obtained the white jade spirit mushroom, but Shangguan Yunyo had also taken an absolutely powerful master. It could be said to be a double blessing. However, soon, Morong Feng and his junior brothers were left in shock.
They watched as Lin Feng took several steps back, doubting whether they were seeing things. At this moment, the sword energy surrounding Lin Feng had completely vanished. His cultivation level was now exposed. They hadn't paid attention to this when they heard him talking to Shangguan Yunyao. Now that they noticed, it felt as if they had seen a ghost. They had all come from the true essence realm, so they naturally knew how vast the gap was between the true essence realm and the innate realm. Not to mention the strength that could easily kill someone at the peak of the innate realm. It was simply impossible. Yet, Lin Feng's cultivation was laid out right before them. Shangguan Yunyao had already approached them, taking the half-piece of white jade spirit mushroom that Lin Feng had broken off. Noticing the expressions on Murong Fun and the others' faces, she was quite puzzled. She only had the body refinement realm, so she naturally couldn't see through Lin Feng's cultivation. At this moment, she wasn't paying much attention to it. She had no idea what was going on. But not understanding, she asked directly, "Several masters, what's wrong? You all look as if you've seen a ghost. Didn't we come to an agreement? Is my master going to eat people or something?" Yunyao. Morongfen looked at Shangguan Yunyao with a complex expression, unsure how to explain the situation. He simply followed along with Shangguan Yunyao's words and said, "Your master's situation is probably more terrifying than eating people." Morongfen couldn't see any trace of hidden cultivation from Lin Feng. His knowledge was even broader than Zhang Chengdao's. At this moment, he felt that Lin Feng might really be at the second level of the true essence realm. But that was simply incomprehensible. That he cautiously looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Sani, Senior, may I ask what your current cultivation level is?" The title felt somewhat unnatural as he spoke, carefully watching Lin Feng. "I am currently at the second level of the true essence realm," Lin Feng said, not bothering to hide it. "But, it's actually true." Morong Fun and the others nearly jumped up. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yuyan was completely stunned, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. How is this possible?" Zhang Chengdao, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of pride. After all, he had gone through a similar experience. Morongfen was the first to react, his mind only able to describe his feelings as shock. He had seen many talented individuals who traveled the world and fought beyond their levels, but at most they would surpass 1 or 2 stages. Those truly monstrous geniuses would only surpass 3 or 4 stages. But Lin Feng's situation could not be described as merely terrifying genius. He had no idea how to express it, only thinking that there are always people beyond people and realms beyond realms. At this moment, Lin Feng was also speechless. These people were always so concerned about his cultivation. He directly said, "My situation is a bit special, you won't understand. Take the Baiyu Lingji and go, disciple, remember to return early." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Morong Fun and the others stopped overthinking it. Just as Lin Feng said, his situation was indeed special. They left with the still somewhat dazed Shangguan Yuyan. When they reached the cave passage, Shangguan Yuyan finally reacted. She called out to Lin Feng, "Master, I will come to find you as soon as possible." Lin Feng nodded in response. After everyone from the Medicine King Valley had completely left, Lin Feng took out the Kinjianzi robe he had just obtained. He put it on directly and waved at Zhang Chengdao, saying, "Attack me with all your strength." Zhang Chengdao had been silently watching from the side. Just as the people from the Medicine King Valley left, he was about to approach Lin Feng. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. To let a latest-stage innate practitioner attack him with all his strength? Zhang Chengdao didn't have the guts for that. Moreover, he knew his own attacks. If he were to fight Lin Feng, he was certain he wouldn't stand a chance. He would definitely be crushed to pieces by Lin Feng. But if he attacked with all his strength and Lin Feng didn't even try to dodge, he was genuinely worried he might accidentally hurt Lin Feng. The introduction to the Kinjianzi robe was quite simple. It was a defensive garment. The system panel showed it had extremely strong defense. Since the system said so, Lin Feng was confident that even a full-force strike from a latest-stage innate practitioner shouldn't harm him. He just wanted to test how strong the defense really was. A defensive garment that could be compared to a resurrection talisman, how could it be lacking? The resurrection talisman was very special. Its description stated that it could bring one back to life even if their soul was completely destroyed. It was incredibly overpowered. Lin Feng didn't believe the Kinjianzi robe would be inferior. Zhang Chengdao smacked his lips. Master, you mean for me to stand still and let you attack with all your strength? You can't be serious." Zhang Chengdao didn't dare at all. Lin Feng could see through him. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me, you won't hurt me. I'm just testing this robe. Just do as I say." Zhang Chengdao had also noticed that Lin Feng was wearing an additional garment. It looked like a very thin outer layer, as if it were weightless. Zhang Chengdao even doubted whether this kind of clothing would be damaged by the wind. However, since Lin Feng had said so, he could only comply. After a moment of preparation, he launched an attack towards Lin Feng. He didn't use all his strength, not wanting to hurt Lin Feng. After all, this person was his young master.
Nothing could go wrong.
Knowing that Lin Feng was at the second level of the true essence realm, he naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. But soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although he hadn't used all his strength, he had still exerted half of it. The moment his attack made contact with Lin Feng, mysterious runes suddenly appeared around Lin Feng's body, looking extraordinarily mystical. After waiting for his attack to dissipate, Lin Feng stood there as if nothing had happened.
Frowning, he said, "Didn't I tell you to use your full strength? Are you just scratching my back?"
Lin Feng's tone was somewhat displeased. However, he understood Zhang Chengdao's concerns about hurting him and didn't blame him too much.
Moreover, after this scene, he believed Zhang Chengdao would have no more reservations. Zhang Chengdao. The young master is so domineering in his speech.
Zhang Chengdao was also influenced by Lin Feng's assertiveness. He quickly reacted with a bold shout.
"All right.
Since the young master has said so, then the old servant will not hold back." As he spoke, Zhang Chengdao drew out his low-grade spiritual weapon, the feather duster,
from his waist.
This was his most powerful weapon. With all his strength, he launched a rapid attack towards Lin Feng. Although Zhang Chengdao was only at the late stage of the innate realm, his cultivation technique had upgraded to a high-grade earth level. His attack power was absolutely comparable to that of a perfected innate realm expert whose technique was inferior to his. At this moment he unleashed his full power without reservation. The spacious cave trembled slightly.
Boom!
A thunderous sound erupted.
Lin Feng's body was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming force. It took a while for the power to dissipate.
Zhang Chengdao was panting heavily and quickly reached for his waist, habitually wanting to take a bottle of spirit essence pill. This strike had drained all his strength. But as he reached, he suddenly remembered that he had given all the spirit essence pills to Lin Feng earlier.
However, at this moment,
Zhang Chengdao had no mood to care about the spirit essence pills. He staggered back a few steps and sat down on the ground, his eyes nearly popping out as he looked at Lin Feng. In his view, after all his effort, he should at least have made Lin Feng's clothes a little dirty.
But he thought too much. Lin Feng's clothes were not even slightly dirty. Not even his hairstyle had changed at all. He looked completely the same as before Zhang Chengdao's attack.
In fact, he appeared even more radiant at this moment. I didn't expect this Kinji-unzi brocade robe not only has strong defense but can also absorb part of others' power to replenish the wearer. Lin Feng had anticipated that the Kinji-unzi brocade robe was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this formidable, which pleasantly surprised him.
As he thought, the defense of the Kinji-unzi brocade robe exceeded imagination.
This ability meant that in future battles, he wouldn't have to worry about his physical strength being depleted.
He could completely become a fighting machine.
Lin Feng continued to study the Kinji-unzi brocade robe, ignoring the astonished Zhang Chengdao. He discovered that if he didn't continue fighting, the power that had originally dissipated would gradually fade away.
Although it couldn't be stored long-term, Lin Feng was still quite satisfied.
It was enough for his needs. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Although Zhang Chengdao's attack was powerful, he hadn't tested the ultimate defense of the Kinji-unzi brocade robe. It was clear that the robe's defense was far from just that. But soon, Lin Feng's eyes lit up again. He discovered another powerful function of the Kinji-unzi brocade robe. Lin Feng immediately began to experiment. As he circulated his physical strength, 2 wings as thin as cicada wings sprouted from his back. The next moment, his body lifted off the ground. He was flying in the air. Zhang Chengdao, who had been shocked and numb sitting on the ground, couldn't help but let out a gasp.
It is well known that one cannot fly below the innate realm.
Yet now, Lin Feng, at the second level of the true essence realm, had achieved this.
It was simply unbelievable. No, it's this robe. What level of spiritual weapon is this robe, young master? It's too terrifying. I've never seen such a powerful defensive spiritual weapon.
At this moment, Zhang Chengdao also realized it was the robe's contribution. He speculated that it was a spiritual weapon, but this weapon was just too powerful.
Its strength exceeded his imagination.
Not only was it invincible in defense, but it could also help one fly. If this got out, who knows how many people would come to snatch it. Indeed, it was the merit of the Kinji-unzi brocade robe. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the thrill of flying in the air for the first time.
The earth lay beneath his feet,
filling him with excitement. He quickly maneuvered his body in the air, spinning around before landing and retracting his wings.
He was very satisfied with what he had gained.
The spiritual energy consumed by the Kaiyun's splendid attire during flight was immense. If it weren't for Lin Feng's extraordinary ability to cultivate 5 super techniques simultaneously, he wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. As soon as he landed, Zhang Chengdao exclaimed in admiration, "Young master, to possess such a heavenly garment is truly impressive." After saying this, he felt even happier inside. The more powerful Lin Feng became, the more it proved that his decision was correct. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, I have a treasure map. Since there's still time, why not go take a look?" Last time, after encountering the Wang family and defeating them, he had obtained several fragments of treasure maps. He had previously given them to Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng. After they pieced them together, they handed them back to Lin Feng. It was still early in the afternoon, and since everything had gone so smoothly this time, Lin Feng felt that returning too early would be pointless. He might as well find this treasure first. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out the treasure map and began to examine it. He hadn't had the chance to look at it before. Upon seeing it now, he was taken aback. Looking around, he murmured to himself, "I didn't expect to accidentally arrive at the treasure location. It was too coincidental. So coincidental that Lin Feng didn't need to search everywhere anymore." The location of the white jade spirit mushroom was exactly marked on the treasure map. However, the space inside the cave was not the treasure's location but rather a hidden realm. It just needed a switch to open the concealed space. The treasure map indicated where the switch was located. Lin Feng examined it closely and then began to search the surroundings. At that moment, Zhang Chengdao, who was listening nearby, also brightened up. Who wouldn't love something like a treasure map? Watching Lin Feng search, Zhang Chengdao curiously asked, "Young master, what are you looking for?" Lin Feng didn't hide anything and directly informed Zhang Chengdao of the situation. After hearing this, Zhang Chengdao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. What a coincidence! After Lin Feng finished explaining, he continued searching while saying, "You look for a red stone. It's the mechanism to open the treasure location." "All right, young master," Zhang Chengdao replied. The two then began to search within the vast cave space. Before long, Zhang Chengdao exclaimed with excitement, "Young master! I found it, over here." At that moment, where Zhang Chengdao stood, some tall plants were blocking the view. There, a small red stone was visible, resembling a button. Lin Feng immediately flashed over. The Kaiyun's splendid attire moved as if it were an extension of his body. Upon seeing the red stone, his eyes lit up. "I hope this treasure doesn't disappoint me." With that, he stepped on it. Instantly, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the cave. Then, Lin Feng and Zhang Chengdao saw the stone wall in the center of the cave begin to part like a door, making the entire cave seem as if it were about to collapse. But once the stone wall fully opened, it returned to normal, revealing a long passageway. Both of their eyes brightened. Zhang Chengdao remarked, "Young master, it seems this treasure might be quite extraordinary. I feel an extremely rich spiritual energy inside. There might be some treasures." Lin Feng nodded, sensing it as well. He waved his hand. "Then let's go in and take a look." After that, the two walked into the passage together. Upon passing through the passage, they were astonished to find that it was as if they had entered a new world. Flowers and grass flourished everywhere, and there were quite a few small animals. However, the air here was unusually hot. As soon as they entered, both felt the heat. If it weren't for their strong abilities, ordinary people would likely get burned upon entering. The animals living here were all a fiery red, looking quite peculiar. Fortunately, they didn't seem aggressive. The two of them refrained from acting recklessly. But soon, Zhang Chengdao's eyes lit up. His breathing became rapid. Looking at the red crystals standing everywhere in the space, along with the plants growing all around, his face turned red with excitement. Lin Feng also noticed this scene. Although he was powerful, when it came to knowledge, he truly could not compare to this old man who had lived for 200 years. He asked in confusion, "Are these all good things?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, Zhang Chengdao calmed down a bit. He slowly steadied his heartbeat, but still unable to hide his excitement, he said, "Young master, not just good, it's simply astonishingly good. It seems we've stumbled upon a great treasure this time. Young master is truly impressive to even obtain such a treasure map." Zhang Chengdao immediately began to praise him. Then he pointed to the red crystals standing everywhere and said, "Young master, those are fire crystals, the top-tier material for refining weapons. Usually, a single piece is a treasure, causing all major forces to fight over them. But there are actually piles of them here. Once this place is exposed, not to mention anything else, all the forces in cities within a radius of 10,000 miles will come rushing here to fight for this treasure. We have encountered an unbelievable stroke of luck." Lin Feng smiled upon hearing this. He loved treasures, as no one disliked them. Hearing Zhang Chengdao's words, Lin Feng understood the value of these items. "Young master, and those are extremely precious spiritual herbs. These things are no less valuable than fire crystals. With such a large quantity, if we obtain them, we can simply give Yaowang Valley some compensation to help refine them, and we won't have to worry about elixirs in the future." As Zhang Chengdao spoke, he became excited again, his eyes shining as he stared at the countless high-level spiritual herbs. The levels of spiritual herbs are divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and top. The lowest here are all high-level spiritual herbs. There are even quite a few top-tier herbs, so it's no wonder Zhang Chengdao was so excited. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and said, "Alright, when we return, let the people from Yaowang Valley refine them into elixirs.
And I will double the amount of those elixirs I took from you.
Let's start picking them, don't let any of them go, not a single one should be left behind." Lin Feng had no intention of leaving any roots behind for them to grow later.
Taking everything away was the only way. Alright, young master.
Zhang Chengdao rubbed his hands excitedly. Then they began to take action. Lin Feng was also busy. Both of them had spatial bags. Working together, it didn't take long before they had completely collected all the spiritual herbs, scaring away many small animals living in this space. They scattered everywhere. However, a rather awkward problem soon arose. There were too many spiritual herbs. Although they had finished picking, most of them were piled up there. Both of their spatial bags were already filled to the brim. They even threw out useless items from their spatial bags,
like Zhang Chengdao's change of clothes.
These items could easily be sold for a large sum. They also discarded some low-level elixirs from Lin Feng's spatial bag. Yet even so, there was no space left to hold more, let alone take those fire crystals that occupied even more space. These were treasures that rivaled the spiritual herbs. For the first time, the two were troubled by having too many good things to fit.
Zhang Chengdao's eyes slightly pondered.
Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young master, I have quite a few people in Qingyun sect with spatial bags. If you don't mind waiting here for a moment, you'll quickly go back and bring more spatial bags to try to pack everything here." This was the best solution Zhang Chengdao could think of. At this moment, he regretted not carrying 10 or 8 spatial bags with him, leading to such an awkward situation now. He sighed while looking at the treasures. Lin Feng also felt that it seemed like this was the only solution. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly pointed at a silver stone on a red earth mound high in the space and said, "Look at that kind of stone, doesn't it look like a space stone?" Although Lin Feng didn't recognize that fire crystal and many herbs, the memories he had gained were all about his own life. He had never become a congenital expert even until his death. However, there was one memory about the space stone.
It had appeared at an auction in Yin City once.
He knew that this kind of thing was the main material for refining space bags, and a congenital expert could refine space bags by themselves.
Zhang Chengdao also looked in the direction Lin Feng was pointing.
His body suddenly shook.
"Master, it really is a space stone, and it's a huge one."
Zhang Chengdao was sure that this was definitely the largest space stone he had ever seen in his life. Generally, when a space stone appears, a fist-sized one is already remarkable.
Anything larger is of extremely high value to the Qingyun sect.
After all, refining a space bag only requires some powder of space stone.
But this one was as big as 5 people could hug.
"We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich.
Master, we've hit the jackpot."
Zhang Chengdao was also breathing rapidly.
A congenital expert could already independently refine space bags.
It wasn't very difficult. As long as one was a congenital master, they could do it. After successfully advancing to the congenital level, one's body could emit spiritual fire. Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, let's go take a look." The two immediately flashed over. They arrived in front of the gigantic silver space stone. As they got closer, they felt even more shocked. The space stone was enormous. The two of them standing there were shorter than it. Previously, they hadn't noticed and thought it was just a decoration on the mountain peak.
Zhang Chengdao hurriedly went up to inspect it.
Then he excitedly nodded at Lin Feng. "Master, no doubt about it, it's pure space stone, not a trace of impurity. This space stone, if taken back, would be enough for a major power to inherit for 1,000 years.
Zhang Chengdao's words were not exaggerated.
Such a large space stone was rare in the world. It was enough for a major power to consume over a millennium. Zhang Chengdao had never imagined that this treasure would be so large. It was simply beyond imagination. He was extremely excited. Lin Feng gently nodded. "Then you can directly use this space stone to refine the space bag." With so many treasures, he didn't know how long it would take to move them.
Not having a space bag was undoubtedly extremely troublesome. Zhang Chengdao nodded. Just as he was about to do so, he went around to the back of the space stone to scrape some space stone powder. His body suddenly froze. He pointed downwards and waved his hand at Lin Feng repeatedly. "Master, come quickly and see what that is."
Lin Feng was puzzled.
He came to Zhang Chengdao's side and looked in the direction he was pointing. He was also slightly taken aback. Below the mound was a huge lava pool.
Lin Feng finally understood why it was so hot here. The important thing wasn't the lava pool, but at that moment, around the lava pool, there were clusters of crystal-clear little grasses growing.
They looked extremely extraordinary. If Lin Feng wasn't mistaken, this resembled the dragon's saliva grass recorded in books. He had memories of the dragon's saliva grass. This dragon's saliva grass was an incredible good thing, even more advanced than spiritual herbs. It was a top-tier treasure. Above spiritual herbs were treasure herbs, which were divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and extreme. This dragon's saliva grass was completely incomparable to those previous spiritual herbs. Moreover, there were a lot of them. Zhang Changdao was swallowing hard. Realizing, he said, "Master, this should be the legendary dragon's saliva grass. It's terrifying. What kind of place is this?" At this moment, Zhang Changdao suddenly remembered something. That is, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are guarded by strange beasts. And with so many treasures here, if they could obtain them so easily, it felt extremely unreal. This question from Zhang Changdao undoubtedly sparked Lin Feng's curiosity. But before he could think too much, a rumbling sound echoed. It's been 100 years, a full 100 years. But finally, 2 people have come in. The 98th and 99th individuals finally have a destination. Hee. A burst of reckless laughter echoed throughout the space. Then the entire magma pool began to boil. What happened next was shocking. From the magma pool, 2 dragon horns slowly emerged. Zhang Changdao and Lin Feng were both momentarily stunned, recalling the legend of the Hidden Dragon Valley. According to the legend, there was a divine dragon in the Hidden Dragon Valley. Could it be that this legend was true? A divine dragon is an incredibly powerful creature. Even in its juvenile stage, it could rival the peak of innate perfection. This voice and such enormous dragon horns certainly did not resemble those of a juvenile dragon. Moreover, the voice had already stated that they were the only ones to have come here in 100 years. This meant that this dragon had probably been here for at least 100 years. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Zhang Changdao immediately said, "Young master, we should run. This is a divine dragon." Although he had never seen a divine dragon, Zhang Changdao had heard plenty of legends about them. At this moment, he cared little for treasures. Preserving their lives was the most important thing. Besides, they had already collected quite a bit, so the trip was not in vain. Before Lin Feng could respond, the voice had already answered Zhang Changdao, "Want to run? He. Can you still escape?" As the words fell, a massive creature revealed its entire body. It was indeed the head of a dragon, complete with dragon claws, but its body was entirely different from the characteristics of a divine dragon. It was broad and heavy, exuding a strong presence, but it resembled a gigantic horse more than a dragon. Its body was covered in dragon scales, presenting an overall black-red color. A dragon tail swayed behind it. No matter how one looked at it, it was a half-dragon monster. At this moment, its 2 eyes, as large as millstones, were fixed on the 2 of them, as if they were mere ants. Even though it was not a complete divine dragon, Lin Feng and Zhang Changdao could tell that this creature was definitely related to the dragon clan. "We're doomed!" Zhang Changdao cried out in despair. How could they fight this? Just feeling that aura made Zhang Changdao's legs go weak. He looked over at Lin Feng, only to find him standing there calmly, with no trace of fear on his face. He was examining the half-dragon monster up and down, nodding repeatedly. It seemed that if this creature were to be tamed as a pet for Xiaozi, she would surely like it. The half-dragon monster wasted no time. It opened its mouth and unleashed a breath of dragon fire towards the 2. Zhang Changdao immediately took a step back, nearly falling to the ground. After all, he was just a servant. He had the Kinjianzi brocade robe and was not afraid of the dragon fire, but Zhang Changdao could not withstand it. Lin Feng directly struck Zhang Changdao with a palm, sending him to a safe distance. He then faced the dragon fire attack alone, instantly being engulfed by the intense heat of the dragon breath. The half-dragon monster looked on with disdain. This mere human before it actually stood firm against its dragon fire without flinching, truly a fool. Even Zhang Changdao, who had just been saved by Lin Feng, felt this way at that moment. Did Lin Feng really think the Kinjianzi brocade robe could withstand this terrifying dragon fire? Zhang Changdao felt it was completely impossible. He had never heard of such a defensive spiritual artifact. Defensive spiritual artifacts could at most provide auxiliary support, minimizing the damage to the cultivator's body. Although he had already been quite surprised before, the idea that it could withstand dragon fire was just too exaggerated. Lin Feng also did not know if the Kinjianzi brocade robe could withstand the dragon fire. But his confidence stemmed not only from the robe but also from the new technique he had just created. The Dragon Flame Wave Technique. The Dragon Flame Wave Technique was a supreme Yan technique. After cultivation, it could unleash the highest dragon flame far beyond the capabilities of this half-dragon's breath. Although Lin Feng could not fully exert its power due to his low cultivation level, his supreme dragon flame had an absolute restraining effect on this dragon breath. It could directly extinguish the dragon fire.
Lin Feng stood there, his hands still behind his back, but golden supreme dragon flames began to emerge from his body, resembling a golden fire god. When the dragon breath of the half-dragon monster collided with Lin Feng's body, it instantly vanished as if absorbed. Instead, the supreme golden flames on Lin Feng's body became even brighter. This scene completely stunned Zhang Chengdao. He even said he was only at the second level of the true essence realm. Zhang Chengdao didn't know how many times he had questioned life today, but that didn't stop him from continuing to doubt. The half-dragon monster was also stunned. Its massive body trembled. From the golden flames on Lin Feng, it felt an immense pressure, as if Lin Feng were the true dragon. No! During its time with the Dragon Clan, it had never seen such a majestic and terrifying dragon flame. It seemed like a fire that did not belong to this world, leaving it unable to comprehend. It also dared not act recklessly. It could sense that Lin Feng was merely at the second level of the true essence realm. But at this moment, it believed even more in what its eyes saw. This was absolutely not something a second-level true essence realm could achieve. Even a congenital perfection expert among humans could not withstand its dragon breath. Could this human be hiding his true cultivation, a super expert among humans? If that's the case, I might fall here today, Long Chia thought to itself, feeling an immense sense of dread. It was the first time it felt fear, something many dragons could not experience. That kind of power was too restraining for it, as if it were a flame that only a king among dragons could possess. Long Chia was the name of the half-dragon monster. Every dragon has its own name at birth, and it was no exception. However, it was a freak, as it was different from other divine dragons since birth, leading to its exclusion. Long Chia warily observed Lin Feng, beginning to speculate again. Could he be a super expert of my dragon clan who can transform into a human? Just hiding his dragon identity while wandering the human world with the cultivation of a second-level true essence realm. In my dragon clan, once a senior cultivates to a certain level, they can transform into human form, appearing no different from humans. Given the current situation, there is probably only this possibility. It must be so. Long Chia instantly understood everything. There was absolutely no other possibility. Lin Feng was unaware of how much the half-dragon monster was overthinking. The reason he was so confident was that he had other ways to make this Long Chia willingly become a pet. Moreover, it would be hard for it to refuse. This dragon flame wave technique could be cultivated not only by humans but was actually more suitable for dragons. Although it couldn't compare to Shangguan Yunya's flame soul immortal body, it would surpass any other physique in cultivating this technique. As long as this technique was used as a bait, Long Chia would definitely be tempted. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, Long Chia spoke first, its tone humble and respectful, its body actively kneeling down, its head level with Lin Feng's. Senior, I am Long Chia, the younger generation. Previously, I was blind to your greatness. I hope Senior will forgive my ignorance. Long Chia spoke with fear and trembling. It was genuinely afraid. If what it thought was true, such a senior could easily kill it. Lin Feng was taken aback. He learned the name of this half-dragon monster but didn't understand why Long Chia suddenly addressed him this way. Was he that old? Everyone who saw him called him senior. First Zhang Chengdao, now Long Chia. Lin Feng began to doubt his own age. After a moment of shock, Zhang Chengdao finally understood the situation and came to the same conclusion as Long Chia. His heart screamed, I get it. I get it. No wonder the young master is so strong. He must be one of the Dragon Clan. If I'm not mistaken, the flames on the young master just now should be dragon flames. And this Long Chia is so respectful towards the young master. It must be so. If that's the case, everything makes sense. It's no wonder the young master always claims to be at the second level of the true origin realm. It turns out he was referring to his human Bodhis cultivation. No wonder. Zhang Chengdao was filled with excitement. He felt much better for having figured this out. Otherwise, he always felt a bit odd being around Lin Feng. I heard that after a Dragon Clan expert transforms into a human, there's a period of weakness. The young master must be worried about enemies seeking revenge, which is why he didn't tell me. Zhang Chengdao recalled a legend he had once heard. At this moment he was completely convinced of this speculation. There was no need to say more about Long Chia. This legend was true and was not a secret among their Dragon Clan. Generally, super strong dragons enter a period of weakness right after transforming into humans, needing to endure for a while. After all, in the Tianlong continent, whether human or dragon, who doesn't have a few enemies? Lin Feng was unaware of the two men's thoughts. He didn't even understand the origin of the title senior. But he was too lazy to think about it. As long as it didn't affect his plans, that was enough. It wouldn't be appropriate not to take in such a half-dragon. Bringing it back to the Lin family to give to Xiaozi would not only protect her but also serve as the Lin family's guardian beast. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Looking at Long Xia, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "I'm not that old yet, the title senior doesn't sound good.
Just call me young master." Okay, young master. Long Xia didn't care much about that. After all, whoever was powerful had the final say. As a small mutated half-dragon, it was better to be obedient.
It was all the fault of the younger generation. Please don't hold it against me, young master. Long Xia continued to apologize repeatedly.
Its two enormous dragon eyes cautiously watched Lin Feng.
Lin Feng waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm not that petty."
"You're called Long Xia, right? Why are you here?" Long Xia dared not answer dishonestly.
Being questioned by Lin Feng also stirred up its sad past. After a huge sigh, Long Xia began to recount its experiences. "To be honest, young master, I was originally a member of the dragon clan.
My father is a black dragon, and my mother is a fire dragon.
After I was born, my body underwent a mutation, and my bloodline became impure, resulting in my current appearance. I'm sure you've seen." Long Xia sighed again, looking at its own strange form. It continued, "Later, I was ostracized by the dragon clan and often bullied by other dragons. Once, I offended a descendant of an elder from the Black Dragon clan and was exiled here, told that I could only return to the Dragon clan after collecting 100 adventurers' skulls." At this moment, Zhang Changdao also ran over to Lin Feng's side, looking at him with admiration and respect, still immersed in his own speculation. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled by Zhang Changdao's gaze, not knowing what he had imagined.
He was too lazy to think about it. At this moment, after hearing Long Qia's words, both of them looked towards the small pile of skulls beside the lava. Clearly, these were the remains of past adventurers who had come here and were killed by Long Xia to accumulate. Lin Feng instantly understood everything. It was evident that the descendant of the Dragon Clan elder was toying with Long Xia, treating this place as a playground. The scattered treasure maps outside must not be just one, luring adventurers here only to be killed by Long Xia. It could be said that humans were also being played by that descendant of the Dragon Clan elder. Long Xia continued to lament. "Young master should have also heard that the elder's descendant is deliberately toying with me, but that elder holds a high position, and I cannot resist. I have been here for over 200 years. The first 100 years were fine, many adventurers came here, and I quickly gathered 97 skulls. But for some reason, in the following 100 years, not a single adventurer has come here. And I dare not go out. Once that Dragon Clan elder's descendant finds out, I will surely be killed." Lin Feng didn't expect that this Long Xia was quite pitiful. In fact, Lin Feng also understood why no adventurers had come in the following 100 years. It was obvious that it was because of the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts outside. Before those adventurers could open the treasure, they had already been dealt with by that 4th-tier demon beast. They had no chance to come here at all. Lin Feng looked at Long Xia and got straight to the point. "Now, I'm giving you an opportunity. As long as you submit to me in the future, I will grant you a great chance. Even the so-called descendants of the Dragon Clan will be nothing but trash in front of you. Do you want it? Opportunity? A great chance." In an instant, Long Xia understood Lin Feng's meaning. There was no doubt that this elder of the Dragon Clan was interested in him, which was an immense honor. In the Dragon Clan, those who could transform into human form were incredibly powerful, at least at the elder level. Long Xia had no doubts about Lin Feng's words. After all, being humiliated and toyed with by that elder of the Dragon Clan, how could he not feel angry? But soon, Long Xia reacted and cautiously looked at Lin Feng, asking, "Young master, is this submission forever?" Although Long Xia did not doubt that Lin Feng would allow him to take revenge in the future, the idea of being a slave forever made him hesitate. But soon, Long Xia dismissed this concern. Lin Feng shook his head. "It doesn't need to be that long, just 1,000 years is enough. 1,000 years is trivial compared to your Dragon Clan's lifespan. I believe you have no problem with that, right? The lifespan of the Dragon Clan is long. They are exceptionally powerful right from birth, far surpassing humans." Long Xia had been sealed here for over 200 years, and with his original age, he was only a little over 500 years old. In the Dragon Clan, he was still in his youth. A normal dragon could easily live for 2,000 to 3,000 years without cultivating. Such conditions were already extremely generous for Long Xia. What Lin Feng offered was even more generous. Long Xia didn't know it yet, but this technique could allow him to become a being that the entire Dragon Clan would look up to in the future. Right now, Long Xia was still quite decent, and Lin Feng wanted to take him back as a protector for Shaozi. It wouldn't be long before Long Xia would be eager to come and be a mount, but there would be no opportunity. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Long Xia was overjoyed. 1,000 years was completely acceptable to him. As long as he obtained the opportunity Lin Feng spoke of, he could judge for himself whether it was true or not. If it was real, he could accept not just 1,000 years, but even an additional 1,000. Thinking of this, Long Xia bowed his dragon head in front of Lin Feng repeatedly. "Thank you, young master. I need this opportunity, please grant me this chance, and in the future, I will definitely follow you loyally, never hesitating to die for you.
Long Che knew that this was the time to show his loyalty. His words were powerful and resolute. Lin Feng nodded gently. Good, I will now pass on a cultivation technique suitable for your dragon clan. The technique is called Dragon Flame Wave Technique. Remember it well. After that, Lin Feng fulfilled his promise and transmitted the Dragon Flame Wave Technique to Long Che.
However, halfway through the transmission, Long Che, after trying to cultivate it, was already trembling with excitement. So strong! So strong! How can there be such a powerful technique in the world? Heaven-level technique? No, that's not right. A heaven-level technique isn't this powerful.
Long Che, being a member of the Dragon Clan, had a wide range of experiences. But at this moment, he couldn't guess the level of this technique. One could imagine how terrifying this technique was. Even though Long Che had exhausted all his imagination trying to envision what kind of technique Lin Feng would pass on to him, at this moment it still far exceeded his expectations.
He thought wildly, such an elder must not be an unknown person. Why have I never heard of him in my dragon clan? It seems I was truly ignorant before.
Long Che couldn't figure it out and simply concluded that he had seen too little. Once Lin Feng finished transmitting the technique, Long Che was even more excited and bowed to Lin Feng again and again. Zhang Changdao, who was watching from the side, was envious to the point of drooling.
How could he not be envious?
Lin Feng personally guided and taught the technique, even helping Long Che familiarize himself with the operation route. Although he didn't know what level of cultivation technique this was, it was undoubtedly many times stronger than his own.
His current technique was already of the earth level, high quality. One could only imagine how terrifying that technique must be. He couldn't even begin to fathom it, fearing that his imagination would tarnish the level of such a technique.
Lin Feng naturally noticed this scene. By the looks of it, Zhang Changdao was still following him first. Lin Feng took his things, so he certainly wouldn't treat him unfairly. He looked at Zhang Changdao and said, "You don't need to be so envious. Just finish tidying up the things in this space and I will also pass on a technique to you. This technique is more suitable for Long Che, and I will pass on other techniques to you. During this time, let me think about which technique to pass on to you."
What? Young master, you have such high-level techniques. More than one? As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, Zhang Changdao jumped up in shock. This was too terrifying.
Such a formidable technique, even ordinary people, including the Dragon Clan and those superpowers, could only possess one that could be passed down for 100,000 years.
But Lin Feng actually had more than one. Long Che,
who had just been passed a technique and was excited, also trembled at this news. His shock was no less than that of Zhang Changdao.
Inside, he was screaming wildly, "I hit the jackpot. I struck it rich. The young master's power probably exceeds my imagination. Following a senior like the young master, plus the techniques he passes on to me, soon the entire dragon clan will tremble because of me." Long Che seemed to have already seen that day. His dragon eyes were filled with high spirits. Lin Feng was also startled. Zhang Changdao suddenly acting so surprised. He waved his hand and said, "What's so surprising?
This young master has 5 such techniques. I already said, as long as you follow this young master in the future,
the Tianlong continent will be your playground." Young master.
Zhang Changdao and Long Che looked at Lin Feng simultaneously. The excitement in their hearts was needless to say. Zhang Changdao was even eager to get to work immediately. He hurried to finish dealing with the treasures in this space, then let Lin Feng pass on the technique to him, gaining this supreme opportunity. To give Lin Feng some quiet time to think, the urgent task was to pack all these things. Now that Lin Feng had subdued Long Che, taking these things was naturally no problem at all.
In fact, Long Che even helped with the packing.
Zhang Changdao was responsible for refining space bags, while Long Che was in charge of collecting all the treasures in the space.
Almost nothing was left behind.
These items were all created by the descendants of the Dragon Clan elder to attract adventurers. Long Che was naturally not polite at all.
He now had a backing. Even if that Dragon Clan elder's descendant knew Zhang was coming, he wouldn't be afraid.
Soon, Zhang Changdao used space stones and some materials he already had for the space bags to refine over 100 space bags. It only consumed a fist-sized piece of space stone.
For the entire massive space stone, this was completely negligible.
Packing those fire crystal stones, various spiritual herbs, and dragon saliva grass into space bags only took 20 of them. Zhang Changdao respectfully handed the empty space bags and the filled ones to Lin Feng, saying, "Young master, everything is here. These extra space bags were specially refined for you by this old servant,
for your convenience in the future."
Zhang Changdao was very attentive, even worrying that Lin Feng would need space bags in the future, so he prepared them in advance.
Lin Feng was also very satisfied with Zhang Changdao's thoroughness.
He directly tossed 2 filled space bags to both Zhang Chengdao and Long Jie, saying, "Since you are following this young master, good things naturally shouldn't be enjoyed by me alone. Take these, you will need them in the future. If you run out, just tell the young master and he will give you more." Instantly, Long Jie and Zhang Chengdao were both excited. These treasures were hard to make anyone, including dragons, not excited. However, they didn't dare to ask for more. Zhang Chengdao looked at the 2 spatial bags in his hands, which were countless times stronger than what he had previously given to Lin Feng. If he brought them back to Qing Yun's sect, it would probably leave the entire sect in shock. However, Zhang Chengdao knew that compared to what Lin Feng was about to give him, these items were nothing but trash. Lin Feng had mentioned before that during this time, he should think about which cultivation method to pass on to him. This kind of method, once brought back, could astonish the entire Qing Yun sect with just a slight display of its aura. While the two were tidying up, Lin Feng was indeed deep in thought. He had 5 cultivation methods. The Heavenly Flower Divine Art was more suitable for female cultivators. The Supreme Sword technique focused too much on attack and had high physical demands on the cultivator. It wasn't very suitable for someone like Zhang Chengdao, who was starting to cultivate at his age. The Starry Mysterious Origin technique was too profound and required exceptional talent and comprehension. Only Duge Wanqing would be more appropriate for that. Zhang Chengdao's talent could only be considered average. Although he was already impressive compared to the people in Yanqing, in Lin Feng's eyes he was just ordinary. While he could still cultivate and achieve a decent level, his ultimate accomplishments would be limited compared to other methods. The Dragon Flame Wave technique was more suitable for Long Jie. Since he was giving it, Lin Feng naturally wanted to provide the best. That left only the Yin-Yang Reversal Divine Art. It had the lowest requirements for cultivators and would allow Zhang Chengdao to perform better. With this in mind, Lin Feng looked at Zhang Chengdao, whose eyes were filled with hope, and said, "Listen carefully and feel it. The cultivation method I am about to pass on to you is called Yin-Yang Reversal Divine Art. It is no less than the Dragon Flame Wave technique I gave to Long Jie. When cultivated to a profound level, it can reverse the chaos of Yin and Yang." As Lin Feng's words fell, Zhang Chengdao's face flushed with excitement. After calming himself for a moment, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng, saying, "Thank you, young master, for passing on the technique. From now on, this old servant will serve you faithfully, living as your person and dying as your ghost." After that, Lin Feng didn't say much more. Once Zhang Chengdao discarded his previous cultivation method, he began to pass on the Yin-Yang Reversal Divine Art to him. Boom! Innate great perfection. When Lin Feng finished passing on the technique, Zhang Chengdao operated the method and instantly broke through, reaching a realm he had always dreamed of but had never attained. Moreover, the energy within his body was so robust that it far exceeded that of his fellow sect master, who was also at innate great perfection, by dozens of times. This was a qualitative difference. Such a technique surpassed his imagination. Everything fell into place. He even faintly sensed that he would break through to an even higher realm in the future. And all of this was brought about by just one cultivation method. More importantly, Zhang Chengdao felt rejuvenated, as if he had suddenly become decades younger. His previously white hair had turned black and gray. This breakthrough had extended his lifespan by several decades. It could be said that it was a grace of rebirth. Thud! Long live the young master! Zhang Chengdao knelt directly in front of Lin Feng, his emotions overwhelming him. Previously, he could only sense the strength when Lin Feng passed on the technique to Long Jie, but now, through his own cultivation, he realized just how powerful it truly was. "Get up. There's no need to be so formal," Lin Feng said, slightly raising his hand. Zhang Chengdao's body was lifted into the air. After calming his emotions again, he said, "Young master, since this matter is settled, I would like to return to Qing Yun's sect first to explain the situation to my fellow disciples, otherwise, they might worry." Lin Feng nodded lightly. "Alright, you go back and handle your affairs, then come find me at the Lin family in Yancheng." "Yes, young master." Zhang Chengdao bowed deeply once more and then turned to return to Qing Yun's sect with the super cultivation method he had just obtained and the 2 spatial bags filled with treasures. After Zhang Chengdao left, Long Jie's booming voice sounded, "Young master, where shall we go next?" Since he had already followed Lin Feng, Long Jie's attitude was now extremely humble, seeking Lin Feng's instructions on what to do next. "First, let's return to the Lin family." "Let's go," Lin Feng replied. Long Jie immediately added, "Please allow me to carry you on my back, young master. You just need to guide the way." Lin Feng didn't refuse, and now, Long Jie has completely submitted to him. Being able to save the effort of traveling, he naturally became too lazy to move. With a leap, he landed on Long Jie's back. After that, Long Jie's body soared into the air, taking off directly upwards with its massive form, shattering the entire space. The mountain itself split open with a large hole. A loud, penetrating dragon's roar echoed throughout the Sanlong Valley. In that moment, countless beasts in the valley trembled and prostrated themselves, as if a king had emerged from the mountains. The intense sound reverberated around for a long time. Those who were training in the Tsanglong Valley looked up in fear, their faces showing shock at the source of the sound.
This is the roar of a divine dragon. Could it be that there really is a divine dragon in Tsanglong Valley? Heavens, what a terrifying might!
Many people were filled with astonishment but dared not venture deeper into the valley. They hurriedly led their families out towards the valley's edge.
After all, what kind of creature is a divine dragon?
Just a single breath of dragon fire could wipe out countless lives.
Curiosity is one thing, but one must not play with their own life.
Meanwhile, over here with Lin Feng.
Slap! Lin Feng gave Long Chia's dragon head a smack and scolded, "You need to tone it down. Do you want to deafen me?" He wasn't really angry, just that the sound was so loud it made his ears itch. He couldn't help but rub them.
Long Chia immediately felt embarrassed and nodded repeatedly. What the young master says is true. I've just been in that cramped space for too long and couldn't help it. Please forgive me, young master. Long Chia had been stuck in that space for over 200 years and was naturally bursting to let loose. Lin Feng could understand that and said, "Just be more careful next time.
Let's go. It's almost afternoon, and I have things to do." "Yes, young master."
Long Chia immediately spread its massive body, hovering above the entire Tsanglong Valley, flying towards Yancheng. Although Long Chia was not in the form of a divine dragon, its body was actually more imposing than the typical divine dragon form.
It even appeared more ferocious.
Just a glance was enough to send a shock through anyone who saw it. Long Chia flew high in the air, and the beasts all prostrated themselves, not daring to look up.
Passers-by were also stunned, watching this scene in awe, exclaiming, "Heavens! What is that thing? It looks like a divine dragon, but it's different, even more terrifying than a divine dragon." In truth, Long Chia's original might was not so fearsome. It only felt more terrifying because it had cultivated the dragon flame wave technique given by Lin Feng. At this moment, dark golden flames with a hint of red burned around its body, making it look like an unparalleled ferocious beast.
The dragon flame wave technique did not produce flames that were entirely golden. Because Lin Feng was human, the golden dragon flames appeared so pure.
In the future, Shangguan Yunya would cultivate similarly.
But Long Chia was different. It was a dragon itself, a hybrid of a black dragon and a fire dragon. Therefore, after cultivating the dragon flame wave technique, the color of its dragon flames was somewhat different, but its power was undeniable.
Long Chia flew swiftly towards Yancheng, reaching the blank area between Yancheng and Sanlong Valley in no time.
After Lin Feng instructed Long Chia to stop, he said, "We're almost at Yancheng.
Can you shrink a bit? Otherwise, people might think I'm attacking the city."
It was already afternoon, and Lin Feng needed to go directly to the city lord's mansion.
Long Chia's appearance was too frightening, causing too much of a commotion. At that point, he might not be able to calmly help Dugu Wanqing awaken her immortal body. Upon hearing this, Long Chia nodded. "Okay, young master, of course." Then, its body rapidly shrank, becoming the size of a horse, but its might remained formidable, definitely a showstopper.
Long Chia looked down at itself and felt it was too extravagant. It quickly retracted the dragon flames on its body, but it still looked majestic. The inherent might and demeanor of the dragon race were something Long Chia could not hide. "Young master,
I did my best."
Lin Feng could see it clearly.
He nodded and said, "All right, let's leave it at that. Let's go into the city."
Long Chia nodded, carrying Lin Feng as they headed towards the city gate. The distance to the gate of Yen City was not far at all. It wasn't long before they arrived. As soon as they got there, they attracted countless gazes.
Long Chia's appearance was too captivating.
He resembled Long Tai too much.
If one didn't look at the back half,
he completely embodied the characteristics of a divine dragon.
This immediately drew the attention of many passers-by at the city gate.
It wasn't until Lin Feng rode Long Chia into the city that people dared to start discussing.
That person just now looks so familiar. Could it be young Master Lin Feng from the Lin family? I've seen young Master Lin Feng. It's him. You're not seeing things. Oh my.
I heard young Master Lin Feng is extraordinarily powerful. Even the city lord respects him, and the city lord's daughter, Dugu Wanqing, is his disciple.
You said young Master Lin Feng was a waste before. How did he suddenly become so formidable?
Who knows, I guess he must have encountered some great opportunity. Such things can't be envied.
What kind of beast was young Master Lin Feng riding just now? It felt so much like the legendary divine dragon. Don't say that. I felt it too. But aren't divine dragons supposed to be huge and not look like this? It must be some mutated beast.
Right.
That's what I think too. What level of creature is a divine dragon? Although I admit young Master Lin Feng is indeed impressive, how could he ride a dragon clan member?
Everyone shook their heads, believing Long Chia to be a mutated beast. No one would think that he was indeed a member of the dragon clan, just a mutated divine dragon. If it weren't for being ostracized by the dragon clan and not being recognized, he could actually be considered a divine dragon. Riding Long Xie through the city, many people began to discuss. They all agreed that Long Xie was just a mutated beast.
After all, the dragon clan was too intimidating. They continued until they reached the city lord's mansion.
When the guards at the city lord's mansion saw Lin Feng and his mount, they were momentarily stunned.
They were also taken aback.
Anyone who saw Long Xie at first glance would feel he was a divine dragon.
But they quickly reacted, ultimately arriving at the same guess as everyone else.
Upon seeing it was Lin Feng, the guard recalled that Dugu Tonhai had already instructed them to treat him with the highest courtesy. The two guards at the city lord's mansion rushed over immediately. They suddenly knelt on the ground before Lin Feng and respectfully exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, the city lord has already instructed that you need not announce your arrival, just go straight in. Let us guide you."
Lin Feng nodded, not being polite.
"All right, lead the way, take me to see Dugu Tonhai." The two guards were startled.
Nowadays, in the entire Yen city, perhaps only Lin Feng would dare to directly call the city lord by name.
But he had the confidence and strength to do so.
Lin Feng's deeds had already spread throughout Yen city. No one was indifferent to it.
Everyone knew the future status of Lin Feng from the Lin family in Yen city. After a moment of daze, one guard continued to guard the city lord's mansion gate,
while the other led Lin Feng.
In the past, anyone arriving at the city lord's mansion was not allowed to ride their mounts inside. But Lin Feng was an exception.
The guards didn't dare to voice any objections.
Even if the city lord Dugu Tonhai saw it, he probably wouldn't say much. Just as Lin Feng and the guard were walking, the remaining guard released a homing pigeon. When Lin Feng was halfway into the city lord's mansion on Long Xie, Dugu Tonhai came out to greet him, accompanied by Fu Bo and a large number of people from the city lord's mansion.
The ceremony was very grand. Dugu Wanqing was also present. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she was filled with excitement.
Dugu Tonghai, seeing Lin Feng on his mount, was not at all concerned. He was just shocked by Long Xie. However, he didn't think of Long Xie as a divine dragon, he was merely astonished at how formidable Lin Feng was.
In just one day,
he had managed to acquire such a majestic beast as a mount. Although he was unclear about the beast's strength, it was certain that being chosen as Lin Feng's mount meant it couldn't be weak. Dugu Tonghai burst into laughter, praising, "Ha!
Young Master Lin, this mount of yours is truly extraordinary, perfectly suited to your status.
I have been waiting for a long time. The herbs you requested have all been gathered and are ready for use at any moment.
However, since young Master Lin has just arrived, there's no need to rush. Please, come inside and take a seat." Dugu Tonhai couldn't help but feel pleased.
At this moment, he looked radiant. Last night, he had practiced the starry mysterious origin technique that Lin Feng had given to Dugu Wanqing. Although it was extremely profound and difficult to understand, requiring intense focus to navigate the many changes while operating the technique, the results exceeded all expectations.
In just one night,
not only had he stabilized his half-step innate cultivation, but he had also deepened his abilities significantly. In the near future, breaking through to the innate level would be a natural progression.
In fact, Dugu Tonhai had always had good talent.
It was just that his techniques were not very advanced and his experience was lacking, which had led to his inability to achieve great success. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a celestial body like Dugu Wanqing.
The elemental celestial body was incredibly powerful. Once awakened, it could communicate with all the elements in the world. It was truly terrifying.
Combined with the starry mysterious origin technique, with sufficient cultivation in the future, he could even manipulate the power of the stars. Dugu Tonghai walked over with a smile, extending his hand to personally lead Lin Feng's mount. Seeing there was no rope, he reached out to grab Long Xie's dragon horn. Suddenly, he was slightly jolted by Long Xie's body, and his palm went numb,
as if he had been electrocuted.
Long Xie looked at Dugu Tonghai with disdain. If it weren't for the fact that this person knew Lin Feng, daring to touch its dragon horn would have resulted in him being turned to ash by its dragon flames. Even Zhang Chengdao, with his innate perfection, seemed like nothing in front of Long Xie, let alone someone as insignificant as Dugu Tonghai. At this moment, the shock in Dugu Tonghai's heart was like a raging tide. He was a half-step innate cultivator, yet he had been shaken back by a beast. Without a doubt, this beast was likely of a very high level. However, thinking that it was Lin Feng's mount, Dugu Tonghai felt relieved. After all, he still couldn't comprehend just how powerful Lin Feng truly was.
"Father, what's wrong?" Dugu Wanqing also came over, looking curiously at Dugu Tonghai, who was acting a bit strangely. Only Uncle Fu noticed something, but he didn't say much. After all, Dugu Tonghai was the city lord and had to maintain some face. It wouldn't be good to admit that he had been shaken by a mount. At this moment, his palms still throbbed with pain. He simply waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, just that young Master Lin's mount looks so extraordinary that it astonishes me."
"Young Master Lin, please come in. Wan Qing, stay by my side."
Duga Tonghai dared not touch Long Xia again. He didn't even dare let Duga Wanqing get too close, fearing she might get hurt.
Seeing this scene, Lin Feng patted Long Xia's head and muttered, "Behave yourself."
He then dismounted, intending to walk alongside Duga Tonghai and the others.
"Yes, young master," Long Xia suddenly spoke human words, startling everyone.
Duga Tonghai immediately pulled Duga Wanqing back several steps. A beast spoke.
No one had expected this, and they stared at Long Xia in shock.
It was too shocking. As everyone knew, in the Tianlong continent, even fifth-tier beasts could not speak human language.
Only beast kings above the 5th tier could learn to speak like humans. Yet this beast, resembling a divine dragon, was actually speaking. It was undoubtedly a bombshell that echoed in everyone's ears.
What level of beast was a beast king? It could easily destroy Yen City with a flick of its hand. For a city like Yen City, it was uncertain whether it could withstand even a fart from a beast king. If it truly was a beast king, the level of terror exceeded their imagination. But what cultivation level did Lin Feng have? He was merely at the 2nd level of the true essence realm.
Although he was extraordinarily talented and could fight above his level, defeating someone at the 5th level of the true essence realm was already quite exaggerated, even if it were exaggerated to say it could defeat innate strong beings. The gap with the Beast King was like comparing the vast sea to a grain of sand. It was simply incomparable. Duga Tonghai and the others were all stunned, looking at Long Xia in fear, then glancing at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, also understanding their thoughts. He said, "It's not a Beast King, just a bit special."
Lin Feng didn't ask about Long Xia's specific combat power.
But how could a dragon be a Beast King? It was definitely not inferior to a Beast King, though.
Lin Feng also knew that if he said it out loud, these people might be scared to death.
So he decided not to frighten them, letting them think less. To avoid further questions that would delay him from helping Duga Wanqing awaken her elemental immortal body.
Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng said this, Duga Tonghai and the others suddenly realized and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng really wrote a Beast King, they wouldn't know how to face him in the future.
They might even be too afraid to speak.
With Lin Feng's words, they naturally thought that the Heavenly Dragon continent was full of wonders, and it wasn't impossible for some strange beasts to be able to speak early. But even so, Duga Tonghai knew very well that Lin Feng's mount was probably stronger than they could imagine. But as long as it wasn't a Beast King, it was still within the range they could accept. Duga Tonghai quickly adjusted himself, once again showing a smile and making a gesture of invitation. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and walked directly to the front. Long Xia immediately found a place to stay. The servants of the city lord's mansion were very perceptive. They immediately brought a large amount of sumptuous spirit fruits for Long Xia to enjoy. Lin Feng's mount naturally received different treatment, the best treatment.
Long Xia happily lay there eating. Under Duga Tonghai's guidance, they soon arrived at the hall of the city lord's mansion. Duga Tonghai dismissed everyone else, leaving only Duga Wanqing and Uncle Fu to enter the conference hall together. After inviting Lin Feng to the main seat, Duga Tonghai pointed to the boxes below and said, "Young Master Lin, these are all the medicinal materials you were looking for. I've had someone gather them all, and they are ready for use at any time. But since young Master Lin has just arrived, let's have some tea and catch up first." Duga Tonghai personally poured tea for Lin Feng. Since he was so polite, Lin Feng felt embarrassed to refuse. Besides, it didn't hurt to take a little time. After taking a gentle sip of tea and placing it on the table, he said, "Let's skip the small talk. I believe Wanqing has already told you my purpose for coming here, right?" Lin Feng didn't ask Duga Wanqing to keep the awakening of the immortal body a secret. Duga Tonghai should have known about this. Sure enough, Duga Tonghai nodded.
Looking at Lin Feng with excitement, "Wanqing has already told me.
Young Master Lin is here to help Wanqing awaken her immortal body. I am truly grateful. I will definitely repay young Master Lin's great kindness to Wanqing with my life. But I have a question, is this elemental immortal body really as powerful as young Master Lin says?" Lin Feng nodded, "Not just powerful, it exceeds your imagination.
Once the immortal body is awakened, Wanqing's cultivation will break through significantly, reaching at least the true essence realm. After awakening the immortal body, she would receive the gifts of the heavenly Tao. At that time, her cultivation would soar." Lin Feng was sure that the true essence realm was the minimum.
What? Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu both trembled. Duga Wanqing was also in disbelief. Although she had known that her awakening would be extraordinary, this was too exaggerated. Duga Tonghai also felt it was a bit exaggerated. But upon careful thought, had there not been many exaggerated things happening to Lin Feng? By some strange twist of fate, he chose to believe it. His mood was filled with excitement. "Thank you, young Master Lin." If it weren't for the concern of his identity and Duga Wanqing being present, Duga Tonghai might have knelt down to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng waved his hand. Alright, enough of the nonsense. Find a quiet room, then prepare a large wooden barrel to brew these medicinal materials for an hour, and then pour them into the barrel. Let's arrange this first, and then we can calm down and talk. Hearing this, Duga Tonghai showed no hesitation. He immediately sent someone to take care of these matters personally. After that, he poured tea for Lin Feng again and said, "Young Master Lin, everything has been arranged, but it will take some time.
Why don't you guide Wanqing and us a bit more?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu,
realizing that they had likely also practiced the starry profound Yuan technique. However, he didn't mind and nodded.
"Alright, feel free to ask if you have any questions." After all, it would take some time for the medicinal materials to be brewed, so Lin Feng didn't mind giving them some guidance along the way.
Especially for Duga Wanqing, mentoring her would also increase their affinity.
Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu were instantly excited because Duga Wanqing had just obtained the technique. Although her talent and comprehension were good, they were still far from Lin Feng's level.
Even Duga Wanqing felt a surge of joy. Soon, one question after another about cultivation was directed at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng casually provided guidance, which greatly benefited the three of them.
Duga Wanqing's original affinity of 35 skyrocketed to 60.
Ding! Congratulations to the host and disciple for achieving an affinity of 60 with the elemental immortal body.
Receiving a stage reward of 1 resurrection talisman. Lin Feng was taken aback.
He hadn't expected to receive a reward before reaching an affinity of 100.
Moreover, it was a resurrection talisman.
If reaching 100 would yield an even more powerful reward, it made Lin Feng feel a rush of excitement. Indeed, enhancing the relationship with his disciple was the right move. In just this hour, Duga Wanqing admired Lin Feng even more. Although she had previously regarded him as just a peer, even feeling strange about being his disciple, that notion had undoubtedly vanished.
Her master seemed to be capable of anything.
The depth of his understanding of the technique made her hold him in immense respect.
Do you have any other questions? Wanqing, if you have anything you don't understand, feel free to ask.
Duga Wanqing shook her head upon hearing this. Master, I indeed have many areas I don't understand, but with all that you've taught me,
I haven't fully grasped it yet. I can't bite off more than I can chew. I'll wait until I've integrated what I've learned today before asking you again.
No matter how talented Duga Wanqing was, she was still just one person. There was no way she could compare to Lin Feng, who was on another level. Lin Feng's casual guidance was already enough for Duga Wanqing to ponder for a long time.
Accepting more information would only confuse her mind.
If Duga Wanqing felt this way, it was needless to say how much more so for Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu, who had lesser talent and comprehension.
The two of them shook their heads repeatedly, with Duga Tonghai saying, "Young Master Lin is truly extraordinary. Our comprehension is not even as good as Wanqing's."
If Wanqing says this, we should just consult her in the future. Lin Feng felt a slight disappointment. He had hoped to quickly gather enough affinity. But thinking about it, it was indeed true. After guiding for such a long time,
it was already impressive that Duga Wanqing could remember anything.
Just now, Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu looked bewildered, and their minds were likely a jumbled mess.
The starry profound Yuan technique was inherently more profound than other techniques.
Lin Feng also knew that he shouldn't rush things.
Just then, someone came to report. Report to the city lord.
The medicinal materials have been brewed and poured into the wooden barrel. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu were still pondering the cultivation techniques Lin Feng had taught them, feeling perplexed, but at this moment, they also reacted. Duga Tonghai immediately resumed his authoritative demeanor as the city lord.
He nodded slightly and said, "All right, I understand. You may leave."
"Yes, city lord." After the messenger left, Duga Tonghai looked at Lin Feng. "Young Master Lin, everything is ready. The wooden barrel is in Wanqing's room. It's very quiet there."
He then turned to Duga Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, you take your master over there first.
Well, continue to delve into some of the things your master mentioned earlier. Well, come to find you later. Awakening the immortal body will likely take some time." Duga Wanqing nodded. She then looked at Lin Feng and smiled, saying, "Master, let's go, they'll take you there."
Lin Feng lightly nodded and left with Duga Wanqing. They soon arrived at Duga Wanqing's residence, a quaint and tranquil little courtyard.
Originally, there were quite a few servants attending to her, but they had all been dismissed in advance by Duga Tonghai. Remembering Lin Feng's words, it needed to be very quiet. Upon arriving, Duga Wanqing did not stop, leading Lin Feng directly to her room. Inside, the air was thick with steam.
A hot water brewed from the medicinal herbs appeared a deep sapphire blue. Duga Wanqing gently closed the door and looked at Lin Feng, asking, "Master, should I just soak in it?"
Lin Feng shook his head. "You need to take off your outer clothes, otherwise, the herbs won't be absorbed effectively." Hearing this, Duga Wanqing's face suddenly flushed. She felt a bit embarrassed. However, she also knew that Lin Feng was speaking the truth. She had read some pharmacology books and understood that too many layers of clothing would indeed hinder absorption. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Then master, you turn around." Lin Feng thought it was something else. It wasn't like she had to strip completely. He didn't expect this girl to be so shy. He gently turned around and said, "Alright, you can start now." After Lin Feng turned his back, Dugu Wanqing took off her outer garment, revealing a white undergarment embroidered with flowers. After glancing at Lin Feng again, she quickly jumped into the wooden tub. As soon as she soaked in, she felt a wave of heat enveloping her body. A special force began to penetrate into her being. At that moment, Lin Feng heard the sound and turned his head. Seeing only Dugu Wanqing's head peeking out from the tub, he said, "Don't panic, feeling your body heat is normal. You're awakening your celestial body, and there's no danger. Rest assured, your master is right here. If there's any danger, I can rescue you in time. Now, start operating the starry profound Yuan technique to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal properties in the tub, but remember not to rush, take it step by step." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Dugu Wanqing felt enlightened. Instantly, she felt at ease. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing affinity with the elemental celestial body by 10. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. The affinity with Dugu Wanqing, originally at 60, rose to 70. Lin Feng did not expect that comforting Dugu Wanqing could yield such a high affinity. Since it was useful, Lin Feng felt that saying a bit more wouldn't hurt. He simply moved a stool and sat down beside Dugu Wanqing's tub. Chatting with her, he offered words of comfort and shared some jokes to help Dugu Wanqing relax as much as possible. Surprisingly, it really worked. Before long, the affinity rose to 80. Just as Lin Feng continued speaking, mysterious glowing runes suddenly appeared on Dugu Wanqing's body. They intertwined and then radiated a rainbow of colors. Lin Feng immediately fell silent, knowing that the elemental celestial body was beginning to awaken completely. At this moment, it was crucial not to disturb Dugu Wanqing. Dugu Wanqing felt it too. She silently operated the starry profound Yuan technique, firmly remembering Lin Feng's words, proceeding steadily. She sensed something within her that had been suppressed, as if it was gradually being unveiled. That feeling brought her a sense of exhilaration, as if this was her true self. The smooth sensation of breaking through barriers made her face glow with vitality. The power within her surged rapidly, her cultivation skyrocketing. She was originally at the 6th level of Qi refinement, 7th level of Qi refinement, 8th level of Qi refinement. Skipping the 9th level, she advanced to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Boom! 1st level of body refinement, 2nd level of body refinement. Then it continued to rise, as if she were on a rocket, her cultivation constantly elevating. Even Dugu Wanqing herself couldn't believe that she could achieve this. The feeling of her cultivation rapidly increasing was simply exhilarating. For the first time, I realized that I was truly this talented. Master. Dugu Wanqing looked at Lin Feng, wanting to express her gratitude. But Lin Feng interrupted her, saying, "Focus on awakening your elemental celestial body, we can talk later." Dugu Wanqing nodded earnestly, feeling that she couldn't let Lin Feng down for all he had done for her. She immediately concentrated on operating the starry mysterious origin technique, closed her eyes, and completely entered a state of single-mindedness. Ding! Host's affinity with the elemental celestial body 10. The sudden system prompt made Lin Feng smile slightly. He hadn't expected the affinity to increase so quickly. Only 10 points were left. While Dugu Wanqing joyfully awakened her elemental celestial body, Lin Feng watched from the side. Unbeknownst to them, the outside world had already erupted into chaos. The awakening of a celestial body would give rise to extraordinary phenomena in the world. At that moment, the skies over the entire Yin city were filled with thunder and lightning. Colorful clouds drifted toward the city lord's mansion. Everyone in Yin city witnessed it. Heavens! What is happening? Is the world coming to an end? Such celestial phenomena have never appeared in Yin city before. What on earth is going on? Could it be that a powerful being is about to destroy our Yin city? That shouldn't be the case, right? Look at those colorful clouds. They're all drifting toward the city lord's mansion. Indeed, what on earth is happening at the city lord's mansion? Could it be that some heavenly materials or treasures are being born? It's not impossible. Such auspicious phenomena must indicate that a supreme treasure is emerging. Could the city lord's mansion be a treasure land? A flurry of discussions ensued, and no one would have thought that this was Dugu Wanqing awakening her celestial body. Moreover, this extraordinary phenomenon had only just begun. Those near the city lord's mansion saw it even more clearly and were even more shocked. The colorful clouds were clearly visible as they drifted toward the city lord's mansion, leaving people in awe. However, the area around the city lord's mansion had already been heavily guarded by Dugu Tonghai. Naturally, These people could only watch and dared not enter. Duga Tonghai had already known from Duga Wanqing that awakening the elemental celestial body might give rise to extraordinary phenomena, so he had made preparations early on. At this moment he was able to prevent others from peeking. Inside the city lord's mansion, Long Chia, who was lying on the ground basking in the sun and eating spirit fruits, suddenly sat up. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the direction where the colorful clouds were gathering. Wow, is this the legendary awakening of the celestial body? The young master is truly impressive. He can actually take a celestial body as a disciple and help others awaken their celestial bodies. On the way here, Long Chia had already curiously asked Lin Feng what he was going to do. Lin Feng, too lazy to hide it, directly told him about the celestial body. After all, Long Chia was a member of the Dragon Clan. Although he was insignificant in the Dragon Clan, just a small fry, he was still part of the divine dragon lineage. Naturally, he had a broad perspective. He had heard of the existence of celestial bodies and knew that such a physique was rarely seen in 1,000 years. What was even more frightening was that the method to awaken a celestial body had almost been lost. Very few people knew how to do it. Most celestial bodies appeared to be just like ordinary people and were almost impossible to detect. Only those with great opportunities could awaken their celestial bodies through unexpected chances. Finding a celestial body and having the method to awaken it could be said to be nearly impossible.
It required the right timing, location, and harmony among people.
The rarity of celestial bodies was extremely rare throughout the Tianlong continent.
The preciousness of their extraordinary phenomena was even more unimaginable.
This was the first time Long Chia had seen such a thing, and he felt he had gained new knowledge. He immediately spat out the unfinished spirit fruit in his mouth, stood up, and murmured, "This is the awakening of a celestial body. It might not even happen once in 10,000 years.
I have to go take a look.
I heard that the awakening of a celestial body can communicate with the laws of heaven, which might also benefit my cultivation. I can't miss this opportunity. After all, as the young master's disciple, that makes me Long Chia's young master too."
There's no harm in taking a look.
Long Chia swiftly headed toward the courtyard where Duga Wanqing was, eager to observe the awakening of the celestial body up close. The servant who came to deliver the spirit fruit only saw a shadow flash by and was so frightened that he fell to the ground. After seeing Long K disappear, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and finally understood what was happening. He felt that this beast was truly terrifying.
At this moment, Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu were also drawn to this strange phenomenon.
They had already arrived outside Duga Wanqing's courtyard. Both remembered Lin Feng's words that Duga Wanqing needed peace, so they did not enter.
They only stood outside, watching and preventing anyone else from entering to avoid any accidents.
At this moment, they were also eagerly and nervously watching the colorful clouds in the sky, which continuously circled above Duga Wanqing's room, looking extremely magnificent.
Is this my daughter's celestial body?
I can't believe I never noticed it, always thinking my daughter had poor talent. How foolish of me. Duga Tonghai shook his head in shame, feeling truly sorry for Duga Wanqing. If it weren't for Lin Feng's appearance, Duga Wanqing would likely have been buried for her entire life. His gratitude towards Lin Feng had reached its peak. Looking at Uncle Fu, he said, "Ah Fu, Wanqing's awakening of the celestial body is still ongoing. We must guard this place and not let anyone enter."
"Yes, Lord City Master," Uncle Fu replied, standing straight.
Together with Duga Tonghai, they took on the role of guards. The heavenly phenomenon continued, becoming more and more splendid, with the entire city lord's mansion covered in colorful clouds, causing everyone in Yen City to look up in awe. Above the colorful clouds, thunder and lightning roared, as if celebrating the awakening of the celestial body. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed above the courtyard.
"Duga Tonghai, I didn't expect your daughter to be awakening a celestial body. It seems I arrived just in time." As the voice fell, shadows descended before Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu. The leader, dressed in a black robe with a sinister expression, was none other than Ouyang Yunque, the lord of Thundercloud Fortress. He had originally come to seize the half of the low-grade Earth-level technique that Duga Tonghai had obtained, but he never expected to hear such a chilling piece of news. A celestial body. Ouyang Yunque had once heard legends about celestial bodies by chance. He knew how rare the birth of a celestial body was and how powerful they could be. Every celestial body would eventually become one of the top figures in the Tianlong continent, a level that the insignificant people of Yen City could not comprehend. Fortunately, he had come today. Otherwise, once Duga Wanqing awakened her celestial body, her progress would be rapid, and it wouldn't be long before she became a formidable opponent. No matter how powerful Thundercloud Fortress was, it would not dare to compare itself to a celestial body. He had competed with Duga Tonghai for techniques before, and Duga Wanqing would definitely not let him off the hook. Rather than waiting to be destroyed, why not destroy a celestial body first? Dugu Tonghai narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Ouyang Yunhua to come at this time and overhear his conversation with Uncle Fu, learning about Dugu Wangqing's celestial body. However, Dugu Tonghai had never feared the people of Thundercloud Fortress before. Now, as a half-step innate master who had cultivated at least a heavenly level technique, the likes of Ouyang Yunhua were nothing but trash in his eyes. Hearing Ouyang Yunhua's words, Dugu Tonghai disdainfully replied, "You have indeed come at the right time. My daughter Wanqing is awakening her celestial body today, and I will use your blood to celebrate her." Dugu Tonghai would not let Ouyang Yunhua off the hook. "Ha ha ha, today is different from the past. Since I dare to come, I naturally have my confidence. Dugu Tonghai, look at my current cultivation." Ouyang Yunhua laughed wildly, and the next moment he exuded a powerful aura. His body slowly lifted off the ground. He was flying. This was something only those at the innate realm could achieve. The experts from Thundercloud Fortress who had come with Ouyang Yunhua now looked at Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu with mocking eyes. Dugu Tonghai was indeed very surprised. Not long ago, Ouyang Yunhua, who was at the same 5th level of True Essence realm as him, had even suffered serious injuries. But in just a few days he had actually become a congenital expert? He had cultivated the starry mysterious origin technique and had only reached half a step into the congenital realm, which left Dugu Tonghai quite perplexed. However, he felt no fear in his heart. Although he was only half a step into the congenital realm, the technique he practiced was the starry mysterious origin technique given by Lin Feng, which already equipped him with the strength to fight above his level. So what if Ouyang Yunhua was showing off for a while? Ouyang Yunhua was still smiling proudly, explaining how he had reached such a level in such a short time. "Dugu Tonghai, you didn't expect this, did you? I passed by a cave yesterday and stumbled upon an opportunity, obtaining a treasure pill. Not only did it heal my injuries, but it also allowed me to break through to the early congenital stage. Now, in front of me, you are nothing but a mere chicken. Today, not only will your daughter fail to awaken her celestial body, but you will also die. I advise you to obediently hand over the remaining half of the earth-level technique. I might leave you with a whole corpse." Although Ouyang Yunhua had advanced to the early congenital stage, it was still due to the treasure pill, and his technique remained the same as before. Naturally, he was still extremely envious of the earth-level technique. Dugu Tonghai suddenly understood. This was how it was in the Tianlong continent. An ordinary little nobody could unexpectedly obtain a miraculous elixir and instantly elevate their cultivation to levels that others took decades or even centuries to achieve. Ouyang Yunhua was clearly someone favored by fortune. Unfortunately, compared to himself, he was completely lacking. What kind of opportunity could be greater than encountering Lin Feng? Ouyang Yunhua would never understand this. Hearing this, Dugu Tonghai took out the half of the earth-level low-grade technique from his bosom and casually tossed it to Ouyang Yunhua as if throwing it to a beggar. "If you want this garbage technique, then take it. Consider it a burial gift for you. Bringing such a trash earth-level technique into the coffin must suit you well," Dugu Tonghai said lightly, his eyes filled with disdain. It was hard to tell if it was an illusion, but at that moment, Ouyang Yunhua felt like he was not a congenital expert, but rather a beggar on the street. The people following him suddenly felt this absurd sensation as well. It was extremely unreal. This half of the earth-level low-grade technique was something Dugu Tonghai had fought for with half his life to retrieve. Naturally, he cherished it immensely. Although he had obtained the opportunity to cultivate the technique given to Dugu Wanqing by Lin Feng, he still felt a bit uneasy and reluctant, so he had kept it on him. However, as he cultivated the starry mysterious origin technique, he realized just how worthless this earth-level low-grade technique was. It was simply a pile of dog poop. Could what he had previously cultivated even be called a technique? It was worse than dog poop. Such a thing, now in Dugu Tonghai's eyes, was of no concern at all. He could toss it away without a second thought. Even a complete earth-level technique was nothing more than scrap paper in his eyes. This was the confidence that Lin Feng's starry mysterious origin technique had given him. But Ouyang Yunhua had no idea. Unable to help himself, he shook his head. His hand instinctively caught the half of the earth-level low-grade technique. He immediately began to examine it carefully, naturally not believing Dugu Tonghai and fearing there was a trick. After comparing it with the half technique he had brought, he confirmed that it was real. A wave of ecstasy spread across his face. This was an earth-level low-grade technique, sought after by countless people. The technique was real, Ouyang Yunhua was now certain, but he disliked what Dugu Tonghai had said. Looking at Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu, Ouyang Yunhua's face showed displeasure. "Dugu Tonghai, have you gone mad? I really can't understand why a 5th-level True Essence realm like you has the qualifications to speak like this in front of this lord. Right now, you are nothing but an ant in front of this lord." Ouyang Yunhua not only wanted to kill but also to crush his spirit. Otherwise, he always felt something was off. "Oh, is that so?
Then why don't you see if my cultivation is really at the 5th level of true essence realm? Duga Tanhai's face wore a mocking expression as a surge of overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The cultivation level was completely exposed.
Half-step innate.
Ouyang Yunqua and the others from Thundercloud Fortress were truly astonished. Even Ouyang Yunqua knew that without that immense opportunity he had received, he would have no hope of breaking through to innate in this lifetime.
Yet, Duga Tanhai had actually managed to step into that realm with 1 foot.
Fortunately, he had arrived. If he had come later, by the time Duga Tanhai stepped into innate, his cultivation, which had been raised through pills, would have been no match for Duga Tanhai.
Thinking of this, Ouyang Yunqua no longer hesitated.
He decisively attacked Duga Tanhai, exclaiming, "What a Duga Tanhai, truly a prodigy.
If I gave you a bit more time, I might also fall into your hands. What a pity, today will be your death." Before he could finish his sentence, Ouyang Yunqua let out a scream.
He was directly stomped to the ground by Duga Tanhai, spitting out blood. Duga Tanhai had used only one move to easily defeat Ouyang Yunqua, who was at the innate level, causing everyone from Thundercloud Fortress to tremble.
Fighting beyond one's rank.
This term struck the hearts of the people in Thundercloud Fortress like a heavy hammer. They all took a step back, looking at the scene in terror.
Ouyang Yunqua was also trembling all over, filled with regret.
Although he didn't understand how Duga Tanhai had done it, he was afraid. The feeling of death was so close.
Duga Tanhai glanced at Ouyang Yunqua with disdain and said, "Do you know? If you had come 2 days earlier, I might have lost to you.
Unfortunately, it was during these 2 days that I obtained an opportunity beyond your imagination.
Can you tell me what the opportunity is?"
Hearing this, Ouyang Yunqua knew he had no chance of survival left.
He asked his last lingering question. Heavenly tier technique. Duga Tanhai did not hide it, planning to give his old rival a dignified end after years of stalemate with Thundercloud Fortress.
What?
Boom!
Ouyang Yunqua barely had time to widen his eyes in shock before Duga Tanhai shattered his heart with a kick. The once lord of Thundercloud Fortress was thus extinguished. The people of Thundercloud Fortress were also in a daze.
Heavenly tier. Heavenly tier technique? It's over. Hearing such news, we cannot escape. Run! Everyone in Thundercloud Fortress knew what the heavenly tier technique meant. It was the most top-tier technique in the entire Tianlong continent. Duga Tanhai would not allow them to leak the news. In an instant, these people fled, eager to escape.
Uncle Fu smiled sinisterly at this moment. "Lord City Master, leave these people to me." Uncle Fu was at the 5th level of the true essence realm, but he also practiced the starry mysterious origin technique. Plus, Lin Feng had just guided him.
Even he could contend with ordinary innate experts. He just couldn't fly yet. But that was enough to deal with these people. Screams echoed. It didn't take long at all. In fact, it was almost too easy. All the people from Thundercloud Fortress were annihilated.
Uncle Fu looked at his hands in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe he possessed such powerful strength. Among those people were not a few who were at the same level as him in the true essence realm. Yet they were still killed in an instant. The technique Lin Feng provided was too strong. Strong enough that even a pig could take off after practicing it. Let alone them. After finishing this, Uncle Fu skillfully cleaned up the bodies, piling them to the side. He wanted to avoid Lin Feng seeing this ominous scene when he came out. Meanwhile, in Duga Wonking's room, Lin Feng quietly waited by her side.
Boom! True Essence Realm First Level.
In just a short time, with the awakening of Duga Wonking's celestial body, she directly broke through to the first level of the True Essence Realm.
Moreover, her cultivation was still skyrocketing.
After all, it was the first time helping someone awaken their celestial body.
Lin Feng didn't know what level she would ultimately reach.
But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered more was that once her celestial body was awakened, Duga Wonking's cultivation would rapidly soar. Reaching peak levels in a very short time, this is the power of the immortal body. Compared to what is to come, the current improvement in cultivation is trivial. After all, as one progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult to advance. Lin Feng, well aware of this, was not overly surprised by the scene before him and silently observed everything.
Boom!
Suddenly, the sky erupted with a loud bang, as if firecrackers were being set off. But this firecracker was enormous. It was the sound of heaven celebrating the birth of the immortal body.
Even Lin Feng, who was indoors, couldn't help but look up.
Dugu Wanqing, having completely entered a meditative state to awaken her immortal body, was oblivious to it all. Lin Feng did not go outside, knowing it was the effect of the celestial phenomenon caused by the immortal body.
He had to stay firmly by Dugu Wonking's side, not allowing any accidents to occur. Although the celestial phenomenon would connect with the laws of heaven,
it held no use for him.
He was too lazy to go out and look.
However, the outside world was in an uproar. It was no longer just above the city lord's mansion. The entire sky over Yen City was filled with colorful clouds, while various elemental powers converged in torrents, continuously shining with brilliant light. The elemental immortal body was extremely harmonious with all the elements of this world. This was a unique phenomenon of the elemental immortal body. Others, unaware, could only watch in shock and numbness. Meanwhile, around the torrents, laws of heaven and earth swirled, appearing profoundly mysterious, captivating even those who did not understand. Many individuals with higher comprehension, though they could not grasp it fully, still felt something and directly broke through their cultivation on the spot. This scene quickly spread throughout Yen City, leaving everyone in awe. Heavens! What a great opportunity! Thank you, Lord City Master. Although I don't know what's happening, I've been stuck at the first level of the True Essence realm for years, and now I've actually broken through. I broke through too. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Let's hurry and cultivate. In an instant, a strange scene unfolded across Yen City. Many people simply sat cross-legged on the street to cultivate. Naturally, the members of various families did not need to be told twice. They immediately notified everyone in their families to start cultivating on the spot. Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were no exception. They were also shaken by the laws of heaven and earth and immediately began to cultivate. The many things Lin Feng had previously mentioned that they did not understand were now easily resolved. The operation of the starry profound origin technique became much smoother. Boom! Dugu Tonghai was originally just a step away from the innate realm. Not long after, he directly broke through, officially stepping into the innate realm. His entire being underwent a transformation, elevating his strength to a new level. Dugu Tonghai was overjoyed, never expecting that one day he would benefit so much from his daughter. Meanwhile, Long Chia, who had rushed over, stopped outside the courtyard and muttered in disbelief. So the coverage of the laws of heaven is this vast. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, wasting half a day of effort. Since you're here, you might as well comprehend and cultivate right here. Such laws of heaven are a rare opportunity, not just for ordinary people, but even for the Dragon Clan and countless top-tier powerhouses on the heavenly Dragon continent. Especially for those with greater strength, the benefits are even more substantial. Long Chia was undoubtedly the strongest person in Yen City at that moment, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. He directly lay down on the ground to begin his cultivation and comprehension. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, with no one to disturb them. Suddenly, Yen City fell into a deep silence. Unbeknownst to them, the scene in Yen City was visible to people within 1,000 miles. Those in nearby cities, while unable to see clearly in Yen City, could still sense the laws of heaven. Before long, they too began to cultivate and comprehend. Though the effects were somewhat diminished, they paid no mind. Among the powerful forces that had long been supported by various cities, the strong ones also opened their eyes. Baiyun Mountain, a white-haired elder, dressed in simple clothes, sat quietly atop the peak. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The master of Baiyun Mountain by Zizai looked in shock towards the direction of Yenching. Such a celestial phenomenon, it's like the immortal body emerging from the ancient texts. The range of the phenomenon seems to cover 1,000 miles. Within this area, Baiyun Mountain is the top force. If I can take this opportunity to invite the immortal body to join Baiyun Mountain, then we will surely rise and become a superpower in the Tianlong continent in the future. What a great opportunity! I must set off quickly. Having thought this, Bai Zizai did not notify anyone and immediately soared into the air, stepping on his most prized top-tier spiritual sword, quickly heading towards Yencheng. At the same time, in Haisha Valley's master Hong Tianxi, dressed in a python robe, suddenly looked towards Yencheng with an excited expression. Heavens! The immortal body has manifested. If I can take them as my disciple, our Haisha Valley will surely dominate the Tianlong continent. No time to waste, let's set off immediately. At that very moment, major forces within 1,000 miles were rushing towards Yencheng. In an instant, the winds and clouds gathered. Those who were heading there were the pillars of the major forces, the masters and leaders. Their speed was beyond imagination, all using their spiritual tools to accelerate their journey. Within less than half an hour, they arrived one after another in Yencheng. At this moment, the laws of heaven and the phenomenon were still ongoing. However, many had already stopped. After all, most people had very average talents. The stronger one's power, the longer they could comprehend. Otherwise, they would be harmed by the laws of heaven, and it was possible to go mad. When almost everyone had stopped, they witnessed a shocking scene. Above the entire Yencheng, streams of light flew in rapidly, as if entering a mythical world. Some were stepping on immortal swords, some were seated atop gourds, and others were flying directly in the air. Each person exuded an aura like that of immortals, making others tremble. Innate experts. Someone from Yencheng stammered. Who else could fly in the air besides innate experts? And the targets of these people were obvious, all rushing towards the city lord's mansion, causing many to worry for the mansion.
It's over, these people are so powerful, they must be here to seize the treasures of the city lord's mansion. I'm afraid the mansion is in trouble. Sigh. I hope the city lord remains safe, he's a decent person. Duga Tonghai, as the city lord of Yanqing, managed the city quite fairly, allowing the people of Yanqing to live relatively stable lives, thus winning the favor of many. At this moment, Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu also felt it. They could no longer continue to comprehend the laws of heaven. However, Duga Tonghai was already very satisfied. Not only had he officially stepped into the innate realm, but he had also thoroughly stabilized his power. Uncle Fu had also advanced to half a step into the innate realm. Becoming an innate expert was only a matter of time. Only Long Xia was still continuing to comprehend. Because of his strongest power, he could comprehend for a longer time. With his eyes closed, he quietly focused on his cultivation. Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu were shocked at this scene. It was enough to show that Long Xia's cultivation strength far exceeded theirs. Just like beasts, the more powerful they were, the longer they could comprehend the laws of heaven. However, after their shock, Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu looked up at the sky, their brows furrowed. The thing they were most worried about had indeed happened. Duga Wangqing's awakening of the immortal body was taking a bit too long. And the commotion was simply too great. It had attracted those major forces they usually couldn't even see. Duga Tonghai didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. But as long as these people wanted to affect his daughter, he would risk his life to stop them. Whoosh, 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 streams of light arrived at the other courtyard and came to a halt. Looking at the tightly closed door of Duga Wangqing's room, their eyes were filled with fervor. They knew that the immortal body was within the room. They could already feel the immortal aura and might emanating from the immortal body. They also noticed the laws of heaven in the sky. Although it was very tempting, no one was cultivating at this moment. They all knew that compared to this, the immortal body was the greatest treasure. Whoever could obtain the immortal body would essentially have one foot in the pinnacle of the Tianlong continent. As long as they took the immortal body away and established a deep relationship with it. Even if they hid in the mountains waiting for the immortal body to grow, they could still benefit in the future. Everyone was clear about this and was on guard against each other. No one wanted to give up. Duga Tonghai had made a heavy decision in his heart before. But when he truly felt the terrifying aura emanating from these people, his heart began to race. The weakest among them was far more powerful than him, at least at the peak of the innate realm. There were dozens of such people. Who wouldn't be afraid? Especially 3 of them, whose auras seemed to have surpassed the innate level, making one feel as if they were being pricked in the eyes by needles just by looking at them. He had just broken through to the innate level. Even though he could fight above his level using the starry mysterious Yulan technique, he was no match for these people. Despite already knowing their intentions, Duga Tonghai still forced himself to suppress his fear. He clasped his hands and said to the crowd, "I wonder what brings you esteemed seniors to my city lord's mansion." Everyone immediately turned their gaze to Duga Tonghai. Bai Zizai from Baiyun Mountain looked at Duga Tonghai and asked lightly, "Are you the city lord of this city?" Duga Tonghai dared not refuse to answer. The person before him was one of the 3 most powerful individuals. "Yes, I am indeed the city lord of Yen City." Upon hearing this answer, the eyes of the others brightened. They had come because of the sudden phenomenon, and since it was at the city lord's mansion, it must be related to the city lord. If they could negotiate well with the city lord, they might directly obtain the immortal body. Thinking of this, Bai Zizai took the lead and continued to ask, "What is your relationship with the person in this room?" Duga Tonghai felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. As expected, these people were after his daughter, Dugu Wanqing. He tried to maintain his composure and said, "She is my daughter." Instantly, the eyes of the others shone even brighter. Before Bai Zizai could continue, Hong Tianqi, the leader of Haisha Valley, spoke impatiently. "In that case, would you be willing to let your daughter join my Haisha Valley? I will provide her with the best cultivation resources, and in the future, you and my city lord's mansion will be bound in friendship." Duga Tonghai was shocked. Haisha Valley? What a powerful force that was. He was well aware of it. He had heard that the Valley Master was already a half-step Qi-Si realm expert. No wonder he felt an aura far exceeding the innate realm from him. After the peak of the innate realm comes the Qi-Si realm. However, most cultivators would first go through the half-step Qi-Si. Some people even get stuck at this stage for their entire lives. To become a half-step Qi-Si realm expert is already an extraordinary achievement. 10 peak innate realm cultivators might not even be a match for a single half-step Qi-Si realm expert. It could be said to be a qualitative difference. Duga Tonghai never expected that even the Valley Master of Haisha Valley would come personally. This made those weaker forces quite apprehensive. Those who could arrive here at such speed were at least at the peak of the innate realm, at the level of sect leaders. But in the eyes of Hong Tianqi and Bai Zizai, these were merely insignificant figures.
At this moment, upon hearing Hong Taiyang's words, no one dared to interrupt. But Bai Zizai was not one to let it go, and immediately spoke anxiously, "My Baiyun Mountain is the same, as long as you agree to let your daughter become my disciple and join Baiyun Mountain. I will give you whatever you want in the future." Bai Zizai was also putting in a lot of effort to obtain the immortal body. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice rang out, "This Yen city is within my jurisdiction, have you two crossed the line?" Xiadong Tian, the master of Feiyun Pavilion, naturally could not let the immortal body fall into the hands of others. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tonghai's heart sank. He had seen Xiadong Tian before, but had never looked him in the eye. He had long since become a half-step Qi realm expert, always elusive like a dragon. His words were not wrong. Yen City indeed belonged to the sphere of influence of Xiadong Tian. Feiyun Pavilion had hundreds of subordinate cities, each year launching attacks against Feiyun Pavilion. Yen City was merely an insignificant small city on the outskirts, and if it weren't for the significant matter concerning the immortal body, Xiadong Tian wouldn't even set foot in such a desolate place. He was afraid of dirtying his shoes. However, at this moment he was looking at Dugu Tonghai with utmost politeness. Smiling, he said, "I remember your name is Dugu Tonghai, right? We've met before, so we can consider ourselves old acquaintances. Since we're all family, let's not beat around the bush. As long as you let your daughter become my disciple, I can offer her everything they can, and I'll even give you 100 cities for you to govern and command. From now on, your status will be equal to mine. If anyone dares to defy this, I'll be the first to eliminate them." It must be said that the conditions Xiadong Tian offered were the most generous. But Dugu Tonghai dared not agree. In the past, he would have jumped at the chance, feeling as if his ancestors had struck gold. But now it was different. Dugu Wanqing was already Lin Feng's disciple. Lin Feng was extremely mysterious. He absolutely could not and would not agree. Yet Lin Feng was only at the second level of the true essence realm, which left Dugu Tonghai feeling quite frustrated. Although he was shocked by Lin Feng's speed of cultivation, it still required time. How could he possibly contend with these people? Just as he was in a dilemma, Bai Zizai spat disdainfully, disregarding his status. "Xiadong Tian, stop talking nonsense. Although Yen City is under your influence, we won't discuss that with you. The immortal body is something I must have." Hong Tianqi also said dismissively, "We're all old foxes here, so let's not play these games. The bottom line is, let's see who wins. The victor takes the immortal body." After the three spoke, they all looked ready to fight, completely disregarding Dugu Tonghai's opinion. Unable to hold back any longer, Dugu Tonghai finally spoke up, "Seniors, please allow me to say a word." Instantly, not just the three, but everyone else's gaze turned to Dugu Tonghai. Under the scrutiny of so many powerful figures, Dugu Tonghai's breath quickened. However, he forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, "To be honest, my daughter has already taken a master, and her master is currently helping her awaken her immortal body. I'm afraid she has no fate with you all." "What?" Upon hearing this, the three immediately widened their eyes, glaring at Dugu Tonghai with murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that the immortal body was his daughter, they would have pierced Dugu Tonghai with their eyes. Dugu Tonghai could feel this too. His legs trembled slightly, and his heart raced. He continued to lower his head and said, "I ask you, seniors, to leave. My daughter has no fate with you." Dugu Tonghai didn't even know how he found the courage to say these words. But after speaking, he raised his head to look at these powerful figures. Aside from Bai Zizai, Hong Tianqi, and Xiadong Tian, the others were naturally overjoyed. They had originally hoped to come and pick up a bargain. If they could obtain the immortal body, their lives would take off immediately. But with the arrival of these three, they could only join in the excitement and admire the might of the immortal body. Now, hearing this, they speculated that the master of the immortal body must also be a powerful figure. Otherwise, how could they be the master of the immortal body? The three half-step Qi realm experts also calmed down, gradually coming to this realization. They suppressed their impulses. Bai Zizai said, "Since your daughter already has a master, then we will wait and see who this master of the immortal body is. It would be good to admire them properly." Hong Tianqi then spoke up, "That's right, we came all this way. So we can't just leave like this. We must see who has such great abilities." Just as Xiadong Tian was about to speak, a sudden voice rang out, silencing everyone. "My abilities aren't that great, but they're enough to deal with you bunch of trash. Don't provoke me." Lin Feng stepped out, hands behind his back, casually pushing open the door. If it weren't for wanting to see Dugu Wanqing awaken her immortal body just now, he had long wanted to deal with these guys. Now that Dugu Wanqing had awakened her celestial body, she naturally came out to see these noisy fellows. At this moment, the celestial phenomena in the sky were slowly fading away. Dugu Wanqing stood beside Lin Feng, radiating a dazzling array of colors. Various elements intertwined around her, making her look like a celestial being. Her soaring cultivation level had also stabilized. Early innate stage. The awakening of the celestial body had elevated her even more than Lin Feng had estimated. She had directly crossed over from the true essence realm into the early innate stage. This was a true early innate stage, not some half-step innate. At this moment, Dugu Wanqing couldn't believe her own eyes. She felt so powerful that she hardly recognized herself. She had never imagined that one day she would be this strong. In just one day, she had awakened her celestial body and directly broken through to the innate realm, achieving what would typically take decades for an ordinary genius. This was the power of the celestial body. Otherwise, Bai Zizai and the others wouldn't have failed to comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao just to obtain the celestial body. Because the celestial body would inherently drive the laws of the heavenly Tao in future cultivation, they would never engage in such a reckless act. As long as they obtained the celestial body, they could have whatever they wanted in the future.
Dugu Tonghai was also trembling with excitement. How many years had he worked to break through to the early innate stage? Without Lin Feng's starry profound Yuan technique, he might have never had hope in his life. Yet Dugu Wanqing achieved it in just one day. This further solidified Dugu Tonghai's determination to support Lin Feng. No matter what, he couldn't let these people take Dugu Wanqing away. At this moment, hearing the arrogant words, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Feng. They wondered who had such audacity. However, when they saw that Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the second level of the true essence realm, everyone fell into a daze. What the hell? Am I seeing things? This guy should only be at the second level of the true essence realm. Who gave him the courage? I thought I was the only one who was blind. It seems it's true. Who is this person? Standing so close to the celestial body, could he be her master? Impossible. With such cultivation, he's even inferior to the celestial body. The three half-step Qi realm experts were still in shock. A group of innate great perfection sect leaders began to discuss among themselves. In the end, everyone confirmed this fact from Dugu Wanqing's mouth. Dugu Wanqing looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked, "Master, who are these people?" Just before Dugu Wanqing completely awakened her celestial body, she had entered a state of deep meditation. She was unaware that these people were about to fight over her. Hiss! Hearing Dugu Wanqing's words, everyone gasped. They simply couldn't understand how the master of a celestial body could be someone at the second level of the true essence realm. Bai Zizai, Hong Tianqi, and Xia Dongtian felt particularly insulted. If Lin Feng's cultivation had been a bit higher, they would have just greeted him and left. But with such low cultivation, expecting them to give up the celestial body was simply a daydream. Hong Tianqi even laughed disdainfully, filled with arrogance and contempt. Ha ha, a second level of the true essence realm actually dares to speak to us like this? And he even claims to be the master of the celestial body. Today, I really have my eyes opened. Kid, hurry up and get lost. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, didn't rush to retort. He first answered Dugu Wanqing's question. They are here to snatch you, wanting to take you as their disciple. What? Dugu Wanqing was immediately startled and grabbed Lin Feng's arm, saying, "Master, I won't worship anyone but you." This scene made all the powerful figures watching incredibly envious. They couldn't understand what kind of ability Lin Feng had that could make the celestial body so devoted to him despite his low cultivation. They couldn't figure it out. But that didn't stop them from thinking about getting rid of Lin Feng. Whoever obtained this celestial body would be acceptable to them, but they absolutely couldn't let this guy be the master of the celestial body. It was a complete insult to them. Lin Feng ignored the thoughts of these people and glanced at Hong Tianqi with indifference. Do you really think this young master would bother dealing with scum like you? Put. Hong Tianqi almost spat blood. A mere second-level true essence realm dared to speak to him, a half-step Qi realm, like that. Hong Tianxi's face turned ashen. Fine. If that's the case, then you can die. Hong Tianqi decisively attacked. A half-step Qi realm expert was incredibly powerful, far surpassing the innate perfection stage. In an instant, the attack was right in front of Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't even move, still standing with his hands behind his back. However, Dugu Wanqing moved. She met Hong Tianxi's furious full-force palm with her own. Bang! Boom! A strong wave of energy surged outward. Hong Tianxi's figure instantly rolled back. Dugu Wanqing also took 2 steps back but quickly steadied herself. The elemental immortal body, once awakened, was extraordinary, and with the starry mysterious essence technique given by Lin Feng, she was now able to fight above her level, defeating a half-step Qi realm expert. Everyone trembled as they watched the scene. Wanqing. Dugu Tonghai was more shocked than anyone else. He was currently at the early innate stage and had also practiced the starry mysterious essence technique. But at most, he can only tie with someone at the mid-innate stage. Yet Dugu Wanqing was terrifying. At the early innate stage,
She could actually stand her ground against a half-step Chi Si realm expert. What would happen in the future? Dugu Tonhai seemed to envision himself basking in her glory, standing at the pinnacle of the Tianlong continent, with countless powerful figures bowing before him.
Others didn't need to say much.
Their hearts felt as if they had been hammered dozens of times. Even those who were at least innate experts were struggling to handle it. Hong Tianx's face turned red with fear as he looked at Du Guanqing.
Is this the power of the immortal body?
The legends are indeed true. Every generation of immortal body suppresses the figures of an era. Bai Zizai was also watching from the side, his shock beyond words. He had thought that the immortal body, just awakened, wouldn't be their match and it would be best to take her as a disciple.
But now this scene unfolded.
They no longer had the right to take her as a disciple. Before long, the immortal body would surpass them. And she wouldn't even need to reach their level. Just reaching the mid-innate stage, the three of them combined wouldn't be a match for Du Guanqing.
Bai Zizai secretly transmitted, "Brother Hong, Brother Xia, why don't we cooperate and kill the immortal body?
It seems impossible for the immortal body to take us as masters now, but just awakened, if the three of us join forces, we can definitely defeat her. I once read in ancient texts that by consuming the blood of the immortal body, one can enhance an ordinary person's physique and talent by dozens of times. At that time, if we split it 3 ways, we can achieve something in the future. If we let this immortal body grow, she will surely not spare us, we will eventually be in trouble." Bai Zizai's reasoning was not without merit.
Du Guanqing was within their sphere of influence.
If they allowed the immortal body to grow, they would only have to bow down to her.
Moreover, the first to be targeted would be the 3 of them. Bai Zizai's idea was simple. Since they couldn't have her, they should destroy her.
While there was still a chance, obtaining the blood of the immortal body would also be good. As for Lin Feng, in his eyes, he was just a weakling, not worth his attention. He was merely lucky to have taken her as a disciple before the immortal body awakened.
Others thought the same.
Hearing Bai Zizai's words, Hong Tianqi and Xia Dongtian indeed began to contemplate. At this moment, Du Guanqing, who had just forced Hong Tianqi back with a palm, was also stunned. She looked at her hands in disbelief. She could sense the powerful aura from Hong Tianqi and the other two, knowing they far exceeded the innate realm.
Yet she had actually won. Just now, she had instinctively wanted to block the attack for Lin Feng when she saw someone attacking him. Lin Feng, however, was not surprised. He just hadn't expected Du Guanqing to suddenly make a move. Even if Du Guanqing did not take action, Lin Feng felt confident with Qin Jianzi's brocade and the simultaneous operation of 5 super techniques. He didn't need to move at all. "Master, why am I so powerful?" Du Guanqing exclaimed with excitement. It was overwhelming.
She felt invincible at that moment. Moreover, she was extremely attuned to the surrounding elements, especially when operating the starry mysterious origin technique. That feeling was even more intense. It felt as if she could harness the power around her.
Suddenly gaining such immense power would excite anyone. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "What is this? This is just the beginning.
The immortal body will grow stronger with cultivation, far surpassing other physiques. Plus, with the techniques I've given you, it won't be long before you become the top existence in the Tianlong continent."
Du Guanqing's face flushed with joy.
At that moment, others who heard this naturally had no doubts. However, when Lin Feng said this, it made them quite disdainful.
A second-level true essence realm cultivator made everyone feel he was just bragging.
Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi had already taken the opportunity during their conversation to approach Du Guanqing.
As long as they captured the immortal body and drank its blood, even if they couldn't stand at the very top of the Tianlong continent, they could still become a second-tier force. That would be enough. Xia Dongtian was still a bit hesitant.
He always felt that this action would offend the heavens. If possible, he still wanted to take the immortal body as a disciple. While he hesitated, many sect leaders at the peak of the innate realm also followed suit.
"Even obtaining a drop of the immortal Bodis blood is worth a fortune. Perhaps we can get a taste. He. Such a great opportunity cannot be missed."
Almost half of the people followed by Zizai and Hong Tianqi, all wanting a share of the pie. Not everyone had a bottom line. The allure of the immortal Bodis blood was too great for them.
But this also sealed their doom.
At this moment, Lin Feng also noticed the movements of these people and guessed their thoughts. However, he didn't care at all, sneering, "This young master has said, I want to take action against you trash."
"Long Chie."
Lin Feng called out lightly.
"Long Chie is here."
A deep voice erupted at that moment.
"Deal with them."
Lin Feng said calmly.
"Yes, young master."
In an instant, an overwhelming force swept through, accompanied by a scorching wave that left everyone stunned.
Those rushing towards Lin Feng and Du Guanqing also stopped in their tracks.
They turned to see a scene that made their hearts tremble. A colossal creature was now hovering above the entire courtyard, its eyes as large as barrels. Its body entwined in black and red flames.
The ferocious and brutal aura made anyone who glanced at it tremble.
Just moments ago, Long Chia had been silently comprehending the laws of heaven, blending with the surrounding environment, without drawing anyone's attention. Now, upon hearing Lin Feng's command, it transformed back into its true form and flew into the air.
Its massive body and intense aura could be felt even by those outside the city lord's mansion.
They looked in disbelief at the black and red flame beast above the city lord's mansion.
I just came back from the Tsunlong Valley and I can still see it.
Many who had previously visited the Tsunlong Valley recognized Long Chia.
They never expected this terrifying beast had entered Yen City. No one knew what had happened because they couldn't enter the city lord's mansion at all.
Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi stood on the ground, their legs trembling.
The aura of the dragon clan. It's a divine dragon. No, it's not quite like a divine dragon, but the aura is definitely unmistakable. At least it's comparable to a beast king level divine dragon. How is this possible?
Bai Zizai and Hong Tianxi's eyes widened, completely losing the pride of being half-step Qi realm experts. All that remained was endless fear and horror.
However, Long Chia had no intention of caring about their thoughts.
The moment Lin Feng called it, it knew exactly what to do. It did not use its dragon breath. After all, they were in the city lord's mansion. It was originally incredibly powerful and it cultivated the dragon flame wave technique given by Lin Feng. One could say that it was now feeling quite inflated with its own strength, fully aware of how formidable it had become. With a single breath of dragon fire, it could probably incinerate the entire lord's mansion.
Moreover, the dragon race was not only powerful because of their breath,
they also possessed a strong physique and the most primal beastly instincts.
If the dragon race was considered beasts, then they were truly the kings of all beasts. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded.
With one bite after another, dragon claws directly grabbed and crushed several individuals, including Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi, 2 half-step Qi realm experts and over a dozen innate perfectionists, who were either devoured or crushed to death without any resistance. They simply had no power to fight back.
It was as easy as a human squashing a few ants. The psychological trauma caused by this scene would haunt the survivors for a lifetime. They truly witnessed the might of the dragon race. Could it really be a divine dragon? Just a divine dragon that looks a bit different? It must be. Such a powerful aura cannot be possessed by mere demonic beasts.
Duge Tonghai heard the words of Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi just before their deaths. At this moment, a mix of emotions churned within him. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng, who stood there calmly.
Who exactly is he? Is he really the Lin Feng I know? A divine dragon. It turns out to be his mount.
Duge Tonghai found it hard to breathe. But soon, a wave of joy washed over him. The stronger Lin Feng became, the better it would be for Duge Wanqing. The better his daughter did, the more glory he, as her father, could bask in. Yet, he knew in his heart that he would have to be more cautious in dealing with Lin Feng from now on.
Among the survivors was Xie Dongtian from the Flying Cloud Pavilion.
At this moment, he was internally shouting, "Great!
Great! I'm so glad I didn't go over just now. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die."
There were also a few remaining sect leaders of innate perfectionists who were secretly rejoicing. If it hadn't been for their inner turmoil just now, they would have met the same fate as Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi. They were shocked and confused.
Such a terrifying beast, likely a giant of the dragon race, actually referred to Lin Feng as a young master of the second level of the True Essence realm? It completely baffled them. They didn't understand, but they weren't foolish. They knew that even though it hadn't attacked them yet, it didn't mean they were safe. Almost simultaneously, Xie Dongtian took the lead, followed closely by the others.
Thud, 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 a series of loud thuds echoed as they all knelt before Lin Feng, their heads bowed low. They repeatedly prostrated themselves before him.
"Senior, spare us.
We were blinded by our own greed. We were foolish and dared not harbor any thoughts about the immortal body. Please spare us." Xie Dongtian was the most fervent in his kowtowing, fearing that if he didn't do it quickly enough, he would be casually crushed by the dragon with a single claw. The others shared the same thought, continuously bowing their heads as if it were a competition, rising and falling in unison. Lin Feng watched in silence and said, "It seems you still had a bit of conscience just now, not being tempted by the blood of the immortal body.
Very well, considering that you are more honest than others, I will let you off this time. Now, scram."
Upon hearing this, Xie Dongtian and the others breathed a sigh of relief and finally stopped. However, they remained kneeling there, their foreheads swollen and red, the ground cracked beneath them. One could imagine how terrified they had been given their cultivation levels. Some were already planning to flee the area, but Xie Dongtian's words made them pause.
"Senior, thank you for not abandoning us. I am willing to serve you, following you for all eternity. To be your horse and saddle." Xie Dongtian was not foolish.
Although this was a massive crisis, if handled well, it could turn into a great opportunity. Although Lin Feng appeared to be at the second level of the true essence realm on the surface, but to have such an obedient dragon mount, even a fool knows that one cannot judge things by their surface. Lin Feng was either the young master of some superpower or was deliberately hiding his cultivation. Whichever it was, he was undoubtedly a figure of great stature, unattainable for others. As long as he could follow him, perhaps he could finally break through the bottleneck of his half-step Chi-Si realm that he had been stuck in for years.
Xia Dongtian did not want to miss this opportunity.
At this moment, he had calmed down. The first thing he wanted to do was to swear allegiance. Those who were about to leave were slightly taken aback by Xia Dongshan's words, but they quickly reacted. Thud, 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 they hurriedly knelt down,
right beside Xia Dongtian.
Bowing their heads repeatedly to Lin Feng, they said, "We are willing to follow you, senior, wherever you go. Just say the word, and we will brave the mountains of knives and the seas of fire. Please accept us, senior." This scene was undoubtedly shocking. Duga Tonghai and Uncle Fu were both momentarily stunned. A half-step Chi-Si realm cultivator, along with a group of innate perfection realm experts, were kneeling before Lin Feng, continuously bowing their heads and begging this young man of the second level of true essence realm to accept them. If he refused, they seemed ready to knock their heads against the ground until they died. Who wouldn't be shocked by such a sight? However, Dugu Tonghai felt it was only natural. He understood Lin Feng better than the others.
He knew these people had made the right decision. As long as they followed Lin Feng, even if it was just to share a bowl of soup,
they would have a place in this Tianlong continent in the future. They would be grateful for their decision today. If it weren't for his connection to Duga Wanqing, Duga Tonghai might have been just like these people at this moment.
No, he would have gone even further.
He would have clung to Lin Feng's thigh, begging him to accept him. Even if Lin Feng pressed him to the ground and rubbed him countless times, he wouldn't give up. He was just lucky, having given birth to such a wonderful daughter. Thinking of this, Duga Tonghai looked at Duga Wanqing, his face filled with pride and excitement. Perhaps the luckiest thing in his life was giving birth to such a precious daughter. He suddenly felt a wave of gratitude towards Duga Wanqing. However, Duga Wanqing was unaware of this. She was slightly shocked by the scene before her. But she quickly figured out what was happening and felt a surge of pride for having such a master.
Xia Dongtian also glanced sideways at the people around him, secretly cursing, "These guys are quick to follow the trend, a bunch of fence-sitters." After that, he could only follow suit and show even more enthusiasm, continuously bowing to Lin Feng. The ground shook slightly with their bows, and the sound made Lin Feng's head ache a bit. However, he began to think. These people were quite powerful. They were the top forces within 1,000 miles around Yen City. Because Yen City was relatively remote, it was located at the edge of the cities under Xia Dongshan's command. Thus, it bordered these major powers. In fact, the cities and forces under these people combined could cover an area of 5,000 miles around Yen City. One could not say they were not a massive force. With these forces joining the Lin family, in the future, this area would be under his control. It would also make going out much more convenient.
Therefore, Lin Feng did not refuse. Since these people were also interested, he would not be polite.
After all, as long as he gave them some benefits, that was what they deserved for following him.
With this in mind, Lin Feng slightly raised his hand. "All right, stop bowing, it's too noisy.
I accept you." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Dongtian and the others were momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of ecstasy surged in their hearts.
They knew they had latched onto a big leg this time. To have at least a dragon comparable to a beast king as a subordinate, regardless of Lin Feng's strength, he was a figure they could hardly aspire to in their lifetime. However, don't call me senior in the future, it makes me feel old. Just call me young master, Lin Feng continued. Being called senior every time made him feel much older. Xia Dongtian and the others naturally didn't care about these titles. Whatever Lin Feng said was what it was.
They immediately nodded like chicks pecking at rice.
"What the young master says is true. Thank you, young master."
Xia Dongtian and the others prepared to bow again, but were directly stopped by Lin Feng. He said, "Don't kneel, get up. Since you are following me, I will give you some benefits. Just be loyal to me from now on. If anyone dares to have even a hint of treachery, I will make you understand what it means to face the King of Hell." With both grace and authority, Lin Feng made it clear in advance. If these people dared to betray him, he wouldn't spare a single one. Without Lin Feng saying it, they wouldn't even dare to have such thoughts. As long as Lin Feng was alive, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. They all nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was going to give them benefits, they all trembled with excitement. The benefits Lin Feng offered would likely exceed their imagination. They had this premonition. Instantly, they looked at him with eager eyes. Lin Feng was not polite either. He scanned the group. Finally, he looked at Xia Dongtian and said, "Then you go first." "Stand still." Xia Dongtian immediately obeyed and stood firm.
After that, Zhang Feiyuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xie Dongtian, shocking him. This was not the speed of someone at the second level of the true essence realm, he couldn't even see it clearly. Then, Lin Feng began to tap on his body repeatedly. At the same time, a voice came out, "Operate your own cultivation method."
Xie Dongtian immediately complied.
Not long after, Lin Feng stopped.
Xie Dongtian looked at Lin Feng in shock, his eyes nearly popping out.
Just now, Lin Feng had directly modified the operation route of his cultivation method. He had originally been practicing a low-grade earth-level technique, but now it had directly upgraded to a high-grade earth-level technique. Yes, it was that straightforward, a two-tier upgrade.
In the Tianlong continent, the most precious thing was undoubtedly the cultivation methods. Even innate experts mostly practiced low-grade earth-level techniques. Many innate experts practiced only the Xuanji techniques.
A high-grade earth-level technique was enough to make countless major powers fight over it, and they would fight until they were bloodied. Xie Dongtian didn't know how Lin Feng did it, but he knew he had made the right choice this time.
Moreover, it was the most correct decision of his life.
If he had just walked away earlier, he would have missed this great opportunity for life.
Thank you, young master.
I, Xie Dongtian, have no way to repay this in this life, willing to serve the young master for a lifetime, to be a horse or an ox. If the young master tells me to go east, I will never go west. If the young master tells me to eat shit, I will not utter a word. Lin Feng was not that perverse. Hearing this, he quickly interrupted. All right, stop the nonsense.
Just stand aside for now.
Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head.
If he wanted, he could even directly raise Xie Dongshan's cultivation level to the heaven level.
Since obtaining the fifth cultivation method, his understanding of cultivation had deepened and he had gained more insights. However, Lin Feng did not do this.
A high-grade earth-level technique was already enough.
These people had temporarily pledged allegiance to him, and he couldn't be completely at ease about what would happen in the future. Naturally, he wouldn't pass on his own cultivation method to them. But this was already an unparalleled great opportunity for them, enough to make them dream joyfully.
The innate perfect realm leaders behind Xie Dongtian were also trembling with excitement as they looked at Lin Feng. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could clearly feel the significant increase in Xie Dongshan's aura. It was an immense enhancement. As if he had become a different person.
Although he still had the same half-step Qi-Si realm cultivation, it felt like he had become powerful beyond a single tier. Just as they were still excited about this, boom! In an instant, Xie Dongshan's cultivation directly rose to the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, completely entering the Qi-Si realm. This step had taken him nearly 100 years to cultivate. He had originally thought it might be hopeless in this life. But today, because Lin Feng upgraded his cultivation method, he saved countless years of effort. Xie Dongtian was able to cultivate from a low-grade earth-level technique to the half-step Qi-Si realm, so his talent goes without saying. He was a remarkable genius in his youth. The only thing lacking was the technique itself. However, each earth-level technique could lead to rivers of blood. It was incredibly difficult to obtain.
Even he had no way around it.
One couldn't blame him for being so excited earlier.
Now,
he was even more thrilled. If it weren't for Lin Feng telling him to stop rambling, he would have clung to Lin Feng's leg and talked for a day and night. Even so, he was unable to contain his excitement. The powerful aura emanating from him made the innate perfection sect leaders envious beyond measure. They wished they could feel the same. This was the Qi-Si realm. How many people in the innate realm dream of reaching this level in their lifetime? And here it was, achieved right before their eyes.
Xie Dongtian felt a swell of pride, standing tall and looking down at these people with disdain.
This made them grit their teeth in frustration.
Yet, they dared not say much.
They all turned their eager gazes toward Lin Feng.
Young master. That look sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. He immediately extended his hand and said, "One at a time, you all will benefit from this." Upon hearing this, the innate perfection sect leaders finally relaxed. They anxiously lined up. Lin Feng worked quickly, effortlessly helping people elevate their techniques. In just a short while, he had helped them all upgrade their techniques to high-grade earth level. One could say that their future cultivation paths were now smooth sailing. It wouldn't be long before they could break through to the Qi-Si realm. Those with good talent had already directly broken through to the half-step Qi-Si realm, wearing expressions similar to Xie Dongshan's. They looked back at the sect leaders who had been on the same level as them, their eyes now filled with deep disdain. They finally understood why Xie Dongtian had been so excited earlier. At this moment, including Xie Dongtian, they all secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, they hadn't truly believed Lin Feng was just a second-level true element realm cultivator, following by Zizai and the others into chaos. Otherwise, they wouldn't even need Long Xie to speak. Lin Feng could have dealt with them all himself. He was too strong. Helping others upgrade their techniques, this was something they had never even heard of. They all knelt and expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng, swearing oaths to serve him for life.
Lin Feng waved his hand. Hold on, since I've just helped you upgrade your techniques, let's solidify them first.
Yes, yes, yes.
What young master says is right.
Everyone, including Xie Dongtian, responded in unison.
They simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began to operate their upgraded techniques, thoroughly solidifying and familiarizing themselves with them. Meanwhile, Dugu Tonghai and the others were already dumbfounded. Although they had seen Lin Feng help Wu Xiangming upgrade his technique last time, Wu Xiangming was merely at the true element realm. But these were all sect leaders at the lowest innate perfection level. They were not even in the same league. The shock it caused them was unimaginable. They had been too afraid to disturb Lin Feng earlier. Now, seeing him stop, Dugu Tonghai quietly glanced at Long Xie, who had extinguished his flames and returned to the appearance he had the first time they met, and swallowed hard. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young Master Lin, from now on, I, Dugu Tonghai, will follow your lead." These big shots, including his superior Xie Dongtian, had all become Lin Feng's subordinates.
What was he, Dugu Tonghai? Even with Dugu Wangqing's identity, he didn't dare to act recklessly.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. No need to be so polite. Wanqing is my disciple, we are all family.
Yes.
What young Master Lin says is true, but my words won't change.
From now on, whatever young Master Lin commands, Tonghai will do his utmost to fulfill. Dugu Tonghai said excitedly.
Lin Feng's words clearly indicated to others that he was now on equal footing with Lin Feng as family. Even those stronger than him would likely have to show him respect in the future. And indeed, it was so. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xie Dongtian and the others were both consolidating their skills and looking at Dugu Tonghai with envious eyes. After this, he would be the big brother. Lin Feng might not be accessible to them in the future, but Dugu Tonghai would definitely be at the city lord's mansion. As long as they built a good relationship with Dugu Tonghai, they could not only please Lin Feng but also win over the celestial body Dugu Wanqing. They all knew what to do.
Master, is that mount of yours really a divine dragon? Dugu Wanqing asked curiously.
Lin Feng glanced at Long Xie.
Although it had mutated and was not recognized by the Dragon Clan, it should still count, right? Even if it didn't count now.
Lin Feng would make it count in the future. Since it had followed him and performed well, Lin Feng naturally wanted to protect Long Xie. Thinking this, Lin Feng nodded gently. Yes, it is indeed a divine dragon.
Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Feng's admission, everyone gasped in surprise. Although this divine dragon looked a bit strange and appeared too fierce and brutal, since Lin Feng said it was, then it was. Even Long Xie trembled and looked at Lin Feng, feeling a wave of emotion. After all these years, Lin Feng was the first person to acknowledge it as a divine dragon besides its parents. This further strengthened Long Xie's resolve to follow Lin Feng closely in the future. Dugu Wanqing was also surprised and covered her mouth. Master, you are too amazing. Dugu Wanqing was sincere.
Her admiration and respect for Lin Feng grew even stronger. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed at this scene. However, he had already decided to let Long Xie follow Xiaozi to protect her.
So he didn't mention leaving Long Xie behind.
Besides, he could always catch a couple more for Dugu Wanqing later.
Moreover, he was also planning to give Dugu Wanqing quite a few good things.
With this in mind, Lin Feng reached for his waist. Casually, he took out two from a large pile of spatial bags at his waist and handed them to Dugu Wanqing.
Dugu Wanqing immediately showed a puzzled expression and didn't take them right away. Instead, she asked in confusion, Master, what are these? Why are you giving me two bags?
Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu beside her were also puzzled.
But soon, Dugu Tonghai's body suddenly shook. Pointing at Lin Feng's waist, he asked in astonishment, Young Master Lin, could these all be spatial bags?
Dugu Tonghai naturally knew about spatial bags, but he had never seen so many. He didn't even have that many himself.
After all, he had only recently reached the innate realm. In the past,
he had no chance to come into contact with such good things.
These items were standard for strong practitioners at the innate realm and above. Some innate strong practitioners didn't even have such spatial bags.
He had worked hard for half his life and hadn't managed to get one. Yet Lin Feng casually took out two.
They didn't even look empty.
What was even more terrifying was that it seemed Lin Feng had many more at his waist. If that were the case, Dugu Tonghai felt like he might go crazy. Lin Feng now had over 100 spatial bags combined. But he had no idea that compared to the treasures inside, these spatial bags were nothing but trash.
Dugu Tonghai still didn't realize how limited his perspective was.
Hearing Dugu Tonghai's words, Dugu Wanqing and Uncle Fu also looked at Lin Feng in shock, hoping for his response. Until they saw Lin Feng nodding gently. The three felt as if their worldview had collapsed in an instant. How many spatial bags could that be?
Lin Feng's waist was almost overflowing with them.
Even Xie Dongtian, who had just consolidated his skills, and the many innate great perfection sect leaders were shocked at this scene. Although they also had spatial bags, with so many people in a sect, each elder needed to be equipped, and it was considered a lot for a sect leader level figure to have 3. Unless in special circumstances, they would collect the spatial bags of other elders. But even a sect would only have about 10 or so combined. At most, there would be over 20. Spatial stones were too precious. A little powder could be sold for a sky-high price. If it weren't for the sect having some foundation, being worshipped by countless cities every year, they probably wouldn't be able to afford spatial bags. It's easy to imagine how exaggerated Lin Feng's space bag looked. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng noticed the envious expressions on their faces. Practically drooling. He knew exactly what they were thinking. He didn't lack anything, just an abundance of space stones. The entire block of space stone from before was now in his space bag. Since these people were following him, Lin Feng was generous, knowing that even a little would be enough for them to use for hundreds or thousands of years. He casually tossed out a large piece of space stone from his bag. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous sound echoed. The ground seemed to tremble. The mass of the space stone was particularly great, making it exceptionally heavy, completely different from ordinary stones. Although it looked large now, it weighed dozens of times more than a regular stone. It was no less than the weight of a small mountain. Undoubtedly, when everyone saw the enormous space stone before them, the air fell silent for a few seconds. Then came a series of gasps. This piece can't possibly be all space stone, right? Based on my years of experience. It really seems to be. Young master is truly extraordinary. We've followed the right person. Such a treasure is taken out so casually. If the young master tells me to go east, I will never go west. Cough cough. Lin Feng nearly choked. He glanced at the old sect master with a white beard who had spoken last. Shaking his head, he said, "You can each cut a piece for yourselves. Consider it a gift from me for our meeting." Thank you, young master. At this moment, Xia Dongtian was also filled with excitement, dancing around like a child along with the other innate grandmasters. The amount was needless to say. Even a small piece could last for over 1,000 years. They all rushed to start cutting the space stone. Although Lin Feng told them to cut freely, they were still very measured. Each cut off a piece the size of a head, enough for their sect to last 1 or 2,000 years. Afterward, they carefully stored their pieces. With these space stones, Xia Dongtian and the others looked at Lin Feng's space bag with realization. It turned out the young master was still low-key. Those were just for fun. At this moment, they no longer envied Lin Feng's space bag. With these space stones taken back, they could refine them at will. By then, each elder could receive 10. Not for any other reason, just for the extravagance. Even Duga Tonghai was swallowing hard, rubbing his hands together, his old face turning red, yet he still mustered the courage to ask, "Young Master Lin, can I cut a piece?" How could Duga Tonghai not be tempted? He had dreamed of having a space bag, but in the past his strength and conditions didn't allow it. Now that he had latched onto a big leg, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity. He believed Lin Feng wouldn't mind. However, having already received such a great favor from Lin Feng, Duga Tonghai felt a bit reserved. Lin Feng thought it was something serious. Seeing Duga Tonghai's conflicted expression, he casually made a slicing motion with his hand. A piece of space stone the size of a grinding disc was cut off by Lin Feng. He tossed it directly to Duga Tonghai, saying, "You can take this one, it should last you about 5,000 years. Thank you, young Master Lin." Duga Tonghai knew this wasn't an exaggeration. With this piece of space stone, he could even attract many innate experts. Many innate experts found it extremely difficult to obtain a space bag without joining a sect. Lin Feng casually threw Duga Tonghai an empty space bag. Duga Tonghai expressed his gratitude again, quickly securing the grinding disc-sized space stone, fearing someone might snatch it away. Just as he secured the space stone, Xia Dongtian and the other innate grandmasters simultaneously thought of a question. Even Duga Tonghai immediately reacted. They all looked towards Duga Wanqing. Even the things given to them so casually were so good. As Lin Feng's direct disciple, the space bag given to Duga Wanqing was definitely not empty. What kind of treasures could be inside? With puzzled and expectant gazes, everyone stared at Duga Wanqing, making her feel a bit shy. Duga Tonghai quietly said, "Wanqing, quickly see what your master has given you. Let your father have a look too." Duga Tonghai was also curious. Okay, father, let me see." Duga Wanqing was equally curious, knowing that what Lin Feng gave her would definitely not be anything poor. She gently opened a spatial bag and began to take out items one after another. "What is this stone? It's red. Such rich spiritual energy. Are these all spiritual herbs? And this grass looks ordinary, is it also a spiritual herb?" Duga Wanqing spoke as she pulled out the items. Before awakening her celestial body, Duga Wanqing was just a small qi refining cultivator, having spent a long time in the city lord's mansion. Being young, she naturally had less experience than others. She had no idea how much shock each of her words brought to Xia Dongtian and the others. It felt as if their hearts were being pierced by Dugu Wangqing's words.
Top-grade refining material, fire crystal. Am I not blind? Heavens!
So many spiritual herbs, and all of them are high-grade, even quite a few top-grade ones.
Did they rob a spiritual herb den? Dragon saliva grass. It's actually dragon saliva grass. My god!
Such a thing really exists in the world. They were practically drooling.
This was the feeling of Xia Dongtian and the others.
Compared to the small piece of spatial stone in their hands, what Lin Feng gave to Dugu Wanqing was truly valuable. Holding that treasured spatial stone, they felt like a beggar who was completely broke. Dugu Tonghai was also momentarily stunned, his mind coming to a halt.
Everyone looked at the full spatial bags of Lin Feng, wondering if they were all like this.
They were indeed right. However, Lin Feng naturally couldn't be bothered to explain. Dugu Tonghai, seeing his daughter not even recognizing these items while continuously shocking Xia Dongtian and the others, quietly explained a bit.
After hearing this, Dugu Wanqing was left dumbfounded and also moved.
Lin Feng had given her too much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing affinity with the elemental celestial body by 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching an affinity of 100 with the elemental celestial body, receiving the completion reward 9 Dragons Mysterious Yellow Furnace. The system prompt suddenly rang out, heard only by Lin Feng, bringing him joy. The affinity of 100 had finally been achieved, and he checked the system panel to understand just how monstrous this 9 Dragons Mysterious Yellow Furnace was. Undoubtedly, this furnace was used for alchemy, but it had far more functions than that.
9 Dragons Mysterious Yellow Furnace. Capable of collecting all in the world and storing them, it can be used for attack, has an automatic alchemy function, and when refining pills, it activates the formations within, directly enhancing the quality of the pills by 1,000 times. This means that the 9 Dragons Mysterious Yellow Furnace can not only collect all flames in the world, but it also creates its own space for storage. Theoretically, there is no limit to the flames that can be stored. Moreover, these flames can even be used for direct attacks.
Even more terrifying is that during alchemy, it directly enhances the quality of the pills by 1,000 times. In other words, a person who knows nothing about alchemy can simply have hands and follow the recipe to throw in the herbs, and the 9 Dragons Mysterious Yellow Furnace will automatically refine the pills, with the quality being automatically enhanced 1,000 times.
It is extremely useful and incredibly monstrous.
One could say that having such a 9 Dragons Mysterious Yellow Furnace is equivalent to mastering the skills of thousands or even tens of thousands of top alchemists at once. It can attack and defend, making it a top-tier artifact with no weaknesses. Even Lin Feng, upon obtaining such a good item, was overjoyed. Truly, it was worthy of being an affinity reward.
It was indeed terrifying.
At this moment, Dugu Wanqing was silently moved in her heart. Lin Feng was too generous to her, giving so many good things that she didn't even know how to repay him. Master, you are truly wonderful. In the end, Dugu Wanqing could only shyly utter these words. She then noticed a small furnace resting in Lin Feng's palm. Surrounding it were 9 dragon patterns, making it look incredibly ancient.
At first glance, it didn't seem remarkable, but anything in Lin Feng's hands was certainly not ordinary. Others noticed it too and shared the same sentiment. After all, everything Lin Feng had produced so far had caused a sensation whenever it was revealed, attracting countless powerful factions vying for it. This seemed to have become a consensus.
Lin Feng didn't boast about his furnace too much, casually storing it in the system space. He discovered that the good items provided by the system might be of too high a level to fit into an ordinary space bag. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held it in his hand first. Moreover, the 9 Dragon Xianhuang furnace itself had an enormous space, conflicting with the space bag's capacity. It was not something that could be contained in such a small bag. After securing the 9 Dragon Xianhuang furnace, Lin Feng looked at Dugu Wanqing and smiled, saying, "You can rest assured with what I've given you."
Does a master need a reason to treat his disciple well? Just use these items to cultivate properly in the future.
Thank you, master.
Dugu Wanqing excitedly clipped the 2 space bags to her waist. Xia Dongtian and the other innate perfect realm sect leaders looked on with envy.
If it weren't for the fact that she was Lin Feng's disciple and had a celestial body, they would have wanted to snatch them away. Lin Feng found this scene quite amusing.
However, he had already given them plenty, enough for a lifetime. He didn't plan to continue providing them with more.
Still, he said, I have plenty of these items, and as long as you perform well in the future, I can easily give you a whole bunch. Besides, these items are just trash in my hands. I have much better ones.
Upon hearing this, Xia Dongtian and the others were completely in awe.
As long as they followed Lin Feng, they had no worries about making a name for themselves in the Tianlong continent.
Young master is mighty. Everyone shouted in unison.
Just as they finished their cheers, A guard from the city lord's mansion hurried over to deliver a message. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Xie Dongtian and the others, causing his body to tremble slightly. Unsure of what had happened, he quickly regained his composure, knelt on one knee before Duge Tonghai, and exclaimed, "Lord City Master, Lin Jintian, the head of the Lin family, is on his way here.
I came to inform you." Upon hearing this, Duge Tonghai's body suddenly shook.
He had already held Lin Jintian in high regard, even lowering his own status. But after today's events, he understood how to treat the Lin family members in the future, especially Lin Jintian, who was the old head of the Lin family and Lin Feng's biological grandfather. Thinking of this, Duge Tonghai immediately said seriously, "Quick, come with me to welcome him." Then, recalling something, he quickly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young Master Lin need not move.
This small matter is best left to me. Wanqing, stay and accompany your master." Duge Wanqing nodded.
Duge Tonghai then hurriedly took Fu Bo and the guards to welcome Lin Jintian. However, Xie Dongtian and the other sect leaders also sensed some issues.
Lin Feng's surname was Lin, and Duge Tonghai's eagerness to welcome someone named Lin Jintian, along with his words to Lin Feng, made it obvious even to a fool that this so-called Lin Jintian must have an inseparable connection with Lin Feng. Moreover, they were not fools. Immediately, Xie Dongtian pulled Duge Tonghai aside, wearing a flattering smile, and asked, "Brother Tonghai, what is Lin Zhenqian's relation to the young master? Please tell us." A half-step Qi realm, now a Qi realm expert, was speaking so politely to him. Duge Tonghai had never even dared to imagine this before.
He knew it was because his daughter was Lin Feng's disciple that he had also adapted to his own identity. Nodding, he said, "This Lin Jintian, the old family head, is actually young Master Lin's grandfather.
If you want to perform well, come with me to greet him quickly. If you can win this old family head's favor, there will be good things for you in the future."
Upon hearing this, Xie Dongtian and the others were shaken.
It was astonishing. Young Master Lin's grandfather, what kind of powerful figure must he be? Just thinking about it was terrifying.
They had truly misunderstood this time. However, that didn't stop them from immediately nodding and following Duge Tonghai out to the side courtyard. As soon as they reached the entrance of the side courtyard, Lin Zhenqian's hearty laughter rang out. "Tonghai, my dear brother, what happened at home today?
The commotion is quite large, and I'm curious, so I came to take a look."
With such a big event happening in the city, Lin Jintian had naturally noticed.
Considering the relationship between Duge Wanqing and Lin Feng, Lin Jintian was somewhat worried. So he came to check it out.
In the past, he would have definitely been stopped at the city lord's gate. After all, the order received by the city lord's mansion today was that no one was allowed to enter. But those guards were not foolish.
Who was Lin Jintian?
He was the old family head of the Lin family.
With his connection to Lin Feng, they immediately invited Lin Jintian in.
After finishing his words with a smile, Lin Jintian suddenly shook his body, looking incredulously at Xie Dongtian and the others. When he spoke earlier, he hadn't paid much attention to the fact that these people were following Duge Tonghai.
But upon closer inspection, weren't these the super-strong figures who had flown over Yin City today?
And they were so close that powerful aura made one's eyes hurt just to look at.
Yet these people were actually following Duge Tonghai?
They looked like little brothers, which he found hard to comprehend.
When had Duge Tonghai become so impressive? Lin Jintian was astonished, and how could Xie Dongtian and the others not be surprised?
They could clearly see Lin Zhenqian's cultivation level, which was only at the first level of the true essence realm, lower than Lin Feng. This left them somewhat disoriented.
Could it be that young master's family all appear to have low cultivation but are actually terrifying monsters?
With this thought, everyone was puzzled. They had never heard of such a large family where the lower the cultivation, the more powerful they were.
This truly opened their eyes.
They couldn't help but look at Duge Tonghai with questioning expressions.
Duge Tonghai could see their thoughts. He let out a bitter smile but couldn't blame them for thinking this way. He immediately explained in a low voice, "This Lin Jintian, the old family head, has this level of cultivation and he is from a family in Yin City. Don't overthink it, it's not what you think. In fact, it's still young Master Lin who is impressive. But you shouldn't underestimate this old family head. He is indeed young Master Lin's biological grandfather." Duge Tonghai had to clarify.
If these people underestimated Lin Jintian because of this, making Lin Feng unhappy, he might also get implicated.
Xie Dongtian and the others understood this well.
At this moment, they all had their own calculations in mind. Suddenly, their faces lit up with radiant, flattering smiles. Looking at the equally shocked Lin Jintian, Xie Dongtian and the others approached him like stars surrounding the moon.
"Ha ha ha, Lin old family head, your presence truly surprises us."
"Exactly, I see that Lin old family head is still vigorous. It's truly admirable."
"Lin old family head,
please come in, young master is inside, don't just stand here." Xia Dongtian and the others had completely shed the arrogance of the leaders of various factions.
One by one, they acted like subordinates, leaving Lin Jintian dumbfounded. How could he not sense the power of these people? Even Xia Dongtian had seen him from a distance once before. Knowing this person's identity, he was the head of Feiyun Pavilion.
All the subordinate cities in Yen City belonged to him.
Once upon a time, such a big shot wouldn't even spare him a glance.
He might have even spat in disdain and called him trash.
But now, they were treating him like an ancestor. Young master? Could it be Chainer?
He is here too. Lin Jintian was taken aback and looked over to the distance, where he indeed saw Lin Feng and Duge Wanqing standing together, which brought him joy. Previously, when Lin Feng went to Sanglong Valley to find the last medicinal herb, the Baiyu Lingji, he had been somewhat worried. Now that he was at the city lord's mansion, although he didn't know if Lin Feng had found the Baiyu Lingji, it was clear that he was safe. As long as that was the case, he felt at ease.
As long as Lin Feng was safe, the Lin family would not face utter destruction. As long as Lin Feng was around,
he was filled with confidence and fighting spirit.
However, he couldn't understand why these renowned figures showed such respect to Lin Feng, even to the point of being humble. Had he underestimated Lin Feng?
He couldn't figure it out, and he wasn't given much time to think. At that moment, these figures he usually looked up to were staring at him eagerly. He also realized the situation. Not understanding what was happening, he awkwardly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Esteemed seniors, you flatter me."
What old family head? I am just a small character from Yen City. Lin Jintian wasn't wrong.
Although some of these people looked younger than him, they were probably old enough to be his grandfathers. It was suddenly hard for him to accept, feeling somewhat flattered.
But hearing Lin Zhenqian's words, Xia Dongtian and the others were even more flattered.
This was Lin Feng's grandfather, which made him their grandfather too.
Naturally, they couldn't be disrespectful. Xia Dongtian and the others waved their hands repeatedly. Lin, old family head, you are too modest.
Please come in. How could we dare to call ourselves seniors in your presence?
All right, come in.
Lin Jintian still didn't understand the situation, but he thought it best to go in first and ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't expected Lin Jintian to arrive so quickly. He also smiled and walked over. Lin Jintian looked at the increasingly spirited Lin Feng, his eyes filled with utmost satisfaction. He felt proud of the Lin family for having Lin Feng.
Chainer, why are you here too? What exactly is going on? Why are these seniors so? Lin Jintian wanted to say they were too humble. However, the words didn't come out, feeling somewhat inappropriate. After all, the people were still present. Lin Feng naturally understood what Lin Jintian wanted to say and first explained the previous events. He hadn't mentioned the awakening of the immortal body to Lin Jintian before. Thinking about it, it wasn't a big deal. However, the commotion was so great that he hadn't expected it to surprise Lin Jintian as well. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Lin Jintian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Although he didn't know what an immortal body was, he could tell it was very powerful just by looking at Xia Dongtian and the others' expressions. There was envy in their eyes. Then, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "From now on, Xia Dongtian and the others will be subordinates of the Lin family and will follow our orders." Lin Zhenqian's expression changed in disbelief as he looked at Lin Feng, then at Xia Dongtian and the others. Xia Dongtian and the other innate perfection sect leaders showed no embarrassment at all. Noticing Lin Zhenqian's gaze, they even revealed a proud look. This made Lin Jintian fully realize that Lin Feng's strength probably exceeded his imagination. He finally understood why Lin Feng had been so indifferent when he heard the Yulan family was coming. Although Lin Feng had glossed over many things in his speech, how could he not hear just how powerful Lin Feng was? Especially Duge Wanqing, who had awakened the immortal body and was already at the early stage of innate. He was still at the first level of the true essence realm. And Duge Tonghai had also reached the innate realm. They had all achieved this because of their short contact with Lin Feng over the past 2 days. It was clear to see how terrifying Lin Feng was. Lin Jintian even felt that it didn't matter if the Yulan family came, they were just a bunch of insignificant characters. Looking again at Xia Dongtian and the others, he was left speechless. Such powerful figures would one day become subordinates to a small family head like him at the first level of the true essence realm. A scene he had never even dreamed of was now happening in reality. Lin Feng's meaning was clear. From now on, these people would be the Lin family's subordinates. He was the head of the Lin family. These people dared not disobey him, and they all looked as if they had gained something. It was all because of Lin Feng's influence. The Lin family had suddenly risen to become a top-tier power. This force was enough to cover a radius of 5,000 miles. In other words, the Lin family not only gained these strong individuals but also acquired a vast territory. Just as Lin Jintian was still marveling at all this, Xia Dongtian spoke up again. "What the young master said is correct.
We have just joined, and the young master has already helped us improve our cultivation methods and even gifted us such a large space stone. From now on, we will definitely follow the Lin family's lead. If the old master has any tasks, please feel free to command us.
Improve cultivation methods? Space stone? Lin Jintian was once again taken aback. What kind of outrageous words were these? It left him stunned and at a loss. But he quickly came to his senses. It was not surprising for something astonishing to happen around Lin Feng. Even looking at the space stone that Xie Dongtian had taken out, Lin Jintian couldn't help but drool. How could he not have heard of such a treasure? He just felt a bit pained at the moment. He wondered where Lin Feng had obtained such a great opportunity. Was Lin Feng a bit of a spendthrift? Could he really give away a space stone? Thinking of this, Lin Jintian approached Lin Feng and whispered, "Chainer, such a precious item as the space stone, how can it be given away so casually?" He spoke very softly, afraid that Xie Dongtian and the others would hear. Lin Feng thought it was nothing much. He casually pointed to the enormous space stone that had not yet been put away and said, "We have plenty of these, giving them a few is not being too stingy." Lin Jintian followed Lin Feng's finger and was suddenly shaken. "This is actually all of them." Lin Jintian looked at Lin Feng in shock, as if he were meeting him for the first time. Every day now felt like he was getting to know him anew. After a moment of daze, Lin Jintian also got used to it. He felt he had to gradually adapt to Lin Feng. After being surprised so many times, he was no longer surprised. However, Lin Feng's next words made Lin Zhenqian's heart skip a beat. He almost wanted to kneel down before Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Duge Wanqing had taken out but had not yet put away and said, "I have plenty of things better than space stones here. You'll just put some in the warehouse when we get back." Lin Feng patted the bulging space bag at his waist, making Lin Zhenqian's eyes widen again. He thought wildly, "These things. Chainer's waist can't be full of them, can it? How many could there be?" Realizing this, Lin Jintian swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly, "Good, good, good. So, Chainer, do you have anything else to do here? If not, let's head back." Lin Jintian was a bit impatient to see these treasures put into the warehouse. How astonishing that would be. So precious. He had some knowledge, at least he recognized the dragon saliva grass. Such treasures, when returned to the Lin family, would surely astonish everyone. Thinking of this, Lin Jintian looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. If it weren't for the many people around, he would have wanted to pull Lin Feng back immediately. Lin Feng glanced at Duge Wanqing, whose celestial body had already completed its awakening. He had nothing else to do here. So he nodded and said to Duge Wanqing, "Wanqing, you just awakened your celestial body and broke through to the innate realm. Practice the starry profound Yuan technique I taught you well to stabilize your realm, and it won't be long before you get another boost." Okay, master, you'll remember," Duge Wanqing replied with a smile and a nod. After that, Lin Feng put away the enormous space stone and took his leave. Xie Dongtian and the other innate great perfection sect masters naturally followed closely. From now on, they were considered a subsidiary force of the Lin family. They were eager to see the family of their young master and were always ready to obey orders. Duge Tonghai even felt a bit envious of the Lin family. Although Xie Dongtian and the others showed him great respect due to Lin Feng and Duge Wanqing's relationship, they had ultimately become part of the Lin family. They would only obey the orders of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Feng about to leave, Duge Tonghai immediately took Fubo and some people from the city lord's mansion to see them off. "Young Master Lin, along with the old patriarch and everyone else, I will escort you." They exited the city lord's mansion, and Duge Tonghai personally saw them to the door. He watched as Lin Feng and the others departed. Outside, those who had been eagerly waiting and watching began to discuss among themselves. "Heavens! Aren't those the powerful figures who were flying over Yanqing before? At least innate experts. So terrifying. Just a glance makes my soul tremble. They are definitely beyond our imagination. Young Master Lin Feng is actually among them, and he's at the front. What on earth happened?" Everyone was bewildered. They couldn't understand what had happened that caused so many powerful figures to follow Lin Feng. Almost like subordinates. No one could make sense of it. Although they already knew that Lin Feng had restored his dantian and could cultivate, no one expected him to be strong enough to command the respect of so many powerful beings. They continued to watch Lin Feng and the others leave, but they also knew that Lin Feng and the Lin Feng of the past had probably undergone earth-shattering changes that they were unaware of. As they walked, Lin Jintian curiously asked, "Chainer, did you find that Baiyu Lingji? Any luck?" Lin Jintian had been quite worried about his son Lin Yuanbai these past few days. However, he also knew that the Baiyu Lingji was not easy to find. He could understand if there was a failure. But when Lin Feng took out the Baiyu Lingji to show him, he was filled with excitement. His eyes sparkled. "Great! Yuanbai is saved. We have gathered these 3 herbs. Yuanbai will recover soon." Chainer, you truly are the chosen one. Fortune is on your side. Lin Zhentian couldn't help but marvel at Lin Feng's incredible transformation.
Lin Feng smiled but said nothing more.
Fortune? Who has that kind of luck? He relied purely on strength.
Before long, the group returned to the Lin family. When Xia Dongtian and the others saw the Lin family members, they fell silent. The place was small, and there was no comparison to the area occupied by their own forces. Their strength was also pitifully inferior. The number of those at the chi refining stage was overwhelming, while it was hard to find even one at the body refining stage. They finally understood Duge Tanhai's earlier words. Lin Zhentian's strength was indeed solid. It was probably thanks to Lin Feng that the Lin family was not just a small, insignificant clan. Even so, they did not dare to underestimate them. It was precisely because the Lin family had Lin Feng that, no matter how weak these people were, they had to treat them with seriousness and caution,
leaving no room for error.
They were exceptionally envious of the Lin family, wondering why their own sect had not produced such a remarkable individual. Xia Dongtian and the others were astonished to see the Lin family members.
But how could the Lin family not be shocked?
Such a powerful and imposing group had returned with Lin Feng and Lin Zhentian.
Who wouldn't be dumbfounded? Many Lin family disciples couldn't help but step back.
Seeing this, Xia Dongtian and the others also actively retracted their imposing aura and the slightly overflowing power of their cultivation, trying to appear more approachable and ordinary.
However, even if they tried to hide it, their inherent aura could not be completely concealed. They could only helplessly follow behind.
Lin Zhentian wore a broad smile. Although Xia Dongtian and the others were nominally subservient to the Lin family, Lin Zhentian knew that they were only bowing to Lin Feng.
He naturally would not become arrogant. Still very polite, he said, "It is an honor for my Lin family to have you here, as my son is seriously injured and has been searching for herbs. Now that the herbs have been gathered, we need to treat him as soon as possible. I fear we cannot properly host you for the time being, so please rest in the lounge for a while," he said, then looked at Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Changfeng, who had come out. "Changfeng, quickly lead our guests to the lounge. Do not be negligent in any way." Lin Zhentian's serious voice made Lin Changfeng's body tremble. He was already a bit more skilled than the others in the Lin family. Naturally, he could see that these people were extraordinary. He was also extremely shocked, not understanding why so many powerful individuals had come to the Lin family. He knew that this was not the time for too many questions and quickly led the way for everyone. "Come, everyone, please follow me. Let's go rest for a while."
Lin Changfeng gestured for them to enter. Lin Zhentian nodded in satisfaction, relieved that it wasn't Lin Hu, that reckless youth, who had come. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have dared to let him handle the reception. Lin Changfeng was undoubtedly much more reliable. The group of innate perfection sect leaders immediately bowed politely and set off. However, Xia Dongtian did not move. He said, "Since someone has been seriously injured, I, Xia, am not talented, but I have quite a bit of insight into healing. Why not let me accompany you to take a look?" Lin Zhentian's body suddenly stiffened. He had already learned of Xia Dongtian's identity on the way here. The esteemed master of Feiyun Pavilion was an extraordinary figure. Moreover, he had heard that Feiyun Pavilion was skilled in cultivating medicinal herbs and was very familiar with their properties. Xia Dongtian, the master of Feiyun Pavilion, was also well versed in pharmacology. Having him along would indeed be much safer. With this in mind, Lin Zhentian did not refuse. He nodded and said, "Then it would be troublesome for you to join us." Xia Dongtian smiled. It was clear that the person they were trying to save must be an important figure in the Lin family. He had previously seen Lin Feng take out the white jade Ganoderma. For Lin Feng to personally seek out medicinal herbs, the one they were trying to save could not possibly be an ordinary person. If he could help Lin Feng, he might even receive a reward from him. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for him. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Clearly, he was well prepared. He usually carried his medical supplies and some herbs when going out, believing they could provide some auxiliary effects. With this thought, Xia Dongtian looked at Lin Feng, showing a questioning expression. Without Lin Feng's approval, he naturally wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Feng gently nodded and said, "Then you can come along." "All right," Xia Dongtian replied happily. The three of them then headed to Lin Yuanbai's room. The other two medicinal herbs had already been placed there in advance. Now they just needed Lin Feng's final herb to save Lin Yuanbai. The 7-star grass, blood lotus, and white jade Ganoderma were all spiritual medicines. Especially the white jade Ganoderma, which was a top-tier spiritual herb. The combination of these three spiritual herbs had excellent healing effects, even capable of bringing back someone on the brink of death. Xia Dongtian naturally knew this. Seeing these three herbs, he was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to find them all in such a short time. It was indeed impressive. The three of them looked at Lin Yuanbai, who was lying motionless on the bed, his face somewhat pale.
A servant was wiping Lin Yuanbai's body.
Seeing this, Lin Jintian said, "All right.
You can leave now." "Yes." The servant nodded and respectfully exited the room.
Once the servant left, Lin Jintian said, "With these 3 herbs, we should be able to save Yuanbai.
Chainer, please hand me the white jade Ganoderma."
Lin Feng did not hesitate. He did not know how to treat illnesses.
Lin Jintian clearly understood some things.
Lin Jintian took the white jade Ganoderma, tore off a piece, and also took out portions of the other 2 herbs, the 7-star grass and blood lotus, placing them in a jar. He then began to crush them. While working, he spoke to Xie Dongtian, saying, "Your Excellency is well versed in pharmacology. If I do anything wrong, please feel free to remind me."
Xie Dongtian quickly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The old patriarch is too polite. You are doing nothing wrong."
Crush these 3 herbs, then extract the essence and let the juice flow out through the jar's opening.
After that, feed it to the injured person's mouth to enter their body.
And it should be able to heal someone who is unconscious. Xie Dongtian also highly approved of Lin Zhenqian's approach, but then he changed the subject. However, even if the injured person recovers, they will enter a long period of weakness. They may even suffer from aftereffects.
Upon hearing this, both Lin Jintian and Lin Feng were slightly taken aback.
Lin Zhenqian's method was found in the ancient texts of the Lin family. After studying it carefully these past few days, he was aware of such aftereffects.
However, compared to that, isn't being alive the best outcome?
At this moment, hearing these words, Lin Zhenqian's eyes lit up.
Realizing the implication in Xie Dongtian's words, he hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that this aftereffect can be avoided?" Xie Dongtian smiled lightly and nodded. "Of course, I have a unique acupuncture technique. Once I perform acupuncture and then administer medicine, the aftereffects will naturally be eliminated." Hearing this, Lin Jintian was instantly filled with joy. He had no doubts about Xie Dongtian's words. Even Lin Feng revealed a slight smile. Although he possessed 2 resurrection talismans, such things were incredibly precious and truly miraculous. They would have even greater significance in the future. Being able to avoid their use was naturally the best outcome. "Since you say so, then I will trouble you. I will continue grinding the medicine," Lin Jintian said, not pausing in his actions. Xie Dongtian nodded and took out a set of acupuncture needles from his spatial bag. They gleamed a bright silver. Then, he smiled at Lin Feng and began to perform acupuncture on Lin Yuanbai. It didn't take long to complete everything. Afterward, he looked at Lin Jintian, who had finished grinding the medicine and produced a lot of medicinal liquid, and said, "Please, old patriarch, administer the medicine." Lin Jintian nodded, pointed at Lin Yuanbai's acupuncture points. And then Lin Yuanbai's mouth opened as he administered the medicine. Instantly, Lin Yuanbai's entire body radiated a series of glowing lights. In no time, Lin Yuanbai's body began to tremble. Then he fully opened his eyes. The medicinal effect was indeed quite good. Coupled with Xie Dongtian's unique acupuncture technique, Lin Yuanbai miraculously recovered. Moreover, he looked quite spirited, though he still gazed around in confusion. Finally, he turned his attention to Lin Feng and Lin Jintian in the room. "Chainer, father, what happened to me before?" Lin Yuanbai's memory was a bit muddled. He vaguely remembered that at the banquet that day he was struck by Yulan. Now it felt as if he had lived through it all over again, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Seeing this, Lin Jintian was also quite excited and explained everything. After listening, Lin Yuanbai couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. He hadn't expected to have been so severely injured. Looking at Lin Feng, Lin Yuanbai's eyes were filled with excitement and he finally said softly, "Thank you, Chainer." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, just being alive is good." After that, Lin Yuanbai turned to Xie Dongtian, sat up and solemnly cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Xie Dongtian was immediately startled and quickly took a step back. How could he dare to accept such gratitude from Lin Yuanbai? Knowing Lin Yuanbai and Lin Feng's identities, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. He repeatedly waved his hands. "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. I am now under the young master's command, and in the future I will also be under your command. If you have any orders, just say them. There's no need for thanks for such a small matter." Lin Yuanbai clicked his tongue inwardly. He could naturally sense Xie Dongtian's strength and had learned from Lin Jintian that Xie Dongtian was the master of Feiyan Pavilion. Such a big shot had actually become Lin Feng's subordinate. What on earth had happened while he was unconscious? He found it hard to imagine and also difficult to comprehend. However, seeing Xie Dongtian's reaction, he knew that if he said any more, he would scare this pavilion master to death. So he chose not to say anything further. Lin Feng was also satisfied to see Lin Yuanbai recover so well and nodded. He casually tossed a spatial bag to Xie Dongtian and said, "Thank you for your trouble, you did well. This is your reward."
Xia Dongtian was momentarily stunned, carefully opening the spatial bag. Just a glance made his breath quicken. He knew he had made the right decision to follow this time. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such an opportunity? When he was gathering these treasures, Lin Feng had instructed Zhang Changdao to specifically put some of each good item inside. It was convenient for him to give them away. After all, he hardly used them himself. Lin Zhentian felt a pang of heartache, but looking at the still full spatial bag hanging at Lin Feng's waist, he felt it was just a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng. Then, seeing Lin Yuanbai, who had recovered, he felt a surge of happiness. After all, he was his own son. At the same time, there was a wave of guilt. He had always paid little attention to Lin Yuanbai and Lin Feng. Now, the rise of the entire Lin family depended on Lin Feng. It made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Lin Yuanbai, Lin Zhentian said, "Yuanbai, you have a good son. In the past, it was always your father who owed you. From now on, in the Lin family, apart from me and Shaner, you will have the final say. The position of the next family head is yours without a doubt." Lin Zhentian knew that without Lin Feng, there would be no current glory of the Lin family. Lin Yuanbai had made significant contributions. Making Lin Yuanbai the heir to the family head position would also tie Lin Feng to the Lin family in the future. Lin Zhentian understood that Lin Feng was not someone who would remain in the pond forever. He would eventually soar high. He could not stay in the Lin family forever. Lin Yuanbai was also taken aback by these words, suddenly feeling flattered and surprised. Once upon a time, Lin Zhentian had focused solely on the development and growth of the Lin family, never paying much attention to him. He knew this was all because of Lin Feng. He felt a wave of emotion, realizing he had always misjudged Lin Feng. He truly felt blind. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Father, you are too polite. I have no merits or abilities. I'm fine just as before." Lin Yuanbai knew his own worth and had no real capabilities. He was already satisfied helping with some trivial matters in the Lin family. Hearing Lin Zhentian's words implied that he was to take over the Lin family, which put a lot of pressure on him, and he quickly refused. Lin Zhentian waved his hand. "Yuanbai, you don't need to decline, it's decided. No one can change it, and I believe no one else will have any objections." Lin Yuanbai had always listened to Lin Zhentian. At this moment he fell into silence. He did not argue further to avoid angering Lin Zhentian. If necessary, he could find a way to refuse later. "Yuanbai, you should rest well. You don't need to worry about anything now. The whole Lin family is happy that you woke up." Lin Zhentian personally helped Lin Yuanbai lie down. A huge weight in his heart finally settled. He then stood up and said, "Shaner and Mr. Xia, let's go out and let Yuanbai rest well." Hearing this, both nodded. After going out, Lin Zhentian looked at Xia Dongtian and said, "From now on, I will address you as Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, please follow me. Let's go to the lounge to discuss some matters." Lin Zhentian rubbed his hands together. From now on, such strong allies would belong to the Lin family. This excited him and gave him more confidence. Calculating the time, the people from the Yulan family would arrive soon. He naturally needed to prepare. With the addition of Xia Dongtian and the others, the Yulan family seemed insignificant to him. His previous worries vanished, and he felt extremely relaxed. Xia Dongtian also smiled and nodded, saying, "The old family head doesn't need to be so polite. You can just call me by my name. Let's go." Lin Zhentian looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "You all talk first. It's getting late, so we'll head back." He hadn't been back for so long, and he didn't want Xiao Zi to worry too much. Moreover, he had never taken the Yulan family seriously. These things can be taken to the warehouse. Lin Feng casually tossed out 5 full spatial bags, enough to fill the Lin family's warehouse. The rest he carried on himself was sufficient. Shaner, you go ahead. I can handle this small matter." Lin Zhentian smiled and bid farewell to Lin Feng. Long Chia immediately hurried to follow. Not long after, they returned to their residence. As before, it was still a place filled with flourishing flowers and greenery. Xiao Zi was sitting there quietly practicing. Her cultivation had stabilized and she had made a breakthrough, looking increasingly radiant. She no longer resembled the maid from before, but instead had an ethereal quality. Hearing the noise, Xiao Zi immediately opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with surprise. Then she came over and gave Lin Feng a big hug. "Young master, you're back. Was everything smooth?" Lin Feng nodded. Of course it went smoothly. He then explained that Lin Yuanbai had already awakened. Xiao Zi was exceptionally happy upon hearing this. "That's great. The master has finally woken up. It's almost dark. Young master, please sit down. I'll go make you dinner." Lin Feng nodded gently, asking Long Chia to wait in the courtyard first. Before long, Xiao Zi finished cooking, and after Lin Feng had eaten, they both rested together. The next morning, True Essence Realm 3rd level, Lin Feng successfully broke through. He was still holding Xiao Zi while sleeping.
Today, the Lin family was particularly lively. Streams of light continuously entered Yen City, then made their way to the Lin family. Many people gathered around the Lin family. Fortunately, there were people from the Duga Tonghai City Lord's mansion guarding the surroundings. Otherwise, the Lin family alone wouldn't have been able to stop them. Everyone was shocked and curious as to why so many powerful figures had gathered at the Lin family. These people were naturally from Xie Dongshan's Feiyun Pavilion, as well as those from the sects of the innate Great Perfection Masters. The lowest among them were all innate realm cultivators. No one below the innate realm was allowed to come. Yesterday, Lin Jintian had briefly mentioned the situation of the Yulan family to Xie Dongtian and the others, and they immediately understood. They quickly sent messages calling upon their forces to come. They treated it as their own matter to handle. Almost all the innate experts from the major forces within a radius of 5,000 miles were summoned. Together, there were over 200 people. At this moment, they gathered at the small Lin family, causing the Lin family members to radiate with confidence. Initially, they were worried that the Yulan family would bring disaster upon the Lin family. Now, looking at it, what was the Yulan family? Just a bunch of insignificant chickens and dogs. This was the confidence of the Lin family now. Lin Jintian looked at the scene before him, feeling as if he were in a dream. He truly experienced what it meant to have a call answered by hundreds. He had only mentioned it casually, not expecting these forces to respond so vigorously. They had almost brought their entire foundation over. What does it mean to have over 200 innate experts? Almost every moment, someone was flying over the Lin family's sky. This left the entire Yen city in a daze. They knew this was likely related to Lin Feng. Many people were unaware that the Yulan family would come today, so they had no idea what these people were here for. But they understood how terrifying the Lin family had become. They couldn't wait to go in and establish good relations with the Lin family's servants. Perhaps they could secure a position in the Lin family, and in the future, being favored by any innate expert would be an incredible opportunity. Many young ladies from various families were even more direct, fantasizing about entering the Lin family to serve as Lin Feng's foot warmer, thinking that they might rise to great heights from there. Today, the Lin family would undoubtedly be the center of attention in Yen City. Everyone was well aware of this. Lin Jintian murmured, "The Yulan family hasn't arrived yet, and with so many strong experts stationed here, what is the mere Yulan family? I estimate Chainer is still resting, so I want to disturb him with such trivial matters." The Lin family members were almost all cheering. But there were two people whose faces turned pale at this moment. Each arrival of an innate expert was a blow, and a heavy blow to their psyche. Lin Feng's uncle, Lin Jingron, and his son, Lin Xiaoguan, were both trembling slightly. Just yesterday, when they saw Xie Dongtian and the others arriving, Lin Jingron had secretly sent a message to the Yulan family, informing them of the situation here. In fact, he had long been in collusion with the Yulan family. It was just that last time, the Yulan family's people had died too quickly, so he hadn't exposed himself. Moreover, when he was treating Lin Yuanbai's injuries yesterday, he overheard Lin Zhenshin's words. Lin Jintian actually intended to pass the position of family head to that useless Lin Yuanbai. This was something he could never accept. He was the direct heir to the Lin family head. But because of Lin Feng, Lin Jintian was directly going to hand over this position to Lin Yuanbai. The envy in his heart was beyond words. More than that, there was resentment. He envied Lin Yuanbai for having such a good son. He also resented Lin Yuanbai for giving birth to such a terrifying offspring. Clearly, he had secretly found a way to cripple Lin Feng's Dantian. Yet, he still managed to rise again. He became the genius once more, even stronger. Strong enough to instill fear. To suffocate. That's right. At that time, Lin Feng's Dantian was crippled because of his secret arrangements. No one knew. Only he knew. He had someone put poison in Lin Feng's food, a type of slow-acting toxin that would gradually damage Lin Feng's Dantian meridians, making it impossible for him to cultivate. Back then, Lin Feng was incredibly brilliant. He knew that if left unchecked, Lin Feng would inevitably threaten him and his son. So he could not allow such a thing to happen. But who would have thought that despite all he had done, Lin Feng still rose up. And now, he was out of reach. Who were all these people? They were all innate experts. How terrifying. Lin Jingron could already see the moment he was exposed, how tragic the scene would be. This was Lin Feng's current power. He didn't even need Lin Feng to show up. He could summon so many innate experts at will. Lin Jingron was very worried at this moment, worried that the people from the Yulan family would not be able to deal with the Lin family. He had already discussed with the Yulan family. As long as they helped eliminate Lin Feng and Lin Jintian, these direct descendants, he could become the head of the Lin family. From then on, he would control the Lin family. The Yulan family would no longer be threatened. The Yulan family had agreed. He had even imagined himself sitting proudly as the head of the Lin family in the future.
Unfortunately, everything now seemed so bleak. As for Lin Xiaoguang, there was even less to say. He knew about this matter too. Last time, he was slapped by Lin Feng, which was so humiliating. He had been holding a grudge. He originally thought he would get to see Lin Feng being tortured by the Yulan family. But the scene before him left him dumbfounded. He couldn't help but tremble and say, "Dad, will the Yulan family succeed? I'm so scared." Lin Jingrong shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, Xiaoguang, don't ask. I really don't know." Lin Jingrong had no confidence to answer this question. At this moment he was already thinking about whether to escape. Just as Lin Jingrong was lost in thought, Lin Zhenqian's voice suddenly came, startling him greatly. He almost wet himself on the spot. "Jingrong, Xiaoguang, what are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and welcome the guests. You really have no sense at all." Lin Zhenqian was somewhat angry. These were all innate experts and they were here to help. At the very least they should be given the basic courtesy. But these two were still standing there in a daze. "Oh, okay, we'll be right there." Lin Jingrong, filled with fear and worry, could only hope that the Yulan family was strong enough. He felt there was still a chance. He knew more than others, aware of the relationship between Jun Wuqing and the Yulan family. He also knew that this time, Jun Wuqing had sent an elder from Xiaoyatum. Perhaps they would defeat these people and proceed according to the original plan. Jun Wuqing was the biological son of the head of Xiaoyatum, with astonishing talent. He had a good relationship with Yulan Ruo. Although he didn't come this time, he had sent 2 elders. While he wasn't clear about the strength of the elders from Xiaoyatum, at this moment he just hoped they were as strong as possible. Lin Jingrong put away these thoughts, kicked his son Lin Xiaoguang, and said, "Let's go, don't show it, we might not have lost yet." Okay, Lin Xiaogang's voice still trembled a bit, but after saying the 2 good words, it seemed he found quite a bit of confidence for himself. Standing up straight, he tried to control his fear and went with Lin Jingrong to receive these innate powerhouses. At this moment, in the Yulan family home, Jun Wuchan, dressed in white, with a face like a chiseled knife and an ethereal demeanor, looked at the somewhat worried Yulan Ruo and said with a smile, "Xiao Ruo, don't frown anymore. It's just a mere Lin family, easily extinguishable. If you're still not satisfied, I can have them wipe out Yin City as well. This time, I specifically came to comfort you for your sake. And to ease your worries, I even sent 2 elders from my Xiaoyatum to follow you personally. Plus, with almost all the experts from your Yulan family mobilized, even your father went personally, so you needn't worry." After finishing, Jun Wuchan couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He had always known about the engagement between Yulan Ruo and a Lin family member named Lin Feng. This time, Yulan Ruo was willing to break off the engagement for him, which made him very happy. Yulan Ruo not only had good talent but was also beautiful. Although the Yulan family was somewhat lacking, Jun Wuchan still liked Yulan Ruo very much. He even used the energy of Xiaoyatum to help the Yulan family significantly, allowing their overall strength to make a big leap, making them worthy of him, Jun Wuchan. Although he didn't know what kind of stimulus Yulan Ruo received from the Lin family this time, a small place like Yin City was nothing for Xiaoyatum. They could easily destroy it, let alone just a small family among them. Yulan Ruo naturally knew this. It had only been a few days. No matter how talented Lin Feng was, what could he do? In front of the 2 elders from Xiaoyatum, he was just a weakling. Yet she still felt a wave of unease. She didn't know why. She still couldn't forget what happened that day. Lin Feng's performance was too terrifying. At this moment, hearing Jun Wuchan's comfort eased her a bit, but she still said, "Wuchan, you don't know, if it weren't for the life-saving pill you gave me this time, I might not have come back." Moreover, the Lin family produced 2 freaks, one named Xiao Zi, who was very terrifying, especially Lin Feng. He is simply inhuman. His talent probably surpasses yours. Although she knew Jun Wuchan would be unhappy to hear this, Yulan Ruo still spoke up. She felt that this matter was very serious and dared not hide anything. If Lin Feng survived, it would be too terrifying. It wouldn't just be the Yulan family that would be unlucky, even the Xiaoyatum where Jun Wuchan was would probably face misfortune in the future. What? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Jun Wuchan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat displeased. He had always prided himself on his talent. He had already broken through to the True Essence realm at the age of 16. At the 5th level of the True Essence realm, he could rival ordinary innate powerhouses. This talent could be said to be unparalleled, and everyone in Xiaoyatum had high hopes for him. His current cultivation had even reached the half-step Qi-Si realm. Breaking through to the Qi-Si realm was just a matter of time. Yet now, Yulan Ruo actually told him that his talent was not as good as that of a small family member, Lin Feng? How could he accept that? But seeing Yulan Ruo's haggard expression, Jun Wuchan still put away his displeasure. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "I think you're overthinking it, Xiao Ruo. You probably don't understand my talent at all. Don't mention a small Linfeng, even within 100,000 miles, it's hard to find a genius who can rival me. Jun Wuchen's eyes were filled with confidence. Looking at Jun Wuchen's confident demeanor, Yulan Rua, although reluctant to dampen his spirits, finally spoke slowly. Linfeng defeated my sixth uncle, Yulan Keming, who was at the third level of the true essence realm, when he was at the fifth level of the body refinement realm, and it was a one-hit kill. What? How is that possible? Jun Wuchan was unwilling to believe this fact, his face showing surprise. Or rather, he simply didn't believe what Yulan Rua was saying. Defeating a third-level true essence realm with a fifth-level body refinement realm, even when Jun Wuchen was at the fifth level of the body refinement realm, he questioned whether he could achieve such a feat. It was too terrifying. Even now, as he stood at the half-step Chi-Si realm, he had once fought against fifth-level true essence realm and innate experts without losing ground. But so what? Not losing ground was one thing, defeating an ordinary innate expert was still extremely difficult. He could only be comparable. Not to mention crossing 3 realms in succession to annihilate an enemy. This was annihilation. Jun Wuchen felt this was completely a fantasy. Looking at Yulan Rua, he no longer cared about her feelings at that moment. Xiao Rua, I think you were too severely stimulated by the Lin family. Why are you saying such nonsense? Do you even know what you're talking about? Rather than Jun Wuchen being unwilling to believe, he was even more unwilling to admit that a small Yin city could have a genius more powerful than him. If it were true, he couldn't accept it. Having been the pride of heaven since childhood, he simply refused to believe such things. Yulan Rua understood this all too well. But if she didn't make it clear to Jun Wuchen and allowed him to underestimate Linfeng, once Linfeng escaped this time and grew stronger in the future, it would be extremely terrifying. For the Yulan family, it would be a disaster. And for the Xiaoyatung, it could also be a great calamity. Yulan Rua knew that her interests were tightly bound to Jun Wuchen's. She couldn't let such a thing happen. Taking a deep breath, she said seriously, Wuchen, I know saying this will impact your confidence, but the truth is the truth. I have no reason to lie to you. Linfeng and that Xiao Zi must die. If either of them escapes, we will be in trouble in the future. I can guarantee that. Yulan Rua was extremely certain of this. Only those who experienced it at the time understood just how terrifying Linfeng and Xiao Zi were. If these two didn't die, Yulan Rua wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. It wouldn't be long before they grew to an extremely terrifying level. By that time, they would have completely lost their chance. At this moment, Jun Wuchen looked at the serious Yulan Rua and finally understood the importance of this matter. He pondered for a moment and then said, the 2 elders we sent out are both at the early Chi-Si realm, even higher than me. Logically, they should be enough to deal with a Lin family. But after hearing what you said, if it's true, we indeed cannot leave these 2 alive. Moreover, within 100,000 miles, I will not allow anyone more talented than me to exist. For the first time, Jun Wuchen felt a sense of jealousy. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. He couldn't achieve such a terrifying genius even at the 5th level of the true essence realm. Why could others do it? Thinking of this, Jun Wuchen gently placed his hand on Yulan Rua's shoulder and said, Xiao Rua, thank you for telling me this news. You should rest well, I'll take care of the other matters. Yulan Rua nodded gently, also letting out a sigh of relief. What she feared most now was that Jun Wuchen would underestimate Linfeng. After calming Yulan Rua, Jun Wuchen turned and left. Although he didn't believe that the mere Lin family could withstand the arrival of 2 early Chi-Si realm experts from Xiaoyatung, for safety's sake, he still needed to send out one more person. As he stepped out, he found an old man standing quietly at the door, eyes closed in meditation. His hair was gray and somewhat disheveled, making anyone who saw him feel he was just an ordinary old man. But Jun Wuchen knew the terror of this old man. He was already at the mid-Chi-Si realm and was the 5th elder of Xiaoyatung Morong Baichuan. Following his father's orders, he was responsible for accompanying and protecting him. Jun Wuchen was not only the biological son of the leader of Xiaoyatung but also a rare genius seen once in hundreds of years. Naturally, he received the utmost protection, even though he was already quite powerful himself. Looking at Morong Baichuan, Jun Wuchen said, 5th elder, please wake up. Suddenly, Morong Baichuan opened his eyes sharply, like a sword. He turned around and clasped his hands to Jun Wuchen, saying, Young master, what are your orders? Morong Baichuan had great respect for Jun Wuchen. Jun Wuchen was still quite young, only in his late 20s. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. He was the future of the Xiaoyatung. Although he was currently only at the half-step Chi-Si realm, he was already capable of contending with early-stage Chi-Si realm experts. His task was to protect Jun Wuchen, and it was a duty he volunteered for. He knew that Jun Wuchen had suddenly sought him out for an important matter. Generally, Jun Wuchen wouldn't call for him. Jun Wuchen nodded lightly. Elder Wu, I need you to handle something very important. Please, young master, go ahead, Elder Wu Morong Baichuan said, adopting a listening posture.
The matter is this: I need Elder Wu to go to Yen City and assist the 2 previous elders in completely annihilating the Lin family, leaving not a single survivor, Jun Wuchan said in a deep voice. What? As soon as Jun Wuchan finished speaking, Morong Baichuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Previously, Jun Wuchan had sent 2 elders from the Xiaoyao tomb to eliminate a small family in Yen City, and he had some reservations about it. It seemed excessive for 2 esteemed elders of the Xiaoyao tomb to deal with an obscure little family. It made him feel it was a waste of talent, and he even doubted whether Jun Wuchan was being irrational, doing this for a woman. If he didn't know Jun Wuchan well, he would have slapped him for it. Jun Wuchan was well aware of Morong Baichuan's thoughts and patiently explained, Elder Wu, don't underestimate this matter. I learned from Roa that the Lin family has produced 2 prodigies whose talents far exceed mine. There's no need for further questions now. We'll discuss it in detail when you return, but we need to hurry over there. It must be done without a hitch. This is a teleportation talisman my father gave me. Take these 2, and after you finish, report back to me quickly. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Morong Baichuan couldn't help but exclaim again. This talisman was extremely precious, even the Xiaoyao tomb had very few. Only Jun Wuchan, having received nearly full support from the Xiaoyao tomb, could enjoy such resources. Otherwise, a half-step Qi-Si realm expert could only dream of such things. After his exclamation, Morong Baichuan understood the importance of this task. He nodded seriously. All right, young master, don't worry. I will handle this matter thoroughly and ensure I live up to your trust. After that, Morong Baichuan took the 2,000-mile teleportation talismans. He stored one and directly activated the other on the spot. Lin Feng stretched and got out of bed. He noticed that Xiao Zi was not by his side, and the sun had already risen high. Sitting up gently, at that moment, Xiao Zi walked in with food. She said, Young master, you're finally awake. I didn't want to disturb you while you were sleeping so soundly. I thought you'd be waking up soon, so I prepared the meal in advance. Please get up and eat. Lin Feng nodded and got up. He simply put on his clothes and sat down at the dining table when Xiao Zi continued, Young master, today our Lin family is quite lively. Many powerful people have come, and they can all fly in the sky. A lot of them are waiting outside to see you. Since they had already sent scouts to investigate, they knew that the Yulan family would take some time to arrive. Many innate experts had already heard their sect leaders recount Lin Feng's achievements. Initially, they were surprised that the Lin family seemed to be lacking in overall strength. The highest among them was only at the true origin realm, and that was just the family head. Their sect leaders had actually sent them all the way here. However, after learning about Lin Feng's accomplishments, although they still had some doubts in their hearts, they finally understood that it was all for the sake of this young master's reputation. Even their sect leaders had personally come along just to keep an eye on them. They had also reminded them to show the utmost respect to Lin Feng, treating him like a servant, without any hint of disrespect. He also told them that once they made Lin Feng happy, even a casual reward would be enough for them to enjoy for a lifetime. Although it felt a bit exaggerated coming from their sect leader, they were merely elders of the sect and naturally obeyed. They had been waiting outside Lin Feng's courtyard, not daring to enter, fearing they might disturb him. Xiao Zi was also surprised to see this scene. At that moment, she said something to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. He stood up and looked outside through the door, then said, Let's go take a look. With so many people staring, I really can't eat. At this moment, those people were all staring at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. When they saw Lin Feng come out, Xiao Zi quickly followed. The crowd immediately became restless upon seeing Lin Feng. Over 200 innate experts, along with the sect leaders of various factions, stood there like bystanders watching a show. If people knew that these were all innate experts, they would probably be shocked. Xia Dongtian was also present, with dozens of innate experts from Feiyun Pavilion quietly following behind him. They were all nervously watching Lin Feng. They had already learned from Xie Dongtian about Lin Feng's prowess and had benefited from it. The spatial bag Lin Feng gave to Xie Dongtian was filled with a massive amount of fire crystal stones, various spiritual herbs, and dragon pickles, treasures worth their weight in gold. Just giving them a few would be enough for decades of use. There were also spatial bags made from spatial stones, and he casually handed out 2 to each of them. When had they ever received such treatment? It was simply a windfall. Aside from the people from Feiyun Pavilion, it was hard to find anyone who doubted Lin Feng's strength. The other factions were still unaware of this, but their sect leaders were fully aware. At this moment, they immediately approached and said, Young master, please enjoy your meal. We will wait here and it won't be a bother. The elders from various factions were secretly astonished. They had never imagined that their sect leaders would one day be so humble in front of a young man. They all followed suit, bowing and exclaiming, We pay our respects to the young master.
Lin Feng casually waved his hand and said, "Alright, the Lin family is so big, if you have nothing to do, feel free to wander around. You don't need to come here specifically." Xia Dongtian, being the highest in cultivation and the spokesperson, immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, "Young master, you flatter us. These people admire you greatly, so they all came to greet you upon their first meeting. We will take care of the matter with the Yulan family today and ensure that their people come and go without return. Such trivial matters need not trouble the young master. Please rest assured." Many had never seen Lin Feng before. Xia Dongtian and the sect leaders naturally wanted their elders to come and show their faces, at least to get familiar. Who knows, perhaps in the future one of them might gain Lin Feng's favor and bring opportunities to their respective factions. Such good fortune was something no one wanted to miss. Lin Feng nodded gently upon hearing this. "Alright, since you're here, I won't be stingy. Here's a spatial bag for you to share. Now, you can all leave and wander around the Lin family. I still need to eat and don't like being stared at while I do." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he casually took a spatial bag from his waist and tossed it out. Xia Dongtian immediately caught it, his heart filled with joy. He knew exactly what was inside. The other sect leaders also looked enviously at it. They had been coveting such things for a long time. Even if they each got a share from this spatial bag, it would be a tremendous opportunity. As the one with the highest cultivation, Xia Dongtian naturally became the distributor. Having already received a spatial bag, he wasn't greedy and planned to divide it equally among everyone. He also wanted to get his own share. Xia Dongtian, fearing he might disturb Lin Feng, immediately said, "Let's go, we shouldn't bother the young master. Let's go to the side to divide it." Xia Dongtian took a group of innate strong practitioners to a place slightly farther from Lin Feng's courtyard. He began to take out items from his spatial bag, quickly piling them into a small mountain. Heavens! So many fire crystal stones. And so many top-grade spiritual herbs. That's dragon saliva grass. A series of exclamations followed. Only Xia Dongtian and the sect leaders remained relatively calm, having already been shocked before. Watching the others make a fuss, he felt a bit smug. "Don't snatch. These fire crystal stones are mine. Give me a share of the dragon saliva grass, it's a top-tier treasure." A group of innate strong practitioners descended into chaos, resembling a bustling market. Some even nearly came to blows. If it weren't for Xia Dongtian's early-stage sea-realm cultivation, things might have escalated. Lin Feng merely glanced at the scene, shook his head, and returned to eat. Xiao Zi watched in astonishment, and after a moment of realization, hurried to catch up with Lin Feng. At this moment, Long Chia was lying there in the room. Xiao Zi had noticed it yesterday, and Lin Feng had told her that Long Chia would follow her to protect her from now on. Xiao Zi didn't know that this was a divine dragon, she only felt it was a rather majestic beast. Seeing Long Chia's listless appearance, she couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what's wrong with this beast you gave me? It looks so downcast. And it wouldn't eat when I fed it before." This was Xiao Zi's first encounter with a divine dragon. She had no idea that it was different from ordinary beasts. Even slightly stronger beasts wouldn't refuse ordinary food unless they were at least 4th tier, needing to consume large amounts of spiritual fruits and herbs daily. Long Chia was also afraid of startling Xiao Zi, so it hadn't dared to speak. Long Chia could tell that Xiao Zi was clearly more important than the others in the Lin family. Naturally, it didn't want to offend her. If it was assigned to protect this woman, one could imagine her significance to Lin Feng. Hearing Xiao Zi's words, it looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. "Alright, stop looking at me with such a mournful gaze, you can just speak directly," Lin Feng said. Long Chia immediately showed a human-like smile, startling Xiao Zi. It then explained, "Master, I am of the Dragon Clan, a divine dragon, and eating these ordinary foods feels like eating dung." "Ah, a divine dragon," Xiao Zi exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. In the entire Tianlong continent, who hadn't heard of the legends of divine dragons? Most people might never see one in their lifetime. To see one was considered a great blessing. But now, a divine dragon was calling her master? She couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, stammering, "Why, young master, it can't be true, right?" Xiao Zi stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. This was too shocking. She had seen some depictions of divine dragons before, and they were clearly different from Long Chia. Moreover, it could speak, something ordinary beasts couldn't do. The scene before her left her a bit dazed. In fact, Xiao Zi had already believed it to some extent. After all, it was brought back by Lin Feng, who surely wouldn't lie. She just needed to confirm with Lin Feng. Since it was Xiao Zi who prepared the food, Long Chia still forced itself to eat some. But it was indeed not to its taste as a dragon. Most of what it consumed were the heavenly materials and earthly treasures Lin Feng had given it last time. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded gently. "Yes, Long Chia is a mutated divine dragon, and it will stay by your side to protect you. You can also give it any commands." After all, it's a divine dragon, it can't eat ordinary food daily and needs spiritual fruits and herbs or similar heavenly materials. By the way, Xiaozi, I forgot to give you these yesterday. Here, take them, they're filled with treasures that you can also feed to Long Xie. As Lin Feng spoke, he directly tossed 5 full spatial bags to Xiaozi. With the ones he had given out before, he still had quite a few left, so he didn't mind, although it was consumed quickly. He thought that it wouldn't take long to obtain more. There were also some pills that Zhang Chengdao had given before, and Lin Feng generously handed them all to Xiaozi.
She needed these things even more.
Lin Feng wanted to turn Xiaozi into an unparalleled powerhouse in the shortest time possible, giving her the ability to protect herself. Xiaozi blankly accepted these, fully understanding their significance, and felt immensely touched. When she opened the spatial bag, she was immediately startled. Xiaozi had only been a maid before and had never even heard of such a thing as a spatial bag. But when she opened it and took a look, she saw the vast space inside, filled to the brim with various items exuding rich spiritual energy. Even Xiaozi, no matter how naive, knew these were treasures. Just like the things Lin Feng had rewarded to others before. Anything that could make innate powerhouses disregard their pride to compete for it must be a top-tier treasure. Yet Lin Feng had handed over 5 full spatial bags at once.
If the people outside knew, they would probably be envious to the point of madness.
This also brought a smile to Xiaozi's heart. Sweetly, she said, "Thank you, young master.
Please eat your meal."
Xiaozi hurriedly served Lin Feng soup and dishes.
She also didn't forget to toss some spiritual herbs to Long Xie.
Gradually, she accepted the fact that she had a divine dragon as a pet. She silently thought, the young master is truly amazing. He even brought back a divine dragon, but why does this dragon look so small? Little did Xiaozi know that this was not Long Xie's true form. When she saw it, she would probably be quite shocked. Soon, they finished their meal. Lin Feng guided Xiaozi in her cultivation for a while Xie Dongtian and the others had already left. After all, they hadn't forgotten the task for today, which was to eliminate the people from the Yulan family. After finishing his guidance, Lin Feng suddenly heard a commotion. Turning to look at the sky, a huge spiritual boat was flying over Yin City,
heading towards the Lin family.
Clearly, the Yulan family had arrived. The spiritual boat was a special spiritual artifact capable of carrying people through the air, extremely precious. Lin Feng was slightly surprised that the Yulan family possessed such a thing. However, he did not know that this was the spiritual boat of the Xiaoyao tomb. The people from Xiaoyao tomb had come with the intent to kill him. Looking at Xiaozi, Lin Feng said, "Xiaozi, stop your cultivation for now, come with me to take a look.
It should be the people from the Yulan family."
Upon hearing this, Xiaozi was momentarily stunned. She had also heard that the Yulan family would arrive today. Looking up at the sky, she was also taken aback. But she had more confidence in Lin Feng now, smiling and nodding. "Okay, they'll listen to the young master.
Long Xie, let's go."
At this moment, everyone in Yin City also noticed this scene and gasped in astonishment.
Oh my! Could this be the legendary spiritual boat? Who are those people on it? What's happening in Yin City today?
I've never seen such powerful beings appearing one after another. It seems Yin City is about to change.
Only top-tier forces can possess a spiritual boat. Are they heading to the Lin family again? The Lin family is truly terrifying now. Are they going against the heavens? Just feeling the aura emanating from those people makes me tremble. It seems there are people from the Yulan family up there. I've seen them before. When did they become so powerful?
Many people were unaware of the enmity between the Yulan and Lin families. At this moment, they thought they were also coming to curry favor with the Lin family. They all hurried towards the Lin family, eager to see the commotion and find out what was going on.
Meanwhile, on the spiritual boat, the head of the Yulan family Yulan Jianhong had a beaming face, full of vigor. He had never imagined that he would one day be able to ride a spiritual boat alongside a Qi Si realm powerhouse. To be precise, he had never thought he would have the opportunity to ride a spiritual boat again. It was all because he had a good daughter that he had established a connection with a powerful force like Xiaoyao tomb. They might even become in-laws in the future.
In recent years, with the help of Jun Wucheng, the Yulan family had long since transformed. Their overall strength had risen to a whole new level. His strength had also risen to the innate level. Although it was only the early stage of innate, he had already entered the ranks of the strong. The lord of Fengyun City was merely at the 5th level of the true Yuan realm. Even their lord was currently following behind the Yulan family like a subordinate. In the entire Fengyun City, although he was not the nominal lord, his actual power had already surpassed that. This time dealing with the Lin family, he was completely unconcerned. A mere Lin family was nothing more than a bunch of insignificant characters in his eyes.
The Yulan family could easily wipe them out. However, who would have thought that Jun Wucheng valued his daughter so highly that he even sent 2 elders to assist? These were masters of the Qi Si realm.
In front of these two elders, he felt like a grasshopper, utterly worthless. Yet, these two elders showed him considerable respect. He knew it was all for the sake of his daughter, Yulan Ruo. Standing side by side with the two elders from the Xiaoyatung, the Yulan family looked down from above, their faces filled with pride and their eyes brimming with disdain. Under the leadership of Yulan Ruo, the Yulan family would inevitably grow stronger, and establishing a great power based on Fengyun City was only a matter of time.
At that point, which city around would dare to defy them? The small Yin city was already beneath their notice. It was just a tiny place. Such a show of force made many feel that the Lin family was being overestimated. Yulan Jianhong also smiled humbly at the two elders from Xiaoyatung, saying, "Elders, there's no need for you two to intervene in such a trivial matter. I truly appreciate young Master Wuchen's affection for my little girl." Although it seemed very humble, it was clear to anyone that his tone carried an air of boasting. However, the two elders from Xiaoyatung did not mind. If it weren't for Jun Wuchen, they wouldn't even spare a glance at such insignificant trash in the past. But the Yulan family was indeed lucky to have a daughter like Yulan Ruo. With exceptional talent, she would undoubtedly become an asset to Xiaoyatung in the future. She was just young for now. Upon hearing this, one of the elders from Xiaoyatung smiled and said, "Yulan family head, you're being too polite. Since it's our young master's order, we naturally must do our utmost to handle this matter. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. This Lin family doesn't seem so easy to deal with. Didn't your spies from the Lin family inform you that many mysterious strong figures have arrived from the Lin family? It's better to be cautious." Yulan Jianhong understood immediately. The spies the elder mentioned were none other than Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaoguang, the father and son duo. He despised these two ambitious wolves greatly. However, they were indeed useful. Moreover, he didn't take their reports seriously at all, believing that Lin Jingrong's news was exaggerated. What mysterious strong figures? He was well aware of the Lin family's situation. If they were truly that formidable, the Yulan family wouldn't have considered withdrawing from the engagement. As for Lin Feng and Xiaozi, Yulan Jianhong was even less concerned. Although he had heard from Yulan Ruo that the two were exceptionally talented prodigies. A talent that hasn't matured is ultimately just trash. As long as they were killed, there would be no future troubles. And for the current Yulan family, this was an easy task. In just a few days, could the two really turn the tide? With the two elders from Xiaoyatung accompanying him, he was even less worried. He only thought about using this opportunity to build a good relationship with these two elders. He felt that this task would be much more challenging than annihilating the Lin family. With this in mind, Yulan Jianhong smiled, "Haha, elders, don't just stand there. I had someone bring some fine tea when we left. Please join me for a cup." By the time we finished the tea, we'll be at the Lin family's place. The two elders from Xiaoyatung didn't really take the Lin family seriously either. They just felt that Yulan Jianhong was getting a bit too inflated, so they decided to give him a little warning, to prevent him from being reckless in the future. Not knowing his place in front of Xiaoyatung, upon hearing this, he did not refuse. He gently nodded and went over with Yulan Jianhong to have tea. The others remained firmly on the spirit boat, watching the growing disdain below. This time, the Yulan family had almost mobilized their entire force. Just the innate strong ones, along with Yulan Jianhong, numbered 5. Added to that were dozens of true Essence Realm experts. They had every reason to feel inflated. Soon, the spirit boat arrived above the Lin family just as everyone in Yen City had anticipated. However, contrary to what many thought, as soon as they arrived, a loud and disdainful voice came from the spirit boat. "What a Lin family! How dare you kill someone from the Yulan family? Today, I will make sure your Lin family disappears from Yen City." The voice was imposing, unmistakably belonging to a strong individual. It was Yulan Jianhong speaking. Since they had come, they naturally had to display the might of the Yulan family. However, many were surprised. They had initially thought these people were like the previous innate strong ones, here to befriend the Lin family. They did not expect them to be here to pick a fight. Surrounding the Lin family, many people from Yen City were peering over the walls, and upon seeing the spirit boat slowly land at the Lin family, they were momentarily stunned. Is this all there is? Only 5 innate strong ones, and they dare to come to the Lin family to cause trouble? Who gave them the audacity? Don't they know the Lin family is no longer what it used to be? Those who had felt the might of Yulan Jianhong's voice now thought he was a big fool. Yet, Yulan Jianhong was unaware of this. After disembarking from the spirit boat, he saw Lin Jintian standing there with a large group of people, as if they had been waiting for a long time. This made Yulan Jianhong pause. But then he thought about it. It was easy to investigate such a significant movement from the Yulan family. Moreover, they had not hidden their intentions this time. They wanted others to know the consequences of offending the Yulan family.
Looking at Lin Jintian, Yulan Jianhong's disdainful voice rang out, "Lin Jintian, you really have some guts, daring to wait for us with just this few people.
I was worried you might run away." Yulan Jianhong had indeed been worried before.
If the Lin family members had fled, it would have taken some effort to track them down, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian glanced at the Yulan family members and immediately felt more relaxed, almost wanting to laugh. They were showing off with just a few innate strong ones. The Yulan family, in an attempt to showcase their family's might, had Yulan Jianhong and the innate strong ones radiating their cultivation levels,
looking like light bulbs.
Lin Jintian did not notice the strength of the two elders from the carefree tomb. They had not revealed their power, appearing quite normal like Xie Dongtian and the others beside him.
"Run? You Yulan family are not worthy."
Lin Jintian did not back down, his eyes also filled with disdain. If the Yulan family only had these few innate strong ones, Lin Jintian felt that the Lin family was somewhat overreacting. With hundreds of innate strong ones stationed, it felt a bit like bullying. Yulan Jianhong was taken aback, unsure why Lin Jintian was so confident. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by one of the elders from the carefree tomb, who wore a serious expression and said, "Yulan family head, perhaps you should hold your tongue for now. The Lin family seems much stronger than we imagined." Another elder from the carefree tomb also stepped forward to speak. "They are all innate strong ones. And there's even one at the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm, along with several half-step Qi-Si realm experts.
Such a force is enough to dominate a region.
A small Yan city can gather so many strong individuals.
Terrifying, truly terrifying. It's astonishing. I wonder how the Lin family managed this. But it seems we really came at the right time."
Just as the two finished speaking, while Yulan Jianhong was still in a daze, the innate strong ones behind Lin Jintian erupted with their respective cultivation levels.
In an instant, the entire Lin family seemed to tremble.
The might generated by so many innate strong ones together was extremely intimidating. In an instant, both Yulan Jianhong and the members of the Yulan family became unsettled.
How is this possible? Yulan Jianhong looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Over 200 innate strong practitioners. What does this concept even mean?
Just one spit from each of them could wipe out the Yulan family.
The spit of an innate strong practitioner is enough.
Moreover, many among them were in the late innate stage or even at the peak of innate perfection. There were even several half-step Qi-Si realm existences.
And not just one. This made Yulan Jianhong tremble all over. He felt a wave of fear for his previous thoughts. If it weren't for the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb following them, and if it were just the Yulan family that had come, they would probably have been dealt with the moment they entered. They would already be lying on the ground as corpses. In an instant, his back was soaked and cold sweat streamed down. It was so close. Fortunately, he hadn't foolishly said something like asking the elders from Xiaoyao tomb not to follow.
Thinking of this, Yulan Jianhong couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a Lin Jingrong! He didn't even tell me about this matter.
It seems he was just pretending before. Deliberately setting me up.
Now, Yulan Jianhong not only felt that Lin Jingrong was exaggerating, but he also felt seriously deceived. It was all to set up the Yulan family for slaughter.
However, this time he truly misunderstood Lin Jingrong.
At this moment, Lin Jingrong was also secretly cursing Yulan Jianhong.
With such little strength,
although there were two elders from Xiaoyao tomb present, the outcome was still uncertain. He was almost in tears.
Lin Jintian also sensed that these two elders from Xiaoyao tomb were not ordinary. Although he couldn't discern their cultivation level, the fact that they could make Yulan Jianhong shut up meant they were definitely not common people. He looked at Xie Dongtian beside him and asked, "Mr. Xie, can you tell the depth of these two?"
When Lin Jintian asked, Xie Dongtian naturally answered without hesitation, nodding, "I can tell, like me, they are both at the early Qi-Si realm."
What? Lin Zenshin's body shook violently.
Two Qi-Si realm strong practitioners, although at the early stage, were still incredibly terrifying. The difference between the Qi-Si realm and the innate realm was a world-changing transformation. It may seem like just one more, but even with so many innate strong practitioners, victory was not guaranteed.
The outcome was still uncertain. A half-step Qi-Si realm could still be defeated by enough innate strong practitioners surrounding them.
But the Qi-Si realm was a qualitative difference.
It couldn't be casually compensated for by numbers. However, Lin Jintian looked at several sect masters who were already at the half-step Qi-Si realm and felt a bit more at ease. Previously, Lin Feng had helped them improve their techniques, and some sect masters had reached the half-step Qi-Si realm. Although it was just a half-step difference, with so many innate strong practitioners and Xie Dongtian at the Qi-Si realm, Lin Jintian felt there was still a good chance of winning. The last time Lin Jintian went, Long Chia had already finished off those people. He had no idea of Long Chia's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so worried now. Lin Jintian couldn't help but ask Xie Dongtian, "Mr. Xie, how confident do you think we are this time?"
Xie Dongtian, upon hearing this, without a moment's thought, held up 2 fingers to indicate 10 out of 10.
Ah!
Lin Jintian was taken aback, unsure where Xie Dongtian's confidence came from.
He couldn't help but say, Mr. Xie, did you miscalculate? That sounds a bit too grand.
Lin Zhenqian's words were already quite tactful. He even wanted to say that Xie Dongtian was being overly boastful.
But Xie Dongtian wasn't exaggerating at all.
With Lin Feng's enhancement of their techniques, they had already reached the high-grade earth level. Coupled with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures Lin Feng had given them before, their realms had been rapidly and solidly stabilized. Their strength was far superior to that of an average early Qi Si realm practitioner. Although the further they went, the more difficult it became to fight across levels, the level of their techniques was there. It was hard not to be confident. And even if they couldn't win, in the worst-case scenario, they still had Lin Feng as a backup. After all, he had a divine dragon as a mount.
These people were just a bunch of weaklings.
Just as Xie Dongtian was about to explain, Lin Feng had already arrived, accompanied by Xiaozi and Long Qiera. He said lightly, he's not bragging, just a bunch of trash.
Lin Feng's words could not be described as anything but arrogant. Lin Jintian felt a jolt upon hearing this. Was this boast too much?
Not to mention the 2 elders from the carefree tomb across from him, who immediately turned their gazes toward Lin Feng. Noticing that Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the true essence realm.
One of the elders scoffed, is there no one left in your Lin family?
A mere kid at the 3rd level of the true essence realm dares to speak up, and so brazenly. 3rd level of the true essence realm.
Lin Jintian and the members of the Lin family couldn't help but exclaim. Even Xie Dongtian and the others were left dumbfounded.
Just 1 night had passed, and Lin Feng had actually broken through a level.
That was quite monstrous. Chainer really does improve a level every day. It's truly incomprehensible, a bit too bizarre.
Lin Jintian felt a mix of emotions. Hearing this, he decisively responded, Chainer is the greatest in our Lin family, even I must listen to him.
Do you have any objections, sir?
Not only did Lin Feng's cultivation surpass his, but so many powerful figures also followed him. Lin Jintian knew that he was merely occupying the title of family head in the Lin family. Even when Lin Yuanbai took over the position of family head in the future, this would never change. It was Lin Feng who had brought the Lin family to its current glory.
What? Are you Lin Feng?
The 2 elders from the carefree tomb narrowed their eyes. They were not foolish and quickly guessed Lin Feng's identity. Looking at Lin Feng again, their expressions turned serious as they began to observe him closely. They realized just how monstrous the person before them was. If they remembered correctly, according to the information they had received just a few days ago, Lin Feng was only at the 5th level of body refinement. This meant that in just a few short days, Lin Feng had broken through to the 3rd level of the true essence realm. Such talent had far surpassed Jun Wuchen. No wonder Yulan Rua had looked so frightened before. A genius like this, not to mention having seen him in person. Even the carefree tomb had never heard of such a formidable person.
Everything suddenly made sense.
The members of the Yulan family also stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. Yulan Jianhong, needless to say,
felt a twinge of regret.
He sensed that once Lin Feng developed, he might be even more terrifying than Jun Wuchen. But since they had already offended him, there was clearly no room for retreat. The only option left was to eliminate Lin Feng. Only then would they be free from worry, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Just as Yulan Jianhong thought of this, the 2 elders had already decisively attacked Lin Feng. The speed of the Qi Si realm experts was incredibly fast. Before others could even react, they were already in front of Lin Feng. But Lin Feng merely stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the 2, not moving an inch.
Bang! A loud crash echoed. The 2 early-stage elders from the carefree tomb were sent staggering back.
Xie Dongtian stood in front of Lin Feng, maintaining a stance to strike. He disdainfully said, "You think you're worthy of the young master's attention? Let me show you what you're made of." The 2 elders from the carefree tomb felt turmoil in their hearts. On one hand, they were shocked by Xie Dongtian's strength. Although the 2 had not used their full power, one person holding off 2 at the same cultivation level was impressive enough to draw attention. More shocking was Xie Dongtian's address to Lin Feng. An early-stage Qi Si realm expert actually referred to Lin Feng as young master so respectfully? Wasn't that a ridiculous notion? It left them and everyone from the Yulan family baffled. But soon, they had no time to think further. Because Xie Dongtian had already charged forward. They had to eliminate Xie Dongtian, especially Lin Feng. This young man was too terrifying. Not only was his talent monstrous, but he also had a Qi Si realm expert as his subordinate. In just a few years, the carefree tomb would likely be kneeling at this man's feet, singing his praises. But they didn't know that they had underestimated Lin Feng far too much. Let alone a few years to in less than a month, the Xiaoyao tomb would be nothing but a trivial existence in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched everything with indifference. There was no need for him to take action. When the two elders of the Xiaoyao tomb had just made their move, he could see that they were merely practicing mid-grade earth-level techniques. He had upgraded Xie Dongshan's techniques, specifically tailored for him, and although it was just one level higher, it was more than enough to deal with these two elders. Indeed, it was just as Lin Feng had thought. But to others, it was terrifying. Xie Dongtian appeared like an unparalleled warrior. With a single strike, he unleashed immense power, managing to suppress both elders of the Xiaoyao tomb completely. At that moment, they looked extremely disheveled, as if they could be killed by Xie Dongtian at any moment. The danger was palpable.
Yulan Jianhong and the members of the Yulan family were trembling in fear. "We're doomed! We're doomed!"
Lin Jingsong from the Lin family was also internally screaming.
The Yulan family was clearly on the verge of failure.
Once the Yulan family failed, it was likely that his status as an insider would be exposed. Everything he had done before would be revealed.
He would be skinned alive by Lin Jintian.
Thinking of this, while Xie Dongtian was engaged in battle with the two elders of the Xiaoyao tomb, he turned to his son Lin Shaoguang and whispered, "Let's go, we need to leave quickly."
Lin Xiaogang's face turned pale as he nodded repeatedly.
He had initially thought it was a simple matter, that the Lin family would be in their hands from now on, but now it seemed that being able to preserve their lives was already a blessing. The two of them stealthily slipped away while others were distracted. However, they were still spotted by Lin Yuanbai, who asked in confusion, "Elder brother, where are you and Shaoguang going?"
Lin Jingsong's body trembled at once.
He hadn't expected to be discovered, especially by Lin Yuanbai, Lin Feng's father.
The acupuncture effect of Xie Dongtian was indeed remarkable.
Lin Yuanbai was recovering quickly. Lin Jingsong's face turned bitter, but he quickly regained his composure and explained, "Shaoguang and I suddenly have stomach pains. We probably ate something bad this morning.
We won't talk to you for now. We need to leave."
After saying this, he tried to pull Lin Shaoguang away quickly, not wanting to stay in this place of trouble.
But suddenly, they were blocked by a latest-stage innate expert from Feiyun Pavilion, one of Xie Dongshan's subordinates.
Looking at the two with a smile, the expert said, "So it's just a stomach issue."
"My Feiyun Pavilion is well-versed in pharmacology. For such minor ailments, there's no need to leave.
I have medicine here, take it, and you'll feel better immediately." As he spoke, the latest-stage innate expert took out 2 packets of medicinal powder, specially made to treat stomach discomfort. He felt a surge of joy. After receiving the benefits from Lin Feng as a greeting gift, he had completely submitted to Lin Feng in his heart. These people were all direct members of the Lin family. If he could build a good relationship with them, the benefits in the future would be plentiful. But at that moment, Lin Jingsong just wanted to slap him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win, he wouldn't have been suffering from a stomach ache. He just wanted to escape. Lin Yuanbai also said from the side, "Elder brother, this senior is offering medicine.
Why aren't you accepting it quickly?" Lin Jingsong had no choice.
If he didn't accept it, it would surely raise suspicions.
He could only take the medicine.
After taking it, he pretended to feel better immediately. "This medicine is really effective. We felt better right after taking it," Lin Jingsong thanked repeatedly.
The latest innate expert waved his hand. "What senior? You're too polite, just call me Xiao Tang."
He didn't dare to call himself a senior in front of the direct members of the Lin family. He was quite reserved at that moment but also happy to be able to help Lin Jingsong.
"Jingsong, Yuanbai, and Shaoguang, come over here. This is a battle at the Qi Si realm. Observing it will be extremely beneficial." Lin Zenshan's voice suddenly rang out.
Opportunities for battles at the Qi Si realm were rare, and naturally, he couldn't let the family members miss out.
Hearing this,
Lin Jingsong knew that there was no way to escape for the time being.
He could only follow and join Lin Jintian to observe.
At that moment, Yulan Jianhong also noticed Lin Jingsong.
His eyes lit up. He knew that if the battle continued like this, it was likely that none of them would survive. To give the two elders of the carefree tomb a moment to breathe, Yulan Jianhong immediately thought of a way. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. "Ha, your Lin family has truly produced a remarkable person, not only harming your own nephew but also collaborating with my Yulan family to become the head of the Lin family." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously silent battlefield, which had been filled only with the sounds of combat, fell into a stunned silence. Xie Dongtian was also somewhat affected, his hand pausing for a moment. This gave the two elders of the carefree tomb a slight chance to catch their breath. Although they were still suppressed, it was much better than before. They all understood the implication of Yulan Jianhong's words. Lin Zenshan's expression changed drastically as he pointed at Yulan Jianhong and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to disrupt the harmony of my Lin family before you die? Ha ha ha, am I talking nonsense?
Then why don't you ask your good son Lin Jingrong if I'm talking nonsense?" Yulan Jianhong knew about the disgraceful deeds Lin Jingrong had committed. This was also the leverage Lin Jingrong had sent during this collaboration to reassure them of the Yulan family. He had informed them about how he had harmed Lin Feng. After finishing his laugh, Yulan Jianhong took out a letter and, enveloped in his innate power, directly tossed it to Lin Jintian.
Lin Jingrong's heart sank. He knew something was wrong.
But at this moment, the surroundings were filled with innate experts.
He didn't even dare to escape.
Lin Jintian held the letter in his hand, his palm slightly trembling. Yet, he still opened it to read, and the more he read, the more he trembled all over. Slap! In the end, he slapped Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaoguang across the face, knocking them to the ground.
The two were so frightened that they wet their pants. Lin Yuanbai was startled and quickly asked, "Father, what does it say? Why did you hit my elder brother?" Lin Jintian looked at Lin Yuanbai and Lin Feng with a complex expression. Finally, he sighed and handed the letter to the two. "You can read it for yourselves." Lin Jintian was very angry, but also very sad.
Lin Jingrong not only harmed Lin Feng and destroyed his dantian but even intended to sell their direct line, including himself, to the Yulan family.
But after all, he was his own son.
Lin Jintian hesitated a bit and left the choice to Lin Feng and Lin Yuanbai.
Lin Feng, curious, looked over.
His expression then hardened as he glanced at Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaoguang.
He hadn't expected these two to be traitors. This scene hadn't appeared in his previous memories.
Clearly, it was his change that led to these two developing such thoughts.
Moreover, the ones who had secretly harmed him were these two.
Lin Feng's heart was filled with murderous intent.
Lin Yuanbai also trembled, looking at the two in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaoguang finally reacted, quickly kneeling before Lin Feng.
Lin Jingrong, in terror, kept saying, "Chainer, let me explain, Uncle was wrong.
It was all Uncle's fault. Please spare us. We will never dare again. We will definitely work like oxen and horses to repay all of you."
Seeing this scene, the people around also looked over, quickly understanding what was happening. They all looked at the two with disdain, shocked at their treachery.
Lin Jintian also looked at Lin Feng and said, "Chainer, these two beasts harmed you back then. You can deal with them as you wish, and I won't blame you."
Lin Feng nodded slightly.
He glanced at the two and calmly uttered a single sentence, "Be a good person in your next life." Bang bang.
Lin Feng still had his hands behind his back, and two powerful forces shot out directly, splitting the two in half. They barely had time to let out a scream before being completely killed by Lin Feng.
Lin Feng would not show them mercy. A dog cannot change its habit of eating shit.
Lin Feng was even more convinced of this. Giving others a chance is just creating difficulties for oneself.
No one expected Lin Feng to be so decisive. He killed without hesitation, without saying another word.
Although Lin Feng appeared to only have the cultivation of the third level of true essence, it sent tremors through the hearts of the surrounding experts. Just as everyone was still in shock, two massive sounds attracted everyone's attention.
Boom boom.
Two elders from the Xiaoyaotun were sent flying out. They crashed into a decorative rockery, falling to the ground and spitting out blood wildly. They were already severely injured. Pointing at Xie Dongtian with eyes full of unwillingness, they realized that despite having the same cultivation level, the two of them together still lost to Xie Dongtian.
This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to their morale. What terrified them even more was that Xie Dongtian was already walking towards them. Under the terrified gazes of everyone from the Yulan family, he was about to strike at the two of them. Some couldn't help but close their eyes. Once the two elders from the Xiaoyaotun were dead, it would be their turn. Bang! Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of the two. With a single palm, he knocked Xie Dongtian back.
Morong Baichuan had arrived. He used a long-distance teleportation talisman. Soon, he caught up with the people from the Yulan family and the two elders from the Xiaoyaotun.
Upon arriving in Yen City, he immediately went to the Lin family. Fortunately, he made it in time. Otherwise, losing two elders at the Qixi realm would have been a tremendous loss for the Xiaoyaotun. Moreover, he was acquainted with these two, having been good friends and colleagues for many years. The two elders from the Xiaoyaotun were initially stunned upon seeing Morong Baichuan, followed by a wave of wild joy. They excitedly shouted, "Elder Morong, thank you! How did you come?" Just moments ago, they had been in despair. The two of them had the same cultivation level as Xie Dongtian, yet they were being suppressed and beaten by him, driving them to the brink of madness. If Morong Baichuan had arrived even a moment later, they would have been two cold corpses by now. However, they were also puzzled at this moment. Morong Baichuan had always been by Jun Wuchen's side for protection. Although Jun Wuchen was a strong individual, not weaker than the Qixi realm, the fact that Morong Baichuan could arrive at such a critical moment left them confused. Morong Baichuan smiled faintly at their words. He took out the remaining long-distance teleportation talisman and said, "It was the young master who sent me here and gave me the teleportation talisman. The young master truly has foresight. If I hadn't come, the Xiaoyaotun would have lost two elders." At this moment, Morong Baichuan felt a wave of relief.
Fortunately, Jun Wuchen had sent him. He had previously underestimated the situation, but now he realized he had completely underestimated the Lin family. Looking at the more than 200 innate experts,
Morong Baichuan couldn't help but gasp in awe.
The number of innate experts was almost on par with the Xiaoyaotun. Although the top combat power of the Xiaoyaotun was much stronger, innate experts were not common even in the Xiaoyaotun. This made Morong Baichuan feel that he had come at the right time.
Just a few days. If the Lin family continued to develop like this, what would the Xiaoyaotun be considered?
Yulan Jianhong and the people from the Yulan family were stunned at first, then filled with overwhelming joy.
Another elder from the Xiaoyaotun has arrived. Although I can't see his cultivation level, he must at least be at the mid-Qi realm. The person from the Lin family is clearly no match. Great. It seems our Yulan family is safe this time.
Yulan Jianhong suddenly let out a breath of relief. He was glad for his earlier decision to sell Lin Jingrong.
Otherwise, how could they have waited for such a powerful ally? Lowering his head,
he then realized that his legs were trembling uncontrollably. He had truly been frightened just now.
Xia Dongtian was also slightly surprised.
At this moment, he retreated to the side of the Lin family, his palms tingling.
He cautiously looked at the newcomer.
He could contend with two opponents of the same level in the early Qi realm without falling behind, and could even suppress them.
However, the gap between each stage of the Qi realm was too great.
The person before him was clearly at the mid-Qi realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the late Qi realm. The cultivation method he practiced was likely of high-grade earth level. His strength was terrifying. Practicing a technique of the same level, combined with a higher cultivation level, Xia Dongtian believed he was not a match. At this moment, he did not act recklessly but instead looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also noticed Morong Baichuan.
Hearing their previous conversation,
he lightly bit his finger and said, "Your arrival is useless, and the Xiaoyaotun is not about to lose 2 elders, but 3. Since the people from the Xiaoyaotun dared to help the Yulan family, Lin Feng naturally intended to ensure they would not return. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant, except for Xia Dongtian and the others. Everyone felt it was only natural.
Even many members of the Lin family thought Lin Feng was too arrogant. A person at the 3rd level of the True Essence realm actually dared to challenge someone in the mid-stage of the Qi realm? Such a fantastical thing would be hard for anyone to believe. Lin Jintian was also taken aback. He quickly whispered, "Chainer, tone it down."
Lin Jintian had always thought that Xia Dongtian and the others were so submissive because they had misjudged Lin Feng's identity. They believed that with such high talent he must have a powerful master.
Coupled with the many treasures he possessed and his generosity, it made them act this way. A True Essence realm practitioner challenging someone in the mid-stage of the Qi realm? Lin Jintian couldn't fathom any chance of victory.
If even those in the Lin family who didn't know Lin Feng thought this way, one could only imagine what the people from the Yulan family and the 3 elders of the Xiaoyaotun were thinking. They all stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, questioning whether he had lost his mind.
Morong Baichuan was also momentarily stunned. He then looked at Lin Feng and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "You must be Lin Feng, right?
I heard my young master say that your talent is monstrous, surpassing even his."
"Yes, I admit that at your age, having your Dantian destroyed and then recovering so quickly is astonishing, but your arrogance will lead to your downfall." Morong Baichuan simply couldn't understand where a 3rd-level True Essence realm practitioner got his courage.
Lin Feng naturally wouldn't explain himself.
He lightly beckoned with his finger. "You'll find out whether I'm arrogant or not shortly. From now on, I'll let you have 3 moves. Just stand here and attack me as you wish.
If you can harm even a single hair on me or take a step back, I will let you do as you please." If Lin Feng's previous words were seen as arrogant and inflated, this moment made everyone feel as if he was about to blow the roof off with his bravado.
A 3rd-level True Essence realm practitioner allowing a mid-stage Qi realm practitioner to attack at will? This time, Xia Dongtian and the sect leaders were also shocked. The reason they had such confidence in Lin Feng was that they knew he had at least a Beast King-level Divine Dragon. Dealing with a Qi realm practitioner would naturally be a piece of cake.
But once Lin Feng said this, they felt their hearts were being squeezed and racing wildly.
They thought Lin Feng must be insane.
Only Long Chia looked at Morong Baichuan with disdain.
What kind of person was their young master?
Although Long Chia had doubted Lin Feng's identity after coming to the Lin family, upon further reflection, he thought Lin Feng might just be temporarily using the identity of the Lin family. Deep down, he still believed Lin Feng was a super powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. This Morong Baichuan, a mere mid-stage Qi realm practitioner, was nothing but a pile of dung in front of Lin Feng. A casual stomp could crush him to pieces, splattering everywhere.
"Kid, this is what you said. Let's see if this elder doesn't turn you to dust today." Morong Baichuan was also enraged.
He didn't know how long it had been since someone had looked down on him like this. Those from various major forces treated him with utmost respect. Today, he was actually provoked by a junior in the true essence realm. He struck with all his might, aiming a palm at Lin Feng's chest. The speed was astonishing. Xia Dongtian beside Lin Feng didn't even react in time. By the time he did, Morong Baichuan's palm had already struck an inch from Lin Feng's chest. Yet, no matter what, it couldn't penetrate. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Their souls seemed to tremble. They looked at Lin Feng's figure as if they were staring at a terrifying monster. No, he was even scarier than a monster. They had seen and killed countless demonic beasts, but none looked as terrifying as Lin Feng did at this moment. Morong Baichuan's originally angry face was filled with shock and confusion, which eventually turned into fear. What kind of monster was this? Morong Baichuan could almost be certain that the Lin Feng in front of him was indeed at the third level of the true essence realm, but he was also truly in the midstage of the Qi Si realm. A full-powered palm strike was effortlessly blocked by Lin Feng. Not even a single hair was harmed, and he didn't even move an inch. Bang! Before Morong Baichuan could think much, a powerful rebound force suddenly came from Lin Feng's body. Morong Baichuan was instantly sent flying backward, retreating a considerable distance. It was only when the other two elders of the Xiaoyatung joined forces that they managed to stop Morong Baichuan from continuing to retreat. Even so, Morong Baichuan was left in a state of disarray. His hair was disheveled like a madman, and his face was flushed. He felt a bit of stagnation in his blood flow. Looking up at Lin Feng, he was still filled with lingering fear, his eyes reflecting deep apprehension. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that a person at the third level of the true essence realm could withstand his full-force strike. Moreover, it looked so effortless and relaxed. The other two elders of the Xiaoyatung and the members of the Yulan family were even more speechless. At this moment, there was a deathly silence. It felt as if their courage was about to shatter. Swallowing hard, they looked at Lin Feng, who stood there calmly. He is too terrifying. A voice of despair broke the silence. Panic spread instantly among the Yulan family. What do we do now? He is not even human. No, I want to leave. Bang! Just as those from the Yulan family who wanted to escape spoke, several of them were directly killed by Morong Baichuan's spiritual energy blades. The others were also met with Morong Baichuan's glare. Everyone stand still. What's all the fuss about? I haven't even used my spiritual weapon yet. He must be wearing some defensive treasure. At this moment, Morong Baichuan recalled the earlier events. When he attacked Lin Feng, a force had intercepted him. Lin Feng must be wearing some powerful defensive spiritual treasure. It might even be something beyond a spiritual weapon. It must be said that Morong Baichuan's guess was indeed correct. Lin Feng was wearing the Qinjianzi robe. It was incredibly difficult for Morong Baichuan to injure Lin Feng. With just his Qi Si realm cultivation, he couldn't break through the defense of the Qinjianzi robe. As soon as Morong Baichuan said this, it indeed quieted the agitated members of the Yulan family. The people from the Lin family, including Xia Dongtian, also suddenly realized. If it was a defensive treasure, it felt somewhat more acceptable. At least it wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. But even so, it was still very frightening. A defensive treasure that could withstand mid-stage Qi Si realm attacks. What level must that be? Even so, it was still part of Lin Feng's strength. After all, not everyone could obtain such things. However, soon, the members of the Lin family couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Although the defensive treasure was powerful, if Morong Baichuan used a spiritual weapon, it could still be broken. After all, the enhancement of a spiritual weapon was also quite terrifying. Once Lin Feng's defense was breached, he would be in danger. They all thought to themselves that Lin Feng's earlier bravado was too excessive. Lin Feng, however, didn't care. Hearing Morong Baichuan's words, he sneered dismissively. If you think it's just because of the Qinjianzi robe I'm wearing, then he'll give you another chance. This time, they'll take it off, and you can try again. After casually saying this, Lin Feng really took off the Qinjianzi robe. Instantly, everyone saw what the Qinjianzi robe looked like. They didn't expect it to be such a thin garment, like a light outer layer. After Lin Feng took it off, he casually handed it to the nearby Xiaozi. Xiaozi, hold this for me. Okay, young master. Xiaozi quickly ran over to catch the Qinjianzi robe, her heart secretly shocked. Lin Feng seemed to be getting more and more terrifying. Xiaozi, who knew Lin Feng the best, understood that he was definitely not boasting. But the others were left dumbfounded. Lin Feng actually took off the defensive treasure. This was tantamount to killing someone and striking at their heart. They just didn't know if this action would end up backfiring on him. Morong Baichuan pointed at Lin Feng, nearly choking on his anger. He was quite furious. He had just said it was because of the defensive treasure, and Lin Feng was openly slapping his face. He knew that Lin Feng must also be someone with real skills, otherwise he wouldn't act this way. It left him in turmoil. Even using a spiritual weapon would not harm Lin Feng. The terrifying extent of Lin Feng was beyond his imagination. He would be utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, he still took out his spiritual weapon, a long sword, a medium-grade spiritual weapon he had always treasured. Despite being only a medium-grade spiritual weapon, it was extremely difficult to obtain. Generally, innate experts had at most one low-grade spiritual weapon, and some didn't have any at all. With his own strength combined with this medium-grade spiritual weapon, and Lin Feng being so arrogant, he couldn't believe that Lin Feng was truly human. It was impossible for someone to stand there unmoving and block his attack. Morong Baichuan looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression and said, "You will pay for your foolishness." Without any hesitation, he swung the medium-grade spiritual weapon towards Lin Feng with great speed. Everyone else watched nervously. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Then, everyone witnessed an even more horrifying scene. Sword chi surrounded Lin Feng, entwined with golden flames, making him appear like a divine being. It seemed as if he truly was not human. The terrifying might made everyone tremble in their hearts. At the same time, Lin Feng's calm voice echoed, "Is that so? I may be a foolish person, but isn't it enough to deal with you?" Poof! Morong Baichuan could no longer withstand the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood, which flew straight towards Lin Feng's face. But before it reached Lin Feng, it was completely consumed by the golden flames. At the same time, something even more terrifying happened. Morong Baichuan discovered that the spiritual weapon in his hand was rapidly melting, threatening to spread to his hand. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, throwing it away and retreating in a flurry. The spiritual weapon actually melted. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so terrifying? Everyone was once again stunned. It should be known that spiritual weapons are forged through countless refinements and are made by burning with exotic flames. They are already purified of impurities. With the enhancement of spiritual patterns, it is almost impossible for them to melt. They would either be directly damaged or, over a long period, lose their spiritual patterns and begin to deteriorate. But now, they were witnessing this happen right before their eyes. No one dared to speak this time. They were so shocked that they were left speechless, unsure how to express their feelings at that moment. If before, Lin Feng's strength was attributed to the defensive treasure armor, then what was this now? A monster? A genius? No, neither. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed like a deity, shattering everyone's worldview into pieces. I never expected to see such a divine being in my lifetime. So terrifying. And he is only at the third level of the true essence realm. As expected of the young master, it seems we have truly followed the right person. The young master will surely reign over the dragon continent. To follow such a person, I have no regrets in this life. Lin Feng paid no attention to these praises, looking at Morong Baichuan as if he were an ant. You have one last chance. After this, there will be no more opportunities. Use all the moves you haven't shown yet. Morong Baichuan's face turned pale. What other moves could he possibly have left? He had used all his strength, and the medium-grade spiritual weapon was destroyed. The spiritual weapon was connected to him, and now he was severely injured. At this moment, he was completely terrified of Lin Feng. He had only one thought: to hurry back and report everything that happened at the Xianyao tomb, urging them to escape as far away as possible, to never encounter this man again in his lifetime. He also secretly resented Yulan Ruo and cursed Jun Wucheng. Why did he have to like such a woman and bring such a terrifying enemy to the Xianyao tomb? Morong Baichuan never expected to meet someone like Lin Feng in his lifetime. All his bad luck seemed to have been used up here. Up until now, Lin Feng had not even made a move. He still had one chance to let Lin Feng stand still and allow him to attack. But did he dare? He did not dare. At this moment, he was completely terrified of Lin Feng. Even if he dared to strike at Lin Feng again, he knew it would be futile. With this thought, he silently glanced at the people from the Yulan family and the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, and inwardly murmured, "I'm sorry." The next moment, Morong Baichuan acted decisively. He didn't target Lin Feng, but instead grabbed the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, one in each hand. They were already heavily injured, and now in Morong Baichuan's hands, they were like little chicks. The cultivation method Morong Baichuan practiced was very special. It could draw upon the cultivation power within bodies much weaker than his own, generating a powerful explosive force. He intended to use the lives of these two elders to help himself escape. Only by escaping and then informing the Xiaoyao tomb of everything here could he possibly avoid its destruction. He was also afraid of death. For the first time, he felt death so close. Sometimes, necessary sacrifices were inevitable, he comforted himself. Moreover, it might even directly injure Lin Feng severely. In that case, as long as he turned back and quickly brought the people from the Xiaoyaotun to kill Lin Feng, they would be safe.
He might even become a great hero because of it.
I'm sorry, elders, your deaths will save my Xiaoyaotun from peril.
Morong Baichuan finally whispered to the two elders.
The two elders also showed expressions of terror.
How could they not know about the uniqueness of Morong Baichuan's cultivation method?
At this moment, they felt the power within their bodies boiling as if it were about to explode.
They knew it was Morong Baichuan's doing.
This guy actually wanted to use their lives to save himself.
They hated him. In the end, they stared fiercely at Morong Baichuan, but their bodies still uncontrollably moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! Boom! Two intense explosions sounded, instantly stirring up a storm.
The explosion of the full power of two early-stage Qi realm cultivators was terrifying. Although Xie Dongtian and all the innate experts simultaneously mobilized their power to resist, it was only for an instant before the protective force was shattered, leaving the Lin family members in despair. No one had expected that Morong Baichuan had such a trick up his sleeve. Lin Feng and Xie Dongtian might be fine, suffering only some serious injuries.
But what about the others? Just then, a deafening dragon roar suddenly rang out.
Then everyone saw a gigantic evil dragon head floating in the air, directly swallowing the astonishing explosive energy into its belly. Afterward, it let out a gentle burp, as if it had just taken a breath of air.
Xiaozi looked at Long Xia in shock.
The dragon that had just been beside her like a little demon beast had suddenly transformed into such a massive creature.
Its overwhelming presence was like that of a king descending,
and the flames it emitted made the surrounding air seem as if it were about to ignite. She finally understood what Long Xia had said earlier. She never expected to have such a pet. Even more terrifying was that Long Xia was very obedient to Lin Feng.
What kind of monster is this? A divine dragon?
Everyone from the Lin family was stunned, looking at this scene in disbelief.
Long Xia did look somewhat different from a divine dragon, creating an illusion for many.
Lin Jintian was also trembling, looking at Lin Feng with excitement.
What kind of prodigy had emerged from the Lin family?
Ever since Lin Feng easily blocked Morong Baichuan's attacks twice, Lin Jintian had suspected he was dreaming. Now, with this scene unfolding before his eyes, Lin Jintian pinched himself hard, confirming that this was not a dream.
He was practically going crazy with joy.
He had seen clearly that this terrifying beast, resembling a divine dragon, had returned with Lin Feng yesterday.
He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time.
Now it seemed that Lin Feng had too many secrets and was far more powerful than he had imagined.
If before, everyone thought Lin Feng was just an unripe genius, now Lin Feng was an absolute powerhouse.
A powerhouse capable of challenging a top-tier force like the Xiaoyaotun that spanned 100,000 miles.
What was the Yulan family even worth?
Just a bunch of little grasshoppers jumping around. As for Lin Yuanbai, there was no need to mention him. At this moment, he thought to himself, he had only been unconscious for a few days.
Was this still the world he knew? It was too crazy. Morong Baichuan was also taken aback.
As a member of the Carefree Tomb, he had naturally seen more than Lin Jintian and the others.
How could he not feel it? This was the authentic aura of a divine dragon.
Once, his Carefree Tomb had entered a secret realm alongside other major forces. A secret realm left behind by a powerful Dragon Clan warrior. He had personally experienced the powerful divine dragon aura emanating from the dragon bones. No one understood this aura better than him. It was undoubtedly that of a divine dragon. However, what terrified him even more was that the divine dragon, clearly Lin Feng's pet, exuded a might and dragon flame even stronger than what he had encountered in the secret realm. This had already surpassed his understanding. But soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because he had activated the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Once the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman was activated, the time was very short. Once teleported, it would send him 1,000 miles away.
By then, these people would have no way to deal with him.
Then he would return to inform everything, allowing the Carefree Tomb to escape far away, to re-establish themselves 100,000 miles away,
or even 1,000,000 miles away.
He couldn't face this man. At this moment, mysterious runes radiated from Morong Baichuan's body. The light of the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in his hand was also gradually dimming.
With his mood relaxed, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "I admit you are strong and quite impressive, a super genius I have never seen before, but unfortunately, you probably don't have something as good as the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. I'm leaving now, and I hope I never see you again in this lifetime. The people from the Yulan family really are quite unfortunate to provoke you, but they deserve it."
At this moment, the members of the Yulan family all looked ashen. Yulan Jianhong also appeared dejected.
The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman could only teleport one person. Morong Baichuan clearly had no intention or ability to save them. Staying here,
he would struggle to protect himself. Lin Feng indeed saw the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman for the first time. A sword chi shot directly from his palm towards Morong Baichuan.
But in an instant it dissipated into nothingness.
Morong Baichuan saw this and felt even more pleased. He smiled and explained, the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman communicates with the power of space. Your attack, even if it hits me, is useless, as it has directly entered the space.
No matter how much effort you put in, it's futile. You can't stop me now. Is that so? I don't think so.
Lin Feng's calm voice rang out, and the next moment he suddenly appeared in front of Morong Baichuan, leaving him stunned.
A vague sense of foreboding crept in.
Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Feng's palm directed towards him, emanating a series of strange and unpredictable powers.
The yin-yang rotation divine skill. Cultivating it to a profound level could reverse everything in this world.
Although Lin Feng did not yet possess such power, reversing a mere 1,000-mile teleportation talisman was not a big problem. As Lin Feng operated the yin-yang rotation divine skill, everyone was astonished to see the mysterious runes surrounding Morong Baichuan gradually disappearing. The power of the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman seemed to have all returned, and the once dim 1,000-mile teleportation talisman began to shine brightly again.
It looked radiant.
Just a short moment later, the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman returned to its state before being activated.
Morong Baichuan stood before Lin Feng in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably.
The scene before him once again exceeded his understanding.
The already used 1,000-mile teleportation talisman could actually revert to its original state? What kind of method was this? Morong Baichuan could guarantee he had never heard of such a thing in his life.
Remembering how pleased he had been just moments ago, he wished he could slap himself hard. While Morong Baichuan was still in a daze, Lin Feng had already taken the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman from Morong Baichuan's hand to examine it. Lin Feng did not have such an item either, so he naturally would not let it go. After he reversed it, it had completely returned to its original form. Keeping it for himself in the future would also be quite effective. He then glanced at Morong Baichuan indifferently, just that one glance nearly scared Morong Baichuan's soul out of his body.
With a thud, Morong Baichuan finally couldn't bear the pressure any longer and collapsed to his knees in front of Lin Feng, bowing his head repeatedly like a garlic clove. He kept begging for mercy, "Young Master Lin, spare my life. It's all the fault of a lowly person, please forgive me." The people around him stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. A mid-stage Chi-Si realm cultivator was actually kneeling before someone in the third stage of True Essence realm, begging for mercy? How absurd. Yet, it was happening right before their eyes. It was all because this person was Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Morong Baichuan and shook his head, saying, "Do you think I would spare you? Since you've helped the Yulan family and made a choice you shouldn't have, you must be prepared to bear the consequences." With a soft whoosh, as Lin Feng's words fell, a sword chi gently sliced through Morong Baichuan's head, leaving only his unwillingly opened eyes rolling on the ground. The fifth elder of the Carefree Tomb, a mid-stage Chi-Si realm powerhouse, thus fell at the Lin family. It felt incredibly unreal. The people from the Yulan family were now filled with despair. A wave of fear spread among them. Meanwhile, Xia Dongtian and over 208 powerhouses had them firmly surrounded. They couldn't even think about escaping, let alone move. Such trivial matters naturally didn't require Lin Feng to worry about further. Lin Zhentian immediately issued an order, leave no one from the Yulan family alive.
Speaking of Zhang Chengdao, while Lin Feng was dealing with the Yulan family, after parting ways with Lin Feng, he finally returned near Qingyan sect after more than a day's journey. It shouldn't have taken this long, but he encountered people from Shanghuoyao along the way, who were chasing after disciples of Qingyun sect. Although they weren't the ones who had injured him last time, with old grudges and new enmities combined, Zhang Chengdao decisively took action and eliminated Shang Huyao's people. He also found the scattered disciples of Qingyun sect. At this moment, a dozen or so disciples of Qingyun sect were following Zhang Chengdao, both male and female, looking at him with admiration and respect. They were aware of Zhang Chengdao's previous status, merely a latest-stage innate cultivator, far from being as powerful as he was now. Yet, just a few days after going out, he returned as a perfect innate cultivator, and far stronger than the average one. This time, the disciples he brought from Qingyun sect for training were led by one of Zhang Chengdao's junior brothers, who was also looking at him with admiration. Among Shang Huyao's group, there were two latest-stage innate powerhouses, and he was no match for them. However, as soon as Zhang Chengdao arrived, with just one move, he easily killed the two latest-stage innate powerhouses. Even for someone at the perfect innate stage, achieving such a feat was extremely difficult. This made his junior brother wonder what Zhang Chengdao had experienced during this trip to undergo such a transformation. Unable to contain his curiosity, the junior brother asked, "Senior brother Zhang, why has your cultivation suddenly advanced so rapidly? And for some reason, I feel like looking at you is like looking into an unfathomable abyss."
Did you gain some tremendous opportunity during this outing?
At this moment, Zhang Chengdao was filled with pride. When had he ever felt this way before? Those elders who once shared his name now seemed like mere chickens and dogs before him. He could easily eliminate them as if he were crushing two grasshoppers, hardly exerting any effort. It was all thanks to Lin Feng. If he hadn't clung desperately to that opportunity back then, how could he have gained such a chance? Zhang Chengdao felt fortunate for his earlier decision. Hearing his junior brother's words, the young disciples looked at Zhang Chengdao with anticipation. After all, young disciples were always interested in such opportunities and adventures, hoping that one day they too would have a chance to encounter something similar. Feeling the focused gazes upon him, Zhang Chengdao stroked his beard and nodded gently. That's right, I did indeed gain a tremendous opportunity this time. I was also lucky to be injured by Su Yunqi from Shen Huayao, but unexpectedly, it helped me. At this moment, Zhang Chengdao said, surprisingly feeling a bit grateful to Su Yunqi. He thought about how the next time he saw Su Yunqi, his expression would surely be quite amusing. With Zhang Chengdao's confirmation, his junior brother and a group of young disciples all wore envious expressions. It was obvious that Zhang Chengdao must have obtained opportunities beyond their imagination. The junior brother then asked, I wonder what kind of opportunity you gained this time, senior brother. Could you enlighten us juniors and the young disciples? Zhang Chengdao was momentarily taken aback by the question, but he soon shook his head. Although he trusted the people of his Qingyun sect, what he had obtained was a heavenly-level cultivation method. What did that mean? If even a hint of it leaked out, within a day, the entire Qingyun sect would be turned upside down. The ground would be stripped bare by layers upon layers of people. Such a significant matter, Zhang Chengdao would definitely not disclose. The fewer people who knew, the better. Sometimes, not telling them was also a way to protect them. Although he had already decided to leave Qingyun's sect to find Lin Feng, he could not gamble with the sect he had deep feelings for over the years. But thinking back to how Lin Feng had given him 2 full spatial bags of treasures, the quantity was indeed astonishing. Although they were extremely precious, taking out a small portion would not shake the foundation of Qingyun's sect. Looking at the hopeful gazes of his junior brother and the young disciples, Zhang Chengdao thought about how he was about to leave and decided not to be stingy. He immediately took out a spatial bag and poured out a small pile. Instantly, his junior brother and the young disciples gasped in astonishment. The younger disciples, though less experienced, could still feel the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. It was incomparable to any treasure of Qingyun's sect. Yet, the quantity here was astonishingly large. Zhang Chengdao's junior brother recognized these items at a glance. Top-grade refining material, fire crystal stone, so many spiritual herbs, all top quality. Dragon saliva grass, my heavens! Senior brother, did you rob some superpower? The junior brother nearly went crazy on the spot. Little did he know, with each name he called out, the impact on the young disciples was immense. Soon, almost everyone reacted, looking at Zhang Chengdao with excitement. The junior brother trembled as he asked, Senior brother, are you really giving us these things? Zhang Chengdao couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Of course, consider it a meeting gift from me to you. Feel free to choose, no need to be polite. I have plenty. Zhang Chengdao patted the 2 still full spatial bags, his face showing indifference, resembling a wealthy landlord. The junior brother and the young disciples were in awe. Thank you, senior brother. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. If you ask me to go up the mountain, I will never chase away chickens. I am your loyal little brother. The junior brother swore, astonished that his senior brother had obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity. It was simply too grand for him to comprehend. The junior brother also knew that Zhang Chengdao must be hiding something. However, he tactfully refrained from asking further. Being able to receive these was already a great satisfaction for him. Not to mention the young disciples who, upon realizing how impressive these treasures were, all knelt down and worshipped Zhang Chengdao. Thank you, Uncle Master, for granting us such a great opportunity. Zhang Chengdao could feel that their gratitude was sincere. He gently nodded and raised his hand. Get up, as disciples of Qingyun sect, you naturally cannot be looked down upon by others. Take these items and cultivate well in the future. You must not tarnish the reputation of Qingyun sect. Yes, Uncle Master, rest assured. The young disciples responded excitedly. Afterward, Zhang Chengdao watched them divide the small pile. Although it was just a small pile, it was enough for them to benefit for a lifetime. Alright, we have arrived at Qingyun sect. Let's go up quickly, I still have important matters to discuss with my senior brother. Zhang Chengdao had come to say goodbye this time, feeling a bit reluctant in his heart, but following Lin Feng, he would surely rise in the future. The small Qingyun sect was not his final destination. Good, Master Uncle. The group happily held onto their acquired items as they followed Zhang Chengdao up to the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect. But soon, everyone's expressions changed. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they discovered several corpses. Moreover, judging by their clothing, they were all disciples of the Qingyun sect.
This is bad.
Something has happened to our Qingyun sect.
Zhang Chengdao's emotions were unstable, and his imposing aura shook the surroundings, instantly shattering the nearby rocks. This scene left his junior brothers and the young disciples dumbfounded.
Zhang Chengdao was now beyond comprehension in terms of strength.
Master Uncle, let's hurry up and take a look. There must be evil people attacking our Qingyun sect.
Zhang Chengdao shared this suspicion. Immediately, the group headed towards the mountaintop where the headquarters of the Qingyun sect was located. The Qingyun sect was vast, one of the largest forces within a radius of several thousand miles.
It was on par with Xie Dongshan's Feiyun Pavilion. However, it was somewhat distant from Yen City, and they rarely interacted with Feiyun Pavilion. But for innate experts, traveling didn't take too long. As Zhang Chengdao led everyone up the mountain, they quickly discovered more corpses of Qingyun sect disciples. They also recognized the bodies of personnel from other forces. Ziyang sect, Tianxian sect, Phoenix Valley, and Xinghua Yao's people. They are attacking our Qingyun sect.
In an instant, Zhang Chengdao's expression changed again. These forces, except for Xinghua Yao, were all more powerful than the Qingyun sect. They rarely had dealings with each other. Now, they had come together to attack the Qingyun sect. The presence of so many corpses from various forces clearly indicated that the Qingyun sect was under siege. Although he didn't know why, Zhang Chengdao's heart trembled. With so many major forces attacking together, it would be difficult for the Qingyun sect to resist.
Realizing this, Zhang Chengdao dared not delay any longer waiting for the young disciples. He said,
"Junior brother, you take these disciples and follow me. I will go ahead and take a look." After saying this, Zhang Chengdao suddenly accelerated, activating the yin-yang rotation divine art that Lin Feng had given him. In an instant, his speed became so fast that he vanished from everyone's sight.
The yin-yang rotation divine art was terrifying, providing Zhang Chengdao with an incredible boost.
Both the intensity of his energy and his speed were pushed to the limit. This astonished his junior brothers and the young disciples. His junior brother couldn't help but shake his head. "Zhang Shixiang has changed. It seems he won't be with our Qingyun sect for long." Although Zhang Chengdao didn't say it, it was clear that he had already surpassed the current sect master.
Staying in the Qingyun sect would only create irreconcilable conflicts.
He had already seen the future and felt quite happy for Zhang Chengdao.
Mo Yuntian, you are now at the end of your rope.
Quickly hand over that purple gold stone, or you might be left with a complete corpse.
Mo Yuntian was the sect master of the Qingyun sect.
He had just broken through his cultivation in the past 2 days, reaching the half-step Qi realm. But facing the siege of the 4 major forces, he had almost no power to resist. At this moment, he was already severely injured. The speaker was Hidatong, the leader of Xinghua Yao, who was also at the half-step Qi realm. Just him alone was difficult for Mo Yuntian to contend with, not to mention the other forces that had already surpassed the Qingyun sect. The master of Phoenix Valley had been in the half-step Qi realm for many years.
The sect master of Tianxian sect was also an established half-step Qi realm expert.
The most terrifying was the master of Ziyang sect Zhou Wanjian, who had officially entered the Qi realm. It could be said to be extremely frightening.
Mo Yuntian couldn't even withstand a single move from him. In fact, Zhou Wanjian didn't even need to make a move throughout the entire encounter. It was all because of that purple gold stone. The purple gold stone was an excellent material for refining high-grade spiritual weapons. The news of Mo Yuntian obtaining it had leaked out and reached Xinghua Yao's people. Hidatong had always been at odds with the Qingyun sect. Coming alone, he couldn't take down the Qingyun sect. So they united with several other forces, especially Zhou Wanjian, the leader of Ziyang sect, to pressure Qingyun Mountain. Mo Yunting knew that whether he handed it over or not, it would still lead to death. These people would not leave any future troubles for themselves. He decided to be tough. He took out a piece of purple stone the size of a head from his spatial bag, which was indeed the purple gold stone. He disdainfully said, "The purple gold stone is in my hands. If you want it, you'll have to step over my corpse." Upon seeing this purple gold stone, the leaders of several forces immediately brightened their eyes. A top-grade spiritual weapon was enough to double their strength. Even many in the Qi realm did not possess top-grade spiritual weapons. They couldn't help but feel envious. Besides Zhou Wanjian, the others knew they could only take a small share at most. But for them, that was enough. Refining some small spiritual weapons would also have endless uses. Hearing this, an elder from Xinghua Yao immediately stood up and said, "Everyone, just rest. Mo Yunting is already at the end of his rope. Let me take care of him so as not to dirty the hands of your sect masters." Hua Shaotian was the grand elder of Xinghua Yao, with a cultivation level in the late innate stage. He had just obtained a mid-grade earth-level technique and was the one who had severely injured Zhang Chengdao before. Now that it was the finishing stage, he naturally intended to come out and show off. Perhaps he could even get a bit of the spoils. After all, Mo Yunting was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered now.
Hearing this, Qiu Wanjian and the others nodded. Hua Xiaotian then stepped towards Mo Yunting and said, "Previously, Zhang Chengdao received a palm strike from me. Although he escaped, he is probably a corpse by now.
Now I am going to personally take your life, Mo Yunting.
Remember, it was I, Hua Xiaotian, who destroyed your Qingyun sect." Everyone scoffed at Hua Xiaoshan's bragging, but they were too lazy to respond.
Mo Yunting, however, trembled.
He had been wondering why Zhang Chengdao had not returned at the agreed time. He never expected it would be Hua Xiaotian who did it. His hatred for Xinghua Yao deepened. He felt sorrowful in his heart. But then he felt relieved. Even in the underworld he could meet Zhang Chengdao. After Hua Xiaotian finished speaking, he did not say more and struck towards Mo Yunting with a palm. The elders around Mo Yunting, who were also heavily injured, showed despair and sorrow on their faces.
Mo Yunting used his last strength, planning to fight back desperately, determined to injure Hua Xiaotian even if he died.
But suddenly, there was a flash before his eyes.
With a loud bang,
Hua Xiaotian was kicked away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. He suffered irreparable severe injuries.
Zhang Chengdao's figure also appeared before everyone.
Junior brother. Senior brother. Mo Yunting and the people of Qingyun sect's eyes lit up. It turned out Zhang Chengdao was not dead. First, they were surprised, then filled with joy.
But soon, Mo Yunting sighed again and said, "Junior brother, why have you returned?" Alas!
The current situation of Qingyun sect was clearly not optimistic. With so many strong opponents present, even he and everyone in Qingyun sect could not resist.
What could one Zhang Chengdao do? Mo Yunting, who understood his junior brother well,
knew that Zhang Chengdao's return only meant he would die again.
Zhang Chengdao's other junior brothers shared the same thought. Their initial joy turned into worry.
But Zhang Chengdao was unconcerned. Although he had only followed Lin Feng for a short time, he was already a different person. He turned to look at Mo Yunting and his junior brothers and said, "Everyone, rest assured. With me, Zhang Chengdao, here today, no one can harm our Qingyun sect." His imposing aura was palpable.
This was the feeling of everyone in Qingyun sect. The past Zhang Chengdao always gave off the impression of an old man in decline.
Now, not only did he look much younger, but his eyes seemed to have regained the dominance of his youth.
Wait, how could my junior brother have become younger? His cultivation. Mo Yunting quickly realized that Zhang Chengdao's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the innate stage. The other junior brothers also noticed this.
They were naturally happy for Zhang Chengdao, but what use was that? Once again, a sense of loss and worry washed over them. At that moment, Qiu Wanjian and the others were also stunned. They never expected that the person who was supposed to die at the hands of Hua Xiaotian had actually returned.
But so what?
Qiu Wanjian and the others merely glanced at him and lost interest. Only the sect leader of Shanghuayao, Hidaton, and Hua Xiaotian were the most furious. Hua Xiaotian was now more exhaling than inhaling, yet he still had enough breath to fix his gaze on Zhang Chengdao, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. Zhang Chengdao had clearly been struck by his palm earlier. He knew that under such injuries, it would be difficult for Zhang Chengdao to survive. What he resented was that Zhang Chengdao had embarrassed him in front of so many people by launching a sneak attack. At this moment, everyone thought Zhang Chengdao had suddenly appeared to ambush him, completely unaware of how terrifying his strength truly was.
Hidatong even shouted, "Zhang Chengdao, you dare to sneak attack my Shanghuayao's people? Today, I will tear you apart." With that, he leaped forward, attacking Zhang Chengdao. With his half-step Qi-Si cultivation, the surrounding people had no intention of intervening. It was as if they could already see Zhang Chengdao being killed. After all, the gap between the innate perfection and half-step Qi-Si was too great. But Zhang Chengdao merely looked at the charging Hidaton with indifference. Just a moment ago, he could have kicked Hua Xiaotian to death. But he didn't. This person had been flaunting his newly acquired mid-grade earth-level technique in front of him, hadn't he? So he would let him watch helplessly as he obtained an even more powerful technique to eliminate these people. Boom!
Facing the charging Hidaton, Zhang Chengdao simply struck out with a palm. In an instant, Hidaton didn't even have time to scream before he was blasted into a mist of blood. The scene was extremely shocking and bloody, leaving the others in a daze. Hua Xiaotian trembled all over, spitting out more blood, his heart filled with shock.
Qiu Wanjian couldn't help but take a step back.
Fighting beyond one's level. Qiu Wanjian and the leaders of several other major forces were greatly startled. Just from that one move, Qiu Wanjian felt that he might not even be able to achieve it. He realized that Zhang Chengdao before him was probably not weaker than him.
Although he couldn't understand it, it didn't hinder his shock.
After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Zhang Chengdao and said, "Good. I didn't expect that Qingyun sect still had someone like you hidden away."
How about this? We only take half of the purple gold stone and then we withdraw from Qingyun's sect.
Xiao Wanjian felt a bit apprehensive, sensing that he didn't have a full chance of winning. He was a cautious person.
At this moment, he only hoped to reconcile with Zhang Chengdao, but he couldn't come away empty-handed. He wanted half of the purple gold stone to make a friend in the future. He believed Zhang Chengdao would know how to choose. After all, he was truly at the early stage of the qi, not someone others could compare to.
Zhang Chengdao was taken aback by his words. He then turned to look at the still-dazed Mo Yunting and the elders of Qingyun's sect, saying, "Senior brother, let me see the purple gold stone in your hand."
Oh, okay. Mo Yunting finally reacted, quickly handing over the purple gold stone.
He was completely at ease with his junior brother.
But inside,
it felt like a thunderclap had struck him. It was as if he was meeting Zhang Chengdao for the first time. He had no idea what Zhang Chengdao had experienced during this outing. After receiving the purple gold stone, Zhang Chengdao glanced at it and immediately showed a look of disdain on his face. The purple gold stone was good, but compared to the fire crystal in his spatial bag, it was simply not on the same level. Fire crystals were materials for refining top-grade spiritual weapons, and he had plenty of them. In fact, if he wanted, Lin Feng would definitely not be stingy. After just a glance, Zhang Chengdao exerted force and casually tossed the purple gold stone down the Qingyun mountain as if it were garbage, leaving everyone stunned. This broken stone caused my Qingyun sect to lose so many disciples. What use do we have for it?
Not to mention Shou Wanjian and the others were dumbfounded. Even Mo Yunting's face turned red.
The purple gold stone they had fought so hard to protect was just thrown away by Zhang Chengdao like trash. Mo Yunting was about to explode with anger, but soon he was taken aback, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He saw Zhang Chengdao casually take out a spatial bag and dump a large pile of fire crystal stones, saying, "Senior brother, from now on, there will be plenty of fire crystal stones. Don't pick up this trash, the purple gold stones, anymore. I can't afford to lose face for my junior brother." Ever since he followed Lin Feng, Zhang Chengdao's mindset had undergone a tremendous change. With such a strong backing, he felt incredibly inflated at this moment.
This is all fire crystal stones. Mo Yunting and the elders of Qingyun's sect were stunned. Shou Wanjian and several others from different factions were also dumbfounded.
Hua Xiaotian, who was lying there, spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with intense fervor. These things were what they had dreamed of their entire lives.
A great opportunity.
Zhang Chengdao must have obtained a tremendous fortune.
As long as I kill him, everything will be mine.
Shou Wanjian changed his mind again. The usually cautious him chose to take a risk this time, planning to gamble once. If successful, he would transform from a crow into a phoenix. The others from different factions naturally thought the same way, all eagerly watching Zhang Chengdao.
Faced with these gazes, Zhang Chengdao didn't care at all. He wanted these people to see what they couldn't have.
They had harmed so many people from Qingyun's sect. Looking at them, Zhang Chengdao disdainfully said, "You must want this very much, right?
Then come. As long as you can defeat this elder, everything here is yours. I have plenty more."
As he spoke, Zhang Chengdao deliberately opened two spatial bags for Shou Wanjian and the others to see, looking incredibly provocative.
Finally, Shou Wanjian and the others couldn't hold back any longer.
They all attacked Zhang Chengdao at once.
"Kill him. It's all ours."
Zhang Chengdao remained disdainful. Practicing the yin-yang rotation divine art, his current strength was not weaker than that of the mid-stage qi realm. Unlike Xie Dongtian and the others, Zhang Chengdao practiced the very technique that Lin Feng had cultivated, enough to make a pig fly.
Moreover, Zhang Chengdao was far from being a pig.
Mo Yunting and all the surviving members of Qingyun's sect only saw a flash before a series of screams echoed through the mountains.
It was too fast. So fast that they had no chance to react. Everything was completed in the blink of an eye.
When Zhang Chengdao's figure reappeared, Shou Wanjian and the others had all been killed by him.
Mo Yunting and the others from Qingyun's sect could only stare blankly, as if they had forgotten to breathe.
Not to mention Hua Xiaotian, who was still lying there half dead. At this moment, his eyes widened, unwilling to believe what he was seeing.
The extreme terror in his heart made his body tremble uncontrollably.
He couldn't fathom that just a few days ago, Zhang Chengdao, who was not even his match and had suffered such severe injuries, not only had fully recovered but was also so terrifying.
He couldn't understand it.
But at this moment, he regretted immensely why he had to follow along today. Watching Zhang Chengdao approach him step by step, Hua Xiaotian completely lost his mind. With a piercing scream, he tried to stand up and escape, but Zhang Chengdao firmly stomped on his body, causing him to continuously spit blood.
"No, don't kill me. I was wrong." Hua Xiaotian was terrified to the core. The scenes from just now felt like a dream to him. He didn't want to die. But how could Zhang Chengdao let him go?
Although he had gained fortune from disaster this time, if he hadn't met Lin Feng, he would definitely be dead by now.
"It's too late, Hua Xiaotian. Do you think that obtaining a mid-grade Earth-level technique makes you invincible? You don't know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. In your next life, hope for a good birth. Encountering me in this life is your bad luck. Bang! Zhang Chengdao stomped Hua Xiaotian to death. Everything settled into dust. Xiu Wanjian and the others, who had nearly destroyed Qingyun sect, were all dealt with by Zhang Chengdao alone. Mo Yunting and the surviving members of Qingyun sect found it hard to speak for a long time. It wasn't until Zhang Chengdao walked up to Mo Yunting that he finally reacted, swallowing hard a couple of times. He finally asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Junior brother, where have you been these past few days?" It was truly shocking. These countless treasures were as if they were free. And then there was Zhang Chengdao's strength. It was simply beyond their comprehension. Fighting across levels. And not just a few levels. This was a mythic existence for all of them. Although Zhang Chengdao appeared to be at the peak of innate perfection at this moment, it was clear that his strength had far surpassed that. Not to mention Mo Yunting, the others were also stunned, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation as they looked at Zhang Chengdao. Clearly, he had obtained an unimaginable opportunity. More than anything, they felt gratitude. Without Zhang Chengdao, the Qingyun sect would have truly faced total annihilation this time. Zhang Chengdao felt a slight sense of pride. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, he felt for the first time that he was still young. There was still a long road ahead. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chengdao spoke, "Ahem, this is a long story. Everyone has suffered some injuries, so let's wait for the sect master to inform you later." Zhang Chengdao had not forgotten his purpose for returning. He was only here to say goodbye. From now on, he would be Lin Feng's servant. From now on, he would embrace a new life. There was no more time for him to delay. Moreover, some things were enough to tell Mo Yunting alone. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, what Senior Brother Zhang said is right. Let's heal first. Senior Brother Zhang is truly amazing. Our Qingyun sect is so fortunate to have him. With Senior Brother Zhang around, who would dare to bully our Qingyun sect in the future? Senior Uncle Zhan will be my idol from now on. That was just too exhilarating. As everyone nodded, they also began to shower him with praise. Just then, the junior brothers who had fallen behind, along with a group of young disciples from the Qingyun sect, finally caught up, panting heavily. They happened to see the corpses scattered all over the ground and recognized the identities of those people. Their bodies trembled in shock. The junior brother murmured, "What exactly happened here?" Soon, they spotted Zhang Chengdao and Mo Yunting and hurried over to inquire. Upon learning that it was all done by Zhang Chengdao alone, their hearts surged with tumultuous emotions. They cried out internally, "So terrifying." Zhang Chengdao didn't say much more. After helping Mo Yunting heal, he said, "Sect Master, I need to speak with you privately." Mo Yunting's body shook. He quickly nodded, "All right, let's go inside and talk in detail. I'm really curious about what kind of great opportunity you've obtained, junior brother." At this moment, Mo Yunting was like a little fanboy, showing no signs of being a sect master. It couldn't be blamed on him. Zhang Chengdao's current prestige had even begun to surpass his own. If Zhang Chengdao wished, he could easily hand over the position of sect master. Because with Zhang Chengdao around, the Qingyun sect would become even stronger, far surpassing its former strength. Zhang Chengdao knew exactly what Mo Yunting was thinking. He shook his head with a slight smile and nodded, "All right, let's talk inside." "What? Junior brother, you want to leave the Qingyun sect?" Mo Yunting couldn't help but jump up in surprise. Just a moment ago, he was fantasizing about the future strength of the Qingyun sect and thinking about handing over the position of sect master to Zhang Chengdao. But now, he was proposing to leave. This was something Mo Yunting found hard to accept. Zhang Chengdao smiled wryly but still explained, "Senior brother, don't worry. I'm not leaving for good, I'll be back. I'm just away for a while, but if anything happens to the Qingyun sect, you can always come to Yen City to find me. As long as I'm here, the Qingyun sect won't be bullied. In the future, the Qingyun sect will have my protection." Zhang Chengdao patted his chest in assurance, which moved Mo Yunting greatly, but he still hoped that Zhang Chengdao wouldn't leave. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Chengdao continued to explain, "Senior brother, my young master is extremely mysterious, and I can't say much about him. Don't you want to know what kind of great opportunity I've obtained this time? I'll tell you right now, the biggest opportunity one gained this time out is that I met the young master. I've already begged the young master to take me as his servant. This return is just to say goodbye, and from now on, I will serve the young master at all times." Young master? Mo Yunting was momentarily stunned. He had thought that Zhang Chengdao had gained a great opportunity and was somewhat looking down on the Qingyun sect. He never expected that Zhang Chengdao was actually going to be a servant for a young master. He didn't feel that Zhang Chengdao was losing face, because he understood his junior brother. Since he could be a servant for such a young master,
That young master was definitely not an ordinary person, absolutely beyond his imagination in terms of strength. Mo Yunting looked at Zhang Chengdao, knowing that he could no longer keep him. He reluctantly nodded and said, "Alright then, since you have made your decision, I won't say more. You must take care of yourself in the future. I will come to see you when I have time, and also check on that young master you mentioned." Zhang Chengdao breathed a sigh of relief. After so many years in the Qingyun sect, how could there be no feelings? He was genuinely worried that Mo Yunting wouldn't be able to accept this news. Hearing this, he immediately smiled and nodded. "Thank you, senior brother, for understanding. However, if you come to find me in the future and meet my young master, you must be respectful and not offend him in the slightest. My young master is always merciless in his actions. If you offend him, I fear I won't be able to save you." Senior brother. Mo Yunting's body trembled. He had already imagined a rough outline of Lin Feng, a fierce and terrifying figure, extremely cold, who would kill at the slightest displeasure. He immediately shivered and nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, junior brother, I will remember that." Boom! Just as Mo Yunting's words fell, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from Zhang Chengdao's body. Zhang Chengdao had broken through again. Mo Yunting was shocked and took several steps back. Half-step Qi-Si realm? No, it was the Qi-Si realm. It is well known that most innate experts, after reaching the peak of innate perfection, will first enter the half-step Qi-Si realm as a transition. Only a few geniuses can directly cross that half-step and reach the Qi-Si realm. Such people are extremely rare among innate experts. And how could Mo Yunting, who understood Zhang Chengdao well, not know that Zhang Chengdao did not possess such talent? Yet at this moment, he was able to achieve this scene. Without a doubt, it was all thanks to that young master. Mo Yunting couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Zhang Chengdao was indeed lucky. Suddenly, he had an idea. That was to simply disband the Qingyun sect and go serve Lin Feng alongside Zhang Chengdao. However, Mo Yunting quickly abandoned this thought. After all, he had invested too much in the foundation of the Qingyun sect. He really couldn't bear to part with it. He would advance and retreat with the Qingyun sect. Zhang Chengdao himself had not expected to break through suddenly. Moreover, he had directly crossed the half-step Qi-Si realm to reach the Qi-Si realm. Although it was inseparable from his previous 100 years of accumulation, it also further proved the power of the yin-yang rotation divine skill. He was now even stronger. Even latest-stage Qi-Si realm experts felt like nothing in front of him. Looking at the astonished Mo Yunting, he smiled and said, "Senior brother, there's no need to be surprised. This is the benefit of following my young master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have proposed leaving the Qingyun sect. By the way, senior brother, the young master previously gave me 2 spatial bags filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I'm about to leave, so we'll leave this bag for you in the Qingyun sect. With these things, even after I leave, the Qingyun sect will still rise at the fastest speed. At that time, senior brother, when you have achieved success and retired, you can come find me and follow the young master with me. My young master will definitely be a man standing at the top of the Tianlong continent, and we will share in that glory." Mo Yunting looked at Zhang Chengdao's admiring expression and tone, feeling increasingly restless. But he still temporarily suppressed this impulse. He blankly accepted the spatial bag filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Zhang Chengdao handed over. Just taking a sneak peek made his heart race, his breath quicken, and his face flush. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. So many treasures. Just taking a little out would make the Qingyun sect, a force of this level, fight over it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attracted so many powerful factions over a small piece of purple gold stone before. But now, compared to these things, the purple gold stone is nothing but garbage. No wonder Zhang Chengdao tossed it aside after just one glance. It truly is beneath notice. Thank you, junior brother. Senior brother knows that with you following that young master, you won't lack for such things, so I won't be polite. I'm just a poor man. Mo Yunting quickly tucked the items into his bosom, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Zhang Chengdao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Then he seemed to remember something and pointed at Mo Yunting. Although Mo Yunting's cultivation had already reached the half-step Qi-Si realm, in Zhang Chengdao's eyes he was no different from a child. There was no room for resistance at all. Moreover, he had no intention of resisting. He knew Zhang Chengdao wouldn't harm him. Naturally, Zhang Chengdao had no intention of harming him either. Although he had already obtained the super technique, the yin-yang rotation divine art, passed down by Lin Feng, the technique he had cultivated before was unique to the Qingyun sect. Due to Lin Feng, it had been upgraded to a top-grade earth-level technique, far surpassing the original techniques of the Qingyun sect. The yin-yang rotation divine art was a significant matter, so Zhang Chengdao didn't rashly pass it on to Mo Yunting. Besides, the top-grade earth-level technique was sufficient. Sure enough, when Zhang Chengdao stopped, Mo Yunting finally understood. He looked at his dantian in disbelief. This is the technique of our Qing Yun sect. How could it be a top-grade earth level? Mo Yunting nearly went crazy on the spot. It was too shocking. Zhang Chengdao didn't hide it, a hint of pride on his face as he said, naturally, it's because of the young master that helped me upgrade the Qing Yun sect's technique. From now on, senior brother, you can pass this technique on to everyone in the Qing Yun sect for cultivation. It won't be long before the Qing Yun sect undergoes a qualitative change. How could Mo Yunting not know this? He was suddenly filled with inexplicable excitement, nodding repeatedly, Junior brother, you are truly the lucky star of our Qing Yun sect. In the future, your statue will stand forever in our Qing Yun sect. After following Lin Feng, Zhang Chengdao no longer cared about such things. He smiled and nodded without saying much. After bidding farewell, Zhang Chengdao took care of the last bit of trivial matters. He clasped his hands and said, all right, senior brother, I must be on my way. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the mountains and rivers. Junior brother, take care. Should I have everyone in the Qing Yun sect see you off? Zhang Chengdao waved his hand. No need, senior brother. Farewells are always a bit sad. Please explain to the others for me. I will be on my way. Mo Yunting watched Zhang Chengdao's figure quickly fly away until it disappeared. Soon, 2 more days passed. This morning, Lin Feng woke up groggily. His cultivation had naturally reached the 5th level of the true Yuan realm. He was just 1 step away from entering the innate realm. For him, this was quite normal. Moreover, he had no concerns about being half-step innate. When the time came, he would directly enter the innate realm. Little Purple had just put on her belly band when she discovered this shocking scene, but it was only a moment of shock. Little Purple showed an expression of familiarity. Every morning, Lin Feng would complete a breakthrough. Having seen it so many times, Little Purple had come to terms with it. It could only be explained that Lin Feng was a natural prodigy. It was terrifying. She felt she could never compare to Lin Feng. This made Little Purple feel a bit lost, fearing that one day Lin Feng would find her lacking, that he would disdain her low cultivation. After Lin Feng shook off his grogginess, he became slightly more alert. Noticing Little Purple's expression, he understood what she was thinking. He smiled and said, Little Purple, don't be disheartened. When we return, the young master will find a way to get you some things that can directly enhance your cultivation, allowing you to advance rapidly. You don't need to practice so hard every day, the young master is here. Upon hearing this, Little Purple immediately smiled, her heart filled with joy. I will listen to the young master, it's getting late, let me help the young master get dressed. After finishing her own tasks, Xiaozi quickly came to serve Lin Feng. Once both of them were up, Xiaozi hurried off to cook. Although Lin Feng was incredibly powerful due to the simultaneous operation of 5 supreme techniques within him, and could go a long time without food without any issues, he still preferred the meals cooked by Xiaozi. After they finished eating, Lin Jintian arrived with a face full of springtime joy, accompanied by his second uncle Lin Hu and third uncle Lin Chanfeng. Both of them wore expressions of extreme arrogance, making onlookers want to slap them. The Lin family was now on a completely different level, having firmly established themselves as the local emperors of Yin City and within a 5,000-mile radius. Xiadong Tian and the others had even chosen to stay here long-term to maintain contact with Lin Feng, making it impossible to drive them away. After the matters with the Yulan family concluded, Xiadong Tian only sent a portion of his people back, leaving over 108 experts stationed at the Lin family every day. One could say that the Lin family was now like an impregnable fortress. When Lin Jintian and the others saw Lin Feng's cultivation level, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their bodies trembled, and they quickly straightened up, putting on friendly smiles. Chainer, you've broken through again. It was similar for Xiaozi. Although they were shocked and confused, they were gradually getting used to Lin Feng's rapid breakthroughs, while also marveling at his terrifying strength. When Lin Feng was at the 3rd level of the True Essence realm, he could easily handle Morong Bai Chuan, who was at the midstage of the Qi Si realm. Now that he was at the 5th level of the True Essence realm, how powerful had he become? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng happened to be in the courtyard and nodded lightly in response, yes, I've broken through. With Lin Feng's confirmation, Lin Jintian and the others couldn't help but smacking their lips. They didn't say much more. The more Lin Jintian looked at Lin Feng, the more satisfied he became, feeling that the Lin family had truly been blessed by their ancestors, having such incredible luck to have a descendant like Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Jintian carefully took out a small booklet from his pocket, glancing around as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Even Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng behind him looked puzzled, not knowing why Lin Jintian was acting this way, nor did they recognize the booklet. Lin Feng was also slightly confused, unsure why Lin Jintian was so nervous. After ensuring no one was watching, Lin Jintian let out a sigh of relief and said to Lin Feng, Chainer, since your talent is so monstrous and you're so powerful, there are some things I won't hide from you anymore. This matter is known only to the family heads of past generations. I shouldn't be telling you this at this time, but it must be based on the actual situation. Don't be fooled by the old appearance of this booklet. 1,000 years ago, our Lin family was once glorious. This booklet contains our family's ancestral techniques, which are of the Earth-level supreme grade. If outsiders were to learn of it, it could bring disaster upon our Lin family. But now, Chainer, you are too powerful and have the ability to know this technique, so I am informing you. Lin Feng fell silent, initially thinking it was something significant, only to find out it was just a technique. Moreover, it was merely an Earth-level supreme grade technique, which he considered to be of little worth. However, a question lingered in Lin Feng's mind. It was known that most of the Lin family's current members practiced only ordinary Shen-level techniques, which were not even on the same level as Earth-level techniques. The gap was like a chasm. Why hadn't they brought out such an Earth-level technique earlier? Although they feared it would bring trouble to the Lin family, Lin Feng could see that even Lin Jintian himself was only practicing the Lin family's Shen-level techniques. It simply didn't make sense. At that moment, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. They were extremely surprised and felt embarrassed for Lin Jintian. Lin Feng's techniques were so powerful that they far surpassed Earth-level techniques by several streets. What did it matter if it was an Earth-level supreme grade technique? It was still the kind that was several streets ahead. They originally thought that since they had obtained this kind of cultivation method, Lin Jintian should know about it. Now it seemed that Lin Feng had not yet passed this method on to Lin Jintian. The main reason was that Lin Feng had been quite busy these past few days and had little contact with Lin Jintian, so he had forgotten about it. This led to such a blunder. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng also thought of this and immediately felt a flush of embarrassment for Lin Jintian, wanting to stop him from such a humiliating act. However, just as they were about to speak, Lin Jintian shot back at them. You two stand straight and listen carefully. I haven't finished speaking yet. Although the two were now stronger than Lin Jintian, they naturally did not dare to disrespect their father. They all helplessly fell silent. Lin Jintian then continued, I know you must be very curious as to why, with such a high-level cultivation method, I don't cultivate it myself, right? Actually, it's because my talent is too weak. At this point, Lin Zhenqian's face also turned red. It was like a stunning beauty, completely naked, leaning against you and saying to go ahead. But if you can't perform, there's nothing you can do. This left Lin Jintian feeling quite helpless. After his face turned red, Lin Jintian continued, the ancestral cultivation method of the Lin family is called Tiangang Star Divine Art. It is a purely physical cultivation method that requires extremely high talent from the cultivator, and it is exceptionally dangerous during cultivation. A slight mistake could lead to death. Over the past 1,000 years, no family head has been able to successfully cultivate it, including me. I couldn't even get past the entry level. So this method has been left untouched all this time. But Chainer, you are different. I see hope in you. Your talent is something I've never seen in my life, and you will definitely be able to cultivate the Tiangang Star Divine Art. Lin Jintian looked at Lin Feng with fiery eyes. Lin Feng's talent was already incredibly terrifying. If he could cultivate this top-tier Earth-level method, the Tiangang Star Divine Art, Lin Jintian could only imagine how powerful Lin Feng would become. Thinking of this, Lin Jintian was already so excited he could hardly contain himself. He handed the method to Lin Feng in the air, looking at him with anticipation. Even though Lin Feng looked down on it, it was hard to refuse when an elder said so. He took it anyway, thinking he might as well take a look first. After Lin Jintian saw Lin Feng take the method, he was also extremely excited. He felt that Lin Feng would definitely be able to cultivate it. Lin Feng's talent was of a kind he had never seen in his life. He had this confidence, a kind of blind confidence, which Lin Feng had conveyed to him over the days. It was as if there was nothing Lin Feng couldn't do. When Lin Feng took the method and began to look at it, Lin Jintian also remembered the two people beside him. Regaining his authoritative demeanor as the family head, he asked, You two were about to interrupt me earlier, did you have something to say? Go ahead. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were nearly going crazy trying to hold it in. Immediately, they pulled Lin Jintian aside and explained the situation about Lin Feng giving them the method. Lin Jintian listened in a daze, taking a long time to recover. He looked at the two incredulously. You mean Chainer gave you a method? One that's better than the Tiangang Star Divine Art? Lin Jintian felt a bit bewildered. This was an ancestral top-tier Earth-level method. If there was something better than this method, wouldn't that be a heavenly-level method? Lin Jintian couldn't help but shake his head. It just didn't feel realistic. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng both nodded seriously. Lin Hu said, Dad, this is true. If we couldn't confirm it before, after talking with the city lord these past 2 days, we can now confirm that the method Chainer gave us is at least heavenly level. And, it might even be above heavenly level. As Lin Hu said this, he felt as if he were in a dream. This was just too explosive.
What were the two of them before? It was truly absurd to have the fortune to cultivate this transcendent technique that surpassed the heavens. Just thinking about it was ridiculous. Lin Jintian was even more bewildered. He looked at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who were momentarily at a loss for words. It was Lin Changfeng who was a bit smarter and said, "Dad, if you don't believe us, we can pass this technique on to you and you can try cultivating it yourself. I'm sure Chainer won't mind. Nothing is more convincing than personal experience." Lin Changfeng understood this well. Lin Jintian also came to his senses. Yes, he would know after trying it out, but he felt an impulse to smack his two sons. What was his status? How could he let these two rebellious sons teach him a technique? But at this moment it seemed he had no other choice. With that thought, Lin Jintian helplessly nodded. "Alright then, pass the technique to me and I'll give it a try." Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng didn't hesitate much. In fact, they felt a bit proud inside. They had been taught a lesson by Lin Jintian since they were young. Now they actually had the chance to be the teachers. They felt a sense of vindication. Thus, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng took turns explaining the operation route of the technique and some precautions to Lin Jintian. The technique passed down to them by Lin Feng was the supreme sword technique. After practicing for so long, they had gradually become familiar with it. Moreover, whenever they had time, they would ask Lin Feng about the parts they didn't understand. Now, passing it on to Lin Jintian was a bit tiring, but they finally succeeded. After Lin Jintian practiced the supreme sword technique, he immediately felt the terrifying power of this technique. He finally understood that what the two had said before was not false. He even felt a bit humble. It was simply powerful beyond imagination. Lin Jintian had never practiced a heavenly level technique, but he could still sense the strength of this technique. It was absolutely powerful to an indescribable degree. Boom! In an instant, Lin Jintian completed his breakthrough. He finally reached the second level of the true essence realm he had longed for. Just then, before he had time to revel in his joy, there was another loud bang, and a muffled sound came from within his body. The third level of the true essence realm. Just because he practiced Lin Feng's supreme sword technique, in this brief moment, Lin Jintian had consecutively broken through 2 levels. The shock in Lin Zhenqian's heart was hard to calm down. Unlike Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, Lin Jintian had been at the first level of the true essence realm for many years. He had thought he would never break through in this lifetime. But he never expected that the technique could be so powerful, almost reaching the level of defying fate. Now, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, after their last breakthrough in the true essence realm, had also both reached the second level again. Originally, Lin Jintian was puzzled and even felt a bit uncomfortable. Both of his sons had broken through to the second level of the true essence realm, which made him, as their father, feel quite embarrassed. But now, he had finally surpassed them again, regaining the dignity of being a father. At the same time, Lin Zhenqian's face suddenly flushed. Without saying a word, he gave Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng each a smack on the head. Bang! Bang! He cursed, "You little brats, how could you have such a good technique and not tell me?" Lin Jintian was furious. This kind of technique, even a day of delay in cultivation was a loss. These two unfilial sons had actually kept it from him all along. Even smacking their heads didn't relieve his anger. Lin Zhenqian's cultivation was already higher than theirs. Moreover, he was their father, so they naturally didn't dare to resist. They held their heads in pain, speechless. They thought, "Who knew you didn't have it yet?" But they didn't say much, fearing they would get smacked again. Lin Jintian panted heavily for a while before calming down. After glaring at the two, he realized his face was as red as a monkey's butt. He thought about giving them a few more smacks, but this time the two had learned their lesson and had already dodged to the side, covering their heads. Lin Jintian had no choice but to give up. Just now, he had been holding that shabby earthly level technique, acting like a monkey. After half a day, Lin Feng had such an impressive cultivation method. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. He finally understood why Lin Feng was so powerful. With such a technique, it would be hard not to be strong. However, Lin Feng still far surpassed them. After all, when they were both at the third level of the true Yuan realm, Lin Jintian felt that dealing with an ordinary innate expert would be somewhat challenging. But Lin Feng could already defeat those at the Qi-Si realm in an instant. Thinking about it this way, Lin Feng was indeed a freak, and Lin Jintian couldn't make sense of it. It was Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng who had been secretly observing Lin Feng these days. They had some insights. At this moment, they gathered around, and Lin Changfeng whispered, "Dad, I've been observing Chainer and noticed something. It seems Chainer can cultivate more than one technique." Lin Hu nodded in agreement beside him. "What?" Lin Jintian was so shocked that he slumped to the ground. He looked at the two in disbelief, wondering if his sons had gone mad. Did they even understand what such words meant? He had never heard of anything like this before. When Lin Changfeng first discovered this, he was in a similar state. He could particularly understand Lin Jintian at this moment.
Seriously looking at Lin Jintian, he continued, Dad, although this is quite surprising, I can almost be certain of it.
You don't need to be so scared. Isn't this a great thing for our Lin family? Lin Jintian finally reacted.
Yes. Even if this matter was shocking, Lin Feng was still a member of the Lin family. The more terrifying Lin Feng was, the better it was for the Lin family.
Was it necessary to be entangled in such matters?
Suddenly, Lin Jintian felt a surge of joy in his heart.
Then, with confusion, he asked, now that you mention it, I also noticed that the techniques Chainer uses don't seem to be just one. I was curious about it before. What level do you think the other techniques Chainer is cultivating are?
Lin Changfeng paused for a moment and then said seriously, I'm afraid each one is not lower than the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique we have.
Hiss.
Lin Jintian sharply inhaled a breath of cold air.
This was too terrifying.
It also made him understand the seriousness of the matter. He immediately looked at the two and said, although I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Chainer has had, it's better for fewer people to know about this. From now on, you two, including me, keep this matter buried in our hearts forever.
Don't mention it to anyone, and don't ask Chainer about it.
If I find out that you two are talking nonsense outside, be careful that I won't recognize you as my sons. Lin Jintian spoke with a murderous aura, causing Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng to tremble. They swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. Lin Jintian knew this matter was too serious, although he was happy if this information got out. The Lin family would face forces far beyond just the Yulan family and the Xiaoyaotung.
The entire Tianlong continent would probably not spare the Lin family. After that, Lin Jintian also retracted his murderous intent and dared not discuss the matter further. However, he still found it hard to suppress his excitement.
They had probably underestimated Lin Feng's future achievements.
While the few of them were in a daze, a loud bang echoed in the courtyard. It attracted their attention and made their hearts tremble.
At this moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by what seemed like flowing starlight. The skin of his body transformed into the color of starlight. A phantom appeared behind him, resembling a true star god in the world.
This made Lin Jintian extremely excited.
Just as he imagined, Lin Feng could cultivate such a difficult technique.
This was no longer just an entry-level skill.
It had already reached the strongest level he could display at his cultivation realm. The power of the stars was drawn to him, like a star god. However, what puzzled Lin Jintian was whether the Tiangang star god technique was really that powerful. He was exceptionally confused.
In fact, Lin Jintian was not mistaken. The Tiangang star god technique he provided was indeed a top-tier earth-level technique. Lin Feng had actually mastered it as soon as he started. However, Lin Feng's understanding of the technique was incredibly profound, and he instantly realized that the Tiangang star god technique was not a complete cultivation method. Taking advantage of their conversation, Lin Feng had already completed the entire cultivation method. This was the truly complete Tiangang star divine art.
But what surprised Lin Feng was that this complete Tiangang star divine art was incredibly powerful, at least a heavenly level technique. It might even be above the heavenly extreme techniques.
That was quite terrifying.
It was enough to indicate that the Lin family's roots had been extraordinarily glorious a long time ago. He also took the opportunity to modify and upgrade this technique, bringing it to the same level as his other 5 techniques. In other words, the Tiangang star divine art was now on par with his super techniques. Now that it was being wielded by Lin Feng, it was terrifying beyond measure. No wonder Lin Jintian and the others were astonished. It was also an unexpected joy for Lin Feng. Coupled with the original 5 techniques, Lin Feng was now simultaneously cultivating 6 super techniques. His strength had risen to a new level. Plus, he had already reached the 5th level of the True Essence realm.
He could easily defeat anyone in the Qi-Si realm.
This made Lin Feng extremely happy.
Although leveling up every day was fast, it was certainly better to grow stronger.
Slowly retracting the operation of the Tiangang star divine art, the extraordinary phenomena around Lin Feng gradually disappeared.
However, Lin Jintian and the others still wore expressions of great shock.
After a moment, Lin Jintian came to his senses and sighed. As expected of Chainer, such a difficult technique can be easily mastered in your hands, completely integrated.
Lin Zhenqian's eyes were not blind. He could see that Lin Feng was no longer a beginner. It was as if he was born to cultivate this technique. It was astonishing. At the same time, he felt a wave of shame and blushed as he said, Chainer, you never mentioned you had such a powerful technique. I feel like I've embarrassed myself with this Tiangang star divine art. Lin Jintian shook his head repeatedly, feeling like a beggar flaunting a bun in front of Lin Feng. No, this technique is quite good. I just completed and modified it a bit. It's really nice. Lin Feng waved his hand, not feeling that Lin Jintian was embarrassing himself. This technique was also very beneficial to him, and he should be grateful to Lin Jintian for presenting it. What? You completed and modified it? Lin Jintian was shaken all over again, but then he felt relieved.
Nothing that happened to Lin Feng surprised him anymore. He didn't know how powerful the original Tiangang Star Divine Art was. At this moment he only felt that Lin Feng was comforting him, and he was touched, thinking that this kid was quite considerate of the elder's feelings.
He didn't say much more.
Lin Feng continued, "The Heavenly Sword Supreme Art has powerful attacks and isn't too difficult to cultivate.
You all should practice it well in the future. If you want to pass it on to others in the Lin family, you don't need to consult me."
Just now, Lin Feng had naturally noticed Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng passing the Heavenly Sword Supreme Art to Lin Jintian.
He didn't feel anything about it. This was actually what Lin Jintian was thinking. After all,
the technique belonged to Lin Feng. If more people in the Lin family could cultivate it, it would naturally provide more assistance.
After all, the Lin family couldn't always rely on Xia Dongtian and the others. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If one day Lin Feng was no longer around, who could suppress those people? Lin Jintian had to consider these matters.
Hearing this, he nodded excitedly. "Since you say so, Chainer, I won't be polite. However, this technique is too against the heavens, so it can't be passed on to everyone in the Lin family. It must be given only to those Lin family members who are completely trustworthy. You don't need to worry about this matter, just focus on basking in the sun." Lin Jintian originally wanted to say to let Lin Feng cultivate in peace. But upon reflection, it seemed Lin Feng had never really cultivated. Yet his cultivation was skyrocketing. Saying cultivate didn't seem appropriate. This might just be the world of prodigies. Sleeping and basking in the sun could raise one's cultivation. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Just then, a servant from the Lin family hurried over, panting heavily.
"Young Master Lin Feng, someone is here to see you."
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lin Jintian turned their gazes toward the newcomer. Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Is it an old man?" The servant was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Lin Feng was truly remarkable. He nodded blankly and added a flattering remark, "Young master is indeed astute, I admire you."
"Yes, it is an old man,"
he said. "His name is Zhang Chengdao. He looks ethereal and extraordinary at first glance, clearly not an ordinary person.
He has already been invited to the lounge."
Zhang Chengdao was now a strong practitioner at the Qi realm, naturally exuding an aura far beyond that of ordinary people. When the Lin family gatekeeper heard that someone was looking for Lin Feng, he was not surprised. After inviting him into the Lin family, he promptly reported to Lin Feng.
At this moment, Lin Jintian also looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression and asked, "Chainer, do you know this person?"
Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, he is a servant I took in a few days ago. I didn't expect him to come so late. He must have encountered something."
Lin Feng didn't mind and casually responded.
Lin Jintian, Lin Hu, and Lin Changfeng were left speechless. Although Lin Feng spoke lightly, they did not perceive this as just a simple servant. Previously, they had regarded Long Jie as an ordinary beast.
Clearly, someone chosen by Lin Feng could not be that simple.
Lin Jintian immediately smiled and said, "Since he is your person, Chainer, and we have nothing to do,
let's go take a look together."
Lin Feng nodded without saying much. Xiao Zi continued to stay behind to cultivate peacefully, chatting with Long Jie when there was nothing else to do. Lin Feng and Lin Zhenqian's group headed to the lounge. At this moment, the atmosphere in the lounge was somewhat tense. Xia Dongtian and others were also present, all eyeing Zhang Chengdao with hawkish gazes. This person was too arrogant, and his words were extremely unpleasant. Just then, Xia Dongtian and several sect leaders passed by. Zhang Chengdao was incredibly proud and got into a verbal spat with them. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chengdao was actually a practitioner at the early stage of the Qi realm. However, Xia Dongtian was also at the early stage of the Qi realm, and with many people on his side, he wanted to teach this old Taoist a lesson. Zhang Chengdao looked at Xia Dongtian and the others with indifference and said, "You trash with such low cultivation. Quickly kneel and apologize to this old Taoist, or be careful not to leave here in one piece." Although he was also at the early stage of the Qi realm, Zhang Chengdao practiced the yin-yang rotation divine art given by Lin Feng, while Xia Dongtian and the others had only been elevated in their cultivation levels by Lin Feng. They were not on the same level at all. However, Xia Dongtian and the others did not know this. Although they did not know who this person was, daring to be so arrogant in the Lin family meant he needed to be taught a lesson. Xia Dongtian immediately shouted, "All sect leaders, come with me to teach this old Taoist a lesson." Clearly, with so many people, Xia Dongtian was too lazy to fight unknown. He sensed a threat from this old Taoist. The others also found Zhang Chengdao displeasing and did not consider where they were, all rushing to attack him. Zhang Chengdao did not know who these people were, but thinking that he was at least a direct servant of Lin Feng, and that Lin Feng had even wanted him to be the steward, he felt his status was certainly higher than these people. Watching the crowd rush at him, he stood with his hands behind his back, extremely disdainful. When Xia Dongtian and the others got close, he decisively struck.
Bang 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 bang.
After a series of sounds, Xie Dongtian and the others lay on the ground, wailing in terror as they looked at Zheng Chengdao.
This person was too powerful. Although he was only at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, his strength was at least comparable to that of the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. He easily defeated them with just one move and even held back.
Zheng Chengdao naturally held back. After all, these were all Lin Feng's people.
He merely taught them a lesson.
At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Zhentian arrived just in time to witness this scene. Lin Zhentian, Lin Hu, and Lin Changfeng were all momentarily stunned, thinking, what a powerful servant.
Indeed. Just as they had thought, the servant Lin Feng casually mentioned was terrifyingly beyond their imagination. Xie Dongtian and the others were well aware of their own strength, and Lin Zhentian and the others understood it even better. Two early-stage Qi-Si realm cultivators were no match for Xie Dongtian alone. With the addition of those other sect leaders, they could easily handle an ordinary mid-stage Qi-Si realm expert.
Yet, in front of Lin Feng, this servant, they were utterly powerless.
One could only imagine the strength of this person. Lin Zhentian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart.
The process of astonishment was brief. He had gradually become accustomed to the surprises Lin Feng brought. After a quick scan, Lin Zhentian had a basic understanding of the situation. He hadn't expected Xie Dongtian to clash with Lin Feng's servant.
He immediately took on the role of a mediator. With a hearty laugh, he said, "Ha, everyone here is one of our own.
Esteemed guests of the Lin family.
There's no need to be angry over trivial matters." Upon hearing Lin Zhentian's words, Xie Dongtian and the others felt their faces flush. However, it provided them with a way to back down.
They quickly stood up and cupped their hands towards Lin Zhentian, saying, "The old patriarch is right. We have offended this gentleman." Hearing this, Zheng Chengdao also looked over, his body shaking.
Old patriarch? Without a doubt, he was the head of the Lin family. This instantly made Zheng Chengdao dare not act recklessly. However, he was also filled with surprise. He could see that Lin Zhentian was merely at the third level of the True Essence realm. A third-level True Essence realm cultivator was actually the head of the Lin family?
Zheng Chengdao found it hard to comprehend, but he didn't dare to ask further. After all, he only needed to follow Lin Feng's orders.
Moreover,
he believed that Lin Feng was just a hidden super-strong Dragon Clan member within this family. Seeing Lin Feng, he was suddenly filled with excitement. He hurried over and bowed deeply, saying, "Young master, your old servant pays his respects."
Old servant? Xie Dongtian and the others were taken aback, their hearts churning.
Such a powerful figure was merely Lin Feng's servant.
But upon reflection, it made sense.
Only Lin Feng could have such a powerful servant. They couldn't help but feel envious of Zheng Chengdao. Although they were nominally following the Lin family, they were far from having the status of Lin Feng's servant. If possible, they too would want to become Lin Feng's direct servants. However, it was clear that this matter was not so simple. Moreover, Lin Feng probably didn't need that many servants. Lin Feng raised his hand gently and said, "All right, no need to be so polite.
Have you taken care of your matters?" Zhang Chengdao quickly nodded. "Yes, young master. I have handled the affairs of the Qingyun sect. From now on, I will follow you to the death, serving you faithfully."
Then just stay at the Lin family with peace of mind," Lin Feng replied lightly. After that, Zhang Chengdao quietly stood behind Lin Feng, making Xie Dongtian and the other sect leaders envious.
Lin Zhentian's face was almost beaming with joy. Now, because of Lin Feng, the Lin family had become unimaginably powerful. Previously, he had some concerns about the matters at the Carefree Tomb. After all, the Carefree Tomb was not the Yulan family. It was strong enough to make one feel despair. But now it seemed the Carefree Tomb was nothing. As long as Lin Feng was willing, he could easily crush it at any time. Thinking of this, Lin Zhentian regained his patriarchal authority and said to everyone, "Everyone, please take a seat. This gentleman is also a person of Chainer, so we are all family now. No need to be so polite."
"Yes, yes, yes."
Everyone responded in unison. Just as Lin Zhentian was feeling pleased, another servant quickly came to report.
"Young Master Lin Feng, someone is looking for you, claiming to be from the Medicine King Valley."
Medicine King Valley.
As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Dongtian and the others, who had just sat down and hadn't warmed their seats, immediately got back up. If their sphere of influence covered a few thousand miles, then the Medicine King Valley was a renowned power within 100,000 miles. It wasn't because of their combat strength but because they had too many friends.
Many major powers had friendly relations with them. As soon as the people from the Medicine King Valley spoke, a place like Feiyin Pavilion would not see the sun the next day.
Xie Dongtian and the other sect leaders, including Lin Zhentian, looked at Lin Feng with shock and reverence. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had become so powerful that even the people from the Medicine King Valley recognized him. Lin Feng was taken aback and then his eyes lit up, thinking it was Shangguan Yunyao who had come. Last time, he had accepted Shangguan Yunyao as his disciple in the Tsanlong Valley. Calculating the time, she should be back to say goodbye before coming to find him. He immediately said, "Quick, invite her in." "No need, senior, I have already arrived," came the voice of Morong Fong just as Lin Fong finished speaking. He still possessed the cultivation of a perfect innate realm. In the past, that might have been impressive. But soon, upon seeing everyone, Morong Fong's heart trembled. Especially when he saw Zhang Chengdao and Xie Dongtian. Morong Fong could tell at a glance that the two were unfathomable, knowing they were definitely strong practitioners at the Qi Si realm. This left Morong Fong deeply shocked. When he first arrived in this small Yan city, he had wondered if he had come to the wrong place. After all, in such a small city, finding an innate expert was already a challenge. But after arriving at the Lin family, he realized he had been looking at the world from a well. Especially here, he dared not be the slightest bit presumptuous. He thought to himself that Lin Fong was indeed a senior expert, completely inconsistent with his apparent cultivation level. Lin Fong smiled upon seeing Morong Fong. But soon, noticing that Shangguan Yunyao was not behind him, his brows slightly furrowed, and he asked with some displeasure, "Where is your young lady? Why did you come alone?" Morong Fong's body stiffened immediately, and his face flushed. He glanced at everyone, feeling a wave of nervousness, but still managed to say, "Senior, it's not that the young lady didn't want to come, but the Medicine King disagreed, so I came alone." After saying this, Morong Fong felt a chill run down his spine from the coldness emanating from Lin Fong. He quickly added, "Senior, please wait, let me explain." Lin Fong relaxed slightly, knowing something must have happened. He said, "All right, you better give me a reasonable explanation." Morong Fong let out a sigh of relief and began to explain the situation. "Senior, after we parted ways that day, we rushed back to the Medicine King Valley. Thank you for the half-white jade spirit mushroom you bestowed, it helped treat my senior brother's injuries. However, during the time we were away with the young lady, the Medicine King sent out invitations to various major forces, intending to hold a martial arts competition to court Yunyao. When we returned, the invitations had already been sent out to all the major forces, and there was no way to retract them. If we were to go back on our word, the Medicine King Valley would offend all the major forces. Which is why the Medicine King did not allow Yunyao to come. I hope Senior can understand. The Medicine King also knows he has let you down, so this time I came bearing a gift from the Medicine King." As he spoke, Morong Fong took out a space bag filled to the brim. Then, in front of everyone, he began to take out some bottles and jars. As he took them out, he said, "These are all elixirs from our Medicine King Valley as an apology gift. Guyuan Dan, Lingyuan Dan, Changyun Dan, Pashao Dan." Each time Morong Fong presented an elixir, it left Xie Dongtian and the others in shock. These elixirs were ones they would usually have to pay a hefty price to purchase from the Medicine King Valley. Now, they were merely gifts of apology for Lin Fong. They couldn't help but marvel at the Medicine King Valley's generosity. After taking out some samples of these elixirs, Morong Fong's face also showed a hint of pride. Among the various major forces within 100,000 miles, only the Medicine King Valley could afford such extravagance. He believed this should be able to quell Lin Fong's anger. After all, it had been a previously agreed-upon matter. It was indeed the Medicine King Valley that had broken their promise. But the situation had changed unexpectedly. No one had anticipated such an event. They couldn't offend all the major forces in the area just because of one person, Lin Fong. The Medicine King Valley, no matter how powerful, did not have the audacity to do that. Otherwise, they would likely face a disaster. Lin Zhentian, Lin Hu, and Lin Changfeng watched from the side, nearly drooling at the sight. When had they ever seen so many precious and powerful pills? Even in the past, the Lin family had spent their entire fortune and still might not have obtained even one. And now, they were being given to Lin Fong in a spatial bag. It was impossible not to feel envious. Although Lin Zhentian didn't know the exact reason, it was clear that the Medicine King Valley was worried about offending Lin Fong and had come to make amends. Lin Zhentian immediately approached Lin Fong and quietly spoke on behalf of the Medicine King Valley. "Chainer, I think the people from the Medicine King Valley have a good attitude. Why not forgive them? These pills are enough for our Lin family to use for hundreds of years." Lin Zhentian couldn't help but be tempted. Everything he did was for the sake of the entire Lin family. Now, these pills were enough to sustain the Lin family for nearly half a year. It was too enticing. At this moment, Morong Fong was also presenting them with both hands, waiting for Lin Fong to accept. However, Lin Fong waved his hand and pushed the spatial bag away, saying, "Just some worthless pills. This young master doesn't care for them. I don't care what situation the Medicine King Valley is in, but since you promised to be my disciple, it's for life, and no reason will change that." Domineering. Incredibly domineering. That was the feeling of everyone present. They also realized that Lin Fong must have taken the young lady from the Medicine King Valley as his disciple, because the Medicine King had sent out invitations, but now they were about to break the contract. But Lin Fong was too resolute. He would rather fall out with the Medicine King Valley than accept this disciple. To ignore so many precious pills was truly astonishing, earning silent admiration from Xie Dongtian and the others.
Only Lin Jintian felt a pang of regret.
But he fully supported Lin Feng's decision.
After all, the Lin family's current standing was all thanks to Lin Feng.
No matter how regrettable it was, he would unconditionally support Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Jintian felt a sharp pain in his heart but then said to Morong Feng, "Since Chainer has said this, go back and tell your Medicine King to hurry up and send your young lady over.
Otherwise, the consequences will be on you." After saying this, Lin Jintian felt a wave of satisfaction. Once, he had been a nobody, and now he could speak such words to the people of the Medicine King Valley. Moreover, Morong Feng didn't dare to refute too much, just standing there at a loss. Yes, Morong Feng was confused. With such a generous gift, neither the Medicine King nor he had considered the possibility of failure. After all, with so many precious pills, even for a Qi realm expert, it was a tremendous temptation. Morong Feng had once speculated about Lin Feng's strength, thinking he was at least in the early, mid, or late stages of the Qi realm, especially since he had easily defeated those 3 fourth-tier monsters. At the very least, he had the cultivation strength of the early Qi realm. But even such a strong person couldn't possibly remain unmoved by these pills. Yet Lin Feng's current demeanor made Morong Feng tremble. He felt that Lin Feng might be even stronger than he had imagined. This made Morong Feng unable to help but curse the Medicine King in his heart. They had only been out for a few days, and the Medicine King insisted on sending out so many invitations. It was now extremely difficult to handle the situation. He didn't dare to voice any opinions. To be able to call Lin Feng Chainer meant he must have a very close relationship with him, likely family. He was even less inclined to argue. He was just thinking rapidly in his mind about how to handle this situation in a way that would satisfy everyone. As the saying goes, pressure creates motivation. In a situation where life could be threatened, Morong Feng's eyes lit up, and he really thought of a solution. He immediately said to Lin Feng, "Senior, please do not be angry. This time, the matter is indeed our Medicine King Valley's fault, but we had no choice. I do have a solution. I wonder if the senior would be willing to hear it." Lin Feng wasn't truly angry. After all, the situation had arisen suddenly, and he could understand the Medicine King's actions. Hearing this, he nodded. "All right, go ahead." Morong Feng let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, seeing that Lin Feng was a reasonable person. He didn't rush to share his plan but instead cautiously asked Lin Feng, "Senior, may I ask how old you are now?" Lin Feng is too strange. The last time I saw Lin Feng was just a few days ago, and at that time, he was only at the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. But in just a few short days, he has already reached the 5th level of the True Essence realm. Since parting ways with Lin Feng, Morong Feng has been pondering this matter. He always felt that Lin Feng might not be as old as he imagined. He might really be very young. Although that is terrifying, he always had this intuition. Once this was said, not to mention Morong Feng, the others in the lounge, except for the Lin family members, also perked up their ears to listen. They wanted to know what Lin Feng's situation really was. Naturally, Lin Feng was too lazy to hide it and directly said, "I am 21 this year." What? It's actually true. Including Morong Feng, everyone else, except for the Lin family members, was shocked. A 21-year-old at the 5th level of the True Essence realm is rare, but it still exists. However, a 21-year-old in the True Essence realm killing someone in the Qi realm is just too exaggerated and terrifying. In an instant, their worldview collapsed. But Lin Feng naturally had no need to deceive them. Zhang Changdao felt a mix of emotions. But he quickly guessed that Lin Feng must be referring to his human age. He still believed that Lin Feng was a super strong being of the Dragon Clan. Zhang Changdao no longer dared to think in other directions because it was simply incomprehensible. It completely exceeded his imagination. After a moment, everyone finally reacted. They didn't say much. Anyway, Lin Feng was strong, and if they couldn't understand, they wouldn't think too much about it. Morong Feng also smacked his lips a couple of times without asking further. But he felt a strange sensation. He was already over 100 years old, calling a young man in his early 20s senior. Say, senior. After learning Lin Feng's true age, Morong Feng found it exceptionally difficult to call out. It was Lin Feng who noticed Morong Feng's thoughts and waved his hand, saying, "Just call me young master. Don't make it hard for yourself." Alright. Morong Feng felt a sense of relief. He then said, "Then I will call you young Master Lin." Young Master Lin truly is exceptionally gifted, a level of genius that surpasses my entire life's experience, truly a dragon among men. Morong Feng sincerely flattered him, knowing in his heart that such a prodigy must not be offended. Fortunately, he hadn't been arrogant just now. He continued, "Since that's the case, I will share my plan, and young Master Lin can listen. I was thinking, since young Master Lin is so young and this martial arts competition is selecting among the younger generation, why not have young Master Lin participate? In that case, with young Master Lin's prodigious talent, you will surely take the top spot and then Yunyan will be yours. Morong Fong had one more thing to say. If Lin Fong didn't perform well then, he couldn't blame others. He also couldn't have any dissatisfaction with the Medicine King Valley. After all, offending such an enemy, Morong Fong felt, was inappropriate. This plan could be said to have exhausted all of Morong Fong's brainpower. Are you saying you want me to marry my disciple? Lin Fong felt a bit strange. Morong Fong also knew this was somewhat inappropriate. He explained, young Master Lin, please don't misunderstand. The purpose of this is just to give the other major powers an explanation. If young Master Lin takes the top spot, of course, it will be up to you to arrange things. At that time, whether to take Yunyan as a disciple or to marry her will be entirely at young Master Lin's discretion. Hearing Morong Fong say this, Lin Fong also pondered. He felt this method was feasible. Although it would be a bit troublesome, he didn't want to create any major conflicts with the family of Shangguan Yunyan because of this. The fault wasn't entirely theirs. After all, she would be his disciple in the future. Even if he directly took her away, he couldn't have her follow him with hatred. Thinking of this, Lin Fong gently nodded. Alright, it's settled then, I agree. Morong Fong was instantly overjoyed. As long as Lin Fong agreed, this matter was finally resolved. As long as Lin Fong can take the lead, the Medicine King Valley will gain a powerful ally in Lin Fong, a genius prodigy. Morong Fong even hoped that Lin Fong would succeed. However, considering the many exceptionally talented individuals among the major powers, many of whom were significantly older than Lin Fong, Morong Fong could only hold on to that hope. Well, thank you, young Master Lin, for your understanding. I hope you can accept these pills. It will give me something to report back to the Medicine King, Morong Fong said, once again extending both hands to offer the pills to Lin Jintian. He knew Lin Fong might not accept them, but Lin Jintian clearly felt much better about it. If the Medicine King found out that no one wanted his precious pills, he might just slap him across the face. Lin Zhenqian's eyes immediately lit up. After glancing at Lin Fong and seeing that he had no objections, he took the spatial bag of pills. Lin Fong didn't feel anything in particular. It was only natural to take a bit of trouble to collect some pills. After all, Lin Jintian was the one who would be receiving them. After Lin Jintian accepted the pills, he smiled and said, Sir, guests are always welcome. I assume the marriage proposal conference hasn't started yet? If you're not in a hurry, why not stay for a meal? It will also give Chainer some time to prepare. Morong Fong quickly nodded with a smile. Yes, there are still 3 days until the marriage proposal conference. There's no rush. Let's do as the old gentleman suggests. Good, today the Lin family will host a grand banquet. Lin Jintian waved his hand. It truly felt like double happiness had arrived. Not only had a super strong servant come to find Lin Fong, but the people from the Medicine King Valley had also come to deliver a large number of precious pills. The happiest person of all was undoubtedly Lin Jintian. The banquet was held with great pomp, also serving to welcome Zhang Chengdao and Morong Fong. Lin Fong did not attend but returned to his residence. He explained the situation to Xiaozi. After hearing this, Xiaozi seemed to realize something and asked, So, young master, are you going to be gone for many days? The Medicine King Valley was quite far from Yan City, and a round trip would take time. It was impossible to stay in the Medicine King Valley for just 1 day. Calculating this, Xiaozi felt very reluctant. She added, Then let Xiaozi accompany you, young master, otherwise, you won't be used to it. To be honest, Lin Fong really wasn't used to it. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, you can come with me. Yay! That's great! Xiaozi exclaimed, hugging Lin Fong tightly. Having gotten used to being with Lin Fong, she really wouldn't adapt well to him being away for such a long time. The following arrangements were simple. After a quick tidy-up, they packed some change of clothes, and Long Chia naturally followed along. Once the banquet was over, Morong Fong, Zhang Chengdao, and Lin Jintian came to pick up Lin Fong. Lin Jintian looked at Lin Fong and said, Chainer, the Lin family still needs me to preside over matters, so I can't accompany you. Be careful on the way, and return as soon as you've finished your business. Lin Fong nodded gently without saying much. Zhang Chengdao was also going to follow Lin Fong. At this moment, he stood silently by the side. Morong Fong, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I traveled here using my own spirit sword, which is a high-grade spirit tool, but it can only carry at most 2 people. Young Master Lin, what do you usually use for transportation? The Medicine King Valley was indeed very wealthy. Generally, those at the Sea of Qi realm didn't possess high-grade spirit tools, yet Morong Fong, who was only at the innate realm, owned one. However, this high-grade spirit tool had its limitations. Although it was extremely fast, it could only carry him or one other person. With so many people, they naturally needed a means of transportation. Morong Fong was also quite curious about Lin Feng's mode of transport. Lin Feng didn't have any means of transportation.
However, considering the long distance to the Medicine King Valley and that he was bringing Xiaozi along, relying solely on himself would indeed be slow. Thinking of this, Lin Feng remembered the spirit boat he had obtained from the Carefree Tomb last time. After he had dealt with the Yulan family and several elders from the Carefree Tomb, he had naturally kept that item. He took it out. Instantly, it grew from small to large,
startling Morong Feng and Zhang Chengdao.
They immediately recognized it as a spirit boat. But soon, both shook their heads. Morong Feng said, "I didn't expect the young master to possess such a fine item as a spirit boat. However, it's a pity that although this spirit boat is also a high-grade spirit tool capable of carrying more people, its speed is somewhat slow. It will probably take quite a bit of time to reach the Medicine King Valley.
By then, the marriage selection conference might already be over. Does young Master Lin have any other means of transportation?"
Although the spirit boat was good, its speed was considerably slower compared to spirit swords. Otherwise, the people of the Yulan family wouldn't be so slow. But for the Yulan family, this was already the fastest means of transportation. After hearing Morong Feng's words, Lin Feng also felt it was a bit slow.
However, he wasn't worried,
because he had fire crystal stones. Fire crystal stones are excellent materials for refining spirit tools. Moreover, a small piece of fire crystal stone can be used to refine top-grade spirit tools. Not to mention he had so many, including quite a few concentrated fire crystal stone kings. Those are materials for refining treasure tools.
Using them to upgrade this spirit boat would be perfect.
Immediately, Lin Feng took out a spatial bag from his waist and poured out a large pile, almost all of which were fire crystal stone kings. He said, "I don't have any other means of transportation, and since we're going, let's go together and upgrade this spirit boat."
Morong Feng was instantly stunned, utterly shocked.
His drool was almost dripping to the ground. This is all fire crystal stones.
No, wait. It's fire crystal stone kings. So many.
Morong Feng stared blankly like a beggar. Even he, from the Medicine King Valley, had never seen so many fire crystal stone kings. Let alone fire crystal stone kings, he hadn't seen much fire crystal stone at all. Lin Feng ignored Morong Feng's shock. After speaking, he ignited a blazing supreme dragon flame from his body, melting the fire crystal stone kings and directly pouring them into the spirit boat. Instantly, the entire spirit boat shimmered with brilliant colors.
In the blink of an eye, it reached the level of a top-grade spirit tool,
and the radiance grew even more intense, continuously increasing in grade. With a whoosh, the brilliance of the spirit boat suddenly surged, directly elevating it to the level of a low-grade treasure tool. Even so, it still didn't stop.
There were too many
fire crystal stone kings. Normally, anyone who obtained fire crystal stone kings wouldn't use them like this. As long as they mixed in some other lesser materials during the refining process, they could create treasure tools. Now, in Morong Feng's eyes, Lin Feng was like a big spendthrift.
He was forcefully upgrading the spirit boat as if it were free.
Only Lin Feng would dare to do such a thing. What shocked Morong Feng even more was where Lin Feng had gotten so many fire crystal stone kings. Looking at Zhang Chengdao beside him, who showed no reaction at all, Morong Feng suddenly felt like a country bumpkin. Lin Feng was indeed very generous. In the 2 spatial bags he gave to Zhang Chengdao, there were also quite a few of these fire crystal stone kings. He was naturally unfazed, knowing how many of these things Lin Feng had. Just consuming this little bit was completely trivial for Lin Feng. However, Morong Feng felt exceptionally pained. These fire crystal stone kings, if given to a master skilled in refining tools, could completely forge an unparalleled treasure tool.
They wouldn't even need so many. Just a random piece would be enough.
But Lin Feng just used them like this. As Lin Feng continuously melted the fire crystal stone kings into the spirit boat, the entire spirit boat turned a fiery red. It was covered with a thick layer of red crystal, looking extraordinarily dazzling. At the same time, the grade of the spirit boat was also raised to the level of a mid-grade treasure tool. Lin Feng finally stopped. It wasn't that he didn't have enough fire crystal stone kings, but rather that it was already fully covered, unable to incorporate more fire crystal stone kings. Moreover, he felt that a mid-grade treasure tool spirit boat was sufficient for his needs. When Lin Feng stopped, Morong Feng almost collapsed to the ground. This was too thrilling for him. For the first time, I felt like a beggar who had never seen the world. Morong Feng looked at the spirit boat completely made of fire crystal king in front of him, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
A mid-grade treasure. Not even one in the Medicine King Valley. The speed of this spirit boat had completely surpassed that of his spirit sword, and it could carry many people. It was even many times faster than his spirit sword. It was comparable to the speed of a low-grade treasure spirit sword. They were not even in the same league. Treasures were just that impressive.
Morong Fong silently swallowed, quickly glancing at the remnants of the Fire Crystal King that had melted and could not merge with the spirit boat, now cooled down. He looked at Lin Fong, who showed no intention of collecting it. He immediately sneaked over to gather it up, fearing that someone would snatch half of it away. Lin Fong was speechless at this scene. He directly tossed a piece of Fire Crystal King the size of a grinding disc next to Morong Fong and said, "Stop picking it up. We at least know each other, and it would be rude not to reciprocate. You've given me many pills from the Lin family, so I'll give you a piece of this Fire Crystal King. I have plenty here." This, Morong Fong was instantly so excited that he trembled all over. If it weren't for the many people around, he would have wanted to kneel down before Lin Fong. It was too terrifying, too thrilling. He had never felt such excitement in his life. A piece of Fire Crystal King the size of a grinding disc. He only needed to use a small part of it and spend a little cost to obtain a treasure. If he was willing to spend more Fire Crystal King and find a more skilled artifact master, he could completely acquire a mid-grade treasure. What did it mean for an innate expert to hold a mid-grade treasure? It was like an ordinary person carrying a divine dragon that could breathe fire at any moment. Morong Fong was momentarily dazed. He then repeatedly thanked Lin Fong. "Thank you, young Master Lin. This great kindness will be remembered forever. I will be grateful to young Master Lin for a lifetime." After saying this, Morong Fong hurriedly secured that large piece of Fire Crystal King, fearing it would be snatched away. He even had the thought that it might be better to withdraw from the Medicine King Valley and join the Lin family. Following the Lin family, he would surely have treasures at his fingertips. But soon, Morong Fong temporarily abandoned this idea. If he really did that, the Medicine King would probably kill him. Moreover, once Lin Fong successfully took on the disciple Shangguan Yuyan, the two families would be one family. He wouldn't have to worry about not getting benefits. Thinking of this, Morong Fong couldn't help but break into a silly smile, making Lin Fong feel goosebumps. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Alright, no need to be so polite, just lead the way well." The spirit boat was upgraded. Morong Fong knew the way to the Medicine King Valley best. After Lin Fong finished speaking, he and Xiao Zi jumped onto the dragon boat first. Then Morong Fong and Zhang Changdao also jumped on. The spirit boat itself could become very large. Once on board, Morong Fong took the initiative to say, "Young Master Lin, I can drive this spirit boat, no need for you to trouble yourself. You can rest easy." This was the first time Morong Fong encountered a treasure of mid-grade level. On one hand, it was to thank Lin Fong for giving him the Fire Crystal King, and on the other hand, he wanted to personally pilot this treasure. The spirit boat was different from other treasures. It was a non-owned object that anyone could control. However, those with too low cultivation would quickly exhaust their spiritual power and could easily fall from the sky and die. But Morong Fong was at least at the peak of innate perfection, so such a blunder wouldn't happen. Lin Fong did not refuse. He was happy to relax. The few of them boarded the spirit boat. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Jintian and the other Lin family members, Lin Fong and his group set off towards the Medicine King Valley. After the spirit boat was upgraded to a treasure, its speed was very fast. Once it ascended into the sky, it transformed into a streak of light. A protective shield rose around it, blocking the air blowing around. This made the interior of the spirit boat very calm. The Medicine King Valley was far away, and even a mid-grade treasure spirit boat would take a long time. Lin Fong and the others were at ease on board. At this moment, the carefree Tomb was also extremely unsettled. Jun Wuchen was currently receiving a scolding from his father, Jun Tianlin, the headmaster of the Xiaoyao Tomb, with a cultivation level at the peak of the Qi-Si realm, was one of the top powerhouses within 100,000 miles. "You spend all your time with that girl from the Yulan family. Don't forget your identity. You have only reached this point at the age of 100 because of your own talent, but also because Xiaoyao Tomb has spared no resources to support you. The fifth elder Morong Baichuan and two other elders left with you, yet you returned alone and even brought that woman back. I need an explanation." Upon hearing Jun Tianlin's words, Jun Wuchen's body trembled. How could he make sense of this? The three elders had gone to the Lin family with the Yulan family, but there had been no news since. Among them was the fifth elder Morong Baichuan. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Jun Wuchen had prepared for the worst. The three elders might already be dead. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how the Lin family could have kept these three men. But something unexpected must have happened. He had returned this time to bring more people and personally visit the Lin family. He was determined to eradicate the Lin family. The Lin Fong mentioned by Yulan Ruo was too terrifying. As long as this person was alive, he couldn't feel at ease. Since he had already offended them, he couldn't leave such a hidden danger for Xiaoyao Tomb. With this in mind, Jun Wuchen did not hold back and told Jun Tianlin everything, expressing his concerns. "What? Are you serious?" Jun Tianlin frowned deeply.
This matter was indeed not to be underestimated. If it was as Jun Wuchen said, the Lin family must be destroyed. What shocked and puzzled Jun Tianlin was that the three elders had gone to a small Lin family and had not returned. Moreover, Jun Wuchen's speculation was that they were already dead. This was hard for Jun Tianlin to believe. Jun Wuchen nodded. Father, this matter is absolutely true. This time when we went to the Lin family, none of the three elders from Xiaoyatum or the people from the Yulan family returned, and we cannot ascertain the specific situation. But I already have a hypothesis in my mind. Although Lin Feng's talent is monstrous, possibly even surpassing mine, he is still young, and his cultivation is only at the true essence realm. Even if he is powerful, it is impossible for him to kill the three elders of Xiaoyatum, leaving them with no chance to escape. Then there is only one possibility. The person who did this is someone else, and it is very likely that Lin Feng has already found a formidable master. Jun Wuchen thought a lot. He felt that this hypothesis was the closest to reality, because even if he exhausted all his imagination, he couldn't envision how a person at the true essence realm could annihilate three elders of Xiaoyatum and the people of the Yulan family. Jun Tianlin nodded in approval. He was very satisfied with Jun Wuchen and felt that this guess was very likely. It was probably the final answer. He added, according to what you said, this Lin Feng has such monstrous talent, it must be easy for him to find a master. Conservatively estimating, his master is at least in the late stage of the Qi realm, otherwise, it would be impossible for none of the three elders of Xiaoyatum or the Yulan family to survive. It is even possible that his master is not weaker than me. It seems we cannot underestimate the Lin family. However, since they have offended Xiaoyatum, we must not let them go. As Jun Tianlin spoke, an aura of authority emanated from him, along with immense power, causing Jun Wuchen to involuntarily take a step back. He then nodded seriously. So, I hope you will join me, father, and bring the core strength of Xiaoyatum to completely destroy the Lin family. A fierce look appeared in Jun Wuchen's eyes. He couldn't find peace in his heart without killing Lin Feng. He had taken Lin Feng's fiancée, and he believed that even if he didn't kill Lin Feng, once Lin Feng rose to power, he would not let him go. Jun Wuchen would not allow such a thing to happen. But he had no idea that Lin Feng didn't care about him at all. At this moment, Lin Feng was busy recruiting disciples at the Medicine King Valley. Moreover, Lin Feng was not as concerned about Yulan Rua as he had imagined. At this moment, Jun Wuchen also felt a twinge of regret in his heart. Regret for getting too close to Yulan Rua and offending such a potentially powerful enemy. And now this enemy had a formidable master. But at this point, it was too late to say anything. Since the matter had already arisen, he could only find a way to resolve it. After all, no one could have anticipated that a Yulan Rua would involve so many issues. Jun Wuchen finished speaking and fixed his gaze on Jun Tianlin. However, Jun Tianlin waved his hand and said, this matter needs to be addressed, but there's no rush in the next few days. There are more important things we need to do. This is the invitation sent by Yaowang Valley a couple of days ago, take a look. Jun Tianlin handed an invitation to Jun Wuchen. Jun Wuchen took it with confusion. After reading it, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Yaowang Valley's precious daughter, Shangguan Yuyan, is holding a marriage selection event. Father, do you mean for me to go? Jun Wuchen was also overjoyed. Although he liked Yulan Rua, initially he only regarded her as a woman he admired. Ultimately, she would not become his legitimate wife. But Shangguan Yuyan from Yaowang Valley was different. Although it was said that her talent was average, marrying her would mean having a deep connection with Yaowang Valley, akin to being family. This would be equivalent to having an additional reserve of medicinal resources. The future development and expansion of Xiaoyatum would be immeasurable. Jun Wuchen could clearly distinguish between what was important and what was not. Jun Tianlin nodded with a smile. Exactly, Chainer, your talent is rare in the world. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, it will take him a long time to catch up to you. But if you miss this marriage selection event, it will be forever. This time, Yaowang Valley is holding a marriage selection event, and all major forces will attend. You cannot fall behind. If you ultimately come out on top, with Yaowang Valley's assistance, our Xiaoyatum will surely soar. Perhaps it will allow Yaowang to help me refine the breaking sea pill, and once I break through the Qi realm, our Xiaoyatum will become the greatest force within 100,000 miles. In the future, we could even rise to an even higher level. Jun Wuchen listened, feeling a surge of excitement, as if he could see that day approaching. The stronger Jun Tianlin became, the more resources he would be able to obtain. He naturally understood the weight of these matters. He nodded immediately. Then let's follow father's instructions and head to Yaowang Valley first. We'll deal with the Lin family's matters later. Jun Tianlin nodded in satisfaction. Wuchen, you haven't disappointed me. I was worried you had been blinded by that girl from the Yulan family, but it seems you are still my good son. Jun Wuchen chuckled lightly. Father, you flatter me.
Yulan Rua is someone I admire, but I know that the reason she chose me is also because of my status and talent.
Once I lose these, I will be nothing.
The Dragon Continent is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. I am clear about this.
Good. Jun Tianlin's eyes sparkled with admiration.
He waved his hand. Then hurry up and pack. Let's head to Yaoyang Valley together.
Yes.
Just as Jun Wuching nodded and was about to leave, a hearty laugh rang out.
Ha ha.
I didn't expect that after decades, my nephew Wuching has grown so much, and he's already in the early Qi realm.
Truly a rare talent.
As the voice fell, a middle-aged man appeared before the two. His eyes glimmered with a hint of charm.
Uncle Long.
Jun Wuching's eyes lit up instantly, recognizing the person. It was someone he should call uncle, a friend of Jun Tianlin Long Yazi.
Brother Long?
I didn't expect you to suddenly come after so many years. It's truly a pleasant surprise.
Jun Tianlin felt a wave of joy as well.
Long Yazi was even stronger than him. Back when he was in the late Qi realm, Long Yazi had already reached the peak of the Qi realm. Now that he was at the peak himself, this man would undoubtedly be formidable. After attending the marriage selection conference at the Medicine King Valley,
he planned to take people to the Lin family to eliminate Lin Feng. He had no information about Lin Feng's unknown master and felt a bit apprehensive. If he could recruit Long Yazi to deal with him, their chances of success would undoubtedly be close to perfect. He figured that within 100,000 miles, even if Lin Feng found a powerful master, they would be about on the same level. With this thought in mind, Jun Tianlin enthusiastically said, Brother Long, you can't leave so soon this time. You must drink a few cups with me, or I will be unhappy. Upon hearing this, Long Yazi immediately waved his hand. Come on, Brother Jun, I just heard your conversation. Aren't you in a hurry to head to the Medicine King Valley? How could there be time to entertain me? Jun Tianlin was taken aback.
He didn't even know when Long Yazi had arrived. It was truly frightening. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Then Brother Long, why not come with us to the Medicine King Valley?
Consider it a way to relax and we can drink along the way. This time, Long Yazi did not refuse. He simply pointed at the air and in an instant countless light points coalesced into the face of a woman. This made Jun Tianlin's body tremble and he uncontrollably shouted, Spatial Spirit Control. Yuan Shen Realm? At this moment, Jun Tianlin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
The Yuanshan realm was a level he had always aspired to reach.
Could it be that Long Yazi had already achieved it?
He immediately complimented, Congratulations, Brother Long, for already being a master of the Yuanshan realm.
I feel ashamed.
Jun Wuchen, standing nearby, was also shocked by this scene. Entering the Yuanshan realm meant becoming a being beyond common understanding, entering another world. One would give birth to a Yuanshan within their body.
It was extremely terrifying. Capable of directly manipulating spiritual power that did not belong to oneself. This feat was enough to prove that Long Yazi far surpassed the Qi realm. He was at least no longer within the confines of that realm. However, what shocked Jun Wuchen even more was that the woman's face constructed by Long Yazi was actually Yulan Rua. This left Jun Wuchen utterly perplexed. At this moment, seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Long Yazi felt a sense of pride. But he quickly waved his hand humbly, saying, It's not truly the Yuanshan realm yet, just half a step into it. You two need not be so surprised.
Upon hearing this, the two suddenly understood.
But even so, how could they not be astonished?
As long as one touched the Yuanshan realm, even if it was just half a step, they were no longer in the same world as them. This made them both quite excited. Long Yazi and Jun Tianlin had been friends for over 100 years.
With a very good relationship.
If Long Yazi helped deal with the Lin family, they would surely have no chance of escape. It would then be like lifting a heavy stone from their hearts.
However, Jun Wuchen still couldn't help but voice his confusion. Uncle Long, do you know this woman?
Naturally, Jun Wuchen was referring to the woman's face constructed by Long Yazi's spiritual power. Long Yazi shook his head at once. Of course not, but when I came here before, I saw her at your home.
Is she one of your family?
Jun Tianlin and Jun Wuchen exchanged glances and both shook their heads simultaneously. Jun Wuchen explained, Uncle Long, this woman is not from the Jun family, but she is quite familiar with me. She is my confidant.
Oh.
Long Yazi's brow furrowed slightly and he elongated his tone, feeling a bit awkward. He had thought Yulan Rua was just an ordinary disciple or servant of the Xiaoyao tomb. If he wanted to ask for her, it would surely be easy. But unexpectedly, Yulan Rua turned out to be Jun Wuchen's woman. This made it a bit difficult for him to speak up. Jun Tianlin noticed this and seemed to guess something. However, having always had a good relationship with Long Yazi and considering that Long Yazi was now a half-step Yuanshan realm master, he didn't want to create any conflict. Moreover, with the Yulan family gone, Yulan Rua was just an ordinary woman, and Jun Tianlin naturally wouldn't care. He immediately inquired, Brother Long, just say what you have to say, no need to be so polite. Jun Wuchen seemed to have guessed something but still didn't know the specific reason, so he didn't say much at this moment. He looked at Long Yazi, who showed a questioning expression. Long Yazi no longer hesitated and explained directly, "This woman's physique is very beneficial to me. If I continuously feed her a special medicine for 3 days, and then she becomes my furnace, I can use this to break through to the Yuan spirit realm."
Nephew, it's just a woman.
As long as you agree, I have a Qi Si pill that I obtained a few days ago, which can help you directly break through to the mid-Qi Si realm. By then, if I truly step into the Yuan spirit realm, you can ask for any help you need. Long Yazi said seriously. Yulan Ruo's special physique was too important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an excessive request. Moreover, the conditions he offered were very generous. Not only was there a Qi Si pill that could help Jun Wuchen break through, but once he became a Yuan spirit, the Xiaoyao tomb would undoubtedly gain another combat force at the Yuan spirit level. He would not refuse to do anything. How could Jun Tianlin and Jun Wuchen not understand this? Especially Jun Tianlin, whose eyes lit up instantly. Jun Wuchen, however, hesitated a bit. After all, sending his woman out was something that made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Long, you said Yulan Rua has a special physique. What exactly is so special about it?" Long Yazi did not hide anything and smiled as he said, "This woman has an extremely lean body, very suitable to be a furnace. I believe you must have felt something similar when you interacted with her." Upon hearing this, Jun Wuchen suddenly recalled that when he first met Yulan Rua, his body had a sudden tremor. At that time, he only felt that Yulan Rua would be very helpful for his cultivation, but he didn't know her physique was so special. Even Jun Tianlin hadn't noticed. At this moment, both of them suddenly understood. Long Yazi continued with a strange smile, "In the Tianlong continent, strength is always respected. Once you become powerful, what kind of woman can't you have? Nephew, if you agree this time, I will return her to you after I'm done. The furnace effect will still be excellent and can assist your cultivation. You should know how to make choices." Upon hearing this, Jun Wuchen's body trembled. How could he not know how to choose? Although Yulan Rua was the woman he loved, compared to becoming strong, there was nothing he couldn't abandon. He immediately nodded seriously, "All right, I agree, Uncle Long." For the Qi Si pill, Jun Wuchen directly sold Yulan Rua. "Good. As expected of my good nephew. Since that's the case, I won't be stingy. This Qi Si pill is yours, and erase the prescription. Let this woman take these medicines every day, and after 3 days, you can reap the rewards." Jun Wuchen looked at the Qi Si pill and prescription that Long Yazi handed over. The last trace of pity was completely cast aside. Without any hesitation, he took them. Looking at the Qi Si pill in his hand, excitement and greed flashed in Jun Wuchen's eyes. The Qi Si pill. Moreover, the one Long Yazi presented was not an ordinary Qi Si pill, it even had a pill pattern on it. Just one would allow him to break through to the mid-Qi Si realm. After that, he could participate in the marriage selection conference of the Medicine King Valley, and with his exceptional talent he would ultimately succeed in marrying the Medicine King's daughter. Soon, he would advance rapidly in cultivation and become a legend. Thinking of this, Jun Wuchen was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed the Qi Si pill. He couldn't wait any longer. Sure enough, just moments after Jun Wuchen swallowed the Qi Si pill, his cultivation soared, directly reaching the mid-Qi Si realm. It was even smoother than he had imagined. He then stood up, exchanged glances with Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi, and the three of them burst into laughter. Meanwhile, back with Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng, feeling bored, took out his 9 Dragons Xian Huang furnace. Since obtaining it, Lin Feng hadn't had the chance to refine any pills. Although he had many spiritual herbs, and their quality was not low. Even including top-tier treasures like dragon spittle grass, he lacked the pill formulas. While the 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace could refine pills on its own, it still required the corresponding spiritual herbs to be thrown in. Otherwise, who knew what kind of thing would come out in the end? If it turned into poison and he consumed it, that would truly be a case of losing more than gaining, and who would he go to for an explanation when he met his end prematurely? Fortunately, there was someone from the Medicine King Valley right in front of him. Moreover, this person was extremely proficient in alchemy. Lin Feng didn't hold back and directly asked Morong Feng, "Do you have any pill formulas on you? Let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Morong Feng, while controlling the mid-grade treasure spirit boat, turned his head in surprise to look at Lin Feng. Although he knew Lin Feng was formidable, could it be that Lin Feng also knew how to refine pills? This was their means of livelihood in the Medicine King Valley. Just a moment ago, Morong Feng had felt the speed of the mid-grade treasure spirit boat, which was simply astonishing. He had already begun to fantasize about the scene in which he would obtain a treasure with the fire crystal stone king given by Lin Feng. Wouldn't that be soaring through the skies? Just as he was pondering how to repay Lin Feng suddenly asked this question. Although Morong Fong was filled with confusion, he still hesitated not at all and took out his own pill formula. It was a thick book filled with various pill formulas. These were not secrets in the Medicine King Valley. The truly secret formulas were mostly held by the Medicine King himself. Even these common formulas required an ordinary person to spend hundreds of years of research to achieve any results. While piloting the mid-grade treasure spirit boat, Morong Fong tossed the pill formula to Lin Fong. After receiving it, Lin Fong began to read, while also listening to Morong Fong's reminders. Young Master Lin, these pill formulas are what every disciple in our Medicine King Valley must study. They are quite numerous and varied.
The path of alchemy is vast and profound.
Generally, alchemical forces spend a lot of time on refining pills, so their cultivation levels are considerably lower than those of other major forces. However, those alchemical forces that have made achievements have been passed down for millions of years and are highly respected. This pill formula condenses the efforts of our Medicine King Valley over 1,000 years. It cannot be mastered in a day.
Young Master Lin is curious about alchemy, right?
Just take a look. There's no harm in refining some simple pills for fun, as it can also cultivate one's character.
Morong Fong thought carefully and estimated that Lin Fong was just curious and playing around. After all, at such a young age, with such high cultivation, how could he possibly be proficient in alchemy? That would be too much.
At this moment, doing a small favor felt much better for Morong Fong. Otherwise, the pressure from receiving the Fire Crystal Stone King gift was immense. Morong Fong was not wrong in his assumptions, but unfortunately he did not realize that Lin Fong didn't need to be proficient in alchemy at all. Or rather, he didn't need to know how to refine pills. As long as he had the formulas, everything could be left to the 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace. It was that easy and convenient. Casually refining pills could match the results of the best alchemists in the world after millions of years of research. There was no helping it. This was the simplicity of a world filled with extraordinary talents. Lin Fong didn't explain to stimulate Morong Fong. He simply nodded and said, okay, I understand. Morong Fong said no more, seeing that Lin Fong was focused on flipping through the pill formulas. And he did not disturb him. The formulas were easy to remember. Basically, in the Tianlong continent, even a novice in the body refinement realm could read through and memorize this book of formulas. The difficulty lay in practice and mastery. After all, an alchemist consumed a significant amount of materials and spiritual herbs.
Beginners in alchemy typically used the most ordinary herbs for refining. They didn't even have the opportunity to touch spiritual herbs.
Only after their cultivation became strong through the accumulation of time would they dare to use spiritual herbs for alchemy. The Medicine King Valley had come this far, not knowing how many hardships they had endured. Countless people had perished in the quest for various herbs and spiritual materials. It could be said that the number of alchemical forces that could survive was exceedingly small, which is also why an alchemical force with seemingly lower cultivation could hold a high status in the Tianlong continent.
Who wouldn't want to obtain some powerful elixirs? The consumption of elixirs by every faction is also extremely terrifying.
If someone were to harm the Medicine King Valley, many would likely stand up and protest. However, Lin Fong didn't need to go through such trouble. He generally didn't have common herbs. The lowest he had were spiritual herbs.
The spiritual herbs he obtained earlier from the Tianlong Valley were all of very high grade.
In fact, some low-grade spiritual herbs he had received from Zhang Chengdao could now be put to use. For his first alchemy attempt, Lin Fong decided to play it safe and first test the effects of the 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace.
Following the instructions on the recipe, he added a few low-grade spiritual herbs.
Then, he activated the Longyan Baruo Gong. Nothing was more suitable for alchemy than this supreme dragon flame. The 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace could absorb all the strange fires in the world.
Currently,
there was no flame inside. It still required Lin Fong to infuse it. As Lin Fong infused the supreme dragon flame, the 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace instantly began to operate rapidly. The intense heat it emitted was felt very clearly by the few people around. Morong Fong, curious, piloted the mid-grade treasure spirit boat while quietly watching. Zhang Chengdao and Xiao Zi were also beside him, their faces filled with astonishment. They had no idea Lin Fong possessed such an alchemy furnace.
It looked quite ancient.
However, they were soon immensely surprised, because they quickly caught a whiff of the fragrance of the elixir.
Moreover, it was an extremely rich aroma.
The scent was refreshing, as if it were the most wonderful thing in the world, making one feel as if they were about to ascend to immortality.
Xiao Zi couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Young master, what kind of elixir are you refining? It smells too good."
Zhang Chengdao beside her nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Young master, I've seen others refine elixirs, but I've never smelled such a fragrance. Not to mention them, even Morong Fong, a master alchemist, stretched his neck to look, his nose sniffing the air, revealing an expression of ecstasy. Then, his face flushed as he said, "Young Master Lin, I have been refining elixirs for over 100 years, yet I have never encountered such a fragrance.
I wonder what kind of elixir this is. Moreover, young Master Lin, your refining speed is so fast. Have you refined elixirs before?"
Lin Feng shook his head at the words. "No, this is my first time. I just refined some body-quenching pills, let me take a look." As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a dozen body-quenching pills from the elixir outlet of the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace.
Body-quenching pills, as the name suggests, are naturally used by those in the body-quenching realm. They can help with body quenching.
The reason Lin Feng chose to refine body-quenching pills was that Xiao Zi was currently in the body-quenching realm. Although she had not practiced for long, she was already quite impressive. However, compared to his own combat power, she seemed lacking. With such cultivation strength, she could not protect herself at all. Since he was refining elixirs anyway, Lin Feng naturally wanted to make some useful ones.
Body-quenching pills? Morong Feng was taken aback.
He had refined quite a few body-quenching pills himself but had never smelled such a fragrance.
"Young Master Lin, is this really a body-quenching pill? May I take a look?"
Being a bit far away and only seeing it in Lin Feng's hand, Morong Feng couldn't see it clearly. Lin Feng didn't say much and directly tossed one over. After Morong Feng caught it, his body trembled instantly. His mind was greatly shaken.
In a moment of instability, the mid-grade treasure spirit boat also swayed.
Fortunately, Morong Fu reacted in time and stabilized the spirit boat. However, his heart was still in turmoil.
Elixir patterns? It actually has elixir patterns. Can body-quenching pills also have elixir patterns? And there are 9 of them.
He had never heard of body-quenching pills being able to be refined with elixir patterns. What shocked Morong Feng even more was that normal body-quenching pills were only yellowish-brown, but the body-quenching pills refined by Lin Feng not only looked different, presenting a pure yellow color, but also had 9 golden elixir patterns on them, looking nothing like body-quenching pills. They resembled a kind of miraculous elixir he had never seen before. Morong Feng stared blankly at the body-quenching pills refined by Lin Feng, feeling as if he had seen a ghost.
This had already exceeded his understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Feng paid no attention to the dazed Morong Feng. He had already handed the body refining pill to Xiao Zi, saying, "Xiao Zi, take this body refining pill. It should help improve your cultivation a bit."
Xiao Zi looked at the beautiful body refining pill in front of her, nodded happily, and without any hesitation, took it. Then she opened her mouth and swallowed one.
Boom, boom, boom. Body refinement level 4. Body refinement level 5. True essence realm level 1.
In an instant, Xiao Zi had consumed a body refining pill refined by Lin Feng and directly broke through to the true essence realm. It was too fast. Everything fell into place, leaving no time for others to react. By the time Xiao Zi finished her breakthrough, Morong Feng and Zhang Changdao were staring in shock at the scene.
Pills that directly enhance cultivation are extremely difficult to refine.
Although the body refining pill was no longer useful for Zhang Changdao and Morong Feng,
such pills are not something just any alchemist can create. Moreover, even if successfully refined, the success rate is not guaranteed.
Those few low-grade spiritual herbs could not possibly produce so many body refining pills. Yet Lin Feng had done it, and he had done it beyond imagination.
Morong Feng suddenly felt like he was not an alchemist at all.
In front of Lin Feng, he was just a piece of trash. The most terrifying part was that even a finished body refining pill could only help a person improve by 1 level of cultivation, and sometimes it couldn't even achieve that. Unless the previous realm was extremely stable, only then could it be a smooth transition.
And what was this now?
Just by taking 1 body refining pill from Lin Feng, Xiao Zi had actually broken through several levels of cultivation and reached the true essence realm. This could no longer be described as a tall tale. There is a well-known common knowledge among alchemists that no matter how many body refining pills one takes, it will not lead to a breakthrough in the true essence realm. As the name suggests, the body refining pill is meant for those in the body refinement realm.
What on earth was this?
Morong Feng, who had spent his life refining pills, was completely dumbfounded at this moment.
Moreover, he also knew that although the body refining pill was powerful, such pills that directly enhance cultivation would have considerable side effects. Even some people with weak talents would see minimal effects from taking the body refining pill. If taken too often, it would lead to drug resistance, rendering it ineffective. Otherwise, Shangguan Yunyun wouldn't still be in the body refinement realm despite being a second-generation alchemist.
This was a gap that pills could not bridge. Thinking of this, Morong Feng looked at Xiao Zi again, only to discover an astonishing change. He saw Xiao Zi's entire body shimmering with a glow, radiating an aura of divinity.
Vague phantoms of extraordinary phenomena were emerging.
Her physique has improved. Morong Feng's eyes nearly popped out.
Xiao Zi's physique and talent were quite good.
But as a member of the Medicine King Valley, Morongfun was well informed and knew that Xiaozi could only be considered quite good. Within 100,000 miles, she was regarded as a top genius. But a physique capable of producing extraordinary phenomena was something Xiaozi had not possessed before. And now, after taking a body-refining pill from Lin Feng, her physique had improved? What did this mean? It meant that Lin Feng's pills not only had no side effects but could also help enhance one's physique and talent. This was beyond terrifying. It was simply shocking. Morongfun had never encountered such absurdity in his life. And now, he had stumbled upon it, shattering his worldview built over 100 years. He swallowed hard. At this moment, Xiaozi also felt that her body seemed different from before. The heavenly flower divine skill was operating more smoothly within her body. She felt a sense of clarity, as if she could fly. Although it was just an illusion, one could imagine the tremendous benefits brought about by taking this body-refining pill. Xiaozi was suddenly filled with excitement. She also realized that she had broken through to the true essence realm. Although it didn't seem like much in front of the others, just the fact that one pill had led to such an improvement was enough to make her thrilled. She jumped around, hugging Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also slightly surprised at this moment. Although he already knew that the 9 Dragons Xin Huang furnace was powerful and could enhance the quality of pills 1,000-fold, he had not expected it to be this terrifying. Morongfeng's pill formula included detailed descriptions of the effects of the elixirs. He also knew that the body-refining pill was far from being that powerful. Let alone enhancing one's physique, being able to elevate a small realm of cultivation was already a significant blessing from ancestors. While being excitedly embraced by Xiaozi, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although Xiaozi's talent and physique were quite good, they had not reached the level of an immortal body. This made Lin Feng a bit worried that Xiaozi's future cultivation might lag behind. Now, with the body-refining pill produced by the 9 Dragons Xin Huang furnace, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Since it had no side effects and could enhance the physique, giving Xiaozi more should help her reach the level of an immortal body. At that time, she would not be inferior to Dugu Wanqing and Shangguan Yuyan. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the now calm Xiaozi, who had settled down after her excitement, and said, "Xiaozi, try taking these body-refining pills." Xiaozi naturally had complete trust in Lin Feng. Without any hesitation, she directly took the pills and swallowed them all at once. Morongfeng and Zhang Chengdao were both taken aback. Zhang Chengdao felt a bit pained. He had just seen the effects. It was the first time in his life he had seen a pill that could help enhance someone's physique. He had been thinking of shamelessly asking Lin Feng for one. Now, they were all consumed by Xiaozi. However, Zhang Chengdao quickly felt relieved. Since Lin Feng had refined them so easily, he would surely continue to produce more. Morongfeng was in a daze because Lin Feng had just let Xiaozi consume them all. It made him doubt whether Lin Feng truly understood alchemy. Clearly, he could refine such powerful pills, yet he didn't even know this basic knowledge. How could one consume pills like this? The power within the pills was incredibly strong, and eating so many at once could easily lead to an explosion. He hurriedly reminded, "Young Master Lin, you can't take so many pills at once." But it was already too late. Xiaozi had swallowed them all. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "It's fine, don't worry." Lin Feng understood the heavenly flower divine art too well. Generally, people couldn't digest so much medicinal power from pills at once, especially from a body-refining pill that directly enhanced cultivation. But Xiaozi's heavenly flower divine art was different. It was a super technique that surpassed the heavenly extreme technique. There was no need to worry about these issues. Moreover, even if something happened to Xiaozi, Lin Feng was not concerned. He had resurrection talismans. In fact, he had two. Even if Xiaozi's spirit and body were destroyed, Lin Feng could bring her back to life. So it didn't matter at all. Sure enough, under Morongfeng's astonished gaze, after Xiaozi consumed the pills, her entire body radiated a blazing brilliance. Yet she appeared completely relaxed, looking even more radiant, as the heavenly flower divine art operated rapidly without a hint of danger. After a moment of daze, Morongfeng reacted. What level of technique is this young lady practicing? Young Master Lin's body refining pill itself far exceeds that of ordinary body refining pills, and consuming so many at once, even a ground-level technique would probably not be able to consume this medicinal power so quickly. Morongfeng was bewildered by how many astonishing things had happened before him today. It made him feel as if he were dreaming. After pinching himself hard to confirm that everything was real, he couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Who exactly is this young Master Lin? Is he really just a genius? At that moment, Morongfeng's mind was a tangled mess. Soon, he shook his head and stopped overthinking. He silently told himself that Lin Feng was a mysterious and abnormal man. Then he looked at Xiaozi, whose surrounding phenomena had transformed into a tangible form. At this moment, around Shaozi, flowers were blooming in a wondrous display, looking extremely extraordinary. If Morong Feng had any doubts before, he could now be certain.
The pills refined by Lin Feng could indeed help enhance one's physique.
He was almost drooling as he watched Lin Feng and Shaozi.
However,
he didn't say much for the time being. It was clear that Lin Feng intended to help Shaozi enhance her physique. Although Shaozi was surrounded by extraordinary phenomena, Lin Feng knew that it was still far from being a celestial body. The birth of a celestial body would cause the heavens and earth to produce wonders.
But Shaozi was nearly enveloped in phenomena.
Nevertheless, it was already quite astonishing. In this area of 100,000 miles, it would be hard to find a second one like her. After all, this was achieved through the genuine enhancement of medicinal pills. Since it could be enhanced once, it meant it could continue to be enhanced.
If that were the case, it would be terrifying. Perhaps with enough medicinal pills, Shaozi could also become a celestial body.
Lin Feng was not the only one thinking this. Zheng Chengdao and Morong Fen thought the same.
Both of them gasped in surprise as they looked at Lin Feng. At this moment,
Lin Feng continued to throw low-level spiritual herbs into the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace. He put in all the low-level spiritual herbs needed to refine the body refining pill and even took all the low-level spiritual herbs that Morong Fen had on him that could be used for refining the body refining pill. Morong Fen, having received such a great benefit from Lin Feng, naturally did not hesitate at all.
However, he was quite shocked to see Lin Feng throw so many spiritual herbs into the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace.
As a pill master, he knew very well that one should never put in so many spiritual herbs at once when refining pills. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control the heat properly. Even the Pill King could not achieve that. Moreover, as a member of the Pill King Valley, he always carried a large number of low-level spiritual herbs with him.
The Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace looked only about a person's height, yet it managed to fit them all in.
This left Morong Fen utterly astonished, realizing that this furnace was likely much more powerful than he had imagined. The space inside the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace was vast, terrifyingly so, as if it were a world. No matter how many spiritual herbs were stuffed inside, there was no need to worry. As for the issue of heat control, Lin Feng was even less concerned. He just needed to continue feeding it the supreme dragon flame.
The rest was left to the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace.
Under the bewildered and shocked gazes of Morong Fen and Zhang Chengdao, so many spiritual herbs were refined into body-refining pills in just a short while. When Morong Fen saw that all the pills coming out of the furnace were body-refining pills with 9 pill patterns, he nearly went crazy. Once Lin Feng took them all out and placed them on a cloth, Morong Fen couldn't help but cautiously ask, "Young Master Lin, how many are there?"
356 pills.
Lin Feng replied casually. He had counted the number when he took them out. With so many spiritual herbs put in, producing this many body-refining pills did not surprise Lin Feng at all.
Hiss!
Both Morong Fen and Zhang Chengdao gasped in shock. Even Zhang Chengdao, an outsider, knew that the failure rate of refining body-refining pills was very high.
Even the Pill King could not achieve 100% success.
Yet Lin Feng had done it. He had refined so many at once. They all looked at Lin Feng with envy.
He knew exactly what they were thinking.
Smiling, he said, "First, let Shaozi use them. If there are any left, he'll share some with you."
"What? Thank you, young master."
Morong Fen and Zhang Chengdao exchanged glances, both ecstatic. Although their cultivation levels were high, they understood the preciousness of such body-refining pills.
Even if they couldn't use them themselves,
they could keep them to give to their beloved juniors in the future.
They could also show them off.
Such pills, anyone with discerning eyes could see, were absolutely unique in the Dragon Continent.
With so many here, even if Shaozi were to eat them all, she wouldn't be able to finish. This immense opportunity made Morong Fen's breathing quicken.
Zhang Chengdao had adapted a lot.
He knew that following Lin Feng was the greatest opportunity. Such mind-blowing events had happened more than once or twice.
Zhang Chengdao straightened up, unable to suppress a sense of pride. Morong Fen looked at Zhang Chengdao with envy. He also wanted to be Lin Feng's servant.
It was too profitable. Perhaps it wouldn't take long before following Lin Feng would lead to achievements beyond imagination.
If it weren't for his feelings for the Pill King Valley, Morong Fen would want to kneel and acknowledge Lin Feng as his master right now. Lin Feng paid no attention to their thoughts.
He pulled Shaozi over to the pile of pills and said, "Shaozi, eat as many as you can. I want to see how much this body-refining pill can enhance your physique."
"Thank you, young master."
Shaozi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. How could she not see the preciousness of this elixir?
Lin Feng had actually let her consume it like a meal.
Shaozi nodded and began to eat.
She grabbed handfuls, as if it were just food.
Shaozi's cultivation was still at the first level of the true origin realm.
After all, it was a body-refining pill, and the name was fitting.
In terms of enhancing cultivation, it only worked for the body refining realm. Being able to directly elevate Xiaozi to the first level of the true origin realm was already incredibly extraordinary. Eating like this was mainly to improve Xiaozi's physique. As Xiaozi continued to consume the pills, the phenomena surrounding her became increasingly brilliant. If there had only been a few flowers before, soon she was surrounded by a sea of blossoms. A refreshing fragrance emanated from her, though it was unclear whether it was the pill's aroma from Xiaozi consuming too many or the phenomena radiating from her. In any case, Morongfeng and Zhang Chengdao were left in a daze. They only snapped out of it when the phenomena around Xiaozi finally ceased to change. After consuming more body-refining pills proved futile, she stopped. Meanwhile, Long Xia, who had been sleeping since boarding the spirit boat, was also awakened. Shocked, he looked at Xiaozi. What happened to the master? Those pills on the ground are body-refining pills. Long Xia's dragon face twisted in astonishment. How could he not recognize such a good thing? He realized that during his nap he must have missed something monumental. He hurried over to Xiaozi's side, praising her. Master is truly gifted. Such phenomena are rare even in my dragon clan. It's the dragon clan. This was the first time Morongfeng heard Long Xia speak. He had been puzzled before, wondering why this beast resembled a divine dragon so much. Hearing this now, he was shocked as he looked at Lin Feng and Xiaozi, completely bewildered. He stood there, dazed, not knowing what to make of it. He had lost count of how many times he had been in a daze today. However, he didn't dare to ask more questions, merely watching silently. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi happily nodded, but then her expression turned pained as she clutched her stomach, looking at Lin Feng with a pitiful face. Young master, my stomach is so full, I can't take any more. Xiaozi had truly eaten her fill of body-refining pills. At this moment, a large amount of medicinal properties remained unconsumed, and her stomach appeared slightly swollen. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "You don't need to eat anymore. You should have reached the limit of what the body-refining pills can enhance. Although you haven't reached the level of an immortal body, you're already very close." "Thank you, young master." Xiaozi nodded happily. No one felt it more clearly than she did. At this moment, she felt that although her cultivation was still at the first level of the true origin realm, her dantian had expanded significantly, making her much stronger than before. Lin Feng nodded and continued, "Xiaozi, focus on fully digesting the body-refining pills first, and then you can eat a bit more later." Lin Feng had made plans. He had many spirit herbs on him, all of high quality. He could completely refine true origin pills. There were two types of formulas for true origin pills. One was a low-quality true origin pill made from intermediate spirit herbs, which could barely help elevate one's cultivation in the true origin realm. With good luck, it might raise a small realm, otherwise, one would need to consume several to have a chance at a breakthrough. The high-quality true origin pills made from advanced spirit herbs could reliably elevate one by a small realm. However, there were limitations. One could only consume it once in the true origin realm, or else it would lead to drug resistance. But the pills Lin Feng refined were different. He was also looking forward to the true origin pills made with the 9-dragon Xian Huang furnace. With this in mind, Lin Feng did not forget his previous promise. Even though Xiaozi had done her best to consume those body-refining pills, she had only eaten over 70 before feeling full, leaving a large number of body-refining pills with 9 pill patterns, over 200 in total. He had promised Morongfeng and Zhang Chengdao to share some, and he would not go back on his word. Seeing the drooling gazes of Zhang Chengdao and Morongfeng, Lin Feng was not stingy. He directly pointed to the remaining body-refining pills and said, "You each get 50, count them yourselves." I thought Lin Feng was generous, but I didn't expect him to be this generous. He directly let each of them choose 50 pills. What an incredible opportunity! They were instantly filled with excitement. The reason Lin Feng was so willing was that these pills had no effect on him, and also because the spiritual herbs used earlier belonged to the two of them. It was only right for them to receive this. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Master Lin." The two of them shouted in unison, eagerly counting their pills. Morongfeng infused some spiritual energy into the mid-grade treasure, the spiritual boat, allowing it to travel in a straight line through the air for a period of time, and hurried over to select his share as well. Soon, everyone had chosen their 50 pills. When Lin Feng saw that the two had finished selecting, he also gave the drooling Long Xie, who had been eyeing the pills from the side, the remaining body-refining pills and put away the rest. After returning, they could also be used by the Lin family. There were still over 100 left, enough to create at least 100 experts at the 5th level of body refining, or even at the true essence realm. Thinking of how excited Lin Jintian would be at that time, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. After Long Xie took the body refining pill refined by Lin Feng, his body trembled violently, and a burst of light flickered. The Dragon Clan's physique was already top tier, and at this moment he looked even more imposing.
It was clearly very beneficial for Long Jie. Long Jie never dreamed that one day he would consume such a worthless thing as a body refining pill. Yet, this thing had such a good effect on him. He felt that his physique had improved. Perhaps he would surpass the Dragon Clan's physique and become an unknown existence. Thinking of this, Long Jie was also filled with excitement. After casting a grateful glance at Lin Feng, he settled down to digest the body refining pill. After that, Lin Feng didn't rush to refine the true essence pill but instead looked at Zheng Chengdao and Morongfen. It was obvious that these two were aiming for the body refining pill to see if it could help them enhance their physiques. Lin Feng was also curious to see if it would work. After receiving the pills, the two of them took one and stuffed it into their mouths. Zheng Chengdao was fine. With the technique Lin Feng provided, he instantly consumed the effects of a body refining pill. Morongfen's technique was merely low-grade trash, so it couldn't compare to Zheng Chengdao's. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground and begin to cultivate and digest. Lin Feng could only observe Zheng Chengdao. As expected, just as they thought, this body refining pill could not only help Xiaozi enhance her physique, but it was the same for them. Zheng Chengdao's body flickered with light. His physique received a significant boost and he looked even more radiant, making his eyes shine with excitement. He immediately continued to consume more body refining pills. Seeing that Morongfen was so slow, Lin Feng used his power to point at Morongfen from a distance. Instantly, Morongfen's digestion speed increased significantly. He opened his eyes and showed gratitude to Lin Feng, quickly leveraging Lin Feng's power to nearly reach the same digestion speed as Zheng Chengdao. At the same time, Morongfen was shocked to discover a problem. The grade of his technique had actually improved. Originally, he was practicing a mid-grade low-level technique, but now it had reached the level of a high-grade low-level technique. This left him even more astonished and overjoyed. While being grateful to Lin Feng, he also thanked the Medicine King. It was thanks to him sending himself to apologize that he could gain such an opportunity. As the two continued to digest the body refining pills, in no time, they had each consumed 20 of the body refining pills refined by Lin Feng. They paused for a moment, exchanged glances, and shook their heads. Lin Feng was puzzled and looked at the two, asking, "What's wrong? You've already upgraded to the anomaly physique, why have you stopped?" At this moment, both of them were exhibiting a phenomenon similar to what Xiaozi had shown before. However, it was only within a very small range around them, completely incomparable to Xiaozi. But it far exceeded their previous physiques. Now, the two had undergone a transformation and their future achievements would be even higher. There were still body refining pills left, yet both of them had stopped, which left Lin Feng somewhat confused. Zhang Chengdao helplessly explained. "Young master, it's not that we don't want to continue, but that we can't. Because we are not young anymore, our bodies have already solidified and there are no more possibilities. The 20 body refining pills you refined are already the limit, we cannot further enhance our physiques." Morongfeng also nodded, saying, "What Zhang Daozhang said is correct. The body refining pills refined by young Master Lin truly possess the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth. I have never heard of such a thing, and today I have greatly benefited. I am very satisfied." Although there is some regret, Morongfeng took it quite well. His physique had already improved significantly. The path of cultivation in the future would be much smoother. Although he could not continue to improve compared to Xiaozi, it was still quite extraordinary. It left him in awe. Moreover, the remaining 30 pills would not go to waste. He still had disciples in Yaowang Valley. And this kind of pill, if he casually showed it to others, would make him the center of attention. One could say he was at a loss for how to thank Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng asked him to climb a mountain of knives or walk through a sea of fire, he would do it without hesitation. He only felt a wave of guilt. Zhang Chengdao quickly came to terms with it, saying, "Thank you for your concern and generosity, young master. The old servant is immensely grateful. We are already very satisfied." At this moment, Lin Feng was also taken aback. The two of them had a foundation that was inferior to Xiaozi's and had already lived for so many years. Being able to improve to such a degree was already the limit. It was normal that they could not improve further. Lin Feng nodded. "Then you can stay aside. I still need to continue refining pills." Morongfeng and Zhang Chengdao exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Morongfeng was even more surprised. Previously, when he wanted to drive the spirit boat, he had no opportunity to observe Lin Feng refining pills closely. He hadn't seen it very clearly. At this moment, he regarded Lin Feng as a master alchemist and wanted to observe carefully, hoping to gain some insights. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he ignored the two and returned to the Jiulong Shanawang furnace. He directly stuffed a large amount of high-level spiritual herbs he carried into it, emptying all the high-level spiritual herbs in the spatial bag at his waist that could be used to refine Jinyuan pills. It was enough to pile up into a small mountain. Zhang Chengdao was fine. He naturally knew how wealthy Lin Feng was.
Morong Fong was dumbfounded, drooling 3,000 feet. As a person from Yaoyang Valley, he usually only had some low-level spiritual herbs.
The number of mid-level spiritual herbs he possessed could be counted on one hand,
not exceeding 5. High-level spiritual herbs were treasures in Yaoyang Valley.
But here with Lin Fong, it was as if they were worthless. In an instant, Morong Fong felt like a beggar, standing there awkwardly. However, he did not forget his purpose and quickly focused on Lin Fong refining pills. He initially thought that refining pills seemed simple and being closer would allow him to see many extraordinary techniques. But when he saw Lin Fong simply placing some flames he produced into the furnace without any other actions, it nearly drove Morong Fong mad.
Is this really refining pills?
Could it be that young Master Lin has a new method of refining pills that seems simple but is actually profound and unfathomable?
Surely young Master Lin must have inherited the legacy of some super alchemist. I can't see any clues at all.
Morong Fong could never have imagined that there would be such a miraculous thing as the Jiulong Xianhuang furnace in the world. He naturally imagined Lin Fong receiving the legacy of a super alchemist. And when Lin Fong quickly completed the refining, Morong Fong became even more convinced. He silently muttered in his heart, as expected of young Master Lin, truly the chosen one, mysterious and unfathomable, making it impossible for others to see through.
Is this the pill refined by young Master Lin? 9 pill patterns again.
Morong Fong knew how terrifying it was for a pill to produce pill patterns. Even with his knowledge, he had never seen the effect of pill patterns being produced during refining.
Even the king of medicine in Yaoyang Valley could not achieve this,
let alone 9 pill patterns.
This was already something legendary.
Morong Fong knew that if this matter were to be known by the people of Yaoyang Valley, they would probably be even more shocked than he was. It was possible to just collapse onto the ground. Just like when refining the body tempering pill, there were too many pill patterns, and the color was different from that of the original True Essence pill. At this moment, Morong Fong could only tell that this pill was impressive, but he didn't know it was the True Essence pill.
If he didn't understand, he would ask.
Watching Lin Fong continuously take out a large number of True Essence pills and pile them up, Morong Fong's little heart raced wildly.
He cautiously asked, "Young Master Lin, may I ask what kind of pill this is? It wouldn't be the True Essence pill, would it?"
Morong Fong suddenly recalled the spiritual herbs Lin Fong had taken out. Combined, they were indeed the materials for refining the True Essence pill.
Thinking of this, Morong Fong couldn't help but swallow hard.
If the body tempering pill with 9 pill patterns was so terrifying,
he couldn't believe what the True Essence pill would be like.
The key was that the quantity was too large. It far exceeded the number of body tempering pills before, and the success rate was 100%. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Zhang Chengdao was also beside him, peering curiously.
He too wanted to know. The pills refined from so many high-level spiritual herbs must be much stronger than the body tempering pill.
Zhang Chengdao was almost drooling at the sight. Lin Fong nodded in response and didn't hide it. "That's right, it's the True Essence pill. Anyway, I won't use them all, so if you like, just take some." With so many True Essence pills, it looked as if they were free, so Lin Fong decided to be generous. This made Zhang Chengdao and Morong Fong breathe rapidly, their chests rising and falling quickly. They hurriedly pounced on them.
It wasn't excessive.
Each of them picked out 50 pills.
That was enough for them. After taking them, they couldn't wait to consume them.
They wanted to see if this new True Essence pill could help them continue to enhance their physique. Soon, they were shocked to discover that it indeed could. However, after consuming 2 True Essence pills, they could no longer continue to improve. It only expanded the range of the phenomena around them a bit, but it was still worlds apart from Xiaozis. Their own foundation limited them. Nevertheless, they were already very satisfied. At the same time, they looked at Xiaozi.
Unlike them, Xiaozi had even more potential. Clearly, the True Essence pills refined by Lin Fong were prepared for her.
At this moment, Xiaozi's face showed a hint of bitterness. She had just finished digesting all the previous body tempering pills.
Although her stomach was no longer bulging, the thought of having to do that again made her apprehensive.
Lin Fong saw this scene and smiled, saying, "We didn't have experience just now. This time,
let's eat a little less."
Xiaozi thought about it and then went to the pile of True Essence pills,
grabbing a handful and putting them in her mouth.
Instantly, the phenomena around Xiaozi re-emerged, spreading above the mid-grade spiritual vessel. Morong Fong and Zhang Chengdao looked on enviously.
Meanwhile, Xiaozi's cultivation soared. True Essence Realm 2nd layer. True Essence Realm 3rd layer. True Essence Realm 5th layer. Early innate stage.
In just a short moment, Xiaozi's cultivation directly broke through to the innate realm.
Everything fell into place.
Even her realm was incredibly stable, with no side effects whatsoever.
She can still continue to improve her cultivation. Morong Fong felt like he was going crazy. Everything today had refreshed his worldview as an alchemist.
He had never imagined that a person could so quickly enhance their cultivation in just one day by consuming pills. Zhang Changdao also felt a mix of emotions. Both of them had walked step by step to reach the innate realm, spending nearly 100 years. But Xiaozi, by clinging to Lin Feng's leg and receiving such favoritism, had pills specially refined for her, and in just one day, she succeeded directly. They wished they could become Xiaozi. However, soon both of them felt relieved. Xiaozi's fortune had brought her Lin Feng's favoritism. Such things couldn't be envied. Xiaozi also hadn't expected to become innate so easily. She took a handful of pills and faced no significant obstacles, effortlessly achieving success. However, there was no time to thank Lin Feng. At this moment, there was still a large amount of true essence from the pills that had not been digested. She had just consumed over a dozen. She quickly sat down on the ground to digest them. With the experience from before, she didn't want to feel bloated again. As Xiaozi digested, the phenomena around her began to change rapidly once more. The originally vast expanse of sky surrounding her was now expanding rapidly, spreading outwards, transforming the entire sky into a world of blooming flowers. At the same time, waves of fragrance wafted through the air, filling the entire sky, clear enough for everyone on the mid-grade treasure spirit boat to smell. While digesting, Xiaozi continued to take true essence pills. Having learned from her experience with the body refining pills, after consuming 60 true essence pills refined by Lin Feng, Xiaozi finally stopped. She felt that this was already the limit of what the true essence pills could enhance. Her physique had once again received a tremendous boost. Although she was still in the early stage of the innate realm, she felt she could easily rival those in the late stage. This was the enhancement brought by her powerful physique. Lin Feng was also pleased to see this. Xiaozi had not yet reached the level of an immortal body, but she was already impressive. When Duge Wanqing awakened her immortal body, she could surpass those in the half-step Qi-Si realm in the early innate stage, and with some effort, she could even match those in the early Qi-Si realm. Moreover, the stronger she became, the greater the realms she could cross. Although Xiaozi was not yet as strong as Duge Wanqing's immortal body, Lin Feng was confident he could continue to help her enhance her physique. At this moment, Morong Feng and Zhang Changdao were also enviously speechless. Knowing just how terrifying Xiaozi's physique was now and how astonishing her future achievements would be. After Xiaozi finished digesting, she did not experience the embarrassment from last time. She rushed over to hug Lin Feng, bursting with excitement. "Young master, I feel so powerful now." Lin Feng nodded. "You will be even more powerful in the future. With me around, I guarantee you'll reach the immortal body today." Immortal body. Morong Feng and Zhang Chengdao exchanged glances, both knowing what Lin Feng was planning. He was definitely going to refine even more powerful pills to help Xiaozi enhance her physique. Thinking of this, they felt a surge of excitement. Lin Feng's alchemy exceeded Morong Feng's understanding. Each time he refined pills, the quantity was terrifying. Even a little bit he casually tossed to them would benefit them for a lifetime. Just drinking a bit of the broth was a tremendous opportunity. With this thought, they looked at Lin Feng with excitement. Just then, a massive dragon's roar suddenly erupted. Long Xia, who had been silently consuming the previous body refining pills, suddenly made a commotion. Its entire body quickly levitated and then rapidly grew larger. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal creature. Long Xia was still in its youth among the dragon clan, and being a hybrid divine dragon, it possessed infinite potential. By consuming the body refining pills refined by Lin Feng, it completed an evolution at this moment. Its already enormous body became even larger, and the originally black-red massive form underwent some changes, appearing even more imposing. It looked increasingly different from a divine dragon, as if it had opened a new path. Its original dragon claws had also grown an additional one, resembling a peerless ferocious beast. Not to mention Zhang Chengdao and Morong Feng. Even Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the pills he refined would not only have such excellent effects on Xiaozi but also such astonishing effects on Long Xia. After a satisfying dragon's roar, Long Xia felt its own strength. It had always doubted whether it truly belonged to the dragon clan, never fully considering itself a complete divine dragon. But at this moment, that thought vanished. One reason was the encouragement Lin Feng had given it last time, and the other was the feeling of its own power. It instinctively sensed that it might surpass its own dragon clan in the future. This roar felt more like a release, venting years of dissatisfaction. After the roar, Long Qia's body rapidly shrank, returning to its previous form, and it crawled in front of Lin Feng. "Thank you, young master, for the elixir. Long Xia will follow you for all eternity." Although it was previously agreed that Long Xia would follow Lin Feng for 1,000 years. Ever since joining Lin Feng, Long Xia had already gained too many benefits. He vowed to follow him for all lifetimes. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, pointing to the still uncollected Jinyuan Dan and said, "No need to be so polite when following me. The effect of that body refining Dan is limited, but this Xinyuan Dan should continue to help you improve. Go ahead and take it.
Long Chia's dragon eyes immediately lit up. Drool was pooling on the ground.
Thank you, young master. After another expression of gratitude, Long Chia hurried off to consume the Xinyuan Dan. He swallowed 70 or 80 at once, enough for him to digest for a long time. Seeing Long Chia quietly digesting the Xinyuan Dan, Lin Feng was not idle either. Just a little more, and Xiao Zi would be able to elevate to the immortal body constitution. Moreover, it would also help her improve her cultivation. Lin Feng hesitated not at all. He took out all the top-tier spiritual herbs he had on him. A lot. They piled up into a small mountain. Morongfen pinched himself hard to resist the impulse to grab a handful. Lin Feng had also given Zhang Chengdao quite a bit before, and he wanted to take some out, but Lin Feng stopped him, saying, "You won't need this much, this is enough." Lin Feng was going to refine the innate Dan, which could help those at the innate realm enhance their cultivation. Such things were rare and extremely precious in the Medicine King Valley. Many people waited desperately in the Medicine King Valley for a single innate Dan. Especially those at the late innate stage. If they could obtain an innate Dan, they would be willing to pledge themselves to the Medicine King Valley.
One can imagine the preciousness of the innate Dan.
Just from Lin Feng's own top-tier spiritual herbs, he calculated that he could refine no less than the number of Xinyuan Dan. Since he had already given some to Zhang Chengdao, there was no need to take more. Moreover, aside from the top-tier spiritual herbs for refining the innate Dan, he still had plenty of top-tier spiritual herbs left, so it was even less necessary. Zhang Chengdao understood this and said no more, watching Lin Feng with hopeful eyes alongside Morongfen. Lin Feng did not delay. Under the gaze of the few, he quickly replicated the process, and in a short time, the innate Dan was completed. Soon, the pill outlet was filled with innate Dan. Lin Feng also collected the leftover Xinyuan Dan that Long Chia had eaten into his spatial bag and placed all the innate Dan on top. The quantity was no less than that of the previous Xinyuan Dan.
Everyone present gasped in excitement.
However, Zhang Chengdao and Morongfen understood that Lin Feng was primarily refining for Xiao Zi. They silently watched. Even though they were eager inside, they did not speak. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Zi. "Eat up, Xiao Zi, you should be able to break through to the Qi-Si realm soon." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zi was momentarily stunned. Her status in the Lin family was now different. Naturally, she was well aware of matters regarding cultivation. What level was the Qi-Si realm? Every individual who could become a Qi-Si realm expert was a genius in their youth. Even so, most people would spend hundreds of years, or even several hundred years, to possibly reach the Qi-Si realm. Yet she was about to achieve it in just one day. No, to be precise, it would only take a short while. Morongfen and Zhang Chengdao were envious beyond words.
Xiao Zi herself felt it was very unreal.
While she was delighted by Lin Feng's kindness towards her, she still walked over somewhat shyly, grabbed a handful of innate Dan, and began to eat.
Mid-innate, late innate, innate great perfection, early Qi-Si. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xiao Zi rapidly broke through to the Qi-Si realm. Morongfen and Zhang Chengdao, watching from the side, felt their hearts tremble. Zhang Chengdao was fine, after all, he was already at the early Qi-Si realm, so he didn't feel as awkward. But Morongfen was quite helpless. At his age, he could see how young Xiao Zi was. He couldn't believe he was outdone by a little girl. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. He could only watch as a little girl's cultivation soared from the body refining realm to the Qi-Si realm in a short time, and there was not a trace of side effects. He knew that the truly terrifying one was Lin Feng. At this moment, Morongfen couldn't help but think of a question. What if Lin Feng were to refine the Qi-Si pill, or even the breaking Si pill? How terrifying would that be? The success rate for refining these two types of pills was extremely low. Moreover, spiritual herbs were no longer useful. Specialized precious medicines were required. Such items were rare as phoenix feathers in the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King had once refined some Qi-Si pills. From what Morongfen knew, only the Medicine King had such things, and there wouldn't be more than 5. That was the foundation of the Medicine King Valley. Normally, the Medicine King would never take them out unless it was a critical moment. As for the breaking Si pill, the Medicine King didn't have it either. One was that the precious medicine was too difficult to gather, and the other was that the success rate was too low. If it failed, the Medicine King would probably be so furious he could die from it. As Morongfen observed, he discovered a very terrifying issue. Lin Feng had never failed once in refining pills. If his speculation was correct, Lin Feng refining the Qi-Si pill and the breaking Si pill would likely yield the same result. He might not even need to refine the breaking Si pill. The pills Lin Feng refined automatically possessed the effects of the breaking Si pill, directly helping people to transcend their realms.
The level of terror was such that Morongthon was already thinking that when he returned to tell the Medicine King about this, the Medicine King would probably be scared to death. Thinking of this, Morongthon felt a surge of excitement. Lin Feng might not have enough precious medicine, but the Medicine King Valley did. If Lin Feng lacked it, they could provide it, and with that as a condition, as long as they obtained a small amount of Chi Si pills, the Medicine King Valley would have struck gold. Morongthon suppressed his excitement and looked at the little purple figure who was still consuming the innate pill's properties as that terrifying phenomenon reappeared. No, to be precise, it was an even more terrifying phenomenon. The effects of the innate pill far exceeded that of the true essence pill. For the enhancement of little purple's physique, it could be said to be like a torrent flowing into the sea. In that instant, the entire sky was filled with various floral phenomena brilliantly blooming in the sky. The area within 100 miles was covered in flowers. Below the mid-grade precious spirit boat, people from various cities couldn't help but look up in awe as the spirit boat was still moving. The phenomenon moved along with it, causing the range of the phenomenon to continuously expand. Soon, it stretched nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, the sky also revealed various heavenly laws. This was a scene that would only appear when the immortal body awakened. Accompanying it was a series of celestial sounds, as if fairies were playing music in the air. It's the heavenly laws. Morong brother, quickly meditate. Zhang Chengdao's eyes lit up. He hurriedly urged and sat down first. Morongthon also reacted. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Meanwhile, people in the various cities below were also exclaiming in surprise. Oh my! This must be a miracle. Heaven is showing its spirit. I feel a tremor in my body. My cultivation has broken through. An immortal body has awakened. Riding on the precious spirit boat is not something we can touch. It seems to be the pride of some great power. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This is the heavenly laws. Missing it will lead to lifelong regret. Order all disciples to immediately sit down and cultivate. Those who understood and those who didn't, upon seeing the heavenly phenomenon caused by Little Purple, all began to cultivate, not wanting to miss such an opportunity. Because Little Purple was continuously moving while awakening the immortal body, the appearance of the heavenly laws in one place was very brief. But for many, it might be the greatest opportunity they encountered in their lives. After all, not everyone was as lucky as Zhang Chengdao and Morongthon to ride on the same spirit boat as Lin Feng and Little Purple. Time passed slowly. Not long after, Little Purple completely digested all the innate pills consumed. Taking more would be useless. She had fully evolved and upgraded to the immortal body physique, not weaker than that of Dugu Wancheng. Lin Feng nodded silently, feeling that the promise he made had been fulfilled. Moreover, in the future, Xiaozi's achievements would exceed imagination. Xiaozi slowly opened her eyes, feeling her own celestial body. She felt her own strength. She had just turned 20. Now, she had become a strong practitioner at the Chi Si realm. Xiaozi felt it was unreal. She even felt that this power did not belong to her. Although she was only at the initial stage of the Chi Si realm, she felt capable of easily defeating peak practitioners of the Chi Si realm. This was the power of the celestial body. The further one went, the stronger it became. It could even allow one to cross a major realm to defeat an enemy. Since the celestial body was awakened through elixirs, Lin Feng did not know what this celestial body of Xiaozi was called. However, none of them cared about that. Being powerful was enough. Even Zhang Chengdao, who had also cultivated Lin Feng's techniques, would not be a match for Xiaozi now. Although Zhang Chengdao could also fight across several realms, he would become increasingly exhausted in the later stages. But those with celestial bodies, like Dugu Wanqing and Xiaozi, would not. They would remain strong all the way. Zhang Chengdao sensed this. He knew that he was no longer a match for the young girl before him. Indeed, comparing people could be infuriating. There was no need to mention how envious Zhang Chengdao was. At this moment, the laws of heaven were also slowly fading away. Morongthon stood up, shaking his head and sighing. Just a little more, and he could have broken through. Even a breakthrough to half-step Chi Si realm would have been excellent. Unfortunately, it was just that little bit. This left Morongthon feeling frustrated, as if life was full of obstacles. He envied Xiaozi even more. However, soon, Morongthon dismissed such thoughts. He saw Lin Feng pointing at the innate elixirs on the ground and said, "You can pick some for yourselves. They'll have to collect them back later." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Master Lin." The two of them had expressed their gratitude countless times today. Yet, it did not hinder their excitement. If possible, they would be willing to risk their lives to repay Lin Feng. This time, each of them only took 20. They knew that these innate elixirs were far more precious than the previous two types of elixirs. Morongthon even felt that the effects of these innate elixirs were stronger than those of the Chi Si elixirs. They helped enhance one's physique. This was something no other elixir could provide. Morongthon had never even heard of it.
After taking one, they could not wait to consume another. However, after taking just one more, there was no further reaction. They knew they could not elevate their physique to the celestial body like Xiaozi. They could only blame their age and the fact that their physical foundation had already aged. However, Morongfen was pleasantly surprised that in terms of improving cultivation he was the same as Xiaozi. He originally had a perfect innate foundation. After taking the innate elixir refined by Lin Feng, he instantly broke through to the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm. He even directly crossed into half-step Qi-Si realm. 100% breakthrough rate. Moreover, there were no side effects. With such a miraculous effect, Morongfen held the remaining innate elixirs tightly, nervously and cautiously storing them away. His palms were sweaty. These elixirs were enough to help the Medicine King Valley produce nearly 20 Qi-Si realm-strong practitioners. It was known that the Medicine King Valley had quite a few innate strong practitioners. There were no less than 10 at the perfect innate level. With these elixirs, even if the Medicine King Valley set aside its reputation as a refining force, it would still become the top power within 100,000 miles. In the future, maintaining relationships would not require such formality. After all, even if the Medicine King Valley was respected and not easily offended, it still needed to be strong itself. Only by possessing powerful strength would it be the safest. Morongfen had known the Medicine King for over 100 years. Their relationship was deeply rooted. The Medicine King Valley was his home. He did not intend to monopolize it alone. At this moment, Long Ke, who had been digesting, also completely consumed the medicinal power of the true essence elixir. With another dragon roar, his body soared into the air, becoming even larger. If before, Long Che's body was only 100 meters long, after taking the body refining pill, it had already doubled in size to 200 meters. And now, after consuming the true essence pill, its body had become immensely large, reaching a staggering 500 meters in length. It was simply boundlessly gigantic. After a dragon's roar, Long Chia was about to descend. Lin Feng directly stopped him, saying, "No need to come down, continue evolving, just take this pill." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand. Dozens of innate pills soared into the air and were delivered to Long Chia's mouth. The deafening voice of Long Chia echoed, "Young master's great kindness." After that, it continued to digest the innate pills and evolve. During this time, Long Chia transformed into a smaller form, constantly suppressing its changes while digesting, making it hard to notice unless it revealed itself. At this moment, its true form was evolving in the air. It was clear to see that Long Chia's body was continuously growing larger. The dragon scales were becoming increasingly glossy. At the same time, the dragon claws were also growing longer from short to long. The spiritual energy previously infused by Morongfen was almost depleted. He quickly controlled the mid-grade treasure spirit boat to temporarily stop, waiting for Long Chia to finish evolving. He watched the scene in shock. It really is a divine dragon. Who exactly is young Master Lin? He's so mysterious. Thankfully, I was polite when I visited the Lin family before, otherwise, if young Master Lin got angry, my Medicine King Valley would probably be in big trouble. Morongfen couldn't help but feel relieved, silently wiping away cold sweat. This continued for a while before Long Chia's evolution finally stopped. It had changed quite a bit. The originally bulky body had now slimmed down considerably. But it wasn't the slenderness of an ordinary divine dragon, it seemed to have shed excess flesh, becoming even more imposing. The black-red dragon flames on its body burned fiercely, distorting the surrounding sky. Originally, Long Chia had 3 claws, now, after several evolutions, it had transformed into 6 claws. Its body length extended for thousands of meters. Just the dragon tail was several hundred meters long. It circled in the sky, continuously emitting dragon roars, causing many people in the cities below to tremble in fear. The demon beasts also crawled on the ground. Once it quieted down, Long Chia noticed its changes, and tears of joy streamed from its eyes. They fell to the ground, forming a small lake. It was so excited. A 6-clawed divine dragon was an extremely explosive existence among the dragon clan. A 5-clawed divine dragon would inevitably grow into an elder figure in the future. A 6-clawed divine dragon, that was a talent only possessed by the leaders of the dragon clan. The dragon clan is different from other races. They are born with a fixed number of claws, and it is very difficult to grow more later. They grow stronger with age, and the more claws they have, the more powerful they become. Long Chia could imagine that when it returned to the dragon clan, those who once looked down on it would ultimately become a laughingstock. At that time, it would have its revenge. However, it still needed to continue improving itself. The dragon flame wave technique given by Lin Feng was enough to allow it to surpass the natural growth time required in a short period. Undoubtedly, it had become even stronger now. The realms of Qi-Si and Soul Realm were nothing but trivial matters in front of it. After the excitement, Long Chia did not forget who had brought it all. Its body rapidly shrank, quickly transforming back into the mini Longqia. Although it tried its best to keep a low profile, it still looked remarkably majestic. Young master, Longqia looked at Lin Feng, unsure of how to express its gratitude. Lin Feng saw this and waved his hand. Alright, no need to say more, just work hard in the future. Yes. Lin Feng's task for it was to protect Xiaozi well. It would do everything it could to accomplish that. It immediately stood silently beside Xiaozi. Xiaozi also looked at Longqia's transformation with curiosity. Women love beautiful things. It must be said that having a mount like Longqia to show off was indeed very impressive. Once everything was over, Morongfen and Zhang Chengdao both looked at Lin Feng. Clearly, Lin Feng had no further actions planned. Mainly, Lin Feng did not have the precious medicine to refine the Qi pill. Dragon saliva grass was indeed a top-tier medicine, but it could not be used to refine the Qi pill. Zhang Chengdao knew a bit about it and felt relieved at this point. In fact, both of them were more hopeful. They hoped that Lin Feng could refine a Qi pill. Even if they could only obtain one, breaking through a level of cultivation would be a tremendous blessing for them. Morongfen, while disappointed, also breathed a sigh of relief. He was both hopeful and fearful. After all, it was a Qi pill, which even the Medicine King found extremely difficult to refine. If Lin Feng managed to refine it in a snap like before, it would truly be a despairing matter. After all, he was a pill master. This would undoubtedly be the greatest blow to a pill master. However, he still looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young Master Lin, I presume you don't have the precious herbs to refine the Qi pill, right? We have some in the Medicine King Valley. When we return, they'll speak to the Medicine King and then he'll trouble young Master Lin to help refine it. Once it's successfully refined, young Master Lin can take most of it, just leaving a few for our Medicine King Valley would be sufficient." Morongfen was not foolish. If Lin Feng refined the Qi pill, would it still be called a Qi pill? Not only would it have the effects of a breaking C pill, but it could also help enhance one's physique. Such a heaven-defying pill, even if the Medicine King Valley provided plenty of precious herbs, obtaining just one would be worth it. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It would indeed take some effort for him to find the precious herbs himself. If the Medicine King Valley was willing to provide them, it would save him a lot of trouble. After all, he didn't need to exert much effort when refining pills with the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace. Moreover, the speed was quite fast and there was no failure rate to speak of. By then, casually giving the Medicine King Valley a few pills wouldn't be a problem at all. Lin Feng also wanted to know if his physique, already enhanced to the immortal body level, could continue to improve. If it could indeed continue to improve, Lin Feng wouldn't mind helping Xiaozi enhance a bit more. With this thought, Lin Feng gently nodded. "Sure, just bring the precious herbs to find me then." "Great. Great, great. Then it's settled, young Master Lin." Morongfen was overjoyed. At that moment he was bouncing around like a child. How could he not be excited? The Qi pill. The Qi pill refined by Lin Feng. By then, as the one leading this matter, obtaining one or two should not be a problem. The Medicine King Valley would treat him like an ancestor. When he consumed Lin Feng's Qi pill, breaking through several realms would be no issue. He might even reach the legendary Yuan Shen realm. This was what he was pursuing. Morongfen calmed down after a while and temporarily tucked away his excitement. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. "Young Master Lin, I see your cultivation is only at the 5th level of True Yuan realm. Why don't you take these pills?" Lin Feng was taken aback. He suddenly thought of this too. He had been so focused on not cultivating that he had forgotten about it. He was also at the True Yuan realm and didn't know if these pills would have any effect on him. With this in mind, Lin Feng first took out a True Yuan pill. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it down. However, he quickly realized that his cultivation was still at the 5th level of True Yuan realm, and he felt almost no change in his body. The medicinal power of the True Yuan pill was consumed entirely the moment it entered his body, thanks to the 6 super cultivation methods he practiced. Lin Feng, not believing in evil, swallowed down a dozen more True Yuan pills in succession. Yet, there was still no effect. Simply put, Lin Feng took out a dozen innate pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Still, there was no change. Soon, Lin Feng figured it out. With so many super cultivation methods, the energy required to improve his cultivation was probably too great. It simply couldn't be compensated by pills. Because he was too strong, he could only proceed step by step. However, Lin Feng was quite open-minded about it. Even if it was step by step, it was enough. Lin Feng was open-minded, but this left Morongfen and Zhang Chengdao feeling quite the opposite. After taking so many pills, Lin Feng's cultivation had not changed at all. Who wouldn't be shocked by that? They were well aware of how powerful these pills were. They didn't even dare to take more themselves, but Lin Feng seemed to be as unaffected as if he were eating jelly beans.
What kind of constitution does young Master Lin have? For the first time, Morong Fong felt like a naive bumpkin who had never seen the world.
Zhang Chengdao felt the same way.
Even the miraculous elixirs that could help a divine dragon like Long Chia were utterly useless to Lin Fong.
Soon, they stopped overthinking it.
The bizarre world was beyond their comprehension. After that, Morong Fong continued to pilot the mid-grade spiritual vessel swiftly towards the Medicine King Valley. The speed of the mid-grade spiritual vessel was astonishing, and describing it as traveling 10,000 miles in a day would not be an exaggeration. In less than a day, as evening approached, Lin Fong and the others arrived at the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley truly lived up to its reputation as a major power within 100,000 miles. Although its overall strength was not on par with those top-tier forces, its status was not inferior to them. The peaks were towering, and amidst a continuous range of mountains, an elder was currently stationed at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, accompanied by disciples to receive guests. Invitations to the Medicine King Valley had been sent to all major forces within 100,000 miles.
Over the next few days,
guests would arrive one after another, and naturally, someone had to be there to welcome them. Upon arriving, Lin Fong and his group instantly attracted attention. After all, it was a mid-grade spiritual vessel, and it was hard not to stand out. The radiance and spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it could be felt by anyone nearby. It was all infused with fire crystal stones, and the brilliance was almost blinding. A typical display of wealth. Many people gasped in awe, thinking a major force had arrived, and they turned to look up. When the mid-grade spiritual vessel landed, the crowd was taken aback to see only a handful of people aboard, none of whom they recognized. In this area of 100,000 miles, there were very few forces capable of riding a mid-grade spiritual vessel.
Who wouldn't know them?
Yet, the situation before them seemed somewhat unfamiliar.
And they didn't appear particularly strong. Morong Fong was still docking the vessel and hadn't been noticed yet.
They saw that Lin Fong and Xiao Zi were both young, followed by a pet beast and an old Taoist. This left many puzzled, and they began to whisper among themselves.
What kind of force is this? Why are there so few people? Have I become out of touch with the world? To be able to ride a mid-grade spiritual vessel, they must be a major force, right? But why have I never seen them before? Who knows? Let's just observe for now and see what happens.
At that moment, the third elder of the Medicine King Valley, Wu Yongyang, also approached with a few disciples. He was taken aback upon seeing Lin Fong and the others, feeling somewhat uncertain.
It was one thing for so few people to arrive on a mid-grade spiritual vessel,
but Zhang Chengdao looked like he should be of a higher cultivation level, yet he was following behind Lin Fong, Xiao Zi,
and a beast.
Wu Yongyang couldn't understand this strange combination and felt a hint of disdain.
However, he still politely inquired, "May I ask which force you all belong to?"
Lin Fong glanced at Wu Yongyang and replied, "The Lin family of Yen City."
"What? Yen City? People from a small city? Are you kidding? When did a tiny city like that get to ride a mid-grade spiritual vessel? Are cities this wealthy now?"
As soon as Lin Fong spoke, it caused an uproar. Before Wu Yongyang could respond, others began to discuss among themselves. Within 100,000 miles, who didn't know that those cities were merely responsible for paying tribute to the major forces and supplying fresh blood?
Some top-tier forces and even some large forces had to offer tributes every year.
It was easy to imagine how lowly the people from a city would be. This led many to suspect that Lin Fong and his group had merely stumbled upon this mid-grade spiritual vessel by chance.
After all, even a mid-grade spiritual vessel didn't require a master to use. Anyone could pick it up and use it.
If that were the case, many people's eyes lit up, and a little thought began to rise in their hearts. Anyway, they haven't even entered the Medicine King Valley yet. If they could seize Lin Fong and their mid-grade treasure spirit boat, that would be a windfall. At this moment, Wu Yongyang was taken aback when he heard Lin Fong introduce himself.
He immediately became even more disdainful.
Now, everyone in the Medicine King Valley knew there was a Lin family in Yen City.
But just a person in the true essence realm actually wanted to take Shangguan Yunya as a disciple.
Even if Morong Fong spoke highly of him, it was hard to believe. When the Medicine King sent Morong Fong to apologize, many people in the Medicine King Valley were dismissive and couldn't understand.
They thought it was completely unnecessary.
At this moment, upon hearing that he was from the Lin family,
Wu Yongyang waved his hand and said, "Sorry, what does someone from the Lin family count for?
Just go back, our Medicine King Valley does not accept you."
"The Medicine King Valley only receives those with invitations. We certainly didn't send an invitation to your Lin family, did we?" This time, Morong Fong was there to apologize and persuade. Naturally, he didn't bring an invitation.
Upon hearing this, Lin Fong immediately glanced at Wu Yongyang. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, which was decent combat power in the Medicine King Valley. However, in front of Lin Fong, it was nothing. Lin Fong didn't even need to lift a finger. Long Chia had already slightly opened his mouth, ready to swallow this guy who had offended Lin Feng whole. Just then, Morong Feng finally docked the spirit boat and rushed over from behind, startled.
Morong Feng knew well how terrifying Lin Feng was.
He couldn't fathom his depth. Not to mention Lin Feng. Even that pet dragon could swallow the entire Medicine King Valley. Now, offending anyone was better than offending Lin Feng. Morong Feng hadn't realized this before, but now he was certain that if the Medicine King knew about this later, he would rather offend the major forces within 100,000 miles than offend Lin Feng. Morong Feng's status was not as high as Wu Yangyang's, but at this moment he immediately spoke up to reprimand Elder Wu Yangyang.
Watch your tone.
Wu Yangyang was taken aback, doubting whether he had misheard.
Morong Feng, a perfect innate realm guy, had average talent and was at the bottom among the elders. If it weren't for his early acquaintance with the Medicine King and their decent relationship, he wouldn't even have a position as an elder. He had always been polite when seeing Wu Yongyang before. Now he actually dared to reprimand him? Not only Wu Yongyang,
but the disciples of the Medicine King Valley and others also felt that Morong Feng had gone mad. How dare he speak to Wu Yongyang like that?
Isn't that Morong Feng from the Medicine King Valley?
I heard he relied on his good relationship with the Medicine King to get the elder position, and his cultivation is not even close to Wu Yangyang's.
How could he speak to Wu Yongyang like this for someone from a tiny city? Who says otherwise?
I heard Wu Yongyang is vengeful and has a bad temper. This Morong Feng is probably in for trouble.
Those from the Lin family probably won't have it easy either. Although we don't know what their conflict is, isn't this self-humiliation? The crowd began to murmur.
Wu Yangyang, regaining his composure, looked at Morong Feng and said, Morong Feng, watch your tone when you speak to me.
Also, didn't the Medicine King ask you to bring some pills to appease me? Why did you bring someone back? Shut up, you idiot Wu Yangyang, be quiet. The Medicine King told me to apologize, not to send me off. Morong Feng was almost infuriated. Was Wu Yangyang trying to offend Lin Feng to death?
He could seek his own death, but he couldn't drag the Medicine King and the Medicine King Valley down with him. After being reprimanded twice in a row, Wu Yangyang's face turned ashen. He said coldly, whether it's to send off or to apologize, I don't care, but as long as I'm here today, no one from the Lin family can enter. And you, who have been offending this elder, will also receive a lesson today. As soon as Wu Yangyang's words fell, he struck a palm towards Morong Feng. He didn't care at all about dealing with a perfect innate realm Morong Feng. He still didn't know that Morong Feng's cultivation was now the same as his, already at the early stage of the Qi realm. But he would soon find out. Bang! A loud sound echoed die in the shocked gazes of everyone. Wu Yangyang was sent flying, spitting blood in midair. In just one move, he was defeated and severely injured by Morong Feng. Moreover, his cultivation level was exposed before everyone. Qi realm initial stage. How is this possible? Elder Morong Feng was only at the peak of the innate realm before leaving, and it's only been a few days. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley were all inexplicably shocked. Those outsiders who knew about Morong Feng's situation were also astonished. However, before they could react, Morong Feng had already flashed to the side of the severely injured Wu Yangyang on the ground. Grabbing his collar, he slapped Wu Yangyang's face repeatedly with more than a dozen slaps. Morong Feng cursed, Wu Yangyang, I used to let you off because of your connection to the third elder, but you should have spoken more politely to young Master Lin. It doesn't matter if you die, but you have brought disaster to my Medicine King Valley, and you deserve to die 1,000 times. Wu Yangyang was completely dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how Morong Feng, who was at the peak of the innate realm before leaving, could cross half a step into the Qi realm and directly break through to the Qi realm initial stage in such a short time. Morong Feng was not someone with exceptional talent, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen to the bottom among the elders of the Medicine King Valley. Back then, he had been stuck at half a step into the Qi realm for a full 70 years. If it weren't for a tremendous opportunity that allowed him to successfully refine a powerful spirit pill, he might still be unable to break through to the Qi realm even now. This half step was incredibly difficult. Only he knew how terrifying such a rapid improvement was. Moreover, even if Morong Feng had entered the Qi realm initial stage, he was still too strong. Wu Yangyang had already been in the Qi realm initial stage for many years, and his realm was incredibly stable. Even if he had been careless just now, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Wu Yangyang was confused, looking at Morong Feng with fear in his eyes. Morong Feng had always been low-key in the Medicine King Valley, appearing as a nice guy. No one had ever seen him so furious. It turned out that Morong Feng could get angry, and it was because of someone from the Lin family. Wu Yangyang couldn't understand, but at this moment he didn't dare to say more. He could only nod blankly, acknowledging Morong Feng's words. He didn't dare to disagree. The reason Morong Feng was so strong was naturally due to the improvement of his physique. Although it was worlds apart from a celestial body, Morong Fong's physique could still be considered among the talented.
His future achievements would be even higher. How could Wu Yongyang possibly comprehend such matters? After all,
he could never dream of helping someone improve their physique. It was simply beyond his understanding. Seeing Wu Yongyang become honest and no longer causing trouble, Morong Fong also breathed a sigh of relief.
If he hadn't come out in time just now, Wu Yongyang would have already been a pile of dung in the dragon's belly, waiting to be digested.
This third elder had no idea that Morong Fong had saved his life by giving him those slaps. If he knew the stakes involved, Wu Yongyang would probably not only not blame Morong Fong but would also bow down to him dozens of times on the ground.
Of course, Morong Fong didn't have such kindness to save Wu Yongyang. He was afraid that even if Wu Yongyang was really killed by Lin Fong and the others, it would inevitably create a rift between Lin Fong and the Medicine King Valley.
Morong Fong had always regarded the Medicine King Valley as his home. He would never allow such a thing to happen. After doing all this, Morong Fong also looked towards Lin Fong. Seeing that Lin Fong didn't appear too angry, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his earlier performance should have calmed Lin Fong down. After giving Wu Yongyang a fierce glare that made him shiver, Morong Fong stood up and hurried to Lin Fong's side, saying, "Young Master Lin, I sincerely apologize for making you laugh. Please follow me into the valley and don't take it to heart." Lin Fong nodded gently. He had come to take on a disciple, not to cause trouble. Since Wu Yongyang had already been taught a lesson by Morong Fong, there was no need for him to dwell on it. He also understood Morong Fong's intentions. Then, under the leadership of Morong Fong, they directly entered the Valley of the Medicine King. Naturally, no one dared to stop them.
As for the invitation, who would be foolish enough to ask for it now? Morong Fong was no longer the Morong Fong of the past.
Although the difference between the Chi Si realm and the innate Great Perfection realm seemed minor, just one level apart, the combat power was completely irreplaceable. Even in the entire Valley of the Medicine King, there were not many strong practitioners in the Chi Si realm. Moreover, Morong Fong already had a very good relationship with the Medicine King, so it wouldn't be long before Morong Fong's status in the Valley of the Medicine King would rise significantly. At that time, no one would dare to speak out against him.
With Morong Fong's return, the ranking of the elders in the Valley of the Medicine King would likely be reshuffled. Everyone thought this way.
But what shocked them even more was Morong Fong's attitude towards Lin Fong.
A young master from a small city like Yen City could actually make Morong Fong act this way? This undoubtedly left everyone puzzled,
including Wu Yongyang and the young disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King.
They were equally confused.
They couldn't understand why, despite Morong Fong being in the Chi Si realm and so strong, he would behave like this. In the end, there was only one possibility: this young master was extraordinary. He must be beyond their imagination, either having a very powerful master or possessing some special identity. However, they were all mistaken. Lin Fong himself was stronger than they could imagine. He simply wouldn't take the time to explain this to them. After Lin Fong and Morong Fong had walked far away, the crowd began to discuss among themselves.
How did Elder Morong Fong from the Valley of the Medicine King suddenly become so tough?
It was truly terrifying just now. I was shocked watching from the side.
Yeah, that kind of aura was indeed frightening.
And that young master from the Lin family, to be treated like that by Morong Fong,
is really scary. We need to be careful in the future and not offend people we shouldn't.
Right, we must be cautious. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively to snatch that young master's spirit boat just now, otherwise many who had harbored such thoughts earlier felt a wave of fear.
If it weren't for Wu Yongyang stepping in, they might have faced a terrible fate.
After all, Wu Yongyang was still from the Valley of the Medicine King, and he had been beaten to a pulp. Facing them, Morong Fong would likely show no mercy.
These people looked at Wu Yongyang, unable to hide their grateful expressions.
At that moment, Wu Yongyang's face was flushed. He had been heavily beaten by Morong Fong just now, and his face was already swollen. He felt quite embarrassed to have been beaten in front of so many people.
Realizing this, he gritted his teeth in frustration. But he didn't dare to provoke Morong Fong again.
He knew he was no match for Morong Fong. Approaching him would be pointless. After taking a few healing pills and circulating his energy, Wu Yongyang gently stood up. With a flick of his sleeve, he coldly said to the group of disciples from the Valley of the Medicine King, "You all stay here to receive guests. I have something to attend to back in the valley."
What could be so important? With such humiliation, Wu Yongyang naturally couldn't stay here any longer. Once back in the valley, he wouldn't return, leaving the other elders to deal with this troublesome task. It was too easy to get into trouble. The others naturally understood this point.
They didn't expose Wu Yongyang, and the young disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King nodded in agreement. "Understood, Elder, we will take care of it." Meanwhile, on Lin Fong's side, as Morong Fong led the way, He handed the previously shrunk mid-grade treasure spirit boat to Lin Feng with both hands, saying, "Young Master Lin, this is your spirit boat. I've already taken care of it for you."
Lin Feng nodded and didn't stand on ceremony.
Just this one boat he would need to ride back. He casually stuffed it into his spatial bag and asked, "When does the marriage selection conference start?
Where is Su Guanyun?" Morong Feng didn't dare to hide anything and quickly replied, "The marriage selection conference is set for 3 days from now."
As for Guanyun, please don't worry, young Master Lin. After all, there are many forces that have come this time, and she is somewhat reluctant to meet young Master Lin, as it goes against the agreement. Because of the engagement conference, according to the rules, Yunyan also shouldn't make an appearance these days. However, young Master Lin can rest assured, I will talk to Yunyan about this matter and try to arrange for her to meet young Master Lin first.
Moreover, the Medicine King Valley is quite large, and we will specifically arrange accommodation for young Master Lin.
Everything will be taken care of by our Medicine King Valley, ensuring the highest standards. When the engagement conference is held, young Master Lin will be able to meet Yunyan, and at that time, if young Master Lin excels, the others in the Medicine King Valley will naturally have nothing more to say. Although he knew it would make Lin Feng somewhat displeased, Morongfen still steeled himself to say it.
After all, this was the rule. He couldn't openly break it.
Moreover, this matter had not yet been reported to the Medicine King, which could easily lead to gossip among the people within the Medicine King Valley and outsiders from other forces. It would somewhat affect the reputation of Shangguan Yunyan. For both emotional and rational reasons, Morongfen tried his best to explain to Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng frowned slightly after hearing this,
he could understand. Since the people had already arrived, he wasn't worried about his disciple running away.
He nodded gently and said, "Since they are already here, I must meet my disciple. If it's inconvenient for her to come find me openly, then let her come secretly. You all can figure it out." Morongfen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He was worried that Lin Feng would insist on meeting Shangguan Yunyan directly.
He truly didn't know how to handle that.
He nodded repeatedly. All right, young Master Lin can rest assured. I will do my utmost to handle this matter.
Young Master Lin, and everyone else, please follow me to the accommodation.
The peaks ahead are usually where the people of our Medicine King Valley reside and refine medicine, but now, due to the engagement conference, they have been specially vacated for guests.
There are a total of 100 peaks. And this time too many people have come.
Having young Master Lin come to our Medicine King Valley has already brought us great honor. We cannot let young Master Lin tire himself out any further, so we will arrange for him to stay on the nearest peak. Following the direction Morongfen pointed, Lin Feng looked over. What he saw were 100 peaks that appeared to be distributed quite unevenly. However, overall, they indeed gave a rather enchanting feeling. Morongfen, noticing Lin Feng's gaze, proudly said, "Young Master Lin must have noticed that these peaks naturally form a formation. They are a natural bagua array, which is extremely suitable for refining medicine. For us alchemists, not only is our own ability important, but the surrounding environment and aura are also very crucial, as they greatly assist in refining medicine."
At this point,
Morongfen suddenly stopped. He then realized that what he considered to be extremely precious and powerful might be completely useless to Lin Feng.
The other party wouldn't fail at refining medicine at all. It seemed he didn't need such aura assistance whatsoever.
It truly made one feel increasingly disheartened. Morongfen also felt deflated and stopped discussing the matter. But soon he adjusted his smile and said, "Young Master Lin may not know, but our Medicine King Valley has more than one entrance. This time, various forces have come from all directions, and each entrance has dedicated personnel to receive them, so these peaks are treated equally, regardless of height.
Let's choose the nearest peak. This peak is called Lingyun Peak. What do you think, young Master Lin? Are you satisfied?" Morongfen looked at Lin Feng, waiting for his response.
Right now, Lin Feng was everything.
Except for matters concerning Shangguan Yunyan's reputation. Everything revolved around Lin Feng.
If Lin Feng said he didn't like it and wanted to change to another peak, he would immediately comply. Lin Feng didn't care about these accommodations. He nodded and said, "It's fine, no need to change, I'm quite satisfied, so let's go with this one."
Morongfen immediately nodded repeatedly, "Young Master Lin and everyone, please follow me." All right, on top of Lingyun Peak.
At this moment, a group of people was standing in front of a pavilion, pausing. They were all guests who had come to the Medicine King Valley. There were not only participants in the marriage selection conference but also some elders and sect leaders from powerful factions. At this moment, they all looked towards the two stewards of the Medicine King Valley standing at the door, admiring the loft that was clearly full of spirit and abundant in spiritual energy.
Each mountain peak was not distinguished by height, but there was a clear hierarchy among them. The best residence on Lingyun Peak was here, evidently meant for those of the highest status. The two stewards had already explained that this place was called Tianxiang Pavilion and it had not yet been assigned to anyone.
The land where the Medicine King Valley was located was unparalleled, even the top factions within 100,000 miles could not compare. Being able to reside here was not only a symbol of status, even a short period of cultivation here would be quite beneficial. The rich spiritual energy in Tianshan Pavilion would gradually decrease as it was absorbed, and then it would be stored again. It was extremely helpful even for those at the Qi realm. It could be said that everyone was eager to come here. A middle-aged man with a thick beard said, "Is my Baisho sect not worthy of Tianshang Pavilion? Your Baisho sect is nothing. My Tianshang sect should be the one to stay in Tianshang Pavilion." Bah! A bunch of shameless people. My Baihua Valley should be the one to stay in Tianshang Pavilion. Suddenly, a voice said lightly, "How about we have a fight? Whoever wins gets to stay in Tianxiang Pavilion." The speaker was a young man in a long robe. He had thin lips and was quite handsome. Although he was somewhat eye-catching, the person standing behind him was even more noticeable. It was a woman dressed in tattered coarse clothes, her hair loose, and a very prominent birthmark covered almost half of her face. She looked quite ugly, hard to ignore. At this moment, she stood behind the man like a servant. A servant, though striking in appearance, caused everyone to snap back to reality after a moment of daze. They recognized the speaker. Hiss! They couldn't help but gasp. Could this person be the young master of the Jinyu sect, Lu Jiling? The Jinyu sect is a powerful faction on par with the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley excels in alchemy, while the Jinyu sect specializes in weapon forging. I didn't expect the young master of the Jinyu sect to be here as well. Truly impressive and outstanding. If this young master can successfully marry into the Medicine King Valley, it might become a legendary tale within 100,000 miles. Yes, at that time, the two factions would cooperate, one in alchemy and the other in weapon forging. It would be hard for anyone to compete. What's the point of arguing? Just let them have it. The Jinyu sect and the Medicine King Valley are different, being the top factions within 100,000 miles, even more powerful than the Medicine King Valley. I heard that the young master of the Jinyu sect is already a mid-stage Qi realm expert, with extraordinary talent and remarkable abilities. And those elders beside him are probably all latest-stage Qi realm experts. Everyone felt a wave of despair. They hadn't expected the Jinyu sect to join the fray. It seemed that Tianxiang Pavilion was destined for the Jinyu sect. The factions that had been the loudest before now lowered their heads in silence. Even the two stewards of the Medicine King Valley guarding Tianshan Pavilion had their eyes light up at this moment. They were stationed here to select a suitable faction to reside in. The Jinyu sect was more than qualified. Moreover, how could the people of the Medicine King Valley not want to form a marriage alliance with the Jinyu sect? However, since a marriage alliance was to be formed, they naturally wanted to choose the strongest. But this Tianxiang Pavilion could very well be directly given to the people of the Jinyu sect. The two stewards of the Medicine King Valley exchanged glances, and one of them smiled and said to Lu Jiling, "Young Master Lu, since you are from the Jinyu sect, you can move in directly to Tianshan Pavilion. There's no need for such trouble." Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Lu Jiling felt a surge of pride in his heart. The Jinyu sect had this kind of confidence. However, he still waved his hand and said, "Since everyone is here, if I, from the Golden Jade sect, were to move in directly, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among others. I'd rather avoid being talked about behind my back for bullying others with our power." He smiled at the various forces present and continued, "How about this? We won't bully anyone. Let's each select a person below the Qi realm to compete, so as not to hurt anyone's feelings. What do you all think?" Lu Jiling looked at the crowd with confidence in his eyes. He glanced at the extremely ugly woman beside him. The woman appeared to be quite young, but her large birthmark made her look exceedingly unattractive. At this moment, she stood quietly, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Lu Xiling's goal was simple: to prove to those around him that the Golden Jade sect was not only powerful in weapon refining but also in strength. Even without calling upon the elders of the Qi realm, no one was a match for the Golden Jade sect. This was also to show the people from the Medicine King Valley. He, Lu Jiling, was the best choice for Shangguan Yunyun. Forget about the matchmaking conference, it should just be cancelled outright. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the various forces exchanged glances, thinking that Lu Jiling was being quite unreasonable, using them as pawns to elevate the Golden Jade sect's reputation. Everyone was not foolish and could see through his intentions. However, no one dared to expose him. After all, both weapon refining and pill refining were extremely important matters, and they would inevitably need the Golden Jade sect in. As the young master, Lu Jiling was likely to be the next leader of the Golden Jade sect. Coupled with the sect's strength, no one wanted to offend him. Yet, the various forces felt displeased, thinking, "Be careful not to get played yourself." Since Lu Jiling had said so, they had also brought along some young disciples who had reached the innate realm, each with exceptional talent. In the end, who would win or lose was still uncertain.
Moreover, this was Lu Xiling's own suggestion. If he ended up slapping his own face, he couldn't blame anyone else.
With this in mind, the leaders of the various forces, such as sect masters and valley masters, smiled and nodded in agreement.
Since young Master Lu has said so, we naturally cannot refuse. Let's proceed with this.
Yes, yes, yes.
To avoid hurting feelings, let's send out our people below the Chi Si realm for a match. Everyone echoed in agreement.
They then began selecting the strongest individuals from their respective forces below the Chi Si realm. The strongest below the Chi Si realm was naturally the innate perfection stage. No one dared to claim that a half-step Chi Si realm was not part of the Chi Si realm. They couldn't afford to lose face. The innate perfection stage experts sent out by the major forces were not ordinary either. Even among those of the same level, they were all outstanding. At this moment, they lined up and looked towards Lu Xiling, eager to see who he would send out.
Lu Xiling, seeing this scene, sneered disdainfully. He turned to the ugly woman beside him and said, "Xiaoyi, you go and have a match with them, but you mustn't lose, okay?"
"All right." The ugly woman nodded slightly, simply responding with one word before walking directly out. The crowd exchanged glances, surprised that Lu Xiling looked down on them so much that he sent out someone who clearly resembled a servant. Initially, they were just speculating, but Lu Xiling's next words further confirmed this, making the faces of the various forces turn sour. Lu Xiling smiled lightly and said, "Xiaoyi is my servant and she has some strength, so let her compete with you all."
Put.
Upon hearing this, everyone nearly spat blood. They wished they could step up and stomp on Lu Xiling's face a few times, but they all forced themselves to hold back. The sect master of the White Hand sect smiled with a hint of malice and said, "Young Master Lu, you really look down on people too much.
And with a servant, aren't you afraid she might get beaten to death?"
The sect master of the White Hand sect had already developed murderous intent.
If he couldn't deal with Lu Xiling, could he not deal with the person he sent out? Others thought the same way. One by one,
they instructed their respective innate perfect realm experts to hold nothing back.
Lu Xiling waved her hand dismissively and said, "If you really have that ability, then I won't need this servant anymore.
But I must say in advance, Xiaoyi is quite formidable.
If you're not convinced, you can all come at her together."
Put. Upon hearing this, the various forces stopped saying more. They all uttered a single word in unison: attack.
The innate perfect realm experts from these forces truly followed Lu Xiling's words and launched a joint assault on Xiaoyi.
They were quite furious at this moment, feeling their dignity had been challenged.
Lu Xiling looked down on them too much, sending out an ugly young maid.
She seemed quite young, which was even more infuriating.
Since they couldn't kill Lu Xiling, they would settle for killing the Xiaoyi in front of them. There were as many as 8 innate perfect realm experts, each unleashing their full momentum and cultivation,
which was terrifying. Even some early-stage elders of the Chi Si realm felt a bit apprehensive upon seeing this. The leaders of the various forces seemed to envision the scene of Xiaoyi being torn apart. Unfortunately, it did not go as they wished.
Xiaoyi didn't even unleash any cultivation aura.
She simply threw a punch at the nearest innate perfect realm expert.
With a loud bang,
the expert was sent flying, coughing up blood midair. When he landed, he pointed at Xiaoyi, his eyes filled with terror, unable to speak for a long time.
Ultimately, he fainted. It was too fast, and too shocking. No one even noticed what cultivation level Xiaoyi was. An innate perfect realm expert was smashed into such a state by a single punch from her. The remaining 7 innate perfect realm experts were also taken aback.
They quickly halted their movements, calming down and surrounding Xiaoyi.
Only then did they launch their attack. With so many people, it made it slightly less easy for Xiaoyi to handle.
However, just a moment later, another innate perfect realm expert was sent flying by Xiaoyi's punch, meeting the same fate as the previous one.
This was undoubtedly terrifying. If nothing unexpected happened, the remaining 6 innate perfect realm experts would likely not be a match for this seemingly servant-like Xiaoyi. What on earth is happening? This Xiaoyi is so strange. Is she really a servant? Why can't we see her cultivation? It's truly odd. She seems to have not used any cultivation at all. Could it be pure physical strength?
As these words were spoken, the leaders of the various forces felt a shiver of shock.
The power to knock out an innate perfect realm expert with a single punch, without using any cultivation, was that something a human could do? Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads repeatedly.
Even the 2 stewards from the Medicine King Valley were filled with confusion and shock at this moment. But Lu Xiling nodded and admitted, Xiaoyi indeed has no cultivation, she relies solely on pure physical strength, and there's no technique that allows her to cultivate, it's all based on her own power.
What? How is that possible?
Although Lu Xiling admitted it voluntarily, no one was willing to believe it. This was beyond their comprehension. Lu Xiling, however, said proudly, "At first, I was also shocked, but later when I learned that Xiaoyi is from the Tiangong clan, I was no longer surprised."
What? The Tiangong clan?
Now, the people from the various forces were even more unsettled. This was more shocking than Xiaoyi having no cultivation. The leader of the 100 Flowers Valley looked at Xiaoyi seriously, his expression grave as he said, "The Tiangong clan possesses immense strength from birth. Capable of moving mountains and filling seas upon reaching adulthood, they are a race that can contend with the Dragon clan. It is said that the Tiangong clan vanished from the world over 10,000 years ago. I never expected that there would still be members of the Tiangong clan in existence." This legend was not a secret in the Tianlong continent. Everyone thought the Tiangong clan had long since disappeared. But now Lu Jiling actually claimed that Xiaoyi was from the Tiangong clan. This was undoubtedly a heavy bombshell.
It stunned everyone. "Come back."
Instantly, the leaders of various factions shouted for their people to return. In the time it took to say this, only 4 innate perfect realm experts remained standing. 2 more had been knocked out and were severely injured. This was the Tiangong clan, and at this moment Xiaoya had clearly come of age. Although it was unclear why she didn't seem as powerful as the legends suggested.
They dared not let their people continue to be sacrificed.
The name of a person carries the shadow of a tree.
Even though the Tiangong clan had disappeared for over 10,000 years, their legends still circulated. No one dared to underestimate them.
In an instant, the remaining 4 innate perfect realm experts who were entangled with Xiaoye retreated, fleeing as if for their lives, fearing they would be struck by Xiaoye's fists. Xiaoye's speed, strength, and defense were simply beyond their ability to shake.
She was absolutely infinitely close to the Qi-Si realm. Even a half-step Qi-Si realm expert would likely not be her match. The Tiangong clan was indeed terrifying.
Once everyone had returned, they all looked towards Lu Jiling. They hadn't expected Lu Jiling to actually obtain a servant from the Tiangong clan.
Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Lu Jiling felt a surge of pride. He smiled and said, "It seems that our Jinyu sect will be staying at this Tianshan pavilion. I'm truly sorry, ha ha ha."
Lu Xiling's triumphant laughter not only diminished the prestige of these major factions but also made others envious and shocked that he had a servant from the Tiangong clan. He relished this feeling.
"Make way." A voice suddenly rang out.
Lin Feng and the others had arrived. It was Morong Feng who called out.
They still didn't know what had happened here.
However, Morong Feng had the best arrangements for Lin Feng, planning to place him in this Tianshan pavilion.
No one could stop that.
Seeing so many people here, he showed no signs of politeness. From their attire, they should be elders from the Yaowang Valley. We should step aside. Although the people from Yaowang Valley are relatively weak, the status of their elders is noble, so we should avoid offending them.
That's right, Yaowang Valley has good relations with many major factions, even top-tier ones. Coming to someone else's home ground, it's best not to be too arrogant.
The crowd murmured.
Making way.
The alchemists from Yaowang Valley were always highly respected in the outside world. Even if they were a bit weaker, it didn't affect their status.
This was the advantage of being an alchemist from Yaowang Valley. Morong Feng felt there was nothing inappropriate about it.
The 2 stewards from Yaowang Valley guarding the front of Tianshan Pavilion were taken aback upon seeing Morong Feng and then quickly reacted to bow. "Elder Morong Feng, you have returned.
Is there something you need here?" Although Morong Feng's cultivation level was not high among the elders, he was still an elder.
His status was higher than theirs. With a clear distinction between respect and inferiority, they dared not act recklessly.
Morong Feng nodded slightly and said, "This Tianshan pavilion isn't occupied, right? This is young Master Lin, our most esteemed guest from Yaowang Valley. Hurry and make arrangements."
The 2 stewards from Yaowang Valley were stunned. They exchanged glances. Their faces filled with bitterness.
If these people hadn't come, and if Lu Jiling, the young master of Jinyu sect, wasn't present, and if the previous events hadn't occurred, this matter would naturally be very easy to handle. But now, if they proceeded like this, wouldn't it be a blatant slap in Lu Xiling's and Jinyu sect's face? The 2 stewards didn't have the courage for that. Jinyu sect was a force on par with Yaowang Valley.
Although refining weapons was slightly simpler than alchemy and ranked a bit lower, their overall strength far surpassed that of Yaowang Valley.
If they were to become enemies, they couldn't bear the responsibility.
After a moment of grimacing, one of the stewards quickly explained the previous events.
Morong Feng was also taken aback after hearing this.
Turning his head, he finally noticed Lu Jiling. Just now, he had been eager to arrange accommodations for Lin Feng and hadn't really paid attention to the people from Jinyu sect. Of course, even if he had noticed, it wouldn't have changed his mind. What was Jinyu sect? Compared to Lin Feng, it was nothing. No matter whom he offended, Morong Feng would never offend Lin Feng.
Since just now, Lu Xiling's expression had been quite unpleasant. As a young master of the Golden Jade sect, how could Morong Feng openly offer the Tianshan pavilion to someone else in front of so many people? Wasn't that a blatant slap in the face?
At this moment, noticing Morong Fong's gaze, he thought that Morong Fong had just noticed him and would surely change his mind, so his expression eased a little.
However, what Morong Fong said next made Lu Xiling's face turn even worse.
Morong Fong merely glanced at Lu Xiling and said lightly, "So it's the young master of the Golden Jade sect. I've heard much about you." After this polite and perfunctory remark, he turned to the two stewards of the Medicine King Valley and said, "All right, hurry up and make arrangements. No matter whose business it is. Nothing is more important than young Master Lin's.
If anything happens, you can come to me."
This? At this point, not only were the two stewards of the Medicine King Valley dumbfounded, but even the others were equally bewildered. Their gazes were all directed at the young Master Lin mentioned by Morong Fong. They had no idea how powerful this person was, to the extent that Morong Fong disregarded the young master of the Golden Jade sect and insisted on arranging for him to stay in the Tianxiang Pavilion.
But upon seeing Lin Fong, everyone was even more confused.
Among the major forces within 100,000 miles, there had been much interaction. They would also collect intelligence from each other. It could be said that they basically knew each other well. If this person was truly formidable, they would have known about him. But now they found that no one had ever seen Lin Fong, nor had anyone heard of this figure.
Suddenly, they exchanged glances in confusion.
Just as the two stewards were about to respond, Lu Xiling's voice came first. "Elder Morong Fong, I respect you as an elder of the Medicine King Valley, but you are going too far. We had already agreed to send people below the Qi Si realm to compete, and the winner would be allowed to stay in the Tianxiang Pavilion.
Does the Medicine King Valley look down on us so much, arranging things solely based on an elder's personal preferences?"
After working so hard for so long, Lu Xiling certainly couldn't just watch others move into the Tianxiang Pavilion. Not only would his face be swollen from the humiliation, but it would also make people say that the Golden Jade sect was afraid of the Medicine King Valley.
He absolutely could not back down this time.
Even if Lin Fong and his group might have a high status, or even be from some top external force,
he couldn't show weakness, because he represented the Golden Jade sect.
Lu Xiling's words were undeniably vicious, immediately placing Morong Fong and Lin Fong on the opposing side of all the forces.
How could Morong Fong not hear that? He glanced at Lu Xiling but did not change any of his previous thoughts. He said, "Then I will just do things according to my own preferences. I believe the Medicine King will support me, so there's no need for young Master Lu to worry. Since you all are here, the Medicine King Valley will naturally treat you well, but this Tianxiang Pavilion must be for young Master Lin." If Morong Fong dared to take Lin Fong to another place, he estimated that Lin Fong could make him turn the Medicine King Valley upside down. He didn't have the guts for that. Moreover, Lin Fong was now undoubtedly a strong ally.
He would spare no effort to hold on tight for the sake of the Medicine King Valley.
Hearing this,
Lin Fong was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect Morong Fong to be willing to offend so many people for him, since just now, he had been keeping an eye on Xiaoye.
Because the system prompt had sounded again. Xiaoye was also a celestial body. He had obtained a new technique called Taiku Tianvangju,
a purely physical cultivation technique different from ordinary physical cultivation techniques. It only required the assistance of external forces. It was very powerful and was already operating within Lin Feng's body. At the same time, it had issued him a disciple collecting task. The giant spirit celestial body, yet another powerful celestial body. Lin Feng certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. After successfully collecting a disciple, he would receive a reward. The reward was a pair of shoes named Starstep Flowing Cloud Boots.
He didn't know the effects yet,
but they surely wouldn't be bad. They were definitely treasures on par with Qin Jianzi's brocade garments. At this moment, after hearing Morong Feng's words, he smiled and said, "Since you are not convinced, let's do as you suggested before. Let's have a competition among those below the Qi Si realm, and the winner will enter the Tianxiang Pavilion. This is my cultivation level, and I believe it fully meets that requirement." Lin Feng said lightly, then suddenly unleashed the aura from his body.
The fifth level of the True Essence realm was extremely eye-catching. It wasn't because it was particularly high, on the contrary, it was far too low. Everyone present was at least at the innate realm, and none were even at the early stage of innate. At the very least, one had to be at the late stage of innate to qualify to stand here. There were plenty of Qi Si realm experts around. Yet here was Lin Feng, a mere fifth level of True Essence, boldly revealing his cultivation level. This left everyone in a daze. What was even harder for everyone to understand was that Morong Feng was willing to offend major powers just to arrange for someone like this to enter the Tianxiang Pavilion. This was simply explosive. Fifth level of True Essence? Am I blind? Someone slap me to check. Slap. You're not blind, I see it too. It's indeed the fifth level of True Essence. This world is really crazy. Can someone at the fifth level of True Essence be this arrogant? Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiling couldn't help but burst into laughter.
She laughed so hard that she bent over, tears streaming down her face. Pointing at Lin Feng, she laughed so hard she could barely catch her breath, finally managing to say disdainfully, I can't be seeing this wrong, right?
5th level of true essence? Not even at innate, and yet you have such guts. You must come from some major power, right? Didn't your elders ever tell you to keep a low profile when your cultivation is this low? Ha ha ha.
Earlier, Lu Jiling had been somewhat worried, thinking that Morong Feng treating Lin Feng this way meant he must be some kind of genius, at least not inferior to her own talents.
He looked so young, he should at least be at the peak of innate.
But now, it was clear he was just a waste, far inferior to her.
Although he looked young, he was actually over 40.
It was just that his talent was good, so he still appeared youthful. By the time Lin Feng was this age, he would have already reached the peak of innate.
Regarding Lu Xiling's laughter, Lin Feng didn't have time to waste with him and said, I'm in a hurry, you'd better stop laughing.
Just now, Lin Feng had also heard the two deacons talking to Morong Feng. He knew that the giant spirit body he wanted to take as a disciple was actually Lu Xiling's servant.
So if he were to battle, it would be against this giant spirit body.
He didn't care about Lu Jiling, but he needed to deal with the giant spirit body and make her his disciple. It was just right to use this battle to accomplish that. Lu Jiling was momentarily stunned. He had never thought someone would be so eager to seek death.
He immediately nodded and smiled, saying, Of course I agree. If you want to die, how could I possibly stop you?
Then Lu Jiling turned to Xiaoye and said, Xiaoye, go meet him. Don't hold back.
I don't want you to take more than 3 moves to finish him. Okay. Xiaoye replied with a single word and then slowly walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also slowly walked towards Xiaoye. Shouji and Zhang Chengdao, along with Long Chia, watched silently, not worried at all.
They had also heard the two deacons' words and knew that this girl was from the Tiangong clan. Shouji and Zhang Chengdao were fine. The legends they had heard were similar to everyone else's. But Long Chia was different. As someone who had once been on par with the Dragon clan, he knew much more. He understood how terrifying the Tiangong clan was, as if they were born warriors. They were once rivals of the Dragon clan but suddenly vanished one day, completely disappearing from the Tianlong continent. It was said they had been struck by a powerful curse, leading to the entire Tiangong clan being tainted. As a young member of the Dragon clan, this was his first time seeing someone from the Tiangong clan.
He was now watching intently.
Xiaoye looked at Lin Feng, her eyes showing little emotion, and she didn't waste any more words. A fist came crashing down towards Lin Feng. The people around instinctively stepped back, knowing that Xiaoye's attacks were terrifying and could affect everyone nearby. Yet Lin Feng merely smiled at the scene, showing no intention to dodge or evade. Witnessing this, the onlookers wondered if Lin Feng had lost his mind.
A perfected innate realm.
Even someone at the Qi stage would likely not dare to stand still and take Xiaoye's punch. But Lin Feng stood there without flinching.
Someone commented, this guy must be scared silly, right? I think so.
Xiaoye's fist was already close to Lin Feng, carrying an incredibly terrifying force that made the air feel thinner.
Seeing Lin Feng's expression, even her usually calm eyes showed a hint of surprise.
She didn't understand why Lin Feng wouldn't dodge, but she knew what her task was. She still threw her fist straight at him. But the next moment, something that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Lin Feng reached out and gently grabbed Xiaoye's fist as if an adult was holding a child's hand, without causing the slightest ripple.
How is this possible? Everyone's breath momentarily halted.
Lu Jiling was no exception, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief at the scene. Lin Feng ignored the thoughts of the others and simply looked at Xiaoye, smiling as he asked,
Why do you want to be that guy's servant? Xiaoye was taken aback.
At that moment, she was also confused. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. It was the first time someone dared to take her punch hidden. What surprised her even more was that Lin Feng would ask such a question.
Xiaoye frowned and replied with a few more words, none of your business.
Withdrawing her fist, she swung her other fist towards Lin Feng again. But the next moment, it was once again caught by Lin Feng. He continued, I can't be bothered with that, but I want to take you as my disciple.
Ha! Xiaoye was stunned again.
Lin Feng looked so young, and her task was to kill him. Yet he wanted to take her as a disciple. This was something she never expected. But she quickly regained her composure and replied, I'm not interested.
Die.
Xiaoye continued to throw punch after punch at Lin Feng.
Despite her confusion and anger, she didn't stop.
Lin Feng easily defended against her attacks while casually making her look extremely awkward, all the while glancing at Lu Jiling. It was as if he had guessed something. Xiaoye clearly had no feelings for Lu Jiling. Her following him must have been due to some leverage he held over her. Knowing that this wouldn't lead to Xiaoye agreeing, Lin Feng immediately held onto her fist without letting go.
Xiaoye was stunned.
Before she could react, her body was thrown away, landing beside Lu Jiling with a fit of coughing.
After a moment, she managed to stand up.
The others were also left dumbfounded. The Xiaoyi, who had previously been unable to be dealt with by 8 perfected in 8 realm experts, was easily subdued by Lin Feng.
Was this really something a 5th level Qi Si realm could accomplish? Slap.
Someone slapped themselves hard across the face, confirming that this wasn't a dream.
Damn. This is insane. How is this possible? How could a 5th level Qi Si realm be this powerful?
The crowd was shocked and confused. Lu Jiling couldn't make sense of it either, glaring at Xiaoyi as he scolded, useless. At the same time, he swung a slap towards her face, but the next moment, Lin Feng caught his arm.
This is my future disciple. Do you think you have the right to hit her?
Lin Feng's voice was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it sent a chill down the spines of nearly everyone present.
Lu Jiling was also taken aback. He was at the midstage of the Qi Si realm, yet he was so easily overpowered by Lin Feng. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. He was shocked and terrified. A 5th level Qi Si realm. He couldn't fathom why this was happening. He couldn't understand what kind of 5th level Qi Si realm this was. At the same time, a wave of anger surged within him, and just as he was about to resist, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Crack! Directly broken by Lin Feng. Lu Jiling screamed.
The next moment he was thrown to the ground, with Lin Feng's foot directly on his face. This caused him pain along with a wave of humiliation. The elders who followed Lu Jiling also reacted, their faces filled with shock. Among them were several latest-stage Qi Si realm experts, and not just one. This time, the sect master of the Jin Yu sect did not come due to urgent matters.
However, he valued Lu Jiling greatly and sent 8 Qi Si realm experts to accompany him.
Among them, 3 were latest-stage Qi Si realm. One could say they were comparable to a top-tier force, sufficient to handle any situation from the Medicine King Valley. At least, that was what they thought before. But their luck was too bad, they encountered Lin Feng. It was no wonder they had this calamity in their fate.
They were furious. Someone shouted, "Bold! You brat, die!"
The 8 Qi Si realm experts attacked Lin Feng together.
But the next moment,
Lin Feng was still stepping on Lu Xiling's face while a large amount of golden flames radiated from his body. The supreme dragon flame was unleashed in an instant.
It seemed to come alive, transforming into streams of fire that directly met the 8 Qi Si realm experts. In an instant, they all let out miserable howls.
They could not resist the supreme dragon flame at all.
Moreover, it wrapped around them like a maggot and they could not extinguish it. Ah! Hell! What kind of flame is this? Quick, save me!
The piercing cries for help rang out. But everyone watching felt a chill in their bones. When the flames finally subsided, 2 early-stage Qi Si realm and 3 mid-stage Qi Si realm experts had been burned to death. Only 3 latest-stage Qi Si realm experts were barely alive, but they were already charred black, gasping for breath. Those around them couldn't help but take a step back, trembling in fear.
It was too terrifying.
It was the first time they realized that the true essence realm could be so horrifying.
Could it be an immortal body? But even though the immortal body is powerful, it shouldn't be able to do this, right? Not to mention them, Morong Feng was also trembling.
His shock was no less than that of the others. He had always thought that Long Chia was very powerful, and Lin Feng shouldn't be this strong. Now he realized he had underestimated this young Master Lin. This one might be the most terrifying, even if he only appeared to be at the 5th level of the true essence realm. Zhang Changdao and Long Chia were both excited and thrilled. Just as they thought, Lin Feng was a hidden super powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. At this moment, he finally revealed some of his strength. These people had no idea what kind of existence was before them. Xiaozi seemed accustomed to Lin Feng's power. She was surprised for a moment but also felt very proud. This was their young master. Lin Feng at this moment did not pay attention to the thoughts of others.
He simply stepped on Lu Jiling and looked at Xiaoyi, asking, "Can you be my disciple now?" Xiaoyi was taken aback.
She then realized that Lin Feng was doing this all because of her. Somehow, Xiaoyi's heart was suddenly touched. For the first time, she felt such a feeling from an outsider. She couldn't help but swallow hard, looking again at Lu Jiling on the ground, her eyes filled with hesitation, struggle, and entanglement. At this moment, Lu Jiling was almost going mad. The person before him was too terrifying. Terrifying enough that he was now scared to the point of wetting himself. His pants were already soaked.
Hearing this, he quickly said to Xiaoyi, "Quick, agree to him. Agree to be his disciple." Lu Jiling understood that Lin Feng wanted to take Xiaoyi as a disciple.
As long as Xiaoyi agreed,
this person should let him go.
Xiaoyi was still struggling a bit, but upon hearing this, she quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment task of the giant spirit immortal body, receiving the task reward, Star-Stepping Flowing Cloud Boots. After successfully recruiting a disciple, Lin Feng immediately received his task reward. He also learned about the effects of the Star-Stepping Flowing Cloud Boots. After seeing it, Lin Feng was also taken aback.
These star-stepping flowing cloud boots were indeed abnormal.
Once worn, they could directly perform spatial jumps. Moreover, it became increasingly powerful as his cultivation improved. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, he could even truly step on the stars. He could leap from one star to another. Such a freakish pair of boots. Indeed, taking in disciples was the fastest way to earn rewards.
With this item, traveling would undoubtedly become extremely convenient.
Lin Feng didn't hesitate much and directly put on the star-stepping flowing cloud boots, discarding his previous pair. He donned them grandly in front of everyone, causing those around him to not dare utter a word. The person before them was at least comparable to a peak great perfection in the Qi-Si realm.
Who would dare to provoke him? Xiaozi was also puzzled and couldn't help but ask Zhang Cheng beside her, why did the young master suddenly change his boots?
Zhang Cheng shook his head in confusion. I don't know either, but don't worry, miss, the young master must have his reasons for doing this.
Zhang Cheng's cryptic words managed to convince Xiaozi.
In truth, he didn't understand either. As long as Lin Shen did what he thought was right, that was enough.
Overthinking would drive him mad.
Zhang Cheng had long since come to terms with this.
There were too many things about Lin Feng that defied explanation.
So he just accepted it as it was. After putting on the boots, Lin Feng looked at his disciple with satisfaction. Although he looked a bit ugly now, he believed that once she awakened her celestial body, she would no longer appear this way. Lin Feng noticed that the little girl before him, Xiao Yi, had such a large birthmark on her face precisely because she hadn't awakened her celestial body. Originally, this birthmark shouldn't have been so big, it had grown larger as she matured. With this thought, Lin Feng casually glanced at Lu Jiling, who was so frightened he couldn't get up, and stepped on his head. In an instant, Lin Feng crushed it. This caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. They were all terrified. What did they just witness? The young master of the Jinyu sect had his head crushed by Lin Feng with a single step. It was a kill without mercy, not a shred of compassion shown.
More importantly,
having seen this, they feared that when the Jinyu sect sought retribution, they would likely be implicated as well. Compared to the Jinyu sect, they were still quite far behind. Moreover, there were too many forces allied with the Jinyu sect, almost as many as those with the Medicine King Valley. They were scared. Even Mu Rongfeng felt a tremor in his heart. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this. Although Lin Feng had offended the Jinyu sect, as long as Lu Jiling didn't die, the Jinyu sect wouldn't truly go to war with the Medicine King Valley.
But now it was different.
The Jinyu sect would likely hold the Medicine King Valley accountable for this. With this thought, Mu Rongfeng felt numb all over. But he quickly came to a resolution, gritting his teeth and silently thinking, since I've made my choice, I can't regret it. If it comes to war with the Jinyu sect, I must cling to young Master Lin's leg. I believe the Medicine King will understand me.
Everything happened too suddenly.
Mu Rongfeng hadn't even had the chance to mention Lin Feng to the Medicine King. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about that anymore. He firmly stood by Lin Feng's side, believing that the Medicine King would support his decision. Meanwhile, the already tumultuous Xiao Yi felt her heart tremble even more. Her pupils constricted sharply. Looking at Lin Feng, she shouted, "Why did you kill him?" Xiao Yi was somewhat flustered. Her clansmen were still in the Jinyu sect.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have willingly become Lu Jiling's servant. Now that Lin Feng had killed Lu Jiling, and it was because he wanted to take her as a disciple, she would have been immensely grateful to Lin Feng if there were no worries. But now that Lu Jiling was dead, once the Jinyu sect got wind of it, her clansmen would likely be in danger. How could she remain calm?
But looking at Lin Feng, Xiao Yi felt a wave of despair. She realized Lin Feng's intention was to kill Lu Jiling and then grant her freedom.
But given the current situation, what use would her freedom be? Feeling dejected, Xiao Yi slumped to the ground.
Lin Feng was unaware of the underlying reasons, but since he had made the decision, he naturally wouldn't regret it. If there were any problems, they would just need to be solved. Looking at the small knight sitting on the ground, Lin Feng said, "Since you are now my disciple, no one will bully you from now on. Tell me about your situation, and I will help you resolve it."
Xiao Ye was taken aback.
She looked at Lin Feng's confident and calm demeanor, as if she too had been infected by it. Although she didn't know how strong Lin Feng really was, perhaps he could truly help her. If that were the case, it wouldn't matter if Lin Feng wanted to take her as a disciple. Even if it meant warming his bed every day, she would be willing. However, thinking of her own ugly appearance, she figured Lin Feng probably wouldn't be that interested. This made Xiao Ye feel a bit disheartened. At the same time, she couldn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to take her as a disciple. Although she was from the Tiangong clan, her cultivation was completely different from that of normal humans. Even if Lin Feng took her as a disciple, it would be difficult for him to teach her.
In the future, it would be hard for her to bring any honor to Lin Feng.
More importantly, the Tiangong clan was cursed, unable to unleash their original powers. Although she was a special case, she was still greatly affected.
Xiaoye couldn't make sense of it. No matter how she thought, she just couldn't understand.
She decided not to dwell on it any longer. What mattered now was the life and death of her clansman. She resolved to tell Lin Feng everything, as this man was her only hope. After a moment of gathering her thoughts, Xiaoye said, I am from the Tiangong clan.
And I am not the only one. My clansmen are currently in the Jinyu sect.
Because of the curse on my Tiangong clan, my clansmen have a low status in the Jinyu sect. Due to their strength, they can only serve as laborers. Originally, because of me, my clansmen lived a bit better, but now that you have killed Lu Jiling, once the sect master of the Jinyu sect finds out, my clansmen will be in trouble.
So, I beg you, please save my clansmen. As long as you can help me, I will be your person from now on, and you can make me do anything.
After Xiaoye finished speaking, she looked earnestly at Lin Feng, staring into the man's eyes, her own filled with hopeful light.
She was afraid that Lin Feng might not be able to do it.
But soon, her body trembled.
Lin Feng nodded.
The response was quick. Almost as soon as he finished asking, Lin Feng nodded with a nonchalant attitude. Lin Feng had thought it was something serious.
If it was like this, then it was much simpler. He just needed to destroy the Jinyu sect and rescue Xiaoye's clansmen.
This was undoubtedly not a very difficult task. In the midst of Xiaoye's shocked gaze, Lin Feng looked at her and said, Leave this matter to me, don't worry.
I will save your clansmen, and from now on, you will be my disciple. Remember that. Xiaoye nodded in a daze.
Then Lin Feng turned to Xiaozi, Zhang Chengdao, and Long Jie and said, You all wait for me at Yaowang Valley.
I need to go out for a bit, but I will be back soon. Xiaozi immediately nodded.
Okay, young master, come back early. Zhang Chengdao also echoed, Don't worry, young master, he'll take care of things here. Long Jie gently nodded his dragon head. Take care, young master.
Lin Feng nodded lightly, then noticed the people from other major forces.
He turned to Long Jie and the others and said, Before I return, none of them can go out and communicate with others.
Lin Feng wasn't worried. It was mainly to reassure Xiaoye.
If these people went out, they would likely spread the news about what happened here, making it hard for Xiaoye to feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Long Jie's dragon eyes immediately turned to those from the major forces, causing them to tremble.
At that moment, they realized that this beast seemed to be quite extraordinary. Being able to speak, could it be the Beast King?
The Beast King was comparable to the Yuanshan realm, and they hoped their guess was wrong. After Lin Feng made the arrangements, he came to Xiaoye's side, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and said, Don't worry, it will be over soon.
Let's go to the Jinyu sect, you lead the way.
After saying that, the star-flowing cloud boots under Lin Feng's feet flickered with a burst of light, and in the next moment, Lin Feng and Xiaoye vanished from the astonished gazes of the crowd.
This ability, akin to teleportation, left everyone in a daze. Even Xiao Zi and the others, including Morong Feng, were the same. After all, this was Lin Feng's first time demonstrating the power of the star-flowing cloud boots.
Once Lin Feng disappeared, the people from various factions looked at the corpse of Lu Jiling on the ground, along with the 3 severely injured Golden Jade sect's latest Chi Si realm experts who were unlikely to survive the night, their hearts filled with dread. Since just now, they hadn't dared to utter a single word, fearing they would attract the attention of this god of death, Lin Feng. Now that he was gone, some quick-witted individuals began to stealthily make their way out of the Tianshan Pavilion's vicinity, attempting to leave this place of turmoil unnoticed. It wasn't that they wanted to report anything. They simply wanted to escape this place of trouble. They completely forgot Lin Feng's earlier warning. They paid the corresponding price for their oversight.
Screams echoed. Several Chi Si realm experts were directly devoured by Long Jie. Everyone watching was filled with terror. Indeed, he is the Beast King. No wonder Morong Feng treated these people so humbly before. It turns out he is the wise one. At this moment, they finally understood Morong Feng's previous strange behaviors. They cursed themselves for not recognizing the mountain. However, they also felt relieved that they hadn't spoken too much earlier, especially any harsh words. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate as Lu Jiling. The 2 stewards from the Medicine King Valley looked at Morong Feng with admiration. To be able to associate with such a person truly brought prestige to the Medicine King Valley. No wonder he was an elder. Morong Feng felt a surge of pride at this moment. Now these people finally understood his actions. Even if the Medicine King knew, he would surely praise him for doing well. With this thought, Morong Feng knew he needed to inform the Medicine King about this matter as soon as possible. But before leaving, he had to reassure these people. After all, they were guests. He immediately looked at the people from various factions and said, Young Master Lin made it very clear before he left, no one is to leave the Tianshan Pavilion's premises until he returns. However, everyone can rest assured, since you are here, you are guests of the Medicine King Valley. There will be no shortage of fine wines and delicacies to entertain you. And there will be plenty of spirit fruits so you can relax and stay comfortably. The Medicine King Valley was, after all, the host this time. Naturally, they couldn't treat these people poorly. But he also didn't dare let them leave. He had to give them a heads-up, a precautionary measure to keep them calm while waiting for Lin Feng's return. Long Chia's earlier performance had already terrified everyone. At this moment, who would dare to disagree?
Upon hearing this, they all nodded in agreement.
Alright, Elder Morong is right. Since young Master Lin said so before leaving, we will just stay here peacefully. Yes, we absolutely won't go out. We will stay here at ease.
Seeing that these people were so agreeable, Morong Feng smiled and nodded, saying, I will arrange everything shortly. I apologize for the inconvenience, everyone.
Ha ha ha, Elder Morong is too polite.
The crowd chuckled awkwardly.
At this moment, no one dared to offend Morong Feng. As long as their eyes weren't blind, they could see that Morong Feng was clearly on good terms with Xiao Zi and the others.
And Xiao Zi and the others were all Lin Feng's people. Previously, they could easily converse in front of the Medicine King Valley, but after today, that would likely change. They knew that by aligning with Lin Feng, the Medicine King Valley would likely become a true top-tier force. Even the surrounding 100,000 miles wouldn't be able to contain the Medicine King Valley. At this moment, the more astute individuals had already begun to contemplate their next moves.
They hadn't even considered leaving.
Instead, they thought it would be better to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Medicine King Valley.
Who knows, they might be able to benefit in the future. Morong Feng was unaware of these people's thoughts. The politeness of these people made him feel a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't say much more.
Turning to the two stewards who had been in a daze, he said, What are you still standing there for?
Hurry up and invite Miss Xiao Zi and the others inside.
Morong Feng felt a bit frustrated. At a time like this, these two were still dawdling. The two stewards quickly snapped out of it, swallowing hard. What had happened earlier was too shocking.
Lin Feng's performance was terrifying. Moreover, he had actually left with Xiao Yi.
They seemed to have already guessed what Lin Feng was going to do. Others had thought of it too, and once they calmed down, they realized Lin Feng was probably going to deal with the Jinyu sect. He wouldn't wait for the Jinyu sect to come looking for him.
Was it just because he wanted to take on a disciple?
What a ridiculous thing, but it had happened. They were even a bit excited. If Lin Feng succeeded, they would have gained some insight. And now, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, it was important to build a good relationship with Xiao Zi and Zhang Changdao, who were clearly very close to Lin Feng.
Coming to their senses, the two stewards immediately put on bright smiles like chrysanthemums.
Looking at Xiao Zi and Zhang Changdao, they said, This young lady and senior, please come in quickly. The Tianxiang Pavilion is specially prepared for you. The Tianxiang Pavilion is very spacious, and it has everything you need. It will be extremely helpful for your cultivation.
I'm sure you will be satisfied.
Long Chia had to keep an eye on the people from the major forces, so he naturally stayed outside. Besides, Long Chia wasn't in the habit of lying in bed. Hearing this, the others from the major forces echoed, Miss, and this esteemed elder, please hurry inside. We will wait outside for young Master Lin to return.
Yes, hurry in and rest well. You must be exhausted from the journey. Xiao Zi and Zhang Changdao couldn't help but click their tongues in secret. Xiao Zi felt a bit shy. These people were too enthusiastic. They knew it was all because of Lin Feng, so they didn't stand on ceremony. They followed the two stewards into the Tianxiang Pavilion to rest. Morong Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief after arranging everything.
Although Lin Feng had left, his people could not be neglected in the slightest. They had to be treated with the highest standards. After watching Xiao Zi and Zhang Changdao enter the Tianxiang Pavilion, Morong Feng turned to the people from the major forces and said, You all should rest here for now. I have something to attend to outside and will come back to visit you later.
Morong Feng couldn't wait any longer.
He needed to inform the Medicine King about this matter as soon as possible. He couldn't let the Medicine King create any more trouble. If Lin Feng really got angry,
the consequences would be too severe. Elder Morong, take care.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Morong Feng left the Tianxiang Pavilion and flew towards the mountain where the Medicine King was located.
Among those who couldn't leave, Morong Feng was certainly not included. After all, he couldn't go to Gaomi. Atop the Medicine King's main peak, Morong Feng quickly appeared here. After a bit of inquiry, he found the location of the Medicine King. The Medicine King, Shangguan Yi, usually resided in the lofts on the main peak, with a separate residence. Normally, only elders and serving disciples could enter here. As soon as he arrived at the door of the Medicine King's study, Morong Feng heard the sound of an argument inside. It was Shangguan Yunyan and Shangguan Yi arguing. Morong Feng didn't expect Shangguan Yunyan to be here as well. Upon arriving, he immediately heard Shangguan Yunyan's dissatisfied voice. It's all your fault. I already agreed to be someone else's disciple and have even taken on a master. Now look, I become a person who breaks promises. What will my master think of me? Shangguan Yunyan was extremely unhappy. She hadn't slept well these past few days.
What was supposed to be a settled matter had turned into a marriage proposal event while she was away.
Invitations had already been sent out. It was all a mess now.
Shang Guanyi felt a bit guilty, standing there awkwardly, but upon reflection, he thought, after all, he was the father of Shangguan Yunyan, how could he still be lectured by her? He immediately regained his authoritative demeanor and said, Yunyan, stop messing around. Since this matter has already been settled, there's no need to say more about it. I have already sent out the invitations, and in the next few days, people from various major forces will be arriving one after another.
If you let them go back now, are you trying to ruin your father's reputation?
Moreover, among the various forces coming, many are not weaker than my Medicine King Valley, and quite a few are even stronger. If I really did that, I reckon our Medicine King Valley wouldn't be able to survive in this area of 100,000 miles anymore.
We might as well pack up and leave.
Although he was the Medicine King and held a high position, he was not omnipotent. That was all supported by the various major forces. If he really did that, wouldn't he be smashing his own bowl of rice? Such matters didn't even require careful consideration to know what to do.
However, Shangguan Yunyan was after all his precious daughter.
After cultivating for over 200 years, he finally had a daughter, so he was naturally very indulgent. At this moment, his tone softened a bit as he said, Yunyan, didn't I send a lot of my Medicine King Valley's elixirs to your cheap master? These things have attracted many major forces. Even if your master's strength is not weaker than a peak Qi realm expert, I have already given enough face, not to mention he is just a person from a border town.
How strong can he really be?
Ever since Shangguan Yunyan returned, she had been praising Lin Feng to the skies. She said that although Lin Feng was only at the second level of the True Essence realm, his real strength was not weaker than that of the Qi realm. It sounded like nonsense. If it weren't for Shangguan Yunyan saying it, he would have thought his daughter was possessed. Moreover, even if it were true, he felt that this Lin Feng should at most be a loose cultivator, perhaps with some hidden cultivation methods.
The elixirs he had sent with Morong Feng were enough.
He believed Lin Feng should have already received those elixirs and was happily bouncing around.
However, Shangguan Yunyan showed no respect for Shangguan Yi, the Medicine King. She directly spat and said, Pa, your elixirs are nothing my master would want. He definitely didn't accept them.
Shangguan Yunyan turned her head, not believing that Lin Feng would just accept those elixirs and then give up on her as a disciple. If she had refused back then, Lin Feng would have killed her. It was clear that she was still very important to him. Moreover, she felt Lin Feng was extremely mysterious, definitely more powerful than she could imagine. At least in her heart, he was quite impressive. Shangguan Yi was immediately quite angry, glaring as he said, Yunyan, I'm doing this for you. Your talent is so poor, if I don't marry you off to a good family, what will you do if something happens to me in the future? You'll have no one to protect you. This time I'm matchmaking for you, isn't it to choose a strong person to protect you in the future? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunyan paused. How could she not understand? But she was still angry. She had previously agreed to Lin Feng, and now to go back on her word made her feel guilty. Seeing that Shangguan Yunyan was in a bad mood, Shangguan Yi softened his tone again and said, Good daughter, just listen to your father, find someone to marry, and live well in the future. Don't let anyone deceive you. Medicine King. Morong Feng could no longer listen and quickly interrupted. In Shangguan Yi's mouth, Lin Feng had become a swindler. If this word got to Lin Feng's ears, who knows if he would get angry. They couldn't let the Medicine King speak carelessly anymore. Shangguan Yi was taken aback when he heard Morong Feng's voice. His eyes brightened immediately. He hurriedly asked, Xiao Feng, you're finally back. How is it? Has that Lin Feng already accepted those elixirs and is so happy that he voluntarily gave up his previous thoughts? Quick! Tell Yunyan so she can give up on this idea. Morong Feng was stunned. Seeing Shangguan Yi so excited, although he knew that telling the truth would slap Shangguan Yi in the face, he still did it fiercely to make the Medicine King understand Lin Feng's importance. He shook his head helplessly and said, No, Medicine King, young Master Lin Feng did not accept those pills. It was his family who accepted them, and he wasn't particularly happy about it. At first, he didn't even want to accept them. I had to force them on him. Moreover, on the contrary, young Master Lin Feng even gave me quite a few pills. Although the pills that the Medicine King had him bring to Lin Feng were all top-notch elixirs from the Medicine King Valley, enough to make any force thrive, compared to the pills Lin Feng gave him, they were completely worthless. If these pills were to be exposed, there might even be people who would disregard the status of the Medicine King Valley and come to snatch them away. Those were pills that could enhance one's physique. Morong Feng knew very well how impressive these pills were. However, at this moment, Shangguan Yi clearly did not notice this. When he heard Morong Feng say that Lin Feng did not accept the pills as he imagined and was happily bouncing around, he was momentarily stunned and then his face turned red. He glared at Morong Fong, thinking that this guy used to be quite adept at handling things, so why was he so brazenly slapping his face in front of Shangguan Yunyan this time?
Wasn't this embarrassing for him? But Shangguan Yunyan's eyes lit up.
With a slight smug smile, she said, "See, Dad, I told you, my master is not as easy to deal with as you think."
Uncle Morong, tell me what happened next. What did my master say afterward? At this moment, Shangguan also eased up a bit, looking at Morong Fong with curiosity.
It was surprising to see Morong Fong, who had played with him since childhood, behaving so unusually. He wasn't foolish, it was probably closely related to Lin Fong. After a moment of contemplation, Morong Fong organized his thoughts and said, "Then young Master Lin Fong said that he must accept Yunyan as his disciple, and he even came to the Medicine King Valley with me."
What? What? Shangguan and Shangguan Yunyan exclaimed in unison. Shangguan Yunyan was excited, exclaiming in surprise.
She didn't expect Lin Fong to be so domineering, willing to come to the Medicine King Valley just to accept her.
Shangguan, on the other hand,
was astonished and confused. Anyone with a bit of sense would know that forcibly accepting Shangguan Yunyan as a disciple in the Medicine King Valley would not only face the Medicine King Valley but also contend with the major forces within 100,000 miles.
Who gave a mere person from a border town the courage to do this? Shangguan suddenly became very interested in Lin Fong. Uncle Morong, you mean my master came to the Medicine King Valley to find me? Where is he now?
I want to go see him and apologize to him along the way,
Shangguan Yunyan said happily. Upon hearing this, Shangguan was startled again.
He quickly stopped her, saying, "Yunyan, don't be foolish, things are not as they used to be.
Every move you make is being watched by the major forces.
Just going to find a man, even if you say he is your master, no one will believe it.
If this affects your reputation, that would not be good." Morong Fong was also worried about this point back then. He nodded and said,
"Yunyan, don't worry, young Master Lin Fong is not here right now. He has temporarily left the Medicine King Valley.
Rest assured, you will have the chance to meet." "Ha? Temporarily left? What exactly is going on?" Shangguan Yunyan was filled with confusion. Shangguan was no different.
The person had come, and now he had temporarily left. Something must have happened that he was unaware of.
He immediately looked at Morong Fong and asked, "Xiao Fong, tell me, what exactly happened?" "Wait, your cultivation level."
Just after Shangguan finished asking, he suddenly realized something that made it hard for him to remain calm. Morong Fong had actually reached the early stage of the Qi realm.
This was absurd. Shangguan was very clear about Morong Fong's talent.
It would be difficult for him to break through to the Qi realm in this lifetime.
Even with a Breaking Heaven pill, it would probably be impossible. The Breaking Heaven pill is meant to help those at the peak of innate perfection break through to the Qi realm. However, it also has certain requirements regarding the user's talent and age.
Moreover, the refinement of the Breaking Heaven pill is extremely difficult, and even if he were to refine it himself, the failure rate would be quite high. Even so, it would probably only help Morong Fong break through to the half-step Qi realm at most. But now, Morong Fong has actually reached the Qi realm? He stared at Morong Fong as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Shangguan Yunyan, hearing Shangguan words, also looked at him with a shocked expression. Morong Fong smiled and, feeling fortunate, said, "Pharmaceutical King, Yunyan, this is exactly what I wanted to say. The reason I was able to break through to the Qi realm is all because of young Master Lin Fong.
Let me explain it to you in detail." Alright, hurry up and tell us. Xiao Fong, Shangguan said, somewhat impatiently.
Morong Fong then recounted everything he had experienced with Lin Fong in detail, completely stunning Shangguan and Shangguan Yunyan. They stared at Morong Fong, dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time.
After a while, Shangguan finally reacted.
He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he cautiously asked, "Are you saying that he, with a cultivation of the 5th level of true essence, killed the people from the Golden Jade sect?
And even killed their young sect master?" Morong Fong nodded gently. "That's right. 2 at the early Qi realm, 3 at the mid Qi realm, 3 at the late Qi realm, plus Lu Jiling himself, a total of 9. Upon hearing this, Shangguan was shocked but also rolled his eyes silently. He said with irritation, "You don't need to be so detailed." Shangguan also clicked his tongue secretly. If he didn't know that Morong Fong wasn't the type to speak nonsense, he would have thought this was too ridiculous. Although it was hard to believe, Shangguan still chose to trust Morong Fong. At the same time, he felt a bit speechless. That was the Golden Jade sect. Now they had been killed by Lin Fong in the Pharmaceutical King Valley. Once the Golden Jade sect found out about this, they would probably hold him accountable. Although they in the Pharmaceutical King Valley were not afraid of trouble, offending the Golden Jade sect for no reason still made him feel a bit resentful. But he also recalled what Morong Fong had just mentioned about Lin Fong being able to refine pills. He quickly asked, "You just said he can refine pills? And even better than what we make in the pharmaceutical King Valley? Is that true? I'm not that easy to fool.
If he could accept that Lin Feng, with the 5th level of true essence, could kill so many Chi Si realm experts as a pill refiner. He understood the difficulties of pill refining very well.
Which renowned pill refiner hasn't spent hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands of years studying? How old is Lin Feng? How could he possibly refine pills better than those from the pharmaceutical King Valley?
This was simply impossible. If Morong Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have dismissed anyone who told him this.
He knew it was hard to believe.
But he had evidence, and he wasn't afraid. Without any hesitation, he took out the body-refining pill refined by Lin Feng and handed it to Shangwan Yi, saying, "Pharmaceutical King, I know this is hard to believe, but the facts are right in front of you.
This is the pill personally refined by young Master Lin. Just take a look and you'll know." Shangwan Yi took the pill with suspicion. Shangwan Yunyan also curiously leaned in.
As a member of the pharmaceutical King Valley, although Shangwan Yunyan wasn't very strong, she had a good grasp of pill refining knowledge. At this moment, both she and Shangwan Yi were stunned as they examined the body-refining pill refined by Lin Feng, unable to help but gasp in awe. Although they didn't know what kind of pill this was or what effects it had, the pill patterns on it and the refreshing, lingering fragrance that was hard to dissipate made it clear to even those who didn't refine pills that this pill was extraordinary.
Pill patterns, and 9 of them. Xiao Feng, you're not joking with me, are you? You're also a pill refiner, you should know.
Don't say me, even those top-tier pill refiners who have been famous for 1,000 years might not be able to refine a pill with 9 patterns.
Just having a few pill patterns is something to boast about for a lifetime. Shangwan Yi looked seriously at Morong Feng.
This was too terrifying. He simply couldn't bring himself to believe it.
How could Morong Feng not know these things? After all,
he had seen them with his own eyes.
There was absolutely no possibility of any deception.
He nodded earnestly and said, "Pharmaceutical King, I know this is very disheartening, but we must also be clear about one thing. There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. In my life, I have never seen anyone like young Master Lin Feng. Although he claims to be just over 20, he possesses strength and knowledge that are completely beyond what someone of his age and cultivation level should have. I have spent some time with him and know that he cannot be viewed through the lens of common sense.
This elixir was refined by young Master Lin Feng.
Whether you believe it or not, Pharmaceutical King, I saw it with my own eyes."
Morong Feng was too lazy to explain further.
He knew that such matters were difficult to clarify. Only by seeing it with one's own eyes could one understand the terrifying nature of Lin Feng,
regardless of whether the pharmaceutical king believed it.
Since he had said it, he could propose that Lin Feng used the medicinal materials from the pharmaceutical King's Valley to refine the Chi Si pill.
After all, whether true or false, Shangwan Yi still had the confidence to give it a try. At that time, he would understand everything. Shangwan Yunyan, at this moment, was quite convinced.
She had interacted with Lin Feng before and knew that he indeed could not be viewed through common sense.
Moreover, for her newly recognized master, she chose to believe.
At this moment, she was also very happy. Noticing that the atmosphere was somewhat off, she took the initiative to change the subject and said, "Father, this is a pill with 9 patterns, something that only exists in legends.
Even if you have nothing to do, studying it would be quite beneficial for your alchemy."
"Right."
Shangwan Yi's eyes lit up.
Regardless of whether this matter was true or false, having such a pill would, even just by looking at it often,
greatly enhance his alchemy skills.
In fact, he had already believed quite a bit. Just a moment ago, after Morong Feng finished speaking, he understood Morong Feng and the friendship they had since childhood, which led him to choose to believe. However, this pill was so precious that he still looked at Morong Feng with some hesitation.
But before he could speak, Morong Feng smiled and said, "Pharmaceutical King, there's no need to be polite. I have plenty here. If you want, I can give you a few more."
After saying that, Morong Feng took out the dozens of body-refining pills that were left after he had consumed some earlier, each one bearing 9 patterns. The pharmaceutical king's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. Only he knew what a treasure this was for an alchemist.
So many! He couldn't help but exclaim. Morong Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride.
Over the years in the pharmaceutical King's Valley, he had received a lot of help from Shangwan Yi. He was just a little brother. Now, it was good. He was repaying kindness while finally being able to hold his head high.
Morong Feng humbly waved his hand. "It's all thanks to Yunyan. If young Master Lin Feng hadn't valued Yunyan and wanted to take her as a disciple, I wouldn't have such a great opportunity."
As Morong Feng spoke, he looked at Shangwan Yunyan with a grateful gaze. Without Shangwan Yunyan, Lin Feng would not have been so kind as to bestow him with pills.
Shangwan Yunyan felt a bit shy but was happy in her heart.
After expressing his gratitude, Morong Feng suddenly thought of something and looked at Shangwan Yi, saying, "Pharmaceutical King, this pill is a body-refining pill.
Aren't you curious about its effects? I have quite a few here, you can try taking one. Shang Wanyi's eyes suddenly brightened again, surprised. It's actually a body refining pill? He really wanted to know. Without any hesitation, he took one of the body refining pills refined by Lin Feng. In an instant, Shang Wanyi was shocked. He felt a strange movement in his body. He originally had an extraordinary physique, and although he had spent most of his time on alchemy, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. At this moment, the extraordinary phenomena around his body reappeared and grew significantly larger. His physique had actually improved. The terrifying effect left him stunned, frozen in place. But immediately after, Morong Feng's next words were like a heavy bomb, exploding in his mind. Pharmaceutical King, the body refining pill refined by young Master Lin is different from others. It can directly elevate a person's cultivation to the true essence realm. What? How is that possible? Shang Wanyi was so shocked that he jumped up. The body refining pill, as the name suggests, is meant for those in the body refining stage. To elevate someone's cultivation to the true essence realm is simply outrageous. At once, Shang Wanyi looked at Shang Yuyan. Then he glanced at Morong Feng. Morong Feng immediately understood. Shang Yuyan was already at the second level of the body refining stage. Now, this body refining pill could be used on her to test its effects. Without hesitation, Morong Feng took out 2 pills and handed them to Shang Yuyan, saying, "Yuyan, your physique is special. These 2 body refining pills might just elevate you to the true essence realm. Give it a try." Shang Yuyan's eyes lit up. Her cultivation level was something she had always been reluctant to mention. After all, she had grown up in a medicinal environment. This level of cultivation was truly embarrassing. Without any hesitation, she nodded in gratitude and took the pills. In an instant, Shang Yuyan's cultivation soared. Body refining stage 3. Body refining stage 4. Body refining stage 5. True essence realm 1. Everything was just as Morong Feng had said, but it exceeded the imagination of Shang Wanyi and his daughter. They had considered the possibility of such a thing, but they never expected it to happen so quickly. Just by taking 2 body refining pills, Shang Yuyan, who had struggled for years to elevate her cultivation, easily reached the true essence realm. This made the pharmaceutical king, the best alchemist within 100,000 miles, feel a bit embarrassed. At this moment he had no doubts about Morong Feng's words. He even wanted to meet Lin Feng as soon as possible to seek his guidance on alchemy techniques. It was terrifying. To be able to refine such a body refining pill, it should no longer be called a body refining pill. As the pharmaceutical king Shang Wanyi was thinking this, something even more extraordinary happened to Shang Yuyan. She seemed to generate faint flames around her body, but they quickly disappeared as if suppressed by something. Although the appearance was extremely brief, Shang Wanyi still felt the terrifying nature of that phenomenon. Could it be that what young Master Lin said about Yuyan being a celestial body is true? Shang Wanyi murmured to himself, wishing he could slap himself twice. He had never believed it before. After all, a celestial body was too terrifying, and if he admitted it, wouldn't that mean he was blind? He hadn't even noticed that his own daughter was a celestial body. As a dignified pharmaceutical king, he also cared about his reputation. But now, he no longer thought that way. This Lin Feng was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Perhaps everything about him was true, even if it was incredibly hard to believe. Then, Shang Wanyi looked at Shang Yuyan with excitement. Shang Yuyan herself was also very pleased. She hadn't expected to break through to the true essence realm so easily. Moreover, she wasn't sure if it was just her illusion, but she felt as if there were no side effects from the pills. Being in the pharmaceutical King Valley, she had a rich understanding of alchemy knowledge. She naturally knew that all pills had some side effects, some of which were just minor. Some were uncertain. Shang Yuyan looked at Morong Feng and cautiously asked, "Uncle Morong, I feel like this pill doesn't have any side effects, and my true essence realm 1 cultivation is very stable." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyi also noticed this point. He perked up his ears and looked at Morong Feng. With a slight smile, Morong Feng nodded, "That's right. The pills refined by young Master Lin have another advantage. They have no side effects and can be taken without restriction. Although there may be some resistance, it also depends on individual physique." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyi and Shang Yuyan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Just as the two were astonished, Morong Feng took out another bombshell. He presented the True Essence Pill and the Innate Pill. "This is the True Essence Pill and the Innate Pill. Pharmaceutical King, you and Yuyan should take a look." The two looked on in confusion. Suddenly, their bodies shook violently. 9th level pill patterns. Another 9 pill patterns. This young Master Lin is truly a divine being, Shang Wanyi couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time in his life he had made such an exclamation. It felt like something completely beyond what a human could accomplish. Xiao Feng, let me see. Shang Guanyi snatched the true essence pill and the innate pill from Morong Feng's hands.
Morong Feng shook his head and chuckled. However, he didn't stop him. He had intended to give some to the two of them anyway. After all, he had received so many from Lin Feng. He couldn't use them all by himself. If he could help this father and daughter, he would be more than happy to do so. Moreover, he knew that Shangguan Yunyan was very important to Lin Feng. As long as Shangguan Yunyan spoke up, wouldn't there be as many pills as they wanted? By building a good relationship with Shangguan Yunyan now, he could also benefit from his niece in the future.
A win-win situation. Heavens! This is amazing. How did he do it? Shangguan Yi exclaimed repeatedly as he looked at the true essence pill and the innate pill refined by Lin Feng. Shangguan Yunyan was also staring in a daze.
She had truly found a treasure of a master this time.
However, soon, Shangguan Yi reacted and quickly said to Shangguan Yunyan,
Yunyan, hurry and try these 2 pills, let your father see some wonders. Since the previous body refining pill had such good effects and no side effects, it should be safe to continue using them.
Indeed, it was just as Shangguan Yi thought. Shangguan Yunyan simply took 2 of each, the true essence pill and the innate pill, and her cultivation soared like a rocket. True essence realm 2nd layer. True essence realm 3rd layer. True essence realm 5th layer. Innate early stage. Innate great perfection. Qi Si realm early stage.
At this point, her cultivation came to a halt. In such a short time, Shangguan Yunyan had broken through to the Qi Si realm. The Medicine King Valley had gained another strong practitioner in the Qi Si realm. At this moment, Shangguan Yi and Shangguan Yunyan finally understood how Morong Feng had reached the Qi Si realm in just a few days. With such pills, even a pig could take flight. Having encountered such a great opportunity,
one would tremble even in their sleep. Shangguan Yi was incredibly excited.
At this moment, he had the same thought as Morong Feng.
As long as Lin Feng was happy, what did it matter whether the engagement ceremony was held or not?
At worst, they would offend all the major powers within 100,000 miles, but as long as Lin Feng was happy, that was all that mattered. The Medicine King Valley had latched onto such a robust thigh. Looking at Morong Feng, Shangguan Yi made a decision he had never dared to make before. Xiao Feng, why don't we just cancel the engagement ceremony and let those other people go back where they came from? After all, with Lin Feng as their support, Shangguan Yi was bold and decisive. He was not someone who couldn't see the situation clearly. Lin Feng alone was more important than the friendships of all the major powers within 100,000 miles. At this moment, he wished he could sprout wings and quickly take Shangguan Yunyan to meet Lin Feng. Then, he would sincerely apologize and treat him as a distinguished guest, giving him a warm reception. After that, whether Lin Feng wanted to take Shangguan Yunyan as a bedwarmer or as a disciple, it would be fine. He would definitely not treat Shangguan Yunyan poorly. Shangguan Yi knew how great an opportunity his daughter had encountered. If they didn't seize it, there would be no place for regret. Hearing this, Morong Feng immediately waved his hands repeatedly and said, Medicine King, absolutely not. You may not know, but the reason young Master Lin is coming this time is because we have an agreement. He will come in the form of participating in the engagement ceremony to win Yunyan. If we keep changing our minds like this, it might anger him instead. Moreover, with young Master Lin's strength, winning first place would be incredibly easy for him. It would just be a formality. At that time, it would also give the other major powers an explanation. And that would be the most correct course of action. Morong Feng had considered this very thoroughly. Lin Feng was already somewhat dissatisfied. If the Medicine King continued like this, it might make Lin Feng feel like he was being played for a fool. If something went wrong then, it would be a loss that couldn't be compensated. Shangguan Yi was too excited just now, but now that he is calmed down, he feels that Morong Feng's considerations are very thorough. He nodded gently, Xiao Feng, you are right, then it's settled. However, this matter must be kept confidential. We cannot make it public. Everything should be treated as if it never happened, and we will proceed according to the original plan. After the marriage selection conference, we will properly entertain young Master Lin. By the way, Xiao Feng, since young Master Lin has gone to the Jinyu sect, I'm afraid the Jinyu sect is going to have bad luck. This matter should not be spread. We can quietly wait for news. You need to build a good relationship with the people who came with him. Once young Master Lin returns, notify me immediately. Yes. Morong Feng immediately cupped his hands in response. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the most important thing. He immediately looked at Shangguan Yi, disregarding the already overly excited Shangguan Yi, and mentioned that in the future, Lin Feng would borrow the precious medicine from Yaowang Valley to refine the Qi Si pill. Shangguan Yi was stunned, staring blankly at Morong Feng. Xiao Feng, are you saying that young Master Lin can even refine the Qi Si pill? And there's no failure rate? From Morong Fong's previous description, Lin Fong could casually refine pills without any failure rate. It was 100% success rate. This was already quite terrifying. But Shang Guanyi still comforted himself, saying that the pills refined before were all low-level pills below the Qi-Si realm. But the Qi-Si pill was different. It was a pill that would be extremely beneficial to him. The previous pills, including the innate pill, could help him improve his physique, but it was difficult to ask Morong Fong for more. The Qi-Si pill was different. If the Qi-Si pill refined by Lin Fong had the same effect as the previous pills, it would be enough to help someone reach the Yuanshan realm. This was no longer a matter of face. If Lin Fong really succeeded, he would want to snatch it away, even at the cost of his life. Of course, he wouldn't need to snatch it. According to Morong Fong, he would provide the precious medicine from Yaowan Valley, and at that time he could directly obtain it.
This was a major event for the entire Yaowan Valley. It could even elevate the entire Yaowan Valley to a new level.
He couldn't afford to be careless. Until he saw Morong Fong nodding seriously.
Yaowan,
you can rest assured about young Master Lin. You just need to prepare enough precious medicine. Once the marriage selection conference is over, this great opportunity for our Yaowan Valley will arrive.
Good, good. Good.
Shang Guanyi repeated 3 times, expressing his currently restless emotions. Then he hurriedly said, leave everything to me, you go and properly entertain the people who came with young Master Lin.
We must not neglect them. Yes. Then I will take my leave. Morong Fong said his farewells and left. Shang Guanyi reluctantly watched Morong Fong depart.
It had been a long time since he felt this happy. He really hoped Morong Fong would come often. Speaking of Lin Fong, with the star-treading flowing cloud boots, he was traveling at an extremely fast speed with Xiao Yi. Because his cultivation level was still a bit short of fully utilizing the star-treading flowing cloud boots, each teleportation was limited to a distance of 100 miles.
Even so, it was still quite terrifying.
It should be noted that the teleportation of the star-treading flowing cloud boots is instantaneous. This means that every time he traveled, it was a distance of 100 miles. One could say it was incredibly fast.
Not to mention that the news of Lu Xiling's death would reach the Jinyu sect. By the time the Jinyu sect disappeared, this news might not even reach their ears.
However, the star-treading flowing cloud boots also had some limitations. They could not carry an unlimited number of people. At least with Lin Feng's current cultivation level, carrying one Xiaoyu was already the limit. If he had one more person, he probably wouldn't be able to teleport them together.
Xiaoyu was also astonished, watching this scene.
Every time Lin Feng held her and disappeared only to reappear in a strange yet familiar place, she remembered this was the route they took when they came.
At that time, they just passed by and didn't pay much attention.
But now looking back, she realized how terrifying Lin Feng was.
My master is truly formidable. Who exactly is he?
I'd never heard of such methods. Xiaoye felt a surge of hope in her heart.
The remaining members of her Tiangong clan were dwindling. If everyone else died, she would be utterly alone.
Even if she found a powerful master, she doubted she would be very happy. They traveled quickly. Lin Feng took Xiaoye and, in just over 3 hours, they arrived at the gate of the Jinyu sect. It was already getting dark when they set off, and now it was the next day, with the sky just beginning to brighten. Lin Feng's cultivation had successfully broken through to the early stage of the innate realm, without any delays.
He didn't even need to transition through the half-step innate stage.
Even Xiaoye, who had been following Lin Feng closely,
didn't notice when he made the breakthrough.
But his cultivation had indeed increased. When he was at the 5th level of the true essence realm, Lin Feng was already terrifying.
Now that he had reached the innate realm, Xiao Ye couldn't even imagine it. She didn't dare to think too much about it.
At this moment, she was only concerned about her clansmen. The Jinyu sect was tens of thousands of miles away from the Medicine King Valley, yet Lin Feng had covered the distance in such a short time.
Looking at the familiar gate, Xiao Ye couldn't help but look up at Lin Feng, a hint of admiration blossoming in her heart. Upon arriving, Lin Feng asked, "Where are your clansmen? Lead the way." Xiao Ye nodded gently and led Lin Feng over.
The gate of the Jinyu sect was guarded by dozens of people.
Usually, there would be a steward on duty.
The steward's cultivation was also at the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, making him incredibly powerful. At this moment, seeing Xiao Ye and Lin Feng approach,
he was momentarily taken aback. He then called out sharply, "Stop! Do you know where this is?" But soon, the steward's expression changed to one of confusion as he recognized Xiao Ye. With a hint of surprise, he asked, "Aren't you the Xiao Ye who has always been by the young sect master's side? Didn't you go to the Medicine King Valley? Why are you the only one back? Where are the young sect master and the others? And who is he?" Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned. She truly didn't know how to answer that question and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, however, had no such reservations. He said calmly, "Your young sect master and the others won't be coming back. We need to go in and find someone, then destroy the Jinyu sect. If you don't want to die, you should leave quickly." Adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict if possible, Lin Feng gave them a chance. But clearly, they wouldn't appreciate it. Looking at Lin Feng's youthful appearance, and sensing that he didn't exude an overwhelming aura, the steward, being at the early stage of the Qi realm, observed Lin Feng closely and realized he was merely at the early stage of the innate realm.
Such a low level of cultivation could be considered utterly worthless in the Jinyu sect.
To make such bold claims in front of them was quite laughable. The steward and his companions immediately burst into laughter.
Ha ha, are you here to make us laugh?
Destroy my Jinyu sect. Before the steward could finish his sentence, he was pierced through by a sword chi and instantly met his demise. The others didn't even have time to feel fear before they met the same fate as the steward, not even able to let out a scream. In an instant, the entire gate of the Jinyu sect was drenched in blood.
Xiaoye trembled, looking at Lin Feng with a mix of horror.
This master of hers was too decisive, giving them only one chance before killing everyone outright.
Moreover, it was done in an instant.
Afterward, he looked at her as if nothing had happened and said, "All right, continue leading the way." Xiaoye ran ahead, worried about her clansmen, while Lin Feng followed closely behind, strolling leisurely. Xiaoye felt a bit speechless. She was exhausted, yet her master seemed so relaxed. The Jinyu sect was vast, almost as large as the Medicine King Valley. Soon, news of the attack on the Jinyu sect's gate spread within the sect. There were spiritual devices at the gate that could monitor activity. The moment Lin Feng made his move, the people inside already knew someone had intruded. Not long after Lin Feng and the others entered the Jinyu sect, they were stopped by several elders of the sect, accompanied by their followers. Upon seeing Lin Feng's cultivation level and Xiao Yi, they were momentarily taken aback. The spiritual artifact only transmitted some images, the scenes of the deacons meeting their demise. They could only deduce that someone had intruded into the Jinyu sect. As for who it was and why, they were not very clear. However, seeing Lin Feng with such a low cultivation level shocked them. Early stage of the innate realm. Such a level of cultivation could hardly stir up any waves in the Jinyu sect.
On the other hand, Xiaoye's combat power was undoubtedly formidable.
The deacon guarding the mountain gate was probably no match for her. Instantly, several elders turned their gazes toward Xiao Yi, believing she was responsible for this incident.
She has rebelled.
Humph. I knew all along that the Tiangong clan was unreliable and would rebel sooner or later. It seems my words have come true.
But this elder cannot understand. Who gave you the courage to rebel at such a time?
One elder looked at Xiao Yi with a hint of disdain. The cultivation levels of the elders were all at the Qi realm, with the lowest being mid-Qi realm and one at late Qi realm. Although Xiao Yi was strong, her strength was only comparable to that of the early Qi realm, perhaps slightly stronger, but not by much. This left the elders of the Jinyu sect puzzled as to who had given Xiao Yi the courage to dare such a thing when she was still unprepared. They had always been wary of the Tiangong clan. The Tiangong clan was naturally strong. Although cursed, they still far exceeded ordinary people. Many tasks could be assigned to the Tiangong clan members, who were treated as slave labor by the Jinyu sect. They had never granted the Tiangong clan much power. Yet, unexpectedly, trouble had still arisen. Hearing this, Xiao Yi said, "You all step aside. Although your Jinyu sect is not friendly to my Tiangong clan, I have been here for quite some time. As long as you let us pass, I will take my people away, and from now on, we will not interfere with each other." Xiao Yi naturally had no feelings for the Jinyu sect, but she did not want to provoke trouble unnecessarily. However, the people of the Jinyu sect did not think the same way. They had never regarded the Tiangong clan as human beings and would not allow such a thing to happen. Upon hearing this, several elders scoffed disdainfully. "Heh, do you think our Jinyu sect is just any place? You think you can come and go as you please? Where is the young sect master? Why have you returned alone?" One elder still voiced this doubt. Just as Xiao Yi was about to respond, Lin Feng calmly said, "Your young sect master is already dead. Since you won't let us go, then you all can die." Xiao Yi had already given a warning. Since these people did not listen, Lin Feng was too lazy to waste time. Just as Lin Feng's words fell, the faces of several elders showed disbelief and anger. Lin Feng's myriad swords returned to their origin, carrying the supreme dragon flames, swiftly flying toward everyone. Including the several elders at the Qi realm, dozens of powerful figures were easily dealt with by Lin Feng. They could only let out one last scream before their bodies were pierced and ignited. In no time, the air was filled with endless dust.
Xiao Yi was once again shocked.
She swallowed hard and continued on with Lin Feng. Along the way, many people from the Jinyu sect came to block them, but they were all easily dealt with by Lin Feng. Xiao Yi gradually became accustomed to the strength of her master.
Eventually, the entire Jinyu sect seemed to fall silent. Corpses lay everywhere, none standing.
Soon, they arrived at the place where the Tiangong clan resided, as Xiaoyi had mentioned. Compared to other areas of the Jinyu sect, this place resembled a dog kennel.
It was messy and incredibly filthy,
filled with discarded materials from artifact refining, looking like a garbage dump. It was hard to imagine that Xiaoyi and her clan had been living in such a place. Lin Feng suddenly understood the suffering of the Tiangong clan. However, upon arriving here, Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned, for at this moment, it was eerily quiet. In the past, this place had been bustling with people. The residences were also some dilapidated houses. At this moment, there was no one around.
Where are my people? Where did they all go? Xiaoyi murmured to herself. Is anyone there?
Xiaoyi shouted loudly. The surroundings were silent.
However, after a moment, there was indeed a faint sound. From the pile of discarded refining materials, an old man trembled and stood up.
There was blood on his forehead. Upon seeing Xiaoyi, his eyes suddenly brightened.
In a hoarse voice, he said,
Xiaoyi, didn't you go to Yaowang Valley with the young master of the Jinyu sect?
Why are you back at this time?
Xiaoyi's eyes also lit up upon seeing the old man, but she was filled with confusion.
Grandpa Feng, Xiaoyi exclaimed, quickly walking over. Looking at the wound on Grandpa Feng's forehead, she hurriedly asked, Grandpa Feng, what happened to you? Where are the others? Hearing this, Grandpa Feng sighed deeply.
But he still said, it's the people from the Jinyu sect. They discovered an ancient tomb in the forbidden area of the back mountain, but not wanting to lose their own people, they took ours instead.
They must be using us as scouts again.
This time, I don't know how many of our clansmen will be lost just because they thought I was too old and pushed me aside.
I really am old. If it weren't for you calling me, Xiaoyi, I might have fainted again. Grandpa Feng sighed again at this point.
He was the current leader of the Tiangong clan, yet he felt powerless. He could only watch helplessly as his clansmen were treated like cattle. He hated his own uselessness.
Upon hearing this,
Xiaoyi felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Then Grandpa Feng looked at Xiaoyi with curiosity and asked again, Xiaoyi, weren't you with the young master of the Jinyu sect, Lu Jilin, at Yaowang Valley?
Why did you suddenly come back? And you brought back someone?
Grandpa Feng had naturally noticed Lin Feng. At this moment, he was quite puzzled. Moreover, Xiaoyi's sudden return and her ability to arrive here so quickly left him baffled. After all, such matters would surely face multiple inquiries. Xiaoyi glanced at Lin Feng and explained, Grandpa Feng, this is my newly accepted master. It's a long story and we can talk about it later. Right now, we need to hurry to the back mountain.
Our Tiangong clan has very few people left. If we continue to lose more, we might be completely wiped out.
Xiaoyi was worried that more of her clansmen would be harmed by the Jinyu sect.
Upon hearing this, Grandpa Feng was momentarily stunned. On one hand,
he was shocked that Lin Feng looked so young and was actually Xiaoyi's master. On the other hand, he was astonished by Xiaoyi's thoughts.
Wasn't going to the back mountain at this time akin to seeking death?
Although Grandpa Feng didn't know why Xiaoyi had suddenly returned, it was clear that her return at this time was unusual.
Something must have happened.
He immediately wanted to stop them, but was interrupted by Lin Feng.
You stay here. Well, go. You're too old for this.
After saying that, he pulled Xiaoyi away, leaving Grandpa Feng standing there, feeling disheveled in the wind.
What the hell? Who do you look down on? Wait for me, I'm going too.
Grandpa Feng suddenly became spirited, his body suddenly swelling a bit. His speed was also remarkably fast. Although Lin Feng and Xiaoyi were pulling away from him, he was surprisingly quick. Clearly, he wasn't as useless as he claimed. In fact, he was just afraid of death and had been hiding himself.
Moreover, he really didn't have much time left.
At this moment, Lin Feng had ignited his competitive spirit.
However, while having a competitive spirit is good, it also requires strength to support it.
Clearly, he did not possess such strength. He didn't even have the chance to persuade the two not to go to the back mountain.
He could only follow from a distance, watching their figures disappear.
At this time, at the back mountain of the Jinyu sect, there was a massive entrance to a graveyard. Lu Qingji, the leader of the Jinyu sect, stood there with a large number of elders and strong practitioners from the sect.
Lu Chengxi's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement.
He had originally planned to go to Yaowang Valley himself, but upon discovering this graveyard, he had to stay behind.
Using the Jinyu sect's special spiritual artifact, the Jinyu Pan,
he detected that there were many treasures within the graveyard. The golden jade plate emitted a fluctuation that had not been felt for a long time. The Medicine King Valley and this matter were extremely important. He believed that having his son, Lu Jilin, go was enough.
If he could obtain the treasures within this tomb, how could the Golden Jade sect not become even more powerful in the future?
Previously, it had been covered by a lot of vegetation. Even the people of the Golden Jade sect had not discovered it themselves. If it weren't for a member of the Golden Jade sect accidentally stumbling upon it, they might have remained in the dark forever. Lu Qingji looked at the fear displayed on the faces of the Tiangong clan members, along with the faint resentment in their eyes, and he was completely unconcerned. To him, these Tiangong clan members were merely tools, like cattle and sheep. This tomb was exceptionally dangerous. Just at the entrance, many disciples of the Golden Jade sect had already been lost. In any case, the role of these Tiangong clan members was diminishing. It was better to make use of them for one last purpose. They were perfect for scouting the way. Several screams rang out as a few more Tiangong clan members were killed by the strange energy at the cave entrance. Lu Qingji had been observing and finally noticed the traps had been set at both ends of the tomb entrance. The energy emitted was comparable to an attack from a latest-stage Qi realm expert. Seeing this, he directly signaled to an elder, "Go, destroy the traps." This elder was also at the late stage of the Qi realm. Even if he were attacked, he wouldn't die immediately. The elder noticed the traps upon hearing Lu Chengxi's words. Without any hesitation, he acted decisively. Bang! Bang! The traps were all destroyed by him. The remaining Tiangong clan members looked increasingly bitter. Who knew how many more traps lay ahead? All the Tiangong clan members combined numbered barely close to 1,000. When they first joined the Golden Jade sect, there had been nearly 10,000. Over the years, those who had been harmed by the Golden Jade sect had dwindled to very few. This time, it was likely that even fewer would survive. Although the traps at the entrance had been destroyed, Lu Qingji was still not at ease. He immediately looked at the remaining Tiangong clan members and said, "Send in 10 more people to scout." Upon hearing this, the Tiangong clan members exchanged glances, clearly unwilling to go. It was obvious that this was a death sentence. Who would willingly walk to their death? However, their reluctance did not mean Lu Qingji had no way to deal with them. He immediately shouted, "I will count to 3. If no one goes, I will kill you all." 3. You don't need to count, because you no longer have that opportunity. Just as Lu Qingji finished counting to 1, he heard a voice coming from afar. The person was still at a distance, yet the voice had already reached him. This manner of appearance instantly tightened Lu Chengxi's heart. He looked at the people of the Golden Jade sect, suspecting that someone had leaked this matter. However, those beside him looked even more innocent. At this moment, they were all shocked, glancing at each other. Clearly, they were even more bewildered than he was. But soon, Lu Qingji noticed Lin Feng's cultivation level from afar. Early stage innate. How is this possible? Such speed. Lu Qingji was, after all, a peak expert at the Qi realm, having cultivated step by step. How could he not know what the early stage innate level was? He had seen quite a few early stage innate geniuses with exceptional talent. But the scene before him was too bizarre. Lu Qingji did not know what was happening, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted to the Golden Jade sect members on the periphery. "What are you all standing there for? Stop him. Kill him." At the same time, 2 elders beside Lu Qingji also volunteered. "Sect Master, we will go help. This person seems a bit strange." The early stage innate speed was so fast, yet the means of transmitting sound from such a distance made them realize Lin Feng was not simple. Lu Qingji nodded slightly. "Good, go quickly and return quickly." The sudden appearance of this person made Lu Qingji feel an underlying sense of unease. Soon, he would understand why he felt that way. This time, there were also several hundred people from the Golden Jade sect who had come to this tomb. The weakest among them was at the innate realm. It could be said that the most powerful forces of the Golden Jade sect were concentrated here. At this moment, hundreds of people were going to kill Lin Feng. With the 2 elders by his side, such combat power could easily wipe out a major force. But soon, he witnessed a scene that made his body tremble. Over 100 strong members of the Jinyu sect, along with 2 latest-stage Qi elders, met Lin Feng, and in an instant, blood mist erupted. The earth-shattering screams echoed out. In just a short while, apart from himself and the remaining dozen or so elders, along with 2/3 of the Jinyu sect personnel, all were killed by Lin Feng in a single encounter. There was even no room for resistance. Such means, he questioned whether he could ever achieve. This clearly indicated one thing: the person before him, who only appeared to be at the early stage of innate cultivation, was likely stronger than him. This was undoubtedly a more terrifying matter. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. If it weren't for so many people from the Jinyu sect present, Lu Qingji would have been scared out of his wits, probably sitting on the ground. But at this moment, he did not. Despite the cold sweat pouring down and his mind in turmoil, he still forced himself to stabilize, maintaining the dignity of being the sect master of the Jinyu sect, until Lin Feng stood before him with Xiao Yi, looking down at him from a height. Lin Feng was already much taller than Lu Qingji, who was of short stature and did not appear very tall. Now, looking up at Lin Feng, the pressure was immense. not to mention those from the Tiangong clan, who were exchanging glances, equally shocked. In their eyes, such a powerful Jinyu sect was easily dealt with by Lin Feng, taking down over 100 people.
It was terrifying.
But when they saw Xiaoyi beside Lin Feng, they were instantly filled with wild joy. Clearly, the formidable person before them was brought by Xiaoyi, and Xiaoyi was one of their own.
Lu Qingji, forcing himself to calm the panic in his heart, also saw Xiaoyi and had a faint sense of foreboding.
However, wary of Lin Feng, he cautiously asked,
I wonder what your relationship with the Tiangong clan is.
If you wish to take the Tiangong clan away, I can step aside. In Lu Chengxi's view, the Tiangong clan was merely a tool, like cattle and sheep. Although losing so many disposable pieces was significant compared to his own life, Lu Qingji knew what choice to make. Lin Feng did not expect Lu Qingji to back down so easily. However, having killed Lu Chengxi's son, that hatred could not be resolved.
He could not leave Lu Qingji and the Jinyu sect alive.
Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, a member of the Tiangong clan hurried to Xiao Ye's side, fearing Lin Feng might soften and spare the Jinyu sect. He clasped his hands to Lin Feng and said, Esteemed senior, the Jinyu sect has a treasure, the Jinyu plate, which can detect treasures. In this grave, after being detected by the Jinyu plate, there must be great treasures. Why not use these Jinyu sect people to scout the way, as a contribution to you, esteemed senior? Hearing this, Lu Qingji cursed inwardly. He glared fiercely at the Tiangong clan member who spoke.
If looks could kill, that Tiangong clan member would have been riddled with holes. But at this moment he did not dare to act, nor even to linger with such a gaze. He could only actively agree, saying, I am willing to lead the Jinyu sect members to scout the way for you. At this moment, the Jinyu sect members also felt their throats dry as they looked at Lin Feng. They had no objections to Lu Chengxi's actions. They had all witnessed the earlier scene. This person could not be judged by his surface cultivation. Just from that earlier display of power, if Lin Feng did not reveal his cultivation level and claim to be at the Yuanshan stage, they would believe it. This was no existence that the Jinyu sect could contend with. Even if they were to scout the way, who knows? They might gain a glimmer of hope from it. They were all too clear about what the Tiangong clan was capable of. If they did not perform well, there would be no chance of survival. Lin Feng could see that this Tiangong clan member was seeking revenge. However, having been so badly tricked, thinking this way was not wrong. He also pondered slightly, since the people of the Jinyu sect were willing to actively help in treasure hunting, and they were more experienced than him, he was quite happy to take it easy. After all, who doesn't love treasures? Without thinking for too long, Lin Feng gently nodded and said, You can scout the way, but the leader of the Jinyu sect must die first, because I killed your son, Lu Jiling. Lin Feng said this calmly. Lu Chengxi's expression changed. He had suspected something before. Although he harbored deep hatred for Lin Feng, he didn't dare to show it. But now that Lin Feng had brought it up, he could no longer hide it. Yet he also didn't dare to confront Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng's palm was raised towards him, he shouted in terror, No! I can have another son. Please spare my life. Ah! Although Lu Chengji tried to resist, in the end, Lin Feng crushed his skull with a single palm strike. Lin Feng knew that the hatred between him and Lu Chengji was irreconcilable. This enmity over killing his son would surely lead Lu Chengji to seek revenge in the future. Lin Feng could not give him that opportunity. After doing this, the elders of the Jinyu sect and the remaining people were all trembling in fear. As for these people, Lin Feng didn't care. They were just members of the Jinyu sect and not necessarily absolutely loyal to it. They could still be useful. He looked at them and said, Those who want to live, scout the way for me. The ones who survive after obtaining the treasure can live. Upon hearing this, all the members of the Jinyu sect let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, many felt a sense of glee. Some were even excited. If they could survive in the end, with the leader and the young master of the Jinyu sect dead, they might have a chance to reshuffle the deck. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to elevate their original status. They immediately responded loudly, Thank you, senior, for your great mercy. We will obey your orders. Don't call me senior, call me young master. Lin Feng corrected them. Yes, young master. Who cared about these titles? Whatever Lin Feng said was what it was. You all wait. Hoo. Old Master Feng panted as he caught up. Before he could catch his breath, he was shocked to see Lu Chengji's corpse. How could he not recognize the leader's robes Lu Chengji was wearing? He also saw the reactions of the Jinyu sect members and the bodies of the Jinyu sect people scattered on the ground. In an instant, he seemed to understand something, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. Could it be that all of this was done by the person in front of him? Lin Feng looked at the old man who had been pestering him and asked, What do you want? I'm fine now, I'm sorry. Old Master Feng quickly took a few steps back, moving closer to the Tiangong clan members. He was busy secretly asking what had just happened. After learning the details, old Master Feng looked at Lin Feng with a wave of fear. He understood the power of the Jinyu sect very well. He never expected that Lin Feng could easily handle it all by himself. What kind of master had Xiaoyi found? His heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for the Tiangong clan to break free from their predicament. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention. Seeing that the old man was fine, he turned to the elders of the Jinyu sect and said, "From now on, you will scout the way. Organize yourselves. I want to see the treasures inside as soon as possible." The former Grand Elder of the Jinyu sect, Ding Huaibua, stepped forward holding the golden jade plate. He looked at Lin Feng with a flattering smile and said, "Young master, rest assured, I will take care of everything." He then looked at the members of the Jinyu sect and said, "From now on, 5 innate experts will form a group to scout the way." Naturally, these tasks needed to be done by those with lower cultivation. Although the innate experts of the Jinyu sect were somewhat dissatisfied, they didn't dare to disobey and had to obediently form teams. The members of the Tiangong clan felt a sense of relief upon seeing this. They looked at Lin Feng with gratitude as well as at Xiaoyi. If Xiaoyi hadn't brought Lin Feng, they might not have had many survivors in the end. Now, they had become spectators instead. And old Master Feng as the clan leader. At this moment, they understood all of this. Even if Lin Feng didn't let them work, they felt a bit embarrassed. The one who had come forward said to Lin Feng, "This, young master, if there's anything we, the Tiangong clan, can assist with, please let us know. We can voluntarily scout the way to help you find treasures. One must repay kindness. After today, they should be free." They were well aware of this. Hearing the old clan leader say this, the other members of the Tiangong clan also echoed in agreement. The old clan leader is right. We are willing to scout for the young master. The young master is our great benefactor. Whatever you command, just say it. Seeing such enthusiastic members of the Tiangong clan, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You all should rest for a bit. Just let the people from the Jinyu sect come." Lin Feng was here to resolve Xiaoye's concerns. Looking at the few remaining members of the Tiangong clan, he had no intention of wasting them. The Tiangong clan was comparable to the Dragon clan. Now, these might be the last of the Tiangong clan. Lin Feng was quite curious and interested in trying to help them lift their curse in the future. If that were the case, it would mean he had gained the entire Tiangong clan. This Tiangong clan, comparable to the Dragon clan, would certainly be formidable if they became a subsidiary of the Lin family. Not a single one could be wasted in such a place. Hearing this, the members of the Tiangong clan were also moved. Later, under the arrangement of the Grand Elder of the Jinyu sect, Ding Huaibua, the members of the Jinyu sect began to enter for scouting one after another. They indeed had more experience than the Tiangong clan. However, this graveyard was clearly extraordinary. There were still people screaming in agony, killed by the traps within. Some of the traps left Lin Feng secretly astonished. Those traps were enough to annihilate any Qi Si realm expert. Some traps, once discovered, even required him to take action personally to destroy them. But it also showcased Lin Feng's strength to everyone. The traps that the elders of the Jinyu sect could not destroy were easily dismantled by Lin Feng. They advanced deeper into the graveyard. Most of the Tiangong clan members stayed outside, with the old clan leader and some stronger members insisting on following. Xiaoyi also followed Lin Feng, staying close to his side. They fought their way through, resulting in the deaths of many Jinyu sect members. Even a few elders perished. Finally, they arrived at a stone door. The door was adorned with mysterious patterns. The Grand Elder of the Jinyu sect, along with some elders and innate experts, found that whenever they approached, the formation around the stone door would activate. After losing 2 elders and some innate experts, Ding Huaibua said awkwardly, "Young master, our Jinyu sect members cannot breach this, but we have figured out the formation's eye. We may need you to take action." After saying this, the members of the Jinyu sect felt a flush of embarrassment. It was the first time they realized how inadequate they were. They actually needed Lin Feng's help. Thinking back, if they had simply brought the Tiangong clan members to scout, they would have suffered heavy losses and might not have even made it this far. Now, because Lin Feng had killed the Jinyu sect's leader, Lu Qingji, they had fortuitously arrived at the stone door. Fortunately, they had finally pinpointed the location of the formation's eye at the cost of their lives. They just needed Lin Feng to destroy it. Lin Feng also saw the formation's eye. Each time the formation activated to attack, the eye would reveal itself a ball of white light, seemingly wrapped around some object. Lin Feng took a glance, and in a flash, he disappeared as if teleporting. The onlookers gasped in amazement. They knew they did not possess such speed. At the same time, Lin Feng's body was surrounded by streams of sword energy, his body ablaze with golden flames. He looked like a celestial being, nearly blinding everyone. They swallowed nervously, watching this scene. The terrifying formation was something the Jinyu sect members deeply understood.
They thought it would take Lin Feng at least a little time. However, they had underestimated him greatly. In just a moment, Lin Feng arrived at the core of the formation, and the surrounding attacks were instantly shattered by the supreme dragon flames and sword energy emanating from him. With a powerful slap of his hand, he dispersed the light at the formation's core. In an instant, the entire formation vanished. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that no one could react. The Jin Yu sect, having lost so many people, found their formation easily broken by Lin Feng. The members of the Jin Yu sect secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they hadn't dared to resist earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Ding! Just as Lin Feng destroyed the formation's core, a sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, as if something hard had been struck. Then, with a single hand, Lin Feng drew in a pair of iron rings into his grasp. Hiss! A mid-grade treasure. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, all from the members of the Jin Yu sect. They were well-versed in weapon forging. Although there was only one treasure in the entire Jin Yu sect, held by the sect leader, and it was of the low-grade variety, Lin Feng had already killed Lu Qingji and taken it along with the spatial bag. They didn't dare to ask for it back. However, the Jin Yu sect was too knowledgeable in this area to not recognize that this was a mid-grade treasure. And an offensive one at that. Offensive treasures were the hardest to forge. Unless one was a well-known weapon master, it was extremely difficult to create them. No wonder this formation was so terrifying, having a mid-grade offensive treasure as its core. The members of the Jin Yu sect were taken aback, their eyes glistening with envy at the sight of the mid-grade treasure. Yet, they were self-aware enough not to ask too much. Lin Feng, however, was not polite and directly accepted it. Although he didn't need it at the moment, having more treasures wouldn't hurt. Who knows when he might need it? Even those at the spirit realm might not possess an offensive treasure, and he already had two. If word got out, countless powerful factions would come to snatch it away. The spirit realm cultivators would surely not let him off easily. But he wasn't afraid, believing that no one would dare to spread the news. Silently storing it away, Lin Feng kicked the stone door, looking forward even more to the treasures inside. With a mid-grade treasure guarding the formation at the stone door, the inside must be even more enticing. With a thunderous crash, the stone door was kicked open by Lin Feng. In an instant, an ancient, decayed aura rushed towards him. Some of the weaker members of the Jin Yu sect, who were at the innate stage, instantly seemed to be poisoned, their bodies rotting as they screamed and fell. This shocked the Jin Yu sect members, who quickly reacted and retreated at high speed. Meanwhile, the members of the Tiangong clan were unharmed. Although they were cursed, the Tiangong clan's powerful physique still remained. Even cursed, Xiaoye could rely solely on her strength to match those at the Qi stage, so one could imagine how strong the uncursed members of the Tiangong clan were. Their bodies were completely unafraid of such toxicity. After all, the Tiangong clan had survived for 10,000 years, still having so many members left. If they weren't capable, they would have long since disappeared. The Jin Yu sect members watched enviously from behind at the Tiangong clan. This was also one of the reasons why the Jin Yu sect's elders liked to send Tiangong clan members to scout ahead. Although cursed, the Tiangong clan had a solid foundation. With the Tiangong clan unharmed, there was no need to mention Lin Feng, who stood at the stone door without moving at all. The toxic aura that entered his body was instantly consumed by his 7-part super technique, making the power within him even more robust. Although he was still at the early innate stage, he had become slightly stronger. It was like a great tonic. This only left everyone more astonished, wondering what was going on with Lin Feng's cultivation. It was too abnormal. Clearly at the early innate stage, he was extraordinarily strong beyond reason. They thought this was already shocking enough. But what Lin Feng did next was even harder for them to accept. Lin Feng opened his mouth and took a deep breath, using the yin-yang rotation divine skill, and in an instant, the surrounding airflow solidified and entered Lin Feng's body. Because of the materialization, everyone could finally see what that toxicity really looked like. The concentrated toxicity was a blue mist, continuously entering Lin Feng's body at this moment. Whether it was their illusion or not, the golden flames surrounding Lin Feng seemed to burn even more fiercely. Damn! Young master. I feel like the young master has become even stronger. It really seems that way. What a freak. The crowd whispered among themselves. They noticed this scene. Although Lin Feng still had the cultivation of an early innate stage, he felt even more unfathomable. Soon, all the toxicity around was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. He let out a satisfied burp. The toxicity he absorbed transformed into the purest power through the conversion of the 7 super techniques within his body, making him feel quite indulgent, as if he were enjoying a gourmet meal, completely at ease. Thank you for your great kindness, young master. The members of the Jin Yu sect shouted in unison, thinking Lin Feng was helping them absorb the toxic gas. Lin Feng waved his hand. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Yes. Immediately, the Grand Elder Ding Huaibua of the Jin Yu sect led the way, scouting ahead. If there was any danger, they would help Lin Feng block it first. That was their task. They were also quite nervous. This place was too dangerous, enough to threaten even a Soul Realm expert. And there was not a single Soul Realm expert in the Jin Yu sect. Even Grand Elder Ding Huaibua was only at the peak of the Qi Si realm. The same cultivation level as the previous sect master, Lu Qingji. At this moment he was sweating profusely. Cautiously, he led a few elders and some innate experts inside, not daring to rush, always ready to face any potential danger. Fortunately, after walking in for a while, they encountered no danger. After all, the toxic gas had been completely absorbed by Lin Feng, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, all of them widened their eyes, gasping in astonishment.
I can't be blind, can I? Heavens! This is too terrifying.
Lin Feng, hearing this from behind, saw that there was nothing wrong and entered with the members of the Tiangong clan and Xiao Yi. Once inside, apart from Lin Feng, the Tiangong clan members, including Xiao Yi, were also left dumbfounded. It was too magnificent. Behind the stone door was a vast space filled with sparkling spiritual artifacts and treasures, as if they were free for the taking, scattered everywhere.
Some lay on the ground, while others floated in the air, all radiating brilliant light.
The lowest quality spiritual artifacts were of high grade, and there were quite a few treasures, an astonishing number. They looked extremely dazzling, nearly blinding everyone's eyes. Lin Feng was also slightly surprised. He hadn't expected it to truly be a treasure tomb. In the midst of countless spiritual artifacts and treasures, an ancient coffin was placed there, which was rather unremarkable. However, Lin Feng still noticed it, knowing that this should be the owner of the tomb. Lin Feng had no interest in the dead, but the spiritual artifacts and treasures made his trip worthwhile.
Heavens! There are so many, all spiritual artifacts and treasures.
High-grade spiritual artifacts, top-grade spiritual artifacts, low-grade treasures, high-grade treasures.
Could that be a top-grade treasure?
One of the Jin Yu sect members trembled, pointing at a long sword floating in the air. The long sword was ancient, adorned with brilliant patterns, and its radiance was stronger than that of the other treasures. Clearly, its quality far surpassed that of the other treasures. Hearing this, Grand Elder Ding Huaibua of the Jin Yu sect also looked at the long sword.
After a moment of observation, he nodded in excitement. Indeed, it is a top-grade treasure.
I never expected that in my lifetime I would actually see a top-grade treasure.
It's worth living this life, Thank you for your great kindness, young master.
The members of the Jin Yu sect expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. Without him, they might never have reached this place. Although they would definitely not be able to obtain that long sword, just being able to see it excited them greatly. The people of the Jin Yu sect were passionate about weapon forging. Forging weapons was everything to them.
Now,
seeing a top-tier treasure weapon with their own eyes had greatly broadened their horizons.
Lin Feng was not polite either.
In a flash, he appeared in front of the top-tier treasure sword, grasping the hilt, and immediately felt a strong vibration. Ding Huaibua quickly reminded him, "Young master, offensive treasure weapons possess intelligence, especially this top-tier treasure weapon, which will choose its own master.
To obtain it, you must conquer it. Be careful." Such top-tier treasure weapons were not something even those in the Yuanshan realm could easily possess.
It could be said that they were extremely difficult to subdue. The people of the Jin Yu sect thought that if Lin Feng wanted to subdue the top-tier treasure weapon, it would likely take considerable effort. However, what they did not expect was that Lin Feng merely gave the top-tier treasure weapon a light slap. In an instant, the treasure weapon flashed with light and fell completely silent, resting quietly in Lin Feng's hand, emitting a soft sound of submission and flattery. The members of the Jin Yu sect were left wide-eyed, their throats dry.
This is it? The young master's power truly exceeds our imagination. So terrifying.
Lin Feng also did not expect that the top-tier treasure weapon would require subduing. He had been startled for a moment.
Fortunately, this top-tier treasure weapon was quite perceptive.
Holding the top-tier treasure weapon, Lin Feng felt its immense power. Even he, wielding the top-tier treasure weapon, felt significantly stronger, likely able to exert double his strength.
Moreover, this top-tier treasure sword had an impressive appearance.
Carrying it around and taking it out during an attack would surely be quite explosive. Lin Feng was quite satisfied and was about to put it away when Ding Huaibua, the Grand Elder of the Jin Yu sect, quickly reminded him, "Young master, after subduing this top-tier treasure weapon, it needs to recognize its master.
Unless the master dies, the treasure weapon cannot be used by anyone else."
Lin Feng suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a saying. However, he had never done such a thing before. Looking at the fairly satisfactory top-tier treasure weapon, Lin Feng nodded gently. "All right, I understand." Whether it was a spirit weapon or a treasure weapon, recognizing a master only required a drop of one's blood. Lin Feng applied slight pressure with his fingertip. The next moment, a drop of red blood fell onto the top-tier treasure sword. In an instant, the top-tier treasure weapon emitted a blazing light once more, illuminating the entire vast space. The people of the Genius sect and the Tiangong clan could not help but shield their eyes with their arms. When the light dimmed somewhat, they lowered their arms. The Tiangong clan members were fine, but the Genius sect members were trembling all over,
nearly kneeling on the ground. They looked at Lin Feng and the sword in his hand with shock and disbelief.
The Grand Elder of the Genius sect and several other surviving elders were even more so, their lips quivering. Finally, the Grand Elder spoke in a hoarse whisper. The top-tier treasure weapon seems to have upgraded.
How is this possible?
The Grand Elder Ding Weibo's voice changed, becoming strange, his expression contorting. Not to mention the feelings of the others at that moment.
Even the Tiangong clan members were left dumbfounded.
Although they did not use such spirit weapons or treasure weapons, their knowledge in this area was not inferior to that of the Genius sect. Regardless of whether it was a spirit weapon or a treasure weapon, once it recognized a master, it would even slightly weaken. It was the treasure weapon's owner who benefited from the treasure weapon's power. But Lin Feng was different.
After recognizing a master, not only did this top-tier treasure weapon not lose power, it actually upgraded.
It was a tremendous bargain for the top-tier treasure weapon to have Lin Feng as its master.
Although the top-tier treasure weapon possessed intelligence, it could not speak.
However, at that moment, the original top-tier treasure sword continuously emitted a sound of sword cries, allowing everyone to clearly feel the excitement of the sword. Lin Feng also released the sword, letting it dance freely in the air, expressing its joy. After a moment, the upgraded long sword returned to Lin Feng's side, affectionately rubbing against him, expressing its joy. The people from the Genius sect and the Tiangong clan also reacted, staring at Lin Feng in stunned silence.
It was terrifying. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Feng with admiration.
Meanwhile, the Genius sect members began to whisper among themselves again. This long sword was already a top-grade treasure, but now that it has upgraded, what level has it reached?
Could it be the legendary magical weapon?
It is said that a magical weapon can fight independently of its master, born with its own laws, extremely terrifying. Has this sword reached that level?
I think so.
Look at the sword's intelligence, it's clearly much higher than before. Just this sword alone could probably crush us like we're nothing. While everyone was astonished, they were also filled with fear. A magical weapon, even a simple low-grade one, would likely have combat power that rivals the soul formation realm.
And not just any soul formation realm.
Normally, magical weapons only exist in the hands of the super strong whom they look up to,
let alone Lin Feng, who is in the early innate stage.
Even those in the Qi realm or the soul formation realm would find it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to subdue a magical weapon. Yet Lin Feng achieved this in the early innate stage.
If it hadn't happened right in front of them, the Genius sect,
with their knowledge and common sense of refining tools, would never believe such a ghostly thing. In the end, everyone was at a loss for words. They simply shouted together, "Young master is mighty." At this moment, Lin Feng paid no attention to the shouts and once again grasped the long sword that had upgraded to a magical weapon. He felt the sword's eager desire to showcase its power.
Lin Feng smiled brightly. "All right, I'll test your might." After laughing, Lin Feng swung the long sword downward, and in an instant, an astonishing, solidified sword energy spread out around him. The sword energy seemed unstoppable, instantly slicing through anything it encountered, including spiritual tools and treasures. Top-grade spiritual tools were like tofu in front of this sword energy, instantly cut apart. Even treasures were split in half the moment they touched the sword energy. 2 high-grade treasures also did not escape disaster. After the members of the Genius sect were initially shocked and dazed, they were overwhelmed with heartache. Everyone was astonished by the power of the long sword in Lin Feng's hand. That was a high-grade treasure, yet under the sword energy emitted by Lin Feng's sword, it was as fragile as tofu. Although it was related to Lin Feng's own strength, this long sword was simply too terrifying. The heartache was unavoidable. Even though the high-grade treasure was not as good as the long sword in Lin Feng's hand, it was still a high-grade treasure. To see it cut like that, who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Boom! The sword energy continued forward, directly slicing through the spatial barrier, carving a long ravine as it advanced. The entire space echoed with intense sounds. It took a while before everything finally calmed down. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the upgraded long sword to be so useful. Its power had increased by more than 1 level. After recognizing its master, the long sword could change size at will. With a thought from Lin Feng, the long sword quickly shrank to the thickness of a finger, which he casually tucked into his hair. It was very convenient to carry. Meanwhile, several elders from the Genius sect, including the Grand Elder, after a moment of heartache, had their eyes light up. The spiritual tools and treasures that had been cut apart still retained their brilliance. Even the destroyed high-grade treasure was still a high-grade treasure. especially one that had just been destroyed. As long as it was properly maintained, it would be no less than a mid-grade treasure. Even a mid-grade treasure was a tremendous opportunity for them. Since Lin Feng had already cut them apart, he surely wouldn't want them. But for them, this was a fortune dropped right in their laps. With this thought in mind, several elders had flushed faces filled with excitement. Without any hesitation, they quickly rushed forward together, fearing they would be slower than others. They were all heading towards the treasures that Lin Feng had cut open. The elders of the Jinyu sect quickly came to this realization, and the other innate experts from the Jinyu sect naturally thought of this as well. They were also breathing heavily. They dared not think about the treasures. They would be cleaned up by the elders. They would be satisfied to obtain some remnants of spiritual artifacts. They quickly followed behind the Grand Elder at high speed. Soon, the Grand Elder and the others had their own gains. There was no need to say much about the Grand Elder. At this moment, he held two pieces that had been cut open by Lin Feng, but when combined, they formed a complete high-grade treasure, and his face was filled with inexplicable excitement. A flawed high-grade treasure was priceless to him. The other elders were the same, staring foolishly at the fragments of treasures they had obtained. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had sheathed his sword, also noticed this scene and felt a bit speechless. The people from the Jinyu sect looked like beggars. Even in their broken state, they were still picking up scraps. Lin Feng didn't feel sorry for them. The space was filled with countless spiritual artifacts and treasures, and there were many of them. Even after destroying 2 high-grade treasures, there were still more than a dozen left. It could be said that 2 high-grade treasures were utterly insignificant. He glanced at the Tiangong clan, who were quietly staying there. Since they couldn't use these treasures and spiritual artifacts, they didn't take any action at the moment. However, they looked at the Jinyu sect people with great envy. The Jinyu sect could use these remnants, but they could not. Even if they held them, they could only be used as clubs. Moreover, due to the curse, even if they obtained them, it wouldn't significantly increase their combat power. It was no different from picking up bricks. After Lin Feng entered the innate realm, he could fly in the air solely relying on himself. He stood quietly in midair. The people from the Jinyu sect also noticed Lin Feng's gaze. Although they had only obtained scraps, they were still worried that Lin Feng would be displeased. The Grand Elder immediately took the lead and bowed, saying, "Young master, we saw these treasures were abandoned, and rather than letting the spiritual energy dissipate, we picked them up. We hope the young master won't be angry." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You all performed quite well on the way here. I'm not that kind of slave owner. Each of you can choose one piece and then collect the rest for me." Upon hearing this, everyone from the Jinyu sect, including Ding Huaibua, doubted whether they had misheard. Lin Feng not only didn't blame them but also allowed them to each choose one piece. This was like a pie falling from the sky for them, a great opportunity. The kind that could make one wake up smiling from a dream. Unlike scraps, the power of complete spiritual artifacts and treasures was simply limitless. Moreover, taking them out wouldn't lead to ridicule or disdain. Just thinking about taking out half a spiritual artifact during a battle was quite embarrassing. After a brief pause, there were waves of praise. "Thank you, young master, for your generosity. Young master is mighty. To meet the young master is truly a blessing. In the future, I will definitely follow the young master." "That's right, what the young master says is everything. From now on, I am the young master's person." Lin Feng waved his hand, and only then did they stop. After that, they acted with excitement. The innate experts all rushed towards those finished spiritual artifacts. To obtain a spiritual artifact, a certain level of strength was also required, otherwise, they could easily be harmed by the artifacts. They chose to recognize their masters based on their own strength. As for treasures, it was even more unnecessary to say. Even getting close would result in an attack. They needed to subdue them first before recognizing them as their own. The elders of the Jinyu sect looked greedily at those treasures. The Grand Elder Ding Huaibua, needless to say, directly set his sights on a high-grade treasure and began to attempt to subdue it. His luck was quite good, and the Grand Elder's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. If the previous sect master of the Jinyu sect, Lu Qingji, hadn't possessed a low-grade treasure, he might not have been the Grand Elder's match at all. After a fierce struggle, the Grand Elder, having sustained some injuries, barely subdued the high-grade treasure. Even after recognizing its master, it still felt somewhat unreal. The others were also busy. After subduing their respective spiritual treasures, they began to gather other spiritual treasures according to Lin Feng's instructions, placing them in front of him. Watching the small mountain of treasures grow higher, the Tiangong clan, who had been silently observing, also volunteered to help collect. Soon, the pile in front of Lin Feng grew even taller. This time, the harvest was indeed impressive. Although some treasures were obtained by the Jinyu sect, they were merely a drop in the bucket compared to the total number of spiritual treasures here. Aside from the Grand Elder successfully recognizing a complete high-grade treasure, the others lacked such ability. They could only watch the treasures and shake their heads in sigh. However, they were already quite satisfied, having acquired decent spiritual treasures themselves. Just as everyone was busy, a greedy gaze emanated brightly from the coffin in the center of the space, which had not drawn much attention. Since Lin Feng and the others entered, he had been observing. He was the ancestor of the Jinyu sect who, when his lifespan was nearly exhausted, used a special secret method to form an array with the large number of collected spiritual treasures. After his death, this array would continuously nourish his primordial spirit, allowing for a special form of rebirth. All he needed was to seize a new body to be reborn. However, an unexpected incident occurred. For some unknown reason, no one had entered this tomb for thousands of years, driving him nearly mad. He also had no idea that he had never shared his plan for rebirth with anyone, leading the subsequent sect master of Jinyu to kill anyone who knew of his tomb to prevent disturbances, burying this secret completely. He was even less aware that the current Jinyu sect was far from its former glory, now being single-handedly challenged by Lin Feng. But this was of no importance to him. After observing earlier, the ancestor of the Jinyu sect's eyes lit up as he focused on Lin Feng. He could not discern Lin Feng's physique, but it was undoubtedly powerful, the strongest among all who had come. He could even upgrade top-grade treasures through blood. This was something he had never heard of in his lifetime. If he could successfully seize Lin Feng's body, he could hardly imagine how powerful he would become. In his previous life, his wish was to stand at the pinnacle of the Tianlong continent. But he ultimately failed to realize that wish. Perhaps this life was heaven's favor upon him. The ancestor of the Jinyu sect assumed Lin Feng was also from the Jinyu sect and immediately cleared his throat. Ahem! The sound echoed throughout the space, causing the Jinyu sect members, who had just finished packing the spiritual treasures in front of Lin Feng, to tense up. The Tiangong clan members were also startled. No one expected there would be someone here. Lin Feng was equally taken aback, momentarily stunned. His gaze searched and quickly landed on the location of the coffin from where the voice had come. The Jinyu sect members had already begun to discuss among themselves, their voices tinged with fear. Did a sound just come from somewhere? How could there be a sound here? Is it a person or a ghost? I don't know, but I feel a chill all over. If it's a person, how could they have survived for so long? That would be terrifying. I don't think it's a person. Could there really be something sinister? I heard that some powerful beings, after death, have their primordial spirits linger, which is extremely frightening. Lin Feng listened to their discussions without comment and said lightly, "What person? Don't pretend to be mysterious in front of me." The Grand Elder of the Jinyu sect also shouted, "Young Master Lin Feng is here, if you have the guts, come out." In truth, Ding Huaibao felt a bit scared, but with Lin Feng present, he felt emboldened. He had yet to see anything that could threaten Lin Feng. Ha ha ha. It's been thousands of years, and have the people of my Jinyu sect become so hot-tempered? The voice echoed again, let everyone hear it clearly, and it was confirmed that the voice was coming from the coffin. Those with lower cultivation were even more horrified, unable to help but take a small step back. The Grand Elder, having discerned the meaning behind the words of the ancestor of the Jinyu sect, looked on in shock. He then cautiously asked, "You are from the Jinyu sect? May I ask who you are?" At this moment, the others also reacted. This was the forbidden ground of the Jinyu sect, and from the implication of the words, it was very likely that a certain elder from the Jinyu sect was in the coffin. Instantly, the fear diminished and curiosity grew among many. They eagerly looked at the coffin. Lin Feng also curiously glanced over. The Jinyu sect had been passed down for so many years, and the voice from the coffin had said it had been thousands of years. To have survived for so long and still be here left Lin Feng quite puzzled. Without making everyone wait too long, the voice from the coffin answered Ding Weibo's question, speaking with a hint of pride, "I am Ouyang Xiaolong." What? The founding ancestor of the Jinyu sect. It's the ancestor. The Jinyu sect had a history of thousands of years, and although it had gradually declined, it had never suffered a catastrophic blow. While some of the lineage had been severed, the history was still well recorded. The name of the ancestor of the Jinyu sect was known to all. This immediately caused a stir of exclamations. Heavens! It's actually our ancestor of the Jinyu sect. But didn't the ancestor fall 5,000 years ago? Could it be that the ancestor did not die? So this is the tomb of our ancestor of the Jinyu sect. No wonder there are so many treasures. But how is this possible? If the ancestor is not dead, why has he been in such a place all this time? While the people of the Jinyu sect were shocked, they were also filled with more questions. The Grand Elder Ding Huaibao felt the same way. He cautiously asked again, "Are you truly the ancestor of our Jinyu sect? Then are you alive or?" Ding Huaibao did not finish his sentence. If this person was indeed the ancestor of the Jinyu sect, to utter the word dead would clearly be extremely disrespectful. Of course. I am already dead, otherwise, how could I be in such a place? I died 5,000 years ago. What speaks now is merely a remnant of my soul, left for the fated ones of the Jinyu sect to come and receive my legacy. I just didn't expect that after so many years, not a single person would come here. It truly is disappointing. However, heaven does not fail the diligent. Now that you have finally arrived, I can use the last remnants of my soul's power to impart the entire legacy of the Jinyu sect, which can be considered a blessing for the descendants of my Jinyu sect. After Ouyang Xiaolong, the ancestor of the Jinyu sect, finished speaking, he felt a wave of nausea. He was completely just talking nonsense. What blessing for the Jinyu sect? He had no such good intentions. The original purpose of setting up this formation was to conveniently find good candidates from the Jinyu sect for possession in the future. Unfortunately, he had bad luck and encountered a useless sect leader. Even at death, he had not revealed the location of his tomb. He had deliberately hidden his tomb, resulting in him being stuck here alone for 5,000 years, unable to leave, just waiting. Moreover, Ouyang Xiaolong had also told a lie. He was not a remnant soul at all. Because of the formation nourished by so many spiritual and precious artifacts for 5,000 years, his primordial spirit was extremely intact, even stronger than when he was alive. He just needed a suitable body for possession, and then he could roam freely in the world from then on. Lin Feng was undoubtedly his target. Thinking of this, Ouyang Xiaolong continued, however, my soul's power is limited. I can only pass on the legacy to one person. The most suitable person among you can receive this legacy. According to the thoughts of Ouyang Xiaolong, the ancestor of the Jinyu sect, Lin Feng was also one of the Jinyu sect's people. As he had heard the people of the Jinyu sect refer to him as young master, he judged that Lin Feng should be the heir to the next sect leader. It was highly likely that he would be chosen. However, he was clearly overthinking. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder and several elders, along with everyone present, were all excited. They knew that Lin Feng was not a member of the Jinyu sect at all. This inheritance, therefore, could potentially belong to each of them within the Jinyu sect. At this moment, they felt a bit fortunate. If Lin Feng were a member of the Jinyu sect, they would probably have no chance at all. They believed that Lin Feng would not compete with them for it. Just as Ouyang Xiaolong's words fell, everyone from the Jinyu sect had already knelt down. Seizing this opportunity to gain some favor, they all shouted, Grand Ancestor is mighty. I am willing to accept the Grand Ancestor's inheritance. I wonder if the Grand Ancestor thinks I am worthy. As the Grand Elder of the Jinyu sect, I should rightfully accept this inheritance. Even Ding Huaibo was excited, joining in the scramble. Everyone wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Grand Ancestor of the Jinyu sect. This left Ouyang Xiaolong quite bewildered. He saw that Lin Feng was completely unmoved. At this moment, hearing these words, he even shook his head. Lin Feng was naturally not interested in the so-called inheritance of the Grand Ancestor of the Jinyu sect. If this inheritance were better than his own cultivation methods, he wouldn't have died 5,000 years ago. However, these people from the Jinyu sect had done quite a bit for themselves. Lin Feng did not stop them. After all, even if they obtained this worthless inheritance, these people wouldn't be able to stir up any waves in front of him. It was better to give them a little pacifier to enjoy. Ouyang Xiaolong, unaware of this, asked in surprise, that young man, why aren't you kneeling? Do you look down on my Grand Ancestor's inheritance? He was indeed correct. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized that the Grand Ancestor of the Jinyu sect was asking him. He replied, I am not a member of the Jinyu sect, so I have no interest in your inheritance, and I truly look down on it. Put. Ouyang Xiaolong almost spat out blood. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently in a spiritual state, even so, there was a violent shaking inside the coffin. Clearly, he was extremely unsettled. It was the first time he had been so despised, and by someone at the early stage of the innate realm no less. Wait, early stage of the innate realm? Ouyang Xiaolong's spirit froze inside the coffin. He had previously only focused on Lin Feng's powerful performance and his extraordinary physique that helped upgrade treasures, neglecting Lin Feng's cultivation level. Now he was horrified to discover this scene. He had seen many geniuses in his life, but he had never seen such a prodigy. To subdue a top-grade treasure sword at the early stage of the innate realm and help it upgrade its grade, this could not even be described as genius. It was beyond that. Or rather, he simply didn't know how to describe it. For a moment, he was left speechless in the coffin. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder Ding Huaibo and the others from the Jinyu sect were also shaken. Lin Feng really dared to speak. He actually said that he looked down on the inheritance of their Grand Ancestor. But what about them? At this moment, they were all kneeling on the ground begging for the inheritance. Truly, people can be infuriating. Although they were envious, they were not jealous at all. After all, Lin Feng's strength and abnormality were deeply ingrained in their hearts. Only a fool would be jealous of a freak. They didn't dare to speak at all, lowering their heads. Both were the kind they couldn't afford to offend.
They thought to themselves that the grand ancestor of the Jinyu sect must be furious at this moment. Indeed, it was as they imagined. Ouyang Xiaolong was quite angry. However, after calming down from his rage, he was filled with surprise and excitement. With Lin Feng being so powerful and abnormal, once he successfully took over, this terrifying prodigy would all belong to him. He would probably dominate the entire Tianlong continent in the future. Ouyang Xiaolong was lost in his own fantasies, unable to extricate himself. Then he forced himself to calm down, pretending to appreciate the younger generation, his loud laughter echoing in the space. Ha ha ha, good. Truly youthful and reckless, just like I was in my youth, really admirable. I just took a look, and the talents of the Jinyu sect members are all average, but young man, your talent is astonishing. Even more suitable for my grand ancestor's inheritance. No matter the reason, since you are able to come here, it means you are fated with me, the ancestor. So I, the ancestor, have decided to bestow this great opportunity of inheritance upon you. Come quickly and kneel to accept the inheritance from the ancestor. Upon hearing this, the members of the Jinyu sect exchanged glances filled with envy as they looked at Lin Feng. Just moments ago, he had so boldly confronted Ouyang Xiaolong, yet here he was, being offered an inheritance. It was undoubtedly enough to make them green with envy, wishing they could take Lin Feng's place to accept this inheritance. They would gladly kneel to receive it, or even help lick the coffin if necessary. They knew they had no chance, and they dared not offend Lin Feng, let alone the ancestor of the Jinyu sect. They all sighed inwardly. The elder Ding Huaibo looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young master, this is the inheritance of our Jinyu sect's ancestor. A tremendous opportunity. Hurry and accept the inheritance, and you will become the sect master of Jinyu sect." Even if Lin Feng was not a member of the Jinyu sect after receiving Ouyang Xiaolong's inheritance, he would still be revered as the sect master. This kind of opportunity made them envious beyond words. However, upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He sensed that the ancestor of the Jinyu sect had some tricks up his sleeve. Growing impatient, he said, "You talk too much. If you don't want to pass on the inheritance, then just die in peace." This made Lin Feng raise an eyebrow. Xiao Yi, witnessing this scene, was immediately filled with astonishment and worry. Her master had helped her so much, and she hadn't had the chance to repay him. He couldn't get into trouble like this. Unable to help herself, she glanced at Ding Huaibo. She didn't know what was happening, but Ding Huaibo should know. After all, he had lived for so many years. The other members of the Tiangong clan also looked towards Ding Huaibo. At that moment, Ding Huaibo was stunned. His lips trembled as he said, seize the body. From the moment Ouyang Xiaolong's complete primordial spirit appeared, Ding Huaibo realized that everything before was a lie. The ancestor of the Jinyu sect had said so much just to seize a body. Now, thinking back, he felt a wave of fear. Cold sweat poured down him. Just a moment ago, he had been enviously looking at Lin Feng. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Others who understood the concept of body seizing were also horrified. Xiao Yi, confused, asked, "What is body seizing?" The Grand Elder did not hide the truth and slowly began to explain, while those who didn't understand listened intently. Body seizing, as the name implies, is the act of using one's primordial spirit to take over another person's body. The primordial spirit itself is merely a mass of energy with consciousness. Once the body seizing is successful, it occupies the other person's consciousness and body, completely possessing everything about that person. It can only be described as malicious. Hiss. Upon hearing this, a wave of gasps filled the air. Xiao Yi looked at Lin Feng, enveloped in black mist, and became even more worried. The Grand Elder's emotions were also complex. Looking at Lin Feng's figure, he continued, "The primordial spirit of my Jinyu sect's ancestor is incredibly powerful. The young master is likely in danger. Unfortunately, now that the body seizing has begun, with our cultivation, we can hardly help." What? Just as Grand Elder Ding Huaibo was shaking his head and speaking, his words were cut off by a sudden exclamation. He saw the black mist that had originally surged into Lin Feng's body quickly pouring out from within him. At the same time, a series of screams echoed. Rather than pouring out, it seemed more like it was escaping. Soon, it transformed back into Ouyang Xiaolong's primordial spirit, eyes filled with terror, as if he had seen something horrifying. Indeed, he had witnessed something extremely terrifying. He had never imagined that so many techniques could operate within a single person's body, each one more terrifying than the last. The moment he entered, he was severely injured, let alone seizing the body. If he had stayed in even a moment longer, he would have been directly absorbed by Lin Feng. It was too frightening. For the first time, Ouyang Xiaolong felt such fear from a person. Without any hesitation, his primordial spirit quickly fled, not daring to linger. As for the idea of body seizing, he didn't even dare to think about it. However, how could Lin Feng allow him to escape so easily? Waves of supreme dragon flames surged towards Ouyang Xiaolong's primordial spirit. Just as Ouyang Xiaolong's primordial spirit had rushed into his body, Lin Feng discovered that the supreme dragon flames were the most effective against attacking primordial spirits. At this moment, without any hesitation, he unleashed them. Just feeling the supreme dragon flames, Ouyang Xiaolong was filled with fear and horror. After 5,000 years, he once again felt death approaching.
No! Ouyang Xiaolong shouted.
The speed of the supreme dragon flames was too fast. He knew he couldn't escape. Immediately, he searched for something with his gaze. Spotting a passing black rat, he didn't think twice and directly merged into it.
In an instant, Ouyang Xiaolong seized the rat's body.
Once the body seizing was successful, he couldn't separate his primordial spirit to seize another body for a short time.
But at that moment, Ouyang Xiaolong couldn't care about that. Sure enough, after seizing the rat, Ouyang Xiaolong temporarily escaped a calamity.
But soon, he felt his tail being lifted. Then everything turned upside down. Following that was a pair of playful big eyes. Naturally, they belonged to Lin Feng.
At this moment, Lin Feng was holding Ouyang Xiaolong in his hand, and he didn't expect that Ouyang Xiaolong, in such a panic, would seize a very ordinary rat.
This rat was likely a poisonous rat that had lived here all along, not much different from an ordinary rat. It was already a forced possession, and it would have been fine if the one being possessed was powerful. They could at least gain some combat strength temporarily. But now, Ouyang Xiaolong had possessed a mouse. Not only was he trapped in a period of weakness after the possession, but he also had no combat power whatsoever. He posed no threat at all. Lin Feng glanced at him a couple of times and then took out a jar from his spatial bag to put him inside.
Although the mouse was of no use, it housed Ouyang Xiaolong's primordial spirit.
Having just heard Ding Weibo's words, he already knew this was the primordial spirit. According to the pill formula previously given by Morong Feng, if there was a living primordial spirit, it could be used to extract energy for medicinal purposes. It was a very rare ingredient for refining the primordial spirit pill, comparable to top-tier precious medicines. Such a good thing, Lin Feng naturally wanted to keep it well.
Spare me, little brother, spare me. As long as you let me go, I will definitely follow you to the death and repay your great kindness, big brother. Ouyang Xiaolong could still speak human words inside the jar. He kept banging on the jar, begging for mercy.
His heart was filled with extreme fear. But it was obviously useless. Lin Feng said lightly, "You better behave and stay inside.
If you make any more noise, you'll just crush you."
Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiaolong was instantly startled and dared not say another word. He obediently stayed in the jar. Seeing this, Lin Feng hung it at his waist. The jar itself was not large, and Ouyang Xiaolong had possessed a small mouse. Since animals could not be placed in the spatial bag, Lin Feng could only hang it at his waist. It didn't take up much space. After doing all this, he turned to look at the others. At this moment, Xiaoya had already run over, excited. Seeing Lin Feng safe and sound, she also breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Master, you really scared me just now.
But it's good that you're fine, Master." Yes, it's good that the young master is fine.
The members of the Tiangong clan were also very happy.
At this time, after the people from the Jinyu sect realized what had happened, they quickly praised, "Young master is mighty."
At the same time, they looked at Ouyang Xiaolong hanging at Lin Feng's waist with a sense of sigh and lament. The dignified ancestor of the Jinyu sect, a big figure from 5,000 years ago, was just hung at Lin Feng's waist like this.
They didn't know what he would be used for in the future, and he might even suffer inhumane torment.
At this moment, a thought surged in their hearts: no matter who they offended, they could not offend the young master. After finally calming down, the grand elder of the Jinyu sect, Ding Haiba, came to Lin Feng and pointed at a pile of spiritual and precious artifacts, saying, "Young master, all the treasures from the tomb have been collected, they are all over there." Lin Feng looked over, and there was a high pile resembling a small mountain. It would probably take 3 spatial bags to hold it all. However, Lin Feng was not short on spatial bags. Even if he didn't have any, he still had a large piece of spatial stone. He could refine a large number of spatial bags at any time. With a wave of his hand, he put all the remaining spatial bags into the pile.
The members of the Jinyu sect looked on with envy.
However, they were already satisfied with the spiritual and precious artifacts granted by Lin Feng.
The surviving members of the Jinyu sect were all grateful.
They had turned misfortune into fortune this time. By early on admitting defeat in front of Lin Feng, not only did they not die, but they also gained such a great opportunity. Now, among the Jinyu sect, even the innate experts had a piece of top-grade spiritual artifact. Some of the more talented innate perfect experts had successfully subdued inferior-grade precious artifacts. As long as they reached the Qi-Si realm in the future, they would be far ahead. And all of this was due to Lin Feng's bestowal. At this moment, no one cared about the life or death of the ancestor of the Jinyu sect. After all, he was a person from 5,000 years ago, and if it weren't for hearing about that inheritance earlier, they wouldn't have been too interested. Now they just wanted to follow Lin Feng closely. After all, there were too many benefits to being with Lin Feng.
Alright, let's go out. Lin Feng waved his hand, leading everyone back.
When the Tiangong clan members waiting outside saw Lin Feng and the others appear, they cheered and rejoiced. They all returned to the residence of the Jinyu sect's Tiangong clan together. The people from the Jinyu sect were waiting outside, while Lin Feng was discussing matters regarding the Tiangong clan with the old patriarch, Grandpa Feng, with Xiaoyi listening in.
Looking at Lin Feng, the old patriarch felt a wave of emotion.
The young man before him was too extraordinary. He had lived for over 1,000 years. Although the Tiangong clan was cursed, their lifespan remained remarkably long. He might be a bit weak, but that did not hinder his longevity. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Having seen and experienced much, he could honestly say he had never encountered someone like Lin Feng. They called him a genius, yet he was undeniably powerful. They referred to him as a senior expert, but his cultivation level was so low that it left him baffled. It could only be concluded that Lin Feng was very special. At the same time, the old patriarch, Grandpa Feng, looked at Xiaoyi with approval. He never expected such good fortune, to have such a formidable master. This truly helped the Tiangong clan immensely. In his 1,000 years of life, the Tiangong clan had always been constrained by the Jinyu sect. They had never experienced a moment of freedom, let alone sitting here to talk comfortably. For the first time, he felt the breath of freedom. From now on, they would no longer be under the control of the Jinyu sect. Even those still alive from the Jinyu sect would have to act according to their wishes. All of this was because Xiaoyi had taken Lin Feng as her master. Thinking of this, the old patriarch looked at Lin Feng and sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young master, for helping my Tiangong clan. From now on, whatever orders you have, as the current patriarch of the Tiangong clan, I can guarantee I will serve you without hesitation.
As long as it's something you command, it's a matter for my Tiangong clan." This promise was indeed significant.
The Tiangong clan had completely recognized Lin Feng. They were even willing to follow his orders. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand lightly and said, "No need to be so polite. Since Xiaoyi is my disciple, her clansmen are also my people. It's just a small effort. By the way, find these medicinal materials as soon as possible.
I will return in a few days to use them."
On his way back, Lin Feng had already written down the medicinal materials needed for awakening the immortal body. As long as enough materials were found, he could help Xiaoyi with her immortal body awakening. However, Lin Feng did not forget about the matter of the Medicine King Valley.
It had been some time since he left. He needed to return before the matchmaking event at the Medicine King Valley began.
It was just right to take this time for the Tiangong clan to prepare the medicinal materials. Thinking of something, Lin Feng continued, "By the way, from now on, the people of the Jinyu sect will follow your Tiangong clan's orders.
If they dare to have any objections, I will deal with them.
Let them help with finding the medicinal materials." The remaining people from the Jinyu sect had already submitted to Lin Feng. Naturally, he wouldn't let them be idle. It was just right for them to search for the materials together. It would save time when he returned. And the materials were still not ready.
Upon hearing this, the old patriarch was immediately excited.
With Lin Feng's words, the Tiangong clan not only gained freedom but also instantly became the masters of the Jinyu sect. This could be considered a form of retribution for the torment the Jinyu sect had inflicted on them for thousands of years. However, the more important reason was still Lin Feng. The old patriarch was very clear about this.
After taking the list of medicinal materials, he nodded repeatedly and hurriedly said, "Rest assured, young master, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will quickly gather all the medicinal materials you need and wait for your return."
Lin Feng nodded gently. Thinking about how quickly he had come, he wouldn't take long to return. Remembering the curse of the Tiangong clan, he curiously asked, "I have one more question.
What exactly is the curse that your Tiangong clan is under? Why has it not disappeared after 10,000 years?
Lin Feng did not understand curses, but he could sense that this curse was probably extraordinarily powerful.
Otherwise, how could it still affect the Tiangong clan after 10,000 years?
Hearing this, the old patriarch sighed slightly, as if recalling the sorrowful history of the Tiangong clan that had been silent for 10,000 years.
Xiaoyi also showed a curious expression beside him.
Regarding this matter, even the current members of the Tiangong clan knew very little. Only he, the old patriarch, understood some of it. Looking at Lin Feng, then glancing at Xiaoyi, the old patriarch no longer concealed anything. He began to speak slowly, a hint of longing on his face. Our Tiangong clan was once renowned alongside the Dragon clan, capable of moving mountains and filling seas upon reaching adulthood, truly powerful beyond measure. However, in this world, there are always people beyond people. Heavens beyond heavens. According to the information passed down from the Tiangong clan, we offended a very formidable strongman.
It seems that someone from our Tiangong clan killed that strongman's offspring, and later, that strongman burned his own life essence to place an everlasting curse on our Tiangong clan. As a result, our Tiangong clan has endured a bitter fruit for 10,000 years, and now we are on the brink of extinction. The life of that strongman was exchanged for the destruction of our Tiangong clan. Lin Feng was also slightly surprised. He never expected such a deep-seated hatred could lead a race to bear a curse for over 10,000 years.
Lin Feng continued to ask, what exactly is the effect of this curse? Upon hearing this, the old patriarch immediately extended his arm. There, he revealed a mark almost identical to the birthmark on Xiaoye's face. It was entirely black and looked extremely terrifying. The old patriarch glanced at Xiaoye and continued. Since our Tiangong clan was cursed, anyone born into it will carry this birthmark, which is the source of the curse and cannot be erased. The rest of us are somewhat fine, but poor Xiaoye, the curse manifests on her face from birth, affecting her appearance. Hearing this, Xiaoye silently lowered her head. Then she softly said, Grandpa Feng, I've gotten used to it. The old patriarch shook his head with a smile. There's no such thing as getting used to this, but it can't be helped, this curse is too powerful. After laughing, the old patriarch looked at Lin Feng and said, Young master, you just asked what the effect of this curse is. The effect of this curse is to completely limit the abilities of our Tiangong clan, leaving us alive in body but devoid of any capabilities. Although we are somewhat stronger than ordinary people, we are still not as good as them because we cannot cultivate like they do. I believe it won't be long before the remaining members of our Tiangong clan completely disappear. But rest assured, young master, it is you who has given our Tiangong clan a new lease on life, and we will serve you until death. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a sudden clarity in his heart. He understood the specific origin of this curse. Looking at the old patriarch, he said, Would it be convenient for me to take a look? The old patriarch was taken aback, then nodded blankly, understanding Lin Feng's intention. He wanted to help them break the curse. Although he didn't believe Lin Feng could succeed, he didn't want to embarrass him and extended his arm in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently touched it with his fingers, and power instantly surged into the curse. Lin Feng's consciousness followed suit, as if entering the internal space of the curse. It was a dark void, exuding a chilling terror, with waves of cursed energy transforming into monsters that attacked Lin Feng's probing force. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately activated the 7 techniques within his body. The ancient celestial technique he obtained when accepting Xiaoye as a disciple was quite special, drawing the surrounding power in a wild surge, flowing through Lin Feng towards the old patriarch's arm. The entire room seemed to be caught in a storm. Chairs were blown apart. Xiaoye and the old patriarch were both startled but did not move recklessly. They exchanged shocked glances, unsure of what Lin Feng was doing. But soon, the old patriarch was stunned, and then his face flushed with excitement. He felt that the power of the curse had actually lessened a bit. This curse had accompanied the old patriarch for 1,000 years, and it had grown heavier day by day. No one understood better than the old patriarch how terrifying and entangling this curse was. No matter what method was used, it had never lightened even a little, and with age, it only continued to strengthen. Originally, the lifespan of the Tiangong clan could last at least 3,000 years, but because of the curse, he had lived for 1,000 years and was already on the brink of exhaustion. He could only continuously suppress the last remnants of the Tiangong clan's power to barely survive a little longer. Rather than saying he was afraid of death, it was more accurate to say he was in despair. Since it was impossible to break the curse, he had given up trying to lift it. Living one day at a time was enough. But now, Lin Feng had done something, and the power of the curse had actually lessened a bit. Although it was just a bit, for the first time in 1,000 years, something called hope ignited in the old patriarch's heart. This was unprecedented. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. As he gazed at Lin Feng, who had already retracted his power, tears welled up in his eyes. Then, with a thud, he knelt before Lin Feng. Young master, thank you for your great kindness. Although he didn't know how Lin Feng had managed it, the old patriarch now understood one thing: Lin Feng was the hope of their Tiangong clan. In this moment, the old patriarch didn't care about his status. He knelt before Lin Feng, looking at him with hope. Xiaoye was startled as well. It was the first time she had seen Grandpa Feng like this. Usually, the old patriarch appeared to be fearful of death, as if anyone could bully him. He always seemed so laid back, never explaining anything, and rarely showing much emotion. Especially this kind of excited display, it was something she had never witnessed before. Xiaoye was puzzled, looking at the old patriarch in surprise. Grandpa Feng, what's wrong with you? The old patriarch came to his senses and quickly waved at Xiaoye, saying, Xiaoye, come here quickly, kneel down with me. The young master is amazing. Just now, I felt the curse lessen a bit. The young master has a way to help us break the curse. What? This time, Xiaoye was completely shocked. She covered her mouth, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief, as if she had seen the most captivating thing in the world. She was ready to kneel before Lin Feng, just as the old patriarch had said. The curse affected her the most, even impacting a woman's most cherished beauty. If it could be broken, she would not only gain the power of the Tiangong clan but would also restore her original appearance. This meant everything to her, allowing her to do anything without hesitation. Seeing this, before Xiaoye could kneel down, Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. Alright, no need to kneel. I can't break this curse for now. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Lin Feng spoke the truth. He had just tried all 7 of his techniques and found that the ancient heavenly god technique seemed tailor-made for the Tiangong clan. The power it generated could indeed help eliminate the curse. But his cultivation level was still too low, only at the early stage of the innate realm. Although he could help someone from the Tiangong clan break the curse if he was willing to spend time on it, the time required would be too long, at least a month. Even though his cultivation would continue to improve during that time, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period. He didn't have that much time now. It would be better to wait until his cultivation level increased and resolve it all at once. After all, there were so many people in the Tiangong clan. Lin Feng explained the situation straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch and Xiaoye were immediately disappointed. But they quickly realized that Lin Feng only said he couldn't help break the curse for now, which didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. As long as Lin Feng's cultivation was sufficient, he would be able to completely help their Tiangong clan break the curse. This was even more exciting than obtaining a heavenly level technique. After all, this was the only hope they had in thousands of years. Thinking of this, the old patriarch nodded repeatedly, saying, "Young master, you need not worry. Our Tiangong clan has waited for 10,000 years. We don't mind waiting a few more years. Just rest assured." Lin Feng thought to himself, how could it take years? At most, it wouldn't take more than a month for him to achieve it. However, Lin Feng had a better plan. The ancient heavenly god technique was very suitable for the Tiangong clan, and he also intended to pass it on to Xiaoye. As long as the people of the Tiangong clan cultivate the ancient heavenly god technique themselves, they will be able to break the curse in the future. There's no need for him to exert himself. This is undoubtedly the most labor-saving approach. He stated it directly. Looking at the two, he said, "I have a technique and I will now pass it on to Xiaoye. As long as you cultivate this technique, you will be able to break the curse yourselves, continuously eliminating it through the process of cultivation. Xiaoye, I will pass it on to you now." With that, Lin Feng pointed at Xiaoye's mind. Since his innate awakening, Lin Feng had also gained a method of passing on skills. This was undoubtedly more efficient. He directly infused the memories related to this technique into Xiaoye. When Xiaoye received the ancient heavenly god technique, she was also taken aback. Immediately, she began to cultivate according to this technique. In an instant, a tremendous energy surged around Xiaoye. Although it was not as powerful as Lin Feng's before, it was still quite similar. The power generated by the ancient heavenly god technique could not be absorbed, it was purely for body refinement. It was a very special technique. At this moment, the energy continuously washed over Xiaoye's body, making her already incredibly strong physique even stronger. It was believed that given time, even without breaking the curse, she would be immensely powerful. Meanwhile, the birthmark on Xiaoye's face also subtly faded a bit. Although the change was slight, the old clan leader, who had been observing closely, noticed it. He was inexplicably shocked. He immediately chose to unconditionally believe Lin Feng's earlier words. His heart raced with excitement as he looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Clearly, Lin Feng's earlier implication was to pass this technique on to the entire Tiangong clan. Lin Feng indeed had such plans. However, he did not intend to pass on the entirety of it. The ancient heavenly god technique has a total of 8 levels when cultivated to the highest realm. What he passed on to Xiaoye was naturally complete, but that was because Xiaoye was his own disciple. As for the other members of the Tiangong clan, 3 levels would be sufficient for them to break the curse. Such a high-level technique, if too many people knew about it, could lead to trouble if it were to spread one day. With so many people in the Tiangong clan, Lin Feng still held back a bit. He did not hide this from the old clan leader. Looking at him, he said, "The ancient heavenly god technique I will pass on to you next is not complete. It only has the first 3 levels, but it is enough to break the curse." The old clan leader was momentarily stunned. He could also sense the power of this technique. But then he understood. He could comprehend Lin Feng's thoughts and nodded excitedly. Compared to breaking the curse, everything else was trivial. The old clan leader was not that greedy. Moreover, Xiaoye was a member of the Tiangong clan and would be the next clan leader, so the old clan leader cared even less. It was best for such a high-level complete technique to be held by just the clan leader. Before Lin Feng arrived, the old clan leader had already planned this. Because Xiaoye was different from other members of the Tiangong clan, she was so young yet already so powerful. She was the hope in the old clan leader's heart. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Thank you, young master, for your great kindness. We other members of the Tiangong clan are already very satisfied and will be grateful to you for a lifetime.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated.
While Xiaoye was still in the midst of her cultivation, Lin Feng began to pass on the technique to the old clan leader, just passing on the 3 levels of the ancient heavenly god technique.
It was quickly completed.
After finishing, Lin Feng gently withdrew his finger, and at that moment, Xiaoye had also stopped her cultivation. She was astonished by her own changes. Although she could not see her face, she could indeed feel the alleviation of the curse. Moreover, her strength had increased significantly. If before she was comparable to the early stage of the Qi-Si realm, or even slightly stronger than that, now she could easily contend with the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm. This was solely due to cultivating the technique Lin Feng had given her for such a short time.
Xiaoye was overjoyed.
The power of this technique exceeded her imagination.
Noticing Lin Feng's gaze at this moment, she quickly clasped her hands and said, "Thank you, master, for bestowing the technique." Lin Feng gently raised his hand and said, "All right, no need to be so polite. Quickly gather those herbs. They are for awakening your celestial body." The old clan leader was taken aback. He was well aware of what a celestial body entailed. However, the Tiangong clan itself possessed an extremely powerful physique, and he had never considered that Xiaoye would be a celestial body. At this moment, hearing Lin Feng's words and seeing him about to leave, he hurriedly asked, "Young master, are you saying Xiaoye is a celestial body?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, what's wrong?"
"Nothing, just very surprised. No wonder Xiaoye is stronger than the other Tiangong clan members. I didn't expect the Tiangong clan's body could also possess a celestial body." The old clan leader was astonished and excited. With the Tiangong clan's physique combined with a celestial body, once Xiaoye breaks the curse and unlocks her celestial body, she would likely become immensely powerful.
Thinking of this, he trembled with excitement.
Lin Feng thought it was something else.
He let the old clan leader be excited on his own and nodded at Xiaoye, saying, "I will take my leave now and will return to find you in a few days. Master, take care."
After Lin Feng left, not long after, the elder of the Jinyu sect, Ding Huaibua, walked to the door and gently knocked twice. He had been waiting outside and didn't dare to interrupt. Lin Feng and the others were aware of this. However, since there was a matter at hand and the old clan leader had already been arranged, they didn't say much. Looking at the old clan leader, Ding Huaibua wore an exceptionally brilliant smile, knowing that he would now be his elder brother. Their positions had reversed. Lin Feng had made it very clear before, if anything happened to the Tiangong clan, he would be the first to suffer. Regarding Lin Feng, Ding Huaibua felt both respect and fear. Lin Feng was too powerful, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Moreover, because of Lin Feng, he had obtained a complete high-grade treasure, enough to rival a half-step Yuanshan realm. Naturally, he felt grateful. Looking at the old clan leader in Xiaoye, Ding Huaibua immediately stated, "Old clan leader, we at the Jinyu sect have wronged you in the past, please feel free to give any orders in the future." The old clan leader glanced at Ding Huaibua, feeling for the first time that his identity as the clan leader of the Tiangong clan was being recognized. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride and slightly raised his stature as the clan leader, nodding and saying, "The young master has instructed clearly, these herbs should be searched for by you from the Jinyu sect together with our Tiangong clan, without any delay, and gathered as quickly as possible." The old clan leader handed the list of herbs to Ding Huaibua to look at. Ding Huaibua immediately stood up straight, read it carefully, and said, "Old clan leader, rest assured, I will take care of this matter. At most, it will take a day, and I guarantee everything will be gathered. But how should we refer to the Jinyu sect in the future?" Previously, Lin Feng's intrusion had caused the Jinyu sect's strong members to suffer nearly half their losses. Although many remained, it was clear that the Jinyu sect had changed hands, and what it would be called in the future was not something he could decide. Upon hearing this, a fire suddenly ignited in the old clan leader's eyes. He smiled and said, "This time marks a new beginning for our Tiangong clan. The Jinyu sect will no longer exist, and this place will be where our Tiangong clan rises again. I think we should call it Tiangong Mountain." Ding Huaibua was also inspired by the old clan leader and understood that the Jinyu sect would no longer exist. He nodded gently, "All right, I will notify everyone immediately. From now on, this place will be called Tiangong Mountain." Lin Feng returned. He had come with Xiaoye but returned alone. However, he was faster this time. It took him no time at all, and by the afternoon, he arrived at Yaowang Valley. When Lin Feng reached Tianshan Pavilion, people from various major forces were still there, waiting outside, eagerly looking inside. They could hear celestial sounds coming from within, captivating those from the various forces, while accompanied by a murmur of discussions. I never expected that the inconspicuous girl following young Master Lin was actually the legendary immortal body. Yes, I can't believe I've had the fortune to see an immortal body in my lifetime. Truly terrifying. Even when cultivating, the immortal body produces celestial sounds that can lead others to the path and assist in their cultivation. We are indeed fortunate. Exactly. Now, no matter who tries to drive me away, I want leave. I really hope young Master Lin comes back later so we can experience this opportunity a bit longer. At first, the people from various factions were worried about staying here and encountering danger. But feeling the benefits of Xiaozi's cultivation, they all hoped Lin Feng would take his time. This way, they could bask in the glory of the immortal body a little longer. Little did they know, Lin Feng had already returned. And he was right behind them. Hearing their discussions, he silently rolled his eyes. He cleared his throat lightly. Ahem! Instantly, everyone was startled. They turned around, and upon seeing Lin Feng, they were all taken aback. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to return so quickly. Their expressions changed immediately, turning bitter. Did he hear what they just said? If this killing god got angry. Thinking of this, the people from various factions quickly put on flattering smiles. Young Master Lin is back. That's wonderful. I missed you day and night while you were gone. Young Master Lin, after just one day apart, you are even more imposing. It truly makes us feel ashamed. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. The sound of flattery echoed. It gave Lin Feng goosebumps. He quickly stopped them, saying, "Everyone, step aside, I need to go in." Xiaozi was clearly inside, and Lin Feng had no interest in chatting with these people. Upon hearing this, they immediately cleared a path, fearing that if they were slow, they might anger Lin Feng. At this moment, without waiting for Lin Feng to enter, Zhang Chengdao and Xiaozi, who had already heard Lin Feng's voice, came out. They were both excited, not expecting Lin Feng to return so soon. Xiaozi rushed up and gave Lin Feng a big hug, smiling as she said, "Young master, you finally came back." Zhang Chengdao also smiled from the side, saying, "Young master, you really are quick to act. The Jinyu sect must have had a terrible time." Zhang Chengdao was very confident about this. Moreover, the others were not foolish now that Lin Feng had returned safely. The ones in trouble must be the Jinyu sect. They all perked up their ears, wanting to know what had happened to the Jinyu sect. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Previously, the Jinyu sect had suffered heavy casualties and the remaining members had been sent to the Tiangong clan. The old patriarch had also mentioned that the Jinyu sect would be renamed. After a moment of pause, he nodded slightly and said, "There shouldn't be a Jinyu sect anymore." Hiss! A series of gasps filled the air. Although everyone had their suspicions, hearing it from Lin Feng confirmed their thoughts. It was clear that a lot had happened to the Jinyu sect this time. Xiaozi and Zhang Chengdao were also momentarily stunned but soon felt relieved. With Lin Feng personally taking action, what was the Jinyu sect worth? Just as they returned to this place, Morong Feng happened to hear this and was also taken aback. He had been somewhat worried about Lin Feng's trip. He thought that Lin Feng going to the Jinyu sect could lead to mutual destruction and Lin Feng might return empty-handed. At that time, they at Yaowang Valley would step in to fully support Lin Feng. With the strength of Yaowang Valley and their past connections, they could have a good confrontation with the Jinyu sect. But now it seemed he had worried for nothing. Lin Feng was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Just a day out, and the Jinyu sect was eliminated. Although he didn't know the details, Lin Feng was not someone who made empty claims, and it would be easy to see through him. Not only that, but Lin Feng's cultivation had also risen to the early stage of the innate realm. Wait, early stage of the innate realm? Morong Feng was momentarily stunned again. This improvement was a bit too fast, catching him off guard. In just one day, Lin Feng entered the innate realm. Although in the Medicine King Valley, the innate realm is nothing special, even as common as dust, Lin Feng was different. When he was at the 5th level of the True Essence realm, he could already kill those in the Qi Si realm in an instant. Now that he had ascended to the innate realm, the extent of his power was something Mu Rongfeng could hardly imagine. He knew that no matter what, he could offend anyone but Lin Feng. Suppressing his shock, he quickly adjusted his brilliant smile. Looking at Lin Feng, he laughed heartily. "Young Master Lin has returned, how wonderful! It truly feels like a year apart in just one day, making me miss you dearly." Mu Rongfeng had not expected Lin Feng to return so quickly. He had been worried that Lin Feng would come back late. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "I finished my business and came back right away. It didn't take much time." "How did things go regarding what I mentioned?" Mu Rongfeng naturally knew Lin Feng was referring to meeting with Shangguan Yunyun. After discussing Lin Feng's matters with Shangguan Yi was naturally pleased. Now, the closer Lin Feng's relationship with the Medicine King Valley, the better. The news of the Jin Yu sect's expulsion would likely spread across 100,000 miles soon.
Mu Rongfeng felt a wave of emotion.
The Jin Yu sect, which was even stronger than the Medicine King Valley, had just vanished like that.
It was truly lamentable. Hearing this, Mu Rongfeng quickly nodded and said, "Young Master Lin's instructions, I naturally wouldn't dare to delay. The Medicine King is also waiting for you.
If there are no other matters, please follow me." Before Lin Feng returned, Shangguani had told him to notify him immediately when Lin Feng arrived. Now that Lin Feng was also going to meet Shangguan Yunyun, it was only natural to go together. Although only a day had passed, Shangguani had been waiting so long that the flowers were about to wither. He had asked him more than once, which left him quite helpless.
In Shangguani's eyes, Lin Feng was more important than anything else.
He was the one capable of refining that super chi pill. Once successfully refined, the overall strength of the Medicine King Valley would rise.
Coupled with the enhancement from the alchemy forces, who would dare to provoke them in the future? It would be enough to allow the Medicine King Valley to flourish under Shangguani's leadership.
Lin Feng glanced at the people from various major forces. Now that the Jin Yu sect's matter had been resolved, he naturally couldn't be bothered to restrict these people. Moreover, even if they went out and spread rumors that he had killed the Jin Yu sect's young master, it would be useless. The Jin Yu sect was no more.
Let them spread whatever they wanted. Now,
the ancestor of the Jin Yu sect was obediently staying at his waist. After being threatened by Lin Feng, the ancestor, who had taken over a mouse, was now very docile. The small jar at Lin Feng's waist was filled with despair, as if life had lost all its color. Now, let alone spreading rumors, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to say a word. Everything that happened here, the major forces had already made plans. Not a word would be spoken to outsiders. It would rot in their stomachs for a lifetime. The main concern was to avoid provoking Lin Feng's displeasure. Their combined strength might not even match that of the Jin Yu sect. The Jin Yu sect had been taken down by this fierce person. What were they worth? Just being alive was already a great blessing from their ancestors. However, there would always be greedy people. The temptation was simply too great. The Tao rhythm and celestial sounds emitted by Xiaozi during her cultivation were extremely helpful for their own training. One of the sect leaders, bold yet cautious, said, "Lin, young Master Lin, we are not in a hurry to leave. I wonder if I could allow my sect's people to stay here a little longer as a favor owed to young Master Lin. In the future, if young Master Lin has any requests, we will not hesitate to fulfill them. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold." Although Lin Feng's strength was unfathomable and he could kill at any moment, such a great opportunity, combined with the chance to build a relationship with Lin Feng, made this sect leader think this way. The other sect leaders and heads of major forces were not foolish either. Their eyes lit up as they expressed their agreement. "Yes, young Master Lin, we hold you in the highest regard and are willing to wait here, acting as guards for Miss Xiaozi, so that no one else disturbs her cultivation." "That's right. As long as young Master Lin has any orders in the future, we will do our utmost to fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood their intentions. He nodded gently and said, "All right, if you want to stay, then stay, but keep it quiet." "Yes, thank you, young Master Lin." The people from various factions were overjoyed. They were just short of bowing to Lin Feng 3 times. Since these people could gain benefits just by being around Xiaozi during her cultivation, having more people to help him in the future was fine by Lin Feng. He then turned to Xiaozi and said, "We'll go check on my disciple first, you can focus on your cultivation." Young master, come back soon." Xiaozi was also quite happy, feeling that she was helping Lin Feng in some way. After that, Lin Feng left with Morong Feng. At the entrance, Long Chia had been lying there on guard, and upon seeing Lin Feng pass by, he quickly greeted him, "Young master, take care." Lin Feng nodded, "You don't need to stay on guard all the time. If you want to cultivate, go ahead, and if not, you can take a nap. Just protect Xiaozi well." "Yes, young master." Long Chia nodded his dragon head. After that, Lin Feng and Morong Feng completely left. On the way, Morong Feng spoke up, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'm really sorry for troubling young Master Lin to make this trip, but with so many people around, every move of the Medicine King and Yunyan is under scrutiny." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Morong Feng continued, "After you left, young Master Lin, I told the Medicine King and Yunyan about your situation. They have been waiting for you, just at the main peak. Well, be there shortly." Both of them flew through the air, and their speed was indeed quite fast. In no time, they arrived at the main peak. At this moment, Shangguan Yi and Shangguan Yunyan were indeed feeling a bit anxious from waiting. Although they knew Lin Feng couldn't return so quickly, both of them wanted to see him as soon as possible. There was no need to mention Shangguan Yunyan. She had already become his disciple, and with all that had happened, including the engagement competition, she felt a sense of guilt. Naturally, she wanted to see Lin Feng soon to resolve her inner turmoil.
Shang Guanyi was even more eager to see the mysterious Lin Feng that Morong Feng had spoken of. Everything he had learned previously was too astonishing. Just as the two were lost in thought and had not spoken, Lin Feng and Morong Feng's figures appeared at the entrance, causing both of them to tremble slightly.
Shangguan Yunyan immediately recognized Lin Feng and looked at him in disbelief.
Clearly, she hadn't expected him to return so quickly. The reason she stayed here with Shangguanyi was to be the first to know when Lin Feng returned. She thought it would take at least a few days, even worrying whether he could make it back before her engagement competition. But now, seeing him so soon made her feel a bit nervous. The more she learned about Lin Feng, the more she sensed the mystery surrounding her master. Although Shangguanyi had never met Lin Feng, he could guess Lin Feng's identity just by observing Morong Feng's expression and his daughter Shangguan Yunyan's behavior. He was equally excited inside. But soon, he suppressed his excitement and looked at Morong Feng, waiting for him to introduce Lin Feng so he could speak comfortably. Morong Feng was naturally aware of this. He smiled and said, "Medicine King, this is young Master Lin Feng. Haven't you always wanted to meet him?" Shangguanyi immediately showed a hearty smile. "Ha ha, young Master Lin is truly impressive. Our Yunyan has praised you many times in front of me. Please, young master, take a seat." Shangguanyi extended his hand, offering the highest courtesy to Lin Feng, pointing to the most honored position. Lin Feng was not polite and directly sat down. He looked at Shangguan Yunyan. It had been several days since they last met. She seemed just as she always did, but at this moment, she appeared a bit nervous. With his head down and clutching the hem of his clothes, he softly called out, "Master," and then said no more. Lin Feng didn't mind either. As long as he saw the person safe, he had no worries. This disciple wouldn't be able to escape. After Lin Feng took his seat, Shangguanyi also sat down, while Shangguan Yunyan and Morong Feng hurriedly poured tea for the two. Shangguanyi looked at Lin Feng with an apologetic expression and said, "Young Master Lin, I truly apologize. I was unaware of this matter when you and Yunyan met earlier and the invitation was sent out ahead of time. It's already water under the bridge." He continued, "Now, I must trouble young Master Lin to personally come to my Medicine King Valley. I truly feel ashamed." Shangguanyi sincerely felt embarrassed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many high-quality Medicine King Valley elixirs with Morong Feng. Although it was later discovered that they were worthless in front of Lin Feng, it was still a bit of a blow. But the intention was genuine. Lin Feng didn't care about these small matters. After all, they truly didn't know beforehand. He gently nodded and waved his hand, saying, "It's no problem. It's just a marriage selection event. I'll just participate. It won't take much effort." Yes. With young Master Lin's strength, winning first place is just a formality. I have no worries about that at all. I just feel really bad to trouble young Master Lin like this. If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them. If it really doesn't work, we can cancel this marriage selection event. The moment Shangguanyi saw Lin Feng, he had already guessed that the Jinyu sect was probably in trouble. Moreover, Lin Feng returned so quickly. Although he didn't know how powerful Lin Feng truly was, Shangguanyi's heart was as clear as a mirror. He had already thought that as long as Lin Feng really came back, he would be the most esteemed guest of the Medicine King Valley. Such a powerful person would have no trouble dealing with the elites of various major forces. Even the Jinyu sect would be like a chicken in a doghouse. Not to mention those other people. He wasn't worried at all. It was just that those major forces still didn't know they were merely there to accompany Lin Feng in a play. This made Shangguanyi feel a bit guilty. He planned to send them some Medicine King Valley elixirs as farewell gifts later. But that would be quite a financial strain. If Lin Feng wanted to directly cancel this marriage selection event, he would agree, but he would still try his best to maintain relations with the major forces. To suppress their anger, the Medicine King Valley could just take a big hit. Anything that could salvage the situation was worth it. As long as it could keep Lin Feng from getting angry, that was enough. Lin Feng also caught the meaning behind Shangguanyi's words. He didn't expect him to go this far. He also understood the consequences of actually doing so. Shangguanyi's performance was impeccable. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since others were being so polite, he couldn't be stingy. Nodding, he said, "The marriage selection event will proceed as usual. Since the Medicine King has said so, and can do this much, I will also send you some gifts from the Medicine King Valley. In addition to the previously promised refining of the Qi pill, I will refine 3 batches of elixirs for you, 1 batch each of body refining pill, true essence pill, and innate pill." What? Shangguanyi's body suddenly shook. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, overwhelmed by this sudden surprise. Even Morong Feng and Shangguan Yunyan, who had just poured tea for Lin Feng and Shangguanyi, trembled at the news. They had all seen those elixirs and knew their preciousness. Lin Feng's gift could be said to be enormous. It was enough to make any force not inferior to the Medicine King Valley envious. If it were to be exposed, they might not even care about the Medicine King Valley's reputation and could come to snatch it directly. A great opportunity. The entire Medicine King Valley's great opportunity was casually mentioned by Lin Feng. Shangguani's breathing became rapid, his chest rising and falling quickly. Even as the Medicine King, he couldn't suppress the excitement and surprise in his heart at this moment. Lin Feng waited a long time without receiving a response and casually asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want it?" "No, no, no. How could that be? We want it. Definitely want it." Shangguani came to his senses, no longer able to maintain the majesty of the Medicine King. At this moment, he resembled a child asking for candy, almost clinging to Lin Feng's leg. "But this great gift from young Master Lin is just too heavy. It leaves me a bit overwhelmed. This is a tremendous favor to my Medicine King Valley." Young Master Lin isn't joking, is he? Shangguani did not hide his inner joy at this moment. He looked at Lin Feng, fearing that Lin Feng was just playing around. Lin Feng nodded in response, "Of course I'm not joking. Well, let's refine it now. It won't take long, but the medicinal materials need to be provided by your Medicine King Valley." Shangguani thought it was something else. Their Medicine King Valley had an abundance of medicinal materials. While they couldn't claim that precious medicines were everywhere, they certainly had an endless supply of spiritual herbs. Hearing this, Shangguani temporarily suppressed the wild joy in his heart. He turned to Morong Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, go have all the medicinal materials for refining these 3 types of pills transported over, but keep it confidential. Don't let anyone else know what we're doing. By the way, when transporting the medicinal materials, add some other herbs to prevent anyone from figuring out what it is from the materials." After finishing, Shangguani glanced suspiciously outside, fearing someone might be eavesdropping. This matter was of great importance. Apart from the few people in the room, he didn't want anyone else to know. Even the people from the Medicine King Valley were not to be trusted. If this got out, it could lead to a disaster. Opportunities must be ceased to be considered opportunities. If not grasped, it would turn into the suffering of bearing the burden of wealth. Shangguani, having lived for so many years, naturally understood this well. Morong Feng was also very clear about it. He nodded seriously and cautiously, feeling equally excited inside. Then young Master Lin and the Medicine King, "Wait a moment, I will handle it right away, it won't take long." After that, Morong Feng quickly left. While Morong Feng was busy with this matter, Shangguani was filled with anticipation, wondering which type of pill Lin Feng could refine from these 3 furnaces. He looked at Lin Feng enthusiastically and said, "Young Master Lin, it will take a little time, let's have some tea. Now that you're in the Medicine King Valley, consider it your home, so please don't be polite." Facing Shangguani's enthusiasm, Lin Feng did not refuse. He gently picked up the tea and took a sip. Instantly, a fragrant taste lingered on his lips and teeth. It was a flavor he had never experienced in the Lin family. It gave a refreshing feeling. Since that banquet, all the resources of the Lin family had been concentrated on Lin Feng. Every day, many people sent him various items while he was away. The best things from the Lin family were all with him. Naturally, the best tea was also available for Lin Feng to enjoy freely. However, compared to the tea here in the Medicine King Valley, it seemed less impressive. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Good tea." Shangguani, with a hint of pride in his eyes, said, "Young Master Lin, the tea leaves used to brew this tea come from the deepest forbidden area of our Medicine King Valley. There is only one plant, and it can only be harvested once every 10 years. Only a small amount can be made into tea, and if it weren't for hosting young Master Lin, I would never have been willing to take it out. I see that young Master Lin quite likes it. So I will gift you a box of this tea that our Medicine King Valley has accumulated over 100 years. Shangguani carefully took out a wooden box from his bosom. He usually treasured it greatly, not even willing to put it in his spatial bag for fear of it being stolen. He would only take out a small amount for extremely important guests. Now that Lin Feng had just returned and was to receive such a grand gift from the Medicine King Valley, he naturally felt the pain of parting with it. Lin Feng knew how powerful the 3 furnaces of pills he was refining were. They were entirely worth this box of tea. He did not stand on ceremony. Liking the taste, he accepted it and said, "Thank you, Medicine King." Shangguani immediately waved his hands repeatedly. "Young Master Lin is too polite, it's just a small gift." At this moment, Shangguan Yunyan had also taken her seat. Looking at his daughter, Shangguani still asked the question that lingered in his heart, looking at Lin Feng. "Young Master Lin, I heard Yunyan say before that you mentioned she is a celestial body. Is this true? A celestial body?" Just thinking about it made Shangguani excited. For a celestial body, a constitution that only exists in legends, Shangguani had never dared to think too much about it before. After all, this is the strongest constitution in the Tianlong continent. Every celestial body is an existence that transcends all beings. It is a super existence that has stood strong on this continent for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. an existence that can only be looked up to. But his daughter is actually a celestial body? Doesn't that mean that in the future, the Medicine King Valley will also stand at the top of this world? This is too terrifying. And too exciting. It even made him feel like he wouldn't dare to dream about it. He tossed and turned all night yesterday, fearing that this matter was a misunderstanding. Lin Feng thought it was something else. He nodded affirmatively and said, "It is indeed a celestial body, absolutely true. I originally planned to have Yunyan come to me for help in awakening her celestial body, but since you've come to the Medicine King Valley, I'll leave this matter to you. Gather everything within 2 days." As Lin Feng spoke, he tossed out a list of materials needed for Shangguan Yunyan's celestial body awakening. After Shangguan took it, his heart was also in turmoil. Lin Feng actually had the method to awaken a celestial body. It was too terrifying. So terrifying that Shangguan didn't know how to face Lin Feng in the future. Is this really just a person who came out of a small border town? Are you sure he's not an ancient monster? Shangguan stared blankly at Lin Feng for a moment, somewhat dazed. It was Shangguan Yunyan's voice that reminded him, bringing him back to reality. "Dad. Oh. Sorry, young Master Lin, I've noted it down." "Don't worry, young Master Lin, just leave these materials to me. Our Medicine King Valley is not lacking in these. Even if we don't have them, people from various major forces will have them. I guarantee it won't delay your time." Once Shangguan came to his senses, he immediately patted his chest to assure him, unable to hide his excitement. Looking at his daughter Shangguan Yunyan, he couldn't help but feel emotional. She was really lucky. She actually encountered such a monstrous freak as Lin Feng. He really knows everything. But he brought the Medicine King Valley an unprecedented opportunity in 1,000 years. After Shangguan took the list of materials, he carefully stored it away, planning to handle this matter personally. He wouldn't let more people know just yet. After the three of them chatted for a while, Morong Feng also returned. Somewhat out of breath. For someone who was already a powerful figure at the Qi realm to be this exhausted, one can imagine how hard he worked to get this done quickly. He had almost flown nonstop between various peaks to notify everyone. He didn't know how many pills he had consumed to maintain his Buddha's spiritual energy. But he finally managed to notify all the peaks of the Medicine King Valley in the shortest time possible. Each peak has a place to store medicinal materials. The total amount of medicinal materials in the Medicine King Valley is unimaginable. However, Lin Feng only needed the materials to refine those 3 types of pills. Even so, a massive amount of spiritual herbs was continuously sent to the main peak. The people of the Medicine King Valley were all in a daze that day. With so many medicinal materials being sent to the main peak, many thought Shangguan was planning something big. Even the major forces that came to participate in the marriage selection conference were inquiring, "What do you think the Medicine King is doing with so many spiritual herbs? Who knows? It's probably something big. He must be refining pills." But even if the Medicine King is a capable alchemist, he should be using precious herbs for pill refining. What's being sent over is all spiritual herbs, and they're very mixed. What exactly is he trying to refine? I think the Medicine King must have developed a new pill and is experimenting with these spiritual herbs. That theory is quite possible. It's been a long time since we've seen the Medicine King personally refine pills. Let's go take a look. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. We can't miss such a grand event. In an instant, people from all the peaks, including those from various major forces, flocked to the main peak of the Medicine King Valley. The entire range of the Medicine King Valley suddenly became lively. At this moment, looking at the spiritual herbs that had been sent over by Morong Feng, Shangguan's eyes sparkled. He hurriedly stepped forward to support Morong Feng and said in a voice filled with suppressed excitement, "Xiao Feng, you've worked hard. Once these matters are settled, the position of Grand Elder will be yours. I'll make sure no one dares to object." Morong Feng could be said to have made the greatest contribution to the Medicine King Valley in 1,000 years. Not only had he maintained a harmonious relationship with Lin Feng, but he had also brought people over, bringing such great opportunities to the Medicine King Valley. Once this marriage proposal conference was over, Shangguan would ensure that Morong Feng became the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley. At that time, anyone who dared to object would face his wrath. By all rights and reasons, this position of Grand Elder should belong to Morong Feng. This time, no one would dare to say he was biased. This was what Morong Feng deserved. After finally calming his breath, Morong Feng shyly waved his hand and said, "The Medicine King is too kind. I'm fine being an ordinary elder, living a carefree life. I don't care about the title of Grand Elder, as long as the Medicine King Valley continues to thrive." Shangguan was deeply moved. However, he still said, "Xiao Feng, you don't need to say much. I know that some elders have looked down on you in the past, but I couldn't say much about it. But now it's different. You are the greatest benefactor of our Medicine King Valley." Then thank you, Medicine King."
Morong Fong immediately stopped saying more. At this moment, the spiritual herbs were being delivered quickly.
Meanwhile,
someone reported that people from various major forces and the Medicine King Valley were coming to watch him refine pills.
this made Shangguan Yi's face flush with embarrassment.
This wasn't him refining pills, it was Lin Feng who was going to refine them.
Moreover, this matter couldn't be known to those from the major forces.
He decisively said, "Stop them. Just say that this Medicine King doesn't like being observed while refining pills."
Yes, Medicine King.
The elder leading the delivery of the spiritual herbs hurried to convey this message. Meanwhile, he felt puzzled. He didn't remember the Medicine King disliking being observed while refining pills. Every time he refined pills, the Medicine King would gather everyone to watch him, and afterward he would be showered with admiration.
Had the Medicine King changed recently?
This left the leading elder confused, unable to understand the reason behind it. He suspected it might be as those people guessed, that the Medicine King was going to refine a new type of pill he had developed himself and was afraid of failing and losing face, hence the statement. But no matter what, he would just follow the Medicine King's orders.
Soon, the elder conveyed Shangguan Yi's words back to the others.
The various major forces and the people from the Medicine King Valley looked at each other in confusion. However, they did not press forward, as this was the territory of the Medicine King Valley. The major forces had come to build good relations, and if they could bring Shangguan Yunyan back, it would be a joyous occasion for everyone. Only a fool would go against the Medicine King.
After all, the Medicine King would eventually come out after refining the pills, right?
They would just wait outside. The major forces thought this way and quietly waited outside the main peak. At this moment, Shangguan Yi, grinning and rubbing his hands, approached Lin Feng and said respectfully, "Young Master Lin, the spiritual herbs are all prepared.
I wonder how young Master Lin plans to refine them. A serious alchemist needs to be in an excellent state.
Some even require special terrains to refine pills."
Shangguan Yi had never seen Lin Feng refine pills and had forgotten to ask Morong Feng about it, so he didn't know Lin Feng's refining habits.
As long as Lin Feng stated his needs, he would do everything possible to meet them. Lin Feng waved his hand. "No need to be so troublesome, I can refine the pills directly." After saying this, Lin Feng looked at the piles of spiritual herbs stacked like mountains in front of him and felt speechless. The Medicine King had truly emptied his treasury, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Since he didn't know how large a batch Lin Feng meant, he simply had all the spiritual herbs from the Medicine King Valley sent over.
He estimated that Lin Feng would use some,
but not too much just to be on the safe side. But what Su Guanyi didn't know was that this precaution would ensure that the Medicine King Valley would thrive for 100,000 years without decline.
Just this time, Lin Feng's alchemy was beyond imagination in its scale.
There were too many spiritual herbs. The Medicine King Valley, a powerful force with a legacy of over 1,000 years, had an astonishing quantity of stored spiritual herbs.
If it were an ordinary alchemist, they might only use a little bit from a furnace. Even the largest furnace would be the same.
But Lin Feng was different. He had the 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace. Even 10 times the amount of spiritual herbs in front of him could be accommodated in one furnace. Although Lin Feng found it a bit troublesome to fit so many into the furnace, he naturally had to fulfill his promise.
He waved his hand and continued, "You all step aside. I can handle it myself." Su Guanyi couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard Lin Feng's words.
However, upon hearing Lin Feng, he quickly urged Su Guanyunyan and Morong Feng to step back a considerable distance. Now, they were all strong practitioners at the Qi Si realm. Even at such a distance, they could clearly see Lin Feng and the 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace he had taken out. They knew Lin Feng was about to start refining pills. Soon, the 3 of them were shocked. They saw Lin Feng wave his hand, and various spiritual herbs for refining body-tempering pills began to enter the 9 Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace one after another. They flowed in continuously, and in just a short while, all those spiritual herbs were packed inside. Such a massive amount of spiritual herbs, although only for refining body-tempering pills, was still the accumulation of the Medicine King Valley over 1,000 years.
Just like that,
Lin Feng tossed them all in at once. The important thing was not just that, but that they actually fit inside.
Just how large must the internal space of Lin Feng's furnace be? Just thinking about it was terrifying.
This was the first time Su Guanyi and Morong Feng had seen such a sight. Although Morong Feng had seen Lin Feng refine pills before, the quantity of spiritual herbs that time was nothing compared to the accumulation of the Medicine King Valley over 1,000 years. It was merely a flicker of firefly light.
The difference was like a drop in the ocean.
Yet even with so many spiritual herbs, Lin Feng still managed to toss them all in. One could only imagine the shock it brought.
Su Guanyunyan felt the same.
At this moment, her heart was also filled with immense shock. Her master had once again given her a shock stronger than the previous times.
However, none of the 3 felt unhappy about it. On the contrary,
They could already imagine how many pills Lin Feng would produce once everything was refined. If the body-tempering pills, which were astonishingly remarkable, were in sufficient quantity, wouldn't the Medicine King Valley just take off right then and there? Thinking of this, Su Guanyi was already excitedly swallowing his saliva, staring blankly at the scene. At the same time, he uneasily asked Morong Feng beside him, "Xiao Feng, are you sure young Master Lin really won't fail? With such a massive amount of spiritual herbs concentrated in one furnace, if it failed, there would only be one chance." At that time, the 1,000-year accumulation of the Medicine King Valley for refining body-tempering pills would be completely exhausted. To squander it all at once would be painful for anyone. Su Guanyi had never anticipated such a situation. Not to mention Su Guanyi being dumbfounded, Morong Feng was equally bewildered. He was also nervous. He had no idea Lin Feng's alchemy furnace would be so exaggerated. Every alchemist had their own alchemy furnace, and he hadn't interacted much with Lin Feng, so how could he know he had such an unprecedented alchemy furnace? However, since Su Guanyi had asked, he swallowed nervously and cautiously replied, "It shouldn't fail. You can rest assured, Medicine King." In truth, Morong Feng wasn't certain either. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string. He chose to unconditionally trust Lin Feng. It was because he had seen Lin Feng refine pills before and believed this time would not disappoint. Just as they were nervously watching this scene, Lin Feng's alchemy had already begun. After placing the various spiritual herbs for refining body-tempering pills inside, all Lin Feng needed to do was add fire. Without any hesitation, he summoned the supreme dragon flames, which then continuously entered the 9 dragons' mysterious yellow furnace, refining such a massive amount of elixirs. By common logic, a serious alchemist would probably take decades to complete. However, Morong Feng and Shang Guanyi were well aware that Lin Feng was somewhat abnormal, and since it was a single batch, this time could be greatly shortened, though it would still take a day or two. Shang Guanyi was even prepared to postpone the engagement ceremony. Such a great opportunity warranted delaying any important matters. However, it was clear that their thoughts were unnecessary. The 9 dragons' mysterious yellow furnace exceeded their imagination. In their eyes, such a vast amount of spiritual herbs could hardly stir a single ripple within the space of the 9 dragons' mysterious yellow furnace. Just a moment later, Lin Feng retracted the supreme dragon flame. He turned and casually glanced at the 3, saying, "All right, the body refining pill has been completed. Prepare to receive the pills." With so many pills produced, once the exit was opened, they would surge out in vast quantities. Lin Feng reminded them again, "Use the spatial bags to catch them." "Done? Are you saying it's done, young Master Lin?" Shang Guanyi nearly jumped up to ask. Morong Feng and Shangguan Yunyan also looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng nodded again, "Of course, hurry up and catch the pills, don't waste time, we still need to refine the true essence pill later." Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng silently swallowed their saliva. Shangguan Yunyan was also dumbfounded. But she quickly reacted, and the 3 of them took out their respective spatial bags to catch the pills. For the first time in their lives, they were actually using spatial bags to catch pills. However, they soon understood Lin Feng's meaning. There were too many. The pills seemed endless, gushing forth like a flood. It looked incredibly shocking. The mere scent of the pills wafting out quickly spread throughout the entire peak of the Medicine King Valley. The elders stationed there to prevent anyone from entering the main peak, along with people from various major forces, all caught a whiff of this fragrance. They couldn't help but become entranced. It was too fragrant. So fragrant that they couldn't resist closing their eyes to savor it. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of pill is the Medicine King refining? It's so mysterious, and the fragrance is truly unprecedented." "Yes, it's too fragrant. I've never smelled such a rich and unique pill fragrance. It's truly miraculous. In my opinion, the pills refined by the Medicine King this time must be astonishing divine pills, truly something to look forward to. We can only see when the Medicine King comes out." People from various major forces discussed animatedly. This further solidified their intention to have their own genius marry Shangguan Yunyan. Once they successfully married Shangguan Yunyan, it would mean gaining the assistance of the top alchemist, the Medicine King. At that time, they would be as close as family with the Medicine King Valley, and what would they have to worry about in the future? With this thought, the people from various major forces also looked towards the elders of the Medicine King Valley waiting at the main peak, revealing inquiring expressions. They wanted to know what this unparalleled divine pill truly was. Not to mention them, even the people from the Medicine King Valley were equally bewildered. Before this, the Medicine King Shangguanyi had not mentioned this matter to anyone. Even though the elders of the Medicine King Valley were proficient in alchemy, they had never encountered such a pill fragrance. At this moment, they were just as clueless as the people from the major forces, their hearts itching with curiosity. If it weren't for the Medicine King's orders, they would have rushed in to observe closely. However, they naturally couldn't say that.
Otherwise, wouldn't it undermine the reputation of the Medicine King Valley? An elder from the Medicine King Valley cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, please don't be anxious.
The Medicine King has long surpassed us in his diligent research of the alchemical path.
This pill refining is the result of the Medicine King's painstaking efforts.
Once the Medicine King finishes refining, everything will naturally be revealed. This statement was rather ambiguous. Yet, to the various major forces, it was like a revelation. They were even more eager to see the pills refined through the Medicine King's diligent research as soon as possible.
Meanwhile,
the various major forces were being coaxed by the elders of the Medicine King Valley to continue waiting quietly. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was not idle. In no time, the 2 spatial bags that Shangguani had taken out were filled to the brim. Morong Feng quickly connected to them, but soon the 2 spatial bags were also full.
Shangguan Yunyan hurriedly rushed to help. However, she only had 1 spatial bag and it wouldn't be long before it too would be filled. At this moment, she looked at Shangguan Yulan and Lin Feng with a somewhat bitter expression and said, "Master, Dad, you need to think of a way quickly. If my bag fills up, the pills will spill out." Shangguan Yi was both shocked and silent at this moment. He never expected Lin Feng to actually succeed in refining an entire batch. Moreover, the quantity of pills produced was astonishing. It seemed that not a single spiritual herb had been wasted. It was a complete maximum consumption. Such terrifying alchemy. Not to mention him, even those impressive super alchemists in his eyes could not achieve this. It was too exaggerated. He had never even heard of such a thing. At this moment, hearing Shangguan Yanyan's words, he also came to his senses and immediately said, "Alright, they'll have someone bring all the spatial bags from the Medicine King Valley right away." Shangguan Yi also made a decisive decision. According to common sense, a proper cultivator would only need 1 or 2 spatial bags.
They wouldn't carry as many as Lin Feng did.
Moreover, Shangguan Yi couldn't bring himself to ask Lin Feng for them.
After all, he was helping with the alchemy, and now they would have to borrow spatial bags from him.
How embarrassing.
Just as Shangguan Yi was about to personally collect the spatial bags, he was stopped by Lin Feng, who waved his hand and said, "It's too much of a waste of time. I'll give you a piece of spatial stone, and you can refine it yourselves.
That will be faster."
By the time Shangguan Yi finished collecting the spatial bags, who knows how long it would take. They might even have to temporarily close the pill output, which would waste too much time.
However, as soon as these words were spoken, both Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng were taken aback, their faces turning red.
They suddenly felt like children who had never seen the world, realizing they hadn't even prepared spatial bags. They were utterly embarrassed.
But soon, they didn't have time to feel embarrassed anymore. Because after Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly produced a large piece of spatial stone that they had never seen before. He casually chipped off a piece the size of a grinding disc and tossed it to them with the same attitude as throwing away trash, causing both of them to tremble in their hearts. Shangguan Yunyan was also extremely unsettled. She couldn't understand how Lin Feng could have so many good things. It was no wonder Lin Feng was so casual. Even though he had already given away a lot for him, that huge piece of spatial stone was just a drop in the bucket. But for the Medicine King Valley, it was a priceless treasure. Lin Feng looked at the dazed Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng and said, "Alright, stop staring, hurry up and refine." Upon hearing this, the 2 of them came to their senses. Both of them had extremely high cultivation levels. Refining spatial bags was not too difficult for them, and they worked quickly. In no time, they had refined several hundred spatial bags. That grinding disc-sized piece of spatial stone had only consumed a small portion. Instantly, the number of spatial bags in the Medicine King Valley surged. At this moment, Shangguan Yunyan's spatial bag was also full. About to overflow. Shangguan Yunyan hurriedly said, "Dad, Uncle Morong, come quickly, it's about to be full." "Alright, Yunyan, don't worry, we'll be right there."
"You talk to your master and give him a shoulder rub." Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng excitedly moved over, taking Shangguan Yunyan's place.
Shangguan Yunyan's face turned slightly red, but she still followed Shangguan Yi's words.
While chatting with Lin Feng, she helped him rub his shoulders.
Time passed unknowingly. Soon, they had completely collected all the body refining pills that Lin Feng had refined. They filled up 10 spatial bags. Shangguan Yi and the others counted each spatial bag. It was enough to hold over 50,000 body refining pills refined by Lin Feng. 10 spatial bags meant a total of 500,000 of these pills, all with 9 pill patterns. Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng nearly went crazy on the spot,
pinching themselves hard to confirm that this was not a dream. The body refining pills refined by Lin Feng were incredibly powerful, a total of 500,000 pills. What an enormous quantity this is. Not to mention the major forces within a radius of 100,000 miles. Once the top powers of the Heavenly Dragon continent learn of this, it's likely that the sun won't rise for the Medicine King Valley the next day.
This is terrifying.
Shang Guanyi secretly felt relieved that he had dispersed everyone earlier. Aside from a few of them, no one else had seen it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Although it consumed the spiritual herbs accumulated by the Medicine King Valley for thousands of years to refine the body-quenching pills, Shang Guanyi felt it was worth it. He even thought he had been too wasteful in the past. He should have prevented others from using these spiritual herbs.
After a long while, Shang Guanyi and Morongfeng finally reacted.
Not forgetting that this was Lin Feng's achievement. With a respectful smile on his face, Shang Guanyi hurried to Lin Feng's side, respectfully handing over 5 space bags and saying, "Young Master Lin, thank you so much for your great kindness. Please be sure to accept these 5 space bags of pills." The quantity was too much, exceeding Shang Guanyi's imagination. He originally thought there would be only a few thousand at most. After all, there would be some loss during the pill refining process.
But Lin Feng was too abnormal.
Although he didn't know how it was done, over 500,000 pills. Even if the entire Medicine King Valley consumed them, it would take an unimaginable amount of time.
Such a terrifying quantity. Shang Guanyi was not foolish.
Although Lin Feng said it was a gift to them free of charge, he couldn't really be that greedy. He took out half of the pills, considering the spiritual herbs as contributions from the Medicine King Valley,
not letting Lin Feng work for nothing.
The remaining ones were enough for the Medicine King Valley to pass down for countless years. Lin Feng took a glance and didn't refuse. He was also slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that a single furnace would produce so many body-quenching pills. Although he had overestimated it before, the Medicine King Valley had too many spiritual herbs. Keeping these pills would also be somewhat useful.
Leaving some for the Lin family could be considered a form of inheritance.
His family needed to be stronger than others. After receiving the 5 space bags, Lin Feng stopped Shang Guanyi, who was still massaging his shoulders, and said, "I'm going to start refining the true essence pills now.
It will be very quick.
You just need to be ready to collect the pills."
Shang Guanyi swallowed hard and nodded quickly.
He then helped Lin Feng throw all the spiritual herbs for refining the true essence pills into the 9 dragons' mysterious yellow furnace. As expected, just as Lin Feng had said, the speed was almost the same as that of the body-quenching pills. It was incredibly fast.
In just a moment, the refining was complete.
When all the true essence pills were collected, the astonishing quantity was the same as the body-quenching pills, over 500,000.
Shang Guanyi was not greedy this time either and again gave Lin Feng half.
5 space bags filled with over 200,000 true essence pills. After that, Lin Feng continued without rest. Soon, he began refining the innate pills. Because the spiritual herbs required for the innate pills were extremely precious, the quantity was much less than the previous 2 types.
But that was only relative.
By the time Lin Feng finished refining, there were still over 200,000 innate pills, filling 5 space bags to the brim. This time, Shang Guanyi gave Lin Feng a large portion, 3 space bags, saying, "Young Master Lin, just accept it.
The rest is already enough for my Medicine King Valley. It's already an immense fortune." Shang Guanyi was speaking the truth. Just those body-quenching pills had already satisfied him.
Now, with so many innate pills and true essence pills, it could almost allow the Medicine King Valley to produce a large number of Qi realm powerhouses in a very short time.
However, the Medicine King did not intend to do so. He planned for only the elders to have the qualification to advance to the Qi realm, granting body-quenching pills and true essence pills to the disciples who performed well. He wanted to use these things as the foundation of the Medicine King Valley for long-term inheritance. He had never dared to imagine that the Medicine King Valley could thrive and stand at the true pinnacle of the Heavenly Dragon continent in the future. This wish seemed within reach because of Lin Feng's appearance. If it weren't for the fact that the identity of the Medicine King was at stake and that Shang Guanyi was also present, Shang Guanyi would have wanted to bow to Lin Feng with 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. In the end, he still controlled himself, not wanting to embarrass his daughter too much. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced that he had sent Morongfeng to the Lin family back then. Moreover, he had instructed him to be more courteous and to bring back more elixirs. Otherwise, instead of immense wealth,
he would probably be facing a terrifying slaughter. Offending anyone was unacceptable, but offending Lin Feng was the worst. This was the only thought in Shang Guanyi's mind at that moment.
Shang Guanyi was also well aware of how great this wealth was.
She felt a surge of pride, especially since her father had previously acted indifferent. Now he must realize how powerful her master truly was. She felt a wave of pride swell within her. Lin Feng had refined 3 types of elixirs in a single batch, and the time spent was incredibly brief. It had only been a short while. Normally, this would be a good thing, but Shang Guanyi's expression turned bitter. It was precisely because it was too quick that he didn't know how to explain it when he went out. He couldn't just say that in such a short time he had consumed all those spiritual herbs by himself, could he? That would be a bit too much bragging.
The people from Yaowang Valley wouldn't believe it.
It would inevitably raise suspicions. If it were to be discovered that he now possessed such a vast amount of super elixirs, it would be a serious problem. Thinking of this, despite feeling embarrassed, Shangwani still looked at Lin Feng and said, Young Master Lin, I wonder if you could stay here a little longer so I have some space to explain.
Shangwani dared not hide anything from Lin Feng now.
He revealed all his thoughts. Lin Feng naturally understood. After all, he had nothing to do when he returned, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go back later.
Ecstatic. Shangwani did not expect Lin Feng to agree so easily. He had just been worried about it. Seeing that Lin Feng was not angry, he quickly said to Shangwan Yunyan, quickly help your master sit down and let him rest well. Take good care of him.
Lin Feng remained silent.
He wasn't an old man. Did he really need help?
He waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. I can sit down by myself. After saying that, he went to sit on the chair that had been moved out for him to rest. There was also a table with tea prepared, though it had already cooled down a bit.
Seeing this, Shangwan Yunyan hurriedly replaced the tea for Lin Feng. After that, Shangwani finally breathed a sigh of relief. Still feeling a bit uneasy, he said to Morong Feng, Xiao Feng, to prevent others from suspecting, let's take turns making some noise while refining the elixirs. You go first, and I'll entertain young Master Lin. Morong Feng understood Shangwani's intentions and said nothing more, starting to refine the elixirs.
He only made some noise for show. However, to those listening outside, it was astonishing. They marveled at how the Medicine King was making such a big commotion while refining elixirs. That unparalleled divine elixir was probably beyond their imagination. They continued to suppress their curiosity and waited quietly. At this moment, Lin Feng was not idle either. Although he had not yet gathered the materials for Shangwan Yunyan to awaken her celestial body, he could first pass on the cultivation method to her. The Longyan Baro Gong was very suitable for Shangwan Yunyan's flame soul celestial body. Lin Feng pointed at Shangwan Yunyan with one hand, and Shangwan Yi, seeing this, was startled but did not stop him. He knew that if Lin Feng wanted to harm Shangwan Yunyan and Yaowang Valley, they would have no means to defend themselves.
Shangwan Yunyan thought the same. She quietly allowed Lin Feng to act.
Soon, she felt a flood of memories rushing into her mind. Afterward, she was utterly shocked. The cultivation method Lin Feng had given her was too profound. Although she didn't know its level, compared to the highest grade earth-level cultivation method in Yaowang Valley that she was currently practicing, it felt like what she was practicing was just a pile of dung. The difference between fireflies and the bright moon was that profound. Yet she was already practicing an earth-level top-grade method.
How terrifying must the one Lin Feng gave her be? Thinking of this, Shangwan Yunyan couldn't help but gently cover her mouth, exclaiming softly, Master, the technique you gave me.
Shangwan Yi, who was nearby, felt a bit curious and realized from Shangwan Yunyan's words that Lin Feng must have just passed on a technique to his daughter. Seeing Shangwan Yunyan's astonished expression, Shangwan Yi certainly didn't think it was a foolish idea to believe it was inferior to the techniques of the Medicine King Valley. However, he also knew that as his precious daughter, even if he previously thought her talent was lacking, he had still passed on the best techniques of his own cultivation and the Medicine King Valley to Shangwan Yunyan. Lin Feng clearly wouldn't casually give away techniques.
With this in mind, Shangwan Yi cautiously looked at Shangwan Yunyan and asked, Yunyan, what happened to the technique your master gave you? Shangwan Yunyan didn't know how to explain this question.
In the end, she could only say, the technique my master gave me is amazing.
Shangwan Yunyan thought of various words, but only this one could describe the technique Lin Feng had given her.
She really didn't know how to articulate such a matter. This technique was astonishing. It made her feel somewhat unreal. She never expected that there could be such profound and powerful techniques in the world.
Hiss! Both Shangwan Yi and Morong Feng gasped in surprise.
Although Morong Feng was pretending to refine pills, he had been paying attention to the situation here and naturally heard these words. At this moment he was just as shocked as Shangwan Yi. Shangwan Yunyan was cultivating a top-tier earth-level technique. Although she only mentioned these 3 words, it was enough to indicate the power of this technique.
A technique even more powerful than a top-tier earth-level technique? A heaven level? This thought sprang up in both their minds, startling them. It felt too unreal.
Heaven-level techniques were those that only existed in legends. They had never even seen one. Even many in the spirit realm were only cultivating earth-level techniques. The Medicine King Valley was relatively fortunate, as their ancestors had once had an opportunity to obtain a top-tier earth-level technique. This had allowed the Medicine King Valley to rise rapidly in a short time and continue its legacy to this day. One could imagine how impressive a heaven-level technique would be. It was simply not on the same level as earth-level techniques.
With this thought, Shangwan Yi's breathing became rapid. Looking at Lin Feng, after a moment of deliberation, he couldn't help but ask in a slightly hoarse voice, "Young Master Lin, may I ask what level the technique you gave my daughter is? Is it a heaven-level technique?" After speaking, Shang Wanyi couldn't help but swallow nervously. Morong Feng, who was pretending to refine pills, also perked up his ears to listen. He was equally shocked and curiously puzzled. Shang Wanyi even used honorifics, which made Lin Feng unable to suppress a chuckle. Hearing Shang Wanyi's unimaginable guess, Lin Feng waved his hand lightly and said, "It's not a heaven-level technique, it's stronger than a heaven-level technique." Clearly, Lin Feng's technique surpassed heaven-level techniques, and his statement was not arrogant. However, to Shang Wanyi and Morong Feng, the meaning was different. Initially, when they heard Lin Feng's earlier words stating that the technique was not a heaven-level technique, Shang Wanyi felt a brief sense of disappointment. But upon hearing Lin Feng's later words, Shang Wanyi was completely stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at Lin Feng. Morong Feng's movements also came to a sudden halt, his legs trembling in shock. This was too far-fetched for them. They had never had any opportunity to come into contact with heaven-level techniques, let alone something that surpassed them. This was beyond their imagination. "This, young Master Lin, you aren't joking, are you?" Shang Wanyi had previously exerted all his effort to guess, daring only to speculate that the technique Lin Feng gave to Shang Wanyi was a low-grade heaven-level technique. Even if it were just a better technique of the same level as the top-tier Earth-level technique of the Medicine King Valley, he would have been overjoyed. But hearing Lin Feng's words left him utterly bewildered. Before Lin Feng could respond, Shang Wanyi answered the question for him. He said, "Dad, my master must be telling the truth. After I received the cultivation method from my master, I felt that the techniques of our Medicine King Valley are just like a pile of dung." Although this description made Shang Wanyan's face slightly flush and felt a bit vulgar, it was indeed the most fitting description. She really couldn't find a better adjective. Although this statement was somewhat of a blow to the Medicine King Valley, Lin Feng's words sounded a bit fantastical, but how could Shang Wanyi not firmly believe it when his own daughter said such things? It was just that this matter was too absurd. Originally, Lin Feng refining so many pills had already made him feel like he was dreaming. Now he was being told that their Medicine King Valley had gained a technique that surpassed the heavenly level? This undoubtedly shattered his confidence into pieces and then rubbed it into the ground over and over again, as if it wasn't enough. It was like a beggar about to starve to death by the roadside suddenly having a feast laid out before him, and after finishing, countless treasures of gold and silver fell from the sky, instantly turning him into a king as rich as a nation. All of this happened in a single day. Who could accept that? It was already impressive that he hadn't gone mad. If it weren't for the fact that he had lived a relatively long life, he might have already collapsed on the ground, convulsing. Morong Feng was not in a much better state. He felt the same as Shang Wanyi. The two of them took a while to recover. And it was only after some time that Shang Wanyi reacted. He seriously bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Young Master Lin, you will henceforth be the most esteemed guest of our Medicine King Valley. Whatever you need, our entire Medicine King Valley will comply." What nonsense about being the Medicine King. Shang Wanyi felt like a small karami in front of Lin Feng. He was now following a big shot. If it weren't for the vast family business, he would have wanted to cling to Lin Feng's thigh and sing conquer. Morong Feng also silently watched, very much in agreement with Shang Wanyi's words. Morong Feng could never have imagined that a chance encounter back then would bring such a great opportunity to the Medicine King Valley. He couldn't help but sigh at the whims of fate. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand. "All right, no need to be so polite. Yunyan, you should focus on cultivating according to this technique. Once you gather the herbs, I will help you awaken your immortal body." Thank you, Master." Shangguan Yunyan was equally excited. Ever since she met Lin Feng, not only had her cultivation broken through to the Qi Si realm with the help of Lin Feng's pills, but she could even become the legendary immortal body. This great favor was enough for her to be grateful for a lifetime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a 60 affinity with the Yen Soul immortal body, receiving a resurrection talisman as a reward. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that passing on a technique would directly raise the affinity to 60. Coupled with the situation of Duga Wanqing last time, Lin Feng also knew that 60 affinity should be a qualified standard. With the 2 resurrection talismans he had obtained earlier, he now had 3. That was equivalent to having 3 extra lives. Moreover, reaching an affinity of 100 would yield additional rewards. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. It wasn't all in vain. Not only had he obtained a lot of pills using the abundant spiritual herbs stored in the Medicine King Valley, but he also gained an extra resurrection talisman, and the affinity reached 60. After that, the few of them were at the main peak, with Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng taking turns pretending to refine pills. Lin Feng had nothing to do but guide Shangguan Yunyan in her cultivation. This allowed Shangguan Yunyan to quickly become familiar with the dragon flame wave technique.
Although her cultivation didn't improve, her strength had increased by more than one level. In the Qi realm, she had no rivals. The affinity also increased to 80. After finishing all this, it was already close to dusk. After spending most of the day in disguise, Shangguan Yi felt it was about time. Looking at Lin Feng, he apologetically said, "I'm really sorry, young Master Lin, for making you stay here a bit longer. It's almost time, and this is also for the safety of our Medicine King Valley."
"Thank you, young Master Lin." Lin Feng didn't mind. After all, he could also take the opportunity to increase his affinity here. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at the time and said, "Then I'll take my leave. Remember to gather the materials for the awakening immortal body as soon as possible. Rest assured, young Master Lin, this matter is in my hands." Shangguan Yi promised solemnly. After that, he personally escorted Lin Feng away from the main peak. Concerned that there were too many people in front of the main peak who might disturb Lin Feng, he took him away from the side. It was only after watching Lin Feng leave far behind that Shangguan Yi could no longer contain his excitement, trembling all over. This encounter with Lin Feng had him nearly overjoyed to madness. The Medicine King Valley would rise completely from now on. After venting his excitement to a stone by the mountainside several times, Shangguan Yi finally turned back. He looked at Shangguan Yunyao with a glint in his eyes and said, "Good daughter, your master mentioned before that he could pass on the dragon flame wave technique to us, so you will be our master from now on." Shangguan Yi said this with a sense of emotion. He had previously asked Lin Feng if he could cultivate this transcendent heavenly level technique from Shangguan Yunyao. After all, they had never even heard of such a technique. The temptation was too great. Who could resist? And Lin Feng's indifferent attitude had led him to agree directly, nearly bringing Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng to tears of excitement. Now that Lin Feng had left, the two could not help but feel restless inside. Shangguan Yunyao looked at them, speechless. She said, "Then you must call me master from now on." After that, Shangguan Yunyao did not hold back and passed the dragon flame wave technique to the two. The same technique, but with different cultivators, would naturally yield different results. This technique was even more effective in the hands of Shangguan Yunyao, who possessed the flame soul immortal body. Lin Feng was also a freak who cultivated 7 techniques simultaneously. Even if they practiced it, they would never reach the level of the two. But this super technique was great for this reason. Even a pig could take off after cultivating it. Let alone them. They didn't dare to compare themselves to Lin Feng and Shangguan Yunyao, but being stronger than others was enough. After cultivating Lin Feng's dragon flame wave technique, the two finally understood what Shangguan Yunyao had said before. The techniques they had practiced previously were truly like a pile of dung. They were on completely different levels. After getting familiar with it, Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Shangguan Yi said, "For now, only the three of us can know about this technique. We must not tell others. I do not trust anyone else. If this gets out, it might endanger our Medicine King Valley." Remember, they had just obtained the opportunity granted by Lin Feng. If they were discovered to have these treasures before they had fully risen, it would truly be a disaster. Morong Feng and Shangguan Yunyao naturally understood this point as well. They both nodded solemnly. After saying this, Shangguan Yi relaxed his mood, clenched his fist, and said, "Let's go out and meet those from the various major forces. Taking this opportunity, I want to make the name of the Medicine King Valley even louder." Morong Feng and Shangguan Yunyao were taken aback upon hearing this. They didn't know what Shangguan Yi was planning, but they didn't ask further and followed him to the front of the main peak. At this time, many elders and disciples of the Medicine King Valley, as well as people from various major forces, had been waiting so long that the flowers were about to wither. Yet they still patiently waited. As soon as they saw Shangguan Yi and the others appear, a wave of exclamations erupted. "The Medicine King has come out. Miss Yunyao is here too. After refining pills for a whole day, I wonder what kind of powerful pills the Medicine King has concocted. It's truly something to look forward to." After that, the leaders of various forces began to greet Shangguan Yi one by one. Shangguan Yi responded to each of them. Many of these forces were not weaker than the strength of his Medicine King Valley. He did not neglect them. Then a leader asked, "Medicine King, we arrived this morning and knew you were refining pills, so we did not disturb you. Now that you have finally come out, it must mean the divine pills are complete. Could you show us a glimpse?" "Yes, Medicine King, we have been waiting anxiously. The Medicine King's pill refining skills are already extraordinary. Surely, they will not disappoint us." A flurry of inquiries accompanied by a wave of admiration did not completely inflate Shangguan Yi's ego. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride within. His face flushed slightly. This was not his alchemy. He was clearly riding on Lin Feng's coattails.
However, to avoid raising too many suspicions and to spare Lin Feng any trouble, this time the alchemy had to be credited to him. Clearing his throat, Shangguanyi spoke with a mix of generosity and fatigue. Thank you for your kind words, everyone. This is merely a new type of elixir I have recently developed. Today, I spent the entire day and consumed a large amount of spiritual herbs and finally managed to refine a few batches successfully. Since you all wish to see, I will naturally not be stingy. Please, take a look. As he spoke, Shangguanyi held up a body refining pill crafted by Lin Feng between his fingertips for everyone to see. Although Lin Feng had refined a body refining pill, it was entirely different in both appearance and effect. As long as Shangguanyi didn't mention it, not only these laymen but even the people from the Medicine King Valley wouldn't be able to tell. At this moment, Shangguanyi shamelessly claimed the pill as his own. After saying this, he silently hoped that young Master Lin would not hold it against him. Sure enough, when Shangguanyi presented the body refining pill crafted by Lin Feng, everyone's attention was immediately captured. The elders from the Medicine King Valley also turned their gaze towards him. Hiss! 9 pill patterns! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Both the knowledgeable and the ignorant understood what this meant. A pill that only existed in legends was actually real. Instantly, the eyes of people from various factions lit up. They began to flatter Shangguanyi profusely. My goodness! No wonder he is the Medicine King, his alchemy skills are already so profound. 9 pill patterns. To be able to refine such a legendary pill is truly admirable. It was worth our wait here all day to witness the Medicine King refine such a miraculous pill. We have no regrets in this life. To be invited to the Medicine King Valley is truly a stroke of luck. The elders and disciples of the Medicine King Valley looked at Shangguanyi with admiration. Only they understood the level of alchemy required to achieve such a feat. A sense of pride washed over him as he surveyed the various factions, as if to say, this is our Medicine King. You should know how to flatter the people from the Medicine King Valley in the future. The people from various factions indeed thought the same. After witnessing the pill Shangguanyi presented today, they had a new understanding of his alchemy skills and would naturally seek to curry favor in the future. At that moment, someone asked the most important question. Medicine King, may I ask what effects this miraculous pill has? If it is as good as you say, our sect is willing to pay a great price to purchase it. Yes. Medicine King, we can't just watch. Please tell us more about it. This was precisely Shangguanyi's intention. By showcasing the pill refined by Lin Feng, he aimed to enhance the reputation of the Medicine King Valley. By selling some of the inferior body refining pills, he hoped to exchange them for a wealth of resources. Shangguanyi was very confident in the body refining pill crafted by Lin Feng. Hearing this, once everyone gradually quieted down, Shangguanyi leisurely began to speak. I haven't had the chance to name this pill yet, but I can certainly tell you about its effects. Once consumed, this pill can elevate one's body refining realm by at least 2 levels, and for those with better talent, it can even directly elevate them to the true essence realm, all without any side effects. But that is not the best effect of this pill. Once taken, it can enhance one's talent regardless of their cultivation level. Hiss! Another round of gasps filled the air. The people from various factions were utterly shocked as they looked at Shangguanyi. They stared incredulously at the pill in his hand, as if their minds had been struck hard. The effects of the pill Shangguanyi had just described were already astonishing enough to leave them speechless. The representatives from various factions were all elites of their respective groups, and they had seen much, yet they had never heard of a pill that could enhance talent without any side effects. Although it seems absurd, considering it is a pill with the 9 Dao Dan one, they can accept it. However, what followed from Shangguanyi was somewhat exaggerated. The ability to enhance talent. What does that even mean? It is well known that in the Tianlong continent, a person's talent is almost determined at birth, unless they encounter a tremendous opportunity to defy fate and alter their destiny to enhance their own talent. There is no other possibility. Moreover, a person's talent is closely related to their future achievements. For most of them, their talents are already nearly fixed, and wanting to elevate to a higher level is beyond their current capabilities. But Shangguanyi implied that this pill could actually help people enhance their talent. That is a bit too far-fetched. If it truly is as Shangguanyi said, regardless of the cost, they must acquire some. Even if they do not consume it themselves, if they give it to the prodigies in their factions, or even to the talented ones in the body refinement realm, it would not only stabilize their cultivation but also potentially enhance their talent. If given to young geniuses, the effects would be beyond imagination. Just hearing Shangguanyi's introduction made the people from various factions breathe heavily. However, they were still uncertain about the authenticity of the pill. Could its effects really be as exaggerated as Shangguanyi claimed? They found it hard to believe. But after all, Shangguanyi is the Medicine King, and naturally, no one dared to question him. Otherwise, offending him would be a loss they could not afford. No one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. For a moment, the people from various factions exchanged glances, whispering to each other.
We don't know if this pill is real or not. Why don't you ask the Medicine King? Go to hell. Why don't you ask? If you anger the Medicine King, I won't be able to buy any good pills in the future. Don't be angry, let's just not ask. After a brief silence, Shang Guanyi could easily see through their thoughts. He knew he had to find someone to experiment with it. Seeing is believing. Otherwise, it would indeed be hard to convince people. If he hadn't personally consumed it, he wouldn't dare to believe it either. He understood their thoughts well. Although it would waste a body refinement pill, considering he currently had hundreds of thousands, Shang Guanyi quickly felt at ease. He looked around and soon fixed his gaze on an elder from the Medicine King Valley. Even if it was a waste, it should be wasted on his own people. Moreover, this elder had performed well lately, and he was just about to promote him. He waved his hand and said, "Elder Wang, come here for a moment." Elder Wang was taken aback. His usual status was similar to that of Morong Fong, and he was even slightly lower among the elders. At least Morong Fong had a good relationship with the Medicine King. Although his cultivation was also at the early stage of the Qi realm, among the many elders in the Medicine King Valley, he was merely at the lower tier. He was usually very inconspicuous. However, he had a good relationship with Morong Fong. At this moment, hearing the Medicine King's words, he was stunned and couldn't help but look at his friend Morong Fong. Morong Fong knew exactly what Shang Guanyi was thinking. He smiled and nodded at Elder Wang, signaling him to hurry over. Elder Wang understood and knew that he might be in for something good. Under the puzzled gazes of the other people from the Medicine King Valley in various factions, the elder walked up to Shang Guanyi. Looking at Shang Guanyi, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Medicine King, may I ask what the matter is?" Shang Guanyi did not say much. He simply handed the pill to Elder Wang and said, "Elder Wang, you have made significant contributions to my Medicine King Valley. This body refinement pill is your reward, and it will also open the eyes of the people from various factions to see if what I said is true." Now that people from various factions were present, although some had not yet arrived, as long as they saw it, it would soon spread. The advertisement of a body refinement pill would already yield good results. Moreover, it could win people's hearts. Shang Guanyi had another layer of intention in doing this. Because Elder Wang usually got along well with Morong Fong, enhancing his talent would provide some support when it comes time to promote Morong Fong to the position of Grand Elder. Sure enough, upon hearing what Shang Guanyi said, Elder Wang was momentarily stunned. The people from Yaowang Valley and those from various major factions were also taken aback, enviously looking at Elder Wang, wishing they could take his place and consume that divine pill. Elder Wang himself was well aware that Shang Guanyi was deliberately elevating him. His opportunity had arrived. Not only could he consume this divine pill refined by the Medicine King, but he could also make an appearance in front of the major factions. This was either a stroke of luck or the kind of luck that comes with a bit of dog poop. With a trembling heart in hands, he respectfully accepted the pill from Shang Guanyi, exclaiming, "Thank you, Medicine King, for the gift." Then, without any hesitation, he directly swallowed the pill in one bite, as if truly afraid of having it snatched away. A pill with 9 patterns, Elder Wang had never even seen one in his lifetime, let alone consumed it. It was something that existed only in legends. He was genuinely worried that the people around him would take it away. The gazes of those nearby were as fierce as wolves, almost drooling. They were also curious, realizing that Shang Guanyi was using Elder Wang to demonstrate the effects, wanting to know if it was really as exaggerated as Shang Guanyi claimed. Elder Wang himself was at the initial stage of the Qi realm, so it was naturally impossible for him to enhance his cultivation with a body-refining pill. However, enhancing his talent was not limited by his cultivation level. Although age and the deterioration of his physical foundation would have some effect, it was still beyond what everyone had imagined. Just moments after Elder Wang swallowed the pill, a glow began to emanate from his body. In the next moment, a strange phenomenon appeared around him. Although it was faint and the range was small, it indeed manifested, causing everyone to gasp in awe once again. They swallowed hard as they watched the scene. This previously unknown Elder Wang had truly enhanced his talent with the pill in Shang Guanyi's hand. At this moment, the phenomenon changed, gradually expanding before finally coming to a stop. Incredible! He almost entered the realm of extraordinary talent. Once the phenomenon solidifies, his future achievements will soar. Even so, his future accomplishments will far exceed the present. It's truly terrifying. Truly worthy of being the Medicine King. I feel ashamed. I had some doubts before. It's my ignorance. If I could obtain such a pill, I would be willing to pay any price. A chorus of exclamations arose. Among the various factions present, many had lifespans nearing their end. If they could use this pill to enhance their talent, they might achieve a breakthrough before dying, experiencing a second spring. The temptation of this pill was immense, enough for them to empty their coffers. Even the people from Yaowang Valley were envious. However, in front of the major factions, they did not want to embarrass Shangguan too much and remained silent for the time being. Yet, their eyes were practically shooting daggers at Elder Wang. It was too enviable. Such good fortune had fallen upon Elder Wang, who was usually so honest and straightforward, making them even feel a twinge of jealousy. The other elders naturally felt a sense of imbalance in their hearts. If looks could kill, Elder Wang would have been riddled with holes at that moment. However, out of respect for the Medicine King Shangguan, they refrained from speaking out at this time. They certainly did not dare to embarrass the Medicine King now. Shangguan, observing everyone's reactions, felt pleased. The effect he wanted had been achieved. After waiting a while for the astonishment to gradually fade, Shangguan finally addressed the people from the major factions, saying, "Everyone, I believe you have all seen that this pill is indeed as effective as I described. It's just incredibly difficult to refine. Even for me, it's hard to produce it in large quantities, and the required materials are extremely precious, so I don't have many on hand." Shangguan directly threw out the bait, wearing a look of helplessness. If Lin Feng were here, he would surely be speechless. Shangguan understood marketing. The elixir he needed was not particularly rare. In fact, it was concocted by Lin Feng. However, since it was refined using the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace, Shangguan was not wrong to say so. Because only Lin Feng possessed the Nine Dragons' mysterious yellow furnace. No other alchemist could produce such a body-refining pill. The rarity of the pill itself matched Shangguan's words. After speaking, Shangguan looked at the crowd. Truly worthy of the Medicine King. Such a divine pill, it's natural that it's difficult to refine, and the precious elixirs used must have been plentiful. We all understand that. The Medicine King has indeed never disappointed us. Such a divine pill is simply unprecedented. Incredible. Today has truly opened my old eyes. Hearing this wave of praise, Shangguan's face turned red. He knew he didn't have that capability. Although people from various major forces had always respected him, they had always been peers. No one had ever flattered him like this. It was only because of the body-refining pill refined by Lin Feng that these big shots from various forces were so humbly trying to please him. He understood the reason well. It was simply because of his words. In a situation of limited quantity, those with better relations with the Medicine King Valley would naturally find it easier to obtain such a divine pill. However, he quickly stopped their flattery and said, "You all flatter me." Shangguan hoped these people would get to the point quickly. Just as he was thinking this, someone finally asked the main question. "Medicine King, may I ask how many of these divine pills you have refined? If possible, my Baolong sect would like to purchase some." The sect master of Baolong sect was at the same late stage of qi cultivation as the Medicine King. He was also a leader of a major force. Now, he looked at the body-refining pill that Shangguan had taken out again, filled with envy. However, before Shangguan could answer, someone directly interrupted and said, "Purchase some?" With so many forces present and the quantity being extremely limited, my Shinshao Island is not so greedy. We only hope to obtain one divine pill. Medicine King, you can name your price. As long as my Shinshao Island can afford it, we won't haggle. Another major force, not inferior to Baolong sect, chimed in. Its island master also had profound cultivation. At this moment, he did not hide his thoughts regarding the body-refining pill refined by Lin Feng. Yes, exactly. The Medicine King just said that this pill is so rare, obtaining one would be enough. Someone quickly added. They were genuinely worried that the Medicine King would sell more to forces that had better relations with his Medicine King Valley. If that happened, others might be left out. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person inquired, "Medicine King, may I ask how many of these divine pills you actually have so we can have a rough idea?" As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Shangguan, making him feel a bit embarrassed. However, even if this person hadn't asked, he would have to say something. He certainly wouldn't say he had hundreds of thousands of them. Rarity increases value. Moreover, if the people from these major forces knew the quantity, it wouldn't be a fortune, it could lead to disaster. Furthermore, this pill was the foundation of the future of Medicine King Valley. It absolutely could not be exposed. With this in mind, Shangguan cleared his throat and smiled, saying, "Everyone, I won't hide it from you. I only have a total of 108 of these pills. Excluding the one that Elder Wang of my Medicine King Valley has taken, there are only 107 left." Upon hearing this, the people from the various forces exchanged glances. Then they looked around warily. The combined number of people from the various major forces was several hundred, including many top-tier forces. Even if one force got one pill, it probably wouldn't be enough. It might even lead to disputes. A fight was not out of the question. Seeing this scene, Shangguan hoped things wouldn't go awry. Immediately continuing, he said, "However, I see that everyone wants it.
Although there are only 107 pills every 10 days, I will refine this kind of elixir once, producing 100 pills. So everyone, don't be anxious, there will be opportunities later, and we must not let this harm our harmony. Upon hearing this, the people from various factions suddenly realized, yes, the Medicine King is still alive and can continue to refine this kind of elixir. With this thought, the vigilance of the various factions eased a bit. However, they still did not completely relax. Yet, some could not wait and looked at Shangguani, saying, then please, Medicine King, set a price. Let's see how many people can be eliminated. That's right, we also want this first batch of divine elixirs. Medicine King, please name your price. The people from various factions fixed their eyes on Shangguani. They knew the value would not be low, but naturally, the sooner one took this divine elixir, the better. Everyone was eager to get started. Seeing that the atmosphere had built up to this point, Shangguani straightforwardly announced the price. He extended a finger and said, because this is the first batch of such elixirs, so, one inferior grade treasure can be exchanged for one of these elixirs. Or something of similar value to an inferior grade treasure will also do. Hiss. Although the people from various factions had anticipated that Shangguani's price would be high, they did not expect it to be this high. For a major faction to possess an inferior grade treasure is already at the top. Some even do not have one. The more powerful top factions within 100,000 miles might have an extra one or two, but they are extremely rare. They can be said to be invaluable, treated as lifelines. But Shangguani was bold, starting with an inferior grade treasure. However, the effect of this divine elixir is so good that despite such a high price, some were still willing to pay. After a moment of hesitation, the leader of the Balong sect took out his only inferior grade treasure, the Biyun sword. Looking at the Medicine King, he said, Medicine King, this Biyun sword has accompanied me for many years. Now, to exchange it for this divine elixir, I wonder if it is enough? As he spoke, the leader of the Balong sect felt a sharp pain in his heart. An inferior grade treasure. He had given it away. But he knew that his talent was not outstanding in the Qi realm. If he could not obtain this divine elixir, he might never break through to the peak of the Qi realm in his lifetime. This is how it is on the Tianlong continent. Although treasures are important, one's own strength is fundamental. Moreover, it comes with a significant increase in lifespan. He could still distinguish between what is light and what is heavy. Furthermore, the effect of this elixir is too strong. If he could consume this divine elixir, he might even attempt to break through to the Yuanshan realm in the future. That would be true strength, far more important than an inferior grade treasure. Shangguani's eyes lit up upon seeing the inferior grade treasure. He immediately said, that's enough. One inferior grade treasure can be exchanged for one divine elixir. This divine elixir is yours. Shangguani suppressed the excitement in his heart. Even in the Medicine King's Valley, there was only one inferior grade treasure, and just this elixir refined by Lin Feng easily exchanged for an inferior grade treasure. Such a thing he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. But now it was happening right in front of him, and an inferior grade treasure was just placed before him. It was already quite difficult for Shangguani to maintain his authority as the Medicine King. This kind of elixir that could enhance one's talent and physique was so good that it made these people willing to offer anything. As Shangguani spoke, he directly tossed the elixir out. The leader of the Balong sect immediately caught the elixir, filled with immense excitement. Such a precious elixir, he actually obtained it. Then, carefully storing it away, he promptly handed over the Biyun sword to Medicine King Shangguani. Although he felt a bit of heartache, he touched the stored divine elixir. And a proud smile appeared on his face as he looked at the other factions. He was the first to obtain the divine elixir, so naturally, he wanted to show off a bit. Shangguani caught the Biyun sword, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. He quickly handed it to Morong Feng, saying, Xiao Feng, keep this well, this Biyun sword will belong to our Medicine King's Valley from now on. Morong Feng was also filled with excitement. A low-grade treasure weapon, and an offensive one at that, was something he was touching for the first time. How could he not be excited? He carefully stored it away. The representatives of various major factions, who had long been eyeing it with envy, felt no hesitation at this moment. Because at this moment, after a moment of hesitation, the leader of the Balong sect directly consumed the divine pill. He worried that the longer he waited, the more dreams he would have, so he simply ate it. Just as the leader of the Balong sect swallowed the pill, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared around him. The leader of the Balong sect already had quite good talent, but he was just lacking an opportunity. After consuming the body-refining pill refined by Lin Feng, he upgraded to a manifestation-level talent physique. Although the range was small, it solidified completely and looked extremely dazzling. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The more terrifying thing was that just after the leader of the Balong sect consumed the divine pill, a terrifying aura surged around him, and he directly broke through. His cultivation, which was originally at the late stage of the Qi realm, directly broke through to the peak of the Qi realm. Those watching around were shocked. At the same time, they were filled with envy. It was too terrifying. Just by consuming the divine pill to enhance his talent, the leader of the Baolong sect made a breakthrough. This was a tangible effect. The breakthrough in cultivation meant that the leader of the Baolong sect's lifespan had significantly increased again. His hair, which had already turned somewhat gray, quickly turned black again. The leader of the Baolong sect had been in the late stage of the Qi realm for hundreds of years, and he thought he would probably never advance further in this life. But now he had finally achieved it. If anyone was the most excited, it was undoubtedly him. After a moment of excitement, the leader of the Baolong sect carefully felt his own strength, and his heart was filled with great ambition. It was worth it, he exclaimed inwardly. This deal was too valuable. A low-grade treasure weapon exchanged for a divine pill, resulting in a breakthrough in cultivation. Not only that, but he would also have the opportunity to challenge the Yuanshan realm in the future. This was the more important opportunity. Immediately, the leader of the Baolong sect seriously clasped his hands towards Shangguanyi and said, "Thank you, Medicine King. If it weren't for the Medicine King's refinement of such a divine pill, I fear I would never have been able to break through to this point in my life." The leader of the Baolong sect sincerely expressed his gratitude. Although it was exchanged for a low-grade treasure weapon, without the Medicine King's refinement of this new type of pill, he wouldn't even have had this opportunity. He knew in his heart that in the future, no matter which faction he offended, he could not offend the Medicine King Valley. He had already decided that after returning, he would do everything possible to search for treasure weapons and then bring them to the Medicine King Valley in exchange for divine pills. The breakthrough of the leader of the Baolong sect was not just a simple breakthrough. It also had a significant impact on the power dynamics within 100,000 miles. The difference between the late stage of the Qi realm and the peak of the Qi realm seemed like just one step, but it was like a chasm. It could even take hundreds of years to break through. The Baolong sect, originally a major power, would instantly rise to the ranks of top-tier forces. Although it was temporarily the weakest among the top-tier forces, other major powers that were previously comparable to the Baolong sect knew that they would have to be more courteous when encountering the Baolong sect in the future. Even those major powers that had some conflicts with the Baolong sect were already thinking about how to apologize later. A chorus of congratulations soon followed. "Congratulations, congratulations, the Baolong sect is about to rise. The leader should come to my carefree island for a visit sometime. This kind of divine pill is truly terrifying. I will definitely visit the Baolong sect in person in the future." The leader of the Baolong sect wore a smug expression on his face and responded with clasped hands to each one. Shangguanyi, watching from the side, casually said a word of congratulations as well, feeling even happier inside. With the leader of the Baolong sect personally setting an example, he believed others would understand the importance of this divine pill. Sure enough, after the various major factions congratulated the Baolong sect, those factions possessing low-grade treasure weapons immediately took them out without hesitation, eager to exchange with Shangguanyi. The elders and disciples of the Medicine King Valley were left dumbfounded, their hearts racing with excitement. They realized that the Medicine King Valley was likely about to truly rise in the future. It was terrifying. How many treasure weapons would the Medicine King Valley possess in the future? They all thought excitedly. They were from the Medicine King Valley, naturally able to bask in the glory. Shangguanyi held countless of the precious body refining pills refined by Lin Foam, which were extremely valuable to others, exchanging them one by one for treasure artifacts. In the end, all of them were collected by Morong Foam. In a short time, dozens of low-grade treasure artifacts were exchanged. However, there were still quite a few short of the quantity Shangguanyi had previously reported. Yet, people from various major forces were still searching in their spatial bags for good items to exchange for divine pills. Shangguanyi had mentioned earlier that, besides low-grade treasure artifacts, items comparable to low-grade treasure artifacts could also be exchanged. This limitation was significantly reduced. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone took out a top-grade treasure herb comparable to a low-grade treasure artifact, a blue spiritual mushroom. This was also the leader of a major force who looked at Shangguanyi and said with cupped hands, "Medicine King, this is a top-grade treasure herb I stumbled upon a few days ago. I wonder if I can exchange it for a divine pill." Some forces didn't have treasure artifacts, so they naturally had to offer equivalent items. This leader was one of them. Upon hearing this, Shangguanyi and the people from the Medicine King Valley felt another wave of excitement. They were originally alchemists, and compared to treasure artifacts, the allure of this treasure herb was naturally greater. Especially since this top-grade treasure herb was something even the Medicine King Valley didn't possess. Such a treasure herb was of extremely high value, especially in the hands of an alchemist. This top-grade treasure herb was called emerald lingji, and it was a premium material used for refining the soul pill. It could be said to be worth its weight in gold.
Shangguanyi didn't expect to stumble upon such a treasure. Moreover, this leader was willing to part with it.
But upon further thought, it made sense. The people from other major forces couldn't refine pills.
Holding this top-grade spiritual herb wasn't as important to them as it was to the Medicine King Valley.
It was better to exchange it for this divine pill.
Shangguanyi was also a straightforward person. Without any hesitation, he smiled and nodded. Of course, it's enough.
A top-grade treasure herb is sufficient to exchange for a divine pill.
After Shangguanyi finished speaking, the leader was overjoyed.
After all, treasure herbs were different from treasure artifacts. Their limitations were significant, and they could only be of the greatest use to alchemists.
Treasure artifacts, on the other hand, could be used immediately.
He had previously worried that a single top-grade treasure herb wouldn't be enough to exchange for a divine pill.
Now he could finally relax.
He quickly presented the top-grade treasure herb, the emerald lingji, with both hands to Shangguanyi, eagerly watching the divine pill in his hands.
Shangguanyi's heart raced.
This was a top-grade treasure herb, and he was just as excited.
Moreover, Lin Feng could also refine pills, and if he gave this good thing to Lin Feng, he would surely be very happy. With this thought in mind, Shangguanyi didn't hesitate at all.
After receiving the top-grade treasure herb, the emerald lingji, he handed over the body-refining pill refined by Lin Feng. The leader hurriedly took it, unable to wait, and swallowed it down. Just like the previous leader of the Baolong sect, his cultivation level, originally at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm, was directly elevated to the peak of the Qi-Si realm.
The onlookers were envious. Not everyone had such good luck as the two of them.
Many people hadn't waited as long as they had in the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. Breaking through to the peak of the Qi-Si realm would still take some time.
Although they envied these two, many were already quite satisfied.
With their talent and physique enhanced, as long as they worked hard in the future, they would eventually break through. Once this leader's excitement subsided, others quickly searched their belongings to exchange for divine pills.
Unfortunately, not everyone was so wealthy.
Moreover, no one had expected to encounter such divine pills when they arrived. For a moment, many forces couldn't produce treasures comparable to low-grade treasure artifacts. They could only watch enviously as others exchanged for divine pills and hurriedly consumed them to enhance their talent and physique, making them stomp their feet in frustration.
Envy, jealousy, and hatred, that was their current mindset.
But they didn't have the courage to rush in and snatch it. The former Medicine King Valley was comparable to top-tier forces. Let alone the current Medicine King Valley, they couldn't even think about robbing it, and whether they could curry favor depended on luck. Just having this thought, if it were to leak out, by the next day, they would be jointly eliminated by those trying to curry favor with the Medicine King Valley.
One family rejoices while another laments. On the other hand, Shangguanyi was overjoyed.
While exchanging treasures with various major forces, he quietly asked Morong Feng, Xiao Feng, how many good things have we obtained? Morong Feng's face flushed as well. Just in this short time, the treasures they had acquired were more substantial than the entire wealth of the Medicine King Valley.
Moreover, Morong Feng knew that what Shangguanyi had offered was merely the body-refining pills refined by Lin Feng.
Just over 100 of them, compared to the quantity Shangguanyi possessed, was hardly worth mentioning.
It could be said they were making a huge profit. Morong Feng could imagine that many people from the major forces had not yet arrived at the Medicine King Valley. If word got out, even spreading to places tens of thousands of miles away, how many such treasures could the Medicine King Valley obtain? It could be said that they would become immensely wealthy. For the first time,
Morong Feng felt the worry that comes with being too rich. He was concerned that these things might suddenly disappear one day. At that moment, hearing Shangguanyi's words, he quickly pulled back his thoughts and quietly replied, Medicine King, we have already obtained over 50 low-grade treasures, 3 top-grade medicinal herbs, and various other treasures, just a lot in general.
Morong Feng couldn't quite remember clearly.
Some sect leaders, lacking both medicinal herbs and treasures, had emptied their entire coffers just to barely exchange for a low-grade treasure in return for a body-refining pill from Lin Feng.
Adding all these things together, it was far too much.
Morong Feng simply had no time to count. Shangguanyi was also aware of this and felt quite emotional at this moment, smiling and nodding as he continued the exchanges.
Just then, a middle-aged man stepped forward and said, Medicine King, how many divine pills can I exchange for this medium-grade treasure?
The leader of the Fire Heaven sect, Wang Shengyuan, a peak Qi-Si realm expert. At this moment, seeing the medium-grade treasure he presented, the people from other forces collectively gasped. The Fire Heaven sect was a long-established top force within 100,000 miles. One could say it had deep roots. The fact that they could produce a medium-grade treasure was surprising and shocking, yet also felt quite reasonable. For Wang Shengyuan, the leader of the Fire Heaven sect, the Medicine King had to be much more courteous. Knowing that he had been at the peak of the Qi realm for over 100 years, he was among the top ranks of peak Qi realm experts, stronger than many top forces.
Hearing Wang Shenjuan's words, Shang Wanyi immediately took the medium-grade treasure and examined it carefully.
The medium-grade treasure presented by the leader of the Fire Heaven sect was a pair of 9 linked rings. At this moment, Wang Shengyuan proudly introduced, "This medium-grade treasure has accompanied me for decades. I rarely take it out, but every time I do, it helps me slay my enemies. This medium-grade treasure is called the Crimson Flame Ring. When attacking, it not only enhances my own strength but can also unleash powerful flames. I must say, it pains me to part with it, but such a divine pill should surely enhance one's innate physique, right?" As Wang Shengyuan spoke, he looked at Shang Wanyi with a questioning expression. This immediately reminded the people from various forces of this matter.
They had not yet asked about it. Just because it was already extremely difficult to exchange for one, how could any force have the financial power to exchange for more of such divine pills? But Wang Shengyuan was different. He was offering a medium-grade treasure. A low-grade treasure could exchange for one pill, so naturally, a medium-grade treasure needed no further explanation. However,
whether the effects could stack was still something they were very curious about.
Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyi immediately revealed a confident smile.
The body-refining pills refined by Lin Feng could indeed stack in effect, as he had already mentioned during their casual conversation.
With a confident expression, Shang Wanyi calmly replied, "Of course, they can."
Hiss!
Everyone immediately gasped in disbelief.
Previously, the people from various forces had thought that such pills would only have a single-use effect, but now, Shang Wanyi actually said that the effects could be directly stacked.
This is quite terrifying. If he can enhance so many innate qualities every time, won't he be defying the heavens in the future? Many people were watching Shang Wanyi with drool almost dripping from their mouths. Wang Shenjuan's eyes also lit up. As he thought, the effects of this kind of elixir could indeed be stacked.
That means he could enhance his innate qualities more than others, giving him a better chance of breaking through to the Yuan spirit realm in the future.
Even if it's just a half step into the Yuan spirit realm, it would be excellent.
Seeing everyone so excited, Shang Wanyi felt quite pleased. He couldn't help but marvel at how lucky his Medicine King Valley was to have such a good daughter.
Otherwise, how would he have the chance to be so smug?
Now, people from various major forces were finding it hard to obtain a single elixir from their Medicine King Valley.
Shang Wanyi thought of something and continued, "This kind of elixir can theoretically stack to enhance innate qualities without any side effects.
However, it also depends on the individual's age and the consumption of their innate essence, as well as their own foundation. In simple terms, this elixir can maximize the potential that has not been developed due to cultivation, but it varies from person to person."
Regarding this point, our Medicine King Valley takes no responsibility. Shang Wanyi had clarified the specific effects of this elixir during his conversation with Lin Feng.
Every person's body has a kind of innate essence power that exists within, which is different from spiritual power. It depletes with age, and sometimes accidents can also lead to a loss of this power. If a person is too weak, causing the elixir to fail to take effect, he needed to make this clear in advance to avoid damaging the reputation of the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. But even so, it was still quite terrifying. Wang Shengyuan didn't mind these minor issues. He was still very confident in himself. Looking at Shang Wanyi, Wang Shengyuan eagerly asked, "Thank you, Medicine King, please state the price." Shang Wanyi didn't beat around the bush. He had already calculated in his mind and slowly extended a hand, shaking it 5 pieces.
Hiss! The people from various major forces gasped in unison,
looking at Wang Shengyuan with envy.
Even Wang Shengyuan was a bit excited. 5 body refining pills was exactly the price he had in mind. Shang Wanyi didn't try to cheat him.
With a bold smile on his face, he said,
"Good. The Medicine King is indeed straightforward. Then it's 5 pieces. Shang Wanyi was also happy.
Receiving a mid-grade treasure, he could also give it to Lin Feng to build a good relationship.
However, Shang Wanyi knew that Lin Feng was too profound and unpredictable, and he wasn't sure if this mid-grade treasure would catch his eye. But that wasn't something he needed to worry about. He would just give it to Lin Feng when the time came. Cheerfully, he handed the 5 body refining pills that Lin Feng had refined to Wang Shengyuan, and then he passed the mid-grade treasure to Morong Feng. He felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Wang Shengyuan didn't hesitate and instantly swallowed all 5 body refining pills. He was too eager to break through. At this moment, even a moment's delay felt like disrespecting this divine elixir. Everyone looked at Wang Shengyuan with curious eyes, wanting to know how much his innate qualities could be enhanced by swallowing so many divine pills at once. They were not disappointed. Just as Wang Shengyuan swallowed the pills, a radiant light emanated from around his body. An extraordinary phenomenon suddenly appeared.
Wang Shenjuan's innate talent was already astonishing, being of the extraordinary type, but its range was very small. Now, in the prime of his Qi realm, even without taking Lin Feng's body refining pills, he would still have a chance to break through in the future. But who wouldn't want to improve faster, especially with something that could enhance talent and increase the chances of a future breakthrough? Wang Shengyuan couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He also brought out his own resources. At this moment, he was taking a gamble. He had been observing others earlier and was very confident and hopeful about this divine elixir. However, he felt a bit anxious. But soon, even he was shocked. He saw the extraordinary phenomenon around him rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the sky. It looked exceptionally spectacular. Wang Shengyuan was skilled in fire-based techniques and his physique was also inclined towards a fire elemental anomaly. At this moment, the flames spread across the sky, allowing everyone around to feel the intense heat. They were all shocked, staring at the scene. This is too terrifying. I never expected it could really stack. Is this the effect of taking 5 divine pills at once? Truly divine pills. With such talent, if he works hard in cultivation, it's not impossible for him to become a powerful being beyond the Yuan spirit realm. People from various factions, including those from the Medicine King Valley, were all in awe. Shang Guanyi was also filled with admiration. He planned to go back and take more of the body-refining pills refined by Lin Feng. Moreover, he also had the true essence pills and innate pills refined by Lin Feng, and just thinking about how his gifted physique would receive an astonishing boost made him excited. Although he knew he could never reach the level of his daughter's celestial body, it was still enough for him. They waited until the effects of the pills had fully manifested, and the anomalies surrounding Wang Shengyuan disappeared. Everyone thought it was over, feeling envious yet excited, planning to continue exchanging for these divine pills with Shang Guanyi. Suddenly, Wang Shengyuan's face flushed and he sat cross-legged on the ground. In the next moment, a phantom of the Yuan spirit appeared behind him, causing everyone to tremble. Yuan spirit realm. No, half-step Yuan spirit realm. Someone stammered. He actually broke through. Is this the effect of the talent enhancement? So terrifying. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their envy and jealousy beyond words. No one expected that Wang Shengyuan had actually broken through to the half-step Yuan spirit realm. Although his Yuan spirit was not yet solidified, it far surpassed the Qi realm, reaching a new level. Clearly, this was closely related to Wang Shengyuan's deep accumulation over time. Now that his gifted physique had been enhanced, everything fell into place. Wang Shengyuan was equally excited. He knew he had made the right bet. Using a mid-grade treasure to exchange for the opportunity to break through to the half-step Yuan spirit realm, while also gaining a significant enhancement in talent, with the potential to reach even higher realms in the future. It was worth it. This deal was incredibly valuable. It was practically a blood profit. I need to find more treasures. I must find more treasures. All to exchange for these divine pills. After briefly consolidating his stance, Wang Shengyuan stood up, his heart racing. No matter what method he used, he was determined to find more treasures to exchange with the Medicine King Valley for these divine pills. It was simply amazing. After his excitement, Wang Shengyuan did not forget to build a good relationship with the Medicine King Valley. Looking at Shang Guanyi, he said earnestly, "Thank you for your generosity, Medicine King. In the future, if the Medicine King Valley needs anything, please feel free to find me. I will certainly not refuse." Although he was now a half-step Yuan spirit realm expert, he understood that if he could do something for Shang Guanyi and the Medicine King Valley, they would surely not be stingy with these pills in return. Wang Shengyuan thought this way, and others shared the same sentiment. They all expressed their support like Wang Shengyuan. That's right. If the Medicine King Valley encounters any issues that our sect can resolve in the future, please do not hesitate. From now on, my Balong sect will advance and retreat together with the Medicine King Valley. Anyone who dares to offend the Medicine King Valley will be going against my Balong sect. I, from the Xiaoyao Island, am willing to go through fire and water for the Medicine King Valley. Hearing these declarations, some even with a hint of humility, Shang Guanyi felt a wave of emotion. He never expected that not only would he profit immensely today, but he would also bring in so much support for the Medicine King Valley. He believed that in the future, as long as the Medicine King Valley said a word, it would be enough to make these people do anything, even to eliminate any faction. The speed at which the Medicine King Valley was rising was faster than Shang Guanyi had imagined. Although the Medicine King Valley had a high status and maintained good relations with many factions in the past, it had never reached such a level. But now, thanks to the pills refined by Lin Feng, they had gained so much support. Shang Guanyi was momentarily overwhelmed with emotions. He immediately clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness. In the future, when you come to my Yaowang Valley to purchase elixirs, we will offer discounts." Shang Guanyi's words were not mere talk. Now that he possessed a large quantity of elixirs refined by Lin Feng, he would soon acquire a wealth of super resources. The spiritual herbs would definitely increase by at least dozens of times. He could freely distribute them to everyone in Yaowang Valley, no longer needing to be as stingy as before.
In time, those elixirs that were once considered precious in Yaowang Valley would become ordinary due to the availability of Lin Feng's refined products. Naturally, Shang Guanyi would not care anymore. Using this to win over these factions would also greatly benefit Yaowang Valley. Everyone praised the generosity of Yaowang,
and then continued to exchange the remaining divine elixirs in Shang Guanyi's hands. Soon, the more than 100 elixirs he had announced were completely exchanged. Even a half-step Yuanshan realm powerhouse named Wang Shangyuan was born from this, leaving everyone in awe. Those who had not managed to exchange for elixirs due to their earlier hesitation and not being in line were now beating their chests in frustration.
Seeing this, Shang Guanyi smiled and said, "Everyone, don't panic. I will refine more in 10 days.
At that time, you can still exchange treasures for elixirs and the prices will remain unchanged."
Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up instantly.
Whether they had exchanged or not, it was the same for all.
After all, the effects of these divine elixirs could stack. Many sect leaders had only brought a small number of people with them before coming.
They could use these 10 days to notify their respective factions and see if there were any resources left,
and just bring everything over. However, those who had not obtained the divine elixirs today inevitably felt a bit disappointed. Shang Guanyi, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile wryly. It wasn't that he was stingy, but for the safety of Yaowang Valley, a small quantity of these elixirs would attract many.
If there were too many, others would come to snatch them directly. Clearing his throat, Shang Guanyi smiled and said, "Everyone, please go back and rest for now. We at Yaowang Valley will naturally provide warm hospitality, but right now, the matchmaking event for my daughter is more important."
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunyan, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but glare at Shangguan Yi with a darkened face. The people from the major factions looked at Shangguan Yunyan upon hearing this. They knew in their hearts that if they could marry Shangguan Yunyan into their own faction, their relationship with Yaowang Valley would become unbreakable.
They all nodded and took their leave. After everyone had left, the people of Yaowang Valley looked at Shangguan Yi with eager eyes.
Shangguan Yi's actions today had indeed shocked the people of Yaowang Valley.
They had never known that the Medicine King could refine such divine elixirs.
Not to mention those from the major factions, how could they not be envious? Shangguan Yi was well aware of this.
Seeing the eager gazes of the elders and disciples, he directly promised, "You are all from Yaowang Valley. What outsiders can obtain, you can naturally obtain as well, but it will be based on your contributions to Yaowang Valley. In the future, anyone who contributes to Yaowang Valley will be able to obtain these divine elixirs, and am not afraid to tell you that I have even better divine elixirs."
Hiss. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of Yaowang Valley gasped in surprise. They were also shocked,
not expecting that there were even better divine elixirs than the previous ones. Instantly, everyone became restless, shouting, "Forever loyal to Yaowang Valley."
Shangguan Yi nodded and waved his hand. "Today has already been very busy.
After the matchmaking event is over, I will distribute the divine elixirs based on your past contributions and the talents of the disciples.
Now, everyone can go back."
Yes.
After the people of Yaowang Valley retreated, Shangguan Yi couldn't help but stretch.
After spending so much time, he was quite tired. Looking at Shangguan Yunyan, there was an uncontrollable fondness in Shangguan Yi's eyes as he quickly said, "Yunyan, you should go back and rest. I will arrange for the materials to awaken your immortal body, you can rest assured."
"All right, father, I will leave first." Shangguan Yunyo left with a smile.
She was also happy for the Medicine King Valley.
Once Shangguan Yunyao departed, Shangguan Yi immediately excitedly pulled Morong Feng to count the spoils. The next morning,
Lin Feng got up and stretched lazily. His cultivation had directly broken through to the midstage of the innate realm. After moving his muscles and bones, he felt even stronger. The Tianxiang Pavilion truly deserved to be the best accommodation on this peak. The spiritual energy inside was rich, the facilities were extremely well equipped, and sleeping there was incredibly comfortable. Now that he was at the Medicine King Valley, there was naturally no need for Xiaozi to cook. Someone had already brought over some spiritual fruits and spiritual soups early on. This was the breakfast prepared by the Medicine King Valley. It was far more upscale than the Lin families.
After Lin Feng and Xiaozi finished eating, Xiaozi continued her cultivation.
Those who had been waiting outside the Tianshan Pavilion also felt the spiritual aura emitted by Xiaozi during her cultivation. It was greatly beneficial for their own cultivation. They felt it was even better than taking spiritual pills. They had also heard about what happened at the main peak yesterday, and some even rushed over.
But they didn't know that the divine pill was refined by Lin Feng.
Otherwise, they would have been kneeling in front of Lin Feng begging for pills.
This was also Shang Wan-Yi's thoughtful consideration. He knew what such pills meant and didn't want to trouble Lin Feng. Many people were discussing the divine pill from yesterday.
But at this moment, upon seeing Lin Feng appear, they didn't dare to be negligent. They all stood up and politely greeted Lin Feng. "Good morning, young Master Lin."
But then,
they were shocked to discover that Lin Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the midstage of the innate realm. This level of cultivation might not seem like much in their eyes. However, when they first met Lin Feng, he was only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Yet, just 2 days had passed, and Lin Feng was already at the midstage of the innate realm.
That was quite terrifying. Moreover, they all knew Lin Feng's strength was completely unrelated to his cultivation level.
It was entirely different from their own midstage of the innate realm. This made them swallow hard.
Until Lin Feng lightly nodded and said, "No need to be polite," they finally reacted.
Some thought Lin Feng was unaware of the divine pill at the main peak and, in an attempt to please him, said, "Young Master Lin, I heard that a divine pill appeared at the main peak yesterday, which can greatly enhance one's talent. If young Master Lin is interested, I'm willing to queue for you in 10 days.
Yes, I'm also willing. I'm willing to contribute half of the exchange items for young Master Lin."
Low-grade magic weapons were too precious. They didn't dare to make casual promises. But they were willing to contribute half of the exchange items to build a good relationship with someone as abnormal as Lin Feng.
Divine pill? Lin Feng was taken aback. After leaving yesterday, he didn't know the specific details. But he quickly realized that the divine pill they mentioned should be the one he gave to Shang Wan-Yi and the others. He just didn't know what kind of pill they were referring to. But this wasn't too important to Lin Feng. He currently had plenty of them in his spatial bag. Moreover, if he wanted, he could obtain a large quantity of such pills at any time. After all, he was the one who refined them.
Waving his hand, he said, "No need, I'm not interested in such divine pills."
Hiss.
As expected of young Master Lin, he is actually indifferent to such divine pills.
But it makes sense. With young Master Lin's talent, he is absolutely extraordinary and perhaps doesn't even need such pills. I even have a guess that young Master Lin's talent might be the legendary immortal body, and even that divine pill might not have any effect on him. The people from various factions began to speculate.
They increasingly felt that Lin Feng was mysterious and unfathomable. They immediately stopped discussing the matter. Just as everyone was still in shock over this, 2 footsteps startled them. Lin Feng's gaze turned to look.
It was Shang Wan-Yi and Morong Feng.
The 2 of them had come over first thing in the morning, calculating that Lin Feng should be up.
Shang Wan-Yi wasn't foolish. All the glory from yesterday was brought by Lin Feng. With so many good things obtained, how could they not bring some to Lin Feng? They would keep some for themselves in the Medicine King Valley and give some to Lin Feng.
Shang Wan-Yi had even made plans for it. From now on, all the resources exchanged for the pills refined by Lin Feng will be sent to the Lin family.
He wants to maintain a long-term close relationship with Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was unaware of this and was somewhat puzzled as to why these 2 had come to see him so early.
It was obvious that they were here to find him.
The others were equally shocked.
The Medicine King had actually come in person. Moreover, when he looked at Lin Feng, there was a hint of respect in his gaze. Even a fool could see that the Medicine King was here for Lin Feng. However, they also knew that the current Medicine King was even more worthy of their flattery. They immediately greeted him.
The Medicine King smiled politely in response and quickly approached Lin Feng, cupping his hands and saying, "Young Master Lin, good morning.
I hope my sudden arrival isn't a disturbance."
Lin Feng shook his head, "Not at all.
Is there something you need?" Shang Wan-Yi didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point.
He took out a spatial bag, opened it for Lin Feng to see, and said, "Young Master Lin, I was fortunate enough to acquire some precious resources yesterday and thought you might need them, so I brought them for you."
At the moment Shang Wan-Yi opened it, those around them also caught a glimpse.
Even those who couldn't see it could feel the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the open spatial bag, with light even shining through. The sheer number of treasures piled inside was astonishing, causing many to swallow hard. They were well aware of how much the Medicine King Shang Wan-Yi had obtained from yesterday's events. They had even heard rumors of top-grade medicinal herbs and mid-grade treasures. But they never expected that Shang Wan-Yi would be so generous to Lin Feng, coming early in the morning to present him with treasures.
And with such a humble attitude.
This immediately led everyone to speculate just how powerful Lin Feng must be to earn such respect from the Medicine King.
The current Medicine King was undoubtedly different from the previous one and would surely surpass all major forces in the future.
Yet, he treated Lin Feng this way, making it hard for them to imagine Lin Feng's strength. It was likely beyond their comprehension. As Shang Wan-Yi spoke, he took out a mid-grade treasure and the 3 top-grade medicinal herbs he had obtained. Looking at Lin Feng, he said, "Young Master Lin, these items are the best I acquired yesterday.
I specifically selected them to present to you. Please see if you are satisfied."
Naturally, Lin Feng didn't care much for the mid-grade treasure. However, upon seeing the 3 top-grade medicinal herbs, his eyes lit up. These 3 top-grade herbs could all be used to refine the Yuan Shindan. They were absolutely rare treasures.
He hadn't expected Shangwan Yi to obtain them.
The pills he casually refined yesterday were worth so much. He didn't hesitate and casually took the 3 top-grade herbs. Without even looking at the mid-grade treasure, he said, "They'll take the spiritual herbs, but I don't want this mid-grade treasure, it's of average quality."
What the hell?
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the onlookers from various forces erupted in disbelief.
That was a mid-grade treasure.
Yet, in Lin Feng's mouth, it had become something average. It made people wonder if Lin Feng was perhaps a bit too boastful. However, they quickly changed their minds. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words,
Shangwan Yi was momentarily stunned.
But soon he realized that Lin Feng truly didn't care and was looking down on it. He felt a bit of joy in his heart.
He actually didn't have a mid-grade treasure for himself.
Now that Lin Feng didn't want it, he could keep it for his own use. Since Lin Feng had already accepted the top-grade herbs, he had achieved his goal of befriending him.
He smiled and said, "Well, since young Master Lin doesn't want it, I'll keep it for myself." After saying that, Shangwan Yi couldn't help but fondle the mid-grade spiritual item.
Lin Feng couldn't help but silently shake his head. Just like that, a mid-grade treasure was treated so casually. Shangwan Yi was truly easy to please. Thinking this, Lin Feng suddenly realized that since his divine pills were so valuable, he could have Shangwan Yi continue to exchange for more materials that could be used to refine the Yuan Shindan in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Feng casually took out 2 high-grade treasures from his spatial bag and tossed them to Shangwan Yi and Morong Feng, saying, "You can keep these 2 high-grade treasures for yourselves, the mid-grade ones are too inferior." He added, "Remember, if you come across any top-notch medicinal herbs in the future, just bring them to me." It was a gesture of reciprocity. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed to take advantage of them.
Giving away 2 high-grade treasures as gifts was a way of maintaining mutual respect.
This, high-grade treasures.
2 of them. What a generous move.
No one expected that Lin Feng not only wasn't boasting but was also being modest. Just like that, he casually tossed out 2 high-grade treasures. Although they were only 1 grade apart, the difference in power was significant.
Everyone was left gulping, staring blankly at the scene. Shangwan Yi and Morong Feng were even more speechless.
They looked at the high-grade treasures in their hands, nearly collapsing from the excitement.
This was too thrilling. They had never dared to think about high-grade treasures before.
Just yesterday, receiving a mid-grade treasure had them overly excited.
Is this for us? Shangwan Yi and Morong Feng were momentarily stunned, still feeling as if they were in a dream.
Of course, take them. I have plenty more. Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. He didn't care about these treasures at all. He had received countless treasures from the Jinyu sect.
It would be enough to equip everyone in the Lin family with one. He was completely indifferent to these.
Thank you, young Master Lin, for your generous gift.
Shangwan Yi and Morong Feng quickly came to their senses and bowed solemnly to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng raised his hand slightly and the two straightened up.
He asked, "All right, is there anything else?" Shangwan Yi glanced around before quietly saying to Lin Feng, "I wonder if young Master Lin could spare a moment to talk." Lin Feng was taken aback.
Then his eyes lit up as he thought of something. He guessed that Shangwan Yi might have gathered the materials needed to awaken Shangwan Yunyin's celestial body. However, Lin Feng didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The materials required for the awakening of the Yin Soul celestial body were quite rare. He didn't expect them to be gathered so soon.
Truly, the Medicine King Valley was impressive. Their efficiency was remarkable. Just as Lin Feng had thought, how could Shangwan Yi not hasten to complete the tasks Lin Feng assigned? Moreover, since it concerned his daughter's awakening, he worked even harder. He had pulled together the inventory lists from all the peaks of the Medicine King Valley overnight and finally found all the materials needed for the awakening of the celestial body. Upon hearing Shangwan Yi's words, before Lin Feng could respond,
the people from various major forces around them had already sensed the situation and knew it was time for them to leave. There was no way they would let the two stay. They immediately said, "Since the Medicine King and young Master Lin have important matters to discuss, we'll take our leave and let you two talk in peace."
Exactly, it should be us leaving first.
After saying this, the people from the various forces quickly departed. Soon, the courtyard at the entrance of the Tianxiang Pavilion became quiet. Shangwan Yi then spoke, "Young Master Lin, I have fulfilled my promise and gathered all the materials needed for my daughter's celestial body awakening.
I wonder when you plan to do this."
Lin Feng chuckled lightly upon hearing this. "Of course, there's no time to waste, we can start right away. Have someone boil a large barrel of hot water and prepare all the materials.
Then place them where Yunyan is. It'll go over shortly." Shangwan Yi didn't expect it to be this simple.
He was instantly filled with excitement, eager to see what his daughter would look like after awakening her celestial body. Without any further ado, he immediately said, "All right, just give the orders, young Master Lin, and Xiao Feng and I will take care of it right away."
After that, Shangguan Yi told Lin Feng the location of Shangguan Yunyan's residence and quickly left with Morong Feng. Once the two had left, Lin Feng entered the room and quietly watched Xiaozi cultivate. Xiaozi was completely focused, sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. She looked like a fairy. With her cultivation level rising, Xiaozi's aura had also significantly improved. Plus, having been with Lin Feng for a long time, she had undergone subtle changes. At this moment, she no longer resembled that little maid. Unaware of Lin Feng watching her, she continued to practice with peace of mind. Lin Feng did not disturb her. Time passed quietly, and when Lin Feng calculated that it was about time, he set off for the location of Shangguan Yunyan. Shangguan Yunyan lived in a relatively remote area, and she was someone who preferred tranquility. Lin Feng's arrival did not attract much attention. In fact, he did not see anyone on the way. This was actually arranged by Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng, who cleared the people on the road when Lin Feng came. After all, it was a significant matter to help Shangguan Yunyan awaken her celestial body. If discovered, Lin Feng might also be targeted. Shangguan Yi did not want to bring trouble to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng arrived, Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng were already waiting there. Apart from the two of them, there was no one else. They tried to avoid anyone seeing Lin Feng.
This matter was too important. Shangguan Yi now regarded Lin Feng as the most important guest and naturally did not dare to be negligent.
Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive, Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng's eyes lit up. Shangguan Yi quickly clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Young Master Lin, you have finally arrived.
Everything has been prepared as you instructed, in my daughter's room.
Yunyan is already waiting for you there."
Morong Feng also chimed in, "Yes, young Master Lin, it's very quiet around here and it won't disturb you while you help Yunyan awaken her celestial body.
We won't let anyone enter."
Lin Feng nodded at their words.
He also liked quietness. Moreover, such an important matter as awakening the celestial body should not distract Shangguan Yunyan.
He needed to be by her side at all times.
"All right, you two stay outside.
I will go in to help Yunyan awaken her celestial body."
"All right, thank you, young Master Lin."
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking,
Shangguan Yi repeatedly agreed.
He then extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, guiding Lin Feng to the location of Shangguan Yunyan.
Lin Feng's figure flashed and he went in. After that, Shangguan Yi and Morong Feng personally guarded the entrance of Shangguan Yunyan's residence, preventing anyone from barging in.
Lin Feng quickly arrived at the place where Shangguan Yunyan was.
Out of politeness, Lin Feng gently knocked on the door. As soon as the sound faded, Shangguan Yunyan's clear voice came from inside. "Is it Master?"
Lin Feng nodded in response, "Yes, it's me." "Then Master, please come in directly." Lin Feng was not polite and pushed the door open. He closed the door behind him and turned to see Shangguan Yunyan already in the wooden tub, her clothes shed, revealing her white fragrant shoulders. The woman's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. However, being from the Medicine King Valley,
Shangguan Yunyan naturally understood that awakening her celestial body would likely require her to enter the tub,
so she had entered in advance to avoid any awkwardness when Lin Feng arrived.
Even so, Shangguan Yunyan still felt a wave of embarrassment.
It was the first time she faced such a situation.
"Master," Shangguan Yunyan softly called out. Lin Feng nodded, not feeling anything unusual. He said, "All right, since you are already in the potion, just start operating the Longyan Barogong. I will be watching over you, and nothing will go wrong. You just need to focus on awakening your celestial body." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Shangguan Yunyan immediately nodded seriously. Then I'll trouble you, Master." After that, Shangguan Yunyan began to do as Lin Feng instructed. In an instant, her skin turned a fiery red, faintly revealing a hint of gold. The Longyan Barogong was a fire-type technique and was the supreme dragon flame. If Shangguan Yunyan were not an Inferno Soul celestial body, she would not be able to control it as easily as Long Chia. If one were to compare who practiced this technique better, it would be hard to say who was superior. The Longyan Barogong itself was cultivated from dragon flame. Long Chia was of the dragon clan, and without his natural advantages he might not be able to compare to Shangguan Yunyan's Inferno Soul celestial body. Soon after, strands of flames began to rise from Shangguan Yunyan's body. The golden flames gradually increased, illuminating Shangguan Yunyan like a goddess of fire. Even her long strands of hair transformed into golden flames. Shangguan Yunyan had previously practiced the Longyan Barao technique and had a preliminary understanding of this skill. After studying it all night yesterday, she had gained some insights. Although she couldn't be considered proficient, she was already quite familiar with it.
The supreme dragon flames surrounded her, yet they did not produce any offensive power. Coexisting with the potion in the barrel, it appeared extraordinarily mystical. Lin Feng nodded silently. It was impressive that Shangguan Yunyao, having just begun to practice the Longyan Barao technique, could achieve this. At this moment, the potion in the barrel continuously entered Shangguan Yunyao's body, being absorbed by her. When awakening the immortal body, her cultivation would receive a significant boost.
However, since it was merely the awakening of the immortal body, this enhancement was most evident for those at lower levels.
At the beginning, Dugu Wanqing had soared from Qi refinement to innate.
This was because Dugu Wanqing's own cultivation was relatively low. Hence,
such an exaggerated increase was possible. But Shangguan Yunyao had just taken the pills refined by Lin Feng to elevate her to the early stage of the Qi realm.
This enhancement was far less obvious than Dugu Wanqing's before.
Yet, the improvement was still substantial. Unbeknownst to her, Shangguan Yunyao's cultivation had already risen to a level very close to the midstage of the Qi realm.
She believed that in a while she would be able to advance further. Moreover, it was unlikely that she would stop there. However, reaching the Yuanshan realm in the end seemed improbable. Even so, this was already a tremendous opportunity. For a normal cultivator, advancing a small realm from the Qi realm would take at least several decades. Some might even take hundreds of years to achieve a single advancement. The fact that Shangguan Yunyao could accomplish this in such a short time would drive others to envy her madly. Time passed second by second.
As Lin Feng had anticipated, Shangguan Yunyao quickly reached the critical point between the early and midstage of the Qi realm.
Boom! Midstage of the Qi realm. Shangguan Yunyao naturally advanced to the midstage of the Qi realm.
The flames on her body became even more intense. The success was beyond imagination. She effortlessly achieved results that would take others decades or even a century of hard work.
Shangguan Yunyao was well aware of this.
Her father, Shangguan Yi, had been stuck in the late stage of the Qi realm for an unknown number of years. Without the pills refined by Lin Feng, it would likely take him many more years to have a chance to break through to the next small realm. This made her feel a surge of excitement.
She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master. I think I've broken through to the midstage of the Qi realm."
Her tone was filled with excitement, which Lin Feng could also sense. At the same time, a notification chimed in. Ding. The host's affinity with the flame soul immortal body has increased by 10 points.
Lin Feng was taken aback.
He hadn't expected that Shangguan Yunyao's mere breakthrough in cultivation and her gratitude towards him would increase her affinity by 10 points. Adding to the previous 80 points, she was only 10 points away from full affinity. This reminded Lin Feng of the last time he spoke with Dugu Wanqing, where comforting her had also increased his affinity significantly. Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Yunyao and said, "Don't rush, keep calm, so the operation of the technique doesn't go awry. You will continue to improve afterward."
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunyao immediately reacted. An unstable mindset during cultivation could easily lead to going astray.
He had not had to worry about this issue when his cultivation was low,
but in just a few days, her cultivation had skyrocketed like a rocket.
She also recalled what she had heard during her previous conversation with Shangguan Yi. After all, the rapid increase in cultivation made it difficult for her to remain as composed as those old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years. She understood how challenging it was to advance a small realm in the Qi realm. If it weren't for Lin Feng knowing the method to awaken the immortal body, she would never have been able to do it so easily. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Shangguan Yunyao quickly adjusted her mindset. She also felt that what Lin Feng said was true. Her cultivation was still rapidly improving. The combination of those medicinal materials acted like a catalyst, causing the energy within her to boil. Last time, Dugu Wanqing only advanced to the innate realm. Naturally, there wasn't much danger, but now, Shangguan Yuyan was already at the Qi realm. Moreover, her mindset was unstable, and strange red flames appeared around her body. Lin Feng was startled upon seeing this. He knew it was a sign of going into a frenzy. Looking at Shangguan Yuyan, she too felt something was off at this moment. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of pain crossed her face. She felt the power within her body becoming chaotic, starting to run amok. This sudden realization frightened her, and she couldn't help but look at Lin Feng for help. At this moment, Lin Feng disregarded the differences between genders.
He quickly moved behind Shangguan Yuyan and began to tap continuously on her back.
He infused his own power into her body to help stabilize her internal energy. At the same time, his voice carried a calming and reassuring force as he said, "Calm your mind and focus, don't get distracted."
Shangguan Yuyan quickly nodded and closed her eyes, reassuringly operating her technique.
With Lin Feng's assistance, she began to sort out her power. She initially thought it would be a difficult adjustment. After all, she had heard Shangguan Yi mention it many times.
Once there were signs of going into a frenzy, it was basically very hard to reverse. Even if one eventually recovered, there would still be some damage, requiring a considerable amount of time to heal. Unless there was someone particularly powerful, capable of using their extremely pure power to help the one in a frenzy sort out their internal energy. In Shangguan Yuyan's mind, although Lin Feng was very strong, likely far surpassing the Qi realm, his cultivation was still only at the innate realm. Moreover, he should still be somewhat distant from the kind of powerful beings that Shangguan spoke of with reverence. Additionally, since she was practicing the Dragon Rock Bodhi technique, even a deity would probably have to take a couple of slaps. However, as soon as Lin Feng's power entered her body, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Her own power seemed to behave like obedient sheep, quickly following Lin Feng's energy in an orderly manner. Everything unfolded so smoothly, without any turbulence. Moreover, the time was short. When she regained her composure and the flames around her transformed back into pure gold, Shangguan Yuyan let out a sudden sigh of relief. At the same time, Lin Feng also withdrew his power and came to stand in front of her. Shangguan Yuyan's face flushed slightly, looking at Lin Feng with gratitude. He had truly frightened her just now. She said, "Master, your great kindness I can never repay in this life." Shangguan Yuyan found it hard to imagine how dangerous it would have been without Lin Feng's help. Although she didn't understand much about going into a frenzy, she had heard plenty of stories. Lin Feng, however, was unfazed. He practiced 7 super techniques. His power pure and strong beyond imagination. Although Shangguan Yuyan practiced the Dragon Rock Bodhi technique, making her power extremely formidable compared to Lin Feng, it was like a small witch facing a great witch. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, "I've told you, as long as I'm here, you can safely awaken your immortal body. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Meishem, Master is so kind." Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a 100 affinity with the Flame Soul immortal body. Reward, Heavenly Spirit Hammer. Just after Shangguan Yuyan quietly expressed her gratitude, Lin Feng's system notification suddenly rang out. Because Lin Feng saved Shangguan Yuyan once, the affinity directly reached 100. Hearing that he had received a new reward, Lin Feng curiously checked the system space. A small-looking hammer appeared, covered in intricate patterns, looking extremely mystical. But it quickly faded, appearing like an ordinary hammer. Heavenly Spirit Hammer? Sounds pretty good by its name. Lin Feng immediately began to check the effects of the Heavenly Spirit Hammer. It was much more powerful than he had imagined, yet also very peculiar. It was said to be a weapon, but it didn't quite resemble one. However, it was overwhelmingly powerful. According to the introduction of the Heavenly Spirit Hammer, 1 strike can turn ordinary iron into treasure and elevate the level of an item, 2 strikes can annihilate all things, 3 strikes can reorganize everything in the world, 4 strikes can change the laws of heaven, and if one can wield the 5th strike, they can directly create all methods. Lin Feng was immensely shocked upon seeing this introduction. This was no longer just a hammer, it was a perverse pass. The Heavenly Spirit Hammer was indeed powerful, but it also had a drawback. It required a very strong cultivation base. After all, such a perverse item needed a formidable person to wield it. If a child could wield 5 strikes, then the world would likely be doomed. Even so, it was already extremely perverse. Lin Feng estimated that he could probably manage 1 or 2 strikes without issue. Moreover, with his cultivation rising rapidly in the future, he would eventually be able to wield that 5th strike. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He never expected to obtain such a perverse hammer. Holding it in his hand, it looked like a small exquisite item. The Heavenly Spirit Hammer could change size according to his will. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to use it, but the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Shangguan Yunya watched with curiosity as well. However, fearing that she might lose focus, she didn't ask too many questions. Lin Feng quickly put it away. Remembering Shangguan Yunyo's earlier words, he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite with your master, and if we're talking about thanks, I should be the one thanking you." Lin Feng felt that taking on this disciple was not in vain. After all his hard work, the system's reward had not disappointed him. Shangguan Yunya was taken aback, not understanding why Lin Feng was thanking her. It seemed like Lin Feng had been the one giving to her. However, as her thoughts shifted, she felt a hint of obsession creeping in, so she quickly calmed her mind and refrained from asking further. She was just a bit confused. Moreover, after such a long time, her mid-stage Qi realm cultivation had stabilized completely, and she was steadily pushing towards the late stage of the Qi realm. This joy washed over her, making her forget about the matter. Lin Feng quietly stood by, naturally ensuring that Shangguan Yunyao encountered no issues. He patiently waited for her to awaken her celestial body. Lin Feng had obtained the Heavenly Spirit Hammer, while the people from the Carefree Tomb had already arrived at the Medicine King Valley. They were quite far from the Medicine King Valley, and there was no rush on the road. As long as they arrived before the marriage selection conference, it would be fine.
The carefree tomb was also aboard a massive low-grade treasure spirit boat. It looked incredibly luxurious, causing many people to gaze up at the sky with envy. As one of the top forces within 100,000 miles, the carefree tomb always made a grand appearance when out in public. The low-grade treasure spirit boat was adorned with the unique aura of the carefree tomb, making it easily recognizable.
Many people were discussing among themselves. Truly worthy of the carefree tomb, it really is impressive.
No doubt about it, the carefree tomb is a powerful force with a legacy of 1,000 years, and with the emergence of Jun Wuchang, a prodigy, it will surely rise to even greater heights.
If you ask me, we should find a way to curry favor, who knows? We might get a taste of the benefits later.
Many weaker forces were mostly gathered around the outskirts of the Medicine King Valley.
In fact, many people hadn't even received invitations and were just there to join the excitement.
This marriage selection conference at the Medicine King Valley could be considered a rare grand event. Naturally, many people came with the mindset of participating.
Even if they couldn't enter the Medicine King Valley, just receiving news from the outskirts was enough to satisfy them.
On the low-grade treasure spirit boat of the carefree tomb, Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi stood together, both wearing smiles.
Especially Long Yazi, who was beaming with joy.
His cultivation was just a hair's breadth away from truly reaching the Yuanshan realm. It wouldn't be long before he broke through.
Even Jun Tianlin couldn't help but show a hint of flattery as he looked at this former friend.
Smiling at Long Yazi, Jun Tianlin said, "Brother Long, congratulations.
I believe it won't be long before you enter the Yuanshan realm. At that time, I will need Brother Long to take good care of me at the carefree tomb."
Jun Tianlin felt quite wise. By befriending Long Yazi, in the near future, the carefree tomb would be able to cling to the thigh of a Yuan spirit realm expert.
Moreover, with Long Yazi stationed there, he felt even more confident about this marriage proposal event. As long as Jun Wuchang could marry Shangguan Yunyun, perhaps he could take this opportunity to break through into the Yuan spirit realm with the help of the Medicine King.
Once he stepped into this new realm, the carefree tomb would rise to a new level. This thought made Jun Tianlin feel immensely pleased.
No!
In less than 2 days, at most half a day, I will definitely be able to break through to the true Yuan spirit realm. I feel I am extremely close, Long Yazi said confidently, waving his hand. He was well aware of his own situation.
He was just a step away from the true Yuan spirit realm. The power within him was constantly circulating, and he could enter the Yuan spirit realm at any moment. Ha ha ha.
Brother Long is right. Then I congratulate you in advance, Brother Long, Jun Tianlin said, surprised. He hadn't expected Long Yazi's breakthrough speed to be faster than he imagined.
However, he felt even more excited.
The quicker Long Yazi broke through, the happier he was. After all, Long Yazi was breaking through with their help, even though it cost them Yulan Ruo. But she was just a woman. Jun Tianlin didn't care at all.
Sure enough, after Long Yazi nodded lightly, he smiled and said, "Speaking of which, the reason this has gone so smoothly is also closely related to the help from Brother Jun and your nephew. Brother Jun, rest assured, if there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know. I will definitely not refuse." Long Yazi said happily, waving his hand,
directly tying himself to the carefree tomb. Little did he know that this tie would bring him disaster. Jun Tianlin humbly waved his hand. Brother Long is being polite. You have also helped my son Wuchan. We are all helping each other. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. As the saying goes, one family rejoices while another grieves. The two of them paid no attention to Yulan Ruwa at all. At this moment, Yulan Ruwa sat there, her eyes vacant, feeling as if her soul had been lost. She never expected that her Yulan family would be completely wiped out, and she herself would be used and betrayed. Moreover, it was Jun Wuchan, whom she had always relied on, who had betrayed her. At this moment, her heart was filled with immense regret. If she hadn't looked down on Lin Feng back then, even if she encountered Jun Wuchan, she would not have had any interaction with him. If she had comforted Lin Feng well and then married him, she could imagine that in the future, she would definitely be able to stand by Lin Feng's side, towering at the peak of the Tianlong continent. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. She knew that even if she went back to find Lin Feng now and knelt before him, he would not forgive her. Even now, facing such humiliation, she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. As for seeking revenge, she had thought about it, but as soon as she considered her meager cultivation, she felt utterly powerless. There was simply no possibility of revenge. Yulan Ruwa silently pondered these thoughts, her mind in disarray for a moment. Jun Wuchan, who had been quietly resting beside her with his eyes closed, opened his eyes at this moment. Two piercing beams of light burst forth from his eyes. His mid-stage Qi-Si realm cultivation had been completely stabilized. After taking the pill given by Long Yazi, he smoothly broke through. Taking advantage of these few days, he had thoroughly stabilized it, and coupled with his own talent, he believed he was not weaker than a latest-stage Qi-Si realm expert.
He was full of confidence for this marriage proposal event. Once he could marry Shangwan Yunyun and establish such a close relationship with the Medicine King Valley, the future would be smooth sailing.
However, looking at Yulan Ruo, he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. But this guilt was soon overshadowed by his own powerful strength.
Looking at Yulan Ruo, Jun Wuchan said lightly, "Xiao Ruo, please don't hold a grudge against me.
I am doing this for our own good. If you must hold a grudge, then hold it against that guy named Lin Feng. He harmed your family, Yulan, and he also harmed several elders of my Xiaoyatum.
The stronger I become, the better I can avenge this.
Now that I am already in the midstage of the Qi realm, after attending the marriage selection conference, I will undoubtedly marry the daughter of the Medicine King Valley, Shangwan Yuyan. At that time, you must remember not to cause any trouble, or else don't blame me for not considering our past friendship." As Jun Wuchen spoke the last part, there was a hint of cold threat in his tone, instantly leaving Yulan Ruo momentarily stunned. She could only nod silently, placing all this hatred on Lin Feng. Although she regretted her choice at the time, it had come to this, and only with Lin Feng's complete disappearance would she forget everything. However, she also completely lost any thoughts of Jun Wuchen. Gritting her teeth, she said, "That's right, it's all Lin Feng's fault.
He must die. Good.
I'm glad you can think this way, Xiaoruo. I need to continue to improve my strength during this time, so you can stay by my side." After Jun Wuchen finished speaking, he closed his eyes again to focus on his cultivation.
Yulan Ruo didn't say much more.
However, her hatred for Lin Feng only deepened.
The low-grade spiritual vessel of Xiaoyatum, upon reaching the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, specifically sent someone down to deliver an invitation. After that, it did not stop and continued to advance into the Medicine King Valley. Seeing this situation, the elder responsible for reception at the Medicine King Valley did not say much. Many top-tier forces did the same.
The Medicine King Valley, also turned a blind eye. After all, Xiaoyatum was indeed powerful. Moreover, this time, the top combat power of Xiaoyatum, including Jun Tianlin, could be said to have come out in full force. Clearly, they placed great importance on this marriage selection conference. The elder in charge of reception at the Medicine King Valley was not foolish. It would be unwise to provoke them at this time. However, they still arranged for a steward to guide the spiritual vessel of Xiaoyatum. Although Xiaoyatum was quite arrogant, they were simply too lazy to go down. Upon seeing the steward from the Medicine King Valley, they were still very polite. Jun Tianlin smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Sorry, we brought more people this time, and it would be troublesome for everyone to disembark, so we overlooked it." The steward from the Medicine King Valley also responded politely, "No problem. Xiaoyatum has always had many dealings with our Medicine King Valley, and with your strength, this privilege is still warranted.
Ha ha ha. Come, please sit.
I trouble this steward to lead the way." Jun Tianlin was pleased to hear this and made a gesture of invitation. After that, they followed the steward of the Medicine King Valley to their temporary resting place. Originally, the spiritual vessel was traveling through the sky at a leisurely pace, about to reach its destination. But suddenly, strange phenomena began to appear in the sky, spreading across the entire sky, enveloping a large area in the distance.
And it was continuously expanding. It was hard for anyone to miss it.
The people on the ground in the Medicine King Valley could see it, let alone those from Xiaoyatum.
Jun Tianlin was also surprised to see this scene. He curiously asked the steward from the Medicine King Valley beside him, "May I ask what is happening in the valley? Why has such a celestial phenomenon appeared? Could it be that some treasure has emerged?" Long Yazi was also listening attentively, equally curious. At this moment, Long Yazi had retracted all his cultivation, appearing like an ordinary middle-aged man. The steward from the Medicine King Valley had not really noticed this hidden powerhouse. Hearing Jun Tianlin's question, he was momentarily taken aback. He wanted to ask the same question. He had no prior knowledge of anything. Even upon seeing such a phenomenon, his surprise was no less than that of Jun Tianlin and the others. However, being asked at this moment, and in his own territory of the Medicine King Valley, it would be a bit embarrassing to say he didn't know. He immediately cleared his throat lightly. "Ahem. Our Medicine King Valley is itself a spiritual land, often giving rise to rare medicinal herbs or treasures. I believe this time is no exception." After all, it was the truth. The Medicine King Valley was indeed a place where spiritual energy gathered. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this location. At this moment, although it might seem like a cover-up, Jun Tianlin and the others probably didn't know, right? Sure enough, Jun Tianlin silently nodded upon hearing this. He actually believed it. However, this steward underestimated Long Yazi. He had always enjoyed traveling far and wide, and his experiences were vast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the half-step Yuanshan realm before Jun Tianlin. Back when he was familiar with Jun Tianlin, their cultivation levels were the same. Now, he immediately shook his head and said, "No.
This doesn't seem like the commotion caused by a treasure or a precious medicine emerging. I've seen plenty of treasures and medicines manifest and they never reach such a grand scale of heavenly phenomena.
Moreover, this heavenly phenomenon is still expanding in size and position, which is quite strange.
Long Yazi directly refuted the steward's claim from the Medicine King Valley.
This immediately displeased the steward, who lost his curiosity and said, "June, is this person from your Xiaoyao tomb? So rude, do I, as a member of the Medicine King Valley, not know?"
Long Yazi had never been disrespected like this. He shot a glare at the steward. The aura he exuded was very close to the Yuanshan realm, while this steward was merely at the late stage of the innate realm.
How could he withstand it? Just a glance made the steward break into a cold sweat, his legs trembling.
He realized he had encountered a tough opponent. The person before him was far from simple.
Contrary to what he had thought,
he had previously overlooked him. Even with the Medicine King or someone of similar cultivation to Jun Tianlin, he had never felt such a terrifying aura. Yet, Jun Tianlin was already a peak expert in the Qixi realm.
He can't be in the Yuanshan realm, can he? It's over. My big mouth.
The steward of the Medicine King Valley slightly regretted it.
He hadn't expected this person to be so terrifying.
At this moment, he felt a bit trapped.
Ha ha ha. Brother Long, please don't be angry.
This steward is, after all, from the Medicine King Valley and has seen more than we have, but there are still things he doesn't understand.
Let's just talk it out. Jun Tianlin hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming.
He was there to attend the marriage selection conference and to build a good relationship with the Medicine King Valley. If a conflict arose at this moment, it would indeed be troublesome.
He didn't want any issues.
Long Yazi was quite considerate of Jun Tianlin's face, giving a cold snort at the steward of the Medicine King Valley but did not pursue the matter further. This made the steward breathe a sigh of relief, deciding to report this incident to the elders of the Medicine King Valley afterward. There was actually such a powerful figure in Xiaoyao tomb. At the same time, he showed gratitude towards Jun Tianlin.
If it weren't for Jun Tianlin's intervention, he would have been a bit scared.
Being targeted by someone suspected to be in the Yuanshan realm, or at least a half-step Yuanshan realm expert, was something no innate expert would take lightly. Although many ordinary people viewed innate experts as akin to earthly immortals, in the eyes of such strong figures, they were merely insignificant.
Calling them dirt chickens and tile dogs was an exaggeration.
This was also Jun Tianlin's intention. They had originally come a bit late.
Now, by helping this steward,
they could learn more about the Medicine King Valley and other major forces. It would also put the steward in his debt.
He was just acting as a mediator. Seeing that both of them had quieted down, Jun Tianlin once again steered the conversation back to the heavenly phenomenon, looking at Long Yazi and asking, "I wonder what insights Brother Long has? Do you know why such a phenomenon has emerged?" This was indeed what Jun Tianlin wanted to know.
This time, the steward of the Medicine King Valley perked up his ears to listen. He already knew that Long Yazi was a powerful figure he looked up to, and naturally understood that the insights of such a person were far beyond his own.
However, to their disappointment, Long Yazi frowned and shook his head.
Then he said, "I also can't see through this phenomenon at the moment. I may often travel far and wide, but I wouldn't dare to speak recklessly.
Look at this celestial phenomenon.
It is filled with golden flames everywhere. Such a scale of treasure or precious medicine emerging is unprecedented, and this is not the kind of phenomenon one usually sees.
It looks just like the legendary awakening of a physique." Awakening of a physique?
Jun Tianlin and the steward of Yaowang Valley were both momentarily stunned. It felt somewhat like a tall tale. What kind of physique awakening could cause such a phenomenon, unless it was the legendary immortal physique awakening? At this thought, both Jun Tianlin and the steward of Yaowang Valley couldn't help but widen their eyes.
It felt even more absurd.
The immortal physique, a legendary kind of physique, although many have heard of it, it exists only in legends.
Very few have actually seen it.
Especially in the vast expanse of Tianlong continent, many people might only hear of it occasionally in their lifetime.
Jun Tianlin quickly looked at Long Yazi and asked, "Brother Long, you can't be saying it's the awakening of an immortal physique, right? How could that be possible?" Long Yazi's face also flushed. In fact, he himself didn't dare to believe it. It felt utterly impossible, so he didn't dare to speculate recklessly. He just responded uncertainly.
At this moment, hearing Jun Tianlin's words, he said, "I also feel it's unlikely.
How could an immortal physique appear in Yaowang Valley? I'm just guessing. It can't be taken seriously. It can't be taken seriously."
Moreover, the awakening of an immortal physique is either an accidental awakening or someone possesses a secret method, and each type of immortal physique awakening corresponds to a different secret method. The probability is simply too small, and this is clearly not an accidental awakening. I can't quite understand it.
Furthermore, I've heard that when an immortal physique awakens, besides the celestial phenomenon, there are also the laws of heaven being born. Now, there is only the phenomenon. It shouldn't be. After hearing Long Yazi's words, Jun Tianlin and the steward of Yaoang Valley both breathed a sigh of relief. If it were truly the awakening of an immortal physique, it would be too astonishing. Moreover, they couldn't fathom how there could be a chance of an immortal physique appearing in Yaoang Valley. They all nodded in agreement, indicating it shouldn't be the case. However, just as the three of them finished speaking, Long Yazi was quickly slapped in the face. At this moment, the celestial phenomenon rapidly expanded, as if right before their eyes. Even more terrifying was the emergence of numerous laws of heaven, materializing in such a way that everyone in Yaoang Valley could see clearly. Many people immediately stopped their actions and sat cross-legged on the ground to comprehend. Such an opportunity, naturally, would not be missed by anyone. Long Yazi, Jun Tianlin, and the steward of Yaoang Valley stood there in a daze. Especially Long Yazi, who, while dazed, also felt his face flush. He had just said there were no laws of heaven, and now the laws of heaven appeared. The slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado, catching him off guard. Even Jun Wuchan, who had been cultivating, and Yulan Rua beside him were startled. At this moment, they looked in shock at the scene. Approaching the three, once they reacted, Jun Tianlin swallowed hard and looked at Long Yazi, asking, "Brother Long, could it really be the awakening of an immortal physique?" "Yes, it must be. If I was uncertain before, now I can almost be sure this is the awakening of an immortal physique." Long Yazi quickly recovered from his embarrassment. After all, having lived for so long, he was sharp-minded. This little embarrassment was soon cast aside. Hiss! Jun Tianlin and the others all gasped in surprise. Jun Wuchan also looked in astonishment at the astonishing celestial phenomenon in the distance, along with the profound laws of heaven. Swallowing hard, he asked Long Yazi, "Uncle Long, are you saying someone in Yaoang Valley is awakening an immortal physique?" Long Yazi nodded seriously. "It seems very likely to be the case. It's truly astonishing. I never expected to witness the birth of an immortal physique in my lifetime. I'm really curious about who this person is and why they are in Yaoang Valley." As he spoke, the few of them couldn't help but look towards the steward of Yaoang Valley. At this moment, the steward also felt a bit awkward. Previously, he had said it was a treasure or precious medicine emerging. He was also slapped in the face hard. However, he quickly recovered and smiled as he said, "Since the immortal body is awakening in my Medicine King Valley, we naturally need to go and witness it. As long as we go and take a look, we'll know everything." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Jun Tianlin immediately waved his hand and said, "Advance at full speed towards the direction where the phenomenon appeared. The spirit boat will be piloted in turns by several elders, while the others will sit down and comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao. The laws of the heavenly Tao born from the awakening of the immortal body are a great opportunity for anyone. If he didn't allow his people to take the chance to comprehend and enhance their strength, many would likely harbor dissatisfaction towards him." Jun Tianlin was certainly not that foolish. Hearing Jun Tianlin's words, everyone was filled with excitement. They hurried to comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao during this time. Jun Tianlin was no exception. To set an example, he even personally took turns piloting the spirit boat. Medicine King Valley was vast. Even with a low-grade treasure spirit boat, it took some time to reach at full speed. When the spirit boat from the Carefree Tomb arrived, the laws of heaven and earth became increasingly clear and complex. Just a glance could give one a feeling of sudden enlightenment. At this moment, the peak where Shangguan Yunyun was located was already crowded with people. If it weren't for Shangguan Yi and Murong Feng leading a group of elders to maintain order, these people would have likely rushed in. Many knew that the current Medicine King Valley was extraordinary and naturally did not dare to rush in recklessly. However, no one planned to charge in any way, as they were still unaware of the specific situation. Everyone was hurrying to comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao. If they could break through during this opportunity, it would truly be a rare chance in life. This was also the first time Shangguan Yi witnessed the awakening of the immortal body. Although he had heard Lin Feng mention before that the awakening would create a great commotion, he hadn't expected it to be this significant. However, he was secretly relieved that Lin Feng had not disturbed anyone before helping Shangguan Yunyun awaken her immortal body. Otherwise, if these people knew about Lin Feng's terrifying power, it would be hard for them to resist rushing in to make connections. That would definitely disturb Lin Feng. Moreover, Shangguan Yi had some selfish motives. It was enough for their family to know about Lin Feng's strength. The more people who knew, the more likely it was that Lin Feng would become close to others, which could lead to losses. At this moment, looking at the laws of the heavenly Tao in the sky, Shangguan Yi felt a pang of envy. However, he still had to oversee the situation and couldn't immediately sit down to comprehend. Besides, the one awakening the immortal body was his own daughter, and he had already gained the greatest benefit. How could he, out of envy, directly sit down to cultivate like everyone else? Seeing that no one rushed in, Shangguani also didn't want the others in Medicine King Valley to suffer losses. He addressed the elders around him, saying, "All elders, listen, you can cultivate and comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao right here." Upon hearing this, the elders of Medicine King Valley breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely worried about missing this opportunity. Moreover, it seemed that no one dared to rush in, so they immediately began to eagerly cultivate and comprehend. Except for Morong Fong, who remained standing beside Shangguani without moving. Seeing this, Shangguani didn't say much. Both of them were clear about Lin Fong and Shangguan Yunyan's situation and didn't need to miss out on this bit of comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao. They knew that in the future, Medicine King Valley would become incredibly powerful because of Shangguan Yunyun. Even more terrifying was Shangguan Yunyan's master, Lin Fong, who remained an enigma but was certainly stronger than they could imagine, despite appearing to have a low cultivation level on the surface. When the low-grade treasure spirit boat from the carefree two Maraitir, Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi opened their eyes to see this scene. The area around the peak was densely packed with people sitting in meditation and cultivating. Seeing this, they also docked the spirit boat at the edge of the peak without disembarking, quietly engaging in their own cultivation and comprehension. From time to time, someone would break through, followed by bursts of unrestrained laughter, seizing this great opportunity. Naturally, this also drew a wave of envy, prompting even more diligent cultivation and comprehension. Time passed slowly. The phenomenon of heaven and earth lasted for a long time, until the laws of the heavenly Tao finally disappeared. Everyone was still left wanting more. Some continued to sit on the ground, cultivating and savoring the lingering echoes of the heavenly laws. Those who had already opened their eyes were stunned to see various wonders formed by golden flames in the sky, feeling as if they had entered a fairyland. There were also bursts of celestial music that led many to speculate about the reason behind it all. Someone exclaimed, "Could this be the phenomenon that occurs when the legendary immortal body awakens? It's truly terrifying." It must be. Just like the rumors say, the phenomenon of the immortal body can stretch for miles, and it is accompanied by the birth of heavenly laws. There's no other possibility than the awakening of the immortal body. I never expected to witness the awakening of the immortal body in my lifetime. I have no regrets. But why would the immortal body awaken in the Valley of the Medicine King? And it seems the Medicine King knows the person whose immortal body is awakening and is here to protect them. Yes. Could it be that the person with the awakening immortal body has a deep connection with the Medicine King? It's truly strange. What is going on? Everyone was not foolish. They could see that Shangguani was clearly prepared and waiting here. After a flurry of discussions, someone stepped forward to ask, "May I ask, Medicine King, is this the awakening of the immortal body?" Shangguani was taken aback for a moment but then smiled and nodded directly, yes. He knew these people were not fools. With such an obvious awakening of the immortal body, if he said otherwise, he would be the real fool. No one would believe such nonsense. It was better to admit it decisively. Hiss. Upon receiving Shangguani's acknowledgement, countless people gasped in shock. They never expected it to truly be the awakening of the immortal body. What was even more terrifying was that Shangguani clearly knew the person with the awakening immortal body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so generous in admitting it. To be acquainted with the immortal body, what immense fortune that must be. At this moment, everyone still did not know that the one awakening the immortal body was Shangguan Yunyan. After all, in everyone's impression, Shangguan Yunyan was just a typical second-generation alchemist with mediocre talent. The reason for wanting to form a union with the Valley of the Medicine King was entirely due to the face of Shangguani, the Medicine King. They all believed she was someone he had befriended. As they looked at the heavenly phenomenon in the sky that was gradually fading, someone hurriedly said, "Medicine King, we have been here for quite some time. Could you introduce us to this person? We would like to pay our respects to the legendary immortal body." "Yes, Medicine King, you must know that person. Please help us with an introduction. Even if we can't befriend them, just seeing this legendary immortal body would leave us without regrets. Medicine King, if you help us, we will be grateful for a lifetime." Everyone chimed in, making Shangguani unable to suppress a bitter smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The so-called chosen one in these people's words, even the tone filled with longing for the immortal body. Who would have thought it was his daughter, Shangguan Yunyan? Shangguani could already imagine how their expressions would change once he revealed the truth. He also knew he couldn't keep it hidden. Taking a deep breath under the eager gazes of the crowd, Shangguani slowly spoke. "To be honest, the person with the awakening immortal body is my daughter, Shangguan Yunyan." Wow! Like a thunderclap out of nowhere, it instantly caused an uproar among everyone. Even those who were still cultivating couldn't help but open their eyes, staring in shock at Shangguani. It was astonishing.
Despite all the previous speculations, no one had expected that the person with the awakening immortal body would be the second-generation alchemist they considered to have mediocre talent. In fact, many had never even seen Shangguan Yunyan, only knowing her as someone who sought to marry into the Valley of the Medicine King.
But now, Shangguan Yi had said this. They couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. How is this possible? Someone stuttered, almost shouting it out. It echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Medicine King, you're not joking, are you? Your daughter, she is not.
The rest of the words remained unspoken.
But the meaning was clear. It was well known that Shangguan Yunyan had mediocre talent.
After so many years of cultivation, she had only reached the body refinement stage. Moreover, she had grown up in a place like the Medicine King Valley, a veritable den of herbalists. If she were from a small family, she might not even have been able to reach the chi refinement stage. This statement was somewhat impolite, prompting the speaker to quickly realize and stop.
Yet everyone understood, and they all looked at Shangguan Yi with puzzled expressions. Shangguan Yi felt even prouder in his heart. He had not previously realized that Shangguan Yunyan was an immortal body.
Having such a daughter was indeed a source of pride for him. As he had expected, once he mentioned that his daughter was an immortal body, the expressions of these people changed. He could understand their reactions. If he were in their position, he would not believe such a thing either.
It would even feel like he was just embellishing his own reputation.
But the fact remained. Shangguan Yi paused slightly before continuing to explain with a smile. Actually, I didn't know that Yunyan was an immortal body either. Fortunately, my Yunyan encountered a great opportunity and awakened her immortal body.
That is the truth.
Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you.
Naturally, Shangguan Yi could not explain everything so clearly.
He could not let them know that Lin Feng had mastered the method to awaken the immortal body.
Otherwise, that would invite disaster for Lin Feng.
He would never do such a foolish thing. However, by saying it this way, it made it easier for people to accept and believe.
Although it sounded utterly absurd, many had already chosen to believe it. After all, such a lie was too easy to expose. They were all clever people and understood this well. In an instant, everyone looked at Shangguan Yi with envious eyes. Their purpose in coming this time was to have their own genius marry Shangguan Yunyan. Moreover, the matchmaking event was personally invited by the Medicine King. If they could marry Shangguan Yunyan, it would mean marrying an immortal body. Immediately, someone wondered if Shangguan Yi would go back on his word.
They quickly asked, "May I ask, Medicine King?
Since your daughter is the legendary immortal body, will this matchmaking event still take place?" This question was undoubtedly on everyone's mind. They all looked at Shangguan Yi with nervous anticipation. If Shangguan Yunyan had awakened her immortal body before Lin Feng appeared, Shangguan Yi would certainly have gone back on his word without hesitation.
But now that Lin Feng was present, these people would never be able to marry his daughter, no matter how hard they tried.
Moreover, if he went back on his word, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? So, with a smile, Shangguan Yi nodded and said, Shangguan Yi, naturally keep my word.
The matchmaking event will still be held as scheduled this afternoon, waiting for my daughter to completely awaken her immortal body.
Great! Wonderful! As expected of the Medicine King, truly a hero. The Medicine King's magnanimity earns my admiration. I, from the Misty Peak, wish to befriend the Medicine King Valley for eternity. A chorus of flattery ensued. At such a time, it was natural to say nice things. Even if a certain faction was lucky enough to marry Shangguan Yunyan, they would have to endlessly flatter this father-in-law. After all, the father of an immortal body was someone who could never be offended. Shangguan Yi laughed heartily, enjoying pleasant conversations with the various factions. Meanwhile, Jun Tianlin watched anxiously.
Now, all the major factions were befriending Shangguan Yi, while he could only stand on the low-grade treasure spirit boat.
This was only because Long Yazi was still meditating at this moment.
Long Yazi was his support, so he naturally could not leave at this time. He couldn't even let the others from the carefree tomb go ahead first.
He felt an endless urgency, not understanding why Long Yazi was still in deep comprehension and cultivation.
Others had already risen, and the laws of heaven had disappeared for some time.
Even the celestial phenomena were slowly fading away. It wouldn't be long before they vanished completely. Jun Tianlin couldn't make sense of it, but just as he was growing anxious, a large amount of spiritual energy was suddenly drawn around him. It enveloped Long Yazi like a vortex.
In an instant, a sound like a raging storm erupted. Meanwhile, above Long Yazi's body, a solid primordial spirit stood quietly.
Long Yazi had broken through. The emergence of the heavenly Tao laws allowed him to enter the primordial spirit realm more quickly.
Jun Tianlin stared blankly at this scene, his body trembling. Just feeling this momentum made him shiver.
Is this the power of the primordial spirit realm? Jun Tianlin's eyes were filled with envy.
The Long Yazi, who had once been his friend at the same cultivation level, had now left him far behind. making him feel a twinge of jealousy.
Jun Wucheng's eyes also lit up.
With Long Yazi's close relationship with the Xiaoyaotum and having sold Yulan Ruwa to him, he had previously promised to help him 3 times in this life.
A primordial spirit's 3 assists was his greatest trump card now.
If anyone was the happiest, it was undoubtedly Jun Wucheng. He immediately congratulated, "Congratulations, Uncle Long," on successfully advancing to the primordial spirit realm. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of Shang Guanyi and the others, who were all shocked and looked over. They also discovered that Long Yazi had broken through to the primordial spirit realm.
Someone exclaimed, "Oh my! It seems like all those people are from the Xiaoyaotum? When did they have such strong experts? Could it be Jun Tianlin?" No, it's not. Jun Tianlin is standing aside, but judging by the situation, this person must have a deep connection with Jun Tianlin. I didn't expect the Xiaoyaotum to have such a powerful expert. That's a primordial spirit realm. Primordial spirit realm experts usually roam freely, like a divine dragon that is seen only in glimpses. It's incredibly difficult to encounter one, yet here they are. Although he just broke through to the primordial spirit realm, he was probably already at the half-step primordial spirit realm before. Usually, he would be considered an ancestor-level figure. We must befriend him. It seems we should treat the people from the Xiaoyaotum with more respect in the future. Just as everyone was discussing, Long Yazi had completed his breakthrough and, together with Jun Tianlin, flashed to a spot not far from Shang Guanyi. Jun Tianlin looked at Shang Guanyi, his face now wearing a more confident and assured smile.
If Jun Tianlin had previously worried about not establishing a good relationship with Shang Guanyi in time, now, undoubtedly,
Long Yazi's breakthrough gave him a sense of confidence. Looking at Shang Guanyi, he laughed heartily. "Ha!
Medicine King, this brother Long Yazi is my close friend, and he has come with me to the Medicine King Valley. I hope it won't be too much of an offense."
Shang Guanyi was momentarily taken aback.
He hadn't expected Jun Tianlin to have such a connection. A primordial spirit realm expert was his close friend, and judging by their relationship, it seemed to be quite strong. This made Shang Guanyi treat him with more caution. After all, no one would foolishly offend a primordial spirit realm expert.
Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Moreover, Jun Tianlin had come this time surely to participate in the matchmaking event at the Medicine King Valley for Jun Wucheng. He naturally had to treat them well. He immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Jun is too polite. Since he is your friend, he is naturally a distinguished guest of the Medicine King Valley. How could there be any offense?" Long Yazi also gave Shang Guanyi face, smiling as he said, "I came along with him, and I feel a connection with the Medicine King. We must communicate more in the future." "Ha ha ha, good." Shang Guanyi nodded with a smile. The people around them couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. Even a primordial spirit realm expert treated Shang Guanyi with such courtesy. Moreover, the Xiaoyaotum was going to participate in this matchmaking event, which made many feel an increased pressure. At the same time, they were envious. But it also felt natural. After all, Shangguan Yunyan was now an immortal body. What was a primordial spirit realm expert worth? Only Morong Feng, standing aside, couldn't help but frown slightly, looking at Shangguan Yi, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, it was not the right time to bring it up. Previously, when Lin Feng left, Morong Feng and Zhang Chengdao had gotten along quite well. They knew that there were grievances between the Xiaoyaotum and Lin Feng, and they were not small. Don't mention Long Yazi, a newly entered early-stage Yuanshan realm expert. Even at the peak of the Yuanshan realm, or even surpassing it, he is still incomparable to Lin Feng. Morong Feng is well aware of this. The reason everyone is so polite to the Medicine King now, including the immortal body of Shangguan Yuyan, is all thanks to Lin Feng's help. It can be said that in the future, the Medicine King Valley will completely rely on Lin Feng. Now seeing Shangguan Yi actually chatting with someone from the Carefree Tomb makes Morong Feng feel a bit anxious. However, with so many people around, he couldn't say it outright. He could only try to convey a message secretly, saying, "Medicine King, this person from the Carefree Tomb has a significant grudge with young Master Lin. You shouldn't continue to get close." Upon hearing Morong Feng's transmission, Shangguan Yi was momentarily stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. If Lin Feng found out he was getting so close to someone from the Carefree Tomb, he would surely be displeased. This would be extremely counterproductive. While befriending a Yuanshan realm expert is important, compared to Lin Feng, it's like the bright moon versus an ant. He could still distinguish that clearly. Immediately, the smile on his face stopped. Unconsciously, he took a step back, trying to create some distance from the person from the Carefree Tomb. This left Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi both stunned, feeling somewhat confused. It felt strange, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. They had no idea what was happening. They still didn't know that because of the discord with Lin Feng, Shangguan Yi felt that they were a hot potato. It was already a stroke of luck that he hadn't chased them away. After stepping back, Shangguani secretly transmitted to Morong Fong to inquire about the situation. Xiao Feng, why didn't you say it earlier? You almost got me killed. Quickly tell me what's going on. Morong Fong did not hide anything and quickly transmitted an explanation of what he knew. After hearing this, Shangguani's eyes widened in shock. Breaking off the engagement? Someone actually wants to break off the engagement with young Master Lin? And the Carefree Tomb is prying into it? Are these people from the Carefree Tomb out of their minds? Shangguani exclaimed in surprise through the transmission. Morong Fong helplessly responded through the transmission. I'm not too clear on the specific details, but that's the fact.
Medicine King, you should be cautious and not get too close to the people from the Carefree Tomb.
Those from the Carefree Tomb have offended young Master Lin. No number of lives would be enough to pay for it. We can't afford to have problems at this time. Morong Fong quickly reminded. Shangguani understood this all too well. Now that he was aware of the situation, he already knew how to treat the people from the Carefree Tomb. Medicine King. Medicine King. Calls echoed.
Jun Tianlin looked at Shangguani in confusion. He had called out to him several times, but Shangguani was lost in thought, leaving those from various major forces around them puzzled.
They couldn't understand why Shangguani was distracted at such a moment.
At this time, Shangguani also came back to his senses, looking at Jun Tianlin and putting away his smile, saying, "Everyone is a guest, please feel free.
Yu Yan should be coming out soon, so I won't say much more."
After all, he was the Medicine King of the Medicine King Valley.
He couldn't just chase people away.
However, looking at the expressions of the people from the Carefree Tomb,
there was a hint of pity. These people had actually offended Lin Feng.
He couldn't understand how they could be so bold, even prying into Lin Feng's affairs.
Shangguani found it very incomprehensible,
but it didn't stop him from avoiding suspicion in time. Jun Tianlin, Long Yazi, and even the arriving Jun Wucheng were all taken aback, not understanding why Shangguani's attitude had suddenly changed so drastically. Others were also puzzled, but soon thought that the immortal body was Shangguani's daughter. What was wrong with her being a bit arrogant? There was nothing wrong with that. They felt that Shangguani was already quite cultured.
In the Tianlong continent, things are so direct. Whoever is strong gets to decide. In the face of this, although Jun Tianlin didn't understand, he also didn't dare to offend him. To ensure that Jun Wucheng could marry the immortal body, he didn't care whether Shangguani showed him a good face or not, with a smile still on his face. He was about to speak when suddenly the sky twisted, and a powerful aura surged towards them. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, looking up in astonishment. Only a few individuals showed signs of excitement. Someone has used a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Someone exclaimed.
Such items had always been in high demand.
Moreover, the aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly strong, not at all weaker than that of Long Yazi.
This indicated that the newcomer was likely a powerful figure at the Yuanshan realm. No one expected that right after the appearance of Long Yazi, another Yuanshan realm expert would show up, leaving many in awe. As the space gradually calmed down, an elderly man with white hair and beard appeared in the sky, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the crowd with disdain. His eyes only slightly flickered when he saw Long Yazi. As soon as the old man appeared, those who had been excited earlier quickly knelt and shouted, "Welcome, ancestor."
This also made many from various factions recognize him as a member of the Tianhai sect.
A flurry of discussions erupted.
Could this be the ancestor of the Tianhai sect? Wasn't it rumored that he had fallen long ago?
No one expected the ancestor of the Tianhai sect to suddenly appear. The Tianhai sect was one of the top forces within 100,000 miles.
The sect leader was a peak expert at the Qihai realm, and the ancestor was even more powerful.
However, many knew that the ancestor of the Tianhai sect had vanished from the world hundreds of years ago. But now, with his sudden appearance, many recalled the legends surrounding this ancestor who was extraordinarily powerful. Despite his current frailty, he was still very much alive. More importantly, his sudden appearance felt somewhat eerie, and his expression did not seem like one of congratulations.
Ancestor!
The sect leader of Tianhai, Wu Hongba, rushed over with the members of the sect, bowing to greet him. His eyes filled with excitement. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect was indeed invited by them. The miraculous elixir that Shangguani had presented was astonishing. They realized that it wouldn't be long before the Medicine King Valley, under Shangguani's leadership, would far surpass other major forces, including their own Tianhai sect. The relationship between the Tianhai sect and the Medicine King Valley was not particularly good, and the sect leader was ambitious, unwilling to watch the Medicine King Valley grow stronger step by step. Thus, they had invited the ancestor of the Tianhai sect to disrupt the development of the Medicine King Valley, nipping everything in the bud. If the members of the Tianhai sect had been hesitant before, learning that Shangguan Yunyan was a celestial body only solidified their resolve. After all, even if they married the celestial body, Shangguan Yunyan's future inclinations would lean more towards the Medicine King Valley. the Tianhai sect would always be under the influence of the Medicine King Valley, unable to offend them at will.
Wu Hongbo was not someone who would willingly remain in a subordinate position.
He had already devised a plan to destroy the Medicine King Valley and obtain the method of refining that miraculous elixir from Shangguanyi. Then, taking advantage of the celestial Buddha's still developing powers, he would erase its original memories and instill new ones loyal to the Tianhai sect. Wu Hongbo himself could not accomplish this, but the ancestor of the Tianhai sect could. After all, the ancestor was a Yuan Shan realm expert. Over the years, he had tried to remain inactive, sustaining his life with a large amount of spiritual herbs. He would not appear unless it was an extremely important situation. Now, this plan could potentially make the Tianhai sect invincible in the world.
Wu Hongbo could not resist such temptation. The ancestor had just arrived and was unaware of Shangguan Yunyan being a celestial body.
However, he sensed the vast amounts of spiritual energy that had once erupted around them, along with the lingering echoes of the laws of heaven.
He was slightly taken aback. First, he raised his hand to signal the members of the Tianhai sect to rise, then asked lightly, "What exactly happened here? Why is there such a dense concentration of power? I can also sense that the laws of heaven once manifested here." Wu Hongbo dared not conceal the truth. He respectfully replied, "To not hide it from you, ancestor, I have just learned that the daughter of the Medicine King, Shangguan Yunyun, is the legendary immortal body. She has just awakened and has not yet appeared, but our Tianhai sect must not miss this opportunity." While Wu Hongbo spoke respectfully, he couldn't help but remind him. In fact, there was no need for Wu Hongbo to remind him. Just hearing about the recently awakened immortal body made the ancestor of Tianhai sect's eyes light up. The immortal body is no longer within the realm of humanity, it resembles a legendary being. The power of the immortal body goes without saying. Even the blood of an immortal body could extend the ancestor's lifespan by several hundred years. It could even help him break through his cultivation level. It could be said to be a great opportunity worth risking his life for. Without Wu Hongbo saying anything, he would not let it slip by. After all, it was just a recently awakened immortal body, and in their view, no matter how powerful it was, there should be limits. Previously, Shangguan Yunyun was merely at the body refinement stage. Even if she awakened her immortal body, she had just done so and could be easily handled. The ancestor of Tianhai sect had come this time specifically for the legendary divine pill recipe. After Wu Hongbo told him about this, he thought for a moment and realized he couldn't miss this opportunity, even if it would cost him some of his limited lifespan. He never expected such an unexpected joy. It was simply beyond his expectations. Even the ancestor of Tianhai sect couldn't help but breathe rapidly, repeatedly saying, "Good, good, good. Hongbo, you did well. Fortunately, you notified me in advance, otherwise, I would have missed this Ancina Millennium opportunity for our Tianhai sect." As he spoke, the ancestor of Tianhai sect also looked at the people from the Medicine King Valley. Since the ancestor of Tianhai sect and his group appeared, the surroundings had fallen silent. After all, compared to Long Yazi, this was a genuine veteran of the nascent soul realm, with a level of stability that was beyond compare. His strength needed no further elaboration. Now, hearing their conversation, the people around dared not speak further, fearing they might attract trouble. However, they were also astonished to learn that Tianhai sect actually intended to forcibly seize the immortal body from the Medicine King Valley. At this moment, Shangguan-Yi's brows were also furrowed. The thing he feared most had indeed happened. He never expected that merely revealing a small amount of the pills refined by Lin Feng would attract the covetous eyes of a nascent soul realm expert. Moreover, it was this kind of veteran nascent soul realm expert, willing to risk his lifespan to see such a pill recipe. Let alone that he didn't have it. Even if he did, he wouldn't reveal it. Shangguan-Yi couldn't help but think, if these people from Tianhai sect knew he possessed hundreds of thousands of such divine pills, and even more terrifying pills than the ones he had shown, what expressions would they have? However, Shangguan-Yi knew this was courting death. He didn't dare to act recklessly. He secretly felt fortunate that he had considered everything at the time and hadn't thrown everything out. Otherwise, the one coming now would probably not be just a nascent soul realm expert. Even those surpassing the nascent soul realm would likely arrive at the first opportunity upon hearing the news. At this moment, because the people from the Carefree Tomb arrived relatively late, they were not very familiar with the situation here. Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi simultaneously looked at the steward from the Medicine King Valley who was leading the way. Jun Tianlin quietly asked, "Do you know what exactly happened? What could have brought the ancestor of Tianhai sect personally here?" The steward of the Medicine King Valley also didn't know the specifics, but the matter of the divine pills had long spread throughout the valley. He had heard some things, so he shared what he had heard without hiding it from Jun Tianlin, considering it a way to repay a previous favor. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi were momentarily stunned, looking at Shangguan-Yi in disbelief.
They couldn't help but think, truly worthy of the Medicine King, he can even refine such pills. However, they also chose not to say much for the time being, quietly watching the development of the situation. At this moment, the ancestor of Tianhai sect scanned the people of the Medicine King Valley, finally landing his gaze on Shangguan. With a hint of disdainful smile on his face, he said, I used to enjoy alchemy as well. I never expected that after so many years of not coming out, a little brat would dare to call himself the Medicine King. Shangguan looked at the ancestor of Tianhai sect before him and felt extremely displeased. Hearing this, he was also unwilling to show weakness and replied, not at all. It's just everyone's flattery. Since you are already of such an age, there's no need to look back at the past. It's better to wait for the coffin board in peace, isn't that more appropriate? You. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect was almost choked by Shangguan's retort. But he quickly suppressed the anger within and regained his composure, wearing a confident expression. To him, the Medicine King Valley was merely a great treasure trove. Why should he get angry? Looking at Shangguan, the ancestor of the Tianhai sect shook his head lightly and said, This little brat has quite a sharp tongue, but what use is that in the face of overwhelming strength? I won't argue with you over these useless words. Let's be direct. Hand over the formula for that divine pill you are refining, and from now on, the immortal body will take me as a master. From this day forth, the Medicine King Valley will forever submit to my Tianhai sect. After all, the Medicine King Valley was a large and prosperous family. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect preferred to avoid a hard confrontation if possible. Once a battle broke out, it would only exacerbate the consumption of his limited life force. However, how could Shangguan compromise? In the near future, the Medicine King Valley would rise completely. He would rather die than hand it over so easily. Hearing this, he spat directly on the ground in contempt, then faced the eyes of the ancestor of the Tianhai sect, speaking in a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. What if I refuse? Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Tianhai sect's eyes narrowed slightly. Refuse? Then you're seeking death. As soon as these words were spoken, the sect leader Wu Hongba and the others from the Tianhai sect turned their gazes toward Shangguan. For ordinary people, the pressure might be immense. But at this moment, Shangguan felt confident. Lin Feng was not far away. Even if he couldn't handle it, there was still Lin Feng. Although he didn't know how powerful Lin Feng truly was, a mere early-stage Yuanshan ancestor of the Tianhai sect, even with a very stable realm, was not a problem. Moreover, he wanted to test his own strength. At this time, Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi also came to Shangguan's side. Jun Tianlin looked at Shangguan and said, Medicine King, seeing that the ancestor of the Tianhai sect is not here with good intentions, how about this? My brother Long Yazi and I are willing to lend a helping hand to the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Tianhai sect raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He didn't care much about Jun Tianlin, but Long Yazi was also in the early stage of Yuanshan. Although he had just entered, the gap between them wasn't very large. Plus, with the help of others, it could indeed become quite troublesome. Shangguan looked at Jun Tianlin, thinking that he was trying to flatter him. In fact, it was just that Long Yazi's involvement was more important. But he couldn't be bothered to expose this. He knew Jun Tianlin wouldn't be so kind-hearted to help. Moreover, he couldn't let anyone from the Xiaoyaotun help. After all, they had grievances with Lin Feng. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do that. But he still replied lightly, I suppose you two wouldn't help the Medicine King Valley for no reason, would you? Upon hearing this, Jun Tianlin was momentarily taken aback, but then he laughed heartily and said, Ha ha, Medicine King, you are indeed straightforward. Since that's the case, I won't be afraid to be presumptuous. That's right, my Xiaoyaotun is willing to help the Medicine King Valley through this calamity, but afterward, the divine pill refined by the Medicine King must share half with my Xiaoyaotun each time it is refined. Moreover, your precious daughter must marry my son Wuchen, and we will choose a date for the wedding. In the future, we will be one family. What do you think, Medicine King? Robbery. A blatant robbery. This was the unanimous thought of everyone present. They didn't expect Jun Tianlin to be so ruthless, taking advantage of the situation. He clearly saw the crisis facing the Medicine King Valley and took this opportunity to make such demands. But although others were envious, they couldn't refute it. After all, they currently had no Yuanshan realm experts to stand guard. Going up would be like sending themselves to death. Shangguan also didn't expect that Jun Tianlin's thoughts were so beautiful. He was even worse than the ancestor of the Tianhai sect. At least that person was straightforward in his demands, while this guy was shameless. At this moment, Long Yazi also smiled and said, although I have just entered the Yuan spirit realm, I believe my strength is quite good. As long as your excellency the Medicine King agrees, I will protect the Medicine King Valley. Seeing Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi with confident expressions, as if they were certain he would agree, Shangguan didn't think twice and directly slapped their faces, saying, You two really love to daydream. Just go cool off, our Medicine King Valley doesn't need your help. Hiss.
As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. No one expected Shang Wanyi would actually refuse.
Although Jun Tianlin was shameless, clearly taking advantage of the situation, it was undoubtedly the best method at this moment. Once Shang Wanyi refused, he would have to face the ancestor of the Tianhai sect alone. More importantly, refusing was one thing, but it was too disrespectful.
Sure enough, upon hearing such impolite words, the expressions of Long Yazi and Jun Tianlin immediately fell. Their eyes even darkened. Long Yazi immediately flicked his sleeves and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, since your excellency the Medicine King is so confident, then I, Long, will just rest aside." Jun Tianlin was also displeased and wanted to see how long Shang Wanyi could hold out. He said, "Then we won't interfere too much with the matters of the Medicine King Valley." After saying that, he and Long Yazi simply stood aside to watch the show. They certainly wouldn't give up just like that. As long as Shang Wanyi felt the power of the ancestor of the Tianhai sect and couldn't hold on anymore to beg for mercy, he could still raise the price. At that time, it would be interesting to see if Shang Wanyi could still be as arrogant as he was now. His thoughts were not wrong. He just didn't realize how much support Shang Wanyi had.
Lin Feng was helping Shangguan Yunyan awaken her immortal body, and in Shangguanyi's eyes, these people were nothing but mere chickens and dogs in front of Lin Feng. He naturally had the confidence to be arrogant. Everyone felt that Shang Wanyi must be crazy. How could he dare to offend the people of the Xiaoyao tomb at such a time? This was too inflated. He really wasn't afraid of dragging the Medicine King Valley into the abyss. Even the elders of the Medicine King Valley were puzzled. They even began to suspect whether their Medicine King had taken the wrong elixir recently to act so foolishly. Naturally, Shang Wanyi wouldn't take the time to explain to them at this moment. He even cast a provocative glance at the ancestor of the Tianhai sect. At this moment, the ancestor of the Tianhai sect also breathed a sigh of relief. With the Medicine King Valley and Long Yazi from the Xiaoyao tomb, even he had to be cautious. What pleased him was that Shang Wanyi was digging his own grave, so he couldn't be blamed. Just as he was about to speak, the leader of the Tianhai sect, Wu Hongba, immediately stepped forward and bowed to the ancestor of the Tianhai sect, saying, "Ancestor, this Shang Wanyi is merely at the late stage of the Qi realm. There's no need for you to take action personally." How dare he be so disrespectful to the ancestor? I'll handle him. Many people knew that Shang Wanyi had been at the late stage of the Qi realm for many years. Wu Hongba believed that with his peak Qi realm cultivation, dealing with Shang Wanyi would be a piece of cake. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect nodded slightly upon hearing this. Go ahead. A later-stage Qi realm kid indeed doesn't warrant this old ancestor's personal involvement, but still be careful. His confidence suggests he must have some backing. Yes. As Wu Hongba's voice fell, his entire body charged towards Shang Wanyi. The peak cultivation of the Qi realm was undoubtedly exposed. It was powerful enough to suffocate. The storm generated by his rush made many people involuntarily step back. However, Shang Wanyi remained remarkably calm upon seeing this situation. No one knew that he had actually also broken through to the peak of the Qi realm. After selling over 100 body-refining pills refined by Lin Feng, he returned and ate like crazy. After all, there was plenty. He pushed his innate talent to the limit. At the same time, he practiced the Dragon Flame Wave technique and naturally broke through to the peak of the Qi realm. He even spent a very short time completely stabilizing his realm. Now he could be considered a seasoned peak Qi realm expert who had entered the realm for many years. But unlike Wu Hongba, he practiced the Dragon Flame Wave technique. This super technique that transcends the heavens can make even a pig take flight. Not to mention that the two are of the same level. It seemed that when Wu Hongba charged in, he was imposing, even wearing an incredibly confident smile. But in the next moment, everyone heard a scream. Anopang! After the scream, Wu Hongba's entire body exploded. He completely turned into a cloud of blood mist, drifting away with the gentle breeze from the Medicine King Valley. Shang Wanyi maintained a calm posture, ready to strike. His cultivation was fully exposed to everyone's eyes, creating a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of someone swallowing was crystal clear. Peak Qi realm cultivation. The Medicine King has unknowingly advanced to the peak of the Qi realm, only a step away from the Yuan spirit realm. Moreover, the peak Qi realm cultivation is extremely stable. It must have taken him more than a year to reach this level. The Medicine King truly hides his strength well. Everyone thought he was only at the late stage of the Qi realm. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all believing that Shang Wanyi had long since broken through to the peak of the Qi realm. They could not see at all that he had just broken through last night. What puzzled everyone even more was that even if Shang Wanyi had indeed broken through to the peak of the Qi realm, he shouldn't be this powerful. After all, Wu Hongba was also at the peak of the Qi realm and had been for many years, a well-known strongman, yet he was blown apart by a single punch from Shang Wanyi. This level of strength was shocking. Hiss! They couldn't help but collectively gasp. Even the ancestor of the Tianhai sect trembled at this moment.
One Wu Hongba was dead. But Shang Wanyi's performance was too astonishing. Even he had to be cautious. Wu Hongba had died too quickly for him to confirm Shang Wanyi's exact strength. But it was certain that Shang Wanyi was absolutely not inferior to a half-step Yuan spirit realm.
This was already a battle beyond levels.
Moreover, it was not just any battle beyond levels.
Any strong person who could reach the Yuan spirit realm or even the Qi-Si realm could fight beyond their level in their youth. But at that time, their cultivation was low, making it easy to fight beyond levels. However, after reaching the Qi-Si realm, fighting beyond levels became extremely terrifying. Especially when a peak Qi-Si realm fights against a half-step Yuan spirit realm. It could be said that they were completely on different levels. No one could help but be astonished. Long Yazi and Jun Tianlin were also taken aback. At this moment, they looked at Shang Wanyi with wary eyes. It turned out that Shang Wanyi's reliance was actually himself. No one expected that this medicine king, known for his alchemy skills, would possess such terrifying strength.
Shang Wanyi was also quite surprised.
Although he knew that Lin Feng had given Shangwan Yunyan an exceptionally powerful technique, this was too powerful. He hadn't even used much strength, and Wu Hongba, who was at the same level, was easily blown apart with a single punch.
This instantly boosted Shang Wanyi's confidence.
He felt an immense gratitude towards Lin Feng. As for these people thinking he had been hiding his strength, that was just absurd. Only he knew that all of this was due to Lin Feng's help.
Without Lin Feng, how could he be the center of attention at this moment?
Lin Feng was the truly terrifying one.
Clap, clap, clap. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect couldn't help but applaud continuously. He looked at Shang Wanyi with admiration and said,
"Young lad, you truly are surprising. You already possess the ability to fight beyond levels.
I fear that even a half-step Yuan spirit realm would find it hard to deal with you. This is truly unexpected."
Upon hearing this, the people from various factions were once again stunned. After all, they were not Yuan spirit realm experts and did not see as much as the ancestor of the Tianhai sect.
Hearing this now, they realized just how terrifying Shang Wanyi had become. "Hee, you flatter me. I wonder if you still plan to target my Medicine King Valley." Shang Wanyi spoke calmly, though he was somewhat uncertain inside.
After all, Lin Feng had not yet appeared, and it was likely that Shang Wanyanyan's awakening of her celestial body had not yet completely finished. He truly did not dare to guarantee that he could defeat an old Yuan spirit realm expert. He could only try to force the ancestor of the Tianhai sect to retreat. If it were just some kind of divine elixir, perhaps at this moment the ancestor of the Tianhai sect would indeed be wary and withdraw. But the immortal body was simply too tempting. It was an opportunity that could help him extend his life. This appearance had already greatly consumed his lifespan. Even if he returned this time, he wouldn't live for long. So no matter what, he had to take a gamble. But he was indeed cautious. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect softened his tone and said, "Little, I'll just call you the Medicine King." The ancestor of the Tianhai sect wanted to call him a little brat, but it felt inappropriate, so he retracted it.
Shang Wanyi's strength was already enough for him to take seriously. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect continued, "How about this?
I just want the immortal body to be my disciple, and in the future I can merge the Tianhai sect into your Medicine King Valley. I only need the immortal body to provide me with some fresh blood every month to extend my life.
What do you think?"
The ancestor of the Tianhai sect ultimately softened. He made enough concessions. This was his original goal. Compared to his own life, the immortal body was far too important to him.
He could disregard everything else.
A concession from a Yuanshan realm. Once these words were spoken, people from various major forces looked at Shang Wanyi with envy. All he needed was for the immortal body to be his disciple and to offer some blood monthly, and he could gain the assistance of the Tianhai sect and a Yuanshan realm powerhouse. At this moment, the Medicine King Valley had completely turned from danger to safety, even welcoming a great opportunity.
Everyone thought Shang Wanyi would surely be overjoyed and agree to this proposal. The most displeased were Long Yazi and Jun Tianlin. It was completely different from their plan. They still wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but Shang Wanyi was too deep in his schemes, causing the situation to shift again. They all thought the situation was settled. The Medicine King Valley was now happy. But unexpectedly, Shang Wanyi shook his head. Moreover, he refused very decisively. The decisiveness exceeded everyone's imagination. Shang Wanyi looked at the ancestor of the Tianhai sect and said, "Sorry, my little girl already has a master, and it's someone you're not even worthy to carry shoes for. You still want her to offer you blood every month? You should take a look in the mirror." What a joke. Shang Wanyanyan's master was Lin Feng. Just an ancestor of the Tianhai sect, he was nowhere near comparable to Lin Feng. Just a pathetic character. Even if this condition sounded like a great opportunity to others, having already seen the ocean, how could Shangguan care about a drop of dew? There was simply no comparison. There was no way he would give up Lin Feng because of this troublemaker from the Tianhai sect. He could consider it clearly without even moving a toe. If it weren't for Lin Feng giving him such strength, this ancestor of the Tianhai sect would have killed him without hesitation. But even though the ancestor of the Tianhai sect had lived for countless years, he was so furious at this moment that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Shangguan Yi's words were infuriating. He completely disregarded him, a Yuanshan realm, making his chest heave rapidly. Not to mention the onlookers. They were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Good. Since you are so ungrateful, today I will destroy your Medicine King Valley even if it costs me the little lifespan I have left. Knowing that negotiation was futile, the ancestor of the Tianhai sect was too lazy to talk. As long as he destroyed the Medicine King Valley, the immortal body would ultimately still be his. What if he was comparable to a half-step Yuanshan realm? He wanted Shangguan Yi to know just how powerful a Yuanshan realm powerhouse truly was. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive storm of spiritual power gathered around the ancestor of the Tianhai sect. His originally hunched body straightened up, looking much more robust. He awakened all the power of his Yuanshan realm, determined to quickly strike down Shangguan Yi. Just as he stood straight, a powerful Yuanshan rose behind him, unmatched even by Long Yazi. The next moment, it charged towards Shangguan Yi. The power of the Yuanshan was incredibly strong, making Shangguan Yi take it seriously. In the next moment, a blazing pale golden flame ignited on his body. Shangguan Yi had just practiced the dragon flame wave technique and was completely unable to match Lin Feng and Shangguan Yuyan. Naturally, his power was greatly diminished in comparison. But that was only when compared to Lin Feng and Shangguan Yuyan. For the ancestor of the Tianhai sect, this was simply shocking. Because Shangguan Yi had actually managed to block his full-force attack with this pale golden flame. It even caused his primordial spirit to sizzle as if it were being burned, leading to a wave of pain throughout his body. This forced the ancestor of the Tianhai sect to retreat quickly, staring at Shangguan Yi in disbelief. A flame that could directly harm the primordial spirit was something he had never heard of before. Hiss! It wasn't just the ancestor of the Tianhai sect. Others around couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was terrifying. A Chi-Si realm fighter was actually battling against a primordial spirit realm opponent. They had only heard of such divine beings but were witnessing it for the first time. The shock was unimaginable. At this moment, they wished they could slap themselves hard to confirm that this was real. They stared, dumbfounded, at the ancestor of the Tianhai sect and Shangguan Yi. They had always thought he was just a master of alchemy, but it seemed he was not as simple as he appeared. Shangguan Yi himself was equally astonished. By using the pills refined by Lin Feng to enhance his talent and practicing the dragon flame wave technique, he could feel his own strength, but he had no idea how strong he truly was. It was only now that he realized he was no weaker than a primordial spirit realm expert. Although his cultivation was merely at the Chi-Si realm, to fight across such a significant realm, especially after entering the Chi-Si realm, was something Shangguan Yi had never dared to imagine. But now he had truly accomplished it. It was terrifying indeed. The flames produced by the dragon flame wave technique were extremely fearsome, filling Shangguan Yi with confidence. He looked at the utterly shocked ancestor of the Tianhai sect with a calm gaze. At this moment, the heart of the ancestor of the Tianhai sect was anything but calm. He looked at Shangguan Yi with a gaze full of wariness, even feeling a hint of fear. Shangguan Yi was different from him. He was in his prime and had not yet entered the primordial spirit realm but already possessed the ability to fight across realms. If he were to enter the primordial spirit realm in the future, combined with his celestial body, it was terrifying to think about. At that time, any force within 100,000 miles would be nothing more than a pile of dirt in front of the Valley of the Medicine King. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect was somewhat familiar with the Valley of the Medicine King. After all, he had lived for so many years and had interacted with many of Shangguan Yi's elders who had already passed away. But he had never imagined that Shangguan Yi would be so terrifying. He was also well aware of the information regarding Shangguan Yi, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared here. It was because he was filled with confidence, knowing that no one in the Valley of the Medicine King was his opponent. Although the unknown threat of Long Yazai had emerged, to him, a junior who had just ascended to the primordial spirit realm was something to be wary of but not to be taken seriously. But Shangguan Yi was simply too terrifying. He couldn't fathom how he had achieved this. The gap between the Chi-Si realm and the primordial spirit realm was too vast, like a chasm. Even after living for so many years, this was the first time he had seen it. He was not an ordinary primordial spirit realm expert. He was only a hair's breadth away from the midstage of the primordial spirit realm.
but that hair's breadth was something he could never break through. Looking at Shangguan-yi, the face of the ancestor of the Tianhai sect darkened.
Shangguan-yi, however, disdainfully spoke up. Primordial spirit realm experts? Nothing more than this. It was filled with contempt. Shangguan-yi felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart.
He never expected that one day he would be able to say such words in front of a primordial spirit realm expert.
Put.
The ancestor of the Tianhai sect couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger. He immediately stopped considering anything else and launched a full-force attack at Shangguan-yi, intent on killing the person before him. The ancestor of the Qi-Si realm was indeed very strong. In battle with him, Shangguan-yi could vaguely gain a slight upper hand, but he couldn't take him down immediately. After all, Shangguan-yi couldn't compare to Shangguan Yuyan and Lin Feng. Fighting across realms into the early primordial spirit realm was already his limit. He was even considered to have the combat power of a peak early-stage primordial spirit realm expert. This level of strength was enough to draw attention. Everyone around had already held their breath. Battles at the level of the primordial spirit realm were rare. It made their hearts tremble. They didn't dare to get close at all, instead keeping their distance to watch the battle.
Long Yazi's face was already dark and gloomy.
Just before, when he had just advanced to the Yuanshan realm, he had been so glorious and eye-catching. But now, compared to Shangguan-yi, he was nothing but a joke. He believed that even if his strength had increased, he would probably be blown away by the aftermath of their battle. He had thought that this trip to Yaoang Valley would make him a guest of honor,
with everyone revolving around him.
But now it seemed he had overestimated himself. He even felt a bit envious of Shangguan-yi, who possessed the strength to fight above his level.
This was something many people dreamed of.
Thinking back to what he had said before, both Long Yazi and Jun Tianlin felt their faces flush with embarrassment. It was too much of a slap in the face.
Shangguan-yi could handle the ancestor of the Tianhai sect by himself. Everyone had their own thoughts.
Just as Shangguan-yi and the ancestor of the Tianhai sect were in the heat of battle, suddenly there was a wave of spatial fluctuations in the sky.
And not just from one place.
3 locations had people arriving through the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. At the same time, 3 powerful auras appeared out of nowhere, instantly attracting the attention of many. Even Shangguan-yi and the ancestor of the Tianhai sect, who were in the midst of fighting, were surprised. While battling, they also kept an eye on the situation with their peripheral vision. Eventually, 3 figures appeared in the air, all looking like they were on the verge of death, appearing to have little time left.
2 were elderly men and 1 was an old woman. Ancestor, grandmother, many onlookers shouted in unison.
Similar to the situation with the Tianhai sect, they were all ancestor-level figures from top-tier forces. Having heard about the divine pills of Yaoang Valley, they came to forcibly seize the pill formula, hoping to advance and gain more lifespan, thus becoming even stronger in the future. They were all peak early-stage Yuanshan realm experts, just a step away from the mid-stage Yuanshan realm.
None of them were easy opponents.
However, on their way here, they had heard through their respective forces special communication spirit tools about the matter of the immortal body. Although they arrived a bit late,
they managed to get here in time. They just didn't know about Shangguan-yi's situation. Now that they had just arrived and saw Shangguan-yi, who was at the peak of the Qi-Si realm, actually able to contend with the ancestor of the Tianhai sect, they were all taken aback. The old woman couldn't help but speak up. Could it be that my old eyes are failing me?
If I'm not mistaken, that person is only at the peak of the Qi-Si realm, yet he can fight against that old immortal from the Tianhai sect. One of the other 2 elders also spoke. It seems to be that little brat from Yaoang Valley, now the Pill King of Yaoang Valley.
Truly astonishing.
The other elder added, and it looks like the old immortal from the Tianhai sect is about to collapse.
What on earth has happened?
After the 3 spoke, their respective forces quickly explained the situation. Upon learning the details, the 3 fell into silence.
Just then, the voice of the ancestor of the Tianhai sect suddenly came through.
3 friends, please assist me in dealing with Yaoang Valley.
Once we succeed, the opportunities of Yaoang Valley will be shared among us. Since the 3 of you have arrived, you probably know that if you return empty-handed, you won't last long. Why not take a gamble? Moreover, if we allow this person to continue growing, there will surely be no place for us in the future. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect had struck a chord with the 3. They were not foolish and quickly analyzed the situation. Hearing this, they all responded in agreement. All right, then we will deal with him together. I've heard there is an immortal body here. We will share its blood. Don't worry, friends, we are here to assist you. We cannot allow this person to grow.
The 3 took out their respective mid-grade treasures and charged towards Shangguan-yi, joining forces with the ancestor of the Tianhai sect to confront him. Even as Yuanshan realm experts, they only had mid-grade treasures, which they regarded as precious. Seeing this, Shangguan-yi frowned and silently took out the high-grade treasure that Lin Feng had given him earlier. When everyone saw the high-grade treasure Shangguani produced, their bodies trembled once more. Shangguani was hiding it too deeply. Even the 4 powerful beings in the Yuanshan realm did not possess such a high-grade treasure. Yet, the Medicine King had it in his hands. It looked extremely powerful.
Even the 4 Yuanshan realm experts were eyeing it with envy. Treasures themselves are already rare, let alone high-grade ones.
It wasn't just the 4 Yuanshan realm experts who were envious, others were also swallowing their saliva. Lan Yazi was also eyeing it greedily. This high-grade treasure, even he had never owned one. It was impossible not to be tempted.
At this moment,
he even had the thought of rushing up to join the 4 Yuanshan realm experts to seize the resources of the Medicine King Valley and share the immortal body. But as soon as this thought arose, Lan Yazi was startled and quickly suppressed it. It wasn't that he was restraining his greed, but rather that he was too cautious. He did not see a hint of fear in Shangguani's eyes.
Clearly, Shangguani might still have a trump card.
He was in his prime, unlike these 4 old geezers whose lifespans could run out at any moment, needing to fight desperately. Compared to seizing opportunities, one's own life was the most important.
Lan Yazi tried hard to forget this thought.
Little did he know that this change in his thinking allowed him to breathe in fresh air for a while longer.
Everyone held their breath, quietly watching the battle.
At this moment, the 4 Yuanshan realm experts, including the ancestor of the Tianhai sect, after the initial shock,
joined forces to besiege Shangguani. Before he took out the high-grade treasure, Shangguani was already extremely terrifying.
Now, with the support of the high-grade treasure, his attacks were even more powerful. For a moment, he could actually withstand the onslaught of the 4 Yuanshan realm experts. Those watching felt a tremor in their hearts, as if they were witnessing a ghost. The high-grade treasure given to Shangguani by Lin Feng was a pair of gauntlets, which, when worn, could unleash tremendous power with each strike. The 4 Yuanshan realm experts were also somewhat amazed by the power of the high-grade treasure.
Without the high-grade treasure, Shangguani could not be so strong.
However, treasures are also a part of strength. They surrounded Shangguani from all sides, and others did not dare to intervene, let alone get involved. The people from the Medicine King Valley were far too weak compared to the Yuanshan realm.
Going up would be like seeking death. It might even affect Shangguani negatively.
At this moment, they could only watch helplessly. After all, the 4 Yuanshan realm experts were all very close to the mid-Yuanshan realm. Now, with their lives at stake in this siege, even if Shangguani was strong and possessed a high-grade treasure, his talent and immortal body were still vastly inferior. To have come this far was already astonishing. In the end, he was still somewhat fatigued and appeared a bit disheveled. He was alone, which put him at a great disadvantage.
Defeat was likely just a matter of time. The onlookers sighed.
I didn't expect the Medicine King to be so powerful, but it's a pity that facing the siege of 4 such strong Yuanshan realm experts, even a deity would find it hard to save him. It seems that the Medicine King Valley is truly doomed this time. In the future, buying that kind of divine pill will probably be difficult.
It's already quite good.
Even if the Medicine King dies, his name will spread far and wide.
The crowd murmured, feeling that Shangguani was likely to fall.
With 4 such powerful Yuanshan realm experts besieging him, they could hardly imagine what could stop the destruction of the Medicine King Valley. Just as everyone was thinking this and Shangguani was finding it somewhat difficult to cope with the fatigue, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Her body was surrounded by blazing golden flames, as if the goddess of fire had descended to the world. The crowd was momentarily stunned again, not knowing who this sudden appearance was.
But it did not hinder them from sensing the powerful aura emanating from this flame goddess. Such cultivation peaked Chi-Hai realm.
But for some reason, it feels terrifyingly powerful, as if it contains a force far beyond the Chi-Hai realm.
The crowd looked up, exchanging glances.
Only Morong Feng recognized Shangguan Yunyan. He was too familiar with Shangguan Yunyan, even now, shrouded in flames, he recognized it. Originally, Morong Feng was worried about Shangguan Yi and was planning to use his high-grade treasure to help, although he knew it was very dangerous.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shangguan Yunyan appeared.
Only he knew that Shangguan Yunyan was a celestial body, and with her cultivation of the dragon flame wave, she far surpassed them. Now, having awakened her celestial body, she had reached the peak of the Chi-Si realm. Just how terrifying that was, Morong Feng could not even begin to guess. However, one thing Morong Feng was very clear about was that the 4 primordial spirit realm powerhouses, including the ancestor of the Tianhai sect, were likely to be in trouble.
Sure enough, at this moment, Shangguan Yunyan's eyes were filled with killing intent.
Her father had been bullied so badly. It ignited the anger in her heart. After awakening her celestial body, Lin Feng left the back mountain. He knew that now, in the entire Medicine King Valley, no one was a match for Shangguan Yunyan. There was no need for Lin Feng to take action himself. He simply returned first. He was very reassured about all of this. However, he did not know that Yulan and the people from the Xiaoyatum had also come to the Medicine King Valley. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so easily. It gave the Xiaoyatum a chance to catch their breath. At this moment, Jun Tianlin was still watching the excitement, completely unaware that they had brushed past death once.
How dare you bully my dad? Go die! With a light shout, the flames around Shangguan Yunyan transformed into 4 fire dragons, quickly charging towards the ancestor of the Tianhai sect and the others.
The speed was incredibly fast, and wherever the flames passed, even the air was scorched and distorted, leaving a terrifying black mark in the sky. The momentum was shocking. The ancestors of the Tianhai sect who were besieging Shangguan thought they had the victory in hand, but suddenly sensed this commotion and looked up, their bodies shaking. Their hair stood on end. For the first time, they felt the threat of death.
After reaching the primordial spirit realm, their senses had become extremely sharp.
They could even develop a sixth sense, sensing possible future events. This feeling of being so close to death was something they had never experienced before.
Run!
The old woman shouted in a shrill and terrified voice.
The 4 primordial spirit realm powerhouses immediately abandoned Shangguan and ran in all directions, trying to escape.
Unfortunately, the speed of the 4 golden fire dragons was too fast, as if they had crossed space.
Just as the 4 primordial spirit realm powerhouses scattered, the golden fire dragons had already arrived first.
Moreover, like maggots attached to bones, each golden fire dragon followed a primordial spirit realm powerhouse. In an instant, they had caught up with them, and the golden flames burned on their bodies. Unlike the supreme dragon flames cultivated by Shangguan, which could at most be considered ordinary dragon flames, even somewhat inferior. But Shangguan Yunyan was different. She was inherently a flame soul celestial body.
After receiving professional guidance from Lin Feng, her understanding of the dragon flame wave far exceeded that of Shangguan.
The supreme dragon flames she cultivated were the true supreme dragon flames. Just as they made contact with the 4 primordial spirit realm powerhouses, they let out piercing screams.
Ah no! I don't want to die. Ah, help! Zizizizi.
Even though the 4 primordial spirit realm powerhouses used all their strength to protect their primordial spirits, it was still of no use. Their bodies were quickly burned to a state of disrepair, charred black. They fell to the ground. 3 of the primordial spirit realm powerhouses perished on the spot. Only the ancestor of the Tianhai sect was relatively lucky, not dying immediately, but lying on the ground, gasping for breath. This scene left everyone in silence, becoming utterly quiet.
A deathly stillness. It was too shocking.
For veteran primordial spirit realm powerhouses had not even managed to make a single move in the hands of this flame goddess before 3 were easily killed. Only the ancestor of the Tianhai sect was left with a last breath, looking as if he wouldn't last long, soon to meet the same fate as the others. It was thought that Shangguan was already quite exaggerated, fighting a peak Qi realm against a peak early primordial spirit realm powerhouse, but the person before them was something else entirely.
Directly annihilating a soul realm expert with peak Qi cultivation in an instant.
Today, they had truly broadened their horizons. They finally understood what it meant that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people.
Many still hadn't recognized Shangguan Yunyan, speculating about her identity. It wasn't until Shangguan Yunyan retracted her cultivation and called out Dad to Shangguan that they finally grasped who she was. Shock rippled through the crowd. Shangguan Yunyan's identity was now clear. This was an immortal body. They had previously had no concept of what an immortal body was, but now they finally understood. The legendary immortal body was indeed as formidable as rumored, far exceeding their imagination. Despite only being at the peak of Qi cultivation, she was definitely not weaker than those in the mid-soul realm. What puzzled everyone was that they had received intel on Shangguan Yunyan.
Knowing her cultivation was merely at the body refinement stage. How could she reach such a level in such a short time, just from a simple awakening of the immortal body? They found it hard to comprehend. And indeed, it was difficult to understand.
Due to Lin Feng's alchemy, Shangguan Yunyan had already reached the early stage of Qi before awakening her immortal body.
Moreover, her realm was incredibly stable. Coupled with Lin Feng's presence during her awakening and the numerous pills he had refined for her, she was able to directly elevate to the peak limit of Qi cultivation through this immortal body awakening.
Just one step away from entering the soul realm.
At that time, the true power of the immortal body would be revealed. Once the immortal body entered the soul realm, its soul would be quite different from an ordinary person's. Its soul would possess unique characteristics of the immortal body, powerful beyond imagination. Even though she hadn't yet entered the soul realm, she had already left everyone dumbfounded, including Shangguan, her own father, who was also staring blankly at the scene. At the same time, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Compared to his daughter, he truly felt pitifully weak. He had to rely on a high-grade treasure to deal with these 4 soul realm experts, and even then, he was unable to cope.
Yet Shangguan Yunyan had dispatched them effortlessly. At the same time, Shangguan Yi was filled with excitement.
This was his daughter, and naturally, the stronger she was, the happier he became. Not to mention the future, even now, because of Shangguan Yunyan, the Medicine King Valley had already surpassed any force within 100,000 miles.
They had truly risen to prominence faster than he had anticipated. Perhaps in the near future, the entire Tianlong continent would have a place for the Medicine King Valley. Shangguan Yi was almost overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shouting out loud, "Dad, are you okay? You look so red. Are you seriously injured?" Shangguan Yunyan didn't know what Shangguan Yi was thinking at that moment.
She only noticed his unusual complexion and felt a bit worried.
Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yi quickly waved his hands.
He wasn't injured at all, not even lightly. Thanks to Lin Feng's pills and the techniques he had given to Shangguan Yunyan, they were too powerful. Even though his talent was far inferior to Shangguan Yunyan's, he still managed to barely cope with the 4 Soul Realm experts using a high-grade treasure. Although it was a bit precarious and he would eventually lose, it wasn't a big deal.
Knowing that Shangguan Yunyan was concerned for him, Shangguan Yi felt a surge of emotion.
He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, daughter, I'm doing great, better than ever." Just look. As he spoke, Shangguan Yi patted himself all over and jumped in place a few times,
looking somewhat comical. This left the people around him speechless. This Medicine King was indeed unpredictable.
Just moments ago, he was battling Soul Realm experts, and now he was acting like a child in front of his daughter. However, soon after seeing Shangguan Yunyan's relieved expression, Shangguan Yi regained his composure. He looked towards the still-living ancestor of the Tianhai sect and slowly walked over. The ancestor of the Tianhai sect still had some awareness left. Seeing Shangguan Yi approach, his charred body trembled uncontrollably. After much effort, he managed to stammer out a plea for mercy. "Medicine
King, spare me, please.
I beg you." Since the Heavenly Sea sect's ancestor arrived at the Medicine King Valley, it was the first time he called upon the Medicine King, Shangguan Yi. At this moment, he was completely filled with fear. He had thought he could take advantage of the situation and obtain the celestial body. But he never expected that the celestial body was far more powerful than he had imagined. Together with 3 other primordial spirit realm experts, a total of 4 people, they couldn't withstand even a single move from the celestial body. In front of the celestial body, they were nothing but insignificant beings. At this moment, he deeply regretted listening to that useless Wu Hongba and coming to the Medicine King Valley. If he hadn't come to the Medicine King Valley, relying on secret methods and less activity, he could have lived for nearly another 100 years. By then, he might even have had the chance to break through to the mid-primordial spirit realm and extend his lifespan further. But because of a wrong decision, he might end up perishing here.
He didn't want to die. At this moment, he disregarded the dignity of any primordial spirit realm expert and the arrogance he had when he arrived. He looked at Shangguan Yi with a pleading gaze. Unfortunately, Shangguan Yi was no fool. How could he let him go?
If it weren't for Lin Feng and Shangguan Yuyan being in the Medicine King Valley, Shangguan Yi knew that the Medicine King Valley would probably be completely wiped out this time, erased from the world forever. Looking at the ancestor of the Heavenly Sea sect, Shangguan Yi scoffed coldly, If I had known it would come to this, why did I bother in the first place? Since you've come to my Medicine King Valley, you should be prepared to die."
Bang! Without any hesitation, Shangguan Yi stomped down, crushing the ancestor of the Heavenly Sea sect's head.
This kick startled everyone around, their hearts racing. For primordial spirit realm experts, who they had looked up to, had all fallen in the Medicine King Valley.
The shock was unimaginable. At this moment,
everyone looking towards the Medicine King Valley had eyes filled with fear and respect. They knew that anyone who encountered the Medicine King Valley in the future would have to curry favor. Perhaps they could hitch a ride on the celestial Bodis grand ship.
Shangguan Yuyan had just awakened her celestial body and was already so terrifying.
It was easy to imagine what heights she could reach in the future.
Long Yazi understood this even more clearly.
At this moment, cold sweat streamed down him and he constantly felt grateful. Fortunately, he hadn't acted impulsively just now. Indeed, his caution had saved him once. If he had rushed in earlier, he would have likely turned into a pile of ashes by now. Even so, he still felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, just a hair's breadth away from the slaughter knife. After dealing with the ancestor, Shangguan Yi didn't even glance at his corpse. He turned to the forces where the 4 primordial spirit realm experts had been, instantly making all their bodies tremble. They knew it was time for them to be held accountable. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, it was just that when Shangguan Yuyan had appeared earlier, the people from the Medicine King Valley had already surrounded them. At this moment, they were filled with despair. Even though the sect masters and leaders of each force had reached the peak of the Qi-Si realm, and there were many elders of the Qi-Si realm by their side, with the primordial spirit realm experts dying so tragically, they didn't even have the courage to fight back.
"No, don't kill us.
We are willing to forever submit to the Medicine King Valley.
In the end, some couldn't bear it any longer. They kept bowing and begging for mercy in Shangguanyi's direction.
There was no longer any trace of the dignity one would expect from a Qi realm expert. And it wasn't just one person, almost a whole group knelt down, including several peak and latest-stage Qi realm experts. These four forces had previously been top-tier powers within a radius of 100,000 miles. Even because of the presence of a primordial spirit realm ancestor, there were more than one peak Qi realm expert among them. Now, they were begging so humbly for Shangguanyi to spare them. The impact on those around them was unimaginable.
Seeing this, Shangguanyi also began to ponder. Such a large number of strong experts would be a tremendous asset to the Medicine King Valley.
Moreover, these forces represented top-tier powers within 100,000 miles. Some of them had even been treated with courtesy by the Medicine King Valley in the past. Accepting them would be equivalent to adding 4 super-strong forces to the Medicine King Valley. Even if Shangguanyi was impulsive, he knew he couldn't kill them all. However, there was one thing that Shangguanyi knew. The reason those old ancestors in the Yuanshan realm came was certainly because someone among them had sent word. Immediately, Shangguanyi looked at the kneeling powerhouses and asked, "Who was it that coveted my Yaoang Valley's divine pills before?" Upon hearing this, the crowd kneeling on the ground was momentarily stunned.
They began to point fingers without regard for their image.
The wise Yaoang, the decision to summon the ancestors was made by our Tianhai sect's leader, Wu Hongba, and has nothing to do with us.
As soon as Shangguanyi's words fell, the Tianhai sect members began to blame the already deceased Wu Hongba.
Although it couldn't be ruled out that they were deliberately pushing the blame onto a dead man, only Wu Hongba could have made such a decision. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. One person spoke up, and naturally, others were unwilling to fall behind. The members of the other 3 factions also began to chime in.
"That's right.
It was all our sect leader's decision, we were just following orders."
Yaoang, our sect leader too.
I even tried to persuade him before, but he was stubborn and completely overestimated himself.
"It really has nothing to do with me."
A chorus of accusations left the faces of the sect leaders from several factions pale, but they dared not refute.
It was indeed their decision.
At this moment, they regretted it deeply. But what use was that? They could only hope that Shangguanyi would value their strength and choose to be lenient with them.
But they were mistaken. Shangguanyi himself was no weaker than the Yuanshan realm now, especially with Shangguan Yunyan by his side. He simply didn't care about them. Moreover, since he intended to absorb their forces, he naturally couldn't keep them around.
Once the voices of these people quieted down, Shangguanyi spoke again. "Since that's the case, you can resolve your own family matters and then come to rely on my Yaoang Valley."
Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts.
Shangguanyi's meaning was very clear. He wanted them to deal with their sect leader themselves so that they could be loyal to Yaoang Valley in the future. When it was time to cut ties, one must cut. As soon as Shangguanyi's words fell, since Wu Hongba was already dead, apart from the Tianhai sect not taking action, the elders of the other factions began to join forces against their sect leader. Their strengths were already quite similar, and with numbers on their side, the battle was quickly resolved.
Although some died during the fight, Shangguanyi wouldn't feel sorry for them.
There were also some who, in order to please Yaoang Valley, killed all the offspring of the sect leaders they had brought to the marriage selection event.
At this point, they looked at Shangguanyi with hope.
Seeing this situation, Shangguanyi nodded slightly and said, "Since you all have such sincerity, then from now on,
consider yourselves a subordinate force of my Yaoang Valley, and you will rely on my Yaoang Valley in the future."
As soon as these words were spoken, those who survived breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they wouldn't have to die.
Moreover, many felt a surge of excitement in their hearts.
Yaoang Valley would undoubtedly become immensely powerful in the future, and following them at this time was, in fact, a great opportunity. Even the major forces around that did not participate in this dispute felt a wave of envy. If it weren't for the responsibilities left by their ancestors, many of them would have wanted to seize this opportunity to cling to Yaoang Valley's thigh.
After that, Shangguanyi made simple arrangements for those people to return to their respective forces, sending some people from Yaoang Valley to take over the territory. Shangguanyi was also feeling quite spirited.
Looking at the people around him, he said cheerfully,
"Ha ha ha.
I apologize for the little incident that occurred. It has already been dealt with."
Little incident.
The crowd was speechless.
They thought, 4 Yuanshan realm experts died, and you call that a little incident?
Yaoang Valley just absorbed 4 top-tier forces within 100,000 miles as subordinates, and you call that a little incident? Everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror. But no one dared to stand up and complain.
Wasn't it foolish to come out at this time?
In the future, when they went out to seize resources, they would just have to obediently offer up whatever they had when they saw someone from Yaoang Valley.
They were no longer on the same level. Everyone understood this. Upon hearing Shangwan Yi's words, they immediately echoed, "That's right, that's right.
Such a small matter, if the Yaoang doesn't care, how could we care? Please don't be angry, Medicine King, anger is harmful to your health." I knew those petty individuals wouldn't get anything good from the Medicine King Valley.
The leaders of the major factions personally came to flatter, making Shangwan Yi grin from ear to ear.
Jun Tianlin also arrived with Long Yazi and the people from the Carefree Tomb, all wearing radiant smiles. They bore no psychological burden from the earlier attempts to take advantage. Jun Wuqing also wore a flattering smile.
The Medicine King Valley was no longer what it used to be. Shangwan Yi had even mentioned that the marriage proposal event would proceed as scheduled. If he could marry Shangwan Yunya, who was now a celestial body, wouldn't the Carefree Tomb soar to great heights? What would it be like to have a wife comparable to someone in the midstage of the Yuanshan realm?
Just thinking about it made Jun Wuqing excited. But this was merely his fantasy.
At this moment, Jun Tianlin wore an eager smile. Ha ha ha. No wonder the Medicine King was reluctant to let us help before.
It turns out he is already so strong himself and has such an extraordinarily talented daughter.
Truly enviable.
The previous matter was out of goodwill from the Carefree Tomb. I hope the Medicine King won't hold it against us and won't dwell on it.
We are willing to make amends. These are 2 rare precious herbs we obtained by chance, and we offer them as an apology to the Medicine King.
Jun Tianlin smiled broadly, presenting the 2 rare herbs with both hands.
Inside, he was anxious, hoping Shangwan Yi wouldn't hold a grudge. He thought Shangwan Yi wouldn't be so petty.
After all, at that time, their help was indeed significant for the Medicine King Valley in everyone's eyes. No one had expected the Medicine King Valley to be so terrifying.
Shangwan Yi, of course, was not so petty.
If it weren't for Lin Feng's involvement, he wouldn't bother to hold a grudge against the Carefree Tomb. It was just a pity that the Carefree Tomb had offended Lin Feng.
In Shangwan Yi's eyes, the current Carefree Tomb was just a pile of dead men.
Although he didn't know why Lin Feng hadn't appeared, he quickly understood. Clearly, he didn't like to show his face in front of so many people.
But once these people encountered Lin Feng, they would probably be in trouble. As for the 2 rare herbs, he naturally wouldn't accept them. Once the Carefree Tomb's people were done for, those things wouldn't escape.
In his eyes, the current Carefree Tomb was nothing at all. He refrained from taking action, worried that Lin Feng would be displeased, and preferred to leave the resolution of their grievances to Lin Feng.
At this moment, hearing Jun Tianlin's words, Shangwan Yi waved his hand lightly. "No need," and not angry at all. "It seems you have offended someone you shouldn't have. You should cherish your remaining time and take care of yourselves." Jun Tianlin, Long Yazi, and the others from the Carefree Tomb were all taken aback. They didn't understand what Shangwan Yi was saying. It felt a bit strange, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. The Carefree Tomb had always been measured in their actions. How could they offend someone they shouldn't? Recently, there had only been Lin Feng, who was just a genius from a remote border town. They didn't care about geniuses who hadn't grown up. They even planned to participate in the marriage proposal event and find time to deal with it later. They didn't feel there was anything to be concerned about. Shangwan Yi's words left them somewhat baffled, and soon Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi were overtaken by their displeasure. Shangwan Yi was being too rude. From the beginning, he had been indifferent to them, even carrying a hint of disdain, which they felt very clearly. The Carefree Tomb was at least a top-tier force, and with Long Yazi, a Yuanshan realm expert, present, Shangwan Yi could treat others with courtesy, but he acted as if he couldn't care less about them, making it hard for them to feel happy. But thinking of the tragic deaths of those 4 Yuanshan realm experts, no matter how angry they were, they suppressed it. Jun Tianlin was also a person of great depth. At this moment, after trying to suppress his anger, he once again wore a smile on his face. It was as if nothing had happened, and there was no sense of embarrassment at all. Looking at Shangwan Yi, he said, "Since the Medicine King doesn't fancy these 2 top-grade medicinal herbs, I won't embarrass myself any further." Jun Tianlin silently retracted the 2 top-grade herbs. Then, as if recalling something, he looked at Shangwan Yi and asked, "I wonder if what the Medicine King said before still stands? Will the marriage proposal conference be held as scheduled?" They could ignore Shangwan Yi's attitude. After all, the current Medicine King and the family were powerful, and Shangwan Yi was a monster capable of fighting above his level. They were not someone from the Xiaoyao tomb who could afford to offend. But he also wanted to use words to corner Shangwan Yi to prevent him from going back on his word. As long as he could marry the immortal body Shangwan Yunyun, it wouldn't matter how much he was neglected. That was an immortal body. If he could bring her back to the Xiaoyao tomb, it would mean unimaginable wealth. The kind that could make one wake up smiling from a dream. Upon hearing Jun Tianlin's words, Long Yazi quickly suppressed the anger in his heart, silently waiting for Shangwan Yi's response. The people from other major forces also perked up their ears, fearing that Shangwan Yi might change his mind. Moreover, even if Shangwan Yi were to backtrack now, they wouldn't dare to say much.
He was too strong, and with the immortal body backing him, they were nothing but small fry in front of the Medicine King Valley. They were hardly worth mentioning. If it weren't for being here today, they might never have known how deeply Shangguan had hidden his true strength.
Shangguan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He looked at Jun Tianlin with a strange expression.
A person he considered dead actually asked him whether the marriage proposal conference would still be held. But thinking about it, Jun Tianlin probably still didn't realize how terrifying the person he had offended was. He couldn't be bothered to remind him. Seeing the gazes of those around him, he knew he had to clarify once more. Otherwise, these people might never come to the Medicine King Valley to buy things again. That would mean he would miss out on many good items in exchange for the numerous pills Lin Feng had refined.
Clearing his throat, Shangguan said, "Ahem. Everyone can rest assured, I, Shangguan, am not someone who breaks my word. The marriage proposal conference will be held as scheduled in the afternoon.
However, the final outcome will still depend on the talents of your respective forces." After all, he had already agreed with Lin Feng that the marriage proposal conference would proceed as planned, and no one could possibly defeat Lin Feng. At this moment, maintaining his credibility felt very necessary to Shangguan.
Sure enough, upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Jun Tianlin also felt a wave of relaxation. As long as the marriage proposal conference was held as usual, he wouldn't worry. He was still very confident in Jun Wucheng. He would definitely be able to defeat everyone and ultimately marry Shangguan Yunyun.
He immediately disregarded Shangguan's attitude and cheerfully said, "The Medicine King's credibility is truly admirable. In that case, we from the Webtoon will take our leave and prepare."
The afternoon would begin soon, and there wasn't much time left for everyone to prepare. Shangguan nodded, "Then you may do as you please." Once Jun Tianlin turned to leave with his people, Shangguan couldn't help but shake his head, looking at the retreating figures of the Webtoon with a pitiful expression. After the major forces received the answers they wanted, they all took their leave to prepare. Shangguan and the people from the Medicine King Valley saw off the members of the various forces. Once everyone had left, the people from the Medicine King Valley looked at Shangguan and Shangguan Yunyun with excitement. Not to mention others, even the people from the Medicine King Valley themselves were unaware of how terrifying Shangguan and Shangguan Yunyun truly were. This level of strength was indeed hidden too deeply, leaving them greatly shocked today. But little did they know, this was all just because of Lin Feng's arrival and the events that had transpired in these 2 days. If Shangguan were to tell them about this, they would be even more shocked and unable to accept it. Shangguan had no intention of telling them.
The mysterious power of Lin Feng might be hard to conceal, but the fewer people who knew the specifics, the better. Looking at the gazes of the people from the Medicine King Valley, Shangguan waved his hand lightly and said, "From now on, when our people from the Medicine King Valley go out, all major forces will bow their heads. As long as you all stand united with the Medicine King Valley, you will surely reap the benefits in the future." Since they were all on the same side, Shangguan first painted a grand picture, and the implementation would come later. Sure enough, upon hearing Shangguan's words, the people of the Medicine King Valley were extremely excited, shouting in unison, "The Medicine King is mighty." Shangguan waved his hand again, "All right, hurry up and prepare. The marriage selection event has been in preparation for so long, it cannot be in vain. We need to show others the prestige of the Medicine King Valley and not bring shame upon ourselves."
Yes.
The elders of the Medicine King Valley dispersed to prepare. After Shangguan inquired about Lin Feng's situation from Shangguan Yuyan, he gazed absent-mindedly in the direction of the back mountain where Lin Feng had left, a silly smile creeping onto his face. Thinking about the future strength of the Medicine King Valley, Shangguan felt that it would be hard for him to concentrate on his cultivation lately. He would probably be quite busy.
Soon it was afternoon.
Lin Feng had returned to Tianshan Pavilion for some time. After watching Xiaozi practice for a while, it wasn't long before Shangguan arrived with Morong Feng.
Seeing Lin Feng, both of them were filled with excitement. Lin Feng,
unaware of the specific events that had transpired earlier, was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why the two were so excited just after noon. Just as Lin Feng was trying to make sense of it, both of them bowed deeply to him, as if facing an elder. Then Shangguan spoke, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for helping Yuyan awaken her celestial body. From now on, whatever you command, our Medicine King Valley will do everything in our power to fulfill it, without any hesitation." Lin Feng had given so much to the Medicine King Valley. Any opportunity for those forces far beyond the Medicine King Valley was immense wealth. For such a high figure, any extra words would be disrespectful to Lin Feng. Only by firmly binding the Medicine King Valley and Lin Feng together could they repay this great kindness. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng thought it was something else and waved his hand, saying, "All right, no need to be so polite.
Yu Yan is also my disciple, and it is only natural for a master to do things for their disciple. By the way, when does the marriage selection event start? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Shang Wanyi did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately replied, "It starts in the afternoon, and it is just past noon now. Young Master Lin can go over at any time." Shang Wanyi had actually come to inform Lin Feng about this matter. After all, Lin Feng was the most important. As for the marriage selection event, it was merely a formality. It mainly depended on Lin Feng's mood.
Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly understood and nodded, saying, "Then let's set off.
Let's resolve this matter early so that Yuyan can follow me in peace for her cultivation." Shang Wanyi nodded excitedly.
If he had found it hard to accept that Shangwan Yuyan was going to a remote town to be someone else's disciple through this period of contact with Lin Feng,
he couldn't wait for Shangwan Yuyan to follow Lin Feng every day. As long as she was by Lin Feng's side, there would be countless benefits, enough for Shangwan Yuyan to enjoy for a lifetime. "Thank you, young Master Lin. I will be completely at ease with Yuyan following you.
From now on, matters of the Lin family will also be the matters of our Medicine King Valley, and you need not worry too much, young Master Lin." The Medicine King Valley was clearly much stronger than the Lin family. Now, having received the opportunity granted by Lin Feng, they had already regarded the Lin family as their own. Moreover, this was also a way to build a good relationship with Lin Feng.
As long as the Lin family thrived, the Medicine King Valley would benefit as well.
Shangguan Yi had already heard Morong Feng mention matters concerning the Lin family. He had made a decision in his heart: all the resources exchanged for Lin Feng's pills would be shared with the Lin family,
so that Lin Feng could use them whenever he needed. Shangguan Yi's thoughts were unknown to Lin Feng.
After bidding farewell to Shaozi, he set off towards the main peak.
The location for the marriage selection event was set at the main peak.
Previously, the Medicine King Valley had treated this matter as the most solemn event to organize. After all, the Medicine King was marrying off his daughter, so there could be no room for error.
But now, Shangguan Yi and Shangguan Yuyan had long since stopped caring.
Shangguan Yi personally led the way, shaking his head and smiling wryly at the sight of the festive decorations being prepared everywhere. He couldn't help but feel that fate was playing tricks on him. Back then, he never imagined that a person from a small border town could bring such a significant change to the Medicine King Valley. Looking at the matchmaking event, he felt a wave of embarrassment, as if it were just a child's game.
Soon, under Shangguan Yi's guidance,
Lin Feng arrived at the registration desk.
Everyone participating in this matchmaking event had to register. As the saying goes, one must do things thoroughly. Since they were passing by anyway, they might as well take care of it. This way, no one would suspect anything later in gossip, affecting Lin Feng and Shangguan Yuyan's reputations. Although Lin Feng and Shangguan Yuyan might not care about such reputations, Shangguan Yi could not neglect it.
Moreover, he had no intention of letting Lin Feng register personally. He had his own proper arrangements. At this moment, most of the major forces had already completed their registrations. The registration attendant was just about to close up and leave when he suddenly saw Shangguan Yi arrive and couldn't help but rub his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things. He was just a trivial little attendant, with a low status in the Medicine King Valley, only handling some minor chores.
Sometimes, his treatment was even worse than that of the core disciples. It was extremely difficult to even catch a glimpse of Shangguan Yi on ordinary days. Moreover, as the Medicine King, why would he come to such a place? This made him feel a wave of nervousness. However, soon, the attendant was even more shocked by what he saw. The dignified Medicine King was actually following a young man, and beside him was Morong Feng, who had the best relationship with the Medicine King. More importantly, both of them wore smiles that were almost flattering. This made the attendant wonder if he hadn't slept well the night before or if he had gone into a trance while cultivating. Unable to resist, he slapped his own face hard to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. What is going on here? Who is this young man? How could he make the Medicine King and Elder Morong Feng act like this? Could he be the son of some major force? But the current Medicine King is comparable to a nascent soul realm expert. And with Miss Yuyan, who possesses a celestial body, what kind of force's son could make the Medicine King act this way? No matter how hard the attendant tried, he couldn't make sense of it. Just as his thoughts were in disarray and he was hastily standing up, feeling somewhat at a loss, Lin Feng and the others had already arrived in front of him. Shangguan Yi looked at the attendant and said lightly, "This is young Master Lin, do not be negligent. He is also here to participate in this matchmaking event, so hurry up and register him." The attendant was completely dumbfounded again. Someone whom the Medicine King treated this way was actually here to participate in the matchmaking event? With such an attitude, couldn't they just marry Miss Yuyan off directly? Why go through all this trouble? The attendant instinctively thought of this. However, he didn't dare to ask further. Having lived in the Medicine King Valley for a long time, he knew one thing very well. If something didn't make sense, it was better not to think too much about it. Some things were beyond his understanding and not something someone of his level could touch.
Upon hearing this, the attendant quickly suppressed his shock, adjusting his most dazzling and flattering smile. It was no joke. Someone whom the Medicine King referred to as young master deserved to be treated like a father. Young Master Lin, could you please provide a drop of blood? Just a drop will do, he'll take care of the rest. The current Medicine King Valley was different from before. Even he, as an attendant, had to flatter the people from the major forces. Since the registration began, he had felt a bit elated. Everyone from the major forces had to give quite a bit of blood for registration and write down their names. But clearly, Lin Feng didn't need to do that. He didn't dare to do so either. Because the previous arrangement was to collect blood through a special spirit plate, which could directly test the ages of the participants in the matchmaking event to prevent cheating. According to Shangguani's previous thoughts, the person who could marry his daughter must be an exceptionally talented individual. Naturally, they could not be weak. The age limit was set at under 50, and their cultivation had to be above the innate realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify to participate. Lin Feng was currently at the midstage of the innate realm, which could only be considered barely acceptable. However, both Shangguan Yi and Morong Fun were well aware that one could not judge Lin Feng solely by his apparent cultivation. In fact, Shangguan Yi had spent an entire night consulting with Morong Fun, seriously suspecting that Lin Feng was an old monster, likely much older than he appeared. He had already made plans to cheat, intending to have the steward modify Lin Feng's age to under 50. After all, no one would know. But clearly, he had overthought it. Lin Feng was only in his early 20s this year, completely meeting the criteria. Lin Feng said little, silently forcing out a drop of blood and tossing it directly to the steward. The steward did not dare to be negligent and quickly caught the blood floating in his palm with his cultivation. He was extremely cautious, afraid of accidentally dropping Lin Feng's blood, which would likely lead to him being skinned alive by the Medicine King. After that, it was placed into the spirit plate. The spirit plate was a medium-grade spiritual artifact. The grooves within it produced a wave-like motion similar to flowing water, looking quite extraordinary. Once Lin Feng's blood entered, the area around the spirit plate lit up. 21 small light points illuminated, with the 21st point only half-lit, proving that Lin Feng was not yet 21 years old. Shangguan Yi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so young. In comparison to his age, Lin Feng seemed like a child. Yet, he felt unfathomable and terrifying. Although Morong Fun already knew Lin Feng had mentioned his age, he was still shocked at this moment. Not to mention the steward responsible for the testing, who was now gulping nervously, astonished at Lin Feng's true identity. Just as the few of them were in shock, an even more astonishing event occurred. The medium-grade spiritual artifact suddenly emitted a burst of light. In an instant, it was upgraded to a high-grade treasure. Even so, it did not stop there. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Shangguan Yi, Morong Fun, and the registering steward, the testing spirit plate continued to upgrade. It quickly advanced to a low-grade treasure, then continued to upgrade until it finally stopped at a medium-grade treasure. All of this was due to Lin Feng dropping a single drop of blood. The sight left the onlookers frozen in place. Lin Feng was also slightly astonished. The last time he obtained a top-grade treasure, he understood the upgrade through blood recognition because he had cultivated so many super techniques and his blood, skin, and body had all been subtly influenced. However, he never expected that simply dropping blood could also upgrade a spiritual artifact. This was quite terrifying. Theoretically, as long as he had enough blood, he could significantly upgrade spiritual artifacts and treasures. Moreover, as time passed and he grew stronger, the effects of his blood would become even more formidable. Lin Feng did not expect that he had now become a treasure himself. Just look at Shangguan Yi, Morong Fun, and the registering steward, who were almost drooling at the sight of him. It was as if Lin Feng were the legendary immortal flesh. Even the mythical immortal body could not achieve such a thing. Even the blood of an immortal body only contained astonishing energy to help one improve their cultivation or even extend their lifespan. But it had never been heard of as a means to upgrade spiritual artifacts. Clearly, if Lin Feng could easily create an immortal body, his blood would carry similar effects, perhaps even stronger. Shangguan Yi thought to himself that if it weren't for the fear of Lin Feng getting angry, he would really want to ask Lin Feng for a few drops of blood. This was a true treasure and great opportunity. Once people learned that Lin Feng's blood had such effects, and saw that he only appeared to have mid-stage innate cultivation, they would likely come to snatch it away. With this in mind, Shangguan Yi looked at the registering steward and said seriously, "Today's events must not be mentioned by anyone, understand?" The registration clerk was also momentarily stunned. Looking at the spirit plate that had already been upgraded to a mid-grade treasure, he was dazed for a while. His usual work involved merely some registration tasks. Since the spirit plate itself did not possess any offensive power, it could be considered his spirit tool. Yet now, due to Lin Feng, it had been upgraded to a mid-grade treasure. A treasure spirit plate. He had never even thought about such a thing. Even after the upgrade, there would surely be some unknown changes. Every treasure possesses a great deal of spirituality. At this moment, the treasure spirit plate was clearly different from before. The flow of water on it appeared even more extraordinary. He could even feel an immensely powerful force emanating from it. The registration clerk was both overjoyed and anxious. Having encountered such a situation, he couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Hearing Shangguani's words, he quickly responded, "I will strictly follow the orders of the Medicine King. I will not leak a single word." How could he dare? Shangguani nodded lightly. "All right, since this treasure is yours, keep it for yourself. You should thank young Master Lin." Shangguani was now quite wealthy, with treasures in abundance. Moreover, he already possessed a high-grade treasure bestowed by Lin Feng, so he was even less concerned. In the past, he might have taken advantage of the situation. The registration clerk also came to his senses and sincerely knelt before Lin Feng, repeatedly bowing and exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Lin. Your great kindness will be remembered for a lifetime." Lin Feng waved his hand. "No need for formalities, just help me with the registration." "Yes, yes, yes." The registration clerk quickly got up and registered Lin Feng's information. After that, the spirit plate would randomly assign opponents for battles. Once the registration clerk completed Lin Feng's information, his body trembled with excitement. It was due to the thrill. This spirit plate was previously a mid-grade spirit tool, and he had already recognized it as his own with his blood. Now, holding it in his hand, having upgraded to a mid-grade treasure, he could clearly feel its immense power. It was beyond imagination. Originally, the spirit plate did not possess any offensive capabilities. However, after being upgraded with Lin Feng's blood, it seemed to have undergone some unknown changes. The energy within was as vast as the ocean. Not only could it be used to attack, but it could also trap people. It could be said to have transformed into a truly powerful mid-grade treasure. What surprised him even more was that if it were a mid-grade treasure without a master, he would not be able to subdue and use it. But now, because Lin Feng directly upgraded the spirit plate, he remained its master. He could unleash the power of this treasure. Although it would consume a significant amount of his cultivation, as a trump card, even if it could only be used once, it could turn the tide against someone below the mid-stage of the Qi realm. It was terrifying. He was only at the late innate stage, yet now he possessed such a formidable weapon. Even as his cultivation improved in the future, this treasure would still be useful to him. It could be said that it would benefit him for a lifetime. He felt that his earlier gratitude while kneeling before Lin Feng was not enough. He should have performed a full prostration. After the excitement, the registration clerk temporarily suppressed his emotions and set this matter aside for now. After all, Lin Feng and Shangguani were still standing here. The registration clerk bent slightly and spoke respectfully, "Young Master Lin, Medicine King, Elder Morong Feng, the registration is complete." Upon hearing this, Shangguani nodded and reminded him, "Remember what I said, you must not forget. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." "Yes." The registration clerk quickly responded earnestly. After that, Shangguani made a gesture of invitation and personally led Lin Feng to the venue of the Main Peaks marriage selection event. Once Lin Feng had walked far away, the registration clerk wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Being around Lin Feng and the others was indeed too much pressure. The Medicine King treated people like this, he didn't even dare to breathe. Shangguani led Lin Feng all the way and soon arrived at a loft area on the main peak. This loft area was constructed with great care. Surrounding it was a series of lofts, while the center featured an exceptionally spacious open ground. The ground was paved with extremely hard flower stones, arranged in a circular shape, adorned with many black patterns that imparted a sense of solemnity. Clearly, before the matchmaking event, this place must have also served as a venue for competitions. Just as Lin Feng had thought. As Shangguani led Lin Feng here, he introduced, "This is the martial arts arena. Every year, our Medicine King Valley holds a grand competition here to select outstanding disciples. So this is also the best location for the matchmaking event." At this point, Shangguani's voice slightly paused. Then, feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head and said, "To be honest, young Master Lin, we had prepared thoroughly and for quite some time before your arrival. If young Master Lin truly wishes to cancel this matchmaking event, it would be quite troublesome for me to explain, and it wouldn't be easy to account for the people of Medicine King Valley. However, I appreciate young Master Lin's understanding. Let's consider it a chance to enjoy the scenery of our Medicine King Valley." Shangguani was indeed speaking candidly. He wouldn't dare to play any tricks in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally understood. He nodded lightly and said, "It's no big deal, just a small effort." Shangguani nodded and then seemed to think of something, saying, "Young Master Lin, from the surrounding lofts, one can see the martial arts arena below. I've already arranged for the people from other major forces to enter, specifically reserving the best spot for young Master Lin, so please follow me."
Shang Guanyi had indeed made arrangements well in advance, leaving the best position for Lin Feng.
After Shang Guanyi finished speaking, he saw Lin Feng nod slightly and then led him into one of the lofts. Although the path was somewhat secluded, many people still noticed them. When they saw a young man walking alongside Shang Guanyi, even leading the way, many couldn't help but rub their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing correctly.
A flurry of discussions ensued. What's going on? Who is that person? Why is he so close to the Medicine King, and why does the Medicine King seem to be treating him so well? Am I seeing things? I thought I was imagining it too. It turns out to be real. They've already walked far away, and I didn't get a good look, but he looks like the son of some major force. Exactly, the Medicine King Valley is quite formidable now. It might attract the attention of some super strong forces. Perhaps they want to build a good relationship with the Medicine King Valley. I just hope their people don't come to this matchmaking event. The Tianlong continent is vast.
Even if the Medicine King Valley is powerful now, there are many forces stronger than them. But undoubtedly, the potential of the Medicine King Valley is immense, inevitably drawing the attention of some truly powerful forces in their eyes.
They might even seek to establish friendly relations, possibly sending a representative. Many speculated this way, feeling a bit worried.
They were concerned that Shang Guanyi might seek to curry favor with this super strong force by directly arranging a marriage. If such a force were willing to send one of their talented disciples, the major forces might not have any opportunity at all. Regardless of what others thought, at this moment, Lin Feng had already been invited by Shang Guanyi to the largest loft.
This loft had the best position, and once inside, others could not see.
But soon, lanterns outside the loft lit up. All the lofts were the same. When someone entered, the lanterns outside would illuminate, indicating that the loft had an owner. Moreover, this loft was uniquely positioned to overlook the entire scene and was the largest. Many speculated which force would enter this loft.
In fact, it was likely that no force or individual would be invited inside. It was probably the Medicine King himself bringing in the people from Medicine King Valley.
Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, Lin Feng was already seated by the window, graciously invited by Shang Guanyi. Meanwhile, Shang Guanyi and Murong Feng stood to the side, like two servants. If others were to witness this scene, they would surely be at a loss for words. Only the windows of the Lin Feng loft were made of a crystal-like material, allowing those inside to see outside, while those outside found it difficult to notice everything within the loft. For Lin Feng, who was in the midst of it all, this was undoubtedly a significant advantage. He did not like being stared at constantly. In such a large loft, it was hard not to attract too much attention.
Seeing Lin Feng sitting there quietly observing the outside world, Shang Guanyi smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, I wonder if you are satisfied with this position?"
Lin Feng nodded.
It's not bad." Upon receiving Lin Feng's response, Shang Guanyi was quite excited. He continued,
"This matchmaking event will be conducted through a random team selection using the spirit plate, and the ultimate winner will marry my daughter. The spirit plate will be placed above the martial arts arena, where everyone can see it, ensuring absolute fairness and justice." At this point, Shang Guanyi's voice faltered. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. When it came to fairness and justice, they seemed to have strayed from that notion.
He couldn't help but smile wryly.
Lin Feng was so extraordinary that the Medicine King Valley was willing to alter the entire plan for him. It had originally been arranged this way, but now the meaning was quite different. After a moment of reflection, Shang Guanyi looked at Lin Feng and continued, "Although the opponents are chosen randomly, in the end, only the strongest can claim the top spot.
Of course, for young Master Lin, this is undoubtedly a trivial matter. Once the event concludes,
the other major forces won't have much to say and will leave." Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't say much.
At this moment, the matchmaking event was about to begin.
The registrar he had seen before brought the spirit plate to the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley. The Grand Elder, Li Tsongnan, was the one who, aside from Shang Guanyi, was fully responsible for organizing this matchmaking event. Dressed in a white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, he had a youthful face despite his age, tall and thin, with several lines etched on his face, strange patterns resulting from his cultivation technique. His cultivation level was at the peak of the Qi-Si realm. Strictly speaking, Grand Elder Li Tsongnan was the highest combat power of the Medicine King Valley before Shang Guanyi encountered Lin Feng. In the Medicine King Valley, he was also the best alchemist aside from the Medicine King Shang Guanyi. Grand Elder Li Tsongnan, tall and thin, had deep-set eyes. At this moment, he looked at the registrar and said lightly, "Release your spirit plate." Upon hearing this, the registrar did not dare to hesitate and quickly held the spirit plate with both hands. After a series of hand seals, the spirit plate rapidly enlarged, hovering above the center of the martial arts arena, clearly visible to everyone. It displayed a list of names, numbering several hundred, nearly 1,000 individuals. All were the young talents under 50 from various forces that had come to the Medicine King Valley. Some forces even sent more than one person.
Whoever could ultimately claim the top spot would be a great contributor and would undoubtedly become the leader of that force in the future. This was an incredibly important matter for everyone involved. The spirit plate shimmered with brilliant colors, and the flowing water on it resembled a lake, emanating in astonishing power. This is a treasure. The Grand Elder's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Looking incredulously at the registrar, he was well aware of the spirit plate's registration. It had originally been just a mid-grade spirit tool, but now it had transformed into a treasure. The overwhelming might it radiated left him secretly astonished. Moreover, it was not an ordinary treasure, but a mid-grade treasure. Such an item was something even Grand Elder Li Tsongnan had never possessed. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. If there weren't so many people present, Li Tsongnan would have wanted to snatch it directly. He was also filled with confusion and couldn't help but ask, is this spirit plate the original one? Why has it become a treasure? The registrar firmly remembered Shang Guanyi's earlier words, the matter of Linfeng must not be leaked. But at this moment, when the Grand Elder asked, he naturally dared not refuse to answer. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, to not hide it from the Grand Elder, this treasure is no longer the original spirit plate, but a gift from the Medicine King for my good performance, saying that I should serve the Medicine King Valley well in the future. He added, and this spirit plate, like before, can only handle some simple registration tasks. The registration steward told a lie. Moreover, he implicated Shang Guanyi. He wasn't foolish. Carrying a treasure with his meager cultivation was like telling others he was an easy target. But if it was said to be a gift from Shang Guanyi and merely a non-combat treasure like a spirit boat, then it made sense. He believed the Medicine King would understand him. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the Grand Elder Li Tsongnan reined in his desire to seize it. Previously, he had been busy with the matchmaking conference. He missed the opportunity when Shang Guanyi sold Lin Feng's pills and awakened the immortal body. However, he had gathered some information and knew that the current Medicine King was extraordinary. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. The Medicine King had given a mid-grade treasure to a steward, yet had never sent him a single item. He knew that Shang Guanyi had acquired many treasures, almost collecting all the treasures from the major forces. The wealthiest force within 100,000 miles was likely the Medicine King Valley. Yet, as the Grand Elder, he didn't even possess a mid-grade treasure, and now it was owned first by a steward. This left Li Tsongnan feeling quite displeased. Unaware of the specifics, his dissatisfaction intensified, even harboring some resentment towards Shang Guanyi. However, he did not show it. Instead, a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. His dissatisfaction had already reached its peak, and despite his higher cultivation, he could only remain the Grand Elder. The position of the Medicine King should rightfully be his. The title of Medicine King should also belong to him. He had even made thorough plans and had contacted another major force beyond 100,000 miles. They would help him seize power soon. They would arrive shortly. He would then submit to that major force, and in the future he would manage the Medicine King Valley. What ability did Shang Guanyi have? It was merely that his alchemy skills were slightly better, and the previous Valley Master was his father. He was the best candidate for the Medicine King. All of this was part of his original plan. However, the events of the past few days had introduced some variables into his plan, but still within an acceptable range. After understanding the approximate strength of the Medicine King, Shang Guanyi, and Shangguan Yuyan, he was shocked. He couldn't fathom how such a significant change had occurred. The father and daughter must have stumbled upon some incredible luck. But that major force was far beyond the Medicine King Valley. It was a renowned power within 1,000,000 miles. There were more than 1 or 2 Yuan Shen realm experts. This time, they sent 2 latest-stage Yuan Shen realm experts. Even if Shangguan Yi and Shangguan Yuyan were involved, they would likely end up regretting it. Although Shangguan Yuyan was an immortal body, she had just awakened and had not fully risen yet. Moreover, the blood of an immortal body was immensely valuable to cultivators of any realm. It was an absolute rarity. As long as he didn't inform that major force about Shangguan Yuyan being an immortal body, he could manipulate the situation, wait for the two to be defeated, and then preserve Shangguan Yuyan, allowing him to enjoy the immortal body alone. He would surely stir up a storm in the Tianlong continent in the future. With this thought, the smile at the corner of Grand Elder Li Kongnen's mouth became even more pronounced, lost in his own daydream. Then he snapped back to reality, looking at the registration steward and nodding, saying, since it was bestowed upon you by the Medicine King, you should cherish it and serve the Medicine King Valley well in the future. After all, he would eventually obtain the position of the Medicine King. He would then extract the alchemy formulas from Shangguan Yi and claim all the treasures he had previously acquired. At this moment, Li Tsongnan was too lazy to dwell on this matter. Yes, the registration steward also let out a sudden sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Li Tsongnan would develop a greedy heart and later use various excuses to obtain his treasured artifacts.
As the saying goes, possessing a gem brings guilt. If it weren't for the need to use his spirit plate at the matchmaking event, he really wouldn't want to bring it out. At this moment, people from various major forces also noticed this point. However, they didn't understand the situation at all. They merely believed that the Medicine King Valley was wealthy and powerful. They all sighed, truly worthy of the Medicine King Valley, indeed becoming more and more affluent. Even a small steward uses a mid-grade treasure. From now on, we must act according to the Medicine King Valley's wishes. That's right, the current Medicine King Valley has almost gathered the treasures of all major forces within 100,000 miles, and with that divine elixir, the Medicine King is so powerful, plus the unfathomable immortal body, we must remember to keep a low profile in the future. I wonder who will be able to marry the Medicine King's daughter. That would truly be a stroke of luck from a past life. Just as the people from various major forces were discussing fervently, Li Kongnan's body floated in the air, cleared his throat, and spoke. His voice echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to the Medicine King Valley to participate in this matchmaking event.
The ultimate winner will marry our Medicine King's daughter, Shangguan Yuyan.
As soon as his words fell, it instantly stirred the blood of the young talents from various forces.
Who wouldn't want to marry an immortal body? Alright, I declare that the matchmaking event officially begins now.
With the authoritative words of the Grand Elder Li Tsongnan, the matchmaking event officially commenced. The registration steward manipulated his spiritual power to randomly assign opponents for the battles. Due to the large number of participants, but fortunately, the martial arts arena was spacious enough, many small areas were created to allow multiple people to compete. This was indeed free of cheating. For Lin Feng, it was inconsequential, so Shangguan was too lazy to arrange anything.
Lin Feng was lucky.
He was drawn in the first round. His opponent was a young prodigy at the peak of the innate realm, a rising star from a major force. He was only in his 40s and looked quite young. Lin Feng silently descended into the martial arts arena, appearing utterly unremarkable. With a cultivation level that seemed only at the mid-stage of the innate realm, he failed to pique anyone's interest. However, Yulan, among the team from the Carefree Tomb, recognized Lin Feng almost immediately, her hatred for him running deep.
Her body trembled suddenly.
Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Feng to attend the matchmaking event at the Medicine King Valley.
What shocked Yulan even more was how quickly Lin Feng had progressed. The last time she saw him, he was merely at the body refinement stage. Just a few days had passed, and he had already reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Counting the days, it was almost as if he had advanced a realm each day. At this thought, Yulan felt a chill run through her body. Lin Feng was terrifying. Terrifying enough to make her feel utterly powerless. At the same time, her regret deepened. With such a monstrous genius, why hadn't she seized the opportunity, ending up in this situation? Now that the Yulan family was gone, she had become nothing more than an object for the Carefree Tomb. She couldn't even resist. It's all this Lin Feng's fault. Why didn't he hesitate when I wanted to annul our engagement? If he had tried to persuade me a little, perhaps I wouldn't have thought about annulling it, and we could have been together. Yulan didn't think she had done anything wrong.
She blamed everything on Lin Feng. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this way, and her hatred for Lin Feng deepened significantly. Meanwhile, Jun Wuchen noticed something was off with Yulan. However, he didn't pay attention to Lin Feng, as he had never seen Lin Feng in person.
At this moment,
his focus was entirely on those young prodigies whose cultivation levels were similar to his own.
Sensing the resentment and killing intent radiating from Yulan, he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ruo, what's wrong? Why do you have such strong killing intent?
Yulan suddenly reacted, temporarily suppressing her resentment, and pointed to Lin Feng's position in the martial arts arena, saying, "Look at that person." Jun Wuchen followed the direction of Yulan's finger and frowned slightly that he could sense that Lin Feng was extraordinary. Just the first glance was enough to feel it. However, he had never seen Lin Feng before, which left him puzzled at this moment. He didn't understand why Yulan wanted him to look at such a person. He turned to Yulan with questions in his eyes.
Yulan spoke clearly, word by word, "He is Lin Feng."
Jun Wuchen's gaze instantly sharpened. He had heard the name Lin Feng more than once.
A prodigy whose talent far exceeded his own. Now, he had actually appeared in the Medicine King Valley. This was undoubtedly a case of enemies crossing paths, which surprised him while also filling him with excitement. In Jun Wuchen's eyes, Lin Feng had always been a significant threat. As long as he wasn't dealt with, there would always be a hurdle in his heart, making it hard for him to sleep soundly. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, he believed no one had talent that could surpass his own. Now, there was also the celestial body Shangguan Yuyan. But after all, she was from the Medicine King Valley, naturally carrying an aura of greatness. Growing up in a medicinal environment and being a woman, if he could marry her, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger for him.
But Lin Feng was different. He was just a young man from a border town. In the past, he was like a mere speck of dust in front of him, not even worthy of a second glance. However, ever since he learned about this person, Jun Wuchen had truly felt a kind of pressure. The kind of pressure that felt like being crushed. It was almost driving him to madness. Therefore, Lin Feng had to die. He had originally planned to wait until the Medicine King Valley's marriage selection event was over before properly destroying this so-called genius. He never expected Lin Feng to come knocking on his door. That would allow him to resolve the issue all at once. But soon, after the excitement faded, Jun Wuchen also noticed Lin Feng's cultivation level. The midstage of the innate realm was hardly noticeable among the many outstanding participants in the marriage selection event. It was even at the lowest tier. Yet Jun Wuchen knew that when Lin Feng last encountered Yulan, he was still in the body refinement stage, and just a few days later, when the Yu family and the elder from the carefree tomb visited the Lin family, he had already reached the true essence realm. Had it only been a few days? He had already advanced to the midstage of the innate realm. Such a speed of advancement was something Jun Wuchen, who considered himself a genius, could not even begin to compare to. It even filled him with endless envy and jealousy. He couldn't understand how a person could possibly advance so quickly. It was too exaggerated, too terrifying. Moreover, he knew one more thing: Lin Feng possessed the ability to fight across realms. This proved that Lin Feng's every level was extremely stable. In Jun Wuchen's speculation, Lin Feng must have a powerful master. That was why the elder from the carefree tomb had fallen in the Lin family last time. He couldn't know the specifics. In his view, even if fighting across realms was exaggerated, there should be a limit. Now that Lin Feng was at the midstage of the innate realm, he was probably at most comparable to the peak of the innate realm. After all, the higher one went, the harder it was to fight across realms. Even if he stretched his imagination, he felt that Lin Feng fighting across to the early stage of the Qi-Si realm was unlikely. And he was already at the midstage of the Qi-Si realm, even able to battle with an ordinary latestage Qi-Si realm cultivator. From any perspective, Lin Feng was still a mere speck of dust in front of him. As long as he could encounter Lin Feng in future battles, Lin Feng would undoubtedly die at his hands. As for Lin Feng's mysterious master, Jun Wuchen believed that Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi could handle that. The moment Lin Feng appeared, he had already entered a dead end in Jun Wuchen's eyes. Yulan thought the same. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement, pouring all her resentment onto Lin Feng. She couldn't resist Jun Wuchen and Long Yazi. The only way to find some peace in her heart was to let Lin Feng die. Jun Wuchen smirked coldly and said, "Xiao Ruo. This Lin Feng has actually come to the Medicine King Valley. It seems he is seeking death himself. Don't worry, I will help your Yu family take revenge." Yulan nodded, saying nothing more. Their conversation was also overheard by Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi. Long Yazi glanced at Lin Feng's cultivation and couldn't help but shake his head silently. This level of cultivation was like that of a child in front of him, a being of the Yuanshan realm. He couldn't understand why Jun Wuchen and Yulan would pay attention to such a person. But Jun Tianling was different. He had heard of Lin Feng's deeds before and knew that Lin Feng had a mysterious master. Since Jun Wuchen wanted to kill Lin Feng, his master would naturally not sit idly by. Regarding this unknown master, Jun Tianling estimated that their strength was at least on par with his own peak Qi High realm. Extremely difficult to deal with. He wasn't worried about Lin Feng, rather, he was more concerned about Lin Feng's mysterious master. Thinking of this, Jun Tianling smiled at Long Yazi and said, "Brother Long, do you feel this person is quite ordinary? That would be a big mistake. This person seems young, but in reality he has extraordinary talent and a mysterious master and has already made a deadly enemy of my Xiaoyao tomb. Although this person has strong talent, his cultivation is still shallow. I'm not worried about him, the main concern is his master, who is at least of the same cultivation level as me. I hope that when the time comes, Brother Long can lend me a hand." Long Yazi was slightly surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected this to be the case. However, when he looked at Lin Feng, he really couldn't see what was so talented about him. At this moment, Lin Feng stood there, and aside from revealing his midstage innate cultivation, there was nothing else that stood out. How could he know that Lin Feng had previously killed a bunch of Qi High realm experts with ease and was even carrying a Yuanshan that surpassed the Yuanshan realm on his waist? Although the ancestor of the Jinyu sect had turned into a mouse, that Yuanshan was very real. Ordinary Yuanshan realm experts couldn't even defeat this mouse. Long Yazi couldn't help but shake his head and said, "I really can't see what talent this person has, but his courage is commendable. A mere midstage innate cultivator dares to participate in the marriage selection conference of the Medicine King Valley, which already has the lowest cultivation level in the entire venue." The people from various major forces were also self-aware. The geniuses they sent out had at least latestage innate cultivation, and the numbers were extremely rare. Most were at the peak of innate perfection, and there were quite a few in the Chi-Hai realm.
In comparison, Lin Feng's cultivation was indeed pitifully low.
Jun Tianling smiled wryly. He actually didn't believe it much either, but since it was Jun Wuchen who said it, and he had previously used the life of an elder from Xiaotum as proof, he chose to believe it. Then, Long Yazi changed the subject and said, "This person can be disregarded, but since Brother Jun mentioned his master, then we can rest assured. I have already entered the Yuanshan realm, and as long as his master dares to show up, I will ensure he returns without success."
Ha! With Brother Long's words, I can rest easy. Jun Tianling laughed heartily upon hearing Long Yazi's words.
It was as if Lin Feng had already become the fish on the chopping block, ready for them to butcher.
He then curiously looked towards Lin Feng's battle.
At this moment, Lin Feng, with his mid-stage innate cultivation, was facing an opponent from a major force who was at the peak of innate perfection, which made many people skeptical. Even that peak innate perfection genius from the major force stood there confidently with his hands behind his back, believing victory was assured. He casually said to Lin Feng, "A mere mid-stage innate cultivator dares to participate in this marriage selection conference. I wonder who gave you the courage. Just admit defeat. You are not worthy of me making a move." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at the guy and couldn't help but shake his head, too lazy to bother with such a weakling. He simply waved his hand lightly, and a strong gust of wind blew out. Before the peak innate perfection genius could react, he felt this gust of wind as if it were made of steel. It struck him like a heavy hammer, sending his entire body flying out of the restricted area where they stood, landing on the ground and coughing up blood.
He then simply fainted. There was no resistance whatsoever,
causing many who had originally not cared to look over. It was too fast. The first batch of combatants was numerous, but Lin Feng's match ended the quickest, especially since it was a battle where a mid-stage innate practitioner faced off against a perfected innate genius.
Wow!
A wave of astonishment instantly turned Lin Feng into the center of attention.
Who is this person? Am I blind?
A mid-stage innate practitioner defeated a perfected innate genius with just one strike.
I saw it too, you didn't see wrong.
This person seems extraordinary and is very likely a dark horse in this competition, possessing the strength to fight above his level in the innate realm. In my opinion, it's because that guy underestimated his opponent, but this person indeed has some skills. Underestimating might be part of it, but that defeated individual was a perfected innate practitioner, a standout in his faction, and it's only a matter of time before he enters the Chi-Si realm.
This person is indeed exceptional.
And he looks quite young, not over 50 years old, achieving the ability to fight above his level in the innate realm, which is enough to be proud of.
Heavens, he's not even 30. Truly a prodigy.
At this moment, the massive spirit disc displayed information about all the participants in the marriage selection event. Among them, Lin Feng's age was prominently listed. Many were shocked to see that Lin Feng was only in his early 20s. It's known that in the Tianlong continent, the younger one reaches a higher realm, the greater their future achievements. Most of the talented individuals sent out are stuck around the age of 50.
Many who seem young are actually over 40.
After all, in the major factions, these individuals do belong to the younger generation. Their future accomplishments are remarkable, nurtured with resources from various powerful factions.
If it weren't for marrying Shangguanyanya,
they wouldn't dare take him too far outside. Lin Feng reaching mid-stage innate at 20 is already astonishing. Coupled with the ability to fight above his level,
that's terrifying. Lin family of Yincheng? What kind of faction is that? Why have I never heard of it? Someone questioned.
I've never heard of such a faction either, but since they can cultivate such a prodigy, I must be ignorant.
Could it be a hidden mysterious faction?
I've heard that some factions have no name, always living in seclusion, with very few disciples, but each one is a genius, and their sex strength is quite formidable, some even rivaling top factions like the Xiaotum. The crowd speculated, but they were all wrong. No one expected that the mysterious faction they spoke of, the Lin family of Yincheng, was just an ordinary small city family. In the past, they were seen as insignificant trash.
However, one person knew Lin Feng's true background, the third elder, Wu Yongyang,
who had looked down on Lin Feng when he first arrived. The injuries he received from Moron Feng still ached, and his face felt sore. At this moment, seeing Lin Feng, he was extremely surprised. Although he was now very wary of Moron Feng, even a bit fearful, he had never regarded this young man from a remote city as a threat.
But now, he didn't expect this young man to be so extraordinary. A perfected innate practitioner was actually no match for him.
The battle ended so quickly that Wu Yongyang began to take Lin Feng seriously and observed him closely.
At this moment, Long Yazi and Jun Tianlin also trembled in disbelief at the scene.
When they were mid-stage innate practitioners, they couldn't handle a perfected innate practitioner so easily. Moreover, those who could participate in this marriage selection event were all geniuses, much stronger than the average perfected innate practitioners. At this point, Long Yazi became cautious and paid more attention to Lin Feng, feeling that he might have misjudged him this time. As for Jun Wucheng, he was even more displeased and envious. Lin Feng truly was, as he had guessed, able to fight above his level against a perfected innate practitioner, and so effortlessly. His strength was likely not weaker than that of a half-step Qi realm. He questioned himself, realizing he couldn't achieve such a feat back then. The killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Only Shang Wanyi, who had been paying attention to Lin Feng in the attic, remained unconcerned at this moment, thinking it was completely natural, knowing that Lin Feng would surely showcase his prowess this time.
It was impossible to hide. There would be many more surprises for everyone in the future.
While the crowd was shocked, many also shook their heads slightly, feeling that Lin Feng had missed this opportunity at the Medicine King Valley's marriage selection event.
No matter how monstrous his talent was,
he was still too young compared to others, especially since many prodigies had already reached the Qi realm. If he had been born 20 years earlier, he would have likely found it hard to encounter a rival and would have taken the lead in this marriage selection event. Unfortunately, his age was still too young, leaving many to sigh in regret. Lin Feng, however, was indifferent to this, not even glancing at the fallen innate perfection prodigy, leaving the martial arts arena to quietly stand in a corner, closing his eyes to rest. He awaited the end of the first round of competition. The martial arts arena was not very large, and the first round of competition quickly concluded, directly eliminating over 100 participants. Then came the second round, where Jun Wucheng was fortunate enough to be drawn to participate. Just before stepping onto the stage, Jun Tianlin suddenly spoke. "Trainer, you were right before, this person is indeed terrifying.
If we encounter him, we must kill him.
If we let this person live, it won't be long before my Xiaoyao Tun faces disaster." Previously, Jun Tianlin had been somewhat indifferent, but at this moment he was extremely serious.
He recognized Lin Feng's immense potential. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a great threat in the future. This was something he could not allow to happen.
Long Yazi also nodded in agreement beside him. Jun Wucheng, knowing this, nodded earnestly, a hint of disdain in his smile as he said, "Father, Uncle Long, don't worry, I will definitely not let him leave the Medicine King Valley alive." After saying this, Jun Wucheng leaped directly to the center of the martial arts arena. His opponent also approached him, possessing the same cultivation level, being in the mid-Qi realm. However, he was considerably older than Jun Wucheng, already nearing the threshold of 50. But Jun Wucheng didn't care at all. Among all the prodigies participating in the marriage selection event,
Jun Wucheng was the second youngest after Lin Feng.
At under 30 years of age, he had already reached the terrifying mid-Qi realm, shocking everyone. Unlike Lin Feng, Jun Wucheng was already well known within a radius of 100,000 miles.
His level of genius was hard to match. Many people knew him.
However, according to the original information, Jun Wucheng was still quite far from the mid-Qi realm. No one expected him to break through to the mid-Qi realm so quickly. This left many people sighing again, another prodigy.
Without Lin Feng, Jun Wucheng would indeed be uniquely dazzling. However, at this moment, many felt that Lin Feng was even more outstanding.
Jun Wucheng was aware of this as well, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. His killing intent towards Lin Feng grew stronger.
At this moment,
Jun Wucheng's opponent also looked at him with caution.
He did not believe that being slightly older meant he could underestimate Jun Wucheng.
But there was no more time for hesitation. Since they were on stage, they had to start fighting.
Without much unnecessary talk, the two engaged in battle. The fight between mid-Qi realm cultivators was indeed noteworthy, capturing everyone's attention.
However, the battle ended faster than expected. Although both were in the mid-Qi realm, Jun Wucheng was clearly much stronger. In less than 10 moves, Jun Wucheng's opponent was defeated, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Jun Wucheng, after landing steadily, stood with his hands behind his back, casting a provocative glance at Lin Feng, who was quietly standing there. Lin Feng sensed this gaze and slightly opened his eyes in surprise. It was his first time seeing Jun Wucheng, and he had never known the relationship between Yulan and Jun Wucheng. But he could feel the provocation and killing intent in Jun Wucheng's eyes, clearly harboring hostility towards him. Unable to help himself, he glanced in the direction from which Jun Wucheng had come and immediately spotted Yulan, slightly surprised. "I didn't expect to run into Yulan here." Ever since I learned that Yulan had escaped from him last time, Lin Feng hadn't given it much thought. After all, in his eyes, Yulan was of little concern, whether in terms of cultivation or appearance. At this moment, Yulan also noticed Lin Feng's gaze. The calmness in her eyes carried a heavy pressure. She hadn't noticed this before. Now, looking at Lin Feng again, she realized how poor her judgment had been back then. But everything was already beyond redemption. After a brief moment of panic in her heart, she quickly calmed down, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. As if to give herself courage, she made a gesture of cutting her throat towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This Yulan Ruo truly lacked self-awareness. However, he soon realized that Yulan Ruo's relationship with Jun Wuchen must be complicated. At least, the fact that Yulan Ruo had been wanting to annul their engagement was probably because of this person. Lin Feng didn't care much about it, but he also disliked such a gaze. Watching Jun Wuchen shake his head lightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Instantly, it ignited Jun Wuchen's anger. He couldn't understand how Lin Feng, a midstigianate, could dare to be so arrogant even if he could fight above his level. Jun Wuchen didn't say much. He didn't dare to cause trouble in Yaoang Valley. With a feigned nonchalance, he turned and gracefully left the martial arts arena, drawing a round of admiration. It made people feel that the top spot in this marriage competition would likely be among Jun Wuchen and a few others. As for Lin Feng, although everyone was shocked by his level of talent, he was simply too young and his cultivation too low. He had no competitive edge at all. Even if he could fight above his level, could he really defeat a true Qi realm expert? Moreover, several prodigies, including Jun Wuchen, could also fight above their level, and they were all at the midstage of the Qi realm. Lin Feng had no chance whatsoever. Everyone was not optimistic about him. Lin Feng, however, didn't care and wasn't in a hurry to deal with these small fries. It was also a way to give face to the faction of his disciple in Yaoang Valley. Since Jun Wuchen came to participate in the marriage competition, it was only a matter of time before they faced off. He wasn't worried at all. He continued to close his eyes and rest. Meanwhile, the competition for the marriage proposal was progressing rapidly. Many prodigies drew most people's attention away. Only a few were still focused on Lin Feng and Jun Wuchen. After 4 consecutive rounds of competition, the first round of eliminations was finally completed. The progress was swift, directly eliminating half of the participants. The remaining ones were all the best of the best. At least, that's how it appeared to others. Although in Lin Feng's eyes, they were still just insignificant existences. After that, elderly Tsongnan continued to host the second round of competition. A new round of random matchups began again. Lin Feng's next opponent was a beginner in the Qi realm. This immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, Lin Feng's previous performance had been too dazzling. Everyone believed his strength should be no weaker than a half-step Qi realm. Facing a true prodigy of the Qi realm this time, his chances of victory were probably extremely slim. Yet, for some reason, many people felt a flicker of hope for a miracle to happen. If someone could truly achieve this, they would witness the rise of a new generation of prodigies. Moreover, they would have plenty to brag about later, even though they knew this was practically impossible. A midstigianate fighting against a beginner in the Qi realm, and also a prodigy. The odds of winning were virtually zero. The people from the Xiaoyaotun were also paying close attention to Lin Feng's movements. Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi sat quietly, appearing calm and composed. Only Jun Wuchen couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes, wanting nothing more than to quickly eliminate Lin Feng. But he felt unlucky, as he had not been drawn to battle against Lin Feng, allowing Lin Feng to escape a calamity. This had instead benefited Lin Feng's opponent. In the Tianlong continent, it had always been a survival of the fittest. Therefore, this competition had no requirements regarding life and death. If strength allows, one can directly kill the enemy. At this moment, Lin Feng's opponent across from him looked at Lin Feng with great displeasure. Lin Feng was too monstrous. With just a midstage innate cultivation, he easily fought against someone at the peak of innate perfection, something none of them could achieve at Lin Feng's age. Those who couldn't achieve it would be destroyed, and they would still be considered geniuses. This seemed to resonate in their hearts. Therefore, he had no intention of showing mercy. He looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and shook his head, saying, "Your luck is quite bad to have encountered me. I saw your last battle. If that person hadn't underestimated you, you wouldn't have won so easily. But I'm different. I never underestimate any enemy. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. I understand this principle. I admit your talent at this age is indeed hard to match. But unfortunately, today is your day of doom." After saying this, the early-stage Qi genius decisively attacked, aiming to quickly kill Lin Feng and astonish everyone. Lin Feng's ears were almost calloused from hearing it all. He also wanted to end the battle quickly. Feeling that this person was merciless in his attack, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't hold back. He stood quietly in place without moving, only a few sword energies rising around him. They appeared almost tangible, looking somewhat ordinary, even making it hard for people to sense the power within. But soon everyone would know what kind of terrifying strength these sword energies contained. The sword energies were too fast. With a few dull slicing sounds, the early-stage Qi genius was directly cut to pieces. Another instant kill. And this time it was an early-stage Qi opponent. Many people were left dumbfounded.
Only a few in the crowd couldn't help but shrink their necks, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. These were the people from various forces who had previously visited the Tianxiang pavilion. They deeply understood Lin Feng's terror, but they dared not speak recklessly. They knew that no one participating in the marriage selection would be Lin Feng's match. They had come this time as sparring partners. They had even warned their own geniuses not to entertain unrealistic fantasies of marrying a celestial body. As long as they cooperated with Lin Feng in this marriage selection and accidentally encountered him, they should quickly surrender and admit defeat. But others were not aware of this and were severely misled. At this moment, their shocked hearts were in turmoil. Many began to rub their eyes vigorously, fearing they had just imagined it. But the facts proved that everything was real. An early-stage Qi genius was thus killed by Lin Feng. Fanger, the leader of the genius faction, spat out a mouthful of old blood. His gaze towards Lin Feng filled with resentment. He had only this one son, and just like that, he was killed by Lin Feng. But willing to gamble and willing to lose, and being in Yaowang Valley, he didn't dare to explode in anger, only silently swallowing his frustration, avoiding looking at Lin Feng in the martial arts arena. As for the Xiaoya tomb, there was no need to mention it. Jun Wuqing and Long Yazi couldn't help but tremble, even feeling a chill in their feet, their gazes towards Lin Feng filled with caution and a hint of fear. If they could still accept Lin Feng's level of genius before, now they only felt a wave of terror in their hearts. They themselves were geniuses in their youth. Yet, it took them hundreds of years to reach this level of cultivation. They had even seen many geniuses more talented than themselves. But they had never seen someone like Lin Feng who had surpassed their understanding. Could Lin Feng also be a celestial body? At this moment, this thought arose in the minds of both of them as well as many others. If that were the case, it would explain everything. Only this possibility could convince them. They had exhausted their imagination. But they were still wrong. Lin Feng had personally created several celestial bodies, and all of them were his disciples. Yet even all of his disciples combined were not his match. If these people knew this, who knows if they would go mad? Lin Feng was unaware of these people's thoughts, and even if he knew, he would just smile it off. Could it be he really is a celestial body? What have I missed? Yulan Ruo's expression was complex, a pent-up frustration lingering in her chest. Even a heart demon began to form within her. One misstep led to another, and the more she realized how absurdly wrong she was, the more tormenting it felt. Only she understood how painful it truly was. Jun Wuqing also nearly stumbled, his steps a bit unsteady. A wave of frustration surged within him. A celestial body. If that were true, Jun Wuqing felt he might go mad. Why wasn't he the celestial body? He dreamed of one day standing at the pinnacle of this Tianlong continent. But all of this seemed impossible for him. Jealousy had twisted his heart, causing his chest to rise and fall as he stood there. He was not the only one thinking this way. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy in their eyes. Some sect leaders had even begun to inquire about Lin Feng's background. Shangguan Yunyun was from the Medicine King Valley and had combat power comparable to the Yuanshan realm, so they naturally did not dare to offend her. But Lin Feng was merely at the midstage of the innate realm. If they could obtain him, whether to take him as a disciple or to seize his blood, it would be the greatest opportunity in their lives. They couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Lin Feng was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he floated back to the outside of the martial arts arena, indifferent to everything around him. Meanwhile, the people from various factions also temporarily reined in their thoughts, not showing their intentions. After all, they were currently in the Medicine King Valley. Even if they wanted to snatch something, they had to wait until the marriage selection conference was over. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to the Medicine King Valley. Moreover, it was likely that the people from the Medicine King Valley would not let this opportunity slip away. By then, even if they could just get a taste, it would be worth it. They all pretended not to have seen Lin Feng's earlier performance, even though their hearts were already in turmoil. Their speculations were indeed not wrong. Aside from Shangguani, Morong Feng, and a few others who knew Lin Feng's background, many from the Medicine King Valley were also eyeing him, not wanting to miss out on this celestial body. If it turned out that Lin Feng had no backing, the people from the Medicine King Valley would not let him go. However, they would surely be stopped by Shangguani. The marriage selection conference continued with the competitions. Yet many people's thoughts had drifted to Lin Feng, with only a few who were even qualified to have ideas about him still discussing. Most were filled with admiration and envy. Undoubtedly, with such cultivation, to have such performance, he was most likely a celestial body. As the rounds of competition went on, it seemed Jun Wuqing was determined to compete with Lin Feng. No matter the opponent, he struck with all his might. Like Lin Feng, he crushed his opponents with overwhelming force. The outcomes for both of them were either death or severe injury for their opponents. However, it was clear that Lin Feng had the upper hand.
Although the strongest opponent he faced was only at the early stage of the Qi realm, no one had ever seen Lin Feng use a second move. He easily resolved each battle, making it hard to gauge his true strength. The apprehension only grew. But without a doubt, everyone was silently watching Lin Feng's every move. Meanwhile, during this time, various factions had gathered some basic information about Lin Feng. He was merely from a small border town, Yen City, and was just a member of a small family. One could say he had a very lowly background and lacked any formidable backing. Only a few who had seen Lin Feng with Shang Guanyi were secretly alarmed, speculating about the relationship between Shang Guanyi and Lin Feng, doubting whether Shang Guanyi had already set his sights on this celestial body, planning to monopolize it. Various thoughts abounded. Ironically, the protagonist of this marriage selection conference had shifted to Lin Feng. As the rounds of competition concluded, fewer than 100 people remained. The lowest among them was at the half-step Qi realm, with many at the early stage of the Qi realm and quite a few at the mid-stage. With the new round of selections completed, Lin Feng was also chosen to face a new opponent, a young prodigy at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, looking very youthful and spirited. In the previous battles, Lin Feng had cut through his opponents with ease, attracting quite a bit of attention. When everyone saw that Lin Feng's opponent was finally stronger, they all unabashedly focused their attention on him, eager to determine if he could become even stronger, if he truly was an immortal body. If Lin Feng could defeat a mid-stage Qi realm genius, it would be enough to prove that he was undoubtedly an immortal body, with no other possibilities. However, what happened next left everyone utterly astonished. Upon seeing Lin Feng, this opponent, after a moment of complex emotions, directly clasped his hands in front of Lin Feng and said, "Young Master Lin, I concede." After saying that, he seemed to flee the martial arts arena. No one expected that a mid-stage Qi realm genius would concede so easily in front of Lin Feng. They were unaware that this person had previously witnessed Lin Feng's performance at the Tianxiang Pavilion and knew just how terrifying he was. Although he had not spoken much while following his elder, he understood that he could not possibly be Lin Feng's opponent. He just wanted to avoid provoking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also taken aback. Upon reflection, he remembered having seen this person at the Tianxiang Pavilion and understood his actions. Without saying much, he turned and left the martial arts arena. This battle could be said to be even easier than the previous ones. To be precise, he didn't need to fight at all. Once both of them had left, the spectators erupted in discussion. In every pavilion, people were talking animatedly. What the hell? What was that about? He is a mid-stage Qi realm genius. How could he concede without a fight? Can anyone tell me why? What's even more terrifying is that he just called that person young Master Lin, and his attitude was very respectful. Could it be that they knew each other, and the mid-stage Qi realm genius wasn't even his match? That possibility can't be ruled out. This person is truly frightening. Undoubtedly an immortal body. I never expected to see two immortal bodies at the Medicine King Valley. They only exist in legends. From now on, we can brag about this for a lifetime. Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi naturally had nothing more to say. They were too shocked to feel anything anymore. They only hoped even more fervently for Lin Feng's demise. If Lin Feng truly was an immortal body, they had no intention of taking him as a disciple. They only wanted to kill him and take his blood. Yulan Ruo was even more powerless, collapsing in her seat. She turned her head away from Lin Feng's position, gripping the chair so tightly that her fingers sank into it. She regretted it. At this moment, while everyone's attention was on Lin Feng, Jun Wuchen quietly approached the registration steward. He took out a top-grade medicinal herb and secretly handed it to the steward, saying, "Could you do me a favor? Arrange for me to be paired with Lin Feng. As long as you help me, this top-grade medicinal herb will be yours." Hiss! The registration steward secretly gasped. He never expected Jun Wuchen to have such an idea. This was outright cheating. If the opponent were not Lin Feng facing this top-grade medicinal herb, he might have considered cheating. However, having witnessed Shang Guanyi's attitude towards Lin Feng, he knew that Lin Feng was not someone to be underestimated. If he took Jun Wuchen's item and Shang Guanyi found out, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Moreover, the reason his mid-grade spirit weapon had been able to upgrade to a treasure was entirely thanks to Lin Feng. He still owed Lin Feng a favor, so it was even less likely he would agree to this matter. But at the same time, the registration steward thought of something else. Jun Wuchen's eagerness to cheat and be paired with Lin Feng likely meant he had no good intentions. He had originally intended to refuse outright but decided to inform Shang Guanyi first. It would be better to let the Medicine King make the decision. With that in mind, the registration steward smiled and said, "Young Master Wuchen, this kind of behavior is cheating. I'm just a small steward and can't casually arrange things. The Medicine King just called me for something. Let's discuss this later." After speaking, before Jun Wuchen had a chance to say more, the registration steward directly left to find Shang Guanyi. Sigh. Jun Wuchen extended his hand, unable to suppress his darkening expression, quietly waiting there. He did not intend to give up just like that. He needed to deal with Lin Feng as soon as possible. He would directly drain Lin Feng's blood and use it for himself. Even if he couldn't become an immortal body, his innate talent and physique would greatly improve. This would also bring many benefits to his cultivation, with endless advantages in the future. Jun Wuchen now felt that Lin Feng was very likely also an immortal body. Watching the registration steward leave, he stood in place pondering the meaning of the steward's words just now. At this moment, the registration steward had quickly arrived in front of Shang Guanyi, reporting every detail of Jun Wuchen's situation without daring to conceal anything. Shang Guanyi was taken aback after hearing this. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. He had previously felt pity for the people of the Carefree Tomb, lamenting that they had offended Lin Feng. Now, it turned out that Jun Wuchen was digging his own grave. It also made him understand why the people of the Carefree Tomb would offend Lin Feng. It was completely foolish. After listening to the registration steward's words, Shang Guanyi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "Since Jun Wuchen wants to seek death, then let him have it. Arrange for him to meet young Master Lin, but since he is willing to pay a price, one top-grade medicinal herb is too little." Upon hearing this, the registration steward suddenly realized, yes, they could take this opportunity to bleed Jun Wuchen a little. At the same time, the registration steward was secretly astonished. It seemed that Shang Guanyi had great confidence in Lin Feng. The registration steward didn't know how strong Lin Feng was. He had seen Lin Feng's performance before and believed that Lin Feng must come from some mysterious and powerful force, which was why Shang Guanyi treated him this way. But now it seemed that Lin Feng was likely far beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to think more. He understood one thing clearly: the less he knew, the longer he could live. The registration steward immediately nodded respectfully, saying, "Yes, Medicinal King. Then I shall go." Shang Guanyi nodded lightly. The registration steward quickly returned to his previous position. At this moment, many people were still paying attention to Lin Feng, while no one cared about the small matters here. However, the Grand Elder Li Tsongnan looked at the registration steward with some curiosity, wondering where he had just gone. But thinking of his own plans, he didn't want to complicate things, so he didn't ask further. Jun Wuchen, feeling anxious as he waited, quickly adjusted his smile upon seeing the registration steward appear and walked over. Smiling, he said, "How have you considered, my lord? As long as you are willing to help me this time, this top-grade medicinal herb will be a gift for you." The registration steward remembered Shang Guanyi's words from before. At this moment, hearing this, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Young Master Wuchen, I considered this matter on the way back. It is not trivial. If the medicinal king discovers it, I might face severe punishment. This top-grade medicinal herb." The registration steward did not finish his sentence but shook his head again. The meaning was clear: young Master Wuchen was offering too little. How could Jun Wuchen not see this? He inwardly cursed. The people from the Medicinal King Valley were so shameless, actually thinking one top-grade medicinal herb was too little. Even the medicinal king would probably be tempted upon seeing it. But since he needed something from them, Jun Wuchen suppressed his anger. Compared to killing Lin Feng and then obtaining Lin Feng's blood, what was one top-grade medicinal herb? It was hardly worth anything. However, this top-grade medicinal herb was too precious. There were only 2 in the Carefree Tomb. After Shang Guanyi did not take it, Jun Tianlin had given him one to carry with him. Although he couldn't refine pills, it was still a top-grade medicinal herb. At a critical moment, he could directly consume it to save his life. But now, even taking it out just to have the registration steward help him with a small favor, he was being extorted. Jun Wuchen endured the anger in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. Compared to what he would obtain in the future, what did these matter? Thinking of this, Jun Wuchen silently gritted his teeth and smiled as he said, "Please wait a moment, I will be back soon." After saying this, Jun Wuchen quickly left. He soon found Jun Tianlin and explained the situation, planning to demand another top-grade treasure herb. Upon learning of Jun Wuchen's plan, both Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi's eyes lit up. They praised Jun Wuchen for his cleverness, as he had thought of this method first. Without hesitation, they handed another top-grade treasure herb to Jun Wuchen, saying, "My son is indeed wise. As long as Lin Feng is alive, he is a disaster. Since we have encountered him this time, we must ensure he remains in the Medicine King Valley forever. Don't worry, father, I will definitely not let him leave this martial arts arena alive." Jun Wuchen was very confident in himself. No matter how good Lin Feng's talent was, even if he had a celestial body, there should be limits. What if he had a celestial body? It was impossible for him to casually defeat someone in the midstage of the Qi-Si realm at the innate midstage. Moreover, his strength was comparable to that of the late Qi-Si realm. His talent was slightly stronger than others. An anomaly had occurred at his birth, and he was supposed to be the protagonist of this marriage selection event. but all the limelight had been stolen by Lin Feng.
Jun Tianlin nodded with a smile, also very confident in his son. However, Long Yazi was somewhat worried.
After all, if Jun Wuchen took Lin Feng's celestial blood, he would also gain a lot. They were all in the same boat, naturally sharing the same heart. Looking at Jun Wuchen, Long Yazi took out a box from his spatial bag and smiled, saying, "It's good that you have confidence, Wuchen, but to be absolutely safe, you should take this when the time comes. This is a pill I obtained during a fortuitous encounter, along with the Qi-Si pill, which can help Qi-Si realm cultivators elevate their cultivation level in a short time. Although there will be some side effects afterward, a period of rest will suffice. Moreover, as long as you obtain Lin Feng's celestial blood, the side effects can be immediately countered, and it might even allow your cultivation to remain at the late Qi-Si realm."
Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Jun Wuchen's eyes also sparkled.
He didn't expect Long Yazi to have so many good things. He immediately took it seriously and nodded, "Uncle Long, rest assured, with this divine pill to assist me, I will definitely succeed."
Jun Tianlin was also overjoyed.
Knowing that Long Yazi had traveled for many years, he must have acquired quite a few treasures. Looking at Jun Wuchen, Jun Tianlin seemed to envision the scene of Jun Wuchen killing Lin Feng and obtaining his celestial blood. The future of the free and easy tomb might even surpass the current Medicine King Valley. Of course, all of this was just his fantasy. Looking at Jun Wuchen, Jun Tianlin said, "Go, Wuchen, don't let us down."
"Okay."
Jun Wuchen left and soon reappeared before the registration steward. After handing over the 2 top-grade treasure herbs, he presented another spatial bag, saying, "2 top-grade treasure herbs, plus this entire bag of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from my free and easy tomb. I believe this will surely move you." The registration steward, seeing this scene, also revealed a look of excitement. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's enough. Young Master Wuchen is truly generous, worthy of being the future master of the free and easy tomb. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that in the next round of the competition, young Master Wuchen will be arranged to face the person you want to battle." The registration steward casually flattered Jun Wuchen.
Hearing this, Jun Wuchen's eyes showed a hint of pride. However,
he also felt a pang of heartache. Putting out so many things only deepened his hatred for Lin Feng. After receiving the confirmation from the registration steward, Jun Wuchen slightly cupped his hands. "Then I will trouble you with this matter."
After that, Jun Wuchen quietly left again.
Others thought the two had only exchanged a few simple words, and no one knew what Jun Wuchen had done. After Jun Wuchen left, the registration steward looked at the ongoing competition. Knowing that it would take some time for this round to end, he took Jun Wuchen's items and went to find Shangguanyi again. When Shangguanyi saw that Jun Wuchen was willing to put forth so many things to quickly battle Lin Feng, he was suddenly enlightened and had already guessed Jun Wuchen's thoughts. He just felt that the people from the carefree tomb were quite naive. They were already teetering on the edge of death, yet still crazily pushing their luck with so many treasures. He didn't know how to describe them.
In any case, since it was something obtained for free, Shangguanyi was not polite.
He took the 2 top-grade medicinal herbs handed over by the registering steward and said, "These top-grade medicinal herbs will be difficult for you to maximize their effects, so I will exchange them for pills." After saying that, he directly tossed 2 body-refining pills refined by Lin Feng to the registering steward. He added, "Although this pill cannot help you improve your cultivation, it can help enhance your talent. You should know that this pill will be of greater help to you. And these miscellaneous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, you can take them as well. I only want these 2 top-grade medicinal herbs."
Shangguanyi was now quite wealthy, with plenty of treasures and medicinal herbs.
Besides these top-grade herbs that could excite him,
he looked down on the junk from the carefree tomb.
It was better to reward his subordinates, which also reflected his stature as the Medicine King.
The registering steward looked at the 2 pills handed over by the Medicine King in disbelief. How could he not know what kind of pills these were? Nowadays, who in the Medicine King Valley didn't know that the Medicine King could refine divine pills that could help people defy fate and enhance their innate qualities? Just hearing about it was terrifying.
Moreover, the news the registering steward received was that the Medicine King had already sold out all these divine pills and could only wait for the next batch to be refined.
But now, he produced 2 more.
The registering steward suddenly realized some things but said nothing more, nor did he dare to think too much.
This was not something he should ponder. All that remained was endless excitement. He trembled with excitement. Then, realizing, he quickly received them respectfully and bowed repeatedly to Shangguanyi, saying, "Thank you, Medicine King. Thank you for granting me the pills." Shangguanyi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Your performance has been quite good.
I noticed that when you received young Master Lin, this pill is what you deserve. As long as you serve the Medicine King Valley diligently in the future, this little benefit is just a drop in the bucket. And one more thing, you must remember, no matter the time, you must treat young Master Lin like an ancestor.
The registering steward was shocked. Indeed, as he thought, Lin Feng's mystery far exceeded his imagination.
Yes, yes, yes. The registering steward nodded repeatedly in agreement. Just as he was about to leave, Shang Wanyi thought of something and said, "By the way, after this marriage selection conference, I will make you a registering elder of the Medicine King Valley. After you return, take this pill and cultivate quickly.
Your cultivation is still low and should improve somewhat."
The registering steward's body suddenly shook.
He looked at Shang Wanyi, unable to contain his excitement.
He had never thought that in this lifetime he would have the opportunity to become an elder. He could wake up smiling from this dream.
He bowed and praised Shang Wanyi repeatedly before leaving with a trembling heart.
He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't been too greedy and directly agreed to Jun Wucheng. Otherwise, given Shang Wanyi's respect for Lin Feng, he would likely expose himself soon. At that time, what awaited him would not be the position of elder, but rather the scythe that would take his life. As the registering steward was about to leave again, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Shang Wanyi to express a concern he had always dared not voice. In the past, he would have preferred to remain silent. But now it was different, since Shang Wanyi valued him so much.
He did not want to see Shang Wanyi stumble.
"Medicine King, I have noticed that the Grand Elder has been acting a bit strangely lately, often sneaking to the back mountain of the main peak to communicate with others using the 1,000-mile communication talisman. As a steward, I shouldn't speak too much, but I can't help but feel a bit worried, so I brought it up."
"Oh?" Shang Wanyi's eyes slightly shifted.
He had naturally already noticed Li Kongnin's dissatisfaction with him. Clearly, his cultivation was higher than his, yet he was merely the Grand Elder. But he had always let it be. After all, they were all from the Medicine King Valley. Originally, the plan was to promote Morong Feng to the Grand Elder and then elevate Li Tsongnan to the Supreme Elder, allowing him to enjoy the offerings of the Medicine King Valley from then on. It would be a fitting reward for Li Kongnin's years of service to the Medicine King Valley.
However, upon hearing this, Shang Wanyi couldn't help but frown. He murmured softly, "Grand Elder, please don't let anyone down at this moment." Then, Shang Wanyi looked at the registration steward and said, "All right, I understand. Don't mention this to anyone else, just go about your business."
"Yes."
After the registration steward left, Shang Wanyi stopped overthinking.
If it had been earlier, he might have investigated what was going on with Li Tsongnan thoroughly.
But now it was different.
His strength was comparable to the Yuan Shen realm.
Shangguan Yunyan far surpassed him.
Plus, the truly terrifying and mysterious Lin Feng was also present. No matter what storm Li Tsongnan stirred up, they could handle it.
For the first time, Shang Wanyi felt that being the Medicine King was truly comfortable. He twisted his waist and sat back down in his chair, content to sip tea. Before long, the registration steward returned to the area beneath the spirit plate. Li Tsongnan frowned slightly. He didn't know what was wrong with the registration steward coming and going like this. Although he didn't want to stir up trouble, he couldn't help but assert the Grand Elder's authority, scolding, "What are you running around for at such an important occasion? Although your spirit plate operates on its own, this round of competition is about to end, so stay here." Naturally, the registration steward dared not retort to the Grand Elder. He nodded repeatedly in response. At this moment, the new round of competition was indeed nearing its end. Only a few dozen participants remained, all of whom were the best of the best. The registration steward had long since recognized the spirit plate as his own, and no one noticed him secretly manipulating the battles. Soon, Lin Feng and Jun Wucheng were arranged to compete in the first match of the new round. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, still standing there and indifferent to the attention of those around him, received a transmission from Shang Wanyi informing him of Jun Wucheng's situation. Upon learning that Jun Wucheng had voluntarily expended such a great cost to battle him first, Lin Feng was taken aback. He had never seen someone so eager to seek their own demise. If Lin Feng didn't satisfy him, he would almost feel guilty. Since there were not many people left, the final matches proceeded one by one. When Lin Feng saw that the first match featured his and Jun Wucheng's names, he was not surprised at all. Jun Wucheng was also quite excited. The registration steward had not deceived him. They were indeed arranged together immediately. As the competition progressed, the stronger the participants became. Jun Wucheng was worried that Lin Feng would be the first to be outpaced by others. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Jun Wucheng jumped onto the martial arts stage first. His Qi realm cultivation was strong enough, and the martial arts stage was quite large, covering several thousand meters. But it took only a moment to ascend. Lin Feng did not delay either. His figure flashed, and he appeared opposite Jun Wucheng. This was their first close encounter. They both already knew each other's identities. They weren't exactly enemies, but if grudges were to be counted, one of them had to die. More than anything, it was Jun Wucheng's jealousy and hatred towards Lin Feng, while Lin Feng hardly paid attention to Jun Wucheng. After all, who would care about the antics of a little grasshopper?
Jun Wucheng was immersed in his own world, silently observing Lin Feng, unable to comprehend how the waste that Yulan Ruo had spoken of before had transformed into what he was today.
Even before Lin Feng's Dantian was destroyed, he was merely a genius from Yen City, far inferior to Jun Wucheng. But how long had it been?
Lin Feng seemed to have been reborn, which was simply unacceptable to him. The spectators in the surrounding pavilions were also discussing among themselves.
Jun Wucheng from the carefree tomb.
This young man ranks among the top of all the prodigies with extraordinary talent.
At under 30 years of age,
he has reached this level, and it can be said that he has no chance of failure in entering the Yuanshan realm in the future. I heard that Jun Wucheng also possesses the ability to fight beyond his level, but he rarely makes a move, so there isn't accurate information.
However, he is probably a prodigy. It's just a pity that compared to that young man named Lin Feng, there is still quite a gap. After all, he is only in the midstage of the innate realm. Even if Jun Wucheng wins, it would only be due to his advantage in cultivation. Wait, his cultivation level. Late stage of the Qi-Si realm. How is that possible?
Soon, as Jun Wucheng unabashedly revealed his cultivation level, everyone noticed this astonishing scene. Originally, reaching the midstage of the Qi-Si realm at Jun Wucheng's age had already far surpassed other geniuses. After all, many geniuses, although seemingly at the same cultivation level as Jun Wucheng, actually had vastly different talents. Most were nearing 50 years old. In the Tianlong continent, the period before 50 is when a person's talent is at its peak. It is also the age for laying a foundation, which determines future achievements. Before Lin Feng appeared, Jun Wucheng was indeed the most outstanding talent within 100,000 miles. But unfortunately, ever since Lin Feng showed up, all the limelight was almost stolen from him, causing Jun Wucheng, who had always been in the spotlight, to experience a significant drop in status. At this moment, standing opposite Lin Feng, he unleashed his latest stage Qi-Si realm cultivation without reservation, intending to instill fear in Lin Feng.
However, clearly, he was overthinking it.
Lin Feng found this level of cultivation so dull that he could almost fall asleep. As for fear, that was left for those who needed it. But in the eyes of others, this was already a shocking matter. Jun Wucheng was still in the midstage of the Qi-Si realm before. Why has he suddenly advanced to the late stage?
Could it be hidden cultivation?
No, if it were hidden cultivation, we, with our considerable strength, wouldn't have failed to notice.
He isn't in the Yuanshan realm. Could it be that he took some elixir to boost his strength? Damn! Does this count as cheating?
Suddenly, many people couldn't sit still, and they began to send messages to Shangguan Yi using spirit symbols, inquiring about this matter.
Many also flew out from the pavilion to ask the Grand Elder Li Tsongnan. At this moment, Li Tsongnan was also somewhat bewildered. An engagement conference like this might only happen once in a lifetime.
He truly had no experience in this regard. The sudden turn of events left him speechless as well.
He also sent a message to Shangguan Yi to ask how to handle it. In light of this, Shangguan Yi smiled slightly and flew out of the pavilion, responding loudly, "This engagement conference has no excessive restrictions. Regardless of the means used, whether it be treasures or elixirs, as long as one can achieve the final victory, they are considered the winner."
Shangguan Yi knew that Lin Feng didn't care at all, so he decided to relax the rules since these people kept clinging to this point. Sure enough, as soon as Shangguan Yi said this, it immediately stopped many who wanted to act out. The rules were now very clear: if others could use elixirs, so could they.
But the problem was that many forces simply didn't have any. Even if they did, the enhancement would be minimal.
Very few could compare to the effect of the elixirs Jun Wucheng consumed. After all, in the Tianlong continent, elixirs could be considered the most precious resource. Even if the rules were relaxed, many were still helpless.
But no one said more. Upon hearing this, Jun Wucheng also relaxed.
He had genuinely worried about this issue before.
However, he didn't expect Shangguan Yi to be so unconcerned.
Little did he know that Shangguan Yi's indifference stemmed from the fact that Lin Feng was too strong. No matter how many elixirs he took, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, the outcome of this engagement conference had already been determined from the very beginning.
Jun Wucheng was unaware of this and looked at Lin Feng with disdain and pride, saying, "I am now at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm, while you are merely in the midstage of the innate realm. Even if you are an immortal body, you probably cannot defeat me, but this time you want escape, right? Lin Feng."
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Jun Wucheng, gently shook his head, and pointed out, "I am not an immortal body, but I should be a bit stronger than one." As he spoke, Lin Feng's figure had mysteriously appeared beside Jun Wucheng, making it clear for Jun Wucheng to hear. Jun Wucheng was also startled, his heart trembling. He didn't even notice when Lin Feng appeared beside him, nor did he know when Lin Feng disappeared. What shocked him even more were Lin Feng's words. They were somewhat arrogant, yet they carried a sense of authenticity. Suddenly, a trace of fear arose in Jun Wucheng's heart. But he quickly realized that Lin Feng had closed in on him. This was an extremely terrifying situation. He summoned all his cultivation and his mid-grade treasure, launching a full-force attack towards Lin Feng. As the most talented person within 100,000 miles, Jun Wuchen had been the center of attention since birth. With all resources from the Xiaoyao tomb poured into him, even this mid-grade treasure was given to him. Coupled with his latest Qi Si realm cultivation, dealing with a peak great perfection Qi Si realm expert should pose no problem at all. Yet, at that moment he struck, all he saw was Lin Feng's palm. The next moment he lost consciousness, feeling as if his body had been torn apart. Eventually, that feeling faded completely. He died without ever understanding what had happened. Wuchen! A furious roar echoed from the attic. Jun Tianlin sprang to his feet. The situation had unfolded beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, they had all tried to overestimate Lin Feng's strength. But even if Lin Feng was strong, he should have been suppressed in the face of the current Jun Wuchen. Even if it was exaggerated, if Lin Feng were stronger than Jun Wuchen, there should have been a fierce battle to determine the victor. Yet now, the situation was a one-hit kill. No one could accept such an outcome. No one had anticipated this result. At this moment, the people in the attic, including many who were watching everything unfold around the training ground, were dumbfounded. Their minds trembled, and the entire world seemed to fall silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. At this moment, Jun Wuchen was already in a state of dismemberment. With just one move, he was defeated and killed by Lin Feng. His body still stood on the ground, but his head had already exploded. The pressure this brought to everyone was unimaginable. The latest Qi Si realm prodigy Jun Wuchen, comparable to a peak Qi Si realm powerhouse, was so easily taken down by Lin Feng? Did that mean Lin Feng's strength far exceeded the Qi Si realm? Half-step Yuan spirit realm? Or was he already in the Yuan spirit realm? People dared not imagine all of this. Mid-stage fighting against the Yuan spirit realm? Good heavens, such a thing would be considered madness if spoken of. And one would be chased down the street for it. Yet now, it was happening right before their eyes. It suddenly made them feel that this world was too messed up. Clearly, everyone was human. Why could this person named Lin Feng disregard their feelings so completely? It was infuriating. Elder Wu Yongyang of the Medicine King Valley. Previously, when Lin Feng had just entered the Medicine King Valley, he had deliberately made things difficult for him. At that time, he was taught a good lesson by Morong Feng. His face was still swollen from the slap. He had harbored quite a bit of resentment. But now, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and swallow hard. He felt a wave of relief in his heart. Thank goodness, if it weren't for Morong Feng giving me a beating, I probably wouldn't have made it to now. Wu Yongyang wasn't foolish, he just liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. If it weren't for Morong Feng's brutal beating back then, with Lin Feng's strength, he could have been pressed to the ground and rubbed in it dozens of times, repeatedly. Realizing this, Wu Yongyang also came to understand. He recalled Morong Feng's words. His own life didn't matter, but he couldn't bring harm to the Medicine King Valley. Clearly, Morong Feng knew how terrifying Lin Feng was and had a good relationship with him. If before, Wu Yongyang was only thinking about not offending Morong Feng in the future, now he was considering how to please Morong Feng and build a good relationship with him. With such a strong person as a backing, even if he could just get a little bit of that, he might gain a great opportunity in the future. Wu Yongyang hurriedly used a spirit talisman to send a message to Morong Feng, his tone sincere. Elder Morong, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before, I truly deserve to die. Thank you for waking me up. If it weren't for you, I might not be alive now. He continued, if Elder Morong has any orders in the future, I, Wu Yongyang, will definitely not hesitate to risk my life. Morong Feng was taken aback upon receiving this message. He didn't expect Wu Yongyang, this conspicuous figure, to suddenly appear at this moment. However, he could understand his thoughts. He replied to the message, there's no need for such formality, Third Elder. I'm not doing this for you, but for the grand plan of my Medicine King Valley. It would be better for you to keep a low profile in the future. Yes. Elder Morong is absolutely right. It was all my fault before, and it won't happen again. When you have time, Elder Morong, you can come to my peak for a visit. I have recently obtained some cool dew wine, and I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Wu Yongyang was urgently trying to build a good relationship with Morong Feng, hoping he would speak well of him. He desperately wanted to avoid any lingering resentment from Lin Feng. At this moment, Yulan Ruo's feelings were indeed extremely complex. Her expression changed repeatedly, and her body trembled incessantly. There was a hint of excitement in her eyes, a lot of fear, but more so, a resentment born from regret. Jun Wucheng had sold her out. Although she hadn't shown it before, she naturally harbored resentment in her heart. Now that Jun Wucheng had been killed by Lin Feng, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. But Lin Feng was too strong enough to fill her with fear. She knew that it was highly unlikely Lin Feng would forgive her. The stronger Lin Feng became, the more intense her insecurity grew.
Regret to the extreme turned into a kind of hatred.
She hated herself for being so blind back then, and she resented Lin Feng for not being able to hold on a little longer, for not telling her earlier about the matter of restoring her dantian.
As a result, she ended up sitting on the ground, watching Jun Tianlin roar in anger.
Long Yazai was shocked. He had heard of some tales about immortal bodies and knew how they performed at the innate level. Every gifted immortal body could fight beyond their level, but there were limits. To be able to fight beyond their level in the mid-stage of the innate realm was already quite remarkable. As for the late stage of the Qi-Si realm or even the peak of the Qi-Si realm being able to kill in an instant, even an immortal body couldn't achieve that. Lin Feng was too bizarre, surpassing his understanding accumulated over hundreds of years.
Instant kills.
This achievement was astonishing. The mid-stage of the innate realm was comparable to at least half a step into the primordial spirit realm, or even possibly the primordial spirit realm itself. This was already beyond the existence of an immortal body. And including himself, the most powerful gifted physique he knew of was merely the immortal body.
But what was Lin Feng now? He couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't understand it.
Fear began to rise within him,
until Jun Tianlin's voice rang in his ears. Brother Long, this person is too terrifying.
I previously thought he had a mysterious master, which caused several elders of the Carefree Tomb to suffer losses, but now it seems my earlier guess was wrong. As Jun Tianlin spoke, he couldn't help but close his eyes slightly, filled with a hint of sadness. He had only this one son, Jun Wucheng, who was also the future hope of the entire Carefree Tomb. But now, that hope had been shattered. His anger towards Lin Feng had reached its peak. He cursed himself for being so short-sighted, for misjudging Lin Feng's strength. Previously, they all thought Lin Feng must have a powerful and mysterious master. But now it seemed that the destruction of the Yulan family and several elders of the Carefree Tomb was likely all caused by Lin Feng alone, as he possessed such strength.
Terrifying. Terrifying to the point of despair.
But Jun Tianlin felt they still had a chance. Looking at Long Yazi, Jun Tianlin continued, Brother Long, he is currently only at the mid-stage of the innate realm, yet his strength is enough to instantly kill a peak Qi-Si realm expert. This means that he only needs to reach the late stage of the innate realm to at least be comparable to a true soul transformation realm expert.
And as far as I know, just a few days ago, he was still merely at the true essence realm.
If we do not take this last opportunity to eliminate him, both you and I may not escape unscathed. Xiaoyao Tum and Lin Feng have already formed a grudge, and now there is also this vendetta against his son. Jun Tianlin knows that as long as Lin Feng is alive, they will never have a peaceful day.
With this thought, Jun Tianlin silently took out a pill.
He said, Brother Long, to be honest, this is a precious pill passed down through generations in Xiaoyao Tum.
And now there is only one left.
It can temporarily elevate my strength to be comparable to a soul transformation realm expert, but afterwards, my cultivation will regress to the late stage of the Qi-Si realm, but at this moment, I can no longer care about that. I would not take out this pill unless it were a matter of life and death. Are you willing to assist me, Brother Long? This is their last chance, and at this moment, Jun Tianlin no longer cares about the potential regression of his cultivation. He has even brought out the last of Xiaoyao Tum's resources, something that would only be used when facing the imminent destruction of Xiaoyao Tum.
He never thought he would have to use it just because of one person, but Jun Tianlin feels it is worth it. As long as he can kill Lin Feng, he is willing to pay any price.
Long Yazi, upon hearing this,
couldn't help but take a deep breath. He pondered for a moment. He naturally understood Jun Tianlin's meaning. There is no doubt that this course of action carries great risk. It is very likely that they would offend the Medicine King Valley. If they act now, it would be a complete disregard for the Medicine King Valley's face. But if they do not take this opportunity to eradicate the root of the problem, it is indeed as Jun Tianlin said. Lin Feng is a significant threat. He is on the same team as Xiaoyao Tum, and it is possible that if Lin Feng is displeased in the future, he could be implicated as well. In that case, he would have no power to resist. As Jun Tianlin said, Lin Feng is too terrifying. He is only at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Once Lin Feng reaches the late stage of the innate realm, he does not know if he can be his opponent. This is a situation he has never encountered before.
He has never seen such a terrifying person.
After thinking for a moment,
Long Yazi gritted his teeth and nodded. Brother Jun is right. If this person is not eliminated, we won't be able to sleep peacefully. Since Brother Jun is willing to take out the ultimate pill, as long as we act together and strike him down before Lin Feng can react, we will surely succeed and eliminate this hidden danger. However, it may be difficult to explain this to the Medicine King Valley.
Long Yazi expressed his concerns. How could Jun Tianlin not understand?
He replied, Brother Long, rest assured, I have a plan.
Oh?
Please tell me. Brother Jun. Long Yazi made a gesture of attentive listening. This Lin Feng has extraordinary talent and an unprecedented physique, even surpassing an immortal body. Although our knowledge is limited, if we can obtain his blood, it will undoubtedly have astonishing effects. It may even be stronger than an immortal body. After all, we are in the Medicine King Valley. I do not believe that the Medicine King, Guai, would not be tempted. He may just be concerned about his reputation. As long as we kill Lin Feng and share some of his blood with the Medicine King Valley, I believe they will even thank us. The current Medicine King Valley is different. At that time, no one will be able to say anything. If Guai and Lin Feng do not know each other, Jun Tianlin's plan would indeed be very easy to succeed. After all, Lin Feng is now an obvious treasure trove. For anyone, it is an unparalleled opportunity. It is even the kind that one person cannot fully consume. No one would be indifferent. But Lin Feng himself is too mysterious and terrifying, and most people can only think about it. Moreover, Guai has already gained too many benefits from Lin Feng, completely in league with him. This is something Jun Tianlin is completely unaware of. He could not have imagined the consequences of his decision. Jun Tianlin wore a confident expression. Long Yazi was also infected by this confidence. Upon hearing Jun Tianlin's plan, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if he could already see Lin Feng dead, and them obtaining Lin Feng's blood, leading to a surge in their cultivation. Indeed, just as they thought, anyone who obtained Lin Feng's blood would gain unimaginable benefits. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Feng too much. Good. Since Brother Jun's plan is so thorough, let's proceed as you say. I will follow your arrangements completely. Since we are doing this, we must succeed. I also have a precious pill. Although it is not as good as your ancestral medicine, it is still quite extraordinary. As he spoke, Long Yazi took out a pill once more. It was his last treasured possession, even better than the one he had given to Jun Wuchan. After taking it out, Long Yazi said, "This pill can significantly enhance my cultivation strength. Although it won't elevate me to the midstage of the nascent soul realm, it will be very close. Not inferior to that of the previous Tianhai sect ancestor. With the two of us working together, we will swiftly strike and behead Lin Feng, avenging my nephew." Good. Jun Tianlin gritted his teeth at the thought of his son, Jun Wuchan. Yulan Ruo silently listened from the side. At this moment, she seemed to have lost all motivation. She had been through too much. Each time she felt she could kill Lin Feng, he always turned out to be unexpectedly strong, as if he were unfathomable. Even now, despite their meticulous plan, Yulan Ruo felt a deep despair, sensing that they might fail. But she said nothing. These two were not good people. If they killed Lin Feng, that would be best. If they failed and were instead killed by Lin Feng, that would also count as revenge for her. Yulan Ruo chose silence. After Jun Tianlin and Long Yazi finished their discussion, they simultaneously swallowed the pills in their hands. Their cultivation levels surged instantly. Long Yazi was fine, as he was already a strong nascent soul realm expert and had some mental preparation. But Jun Tianlin had only been at the peak of the Qi Si realm, never even stepping into the half-step nascent soul realm. Now he truly felt the terror of being a nascent soul realm expert. Truly worthy of the pills passed down from my Xiaoyaotun. It's a pity that the last one has been used. Jun Tianlin knew that this time they had to succeed, otherwise the loss would be too great. After both took the pills, they flew directly out of the loft. While everyone was focused on Lin Feng, the two suddenly swooped in, moving so fast that no one had time to react. Even Lin Feng, who had initially planned a sneak attack, did not think of this situation right away. When everyone saw the two, their attacks had already reached Lin Feng. They circled around to his back, exuding a powerful aura that made it hard to look directly at them. At the same time, they were utterly shocking. Although Long Yazi had been powerful upon entering the nascent soul realm, he had not been this terrifying. But now, he gave off a feeling akin to facing the previous Tianhai sect ancestors who were close to the midstage of the nascent soul realm. What was even more shocking was Jun Tianlin, whose entire body was now enveloped in nascent soul energy, using attack methods only available to those in the nascent soul realm. The two attacked Lin Feng's back simultaneously, exploding with power as they got close. No one had anticipated this. Even the seated Shangguani's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up abruptly. Such an attack, especially a sneak attack when unprepared, was daunting. Even with his strength comparable to the early nascent soul realm combined with Shangguan Yuyan, he might not be able to withstand it. In that moment, he genuinely worried that Lin Feng might be in trouble. Not to mention the others. Everyone had a thought in their minds. It's over. Just moments ago, they were still marveling at Lin Feng's talent and strength. In the blink of an eye, was this miracle about to fall? In the Dragon Continent, only those who survive to the end are the winners. Many thought this way, unable to help but sigh for Lin Feng, even though Shangguan Yanyan and Xiao Zi, along with Zhang Chengdao and the others, had been secretly watching Lin Feng. Their hearts tightened. Since the engagement ceremony began, they had been hiding in an inconspicuous attic to observe.
This was specially arranged by Shangwan Yi to prevent others from disturbing them.
However, soon, something even more shocking happened.
The attacks from Long Yazai and Jun Tianlin indeed struck Lin Feng. The surprised smiles on their faces were unmistakable. They had succeeded. Both of them silently cheered within.
Such a powerful attack, combined with their ambush, was formidable.
In an unguarded situation, even a late-stage Yuanshan realm expert would likely struggle to cope.
Lin Feng's blood, surpassing that of an immortal body, seemed almost within reach. But soon, upon noticing Lin Feng's calm gaze as he turned around, both of them trembled, their hearts seemingly stopping for an instant. Lin Feng was completely unharmed, merely surrounded by a faint flicker of azure and silver light. Their attacks were indeed strong, and Lin Feng's Kinjianzi brocade robe also shimmered with light. At the same time, it triggered the Tiangang Star Divine Art. The Tiangang Star Divine Art was derived from the incomplete technique Lin Feng had obtained last time from the Lin family. It had fully reached the level of a super body refining technique, on par with his other cultivated techniques. Even without the Kinjianzi brocade robe, their attacks would not be able to harm him. His defensive power exceeded imagination. But the two were unaware of this. At this moment, they looked at Lin Feng as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes filled with deep fear. Long Yazai and Jun Tianlin could never have imagined that their all-out strike, which had completely hit Lin Feng, would leave him completely unscathed. Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, both of them trembled, filled with terror.
It was too frightening. This man was too terrifying. More terrifying than they could have imagined. It felt utterly unreal. They began to doubt whether Lin Feng was truly human. The people around them also fell silent, mouths agape in disbelief at the scene.
Their expressions mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost.
Everyone had greatly overestimated Lin Feng. They were even speculating about what kind of talent could be stronger than an immortal body.
But before they could fully comprehend this, Lin Feng dropped another bombshell in their hearts.
It left everyone feeling fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Shangwan Yi was no exception.
He was also greatly frightened, his body, which was about to fly out of the attic, froze in place, unsure of what to do.
Too strong. Shangwan Yi silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow.
It was fortunate that he had sent Morong Feng to check on things earlier and had instructed him to be polite.
If he had offended Lin Feng, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate.
Even the Grand Elder Li Tsongnan was shaken, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. According to his original plan, he was primarily targeting Shangwan Yi and Shangwan Yunya from Yaowang Valley. But Lin Feng's abnormality caught him off guard, and he was now worried about any unforeseen changes.
He was unaware of the relationship between Lin Feng, Shangwan Yi, and Shangwan Yunya. If he had known,
he would have been even more uncertain.
Li Tsongnan now felt that Lin Feng should not be familiar with Shangwan Yi and would leave after the engagement ceremony.
Comforting himself with this thought, he temporarily set aside his worries. The third elder of Yaowang Valley, Wu Yangyang, was also internally thanking Morong Feng countless times. If it weren't for those dozen or so slaps back then, he might not even be alive now.
Is he really at the midstage of an 8 realm? The legendary immortal body can't be this strong, right? Holy crap! Am I seeing things? This is the true genius monster. I feel like I've witnessed a legend. Isn't that someone from the Xiaoyao tomb? They are probably in trouble now.
Many recognized Long Yazai and Jun Tianlin, knowing they were from the Xiaoyao tomb. If they had previously thought Lin Feng was doomed, now they felt the people from Xiaoyao tomb were the ones in trouble. Although they didn't understand why they would resort to such an ambush to kill Lin Feng, it was clear they had hit a brick wall. Without needing to say anything, Long Yazai and Jun Tianlin also thought of this immediately. Retreat! Jun Tianlin let out a loud roar. The two of them almost simultaneously showed extreme fear on their faces and began to retreat. But clearly, it was too late. Just as they had barely started to leave Lin Feng's vicinity, several sword energies entwined with golden flames had already arrived ahead of them. None of this happened in an instant. Both of them were pierced through by these sword energies, feeling a chilling sensation.
The speed was too fast. They had no time to react at all.
Now both of them were in the Yuanshan realm, and after Long Yazi took the elixir, he was even closer to the midstage of the Yuanshan realm. One could say that their own defenses were enough to keep any Qi Si realm expert at bay.
The powerful force of the Yuanshan protected them completely. Yet even so,
they were still pierced through by Lin Feng's seemingly casual but actually terrifying sword energies in an instant. They could only let out their final terrified screams. Their bodies turned blackened, and under Lin Feng's several sword energies, they were directly reduced to ashes. The combined attack power of the Long Yen Bo Ruo skill and the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique was truly terrifying. Afterward, those sword energies slowly dissipated in the air, but even so, those nearby could still feel that terrifying heat.
This, instant kill, Yuan Shen realm, or are there two? Another instant kill. Everyone was almost going crazy.
Today, they had witnessed too many terrifying things from Lin Feng. At this moment, it felt like they were dreaming.
Two Yuan Shen realm experts, especially the palpable aura from Long Yazi just moments ago.
That momentum was comparable to the peak of the early Yuan Shen realm, just a hair away from the midstage.
Moreover, Long Yazi was young, arguably even more powerful than the ancestor of the Tianhai sect. Yet after Jun Tianlin, who had inexplicably become a beginner in the Yuanshan realm, was still killed in an instant by the young man before them, it felt as if he had done something trivial. This shrouded the man in a layer of mystery, so mysterious that no one could see through it. It was as terrifying as an abyss, leaving everyone staring blankly at Lin Feng. After a while, someone finally spoke up. Is he really just at the midstage of the innate realm? Why do I feel like there's a monster living inside his body? In my lifetime, I've never seen anything like this. I've never heard of an innate midstage being so terrifying. Who exactly is he? Should we even say he is human? Many people began to whisper among themselves. Even those who thought they understood Lin Feng better, like Shangguan Yi and Xiao Zi, were left dumbfounded. They had thought that even if Lin Feng was strong, he would still be somewhat at a disadvantage against two Yuanshan realm experts. But the reality was too unexpected. Not only did such a powerful attack leave him unscathed, but he also retaliated by instantly killing them. The people from the Xiaoyao tomb were trembling in fear. At this moment, they wished they could quickly distance themselves from the Xiaoyao tomb. No one cared about Yulan Ruo, who was slumped there, trembling uncontrollably. Helpless, this was the only feeling Yulan Ruo had at that moment. She felt utterly powerless. It was as if all her strength had been drained in an instant. Once, she had thought of using the power of the Xiaoyao tomb to take revenge, even pouring all her grievances onto Lin Feng. But now, she no longer had that thought. Such a terrifying person, even if she exhausted her entire life, would probably be unable to inflict any harm on him. But becoming friends or partners was already impossible. In the end, Yulan Ruo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, tears streaming down her face. She was lost, sitting blankly on the ground. Although Yulan Ruo had given up, the people from the Medicine King Valley were not idle. Since Jun Tianlin and Jun Wuchen from the Xiaoyao tomb had already fallen, and Long Yazi had also been taken down, the remaining small matters were naturally taken over by the Medicine King Valley. Shangguan Yi immediately sent Morong Feng and his people to the pavilion where the Xiaoyao tomb was located. The third elder, Wu Yongyang, followed closely behind Morong Feng, like a little brother. He had even volunteered to handle the matters of the Xiaoyao tomb. In addition to the two of them, there were also several other elders from the Medicine King Valley, all waiting for Morong Feng's orders. They had already learned about Morong Feng entering the Qi Si realm, and given his relationship with the Medicine King, most people in the valley understood that Morong Feng was no longer the same as before. Some even sensed that after this marriage proposal conference, Morong Feng's status would undergo a tremendous change. This was simply because he had been with the Medicine King for the past few days. The group arrived at the loft where the members of the Carefree Tomb were gathered, startling everyone. Jun Tianlin, the current leader of the Carefree Tomb, was already dead. The remaining people were even more on edge, speculating about the intentions of Morong Feng and his companions. However, no matter how they guessed, they could not fathom the relationship between the Medicine King Valley and Lin Feng. It was straightforward. The former elder of the Carefree Tomb, an elderly man with gray hair, stepped forward and cautiously asked, "May I ask why you all have come here?" The elder of the Carefree Tomb was also at the peak of the Qi Si realm. Although he might not be as strong as Jun Tianlin in combat, he was still a formidable figure. He could handle all the people from the Medicine King Valley by himself. But with Long Yazi and Jun Tianlin gone, they naturally lacked the courage to do so. Moreover, Jun Wucheng, the main figure attending the marriage proposal conference, had also perished, and all they could hope for was to leave the Medicine King Valley safely. They dared not act recklessly. Now, they faced Morong Feng with utmost politeness, wanting to know their purpose. Morong Feng did not hide anything and directly said, "I need you all to come with me for a while, to be dealt with by young Master Lin." Naturally, these people could not just let them slip away like that. They still had to see what Lin Feng thought. Upon hearing this, the members of the Carefree Tomb, except for the still-dazed Yulan Ruo, felt a jolt in their hearts. Handed over to young Master Lin? Morong Feng's title startled them all. Suddenly, they realized a terrifying fact. Since Morong Feng had brought so many people here, he must have been instructed by the Medicine King, which meant that the Medicine King was likely acquainted with Lin Feng. Remembering the actions of Jun Tianlin and the others, the members of the Carefree Tomb felt a wave of fear. Although they were merely following orders and had not even participated in matters concerning Lin Feng, they could not rule out the possibility that Lin Feng, in a fit of madness, might decide to eliminate them all. Who wouldn't panic upon hearing this?
They exchanged glances, each looking at the other in alarm. The main issue was the fear in their hearts.
Seeing this, Morongfong lost patience and said, "Everyone, do you agree or not?" With Morongfong's words reaching this point, whether they agreed or not, they had to nod. Almost all the members of the carefree tomb looked to their elder. The elder could only grit his teeth and nod, saying, "Then, since that's the case, we will accompany you." Resistance? They didn't even dare to think about it. Going along might not necessarily lead to death. But if they did not follow Morongfong's instructions, there might not be a glimmer of hope for survival. They certainly did not dare to gamble with their lives. Moreover, although Morongfong appeared to be only at the early stage of the Qi realm, they could not afford to think about killing someone and escaping. Hearing the elder of the carefree tomb's words and seeing their compliance, Morongfong nodded. He then pointed to the dazed Yulan and said, "She must come along too. You all take her." Morongfong knew that this seemingly inconspicuous woman was the catalyst for the discord between the carefree tomb and Lin Feng. Although she seemed to have low cultivation and nothing remarkable about her, she certainly could not be ignored. Indeed, while Yulan was considered exceptionally talented in places like Yen City, she appeared quite ordinary in the eyes of these people. At this moment, it seemed she had not even heard Morongfong's words, her eyes still vacant, lost in thought. Seeing this, the members of the carefree tomb nodded repeatedly. All right, let's take her along. At this moment, the people of the Xiaoyao tomb were no longer considering so much, especially since Yulan had little relationship with them. Naturally, they could not cause any more trouble. Immediately, two elders went over to drag the dazed Yulan. Morongfong also instructed the people from Yaoan Valley to clear the way, and once everyone in the loft had exited, Morongfong quickly brought them before Lin Feng. At this time, the people in the loft and the onlookers around were still in shock. Suddenly seeing so many people from Xiaoyao tomb brought before Lin Feng, they were all astonished. They had no idea what was about to happen and fell silent, watching intently. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as they reached Lin Feng, everyone from Xiaoyao tomb knelt down. The onlookers were unaware, but they knew the enmity between Jun Wuchan and Lin Feng. The two elders dragging Yulan directly forced her to kneel before Lin Feng as well. At this moment, Yulan finally snapped out of her daze. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame. A waist she had once looked down upon was now someone she was kneeling before. How ridiculous was that? Yet, it was happening right now. She had always considered herself a proud daughter of heaven. But everything that had transpired in such a short time had left her feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Thinking back to how she had confidently rushed to the Lin family to annul the engagement, Yulan felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. She could not bear such a result. Forcing herself to stand up, she was instead pressed down by the two elders of Xiaoyao tomb. At the same time, the two elders whispered reproachfully, "Little girl, it's fine if you wanna die, but don't drag us down with you." They were nearly scared to death. At such a time, Yulan still wanted to stand up and provoke Lin Feng, the god of death. Wasn't that asking for trouble? They only had one life. Lin Feng also looked at Yulan. Although the time that had passed was short, it still gave Lin Feng a sense of the past being distant. The once arrogant Yulan who had threatened to kill him and Xiao Zi and destroy the Lin family, now appeared somewhat disheveled. Yulan noticed Lin Feng's gaze and temporarily ceased her struggles. Looking at the man before her, who seemed to be surrounded by countless halos, Yulan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If begging for mercy would be effective, she would naturally do so. But she knew it wouldn't work. Just when the two elders thought Yulan had finally calmed down, she suddenly erupted. A spiritual dagger shot out from her sleeve, aimed directly at Lin Feng. At the same time, she shouted, "Lin Feng, I hate you." Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the spiritual dagger was shattered. Lin Feng stood still, not moving an inch. No one expected that Yulan would make such a foolish move. Even a powerful being at the Yuanshan realm could not break through Lin Feng's defenses, let alone the insignificant Yulan before him. Her meager strength was not worth Lin Feng's effort. As expected. "I still can't kill you." Yulan knew the outcome. She just couldn't accept it. Then, just as Lin Feng's hand was about to come down, Yulan suddenly struck her own heart with a palm. In an instant, her eyes widened and her body slumped down. She wanted to leave with her last shred of dignity. She chose to commit suicide. Lin Feng slowly retracted his hand. He looked at Yulan body without much sentiment. Originally, this woman should have died the last time at the Lin family. Allowing her to live a few more days would not change the final outcome. The people of Xiaoyao tomb trembled in shock. Then, realizing what had happened, everyone, including the Grand Elder of Xiaoyao tomb, began to bow repeatedly to Lin Feng. Dust flew up from the ground as they prostrated themselves.
At the same time, they cried out, "Young Master Lin, spare us! Young Master Lin, spare us!" Before, it was Jun Tianlin and Jun Wuchan, along with this woman, who targeted young Master Lin. We were strongly opposed to it. That's right. It's all their fault. We are merely people from the carefree tomb, unable to act on our own. One after another, they shifted all the blame onto the few who had already died. Lin Feng, however, didn't care. He had no deep-seated hatred for these people and was too lazy to pay them much attention. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave these people to the Medicine King Valley." Although he was speaking to Morong Feng, the people from the carefree tomb erupted in wild joy upon hearing this. As long as they didn't fall into Lin Feng's hands, they still had a chance to survive. After all, they had no grievances with the Medicine King Valley. The only ones who had enmity with Lin Feng, Jun Tianlin and Jun Wuchan, were already dead. Morong Feng was also taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly devised a plan. He slightly cupped his hands towards Lin Feng and said, "There's no need to trouble young Master Lin with such matters. I will take them down first." Thank you for your great kindness, young Master Lin." The people from the carefree tomb exclaimed in delight. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Morong Feng then led the remaining members of the carefree tomb away. After bringing them to a quieter place, he said, "Young Master Lin is merciful this time and has spared you. I hope you will take care of yourselves. We from the Medicine King Valley are not ruthless villains. If you have nothing else, you may leave and return." Upon hearing this, the people from the carefree tomb finally felt relieved, knowing their lives were spared. But soon, the Grand Elder of the carefree tomb thought of something and said, "Elder Morong, to be honest, our sect leader has already died. Although I am the Grand Elder, I cannot command the respect of the others. When we return, I will inevitably face a bloody struggle for power. I think it might be better for me to stay in the Medicine King Valley." Although Jun Tianlin had come this time, there were many strong individuals in the carefree tomb, and the second elder was of the same cultivation level as him. Moreover, he had many followers. Even if he didn't want to fight upon returning, the second elder would not let him off easily. It would be better to stay in the Medicine King Valley for some peace. Once this was said, it also served as a wake-up call for the others from the carefree tomb, and many began to share the same thought as the Grand Elder. They looked at Morong Feng and spoke up. "Yes, Elder Morong, why not let the Medicine King Valley take us in from now on?" Yes. We just want to cultivate in peace and don't want to compete with our former sect members." The people from the carefree tomb looked at Morong Feng with anticipation. Upon returning, they would not only have to compete with their fellow sect members, but the current Medicine King Valley was different from before. It would surely become extraordinarily strong in the future, especially with the assistance of the immortal body. If they could take this opportunity to join the Medicine King Valley, it would be quite beneficial. Perhaps they could even fare better than now, and their cultivation might improve as well. That would genuinely extend their lifespans. Hearing this, Morong Feng fell silent for a moment. However, upon reflection, it was understandable that these people thought this way. There was some emotional connection with their former sect members. Moreover, these individuals were quite capable. Although they couldn't refine pills, they could help guard the mountain gate. Having so many Qi realm experts guarding the mountain gate would indeed be a significant boost. With this in mind, Morong Feng was too lazy to report to Shang Wanyi. He believed he would understand when the time came. He nodded and said, "All right, from now on, you will join my Medicine King Valley, but your task will be to guard the mountain gate. I wonder if you are willing. If you are unwilling, you may leave immediately." Having a group of Qi realm experts guard the mountain gate felt a bit surreal for Morong Feng. But this was the confidence of the Medicine King Valley now. He believed these people would not refuse, even if it was just guarding the mountain gate. As expected, it was just as Morong Feng thought. As long as they could join the Medicine King Valley, these people were very satisfied. Moreover, they had just joined, and guarding the mountain gate was not a lifetime commitment. If they performed well in the future, they might even truly integrate into the Medicine King Valley. That would be a real opportunity. Instantly, they all nodded in excitement. "Thank you, Elder Morong Feng. From now on, we will serve the Medicine King Valley without hesitation." The Grand Elder of the carefree tomb spoke first, leading the others to express their agreement. After that, Morong Feng sent a message to summon 2 elders to arrange for the people from the carefree tomb to guard the mountain gate. He then returned to Shang Wanyi. After the deaths of Jun Tianlin, Long Yazai, and Yulan, the initial shock had passed, but the marriage selection event continued. Although everyone was deeply shaken, the event had been ongoing for so long that it had reached its final stages. They had no idea how to handle it if it were to stop. But everyone understood that it was meaningless to continue, as no one could match Lin Feng. The talented individuals participating in the marriage selection also knew this. Talented? They could only smile bitterly, even feeling ashamed. Compared to Lin Feng, they were nothing but insignificant beings, like ants or dung beetles. There was no comparison at all. This day would be unforgettable for them. Even if their future achievements would make countless people envious, they would always live in Lin Feng's shadow. The marriage selection event dragged on listlessly, and everyone had lost their fighting spirit, as if they were merely going through the motions.
On Shang Guanyi's side, upon hearing Morong Feng's report, he was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter.
With a hint of emotion, he said, "Little Feng, in just a few days, my Medicine King Valley has changed so much that a peak GC realm expert is sent to guard our mountain gate.
Is this fate playing tricks on us? Ha ha ha." Despite his sentiments, Shang Guanyi couldn't help but laugh heartily. The Medicine King Valley had truly flourished under his leadership.
"It's all thanks to young Master Lin," Morong Feng said with a smile.
"That's right, thanks to young Master Lin.
He is truly a great benefactor of our Medicine King Valley. We should treat him like an ancestor from now on," Shang Guanyi said without reservation, and he genuinely thought so. While the two of them were reminiscing, a bizarre scene unfolded at the marriage selection event. The group battles on the spirit plate continued as usual, but when both sides took the stage, they fought listlessly. In the end, no one cared who won or lost, and the battles ended peacefully.
Those who faced Lin Feng were even more straightforward. They raised their hands and shouted, "I surrender." This led to the marriage selection proceeding exceptionally quickly.
Before long, and as expected, Lin Feng took the top spot, becoming the first in the marriage selection event.
But no one even felt envy or jealousy. After all, who would envy a monstrous freak?
He was completely from a different world than them. It was incomprehensible.
They didn't even have time to curry favor. What use was envy or jealousy?
All that remained was a sense of wonder, and many were excited.
This event would provide plenty of bragging rights in the future.
In the near future, it would likely shake the entire Tianlong continent. However, the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, Li Tsongnan, had a slightly grim expression at this moment, his eyes shadowed with unease. He had never anticipated Lin Feng's appearance. It was terrifying and too strange, making him unable to see through it at all. It was clear that Lin Feng and Morong Feng knew each other. As for his relationship with Shang Guanyi, he was still unclear. But the bond between Morong Feng and Shang Guanyi was so close they could share the same pair of pants.
Considering this, if Shang Guanyi and Shang Guan Yuyan encountered danger, Lin Feng would likely intervene.
In that case, even if Li Tsongnan had previously been confident in that powerful faction, he now had to reconsider. After all, Lin Feng had yet to reveal his true strength,
making it impossible to gauge.
He was strong to the point of driving one mad with confusion. He couldn't help but worry about these things. After all, if he failed, he wouldn't have a good outcome. At this moment, Li Tsongnan suddenly felt an overwhelming lack of confidence. Looking at Lin Feng's back, his expression couldn't help but become a bit dazed. Just as he was lost in thought, hesitating whether to abandon his previous plan and take the opportunity to leave Yaowang Valley before anyone knew about it, his communication spirit tool suddenly vibrated. The communication spirit tool was easy to refine, merely a basic low-grade spirit tool. It allowed for long-distance communication, and as the Grand Elder of Yaowang Valley, he naturally possessed such a small item. Although in some smaller places,
this thing was already out of reach.
He used this communication tool to contact that major power. The vibration at this moment could only mean that the major power was reaching out to him.
He glanced around, everyone's attention was still focused on Lin Feng. After all, he was too dazzling at this moment. This actually made it convenient for him.
With no one around, he went to a secluded spot and saw a message appear on the communicator. Soon, his eyes lit up with joy. According to the information on the communication spirit tool, that major power was originally led by two latest-stage Yuanshan realm experts to reclaim Yaowang Valley.
However, they encountered a top genius from their faction along the way, a direct disciple of the faction's Grand Elder, which delayed their arrival. This top genius, though just over 100 years old, had already reached the terrifying mid-stage of the Yuanshan realm. It could be said that all the prodigies here, except for Lin Feng, were mere insignificant beings in front of this top genius. Li Tsongnan had previously interacted with this top genius and knew that although he was only at the mid-stage of the Yuanshan realm, his strength was absolutely comparable to that of a latest-stage Yuanshan realm expert, and perhaps even stronger. He was a strong candidate for the future sect master position of that faction. If this person were added to the mix, even if Lin Feng was strong, he was still only at the mid-stage of the innate realm, which inflated Li Kongnan's confidence. At that time, Yaowang Valley would be his for the taking.
Although it would be under the jurisdiction of that major power, he would have the final say in Yaowang Valley, becoming the true medicine king.
Thinking of this, Li Tsongnan trembled with excitement.
According to the communication spirit tool, due to the delay, they would not arrive until tomorrow morning.
For this, Li Tsongnan was not in a hurry. He could take this time to plan and arrange things in advance to prepare for the arrival of the major power.
His previous worries were suddenly swept away, and he felt relaxed. Looking at Lin Feng, who was being adored by everyone, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "You can enjoy your moment of pride for now, but when you stand with Shangguani, no matter how talented you are, you will surely fall." Returning to Lin Feng, he truly had nothing to be proud of at this moment. He had no interest in these people at all. It was merely a formality. Now it could finally be considered over. The engagement ceremony concluded, and people occasionally flew out from the pavilion. The sect masters and leaders of various major powers, along with their prodigies, looked up at Lin Feng in admiration. This was someone who could easily defeat early-stage Yuanshan realm experts. The strength and monstrous talent he possessed promised achievements beyond comprehension. They dared not think of taking his blood, they only hoped to curry favor with him, so that one day they could share in his fortune and gain some opportunities. This created the scene in Li Kongnin's eyes. The sect masters and leaders of various major powers surrounded Lin Feng like little fans on the street, constantly flattering him, trying to establish a connection. It made Lin Feng's head swell. Fortunately, at this moment, Shangguani flew out of the pavilion with Morong Feng. Even Shangguan Yuyan appeared, coming to Shangguani's side. With the engagement ceremony over, this main character naturally had to make an appearance. As soon as she appeared, Shangguani's hearty laughter rang out, successfully drawing the attention of these people and temporarily shifting their gaze away from Lin Feng. "Everyone, please do not trouble young Master Lin any further. Since the matchmaking conference has concluded and young Master Lin is the victor, he is considered one of us from the Medicine King Valley. Let him rest for now," Shangguani said. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders of the Medicine King Valley began to clear a path for Lin Feng. Naturally, no one dared to oppose this, and they all stepped aside to allow Lin Feng to pass. Lin Feng did not hesitate, walking through the reluctant gazes of everyone until he reached Shangguani's position. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Shangguan Yunyan immediately broke into a sweet smile and subtly mouthed the word master. Lin Feng nodded gently. Then, Shangguani continued with a smile, "You all have traveled from afar. If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can stay in my Medicine King Valley for a few days. We will certainly treat you with great hospitality." Hearing this, those who had planned to leave without Lin Feng now found it hard to give up the opportunity to build a good relationship with such a talented prodigy. They all nodded in agreement, intending to stay in the Medicine King Valley for a few days. Moreover, the Medicine King could refine divine pills, and many had not yet had the chance to exchange for them. They wanted to take this opportunity to exchange for the divine pills before leaving. As for the matters of their respective factions, they had already made arrangements before coming. Staying a few extra days would not cause any major issues. Shangguani, witnessing this scene, almost wanted to slap himself. He regretted his earlier words. With so many people staying here every day, how many resources would that consume? Even though he was wealthy now, it still pained him. He could see through their intentions. Knowing they were all staying for Lin Feng and the pills he refined. But since he had already spoken, he could not take back his words. He could only force a smile and greet everyone with a darkened expression. He decided he would definitely give himself a few hard slaps later. After a while of busying himself, he finally managed to calm everyone down. Once the crowd quieted, Shangguani pretended to praise Lin Feng again, thus bringing the matchmaking conference to a satisfactory conclusion. Looking at the sky, it was already dusk. The people from the various factions began to return. Shangguani chatted briefly with Lin Feng before personally escorting him and Xiaozi back to the Tianxiang pavilion. A night passed without incident. Soon, the next day arrived. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and his cultivation naturally broke through to the late stage of the innate realm. Seeing Xiaozi in her pajamas at the dressing table, combing her hair, he smiled slightly and got out of bed, saying, "When did you wake up?" "Ah." Xiaozi was startled by the sudden voice and turned to see Lin Feng had broken through to the late stage of the innate realm. She was not too surprised, as she had grown accustomed to seeing Lin Feng's cultivation improve every day. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that her young master had only taken a day to elevate her cultivation to the Qi-Si realm. Compared to that, Lin Feng's progress seemed quite normal. Xiaozi felt a bit dreamy. After regaining her composure, she smiled and said, "Young master, I have always woken up early. By the way, the people from the Medicine King Valley just sent over some food, all top-quality spirit fruits. They are delicious, you must try some." The Medicine King Valley truly cared for Lin Feng, treating him as if he were an ancestor. These spirit fruits were extremely rare even in the Medicine King Valley. Not to mention entertaining guests. Even Shangguani usually hesitated to eat them. Most were treasured in the Medicine King Valley's treasure pavilion. If it weren't for Lin Feng, Shangguani would never have been willing to take them out. Moreover, once taken out, they were used for Lin Feng's daily meals. He was not at all worried about wasting them in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng had given so much to the Medicine King Valley that even if it cost him, he would not hesitate.
Of course, Lin Feng would not ask for it. Xiaozi gently fed the spirit fruits to Lin Feng's mouth. He took a bite, and the taste was indeed excellent. They melted in his mouth, rich in spiritual energy. Lin Feng was not particularly hungry, casually eating a few while chatting with Xiaozi about various things. Xiaozi was tidying up as they talked. Soon, everything was tidied up. Xiaozi also asked a question she wanted to know. Young master, we have been out for some time now, when are we going back? Although the Medicine King Valley was nice, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was even better, the Medicine King Valley treated them like ancestors. However, having gotten used to living in the Lin family, Xiaozi still felt a bit out of place. If they could go back, she naturally wanted to return to the Lin family. It felt safe there. Lin Feng nodded gently at her words. There's nothing much to do in the Medicine King Valley, but we still need to go to one more place. The disciple he had just accepted last time, Xiao Yi, had not yet awakened his celestial body. During this time away, he thought the people from the Tiangong clan should have gathered the medicinal materials by now. It wouldn't take much time. Xiaozi responded with a soft and didn't ask further. After all, wherever the young master was, it was fine. She could accept returning to the Lin family a bit later. Just as the two finished their conversation, there was a knock on the door. The voice of Shangguan Yi came from outside. Young Master Lin, are you up? How does the spirit fruit taste? If it's not enough, I can have someone bring more. Since they were being treated like ancestors, Shangguan Yi was also worried that Lin Feng might have any dissatisfaction with the Medicine King Valley. He wanted to keep Lin Feng around for a bit longer. There was also a bit of selfishness. He didn't want to part with his daughter so soon. Since Lin Feng had topped the matchmaking conference, coupled with his strength and the help he provided to the Medicine King Valley, it was only reasonable for Shangguan Yunyan to follow Lin Feng. Whether to warm his bed or to be his disciple, that would depend on Lin Feng himself. In any case, Shangguan Yi was completely at ease with his daughter following Lin Feng. Being with such a person, her future would surely be bright, and her achievements would be limitless. Hearing Shangguan Yi's words, Lin Feng was unaware that he had been thought of so much and so far ahead. He replied, I'm up. And I've already taken the spirit fruit, it's enough. At that moment, Xiaozi also went over to open the door. Shangguan Yi felt a bit awkward but soon noticed that Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the late innate stage. Hiss! He couldn't help but take a deep breath in surprise. When Lin Feng first arrived, he was only at the peak of the true essence realm. Yesterday he was at the mid-innate stage, and today he had directly broken through again. This speed of improvement was unheard of for Shangguan Yi. It was one thing to improve quickly, but was Lin Feng the kind of person who could be judged solely by his surface cultivation? Clearly not. Even in the mid-innate stage, Lin Feng could defeat early-stage soul realm experts in seconds. Now that he had reached the late innate stage, Shangguan Yi couldn't even imagine how powerful Lin Feng had become. Truly worthy of being his daughter's master. Shangguan Yi seriously suspected that Lin Feng's talent and physique were probably even more formidable than a celestial body. Indeed, a powerful disciple must have an exceptionally powerful master. He realized he had been short-sighted before. After the shock, Shangguan Yi also came to his senses. A radiant smile appeared on his face as he said, Young Master Lin, you truly are impressive and full of vigor. You look well today. If there's nothing else, I would be happy to show you around the Medicine King Valley. It could also be a way to cultivate one's character. I hope young Master Lin can stay in the Medicine King Valley for a while longer. Shangguan Yi stated his purpose, hoping Lin Feng would stay in the Medicine King Valley for a bit longer. However, Lin Feng wasn't too accustomed to staying in the Medicine King Valley. He shook his head, planning to finish refining the Qi Si pill as previously agreed, and then take Shangguan Yunyan to say goodbye. But at that moment, Shangguan Yi's communication spirit tool suddenly lit up. This made Shangguan Yi feel a bit awkward, and he smiled apologetically, saying, Young Master Lin, it seems Xiao Feng has something to discuss with me. I'll check. Lin Feng nodded lightly and didn't say much. But soon, after seeing the message from Morong Feng, Shangguan Yi's expression changed. He exclaimed, People from the Xiaqing sect have come. How is that possible? But quickly, Shangguan Yi came to his senses again. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, something has happened in the valley, and I need to check on Xiao Feng's situation. Shangguan Yi's mood was somewhat heavy. The Xiaqing sect is no ordinary force, it is a powerful alchemy faction. However, compared to the Medicine King Valley, it is nothing but a joke. They are simply not on the same level. Even now, the Medicine King Valley, having just acquired so many resources, has not had the time to rise. Even with him and his daughter, Shangguan Yuyan, both comparable to the Yuanshan realm, they still fall short in front of the Xiaqing sect. The distance between the Xiaqing sect and the Medicine King Valley is extremely vast. Just the journey alone requires hundreds of thousands of miles.
It is hard for Shangwan to understand why the Sanjuan sect would travel all the way to the Medicine King Valley. If he couldn't figure it out, he would ask.
After seeing Lin Feng nod, Shangwan quickly inquired about the situation from Morong Feng.
Morong Feng responded, "The Medicine King, I don't know how the people from the Xiaqing sect got in, but they are already at the main peak, and there is also a top genius from the Xiaqing sect accompanying them, looking quite unfriendly. Currently, Elder Li Tsongnan is receiving the people from the Xiaqing sect, but it seems he knows them."
Li Tsongnan. After reading Morong Feng's report, Shangwan expression turned sharp. It made him realize what was going on.
It was highly likely that Elder Li Tsongnan was dissatisfied with him, which led to the arrival of the Xiaqing sect's people. If this matter is not handled well, it could spell crisis for the Medicine King Valley. Thinking of this, Shangwan did not hide anything from Lin Feng and informed him of the entire situation. He then sighed and said, "It's all my fault for not being observant. I thought that although Li Tsongnan was dissatisfied with me, he wouldn't go too far. After all, I have always respected him. I never expected he would bring the entire Xiaqing sect here."
Shangwan cursed Li Kongnan's ambition inwardly.
Previously, he had even considered making Li Tsongnan the supreme elder, giving him a higher status than his own in the future. But Li Tsongnan had instead invited the people from the Xiaqing sect. This was gambling with the entire Medicine King Valley. As for the purpose, Shangwan was well aware. If things went wrong, Li Tsongnan would also be in trouble. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He never expected to encounter such a situation.
After all, Shangwan Yuyan was his disciple.
If this matter concerning her faction, the Medicine King Valley, was not resolved, it would be difficult for her to follow him with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Then I'll go with you to take a look. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to the Medicine King Valley."
Upon hearing this, Shangwan body trembled.
Lin Feng's inherent confidence startled him. Even the Xiaqing sect did not seem to faze Lin Feng. At the same time, he felt a surge of joy.
Considering Lin Feng's terrifying presence, he felt much more at ease.
He quickly bowed seriously, saying, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your assistance. Your great kindness will never be forgotten."
"No need to be polite, let's go." Lin Feng waved his hand. After that, Shangwan hurriedly led the way ahead.
At the main peak of the Medicine King Valley at this moment, it was already crowded with people. The arrival of the Xiaqing sect was a major event. No one expected such a colossal entity as the Xiaqing sect to come to the Medicine King Valley, leading many to speculate.
Heavens! Is this the people from the Xiaqing sect? They are truly powerful. Even the accompanying steward is a peak Chi-Si realm expert, truly a wealthy family. Although the Medicine King Valley is also considered formidable compared to the Xiaqing sect, it seems quite inadequate. Why has the Xiaqing sect sent so many people this time? Could it be that the Xiaqing sect is now on good terms with the Medicine King Valley? Heavens! What has happened to the Medicine King Valley recently?
I don't think so. The people from the Xiaqing sect don't seem to be here as guests.
The people from the Medicine King Valley, aside from their elder Li Tsongnan, seem to be on guard.
Well, who cares?
We'll find out soon enough. But that person looks so young.
Yet he is walking at the front. Who could he be? As many people discussed, they also noticed that the one leading the Xiaqing sect was indeed a young man. Although cultivators cannot be judged by their appearance, with some ancient beings living for thousands of years still looking like children, these individuals shared a common trait. When he was still young, he had already reached an extremely high level of cultivation. Being able to walk at the forefront of the Xiaqing sect, even if he looked young, there was no doubt that he was such a person.
His identity was undoubtedly extraordinary.
Many people would never have the opportunity or qualification to interact with those from the Xiaqing sect. Naturally, they would not recognize him. However, there were inevitably some well-informed individuals who had seen members of the Xiaqing sect during their travels. An old sect master, upon seeing this young man, suddenly trembled, his expression extremely complex. He slowly spoke. "I know this person. He is a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Xiaqing sect, known as the Onsen a Thousand Years Genius Shahuali. It is said that he entered the innate realm at the age of 13 and was invincible among those of the same realm. After that, his cultivation never stagnated, and by the age of 20, he had already reached the peak of the Chi-Si realm. In just 100 years, he broke through to the nascent soul realm, and now he has even reached the terrifying midstage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, he possesses the ability to fight beyond his level. A year ago, I heard that he defeated a latest-stage nascent soul expert with his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation simply absurdly strong. Now, a year has passed, and he can only be stronger. Such a powerhouse far exceeds our understanding. What's even more frightening is that the Xiaqing sect is a major sect in alchemy, surpassing even the Valley of the Medicine King. Zhao Huali is also proficient in alchemy,
and his alchemical skills may even surpass those of the Medicine King.
Hiss!
After hearing the old sect master's introduction, everyone gasped in shock. It was terrifying, simply beyond imagination. It also made the younger generation of various factions feel embarrassed. They prided themselves on being prodigies, but compared to Zhao Huali before them, they seemed so insignificant. Although many of them entered the Qi-Si realm before the age of 50, the Qi-Si realm and the nascent soul realm were completely different worlds, especially since Zhao Huali reached the peak of the Qi-Si realm at the age of 20. He spent nearly 100 years breaking through to the nascent soul realm and continued to advance. If given 100 years, or even 200 years, they might not have the confidence to break through to the nascent soul realm, let alone reach the terrifying midstage of the nascent soul realm or even fight beyond their level. This was an existence they could not even hope to match. It was simply despairingly terrifying. However, thinking that he was the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Xiaoqing sect, everyone felt somewhat relieved. At the same time, many people thought of Lin Feng. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "How does this person compare to that one?" Although it was very quiet, there were no low-level cultivators around, so it was naturally heard clearly. They all knew who he was referring to. Besides Lin Feng, who had shone like the sun yesterday, who else could compare with this person? All of them combined might not even be enough to carry the shoes of these two. Upon hearing this, the previous old sect master couldn't help but shake his head disdainfully and said, "Zhao Huali is indeed very powerful. A figure we look up to, and in the future he will be someone we can't even catch up to. But that is still within the realm of normal people, while that one..." The old sect master suddenly stopped here. Although he did not finish his sentence, everyone's hearts were already clear as day. It was evident that no matter how powerful Zhao Huali was, in terms of talent, he was completely incomparable to Lin Feng. He was nothing but a nobody. Many people began to calculate carefully. They were nobodies in front of Zhao Huali, and they were also nobodies in front of Lin Feng. But Zhao Huali was also a nobody in front of Lin Feng, so they were about the same as Zhao Huali. With this thought, their perspective suddenly opened up, and many felt a lot lighter, as if they had let go of some psychological burdens. They felt much better. However, it was indeed true. Although Zhao Huali was impressive, he was already over 100 years old. Plus, his cultivation was at the midstage of the nascent soul realm. And Lin Feng? He was merely at the midstage of the innate realm, yet he could kill nascent soul experts in an instant. This was no longer something a human could achieve. It was a miracle of a divine being. What everyone didn't know was that Lin Feng was already at the late stage of the innate realm. Even everyone suspected that Lin Feng's innate talent might surpass that of an immortal body. Although there was no way to confirm it, his performance was simply too eye-catching. Just in terms of talent comparison, Zhao Huali, despite his astonishing gifts, couldn't even be considered an immortal body, and naturally, he was easily crushed. It could be said that once Lin Feng reached Zhao Huali's level of cultivation, he might not even need to lift a finger. Even a mere fart from Lin Feng could blow Zhao Huali to pieces. Thinking of this, everyone sighed again and began searching the crowd for Lin Feng's figure, wanting to know where Lin Feng's limits lay. If he faced Zhao Huali, would he still display the same astonishing prowess as before? Unfortunately, Lin Feng had not yet arrived, so they naturally could not see him. Among the people from the Summer Qing sect, Zhao Huali walked at the forefront, warmly greeted by the Grand Elder Li Tsongnan of the Medicine King Valley. In front of Zhao Huali, he acted like a lapdog, bending over and constantly uttering flattering words. However, Zhao Huali remained indifferent. The Medicine King Valley meant nothing to him. He was merely passing by to take a look. The Summer Qing sect was different. The Medicine King Valley was merely the largest alchemy force within 100,000 miles. In contrast, the Summer Qing sect was a renowned super alchemy force throughout the entire northern region. The northern region stretched for millions of miles, and being able to establish a foothold there spoke volumes about the Summer Qing sect's weight. Any random elder sent from within the sect was already a powerful figure at the nascent soul stage. But like the Medicine King Valley, the Summer Qing sect also faced great difficulties in its early development as an alchemy force. However, over time, the Summer Qing sect found a better and faster way to enhance its internal strength by subduing smaller alchemy forces. This not only allowed them to directly seize others' achievements but also provided a continuous influx of fresh blood for the Summer Qing sect. At the same time, they could instantly acquire a large number of decent alchemists, ensuring the Summer Qing sect's enduring prosperity. Just as Li Tsongnan was willing to act as an insider, it saved the Summer Qing sect a lot of effort. This time, although the Summer Qing sect only sent 2 elders who were not ranked highly, their cultivation was already at the late nascent soul stage, which made Zhao Huali feel it was somewhat overkill. Looking around, he saw that almost everyone was at the innate realm, with only a few having reached the Qi-Si realm. Even the highest among them was merely at the peak of the Qi-Si realm, a trash level of cultivation.
Among those waiting for them, besides the Grand Elder Li Tsongnan, there was another person who seemed to hold a high position, Morong Fong, but he was only at the early Qi Si realm. There wasn't a single nascent soul expert present. It was so pathetic that Zhao Huali felt as if he had entered a primitive tribe. None of them caught his eye. Any random elder from the Summer Qing sect could easily wipe the floor with the Medicine King Valley. He even thought that he might encounter something interesting here. But now it seemed he had overestimated the situation. It was a complete waste of time. Zhao Huali's eyes were filled with deep disdain. Little did he know that the previous nascent soul experts had all been dealt with by Shangguan Yi, Shangguan Yunyan, and Lin Feng, leaving only the three of them, who had yet to appear. This led to Zhao Huali's current mindset, thinking that the Medicine King Valley could be easily manipulated. But clearly he was naive. Morong Feng looked at Zhao Huali with great caution, especially upon seeing Li Kongnan's attitude. He had already guessed a thing or two. He inwardly cursed Li Tsongnan for being ungrateful, actually inviting the people from the Summer Qing sect over. If the people from the Summer Qing sect arrived, it was impossible for them to come directly to the main peak without anyone guiding them. It was evidently Li Kongnan's doing. However, Morong Feng still wore a polite smile and asked, "I wonder what brings the esteemed members of the Summer Qing sect to my Medicine King Valley?" Morong Feng tried to think positively, not wanting to provoke a conflict with the Summer Qing sect at this moment. After all, only a direct disciple of the Summer Qing sect and two insignificant elders had come of the real terror lies with the Summer Qing sect behind. Although it is inevitable that the Medicine King Valley will surpass the Summer Qing sect in the future, that time is not now. They need to develop cautiously. Now that they have finally seen a glimmer of hope, they cannot act recklessly. Even with Lin Feng's help, Morongfen cannot assume that the heavens favor them and the Medicine King Valley is merely a secondary player. If they inadvertently bring disaster upon Lin Feng, that would truly be a grave mistake. What important matter do you have? Of course, there is something important, but you, a mere elder, are not worthy of conversing with us. You should let your Medicine King come out. Zhao Huali did not speak. Instead, an elder beside him spoke first, filled with disdain. The Medicine King Valley, being such a small place, they would reclaim one every so often. If they disagreed, they would simply wipe out half and take the other half, which would be sufficient. Thus, they were completely indifferent. This is the mainstream of the Tianlong continent. Being powerful allows for such arrogance. If Shangguan Yi were to show some respect, they could have avoided some bloodshed. Originally, only the two elders were supposed to come, but the sect master of the Summer Qing sect had long since ordered that any reclamation of forces must be accompanied by two elders. Now, with the addition of Zhao Huali, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Summer Qing sect, they had already given the Medicine King Valley enough face. As for Li Tsongnan, they would simply bestow him with the title of Medicine King later, and he would be entirely at the Summer Qing sect's disposal. If there were any dissatisfaction, they would directly kill him and replace him. It was that straightforward. No one in the Summer Qing sect would care about these matters. Li Tsongnan still thought himself important. In reality, he was merely providing an opportunity and a reason. After all, directly seizing it would somewhat tarnish the Summer Qing sect's reputation, and they still needed Li Kongnan's cooperation. Upon hearing this, Morongfen already sensed that the visitors were not friendly. His heart sank. But he still smiled and replied, "To not hide it from you, friends of the Summer Qing sect, I have already reported to the Medicine King, and he should be arriving shortly. Why don't you all come inside and sit? Rest for a while, just wait a moment. There are many houses on the main peak that can be used for hospitality." Morongfen was meticulous, leaving no room for criticism. However, no matter how humble Morongfen appeared, the people from the Summer Qing sect believed it was only natural. They thought he was deliberately trying to curry favor. At this moment, they showed no respect for Morongfen. An elder from the Summer Qing sect snorted coldly, "Humph. This Medicine King has quite the airs. We've been here for so long, and he still hasn't returned. Then we'll just stand here and wait for him. Let's see what makes this Medicine King Valley's Medicine King so special." Morongfen truly wanted to curse and slap him across the face. However, he ultimately restrained himself. With a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes, he explained, "The Medicine King is visiting a very esteemed guest and should be here shortly. Since you all are willing to wait, then please do so." Morongfen was too lazy to say more. After all, if these people were willing to stand without complaint, then let them stand. At the same time, he felt relieved that Lin Feng had not left yet. Regarding Lin Feng, Morongfen had always felt uncertain, often exceeding everyone's understanding. He could not gauge just how terrifying he was. But from the current perspective, his strength was at least comparable to the late stage of the Yuan spirit realm, plus there were Shangguan Yi and Shangguan Yuyan who were also of similar strength. The Medicine King Valley was not so easy to handle. Morongfen couldn't help but secretly chuckle at the thought of these people's expressions later. They truly believed the Medicine King Valley was a brothel, barging in and shouting orders.
Li Tsongnan was also shocked by this scene.
Previously, he had not informed the people of the Summer Cheng sect about Lin Feng and Shang Guanyi, fearing he would be blamed for the previous misinformation. However, thinking about it, with Zhao Huali present and the two latest Yuan spirit elders,
there should be no unexpected incidents.
He chose to remain silent. Zhao Huali, who had been too lazy to speak, felt drowsy listening and found it extremely boring.
Just as he was about to leave outright,
he hesitated. Suddenly, he heard the discussions of the people around him. With his mid-stage soul realm ears, he was incredibly sharp.
No rustle of wind or movement could escape his notice.
Even if those discussing were quite far away, he still heard them clearly.
That person? How dare he compare himself to me and belittle me to nothing? Does he really think any trash can compare to me?
Humph. These country bumpkins have no insight at all, just spouting nonsense. Zhao Huali had not witnessed what happened yesterday. Hearing those people's discussions now felt like a great insult to him. Without caring about the people around him, he flashed and appeared beside the old sect master who was still praising Lin Feng. With a proud look in his eyes, he asked, "Who is that person you mentioned?
Who is at the same level as me and can crush me to dust? Let him come out, I want to meet him."
The old sect master and the people around him were taken aback. The old sect master was merely at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. In front of Zhao Huali, who was at the mid-stage of the soul realm, they were on completely different levels. Including the old sect master, the people around had not seen when Zhao Huali arrived. He appeared here suddenly, his speed too fast. This made the old sect master feel tense. Being questioned by such a powerful figure, even though Zhao Huali was much younger than him, he did not dare to be disrespectful. He quickly explained, "That person was here yesterday, but I don't know if he is still at the Medicine King Valley today, and he hasn't come here." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huali's eyes showed even more disdain. He said lightly, "Hee, I see that the person you mentioned is completely fabricated by you, right? A bunch of country bumpkins. Do you have any idea how strong my talent is? It would exceed your imagination." As he spoke, a large phenomenon suddenly appeared around Zhao Huali. It kept expanding, with divine trees extending, looking exceptionally brilliant. There was no doubt that Zhao Huali also possessed a gifted physique with extraordinary phenomena, surpassing many ordinary gifted physiques. The small portion of the sky that expanded was filled with the phenomenon of divine trees. It looked extraordinarily dazzling, proving just how strong his talent was.
It was indeed surprising.
If everyone had witnessed the immortal body of Shangguan Yunyun and seen Lin Feng before, they would have been shocked and worshipped him. But after all, they had seen true genius and prodigies.
Compared to Shangguan Yunyun and Lin Feng, what was Zhao Huali's phenomenon talent?
It was nothing but trash. He was simply the dregs of the dregs. Having seen the light of the bright moon, now this was not even worth a firefly. Only Zhao Huali remained smug. However, seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, he felt quite pleased, thinking he had astonished everyone. He had done similar things many times before. One could say he had been the chosen one all along. Little did he know that among the countless shocked gazes, many were looking at him as if he were a fool.
The Zhao Huali before them was indeed like a fool.
He had no idea how inferior his talent was compared to Lin Feng and Shangguan Yunyun. To say he was trash was already flattering him. Of course, his cultivation was high, and at this moment, no one dared to speak about this matter again. After all, life was more important. In the distance, Morong Feng and the others also saw the phenomenon surrounding Zhao Huali.
It was indeed astonishing. At least two elders from the Xia-Qing sect wore proud expressions, as if to say, "Did you see? This is the genius of our Xia-Qing sect. The so-called geniuses in your eyes are nothing in front of our top genius." Only Morong Feng, upon seeing this scene, felt slightly speechless. Without comparison, one wouldn't know. Once compared, it became clearer how terrifying Lin Feng and Shangguan Yunyun were. It gave Morong Feng a deeper understanding of gifted physiques.
Even though this talent was nothing in front of Lin Feng and Shangguan Yunyun, in the context of the Xia-Qing sect, it was already something only a top genius could possess. Suddenly, he recalled that due to taking the pills refined by Lin Feng, his gifted physique had also greatly improved, and it was even stronger than Zhao Huali's. Previously, he had no real concept of these gifted physiques. After all, he had never been exposed to this level before. Now he finally understood Lin Feng's strength, feeling a mix of shock and excitement in his heart.
Did this not mean that his future achievements would surpass Zhao Huali? Even though he had fallen behind due to innate deficiencies, now that his gifted physique surpassed Zhao Huali's, it was only a matter of time before he would surpass him in the future. Breaking through to the Yuan spirit realm, or even surpassing it, would likely not be a problem. Morong Feng couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune, joining the Medicine King Valley and unexpectedly encountering Lin Feng, and even having someone like Shangguan Yuyan with a celestial body by his side. It turned out that all his lifelong luck was waiting for him in the latter part of his life.
With this thought, Morong Fong looked again at the two elders of the Xiaqing sect with their proud faces, feeling as if he were looking at a couple of big fools. But he couldn't really blame them, it was just that Lin Feng was too abnormal, forcibly helping people defy fate, which created such a strange scene. Naturally, Morong Fong would not remind them, silently smiling and remaining silent, making the two elders of the Xiaqing sect think that he was awkwardly envious and had nothing to say. As for Zhao Huali, after shocking everyone, he slowly retracted the phenomena surrounding him. Although the people around him did not dare to offend him, they were all cursing him in their hearts. After all, in Zhao Huali's words, they had become country bumpkins.
But who was the real bumpkin?
They all knew this, yet dared not speak, each one of them turning red with suppressed anger. Zhao Huali, seeing this, was unfazed. He continued disdainfully, "From now on, I don't want to hear any similar words. You, who were so spirited just now, kneel down and apologize to me, and I will forgive your bumpkin thoughts." Zhao Huali pointed at the old sect master, his eyes filled with disdain. Hiss! Instantly, the people around gasped in shock. Killing with words! Killing was nothing compared to this.
Zhao Huali was being too insulting.
Although the old sect master was only at the late stage of the Qi realm, he had lived for several hundred years. By seniority, it wouldn't be excessive for Zhao Huali to call him grandfather. But just because he had commented that Zhao Huali was not as good as others, Zhao Huali demanded that such an old sect master kneel and apologize. The people around were secretly cursing this guy for being so despicable, but they only dared to curse in their hearts. After all, with the mid-stage Yuan spirit realm cultivation, he could fight above his level.
Despite their dissatisfaction, they did not dare to confront him with their lives.
The old sect master was even more so. At this moment, his face turned from red to pale. His body trembled as the anger in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. At this moment, he was in a battle between heaven and man.
If he really knelt here to apologize to a junior, he would have no face to live on.
But if he did not comply with Zhao Huali's demands, he feared he would die on the spot. No matter how he chose, it seemed he had no way out. Although the old sect master's cultivation was not very high, he had a good reputation. Many around him saw the situation and, although they knew the old sect master was wrong, they still advised him for the sake of his life. "Old sect master, it's better to endure for now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't worry about firewood.
We can't afford to offend the Xiaqing sect."
"Yes, old sect master,
endure for a moment of calm. Life is more important."
"Old sect master. Old sect master." One voice after another pierced the old sect master's heart like knives. Even though he knew the people around him meant well, at this moment he truly could not do it. Meanwhile, Zhao Huali was losing patience.
He slowly extended 3 fingers and said lightly, "I don't have so much time. I will count down from 3. If you do not kneel and apologize by then, I will not be polite."
3. Zhao Huali's voice rang out, and at the same time he retracted 1 finger.
"Too much,"
the old sect master shouted in his heart. 2. Zhao Huali continued counting, with only 1 finger left. "At worst, they'll fight for my life." Before Zhao Huali could finish counting to 1, the old patriarch suddenly looked up and faced Zhao Huali, shouting, "What kind of worthless brat are you?
Forcing your grandfather to kneel? It's just a life, I want kneel." This outburst stunned everyone present, and it left Zhao Huali completely dumbfounded. No one expected the old patriarch to be so bold. This was Zhao Huali, the direct disciple of the grand elder of the Xiaqing sect. At this moment he was being insulted as if he were nothing. Although many felt a secret thrill at this, it exceeded everyone's expectations. Who was Zhao Huali?
Born in the Xiaqing sect,
his birth was marked by extraordinary phenomena. He was exceptionally talented.
Since his birth, he had grown up amidst countless praises, and apart from his master, the grand elder of the Xiaqing sect, and a few others, hardly anyone dared to oppose him. After the initial shock wore off, his expression twisted. He directly grabbed the old patriarch by the neck, and the old patriarch showed no sign of resistance.
"Old man, say that again." "Ha, cough, ha ha ha, what does it matter to say it again?
You're just a stinking brat, and your so-called talent is nothing but a pile of dung in front of that person.
You're asking for death."
Zhao Huali was furious. The old patriarch before him had completely enraged him. He exerted a bit of force, intending to kill this ungrateful old man.
"Stop!
Who dares to be reckless in the valley of the Medicine King?" Just as Zhao Huali was about to kill the old patriarch, who had already given up and closed his eyes in despair, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Zhao Huali's grip on the old patriarch's hand paused, his ears ringing from the sound. This voice was clearly directed at him, and while those around him were somewhat shocked, it was nothing compared to the force of the voice he faced. Yet, he was in the midstage of the Yuan spirit realm and still felt a ringing in his ears.
It was evident that the newcomer was extraordinarily powerful.
Zhao Huali couldn't help but be drawn to the source of the voice. He never expected to encounter such a strong individual in the Valley of the Medicine King.
He wanted to see who it was. Not just Zhao Huali, but almost everyone's gaze was drawn to that voice. In the sky, a figure wrapped in golden flames appeared, dazzling and beautiful. It looked like a goddess of golden flames. Many recognized her immediately as Shangguan Yunyao, as several had seen her before. But Zhao Huali had no idea. Upon seeing the figure engulfed in golden flames, he was slightly surprised. He clearly didn't expect it to be a woman. Although he couldn't see her face yet, it was evident that her silhouette was striking. A look of interest appeared in Zhao Huali's eyes. Just as everyone, including Zhao Huali, was focused on Shangguan Yunyao, the body wrapped in golden flames suddenly accelerated. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light and arrived beside Zhao Huali and the old patriarch. With a single palm strike, despite the speed that astonished Zhao Huali, he was not an ordinary person and quickly retaliated. He met the strike wrapped in golden flames with his own palm. Bang! A loud sound erupted, and Zhao Huali's eyes showed shock as his figure quickly retreated. The flames were extremely strange, capable of directly burning his Yuan spirit. This bizarre power was something Zhao Huali had never encountered before. However, he was powerful enough not to be harmed. It was just that the flames on his palm had cost him some effort, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. He initially wanted to explode in anger, but when he saw Shangguan Yunyuo's beautiful appearance after she extinguished the flames, he was momentarily stunned. Shangguan Yunyao was already exceptionally beautiful. Since Lin Feng helped her awaken her celestial body, her aura had become even more outstanding. Now that her cultivation had also improved, people would believe she was a goddess. Zhao Huali was also a man. Although he had been cultivating for over 100 years, in the Tianlong continent, he was still just a young man. Facing a powerful and beautiful woman, how could he not have thoughts? But soon, he was shocked to discover that Shangguan Yunyuan's cultivation was merely at the peak of the Qi-Si realm. In other words, Shangguan Yunyuan, relying solely on her peak Qi-Si realm cultivation, had managed to push him back with a single palm. Even though he was stronger than most in the late stage of the Yuan spirit realm, Zhao Huali was also taken aback. He had always prided himself on being a genius prodigy and had never encountered anyone with a lower cultivation level who could fight him. Even among those of the same realm, it was hard to find a few opponents. But now, he had been pushed back by a woman whose cultivation was so much lower than his? Zhao Huali found it hard to accept, feeling deeply impacted. It was as if he had eaten something unpleasant. If it weren't for Shangguan Yunyuan's extraordinary beauty, he would have wanted to test her strength thoroughly. At the same time, he recalled the discussions of those around him. The person they spoke of, whose talent far exceeded his, couldn't possibly be this woman before him, could it? Because of their deep admiration for Lin Feng. The people of the Tianlong continent had always respected the strong and dared not speak Lin Feng's name directly. This moment led Zhao Huali to misunderstand, making him think that the person they were discussing was Shangguan Yunyuan. At least in Zhao Huali's view, only this woman before him could truly possess a talent that far surpassed his. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how she could push him back with her peak Qi-Si realm cultivation. This was already quite exaggerated. Zhao Huali had never seen such a talented person in his life. He hadn't seen anyone like her in the entire northern region. However, his thoughts weren't entirely wrong. As a celestial body, Shangguan Yunyuan's innate talent and physique were naturally beyond Zhao Huali's reach. They were simply not on the same level. But Zhao Huali was still unaware of this. After all, a celestial body like hers was rare throughout the Tianlong continent and had always existed in legends. At least Zhao Huali had never had the qualification to come into contact with a celestial body. But soon, Zhao Huali would understand Shangguan Yunyuan's situation. After a moment of daze, the people around him erupted in exclamations. Every time Shangguan Yunyuan appeared, she left them in shock. They couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being a celestial body. Even Zhao Huali, with his mid-stage Yuan spirit realm cultivation, was pushed back by her palm. The celestial body is magnificent. This is true talent. Compared to a celestial body, all so-called geniuses are nonsense. I really don't know what kind of luck Yaowang Valley has had to encounter a celestial body, and one that has awakened at that. It's truly enviable. Miss Yunyuan is indeed outstanding, but it's a pity she is already taken. Many sighed. While envying the celestial body, they envied Lin Feng even more. After winning this marriage proposal event, Shangguan Yunyuan was already Lin Feng's. Moreover, Lin Feng was terrifyingly powerful, only he might be worthy of a celestial body. As everyone thought of this, all that remained was envy, and no jealousy could arise. Celestial body. The two elders of the Xiaqing sect exclaimed, along with the grand elder of Yaowang Valley, Li Tsongnan, who had also come over. Morong Feng was not as surprised as they were. After all, they had known about this beforehand. But the people of Xiaqing sect were shocked to the core. A celestial body like this, even for Xiaqing sect, they had only heard more about it than others.
They had never truly seen one. It felt as if everyone around them had gone mad. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Zhao Huali was no exception. His reaction was slightly better, but his heart was already in turmoil. A celestial body. There really is a celestial body in this world. I thought it was just a legend. I never expected to see one appear in Yaoang Valley. That's right. It must be so. With my innate talent and physique, only a celestial body could surpass me. No wonder she is so powerful. At this moment, Zhao Huali had no doubt about the authenticity of the celestial body, because he knew very well how strong his own talent was. And to be able to surpass his talent, it had to be a celestial body, and he had to believe it. At the same time, it also provided him with a way to save face. If an ordinary person with a lower cultivation level defeated him, that would truly be absurd. Zhao Huali thought of this and immediately looked at Li Tsongnan, his eyes filled with displeasure.
Why didn't you mention this before? His tone carried a questioning edge, startling Li Tsongnan. Morongfeng also paused.
Indeed, it was Li Tsongnan who had summoned the people from the Summer Qing sect.
Young Master Zhao, this is just something that happened yesterday. I haven't had the chance to report it yet.
Moreover, matters concerning the immortal body are too significant, and I dare not make rash assertions, Li Tsongnan hurriedly explained.
At this moment, he silently cursed Shangguan Yunin for appearing at this time.
He had originally planned to conceal the fact of Shangguan Yunyan's immortal body, intending to find a way to monopolize it after the Summer Qing sect helped him seize power. But the people around had directly exposed the fact of Shangguan Yunyan's immortal body. He was utterly helpless.
Bang!
With a loud crash, Zhao Huali struck Li Tsongnan, sending him flying several meters away. He landed dozens of meters away, his face flushed, and then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had sustained serious injuries. Yet, Li Tsongnan dared not say anything more, quickly getting up with his injured body and fearfully saying, "Young master, spare my life. It was my fault."
Humph. Zhao Huali did not continue his attack.
If it weren't for the fact that Li Tsongnan still had some use, he would have wanted to incapacitate him with a single blow. It was because of his failure to report that he felt so humiliated. Remembering his previous behavior and the words he had said earlier, Zhao Huali felt his face flush. He had truly been slapped in the face. It turned out that there was indeed a genius here in Yaoang Valley whose talent far exceeded his own.
Moreover, it was the legendary immortal body.
If he had known about Shangguan Yunyan's existence earlier, he wouldn't have been so ostentatious, which had led to some negative feelings in Shangguan Yunyan's heart. At this moment, Shangguan Yunin stood there, looking at Zhao Huali with disdain, making Zhao Huali's feelings quite complicated.
Once upon a time, there were indeed people who looked at him with such eyes. Wasn't that how he had just looked at others? Yet there was nothing wrong with it. Shangguan Yunyan's talent was indeed far beyond his, and her strength was exceptionally formidable.
Although they had only exchanged blows for a moment, he had no confidence that he could defeat Shangguan Yunin. Noticing her gaze, Zhao Huali did not feel angry. On the contrary, a sense of joy arose in his heart.
An immortal body. If he could marry an immortal body, his future cultivation would surely be smoother. Moreover, in Zhao Huali's view, only an immortal body was worthy of his talent. No matter how strong the immortal body was, she was ultimately just a woman. As long as he could find a way to win over Shangguan Yunin, the position of the sect master of the Summer Qing sect would surely be his. Although he was already considered exceptionally talented now, with few rivals in the same realm, what kind of place was the Summer Qing sect? A sect teeming with geniuses, he still had many competitors. Although most were just a step behind him, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't suddenly emerge to surpass him in the future. But as long as he married the immortal body, others would no longer have a chance. In fact, after he became the sect master of the Summer Qing sect, he might even lead the sect to greater heights. He would be forever remembered in the annals of the Summer Qing sect. Whenever someone mentioned him, they would raise their thumbs in admiration. Thinking of this, Zhao Huali was already overly excited, as if he could see that day approaching. While Zhao Huali was imagining all of this, feeling confident of victory, the old sect master, who had narrowly escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat. Who isn't afraid of death? He was no exception. However, some things are more important than life and death. But after the incident, he still felt lingering fear. If it weren't for Shangguan Yunyan's sudden appearance, he would have already been crushed by Zhao Huali. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the old sect master quickly clasped his hands towards Shangguan Yunin and sincerely said, Thank you for the immortal Bodis rescue. This great kindness will be remembered forever." The old sect master had a good relationship with Shangguan Yi before, often discussing philosophy together. In the past, when he saw Shangguan Yunin, he would also address her as niece Yunin, but now, Shangguan Yunyan's status is different. She is the legendary immortal body. Moreover, she is his lifesaver. The old sect master also dared not act rashly. However, Shangguan Yunyun did not look down on others because of her status.
With a smile on her face, she said, "Old sect master, there's no need to be so polite. You and my father are close friends. Even if I hadn't arrived, my father wouldn't let you suffer such humiliation.
Just call me Yun Yun, niece."
Yes, thank you, niece Yun Yun." The old sect master was also beaming,
feeling a bit smug.
To have a niece with an immortal body to boast about for the rest of his life was quite something, even if he didn't have much time left. But it was enough to make him proud. Hearing their conversation, Zhao Huali's displeasure grew. He glanced at Li Tsongnan again, not expecting the old sect master to have such a good relationship with Shangguan Yunyun.
It was all because of this guy that Shangguan Yunyun must be quite unhappy with him now.
This undoubtedly complicated his plans. Li Tsongnan also felt a wave of guilt, his body trembling in fear, quickly lowering his head and daring not to look at Zhao Huali any longer.
Morong Feng, witnessing this, felt disdain.
The esteemed elder of the Medicine King Valley was acting like this in front of an outsider. It was truly embarrassing.
He couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, Shangguan Yunyun looked at Zhao Huali with a questioning gaze. "You are from the Summer Qing sect, right?
You have come from afar as guests. Since you have come to my Medicine King Valley, we will naturally treat you well.
But to act recklessly is a bit disrespectful to my Medicine King Valley, don't you think?"
Li Tsongnan was afraid of the Summer Qing sect.
Shangguan Yunyun was not afraid.
She now had a powerful backing. Lin Feng was her master, and Lin Feng had said that no one could bully her. The more she interacted with Lin Feng, the more she realized how terrifying he was. What did she care about the Summer Qing sect? Moreover, it wouldn't be long before she would completely surpass the Summer Qing sect with her awakened immortal body.
Then she would care even less.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Huali quickly adjusted his mood, putting away his previous arrogance. With a radiant and humble smile, he explained, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding.
You must be Miss Shangguan Yunyun, the daughter of the Medicine King Valley." From their earlier conversation, Zhao Huali had already deduced Shangguan Yunyun's identity. He knew that recovering the Medicine King Valley this time could not be like before and had to be treated with caution. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had come this time, otherwise he would have missed the opportunity to encounter an immortal body. Such a chance to meet an immortal body that had not yet fully grown might not come again in a lifetime. He had previously thought this trip would be somewhat boring, but now it seemed he had come at the right time. Shangguan Yunyun nodded. "That's right, I am Shangguan Yunyun. As for the misunderstanding you mentioned, I don't think it is like that.
If I had arrived just a moment later, the old sect master would have been killed by you." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Huali's figure suddenly froze.
When had the Summer Qing sect ever been questioned like this, especially by a mere Medicine King Valley?
The two elders of the Summer Qing sect beside Zhao Huali immediately looked displeased and were about to step forward to reprimand her, but Zhao Huali stopped them with a glare, making the two elders halt immediately. They were secretly alarmed, not understanding why Zhao Huali could endure such questioning, but they had no idea about the terror of the immortal body. Although Zhao Huali had only brushed against it for a moment, he was well aware of the power of the immortal body. If a fight broke out, it would be hard to come out on top. Moreover, Zhao Huali still couldn't gauge the true strength of the Medicine King Valley. It was clear that the Medicine King Valley was not what he had imagined. At this moment, Zhao Huali no longer dared to underestimate them. Zhao Huali simply said lightly, "Elders, you go find Li Tsongnan and ask him about the situation properly.
I don't want to be a fool anymore."
The two elders of the Summer Qing sect also trembled,
instantly realizing the gravity of the situation.
They immediately approached Li Tsongnan and pulled him aside to inquire about the situation. Afterward, Zhao Huali continued to smile as if nothing had happened and said, "Miss Yunyan, the misunderstanding I mentioned was not knowing the relationship between this old sect master and Miss Yunyan.
I was just giving Miss Yunyan some face. Now that I know, it's indeed a misunderstanding."
Zhao Huali wouldn't care about an old sect master, it was mainly to give Shangguan Yunyan face. By saying this, he thought it would intentionally make Shangguan Yunyan happy.
Zhao Huali thought that with this, Shangguan Yunyan would not cling to this matter any longer.
But clearly, he was overthinking it. Zhao Huali believed that as a member of the Xia Qing sect, Shangguan Yunyan would give him some face. He thought this matter would just end here.
However, he never considered that Shangguan Yunyan was different from others.
Because she knew Lin Feng and had Lin Feng as her backing, she didn't care about their Xia Qing sect at all. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunyan directly said, "I don't care about any misunderstandings. You need to apologize to the old sect master right now." As soon as these words were spoken, the old sect master was taken aback. How could he dare to let Zhao Huali apologize to him? It was already a stroke of luck that he hadn't died. He couldn't afford to wish for so much. He immediately whispered to Shangguan Yunyan, "Niece Yunyan, don't joke around, let's just let this matter go." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huali's expression changed.
He clearly didn't expect Shangguan Yunyan to make such a demand. He stood there, lost in thought. Shangguan Yunyan didn't care about this. Upon hearing the old sect master's words, she said, "Old sect master, this is in my Medicine King Valley. We cannot allow people to act recklessly." Then, looking at Zhao Huali, she said, "If you're willing to apologize, that's fine, otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out." If it were someone else, regardless of whether they were an immortal body or not, with only peak Qi Si realm cultivation, Zhao Huali would have already taken action. But Zhao Huali was very eager to marry an immortal body, and if he really did that, it would ruin his original plan. This was certainly not what he wanted to see. Thinking of this, he glanced at Shangguan Yunyan again. In the end, Zhao Huali smiled and said, "Since it's Miss Yunyan who spoke, then Zhao will give Miss Yunyan some face." After saying that, Zhao Huali cupped his hands towards the old sect master and said, "I apologize, old sect master, the previous matter was my fault." The old sect master was taken aback, shocked. The top genius of the Xiaqing sect, Zhao Huali, apologized to him. If this got out, no one would believe it. It would certainly sound like a tall tale. Zhao Huali was slapping his own face. And all of this was because of Shangguan Yunyan. At this moment, the old sect master also realized many things. He understood that Zhao Huali probably mistook what they had said about Lin Feng as being about Shangguan Yunyan. If Zhao Huali knew there was an even more talented Lin Feng, he didn't know what he would think. Of course, he had no obligation to explain. He naturally felt quite displeased with Zhao Huali. At this moment, hearing Zhao Huali's apology, he gently nodded. He still held a lot of caution towards the Xiaqing sect. Being able to survive, he calmed down, not wanting to offend them too severely and bring unnecessary disaster upon himself and his sect. Hiss! The people around also gasped in surprise, feeling quite astonished. They thought to themselves, as expected of an immortal body. Even one that had not fully matured made the people of the Xiaqing sect dare not act recklessly. They even compromised, willingly apologizing to someone whom Zhao Huali regarded as trash in terms of cultivation and strength. This made everyone understand better how to treat the people of Medicine King Valley. Even an outsider who had a good relationship with Shangguan Yi, the old sect master, was so protective of Shangguan Yunyan. If it were someone from Medicine King Valley, it was likely that Shangguan Yunyan would have already taken action. No matter who they offended, they could not offend the people of Medicine King Valley. Seeing Zhao Huali apologize, Shangguan Yunyan did not press further. However, she was still quite dissatisfied with the arrival of the Xiaqing sect people. Moreover, she could see that their Medicine King Valley's Grand Elder had been turned. Clearly, they were not here as guests. Shangguan Yunyan also realized this, which was why she acted a bit more forcefully. Otherwise, what would happen to the Medicine King Valley? Should we just let the people from the Summer Qing sect bully us? Indeed, Zhao Huali not only wouldn't forcibly reclaim the Medicine King Valley now, but he was also thinking of building a good relationship with it, especially with Shangguan Yunyan. The strength of the Medicine King Valley was nothing in the eyes of the Summer Qing sect, but if he could marry someone with a celestial body, that would be the greatest opportunity. For him and for the entire Summer Qing sect, it would be an immense fortune. Just as Zhao Huali was pondering these thoughts, Shangguan Yunyan continued to question guests from afar. "I remember that the Medicine King Valley has never had much interaction with the Summer Qing sect. I wonder what brings you all to my Medicine King Valley. How could our Medicine King Valley's Grand Elder have such a good relationship with you?" There was a hint of faint sarcasm in her tone. Zhao Huali could easily pick up on that. However, their original plan was to forcibly reclaim the Medicine King Valley. It was only natural for Shangguan Yunyan to be displeased. He immediately forced a smile and said, "Miss Yunyan, please don't be angry. Our Summer Qing sect has come with many people. Naturally, we have important matters to discuss. Why don't we wait for your father, the Medicine King, to arrive before we talk?" But Shangguan Yunyan shook her head and said, "My father is usually very busy. I don't know when he will come. It's better if you just tell me directly, and I can help handle it." Hearing this, Zhao Huali didn't hide anything. He had already changed his attitude, and instead, he admired Shangguan Yunyan even more. He felt that a woman like her was worthy of him. He smiled and said, "Since Miss Yunyan has this authority, I will speak frankly. To be honest, Miss Yunyan, the reason our Summer Qing sect has come to the Medicine King Valley is to discuss the matter of merging. Previously, the Summer Qing sect had indeed planned to forcibly reclaim the Medicine King Valley, but now, in Zhao Huali's words, it had turned into a merger. This was the effect of Shangguan Yunyan's strength. However, although it was called a merger, the scale of the Medicine King Valley was vastly inferior to that of the Summer Qing sect. The term merger sounded nice, but it was merely a different way of reclaiming it. It just seemed much gentler. Although Shangguan Yunyan was very strong, the Summer Qing sect did not consider itself weak. The reclamation of a force like the Medicine King Valley was also imperative. Moreover, once reclaimed, his desire to marry Shangguan Yunyan could be better implemented. How could Shangguan Yuyan not pick up on this?
Her expression changed immediately as she said, "Then I'm truly sorry. But the Medicine King Valley currently has no plans to merge with the Summer Qing sect."
Shangguan Yuyan directly rejected Zhao Huali's proposal, which was also within Zhao Huali's expectations. He quickly waved his hand and said,
"Miss Yuyan, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking. As long as the Medicine King Valley agrees to merge with our Summer Qing sect, we will specifically set aside an area for the Medicine King Valley, which will be managed by your father, the Medicine King. Moreover, those with exceptional talent can directly enter the academy and enjoy the same treatment as the disciples of the Summer Qing sect. Additionally, our Summer Qing sect will provide 2 bags of spiritual herbs each month, along with 1,000 True Essence pills, 108 pills, and 10 Qi pills as daily cultivation resources for the Medicine King Valley."
Hiss! What a generous offer! As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them gasped in shock.
They also realized that the Summer Qing sect intended to reclaim the Medicine King Valley,
but the conditions offered were too generous. It made them want to be reclaimed as well.
It could be said that it provided the Medicine King Valley with the greatest freedom, along with abundant resources. If you added up the resources from the previous Medicine King Valley, they wouldn't even compare to what Zhao Huali was offering in a month. It was a complete win without effort. And as the top genius of the Summer Qing sect, along with being a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, this promise could undoubtedly be fulfilled. It made the people around them drool with envy, wishing they could directly agree for Shangguan Yuyan.
Shangguan Yuyan was also taken aback.
Clearly, she hadn't expected the conditions Zhao Huali offered to be so generous. At least before Lin Feng appeared, this treatment was generous enough to make anyone from the Medicine King Valley tempted.
It's likely that before he knew Lin Feng, Shangguan Yi would have eagerly agreed. Shangguan Yuyan understood her father too well.
Even if she wasn't Lin Feng's disciple, she would probably still be very tempted by such treatment. But because of Lin Feng, even the Medicine King Valley, including her, was valued so highly because of him. She could naturally distinguish between what was light and what was heavy. At this moment, after Zhao Huali finished speaking, he looked at Shangguan Yuyan with a hint of secret satisfaction in his eyes. Such treatment was not something that could be offered to win over other small alchemy forces.
With such generous conditions, he didn't believe Shangguan Yuyan would still refuse. It could be said that for Shangguan Yuyan,
Zhao Huali had mobilized his greatest power. It was completely a sycophantic posture.
Anyone with eyes could see that. Only Shangguan Yuyan could receive such treatment from the top genius of the Summer Qing sect. Zhao Huali's goal was simple: to get Shangguan Yuyan in his grasp, to completely obtain the celestial body, not just the person but also her heart. The proud Zhao Huali, even if he believed his strength surpassed that of the current Shangguan Yuyan, did not want to resort to forceful means. He could be said to have completely grasped the thoughts of most women. If it were a woman from an ordinary force, she would be eager to agree immediately. But Shangguan Yuyan was certainly not one of those women.
She was merely a little shocked and then without any hesitation refused. "I'm sorry, young Master Zhao, your conditions are indeed very generous, but the Medicine King Valley does not intend to merge with any forces, so if young Master Zhao has no other matters,
please take the people of the Summer Qing sect and leave." What? No one expected Shangguan Yuyan to refuse like this. The wealth that was within reach was just thrown away. Could it be that the celestial body was really that impressive? Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but sigh.
Zhao Huali was also stunned, still in a daze, and after asking about Li Kongnan's situation, the 2 elders of the Summer Qing sect could no longer contain their anger.
They pointed at Shangguan Yuyan, furious.
It was the first time they encountered someone who showed such disrespect to the Summer Qing sect. Moreover, they had never possessed such generous conditions themselves. On one hand, they were angry, and on the other hand, it was also a kind of envy and jealousy. Zhao Huali held a very high position in the Summer Qing sect, much stronger than the 2 insignificant elders. With the Grand Elder as his backing, the resources he could mobilize were extremely rich. At this moment, they wished they could go up and teach Shangguan Yuyan a good lesson, to let her know how great this wealth was. However, they were stopped by Zhao Huali. Zhao Huali was also puzzled and shocked. Even if Shangguan Yuyan was a celestial body, she came from such a small place as the Medicine King Valley. Such treatment and resources should be enough to make her tempted.
But that was because he didn't know of Lin Feng's existence.
If he knew what Lin Feng had given to the Medicine King Valley, he would feel his own insignificance, and would realize that what he offered was no different from a beggar on the street. Because he didn't know, he couldn't understand this issue. But he didn't let his anger completely take over. A celestial body. One might not encounter one in a lifetime. Zhao Huali's arrogance was only directed at those who could never catch up to him in their lifetime. After all, no matter how angry those people were, they could not be his opponents. Shangguan Yunyan was different. Not only did she have great potential to assist him, but she was also a celestial body, destined to surpass him in the future. But he was naturally angry and very troubled. He didn't know how to eliminate Shangguan Yunyan's misgivings about him and still win her heart. After a moment of silence, Zhao Huali's mind raced. Soon, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
Since Shangguan Yunyan did not agree, he could only resort to coercion and temptation.
The current Shangguan Yunyan was very strong, but Zhao Huali was confident he could defeat her. Moreover, he had the entire Summer Qing sect as his backing. It would be better to first win her over and then slowly guide her later. Thinking of this, Zhao Huali's expression returned to normal. Looking at Shangguan Yunyan with a hint of threat, he said, "Miss Yunyan, you truly are surprising. Such resources and treatment still cannot sway your heart. But what my Xia Qing sect wants to do has never failed, and it cannot fail here in this small Medicine King Valley. I admit that Miss Yuyan's strength is respectable, even I find it difficult to defeat you in a short time. But as soon as I send out the signal, it won't be long before a large number of my Xia Qing sect's people arrive at Medicine King Valley. By then, it won't be up to you, Miss Yuyan." The threat in Zhao Huali's words was obvious. Clearly, recovering Medicine King Valley was imperative.
Shangguan Yunyan was also slightly taken aback.
Although she did not understand the specific strength of Xia Qing sect, after all, in the past, Xia Qing sect was seen as a colossal presence in the eyes of everyone in Medicine King Valley. But she had heard Shangguan Yi mention it casually, knowing the power of Xia Qing sect. Lin Feng had many matters to attend to. She also needed to leave with Lin Feng. Once they left, Medicine King Valley would not be able to withstand the devastation from Xia Qing sect.
Thinking of this, Shangguan Yunyan fell into silence, leading Zhao Huali to believe she was afraid.
Little did he know, she was merely worried about what would happen after they left.
The people around them also fell silent, not daring to speak.
They sensed the tense atmosphere, and in the surrounding silence, as Shangguan Yunyan remained quiet, Zhao Huali's eyes revealed a triumphant smile. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the sky, "Then let your Xia Qing sect people come. It would be best if you called them all." As the words fell, 3 figures rushed over. They landed beside Shangguan Yunyan, facing Zhao Huali directly.
Shangguan Yi and Lin Feng arrived together, with Xiaozi following closely behind.
Lin Feng looked at Zhao Huali with indifference and disdain. Zhao Huali narrowed his eyes,
staring at Lin Feng.
The words just spoken were said by this seemingly young person. Upon closer inspection of his cultivation, Zhao Huali was taken aback again. Then he felt as if the world had gone mad.
A latest Jr. Jr. actually dared to speak such words to him? How arrogant! However, Zhao Huali was not foolish.
He quickly noticed some clues. Standing next to Lin Feng, Shangguan Yi and Lin Feng appeared to be on equal footing. This person did not behave like a latest Jr. should.
More importantly, the gazes of the people around them.
The young man before them was met with looks of admiration and respect. This was the kind of gaze reserved for the strong. A latest Jr. who could receive such treatment and dared to say such words made Zhao Huali instantly wary.
But then, Shangguan Yunyan's behavior almost made Zhao Huali lose his composure.
He had been so polite and accommodating, even somewhat humble,
apologizing to an old man for Shangguan Yunyan.
He had even offered the best resources he could provide and ultimately resorted to threats and inducements. Yet now, after Lin Feng's arrival, she had actually linked her arm with Lin Feng's, looking like a little girl.
Shangguan Yunyan was naturally very happy to see Lin Feng.
However, she did not call him master. After all, there were so many people from various major forces around. They all knew Lin Feng was the winner of this marriage proposal event. If they knew about their master-disciple relationship, they would probably feel deceived.
Shangguan Yunyan could not call out recklessly.
Instead, it led everyone, including Zhao Huali, to believe that the two were in a romantic relationship. After all, such an intimate gesture made it hard to believe they were not involved. The people around could understand. They all knew the situation between Lin Feng and Shangguan Yunyan, and it was expected that they would be in such a relationship. But Zhao Huali could not accept it. At this moment, his angry face turned red.
"Who are you? Do you know who you are talking to?
Daring to claim that all my Xia Qing sect people should come. If it really comes to that, you won't even have the chance to regret." Although Zhao Huali did not know who Lin Feng was, but in the entire northern region, there are not many people he cannot offend.
He knows exactly who they are.
He has never heard of or seen someone like Lin Feng. Moreover, being only in the late innate stage, he dares to be so arrogant in front of him. Truly, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Before Lin Feng could speak, Shangguan Yi was the first to say, "What young Master Lin means is also the meaning of our Medicine King Valley. If young Master Zhao truly wants to provoke a war between the Summer Qing sect and the Medicine King Valley, then let him come." Shangguan Yi had already learned about the situation through Morong Feng's previous message. He knew that although the Summer Qing sect claimed to merge out of respect for Shangguan Yunyan, it was merely a different way of swallowing the Medicine King Valley. In the past, the Medicine King Valley would have had no power to resist. Even for the resources mentioned by Zhao Huali, it would not have been impossible to willingly be swallowed. But now it is different. Because of the large number of pills refined by Lin Feng, Shangguan Yi now possesses resources that are astonishing. If this were to spread, it would shock the world. Relying solely on itself, it wouldn't take long for the Summer Qing sect to become insignificant before the Medicine King Valley.
Surpassing them is only a matter of time. It won't be long.
As long as they get through this, from then on, the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely.
Moreover, with Lin Feng saying this, Shangguan Yi naturally stands firmly with Lin Feng.
He is not the least bit afraid of Zhao Huali. The people of the Summer Qing sect never expected that Shangguan Yi would dare to be so bold. At this moment, only 2 elders of the Summer Qing sect and Li Tsongnan knew why. The 2 elders had already inquired about the situation from Li Tsongnan. They learned of Lin Feng's existence. Although they had never seen him, they could guess at this moment. What shocked them was that Lin Feng's cultivation had improved again. Just yesterday, Lin Feng was only in the mid-innate stage.
Li Tsongnan was even more shocked than others.
He felt a bit flustered inside. Lin Feng is too terrifying. He could defeat and kill an early-stage soul realm cultivator while still in the mid-innate stage. Now in the late-innate stage, Li Tsongnan felt increasingly uncertain. Moreover, he had noticed that after Zhao Huali appeared, he was no longer acting according to their original plan.
He had now set his sights on Shangguan Yunyan.
Whether Zhao Huali succeeded or failed, it seemed he had no way out. Thinking of this, Li Tsongnan quickly pondered. Soon, he thought of a good plan. That is to make Zhao Huali completely lose hope in Shangguan Yunyan, to have no desire to pursue her. In that case, as long as he firmly stands with the Summer Qing sect, once the Summer Qing sect successfully swallows and recovers the Medicine King Valley, he would still have a way out. With this in mind, Li Tsongnan began to secretly transmit sound to Zhao Huali, informing him of the previous events, especially embellishing the matter regarding Lin Feng. He painted Lin Feng as a heinous person, not only arrogant and bullying the people of the carefree Tumatwal but also disregarding him, the Grand Elder.
He did everything he could to incite Zhao Huali's hatred. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhao Huali's body suddenly shook. He responded through sound transmission, "You can't be talking nonsense."
Defeating an early-stage soul realm cultivator in the mid-innate stage, Zhao Huali was truly shocked.
He originally thought Shangguan Yunyan was terrifying enough.
But this man, who only seemed to be in the late innate stage, appeared even more incomprehensible. He was someone he had never heard of or seen before.
"Young Master Zhao, you can see for yourself, I wouldn't dare to lie in the slightest. It is indeed as I say. If you don't believe me, you can casually ask anyone." Li Tsongnan was still lying. He only said that Lin Feng defeated an early-stage soul realm expert and killed him in the mid-innate stage. He did not mention that it was a one-hit kill of 2. After all, that was too terrifying, and he feared Zhao Huali would back down. If that happened, he would be the one in trouble. But even so,
the shock it brought to Zhao Huali was still unparalleled, defeating an early-stage soul realm cultivator in the mid-innate stage. What is this?